In his previous life, Changshou was a graduate student at a prestigious university. After graduation, he started from scratch. Although he experienced entrepreneurial failures, he made a comeback with his extraordinary abilities and eventually founded a large company with a net worth of over 1 billion yuan. But he never imagined that his wife of many years had already betrayed him. In order to elope with her lover and to seize his company's shares and billions of dollars in assets, that woman secretly poisoned his drink. By the time Changshou discovered the truth, the poison had already spread throughout his body. Before dying, he clung to his betraying wife, clinging to her tightly, and leaped from the high-rise, taking her with him in death. He thought his life was over, but when he opened his eyes again, he was alive again. However, instead of returning to the time before his wife poisoned him, he traveled directly to ancient times more than 2,000 years ago, becoming a 6-year-old farm boy. To make matters worse, it was during a famine year, and the family was so poor that they had nothing but bare walls. The whole family was starving and on the verge of running out of food. Just when Changshou was worried about survival, he unexpectedly unlocked the exchange mall system. With enough money, he could exchange for food, tools, weapons, and even modern items that were impossible in this era. At this moment, a variety of goods came into view. Brown rice was 2 coins per pound, with a daily limit of 3 pounds. Northeast rice was 5 coins per pound. Pork belly was 10 coins per pound, and coarse linen and cotton cloth were also clearly priced. As soon as Changshou saw the rules, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of mall is this? You actually have to exchange money for it? If I had money, would I need to rely on this? But he continued to scroll down, and the next moment, he was completely stunned. 4th rank martial artist Chow Hong, 1,000 taels of silver, 100% loyalty. 7th rank martial artist Dian Wei, 5,000 taels of silver, 100% loyalty. 9th rank martial artist Lu Bu, 10,000 taels of silver, 100% loyalty. This online store even accepts exchanges from living people and martial artists at that. Changshou immediately realized that this ancient society was probably not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Martial artists clearly did exist. The mall had everything imaginable, from clothing and food to housing, transportation, books, and weapons. Aside from the food, which was mostly made from raw materials, the other items were incredibly diverse. The only problem was that, no matter how powerful the mall was, he didn't have a single penny. After confirming that Changshou hadn't gasped for breath since waking up, Su Kaishi and his wife finally believed that his illness had truly improved. Today was a joyous day for the Su family, and Changshou even unusually added an extra dish. It was a plate of mushy, unoiled vegetables, its appearance truly unappetizing. Changshou took a bite, and the taste was barely palatable. The rice for dinner was brown rice that the old man had brought, mixed with rice bran, which made it very rough on the throat. But while everyone else at the table only had thin porridge and wild vegetables, he alone had a full bowl of rice piled in front of him. Changshou didn't complain. Instead, he gave some of his food to his sister and some to his 2 brothers. Su Kaishi and his wife saw this and were filled with satisfaction. For them, brotherly love and harmony in the family were more important than anything else. While eating, Changshou asked, "Dad, how much is rice per pound in town?" Su Kaishi sighed and said that the harvest was bad, and even coarse rice mixed with bran was selling for 7 copper coins per pound. In previous years, it could be bought for 2 or 3 copper coins, but now it was frighteningly expensive. The family's 5 mu of land wouldn't be ready for harvest for another 3 months, and the rice jar was almost empty. Su Kaishi had no idea how they would get through the next few days. Changshou thought her son was craving white rice, so she quickly said that after this bag of rice was finished, she would go to her parents' home in Xia village tomorrow to borrow some, and maybe she could spare half a bowl for him. Changshou quickly feigned ignorance. "No, I was just asking casually." He knew his maternal grandfather's family wasn't wealthy, so he didn't want to cause any more trouble. However, this question led him to discover the greatest use of them all. The brown rice in the market costs 2 coins a pound, but it sells for 7 coins in town. As long as he has the capital, he can buy rice from the market and resell it, making a 5-coin profit per pound. He's limited to buying 3 pounds a day with a cost of 6 coins and can earn 15 coins per pound. 15 coins a day adds up to more than 400 coins a month. Even a small profit is still profit. The mall's purchase limits are mostly to prevent people from making a fortune off the rice. But what's really troubling Su Changshou right now isn't how to sell the rice, but the startup capital. He doesn't even have 6 copper coins. A time traveler, in all his glory, was stumped by a mere 6 coins. As a 6-year-old child, asking his parents for money was utterly impossible to explain, and besides, his family might not have the funds. Su Changshou had no choice but to find a solution himself. Suddenly, he thought of the mountains and forests behind the village. Wild vegetables, mushrooms, and wild fruits grow on the mountain, and although the villagers often search for them, they always miss some, no matter how careful they are. When he was in good health, he used to go up the mountain with his second brother to dig for wild vegetables and mushrooms, and if they were lucky, they could even find pheasants and rabbits. As long as they could find something to sell, they could earn 6 coins. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Father, Mother, I want to go to the mountain with my brother to dig for wild vegetables tomorrow." Madame Su immediately shook her head. Her son had just recovered. How could he be in such a hurry to go up the mountain? What, he got too tired? Su Changshou quickly finished the last few bites of rice, his voice much louder than before. "I'm fine now." Scholar Wang said that moderate exercise after an illness is good for the body. Hearing Scholar Wang's name, Su Zhongshu hesitated but still agreed. Although Scholar Wang was Su Wangshu's brother, the words of a scholar carried great weight in this era, and Su Kaishi and his wife also acknowledged his scholarship. So Su Zhongshu instructed, "Then you stay with your brother and don't run around on your own." "Yes, father and mother, don't worry, I won't run around." Su Changshou nodded obediently, but only he knew what he was really planning. The Su family has 6 members, but they only live in 3 rooms. Su Kaishi and his wife share 1 room. The eldest brother Su Dagoe and his sister-in-law share another. Su Changshou and Su Yutian are younger, so they have to squeeze into 1 room with their younger sister Su Xiaomei. Looking at his younger siblings sleeping soundly beside him, Su Changshou's determination to make money grew stronger. This family was having such a hard time. He had to earn money, at least to have a room of his own. He struggled to move the arm off his neck and drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he earned 6 coins by digging for wild vegetables, bought rice in the market, and then sold it, his money multiplying. His 3 dilapidated mud huts transformed into a luxurious 4-courtyard mansion, with Lu Bu standing behind him as his bodyguard. Everything was unbelievably beautiful. When they woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Su Xiaomei and Su Yutian had already gotten up. In the yard, Xiaomei was helping her mother pick vegetables, her 2 older brothers were chopping firewood, and their father, Su Kaishi, had just returned from carrying water, his head covered in sweat. Su Changshou felt somewhat ashamed. Everyone in the family was busy, and it seemed he was the only glutton. Seeing him come out, Su Zhongshu quickly said, "Changshou, you're up. There's a bowl of rice left for you in the room. Go eat it, it's still warm." After finishing their meal, Su Yutian had already prepared baskets and water gourds. The 2 greeted Su Zhongshu and then headed up the mountain together. On the way, Su Yutian advised him, "There's really nothing left on the mountain. Everyone in the village has searched it thoroughly. There's not much left." Su Changshou nodded and explained, "Second brother, I've been lying down for so long, I just wanted to get out and move around." Su Yuan didn't say much, only telling him not to tire himself out and to rest if he couldn't walk anymore. Su Yutian was only 11 years old, which would have been just a child in his previous life, but taking care of his younger brother had already become his instinct. Su Changshou watched his second brother leading the way and secretly vowed to himself. Although his family was poor, he loved them dearly, and he was determined to give them a better life. The 2 walked for half an hour, searching through the bushes and undergrowth, finally finding only 2 newly sprouted mushrooms. In those famine years, the villagers had long since plundered everything edible on the mountain. No one would let a single bite go to waste. Just as they were about to continue forward, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Isn't this uncle's family?" "Yutian, Changshou, what are you doing here?" Su Yutian whispered to Su Changshou that the people who came were Su Laishan from his eldest uncle's family, Su Laishi from his second uncle's family, and Su Xiaoxia from his fourth uncle's family. Su Yutian replied indifferently, "Shunjir, I'll take Changshou to dig some wild vegetables." Since the division of the old family estate was caused by Su Laishuan's family, Su Yutian naturally didn't give him a friendly look. Su Laishan stared at the 2 of them and asked sarcastically, "Is your family out of food?" "If you ask me, Changshou's illness is really a burden." Su Yotian's face darkened. "My brother's illness is cured. You don't need to worry about him." After saying that, He nodded to Su Laishi and Su Xiaoxia and continued walking forward with Su Changshou. Su Laishun grumbled indignantly from behind. If it weren't for that sickly fellow, our Su family wouldn't be so poor. Su Laishi whispered in defense of Su Changshou. Brother Shun, Changshou is quite pitiful too. Su Laishun immediately retorted. If he hadn't used the Su family's money for medical treatment, you could still be studying. We've searched this mountain thoroughly, and we haven't found anything. What could those two possibly find? Su Laishun was so arrogant because the Wang family had produced a scholar. Su Wangshe felt that her family had become a scholarly family, so she sent Su Laishun to learn to read from the scholar Wang, hoping that her son could also pass the imperial examinations and become a scholar in the future. The tuition fees were not reduced by a single penny, but they were paid from the Su family's public funds, supposedly to cultivate scholars for the Su family. Su Laishun became the only scholarly talent in the old house, and naturally, one of the people most to be avoided. The other families, however dissatisfied, could only suppress their anger. Su Laishi and Su Xiaoxia were even somewhat afraid of him. Su Changshou didn't take these people to heart, and only said to Su Yutian, "Let's go further and see." The two walked for another half hour, and there were very few people around anymore. Su Yutian stopped and reminded them, "Let's just search around here. There might be wolf packs further ahead, and it's not a place for the two of us." Su Changshou didn't want to take any risks and nodded. "Then let's search carefully around here. If it doesn't work, we'll go back." Unexpectedly, they found something even in a less visited area. Su Yutian discovered mushrooms, and Su Changshou found bracken. After working for a while, the two filled a small basket containing about 2 pounds of wild vegetables and mushrooms. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Su Yutian was overjoyed. "It's a good thing you came today. If you had come 2 days later, someone else would have definitely taken them all." 2 pounds of wild vegetables and mushrooms may not seem like much, but they could add 2 dishes to the family's meal, enough to fill them up and save on one person's food allowance. Su Yutian could already picture his parents' reactions when they saw these things. Su Changshou deliberately said, "Second brother, I heard that if you take these things to town, someone will be willing to pay for them, and the price will be higher than that of grain." Su Yutian immediately perked up. "Really? That's what Wang Xiaocai said. Some people in town like wild game from the mountains. Selling it and using the money to buy grain is definitely more profitable." Su Changshou had already thought it through. He couldn't sell things in town by himself. He had to bring his second brother along. Although Su Yutian was only 11 years old, in this era, he was already considered half an adult. Su Yutian exclaimed excitedly, "Then I'll go too. Let's take them back and have Dad sell them to buy rice." Su Changshou, however, continued to guide him. "Dad and Mom have to do farm work during the day, and going to town would take up most of the day. Think about it. Would they be happier if we just gave them the wild vegetables, or if we took a big bag of rice back?" Su Yutian was persuaded and quickly asked, "Then what do you suggest?" Su Changshou looked at him and said directly, "Let's sell them ourselves." Upon hearing this, Su Youqian's face lit up with joy, and he reached out to rub Su Changshou's little head. They could sell the wild vegetables, buy rice to take home, and their parents would definitely be happy. Changshou was truly clever. Seeing his second brother cheering, Su Changshou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was still just a child, with simple thoughts and easily persuaded. He quickly grabbed Su Yutian. "Second brother, let's go. It will take 2 hours to go to town and back. We need to be back before dark." Huagang Town is the only town among the nearby villages, about 10 miles away from Shaoyan Village. The two children walked for a full hour, and Su Changshou's legs were trembling with exhaustion. As soon as they entered the town, Su Yutian became excited, pointing to the street and introducing things. "Look, there are sugar figurines for sale over there, and there are pancakes for sale over there." It was Su Changshou's first time in town, but Su Yutian had been there twice with his parents, so he immediately acted like he knew the place well, leading his younger brother to look around. The town sold nothing but ordinary things, but Su Changshou had never seen them before, so he still found them novel. After walking for a while, he noticed some people selling vegetables at a stall ahead, so he pointed to an open space next to him and said, "Let's go sell there too." The two found a quiet spot, without even a cloth, and simply placed their baskets on the ground. Passers-by came and went, occasionally glancing down, but no one stopped. Su Changshou frowned and said, "Second brother, this won't do. We need to call out to them. The vegetables will wilt if left too long, and the mushrooms won't be fresh either." "Okay, I'll go call too. Changshou, Take a break and have some water. Su Yutian handed the water gourd from his waist to his younger brother, then turned and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wild vegetables and mushrooms. Freshly picked wild vegetables and mushrooms. First come, first served." The call worked, and soon people gathered around to ask the price. An old woman rummaged through the wild vegetables and mushrooms in her basket, a satisfied look on her face. "Young man, how much are these?" Su Yutian honestly replied, "Auntie, I don't know the price either. Just tell me how much, and I'll sell them to you if I think it's reasonable." Su Changshou rolled his eyes. His second brother's words were practically telling them they didn't know the market price and could easily lower it. But he remained silent, since he also didn't know the price of wild vegetables and could only listen to what the old woman had to say. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, making a little less profit wouldn't matter. The old woman thought for a moment, then slowly said, "Last time I bought bracken, it was 10 coins a pound. Your basket has several kinds of wild vegetables mixed in, and even some mushrooms. How about I give you 15 coins? Su Yutian couldn't make up his mind, so he immediately turned to ask his younger brother, "Changshou, what do you think?" Just then, a clear voice came from the side. "Wait, I want these dishes. I'll give you 25 coins. Su Changshou looked up and first saw a figure in a blue dress before he could make out who it was. It wasn't that he was deliberately looking up. He was simply too short. Standing before him was a girl of about 16 or 17, with fair skin, bright eyes, and long, black hair cascading down her back. She was both youthful and lively. Su Changshou glanced at her and had only one thought in his mind. This girl is really beautiful. The old woman, however, immediately frowned. "You little brat, I was here first. Why are you trying to take things from an old woman?" The girl in green replied bluntly, "It's a famine year now. Wild vegetables are almost extinct, so things are expensive because they're rare. You think you could buy a basket of vegetables for 15 coins, and you even try to bargain with 2 ignorant children? What kind of respectable old lady are you?" She was beautiful, but her words carried a sharp edge, a contrast that stunned Su Changshou. He had originally thought that such a pretty girl would be gentle and mild-mannered, but he hadn't expected her to be so domineering. The old woman retorted indignantly, "These dishes are a mix of several kinds, so the taste is all over the place. They weren't worth that much to begin with. Since you don't like it, then I do like it." The girl in green was too lazy to argue anymore. She took out 25 coins from her purse and handed them to Su Changshou. 25 coins, take it." She didn't give the money to Su Yutian, simply because Su Changshou was handsome and pleasing to the eye. "Thank you, sister." Su Changshou quickly took the copper coin, revealing a soft, smiling face with his eyes curving into crescents, so adorable it melted anyone's heart. The girl in green stared at his fair, tender face, almost unable to resist reaching out to pinch it, feeling that this child was simply too cute. Su Yutian, standing nearby, looked resentful. He was clearly the older brother, so why did everyone only care about Changshou? Seeing that the money was already in Su Changshou's hands, the old woman knew she was in the wrong and could only mutter as she left, "The world is going to the dogs. Young people don't even know how to respect the elderly and care for the young." After chasing the old woman away, the girl in green bent down and asked Su Changshou with a smile, "Little brother, where did you dig up all these wild vegetables and mushrooms? If you have any more in the future, I'll buy them all." Su Changshou answered truthfully, "Sister, my second brother and I dug this out in the deep mountains this morning. It's very hard to find. We don't know if we'll be able to find it again." The girl nodded. "If you find anything good in the future, come find me in Swallow Lane. My house is the biggest one there. My name is Lu Luoling." Su Changshou immediately gave his name. "Okay, Sister Luoling. My name is Su Changshou, and this is my second brother, Su Yutian. We live in Shaoyan Village." Lu Luoling nodded to Su Yutian, greeted Su Changshou, and then turned and left. Su Yutian watched her retreating figure, his heart breaking once more. This girl had clearly only shown exceptional warmth towards Changshou from beginning to end. Once Lu Luoling was far away, Su Changshou opened his palm and showed his second brother the 25 copper coins. Su Yutian calculated and calculated, his eyes shining with excitement. "Changshou, we're rich. 25 coins can buy 3 caddies of rice, and we'll still have 4 coins left." Su Changshou hugged his second brother's arm and whispered, "Second brother, I'm hungry. Can we buy 2 steamed buns with the remaining 4 coins?" He had to get his second brother away first, otherwise he wouldn't be able to tamper with the money. Su Yutian looked conflicted. 2 coins for a bun is too expensive. I want to eat them too, but it's more worthwhile to use that money to buy grain. Second brother, just this once. Su Changshou used his charm to get what he wanted. After all, he was just a child, so being a little willful wasn't too much to ask. Su Yutian hesitated for a long time before finally nodding. All right, just this once. But you can't touch the rest of the money. You have to use it to buy rice. Okay, that's where they sell steamed buns. Second brother, go on ahead. I'll rest here for a bit. I'm exhausted. Su Changshou quickly picked out 4 copper coins and handed them to Su Yutian, urging him to go buy steamed buns. Su Yutian didn't think much of it, only telling him not to wander off, to come back after buying the steamed buns, and then they would go buy rice together. Watching his second brother walk towards the steamed bun shop, Su Changshou finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to get the man away. He slipped into a secluded corner and, with a thought, clicked on the purchase option on the panel. The 6 copper coins he had left vanished instantly, and a small bag of brown rice appeared in his shop space. Items purchased from the shop could be temporarily stored in his space. He could take them out or put them away whenever he wanted, essentially having an extra, albeit limited, personal backpack. Su Changshou took out the rice bag, opened it, and looked inside. The brown rice was even cleaner than the one his grandfather had brought yesterday. But what he needed wasn't the rice, but the money. He had to sell this bag of rice quickly. He looked around and soon spotted a grain store not far away. Just then, an old woman with a hunched back was slowly walking towards the grain store. Su Changshou looked closely and realized it was the same old woman who had tried to buy his wild vegetables at a low price. Since she loved getting a bargain, she was perfect to be his buyer. He quickly went up to her, feigning a naive look, and asked, "Auntie, are you going to buy grain?" The old woman recognized him, and her expression became somewhat unnatural. She hadn't gotten the better of him earlier and had even been rebuffed by the boy. She was still holding a grudge. Su Changshou, however, said directly, "Auntie, I have 3 jin of coarse rice here. I'll sell it to you for 6 coins a jin. Do you want some?" The old woman was taken aback, staring at the rice bag with suspicion. In this day and age, who would let their child carry 3 caddies of grain out to sell? Su Changshou casually made up a reason, saying that his aunt was sick and a village shaman told the family to give away money to accumulate merit, so his grandfather told him to sell the rice at a low price. This statement had many flaws, but when the old woman heard it was lower than the market price, most of her doubts vanished. For her, where the rice came from was unimportant. The most important thing was that it was cheap. Her eyes darted around, and she instead advised, "Your aunt is sick, so you should do more good deeds. 6 coins is only 1 coin cheaper, which is too slow for doing good deeds. Sell it to me for 3 coins a pound, and I'll help your family do more good deeds." Su Changshou was speechless and looked straight at her. "Auntie, I'm a child, not a fool. It's only 6 coins. If you don't buy it, I'll sell it to someone else." The old woman blushed under his gaze and quickly changed her mind, saying she would buy it. She took out a cloth bag wrapped in layers from her bosom, counted out 18 copper coins, carefully weighed the rice bag to make sure it weighed about 3 pounds, and then handed over the money. Before leaving, she reminded him that if his family wanted to accumulate good karma in the future, they should just go to the 3rd house in the alley ahead to find her. After saying that, she quickly left with the rice bag, afraid that Su Changshou would change his mind. Su Changshou counted his money. Adding what he already had, he had 33 coins in total. He immediately bought 3 caddies of northeast rice from the mall, spending 15 coins, leaving him with 18 coins. Just then, Su Yutian ran over carrying steamed buns wrapped in lotus leaves, calling out to him how he had ended up here, making him search for him for ages. Su Changshou held up the bag of rice in his hand and said that he had just come to buy rice. Su Yutian was shocked when he saw it. How come his rice is so clean? We only have enough money to buy 3 caddies of brown rice. Su Changshou continued to make up a story without changing his expression. He said that he had just heard someone say that the grain store owner had eloped with his wife's younger sister and that the store was having a clearance sale. He went over to take a look and happened to buy this good rice at a low price. Su Yutian had no doubts whatsoever. On the contrary, he was extremely excited, saying that this kind of rice was worth at least 13 coins a pound, and that his younger brother was really lucky today. He was sure their parents would be happy to know. Su Changshou didn't want him to keep asking questions, so he hurriedly urged them to go home before it got dark. Su Yutian handed him the steamed buns and then took the rice bag. Su Changshou didn't open the steam buns, only saying they'd eat them when they got home. The two brothers walked briskly, and in less than an hour, they finally returned to Shaoyan village. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw their father and elder brother returning from the fields. Su Yutian immediately called out, "Dad, brother, we're back." Su Kaishi frowned and scolded them for returning late, saying it was almost dark and they still knew to come back. Su Zhangshi, however, came out of the house and spoke up for Su Changshou, saying that it was good for the child to go out for a walk after lying in bed for so long. Su Yutian held up the rice bag like he was showing off a treasure. "Dad, Mom, look what this is." The family gathered around, and when they opened the bag, they were all surprised. The bag was full of clean, good rice, and it was quite heavy, weighing at least 3 pounds. The family looked at the two brothers and asked where they got such good rice. Su Yutian immediately puffed out his chest and said that they bought it in town. But when they heard that they bought it, their family was even more puzzled. Where did they get the money? Su Yutian then started by digging for wild vegetables that morning and vividly recounted how he sold the rice for 25 coins, went to town to buy rice, and how the grain store owner eloped with his wife's sister and was clearing out his stock. 2 caddies of wild vegetables for 25 coins? The grain shop owner eloped with his sister-in-law. The family found it increasingly absurd and stared at them suspiciously. Su Changshou stood to the side, still looking dazed, not saying a word, just watching his second brother talk animatedly. Although no one completely believed it, bringing back good rice was ultimately a good thing, and no one pursued the matter further. At night, Su Kaishi and Zhang Xiao looked at the bag of rice and whispered, "Such good rice. What fool would sell it cheaply?" Only that blockhead second brother would believe it. Is Changshou hiding something from us? Deceiving Su Yutian was easy, but fooling his parents wasn't so simple. Su Changshou knew in his heart that the secret of the mall must not be exposed. But in the future, he would definitely do more inexplicable things, and he could only let his family gradually get used to these illogicalities. After all, in the future, he might even magically transform into a living person. Su Changshou propped his head up with his hand, thinking about the future, and gradually felt more at ease. That evening, steamed rice and rice porridge were laid out on the table, something Su Changshou had insisted on. No matter how difficult things were at home, everyone had to be fed. He and his second brother had traded wild vegetables for white rice, so he naturally had a say in the matter. Su Kaishi and his wife didn't object and, unusually, cooked a thick rice porridge. However, Su Changshou's bowl contained white rice steamed from northeast China rice, while the others ate the brown rice that his grandfather had sent. The rice porridge, on the other hand, was made with northeast China rice, and it was soft, tender, and fragrant. The 2 steamed buns bought from town were carefully divided into several portions, and everyone took a bite, with a larger portion reserved for Su Changshou and Su Xiaomei, the 2 children. The family ate in peace, a rare treat, and Su Changshou cherished this warmth. But then he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen his sister-in-law, Zhang Chunyi, since waking up. He asked, "Brother, has sister-in-law gone back to her parents' home? Hasn't she returned yet?" Su Dagui's expression froze, and he stammered, unable to speak. Su Changshou's heart sank. In these days, it was never a good thing for a married woman to be taken away by her family. Zhang Chunyi was an honest and kind person who never complained about her sickly brother-in-law. Clearly, she wasn't driven away by the Su family. It was just that the Su family was too poor to keep her. Su Kaishi sighed and said on behalf of his eldest son, "After you fell ill, the family was struggling to make ends meet in order to pay for your treatment. Your sister-in-law's family couldn't bear to see her suffer, so they took her back home." The dinner table fell silent instantly. Su Changshou recalled how his predecessor's illness had ruined his entire family, even causing his elder brother's wife to leave him. This strengthened his resolve to make money, to make more money than he could ever spend. Only with food and money in the family could they gradually rebuild their lost days. "Shall we go and bring my sister-in-law back?" Su Changshou said. Hope immediately lit up Su Dagui's eyes as he looked intently at his father. Su Kaishi, however, looked worried. "Will the Zheng family agree?" Su Changshou asked. "As long as we have money and food, will my sister-in-law be able to come back?" Su Kaishi nodded. "Your sister-in-law has never complained about our family. Our in-laws just feel sorry for their daughter. If we can really make a living, they won't stop us." "Then let's go make money," Su Changshou said, but everyone's expressions were complicated. Making money wasn't easy. The family was so poor they couldn't even keep their daughter-in-law. Su Changshou suddenly asked, "Father, mother, have you ever seen a transparent chicken or duck egg?" Su Kaishi frowned, thinking his son had gone mad again. Where in the world are transparent eggs? Could he be delirious? Su Changshou immediately said that when he went to town to buy rice today, he heard people talking about a method in the South that could make chicken and duck eggs look yellowish-orange and semi-transparent. That stuff has a unique texture, and most importantly, it's rare. If the Su family could make it, they could make money from this business. This was exactly the preserved egg business he had in mind. Reselling rice from the market was ultimately inconvenient, and selling poetry and making soap would be too conspicuous. In today's world, powerful officials are far more terrifying than the law. If you bring out something too extraordinary, you might not be able to keep it, and it could even implicate your entire family. Century eggs, on the other hand, are just an ordinary food. They can be sold in large quantities with low profit margins. Even if someone covets them, the worst that can happen is that they hand over the recipe, and it won't lead to any major disaster. Su Zhangshu was tempted, but still said regretfully, "Even if it really can make money, we don't know how to do it." What's the use of saying all this? Su Changshou put down his bowl and said calmly, "Mother, I know how to make it." Everyone at the table stared at him. Who wouldn't keep their secret money-making methods tightly guarded? It was hard to believe a 6-year-old child claimed to know them. Su Changshou lied without batting an eye, saying he'd overheard someone telling him the recipe in casual conversation, and he'd memorized it all. He then recited the recipe: 100 chicken or duck eggs, 3 caddies of quicklime, 2 ounces of coarse salt, a handful of cypress branches, plus rice husks and wood ash. The crowd, hearing his detailed explanation, began to believe him somewhat. Su Kaishi pondered for a long time before finally saying, "Whether it works or not, we'll have to try." But they had no eggs at home, and buying them in town would cost money. Su Zhangshu reminded them that they only had a little over 100 coins left, which was saved to buy grain. If the attempt failed, the whole family would go hungry. Su Kaishi gritted his teeth and made a decision. "It's not easy to find a way to make money. I won't be satisfied if I don't try it. Let's buy 10 eggs first, which will only cost 20 coins. And so, the plan to make preserved eggs was decided. Meanwhile, in a house without a plaque in Yinzi Lane, the lights were on. In such a year, ordinary people wouldn't dare to light so many lamps. This family was clearly not ordinary. A fair-skinned man in his 30s with a beard put down his chopsticks and exclaimed, "This cold dish is really appetizing. It tastes bitter at first, but the aftertaste is sweet. It's getting rarer to find wild vegetables these days." He then lamented that a few days ago he had asked his housekeeper to buy some, but he had searched almost half the county and still couldn't find anyone selling wild vegetables. The girl sitting opposite him was Lu Luoling. She said, "My daughter bought this today from a 6-year-old child in Shaoyan village. He said he found it deep in the mountains. During the famine, life was hard for the people." Lu Wan, rubbing his belly, instructed his daughter to make sure to pay the full amount when the grain was harvested and not to take advantage of the poor. Lu Luoling smiled and massaged his shoulders, telling him not to worry, that he knew her own character well enough. Luan was still worried. His daughter, living alone in Swallow Lane in town, wasn't safe enough. She should come back to the county government residence with him. She should also be more dignified, like a proper young lady. This magistrate of Manhwa County wasn't greedy or lustful, but he had a particular fondness for food, and yet, when it came to his daughter, he could never get along with her. Lu Luoling refused outright, saying that there were always some glib-tongued people visiting her father's residence, which annoyed her. She had finally moved out of the residence last month and now lived freely in Yinzi Lane. She had no intention of going back to be controlled. Luan had no choice but to compromise and let her bring Xiao Chui to keep her company. Xiao Chui was left at the residence and cried all day long. Lu Luoling, however, saw through her father's intentions at a glance. Xiao Chui would clearly inform him. Luan quickly said that he was only concerned about his daughter and would never ask about Xiao Chui again, and would send someone to accompany her tomorrow. The father and daughter chatted casually, while on the other side, the Su family was about to experience a truly momentous event. The next day, the whole family got up early at dawn. Su Kaishi was taking Su Changshou to town to buy eggs. This was the first step in the family's business, and success or failure depended on this. Su Changshou hurriedly ate a piece of multigrain pancake and was led by his father towards town. Su Kaishi felt sorry for his son and carried him almost the entire way, making it even faster than the day before when he and Su Yutian entered town. On the way, Su Changshou bought 3 caddies of brown rice for 6 coins at the market. When the father and son arrived in town, they bought 10 eggs for 20 coins. They had other ingredients at home or could find them in the mountains, so there was no need to spend more money. After buying the eggs, Su Changshou suddenly said he needed to urinate, broke free from his father's hand, and ran into an alley. Su Kaishi didn't think much of it, assuming the child was just shy, and stood there waiting. Su Changshou, however, knocked on the door of the 3rd house in the alley. The woman who opened the door recognized him. Su Changshou looked up at her with a blank expression and said that his aunt was dying and his grandfather had asked him to sell some more rice to do good deeds for her. Upon hearing this, the woman adopted a condescending tone and said that he was lucky to have met her, as others might not be willing to do such a thing. "Still 3 caddies?" she asked. Su Changshou didn't care about her attitude. He just wanted to get the money as soon as possible. He nodded and said 3 caddies for 18 coins. After the money was exchanged, he immediately ran back to his father, grabbed Su Kaishi's hand, and said they could go home now. Father and son set off on their journey back to Shaoyan village. Su Changshou felt a sense of relief as he checked the 30 copper coins in his pocket. When they arrived home, pine branches, wood ash, and quicklime were already prepared. The whole family tightly closed the courtyard gate, and Su Xiaomei was made to stand guard in the yard. This was a recipe for making money. It absolutely could not be seen by outsiders, and even more so, it could not be leaked. Following Su Changshou's instructions, quicklime, wood ash, and salt water were boiled together. After cooling, wheat bran and rice husks were mixed in, and then each egg was wrapped and placed into an earthenware jar. Su Kaishi carefully moved the jar to a shady corner and piled stones around it, afraid that someone might accidentally break it. This jar carries the future of the Su family. Now, besides Su Changshou, it's the family's most treasured possession. Based on his past life's experience, Su Changshou told everyone that it would be ready to eat in about 7 days. Su Kaishi stroked his son's head and said that if they succeeded, Su Changshou would be the family's greatest contributor. Su Daguwei was even more excited, saying that when they had money, they could bring Chunny back. That night, Su Changshou quietly slipped into the kitchen, bought a pound of northeast rice from the market for 5 copper coins, and poured it into the rice jar. He thought for a moment, then added the bag of rice he'd brought back the day before, mixing it with the brown rice. That way, his family shouldn't be able to tell the difference. Satisfied, he returned to his bed and quickly fell asleep. Early in the morning, Su Zhangshi went into the kitchen to cook and noticed that there seemed to be more rice in the rice jar than usual, while the rice bag on the table was empty. She quickly called Su Kaishi over and said that the good rice that Changshou had bought yesterday had been poured into the rice jar by someone and mixed with the brown rice. Su Kaishi immediately understood. It must have been Su Changshou who did it secretly. The child didn't want to eat the good rice alone, so he mixed the good rice with the brown rice so the whole family could eat it. As for the extra pound of rice that Su Changshou added later, Su Kaishi naturally didn't notice. At breakfast, everyone's bowl contained brown rice. Su Daguwei had just taken a bite when he asked in surprise, "Why does today's brown rice smell so much better than usual?" Su Yutian and Su Xiaomei also looked up at their mother. Su Zhangshi then told them that Su Changshou had mixed in some good rice. She instructed the children that Su Changshou, at such a young age, already knew how to care for his family, and that as his older siblings, they must never let him suffer any injustice in the future. Su Daguwei and Su Yutian immediately agreed, saying they would definitely protect their younger brother. In fact, Su Changshou had always been in poor health, and the family was used to putting him first in everything. Su Zhangshi brought it up again out of habit, but Su Changshou felt pressured by his family's favoritism. He was cured and shouldn't let his family continue to pamper him like this. But looking at his warm home, he secretly vowed to make the Su family's life better and better. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, Su Changshou bought another 11 caddies of coarse rice from them all, leaving him with only 3 coins in his hand, but he still had about 8 caddies in his storage space. He secretly added rice to the rice jar a few times, and Su Zhangshi felt that the family's grain was being consumed too slowly recently. Although she was puzzled, she couldn't figure it out and could only assume that she had a bad memory. The Su family's previously tense food crisis was temporarily relieved as a result. On this day, the courtyard gate was closed again, and Su Xiaomei was once again assigned to keep watch outside. Today was the day the Su family would open the jar to inspect the eggs. 5 people sat in a circle, their eyes all fixed on the earthenware jar in the center. Inside were not just 10 eggs, but the family's hope for a better life. Su Kaishi's palms were sweating with nervousness as he asked if they should open it now. Some said yes, others worried about the time available and wanted to wait a couple more days. In the end, everyone gritted their teeth and said, open it now. Su Kaishi took a deep breath, finally made up his mind, and reached out to open the jar. There was no flash of golden light, and the room was quiet, with only an indescribable strange smell lingering in the air. Is it spoiled? Someone couldn't help but worry. Let's crack one open and see. Su Kaishi picked out an egg and carefully peeled off a corner. Seeing the pale yellow color inside, he was immediately delighted, and his hands moved faster. Once the eggshell was completely peeled off, a translucent, warm-colored egg lay quietly before everyone's eyes. Wow, it's so beautiful. Changshou, is it done? Su Changshou nodded immediately upon seeing the familiar color. It's done. We succeeded. It looked almost exactly like the preserved eggs he had seen in his previous life. He couldn't mistake it for anything else. After days of tension, the family finally erupted in cheers, followed by a long sigh of relief. How do you eat this? Su Changshou asked. You can eat it directly, add it to porridge, or cut it up and make a cold salad. Su Kaishi immediately made the decision. Cut it open and try it. The egg was carefully cut into 6 pieces, and everyone, including Su Xiaomei, received a small piece. Some people frowned and said the taste was strange, but not bad. Some thought it tasted good, and some swallowed it whole without even tasting it. After the family tasted it, they all felt that although it was novel, there might actually be someone willing to buy it if they sold it. Su Kaishi asked, Changshou, what should we call this egg? Su Changshou said, the original name, Changdan, doesn't sound good, so let's change the name to Amber Egg. It's a noble name, and noble people might like it more. Everyone agreed that it was a good idea. The word amber certainly sounded more respectable than preserved egg. But once the name was decided, the price became a problem. Making a single amber egg cost nearly 3 coins. The family's gaze unconsciously fell on Su Changshou. He was the one who brought up the matter, and now even the name was up to him. Su Changshou had already planned ahead. We can't sell it too expensively. No important person would waste money. We'll make small profits, but sell in large quantities, 5 coins apiece. 5 coins wasn't cheap for ordinary people, and they might not be willing to buy it every day. But for the wealthy and powerful in town, it was nothing. It allowed ordinary people to try it occasionally, and it also allowed the rich to buy it regularly. Moreover, the profit wasn't excessive, so it wouldn't attract too much envy. Su Kaishi nodded in agreement. Changshou is right. We'll sell them for 5 coins. Then he added, let's try selling them in town first. If they sell well, we'll go to the county and buy some raw materials while we're there. Su Daguwei immediately volunteered, saying he wanted to go too. How well the amber egg sold was crucial to Chunny's return, so he was naturally very concerned. He hadn't seen his wife for a long time and missed her terribly. Su Changshou chimed in, Father, I'll go too. I know a sister who should like it. He still had 8 jin of coarse rice, which he wanted to give to his aunt to accumulate merit. Su Kaishi didn't refuse. He carefully wrapped the remaining 9 amber eggs in wheat straw, put them in the basket lined with straw, and covered them with another layer of straw. The father and his 2 sons headed towards Huagang town. Upon arriving in town, Su Daguei, following Su Changshou's instructions, called out, Take a look. Look, crystal clear amber eggs. His novel sales pitch quickly attracted a crowd. Someone asked curiously, Brother, what are amber eggs? Su Kaishi took out a half-peeled egg and introduced it to everyone. This is a dish made with my family's secret recipe. It's crystal clear and has a unique flavor. Some people could tell it was made from an egg and found it increasingly amazing. How can an egg be made so clear? How much are these? 5 coins each. Upon hearing the price, someone immediately shook their head. Eggs are only 2 coins. This is too expensive. Su Changshou immediately chimed in. Making these requires precious materials, and the process is complicated. This price is just to earn a living from our hard work. My father even injured his hands while making these amber eggs. He thought to himself, cutting my hand while separating the eggs is an injury I got for the amber eggs, isn't it? Hearing this, the onlookers imagined the difficult process of making them, and some were actually willing to pay to try one. Give me one. I'll get one too. Some people complained that it was too expensive, grumbling that 5 coins could buy 2 eggs, and turned to leave. Su Changshou was in charge of explaining how to eat them, while Su Dague was in charge of collecting the money. After an hour of work, 5 out of 9 eggs were sold. Most people were just there for the spectacle. Only a minority were actually willing to spend money. These days, people are used to saving wherever they can. Su Changshou suddenly said, "Father, I'm going to find that sister. She'll definitely buy our eggs." Before Su Kaishi and Su Dague could react, he grabbed the amber egg and ran off. Su Kaishi called after him to slow down, but could only shake his head helplessly. Su Changshou followed the trail to Swallow Lane and, sure enough, saw the largest mansion there. He immediately knew this family was either very wealthy or powerful. He hadn't come to the wrong place. The door opened, and out came a pretty girl of about 16 or 17 with a ponytail who looked like a maid. "Little brother, who are you looking for?" Su Changshou replied, "I'm looking for Sister Lu. I sell wild vegetables in Shaoyan village." Sister Lu said, "I can come here to find her if I have anything good." The girl turned around and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Miss, there's a little boy selling wild vegetables looking for you." The shout startled Su Changshou, who couldn't help but think to himself, "These two, master and servant, are so alike." Soon, a young girl in an embroidered silver brocade dress hurried over, then deliberately slowed her pace at the door, her joy barely concealed. "Chuyer, is that Xiao Changshou? Xiao Changshou, is it really you?" Lu Luoling glanced around and, seeing no one else was around, immediately smiled and extended her hand. "Let your sister pinch your cheeks." Su Changshou inwardly scoffed. "So you're not pretending now that there are no outsiders, huh?" But for the sake of business, he obediently stretched his face forward. The customer is king, and even this small request from a king must be fulfilled. After Lu Luoling had finished pinching his face, Su Changshou spoke up crisply, "Sister Lu, I have amber eggs made with a unique recipe. Would you like to try them?" At this moment, Lu Luoling was clearly captivated by his face, and Su Changshou felt that this was probably the best time to sell to her. He couldn't help but wonder if he was doing a face-shaming business on the side while selling eggs. "Amber egg? Is this it? It looks like it's made from an egg." Lu Luoling took the peeled amber egg and examined it carefully. Su Changshou then repeated the same explanation and instructions on how to eat it to Lu Luoling. Upon hearing the price, Lu Luoling didn't even wait for him to say it before stuffing the peeled amber egg into her mouth and taking a bite. Delicious. How many are left? I'll take them all." Su Changshou stared in astonishment and quickly took out the remaining eggs. "Not counting the one you have, there are 3 left, 5 coins each." "Xiao Chui, get the money," Lu Luoling instructed while eating. Su Changshou took the 20 copper coins and immediately stuffed them into his pocket. The wealthy were indeed different. They didn't even ask the price, just bought everything. Lu Luoling tasted the flavor and then remarked that the amber eggs could be used to make many dishes, and she planned to order 20 more. Su Changshou's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. "Okay, 50 coins for the deposit." He was just worried about not having enough money to buy things in the mall, and this pre-order came at the perfect time. Lu Luoling called him a little money grubber, but she still let Xiao Chui pay the money and even reached out to pinch his little cheek. For the sake of 50 coins, Su Changshou tolerated it. After taking his leave, he immediately bought 3 caddies of coarse rice from the market and ran to the alley where the old woman lived. Adding the 8 caddies of coarse rice he already had in his space, he sold a total of 11 caddies and accumulated 66 coins for his aunt, for good luck. He now had 133 coins in his hand. After deducting the 20 coins he gave to his father, he had 113 coins left. Eggs in a mall cost 1 coin each, with a daily limit of 20 eggs. Su Changshou didn't hesitate and bought the full 20 eggs. Back with his father and elder brother, he handed over the 20 coins he had earned from selling eggs. "Father, I've sold all 4. Su Dague was overjoyed. They had only sold 5 eggs after a long time, but Su Changshou had sold out all his stock at once. Seeing him carrying eggs, Su Dague quickly asked what was wrong. Su Changshou then said that Sister Lu thought the amber eggs were delicious and ordered 20 more. These 20 eggs were a gift from her, and he would charge 3 coins per egg. Upon hearing this, Su Dague was even happier. 20 amber eggs meant 60 coins in income. The more money the family earned, the closer he would be to bringing his wife home. Su Kaishi immediately decided to buy more eggs and salt to make another batch of amber eggs. By the time the family returned to Shaoyan village, it was already dark. They locked the doors and began their family meeting. Su Kaishi spoke first. Judging from today's situation, this amber egg business can continue. The whole family beamed with smiles. After suffering for so long, the Su family had finally found a way to make money. Su Dagui then praised Su Changshou, saying that the fact that they were able to sell out the amber eggs today and even get a large order for 20 was all thanks to his younger brother's talent. But Su Changshou raised a more crucial question. Most ordinary people can't afford amber eggs. This isn't a sustainable market. We need to find a way to sell them to wealthy people. The family was immediately stumped. They were just farmers. How could they possibly know any rich people? Su Changshou shared his idea. Let's partner with restaurants. As long as they're willing to stock our amber eggs, we won't have to worry about sales. Su Dagui was the first to react. The wealthy people in town often dine at restaurants. Once the amber eggs are sold there, more people will naturally know about them. Su Kaishi made a decision. Once this batch of eggs was ready, they would go to each restaurant in town to sell them. If they could secure deals with just one or two, the business would be stable. No one dared to delay. They worked through the night to make amber eggs from the newly purchased eggs and place them in jars to pickle. 7 days later, all 50 amber eggs were taken out of the jar. The family gradually got used to it, and the rice in the rice jar never decreased. They even had a meal of rice every day. After breakfast, Su Kaishi, along with Su Dagui and Su Changshou, headed to town again. Su Changshou first said he was going to deliver goods to Sister Lu. Su Kaishi felt that the Lu family had patronized their business, and they should personally visit to express their gratitude. Su Changshou quickly stopped him, saying that she was a young woman and it wasn't appropriate for her to see male customers. In reality, he was afraid that his father and elder brother would follow them and expose his relationship with Lu Luoling. Before Su Kaishi could reply, he had already run off. Upon seeing Lu Luoling, Su Changshou handed 20 amber eggs to Chui'er. Lu Luoling cupped his little face in her hands and smiled, saying that amber eggs were especially delicious when cooked into porridge and that her father liked them very much. She said that 20 eggs would be sent over every 10 days from now on. It turned out that Lu had dined here a few days ago, and after tasting the amber eggs, he praised them highly and even planned to take some back to share with his colleagues and superiors. Now, Su Changshou had landed a truly long-term, large order. He obediently let Lu Luoling pinch his cheeks until he was satisfied before taking his leave. His purse now contained another 50 coins as the final payment and another 50 coins as a deposit from the Lu family. Afterwards, he took 10 caddies of unpolished rice to see the old woman. This time, the old woman didn't buy it directly, but offered to help him resell it for only 5 copper coins per caddy, making a small profit herself. Su Changshou agreed. This amount of money from reselling unpolished rice was nothing now, and since he had to travel with his father and elder brother for business and couldn't leave often, having the old woman help him sell the rice was perfect. The old woman accepted 10 caddies of rice, paid 50 coins, and said to send more rice whenever possible. Su Changshou took the money, turned, and ran out of the alley. He still had 10 caddies of unpolished rice and 43 eggs stored in his spatial storage. The money he had saved up earlier had been almost entirely spent on rice and eggs in the past few days. He hadn't taken out all the rice at once before, fearing the old woman would suspect how a child could carry 20 pounds of rice, or that she wouldn't be able to finish it all. Now that the old woman wanted to continue collecting rice, he simply brought out the remaining 10 pounds as well. The old woman watched as he brought out another bag of rice from somewhere. Although she was puzzled, she didn't ask any questions. She guessed that the adults in Su Changshou's family were nearby, which made her even less likely to cheat the child. After receiving 100 coins and deducting the cost of rice and eggs, Su Changshou had a little over 200 coins left. Of these, 60 coins had to be given to Su Kaishi as the final payment for Lu Luoling's batch of amber eggs, leaving him with only 142 coins. Su Changshou bought another 20 eggs from the mall for 20 coins, adding to the 43 he had saved, for a total of 63 eggs. He then headed towards Su Kaishi's place. He handed over the 60 coins, saying that Sister Lu had promised to send 20 amber eggs every 10 days, and was selling the remaining 60 eggs to them for 110 coins, even giving them 3 extra eggs as a bonus, and was even willing to pay on credit. Upon hearing this, Su Dagui couldn't help but exclaim that Miss Lu's family must raise quite a few chickens to have so many eggs. Su Changshou quickly changed the subject, suggesting they go to a restaurant to sell the amber eggs. Su Kaishi also felt that business was more important, and the three of them immediately headed to the Zuaishan restaurant. Su Kaishi didn't waste much breath, simply explaining how to make amber eggs. The restaurant chef immediately prepared cold amber egg salad and amber egg and lean pork congee, which the manager found very satisfying. Zuaishan restaurant immediately placed an order for 10 amber eggs daily. The three, surprised that they'd struck it off with their first restaurant, then headed to Uli restaurant. This time, Su Changshou directly mentioned that Zuaishan restaurant had already placed an order. Uli restaurant and Zuaishan restaurant were the only two large restaurants in town, and naturally, neither wanted their rival to monopolize the new dish. Without hesitation, the shopkeeper agreed to order 10 pills a day. Afterward, they visited several small taverns and heard that both of the two major restaurants had placed orders, and two of them were willing to buy a few to try first. The trip went much more smoothly than expected. A total of 47 amber eggs were sold, earning 195 coins and making a net profit of over 90 coins. Su Kaishi was in high spirits and said he wouldn't sell the remaining 3, but would take them home for his family to eat. He wanted to buy some more eggs, but Su Changshou stopped him. Lu Luoling had already said that she would give them 20 eggs every day for only 30 coins. He should use up what he had first and buy more tomorrow. Eggs were cheaper in the market, and Su Changshou certainly didn't want to waste money. This gave him a good excuse to go to town every day. Su Dagui was increasingly impressed. In this year, others sold eggs for 2 coins each, but Miss Lu only charged 1.5 coins, so she must have quite a few chickens at home. Su Changshou could only give a vague reply, saying she had raised them for 2.5 years, but silently apologized to Lu Luoling in her heart. Su Kaishi, however, earnestly stated that since Miss Lu had given her such a great deal, he would only charge her the cost price when selling amber eggs in the future, and would absolutely not make money off her. Farmers have their own principles. Lu Luoling was completely unaware of what was happening, and thus became the Su family's egg supplier. Back in Shaoyan village, nearly 200 copper coins were piled on the table, and the family was excited for a long time. Su Dagui counted on his fingers. Lu's eggs were cheap, and they could earn 3 coins per amber egg. The two restaurants need 20 pieces a day, which is 600 pieces a month. Su Dagui couldn't figure it out no matter how he tried, but Su Changshou gave the answer directly: 1,800 coins. Adding the one sold in small quantities, they could earn 2,000 coins a month, which is 2 taels of silver. Su Kaishi was overjoyed, and Zhang Xiu's eyes even reddened. Their hard times finally had hope. Su Changshou finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could earn 10 coins a day by reselling eggs from a market, which would amount to 300 coins a month. He could also earn 3 coins per pound by reselling brown rice, which would bring in another 270 coins a month. With this money in hand, it would be much easier to do other things in the future. The restaurant had agreed to deliver the first batch of amber eggs in 8 days, and after dinner, the family immediately began making them. The next day, Su Changshou asked Su Yutian to accompany him to town. Su Kaishi gave them 20 coins and told them to buy a pound of pork. Now that the family had a way to make money, they couldn't let the children suffer any longer. Su Changshou made an excuse to shake off Su Yutian, bought a pound of fattened pork belly from his spatial storage for only 10 coins. Then he turned into Swallow Alley, found a corner, took out 20 eggs, and went to meet up with Su Yutian. That day, an extra plate of scrambled eggs and a bowl of tenderly boiled pork belly appeared on the table. Although the seasonings were few, the children looked on with longing. Looking at this meal, which, though not lavish, was far better than before, Zhang Xiu was moved to tears. She took most of a bowl of eggs and pork belly from a plate and handed it to Su Yutian, asking him to take it to his grandparents. When the family was improving their meals, they couldn't forget their elders. Su Yutian picked up the bowl and ran off. The Su family's old house was less than a mile from their home. The old house was home to Su Shuli and his wife, along with their eldest son Su Kaihai, second son Su Kaijiang, and fourth son Su Kaikwan. Although the house was old, it occupied a large area. Su Shuli was sitting in the courtyard waiting for dinner when he saw Su Yutian running in and asked him what was wrong. Su Yutian placed the bowl on the stone table and said that his mother had sent it to honor his parents. Su Shuli was surprised to see that it was meat and eggs and asked where they got it. Su Yutian honestly replied that he bought it in town. Su Shuli, however, was reluctant to eat it, saying that Su Changshou had just recovered from his illness and they shouldn't waste money like this. He told Su Yutian to take the meat back to help Changshou recover. Su Yutian said he still had some at home, thinking about his own pork belly, and quickly ran off after saying goodbye. Su Yangshi heard the commotion and came out of the kitchen, followed by her daughters-in-law. When they learned that it was the third son's family who had brought a bowl of meat and eggs, they were all stunned. Zhao, Kaifeng blurted out. The third son's family must be rich now. How can they afford meat? Su Wangshi looked unconvinced. Just a few days ago, Lai Shun and Lai she had seen the third son's children digging for wild vegetables in the mountains. Where did they get the money? But although she didn't believe it, her eyes kept darting around, already planning to find out more. She was the one who forced the third son's family to separate and live independently, fearing that Su Changshou would be a burden to everyone. Now, the third son's family is actually eating meat, and their lives are getting better than their own. Isn't this a slap in the face? A pound of pork belly wasn't much to begin with, so half was set aside to honor the old man and his wife, leaving only a few pieces on the table. Su Kaishi and Zhang Xiua were reluctant to eat it, and although Su Dage was envious, he thought of giving it to his younger siblings. Su Yutian and Su Xiaomei stared at the meat, swallowing hard, but neither dared to touch it, as if eating it would be a waste. For the Su family, eating meat was something they never even dared to dream of, but now that it was right in front of them, no one was willing to eat it. Su Changshou couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he got up, picked up some pork belly, and put a piece in each person's bowl before finally taking one for himself. Eat up, everyone. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat meat in the future, so don't just stand there. Su Kaishi then realized that with the amber egg business, their livelihood was secured, so why be reluctant to part with these few pieces of meat? With the head of the household speaking, Su Yutian and Su Xiaomei could no longer resist, picking up pieces of meat and stuffing them into their mouths, chewing them carefully. Su Yutian exclaimed with delight, "It smells so good. I've never eaten such delicious meat before." The others had similar expressions. This family could hardly remember the last time they had eaten meat. Su Changshou also took a bite of the meat in his bowl. This was the first time he had eaten meat since he transmigrated, and the long-lost taste brought tears to his eyes. Su Kaishi said with emotion, "Thanks to Changshou, our family is able to eat meat. He has just recovered from a serious illness, and we must take good care of him from now on." Su Dagui immediately patted his chest and declared, "I'll protect my brother from now on." Su Yutian and Su Xiaomei echoed his sentiments, one saying she could protect her brother and the other saying she could take care of her older brother. The three siblings spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and Su Changshou felt somewhat helpless, but he understood in his heart that this family truly regarded him as family. After finishing the meat, Su Changshou brought up another important matter. "Dad, Sister Lu can only provide 20 eggs a day, which is definitely not enough to make amber eggs. Let's buy some chicks and raise chickens to lay eggs ourselves. The exchange shop can only buy 20 eggs a day, and eggs cost 2 coins each in town, so the family certainly can't afford to buy them every day. But if their own chickens laid eggs, they could save money and also nourish the family." Su Yutian and Su Xiaomei were clearly malnourished and should eat more eggs. Besides, a hen only lays eggs for a year at most, and even after that, the eggs could still be served. Su Changshou really went to great lengths to ensure his family ate well. Another point is that he can't take all the brown rice from the market to sell in town. In these times of year, if a 6-year-old child has a steady supply of cheap rice, it will inevitably arouse suspicion sooner or later. He has already planned to gradually reduce the amount of rice he gives to the old woman, and then leave when the time is right. He dares not reveal too much until he is able to protect himself. Su Kaishi was stumped. Raising chickens requires food. In addition to the eggs Miss Lu gave us, we need to raise at least 10 chickens if we want to provide the amber eggs. Each chicken eats about 6 caddies of food a month, so 10 chickens would be 60 caddies, which is almost the same as the food ration of a strong laborer. Su Changshou had already offered his explanation. Chickens don't need to be fed entirely with grain. I can take them up the mountain and let them find their own food. Su Kaishi was somewhat skeptical. Letting chickens roam mountain? Will that really work? I asked Sister Lu, and that's how she raises her chickens, which is why her eggs are so cheap, Su Changshou said, bringing up Lu Luoling, a professional chicken farmer, again. Su Kaishi hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Since Miss Lu says it's possible, let's give it a try. From now on, you can raise the chickens. If it works out, It'll be another source of income for the family. A major event for the Su family's future was thus decided at the dinner table. Su Dagui and his sister were overjoyed. Although some families in the village raised chickens, most only kept 1 or 2. If they raised 10, they would be the largest chicken farmers in Shaoyan village. Su Dagui also thought to himself that the better their family's life became, the more confident they would be when they brought Chunny back. The next morning, Su Kaishi led Su Changshou and Su Yutian to town, where they were going to buy chickens. There weren't many chicken sellers in town. Su Kaishi originally wanted Su Changshou to ask Lu Luoling, but Su Changshou was afraid of giving himself away, so he said that asking would easily mislead Lu Luoling into thinking they were looking for another egg seller. Su Kaishi thought about it and realized it made sense. He could only slowly inquire at the market, and finally found a way in an egg shop. The shop owner was a man in his 40s dressed in plain clothes. When he heard that they wanted to buy laying hens, he was a little skeptical. "You really want to buy them? Don't try to fool this old man." Su Kaishi said in a deep voice, "Of course it's true. We want to buy 10. The shopkeeper looked him up and down and sighed. "It's not that I doubt you. It's just that in this year, there aren't many people who can afford to raise chickens with extra grain." Su Kaishi's expression was not good. "You don't need to worry about the grain. We can afford it." The shop owner didn't say anything more and led the 3 of them to the back of the shop. The whole yard belonged to him, and as soon as they entered, they heard a dense chorus of chickens clucking throughout the yard. Su Yotian's eyes lit up. "So many chickens." The shopkeeper pointed to a chicken coop in a room and said, "Grain prices are too high. Raising chickens is simply unaffordable. I have a batch of hens here that will start laying eggs in another month. If you really want them, I'll transfer them to you." Su Kaishi opened the cage and looked inside. It was full of hens weighing about 1.5 to 2 pounds each, and they were already quite big. "How much?" 30 coins each. I guarantee you won't lose money." Su Kaishi immediately bargained. 30 coins is too expensive. 25 coins each. I'll buy 10. In this year, I'm afraid no one but me would be willing to take your chickens." The shopkeeper feigned reluctance, waving his hands repeatedly. All right, I'll sell them to you." But secretly, he was overjoyed. Yesterday, a merchant from the south said that there was also a drought there, and grain prices would likely rise further. He had planned to slaughter these chickens and sell them for meat anyway. Now that someone was willing to take them all, it was exactly what he wanted. Su Kaishi ultimately bought 10 hens for 250 coins, almost emptying the Su family savings. Fortunately, Lu Luoling's eggs wouldn't be settled until the end of the month, so the amber egg business wouldn't be delayed for the time being. When the family brought the chickens home, Su Dagui had already built a chicken coop in the yard. Tree branches formed a fence, and thick straw was laid inside, along with a shelter to protect them from the wind and rain. At night, once the coop door was closed, even weasels couldn't get in, and the 10 chickens finally had a safe place to live. Su Xiaomei clapped her hands, overjoyed. "We have chickens now. Does that mean we'll have lots of eggs to eat?" Su Kaishi patted Su Changshou's head and said with a smile, "Changshou, these chickens are yours from now on." The next morning, the villagers of Shaoyan village saw a 6-year-old child carrying a bamboo pole, herding 10 hens towards the back mountain. Su Changshou kept an eye on the flock, gently shooing back any that tried to wander off with the bamboo pole, looking just like a little chicken farmer. When Aunt Zhang saw him, she couldn't help but ask, "Changshou, whose chickens are all these?" "Mine," Su Changshou replied briefly, continuing to walk up the mountain with the chickens without stopping. Aunt Zhang stood there, her face full of doubt. Wasn't Su Laosan's family dirt poor? When did they suddenly become able to raise 10 hens? Soon, the news that Su Kaishi's family was raising chickens spread throughout the village. People working in the fields discussed it enthusiastically as they tended to their crops. Some people didn't believe it, saying that the Su family's 3rd branch was so poor. Where would they get the money to buy chickens? Others said that Aunt Zhang saw with her own eyes that 10 chickens followed Su Changshou to the back mountain, and there was no mistake about it. At this moment, Su Kaihai's wife, Su Wangshi, was carrying a basket and delivering food to the Su brothers in the fields. When she heard people calling her, she was startled at first, but then, upon hearing that it was about the 3rd brother's family, she immediately stopped. She had suspected something was amiss when the 3rd son's family had been sending meat and eggs to the old house. Now, with 10 chickens suddenly appearing, she became increasingly convinced that the 3rd son's family was hiding a secret. The others embellished the story, recounting Su Changshou's actions. Su Wangshi, intrigued, resolved to find out exactly what was going on with the third son's family. On the other side, in the open space behind the mountain, 10 little hens were clucking and pecking at the brown rice on the ground. Changshou had brought them up the mountain that morning, chosen a secluded spot, bought some brown rice from the mall, and scattered a handful on the ground. He said he took the chickens up the mountain to find their own food, but that was just an excuse to fool his family. The villagers have already searched up almost everything edible on the mountain. Except for the occasional child playing there, almost no one goes up the mountain. There aren't many grass seeds or insects left on the ground. If these chickens were left to forage on their own, they would starve to death sooner or later. Brown rice in the market costs 2 coins per pound. Feeding 2 pounds a day only costs 4 coins. That adds up to no more than 120 coins a month. And once these hens enter their egg-laying period, 10 hens can lay about 300 eggs a month. No matter how you look at it, it's a surefire way to make a profit. This was much more profitable than selling the eggs to the old woman and letting her resell them for profit. After the chickens had pecked the rice off the ground, it was noon when Changshou picked up a small bamboo pole and leisurely herded the chickens down the mountain. The chickens already knew that following Changshou meant they would have food, so they didn't run around much. As soon as Changshou reached the large banyan tree behind the village, he saw Wangshi standing there, and his expression immediately turned cold. Wangshi had deliberately waited for him on his way home, hoping to get the truth out of the child. She greeted him with a smile. "Oh, the chicken farmer is back? Tell me, where did you get these chickens?" Changshou didn't even blink and casually replied, "There's a chicken farmer in town who gave me his chickens because she thought I was pretty." As he spoke, he didn't stop walking and continued herding the chickens home, clearly not wanting to get entangled with her any longer. Wangshi was not about to believe it and immediately frowned. "Little brat, don't try to fool your old lady. Who would give you 10 laying hens just because you're pretty? If such a good thing really happened, I would go to town and have my Lai Shun stand there. Wouldn't I be able to bring back a flock of chickens too?" She had thought Changshou was young and could be easily fooled with a few scare words, but the boy was very slippery and wouldn't fall for it. Without turning his head, Changshou said, "If you don't believe me, fine. I'm going home for dinner." After saying that, he swung the bamboo pole in his hand, making a swishing sound, like a deliberately mischievous child. But the bamboo pole whistled in the wind, and Madame Su dared not get too close. If she would get hit, she would surely have a red welt on her body. She could only stand there, gritting her teeth and stamping her feet, spitting on the ground. "Ha, you sickly little brat. Wait until my son Lai Shun becomes a high-ranking official. Then let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. There will be a day when you'll be begging me." Changshou ignored her and herded the chickens home. Zhang Xiui had already prepared the meal and was waiting for the family to eat. Buying 10 chickens had exhausted their savings, and they would have to live frugally for a while longer until these amber eggs were sold. But no one complained. The Su family had always endured hardship, and now that life was gradually improving, everyone held on to hope. At the dinner table, Su Yutian, while eating his brown rice, suddenly said, "Dad, Mom, isn't our rice getting better and better?" Su Gogue nodded. "I also think that the rice tastes better than before." Su Kaishi glanced at Changshou and smiled faintly. As life gets better and better, everything tastes better. Changshou suddenly felt a little guilty and ate his meal in silence with his head down. The rice at home was certainly getting better and better, because the amount of brown rice in the rice jar was decreasing, while he was secretly adding more and more northeast rice. With more northeast rice making up the majority, the rice naturally tastes better. At this rate, it won't be long before the rice bin is full of northeast rice. As for why not add brown rice? With northeast rice to eat, who would want to eat coarse and hard-to-swallow brown rice anymore? Nobody wants to suffer for nothing. But this matter would be exposed sooner or later. His father's glance just now showed that Su Kaishi had already sensed something was amiss. Changshou lowered his head and ate his rice, wondering if he should find an opportunity to reveal some of his secret to his parents. In Huagang town, manager Hao of the Zuatian restaurant, with a friendly face, praised the amber eggs to Su Kaishi. These eggs were cooked according to the methods taught by the Su family, and several gentlemen in the town who had tasted them all said they were delicious. Now that Master Liu is holding his birthday banquet in 10 days, he especially asked the restaurant to purchase 50 amber eggs. Manager Hao then asked the Su family if they could deliver them on time. Su Kaishi was both surprised and delighted to hear this, and readily agreed, saying that he would definitely bring them along with the next delivery. Manager Hao reminded him that Master Lu was a prominent figure in town, and the birthday banquet must not be delayed. They then arranged a delivery date. As the father and son left the restaurant, Su Kaishi couldn't hide his smile. With such a large new order, their eggs were definitely not enough. They would need to buy more. Su Changshou nodded and said he would first go to Sister Lu's place to get the eggs he had saved up over the past few days, and then find a way to make up the difference later. However, he was also a little worried. Although the mall was good, it had purchase limits on redemptions, which was always inconvenient at crucial moments. After meeting Lu Luoling, he handed over the amber egg, then found a secluded corner to retrieve the eggs he had already exchanged, and met up with Su Kaishi. Passing by the grain store, Su Kaishi noticed today's rice price and couldn't help but sigh. Coarse rice had actually risen to 9 copper coins per pound. Su Changshou's heart sank. It seemed he couldn't go to that old woman to sell rice at a low price anymore. With grain prices soaring, offering ridiculously cheap brown rice would only arouse suspicion. Besides, brown rice could be used to feed chickens, so there was no need to continue taking the risk. Su Kaishi then remembered that they were almost out of salt, so he said they needed to buy another pound of coarse salt. Su Changshou immediately put on the act of a child eager to help, telling his father to rest there and that he knew where to buy salt and could go there to buy it. Su Kaishi nodded, instructing that coarse salt cost 16 coins per pound, and that 1 pound would be enough. He then counted out 16 coins from his purse and handed them to him. As he handed over the money, Su Kaishi gave his son a meaningful look, but Su Changshou was oblivious. He took the money and ran off into the distance. He hadn't noticed the salt shortage at home and hadn't exchanged it at the market. Coarse salt cost 1 coin per pound, and fine salt only 2 coins. Salt in the Great Xia dynasty was entirely government-run, and prices were never low. This round trip would net him a profit of 15 coins. Su Changshou slipped into a deserted corner, exchanged his salt for a pound of coarse salt, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as he held the salt shaker. He thought to himself that selling salt privately was a capital offense. Otherwise, this would be the real money-making business. But just as he turned to look for his father, he suddenly froze, his breathing becoming rapid. At the alley entrance, Su Kaishi stood there, arms crossed, blocking his way, staring at him with a complex expression. Su Changshou exclaimed in surprise, "Father!" Su Kaishi raised his chin, pointed to the coarse salt in his hand, and asked only one question. "Tell me, what happened?" Su Changshou asked tentatively if his father had seen everything. Su Kaishi nodded, saying that he had personally witnessed a jar of salt appear out of thin air in his son's hand. This was too unbelievable, but the facts were right in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. Su Changshou sighed and said he would tell her when he got home, and that he would call his mother along so he wouldn't have to explain it again. He had originally planned to reveal some things to his parents. Otherwise, he would have to keep it a secret when using the exchange mall, which would be really inconvenient. He just didn't expect that his father, who had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and looked honest and kind, would secretly follow him. Su Kaishi didn't press the matter further and pulled his son towards Shaoyan village. The father and son remained silent the entire way, neither mentioning the salt again. Upon returning home, Su Kaishi first made an excuse to send a Gue, Yutian, and Xiaomei away. The door was closed. Su Kaishi and Zhang Xiu sat at the table, with Su Changshou sitting opposite them. The jar of coarse salt sat on the table. Su Kaishi looked at her son and said in a deep voice, "Now you can talk." Su Changshou had already prepared his story on the way, so he brought up his previous coma. He said that while he was unconscious, he was in a trance and met an old immortal. When he woke up, he was suddenly cured, and it was that immortal who had healed him. A deity? Su Kaishi and his wife were stunned. They were just ordinary farmers who had heard tales of deities but had never actually seen one. 3 months ago, the entire village, led by the village head, had been praying for rain and good weather. Who could have imagined that their youngest son, who had been in a coma for so long, would actually encounter a deity? Zhang Xiu, her face full of curiosity, quickly asked what the immortal looked like. Su Changshou casually replied that it was an old man with a white beard and an air of otherworldly wisdom. Su Kaishi then asked if his son's illness was truly cured by an immortal. Su Changshou nodded, saying that otherwise, how could he have recovered as soon as he woke up? Su Kaishi suddenly looked enlightened, muttering, "No wonder." Zhang Xiu clasped her hands together and bowed in all directions, saying that it was thanks to the god's protection that her longevity was saved. She also said that since she had received the god's blessing, she must offer incense to them, otherwise the gods would be angry. Sukaisi notdet vipiten. Although peasants may not be very knowledgeable, they know that they should repay kindness received, even if the recipient is a high-ranking deity. Upon hearing this, Changshou quickly waved his hand. No need to offer incense. That deity doesn't eat incense, he likes money. The couple was stunned, their faces full of confusion. In traditional operas and stories, which deity didn't rely on offerings of incense? Why did their husbands seem to prefer money? Changshou could only explain that the deity needed money, so he made a deal with him. They would give him money, and the deity would give him what he needed. Kaishi opened his mouth wide, feeling that something was wrong no matter how he looked at it. The immortal you're talking about. Why does he look like a businessman? Seeing that his parents still didn't believe him, Changshou simply stretched out his hand and asked them to give him 2 coins, so that seeing was believing. Kaishi handed over 2 copper coins. The couple stared intently at Changshou, afraid of missing any detail. Changshou placed the coins in his left palm, extended his right hand, and said, "Watch carefully." The next moment, the 2 coins in his left hand suddenly disappeared, while a cloth bag appeared in his right hand without warning. Changshou handed over the bag, saying that this was the pound of coarse rice he had bought from the immortal for 2 coins. Kaishi took the cloth bag and opened it. Sure enough, it was filled with brown rice. The couple were completely dumbfounded. Kaishi gasped, and Changshou exclaimed in surprise. Only at this moment did they truly believe that the immortals their son had spoken of were real. The couple remained stunned for a long time, witnessing a bag of rice appear out of thin air. It was simply too shocking. Kaishi stared at his son and asked, "Did you make all that white rice in the rice jar home work like that?" Changshou readily admitted, "That's right. The 20 eggs that Sister Lu brings every day were also bought from the immortal by me. 1 coin each." Changshou then realized why someone was willing to sell eggs so cheaply. It turned out that it wasn't some rice shop owner who had run off with his wife's younger sister. She immediately brought up old grievances, glaring at Changshou. "You child, where did you learn all these crooked words?" Changshou could only blame it on Wang Xiaocai's storybooks, and Changshou immediately warned him to stay away from people who were full of bad ideas from studying. Changshou nodded hurriedly, shrinking back and not daring to refute. Kaishi, however, remembered something else. Since things were so cheap at the immortal's place, why not buy more? 20 eggs a day were hardly enough for the whole family. Changshou explained that one can't buy as much as one wants from the gods. There are limits on the quantity of eggs and brown rice. Nowadays, he can only exchange them for common grains, meat, and vegetables. He also casually mentioned that the brown rice he uses to feed his chickens was also obtained from the gods. After hearing this, Changshou sighed. It seems even immortals don't raise many chickens. Changshou was speechless for a moment and could only acquiesce. Then, Kaishi's expression turned serious. This matter must not be told to anyone else. It was the Su family's biggest secret. If it got out, Changshou would be in danger. Zhang Xiui quickly echoed. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Although they were farmers, they understood this principle. If anyone knew that Changshou could do business with immortals, it wouldn't just be Changshou who would be targeted. His entire family could be in danger. Kaishi made a decision on the spot. From now on, all the family's money will be entrusted to Changshou for safekeeping. Zhang Xiu added that they would have to find a way to conceal the origin of these things so that no one would suspect anything. Changshou finally asked the question that had been bothering him. When exactly did his parents start to suspect him? Kaishi patted his head and said it was when he brought back 3 caddies of white rice that time. Did they really think his parents couldn't see anything? Changshou thought to himself, no one is easy to fool, except for my second brother, Su Yutian. Zhang Xiui became happier and happier, feeling that Changshou was truly the Su family's lucky star. He had managed to get on the good side of things, and now there was finally hope for the future. Kaishi sighed, thinking Changshou had turned misfortune into blessing, and even stroked his chin, wondering if he should try making Su Yutian faint next time. Changshou silently prayed for his second brother. Fortunately, things had finally been cleared up, and he no longer needed to secretly add things to the family. He had also unexpectedly gained control of the finances. The exchange mall space could not only store exchanged items, but also deposit silver, so at least the family's money wouldn't be stolen. That day, the Su family's dinner table was exceptionally lavish, with a large bowl of pork belly, even more generous than the last time. There were also scrambled eggs, stir-fried vegetables, and a plate of amber eggs, with a heaping bowl of white rice in front of each person. Su Dague, Su Yutian, and Su Xiaomei were all dumbfounded. How could they possibly make ends meet if they ate like this? Zhang Xiui laughed and said that their father had bought all this from town, urging everyone to eat quickly. Actually, after learning that Su Changshou could get cheap things from the gods, she immediately pulled him into the kitchen. Su Changshou brought out some greens and fattened pork belly from the market and placed them on the stove. Zhang Xiui then chased him out of the kitchen and took over the cooking herself. The family was enjoying their meal, their mouths greasy with oil, when suddenly a voice called from outside. "De Gui's father, are you home?" The man who came was Uncle Lu, the village head. Su Kaishi quickly welcomed him into the house. The village head's eyes widened when he saw the meat, eggs, and white rice on the table. He rubbed his eyes before he could believe it. His family wasn't wealthy either, and they probably didn't eat much better than ordinary farmers. Seeing the Su family eating like this, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Su Kaishi politely invited him to eat with them, but the village headman waved his hand and declined, saying that he had come to deliver a document from the county. The county required each family in the village to send one adult male to help repair the city wall in the county seat. Su Kaishi immediately complained upon hearing this. The grain harvest was fast approaching, and the government was conscripting laborers without pay, forcing them to bring their own rations. The village head sighed and said that the northern barbarians had successively breached 3 cities, and the authorities had ordered all regions to reinforce their city walls to prevent the barbarians from continuing their southward advance. Su Kaishi's elder brother was also going. Originally, since the 2 families hadn't separated, only one person needed to contribute. But now that they had separated, each family had to contribute one person as if they were separate households. Su Kaishi hurriedly asked when they would leave and how long they would be gone, worried that it would delay the summer harvest. The village head said they would set off at the beginning of next month, with only 4 days left to prepare. If all went well, they could return before the summer harvest. In recent years, the imperial court's corvée labor has become increasingly heavy, completely disregarding the lives of the people. Last year, someone from the neighboring county was sent to serve, leaving his elderly mother unattended and starving to death. After seeing the village head off, the once lively Su family home suddenly became heavy with worry. Seeing everyone's distress, Su Kaishi pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's just repairing the city wall. It's not like we've never been there before." Su Dague immediately stood up and said that he was now an adult and could go in his father's place. Su Kaishi shook his head. Su Dague still needed to work at home, so he had to stay. Before leaving, they brought Chunny back so Su Dague could spend some time with her. Su Dague's eyes lit up instantly, and everyone else in the room looked up at Su Kaishi. Su Kaishi noted that he would soon be going to perform corvée labor, and no one could say for sure when he would return. Zheng Chunny's matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Su Dague's eyes reddened with emotion, and he quickly thanked his father. He had been looking forward to bringing his wife home for a long time. Early the next morning, Su Kaishi, along with Su Dague and Su Changshou, pushed a cart to the Zheng family's house in Dafu village. Since the Zheng family had taken their daughter away initially, and now the Su family was coming to pick her up, they had to show sufficient sincerity. The cart contained 10 caddies of brown rice, 1 caddy of coarse salt, 2 caddies of pork belly, and 10 eggs, all of which Su Changshou had bought from the Immortal Lord. These items only cost him 51 coins, but were worth 166 coins at market price, saving him a full 115 coins. The gifts were chosen after Su Kaishi and Zhang Xiu had discussed them. They weren't shabby, nor would they arouse suspicion that the Su family had suddenly become wealthy. Su Dague looked at the cart full of things, his heart filled with gratitude. He knew that his family had just sold the amber eggs and bought 10 chickens. They had managed to scrape together all of this for him. Su Kaishi urged, "We need to get back before dark." Su Dague immediately pushed the cart, and the 3 of them set off quickly. Su Changshou came along because Zheng Chunny usually doted on him the most. If the Zheng family deliberately made things difficult for them, This boy could at least put in a good word for them. Inside the Zheng family house, Zheng Chunyi was crying and arguing with her father, Zheng Laoguan. She said she had already married Su Dagui, and the couple had not divorced. So how could she marry someone else? Zheng Yangshu, however, coldly advised her that the Su family was so poor they couldn't even afford to eat. So why should she go back to take care of that sickly man? She should marry into the better-off Zhao family instead. Zheng Irma, the younger brother, was also fiddling with dice nearby, saying that he was 16 and still hadn't found a wife, so his sister should think about him. Zheng Chunyi then realized that her parents hadn't brought her back from the Su family out of concern for her suffering, but rather to sell her again. She cried, saying that she belonged to Su Dagui in life and in death, and would never remarry. Just as the Zheng family was in the midst of a huge commotion, Su Dagui's anxious voice came from outside the courtyard. "Chunyi, I've come to pick you up." Everyone went out and saw Su Kaishi, along with Su Dagui and Su Changshou, pushing a small car at the door. Su Kaishi smiled ingratiatingly, saying he had come to take Chunyi home. But old Master Zheng immediately demanded that they return the marriage certificate, saying that the Zheng family had already arranged another marriage for Chunyi. Su Dagui was struck dumb, completely stunned. His wife was about to be taken away. Su Kaishi's face was grim. Chunyi and Dagui had formally completed their wedding ceremony. How could they just get a divorce? Zheng Chunyi cried and shouted that she didn't want to marry anyone else and only wanted to go back to the Su family with her father-in-law. But old Master Zheng said sternly that the Zhao family had already given a string of cash as a betrothal gift and that she would be sent there tomorrow. Zheng Irma even spoke up for the Zhao family, saying that although Zhao Shi was lame, he could weave combs, and his sister would have a good life if she married him, and he also had the money to get married. Zheng Chunyi retorted angrily, "If you want to marry him, you marry him." Seeing his wife crying her eyes out, Su Dagui trembled with heartache and immediately vowed never to let her marry anyone else. Old Zheng, however, mocked the Su family, saying that with Su Changshou, a sickly man, they couldn't even afford a decent meal, and Zheng Chunyi wouldn't have a good life with them. With tears in her eyes, Zheng Chunyi loudly declared that she was willing to live a life of hardship with the Su family. Zheng Yangshu scolded her for siding with outsiders, but Zheng Chunyi gritted her teeth and said, "A woman follows her husband wherever he goes. Once she marries into the Su family, she's a Su family woman." These words completely ignited Su Kaishi's anger. He had come to pick up his daughter-in-law today with gifts, but the Zheng family wanted to sell their already married daughter again. This was simply outrageous. Su Kaishi made a decision on the spot. It was only one string of cash which the Su family could afford. He had to take Chunyi, his daughter-in-law, away today. Su Dagui was unconvinced and whispered that they should report it to the authorities. Su Kaishi, however, told him not to be impulsive. The local officials, aside from taking bribes, wouldn't bother with village affairs unless someone died. If they actually went to the yamen, they might get skinned alive. Moreover, Chunyi had done nothing wrong. If the matter were taken to court, her reputation would be completely ruined. Su Changshou sighed inwardly as he listened. Even in later generations, there was the saying that the law did not reach the countryside. Nowadays, the government would be even less concerned about the justice of ordinary villagers. Etiquette and laws can only restrain those who are willing to abide by the rules. When dealing with people like the Zheng family, reasoning is useless. The Zheng family's argument alarmed the nearby villagers, who gathered outside to watch the spectacle, some even jeering that old Master Zheng was going to sell his daughter twice. Old Master Zheng blushed with embarrassment, cursing everyone for talking nonsense and insisting that he was doing it for his daughter's own good. But he simply didn't believe the Su family could come up with even a single string of cash. The Su family had long been dirt poor from paying for Su Changshou's medical treatment and had even been evicted from their old house and forced to separate from the family. Where would they find so much cash? Su Kaishi declared loudly that even if they had to sell everything they owned, they would definitely raise the money. The Su family had accepted Chunyi as their daughter-in-law. The surrounding villagers cheered immediately. Upon hearing this, Zheng Chunyi's eyes welled up with tears, and she choked out, "Father." Su Kaishi told Su Dagui to guard the Zheng family's gate while he took Su Changshou back to raise money. He instructed them not to take Chunyi away before they returned. Su Dagui loudly agreed and plopped down on a stone in front of the Zheng family's gate. He declared that as long as he was alive, no one could take Chunyi away. Su Kaishi pushed the cart and led Su Changshou back to the village. Old Zheng mocked them from behind, saying that the Su family might have to sell a piece of land to scrape together that one string of cash. These days, farmers barely have enough to eat. They have no savings. Old Zheng refused to believe the Su family could produce a single string of cash in a day. On the way back, Su Kaishi asked Su Changshou in a low voice how much money the family had left. Su Changshou glanced at the savings in the shop and said there were about 1,400 coins left. This money was all they had earned this month from selling amber eggs and the previous sale of brown rice, after deducting the family's daily expenses. Su Kaishi considered the matter and decided that giving the Zheng family copper coins directly was not worthwhile. It would be better to settle the debt with goods, even if it meant giving more than he could afford, than to simply hand over money. He figured that the money would be more useful if he used it to exchange for things with the gods, and it would be a huge loss to give it to old Master Zheng. Su Changshou calculated that he could still exchange 35 jin of coarse rice from the immortal lord, which, combined with the things already in the cart, would be worth about 481 yuan. He then took out a bolt of coarse linen from the exchange shop, saying that a bolt of it only cost 131 at the immortal lord's place. Su Kaishi touched the linen and found that the quality was even better than what was sold in town. A bolt of coarse linen in town cost 520 coins, but this bolt was worth at least 600 coins, which was just enough. He had originally planned to spend 1,000 coins, but now he only spent 251 coins, and the gloom in Su Kaishi's heart immediately dissipated a lot. He rested with Su Changshou under the shade of a tree for an hour, feeling even more that old Master Zheng was unlucky. The gods favored the Su family. After their short rest, the two pushed the cart back to Dafu village. Su Daguwei had been anxiously waiting at the Zheng family's door, only breathing a sigh of relief when he saw his father and younger brother return. Su Kaishi first asked if the Zheng family had caused any trouble. Daguwei honestly replied that he had been keeping an eye on things and nothing had happened. Then, Su Kaishi deliberately raised his voice and shouted into the Zheng family's courtyard, "Old Master Zheng, I've come to bring you money." He wanted everyone in the neighborhood to hear and bear witness. After this incident, the Su and Zheng families had to be completely cut off from each other. The Zheng family soon came out and saw the car full of things. A crowd of onlookers gathered around, forming a group of more than a dozen people. Some people, unaware of what had happened, were mocked by onlookers who explained that Old Man Zheng had sold his daughter, and twice at that. Old Man Zheng was furious, his face turning ashen, but he could only swallow his anger. "Did you bring the money?" "Not a single penny less, not a single cent less." Old Man Zheng had given up all pretense of dignity. Su Kaishi said in a deep voice, "My family has no money. I'll offer grain and cloth as payment." As long as the goods were sufficient, Old Master Zheng immediately agreed. In those days, bartering was commonplace. Ordinary people might not have much money, but grain and cloth could still be exchanged for what they needed. Su Kaishi unloaded the items from the cart one by one and announced the quantities. 45 caddies of brown rice, 1 caddy of salt, 2 caddies of pork, 10 eggs, plus a bolt of hemp cloth, which was valued at exactly 1,000 cash. The onlookers immediately erupted in uproar. No one expected the Su family to actually be able to scrape together these things. Everyone knew that the Su family had originally been dirt poor, and some even cursed Old Master Zheng for being heartless, having sold his daughter twice. Old Zheng ignored them, focusing instead on examining the goods closely, growing happier with each inspection. Grain prices were soaring, making it more valuable than copper coins. The quality of the linen was also clearly superior to anything in town. This cartload of goods was worth at least 1,100 copper coins, meaning he had obviously gotten a good deal. Just as Zheng Laoguan was telling Zheng Irma to move the things into the house, Zheng Chunyi suddenly spoke up. "Wait, since father has accepted the money, let's sign the severance agreement." She looked at Zheng Laoguan, her tone calm but resolute. "The first time was when I married into the Su family. This time I'll consider myself sold to the Su family. From now on, I will never return to the Zheng family." Su Kaishi looked at his daughter-in-law with satisfaction and immediately nodded. "Yes, a marriage contract must be signed immediately." Zheng Laoguan, thinking that the goods had been obtained, immediately put on the appearance of a loving father and said that Chunyi was his precious daughter and that the Su family should treat her well in the future. Su Kaishi replied coldly, "Chunyi is my Su family's daughter-in-law, so naturally we will treat her well. But from now on, She has nothing to do with you anymore. If she causes a scene like today again, don't blame us for damaging the harmony between our two families. He invited the village head of Dafu village to sign a letter of severance on the spot. Both sides signed and sealed the document, each keeping a copy, and Zheng Chunyi completely severed ties with the Zheng family. With the matter settled, Su Daguai hurriedly grabbed Zheng Chunyi's hand. "Chunyi, let's go." Zheng Chunyi followed beside him, her eyes filled with excitement. Before leaving, she said to the Zheng family, "Since you have accepted the Su family's money and signed the letter of severance, I am no longer a member of the Zheng family. Please, father, mother, and brother, do not come looking for me again." Zheng Yangshe, however, was only focused on touching the bolt of linen, her face beaming with joy. She casually remarked that daughters grow up and leave home, completely disregarding her daughter's words. Seeing the family fussing over the goods, Zheng Chunyi's last shred of attachment vanished. Su Changshou called out sweetly, "Sister-in-law, let's go home." Zheng Chunyi hugged him tightly, feeling that this younger brother-in-law was even more considerate than her own brother. With the matter resolved, the three who came left as four. Su Daguai walked briskly, insisting that Zheng Chunyi and Su Changshou sit on either side of the small cart while he pushed it. On the way, Zheng Chunyi solemnly declared that she would not go anywhere else, but would stay at home weaving cloth to supplement the family income, take care of Su Changshou, and repay the debt as soon as possible. She assumed that the goods were borrowed by her father-in-law, but Su Changshou told her that his illness had been cured. Zheng Chunyi was both surprised and delighted. She hugged him, her eyes reddening, and repeatedly said it was God's blessing. Su Kaishi explained with a smile that the Su family was different from before. They now had a profitable business, and life had improved. All the goods were their own, and they had no debts. Zheng Chunyi looked puzzled, but Su Daguai pretended to be mysterious, saying only that they would know when they got home. The family hurried home and finally arrived before evening. As soon as Zheng Chunyi entered the door, she saw her mother-in-law busy at work, and Su Yutian was watering the vegetable garden in the yard. "Mother, Yutian." As soon as she spoke, everyone called out to her to come back, and the courtyard was filled with warmth. But when she saw the food on the table, she was stunned. Braised pork, scrambled eggs, and white rice. The feast was so plentiful that she dared not touch her chopsticks. She had been married into the Su family for almost 2 years and had never eaten meat. After the family split up, they often went hungry. This meal before her completely shattered her understanding. She couldn't help but wonder, was this still the impoverished Su family she remembered? The family explained the amber egg business from the beginning, and Zheng Chunyi slowly came to accept that her family had undergone tremendous changes. They didn't hide the recipe for the amber eggs from her either, and that very night Zhang Xiui pulled her aside and they made a batch of amber eggs together. This unwavering trust deeply moved Zheng Chunyi. She secretly vowed that she would never reveal the formula, even if it cost her life. Su Changshou, however, felt there was no need to value his life more than the formula. It was just a formula, and if someone threatened him with their life, he should still give it to them. The next morning, Zhang Xiua and Zheng Chunyi busied themselves preparing dry rations for Su Kaishi. He was going to perform corvée labor and didn't know when he would return, and his family couldn't send him meals to the county town every day. Therefore, at least 5 days' worth of food must be prepared, and a large jar of pickled vegetables must be prepared. Su Kaishi specifically instructed that the pickled vegetables should be as salty as possible, because building the city wall was extremely strenuous and involved a lot of sweating, and people would not be able to endure it without replenishing their salt. Salt used to be expensive, and he couldn't bear to eat much when he had to do corvée labor. After a few days of work, he would feel weak all over. Now that he knew Su Changshou could get cheap salt from the gods, he naturally wouldn't skimp on himself anymore. Su Changshou directly exchanged 2 jin of refined salt from them all. He used 1 jin to pickle vegetables and kept the other jin for the whole family. The original coarse salt was used to make amber eggs. For dry food, he chose flatbread, and the flour also came from them all, costing 5 copper coins per jin. The flatbread was salted, baked until dry and hard, and would not spoil for a long time. It could be eaten directly when hungry or soaked in hot water. Things that Su Changshou used to be hesitant to show off, he no longer hides. The vegetables in the mall are cheaper than in the market, and although his family's vegetable garden is free, the yield can't keep up with so many people. He secretly pulled Zhang Xiui aside and bought a few pounds of each of the seasonal vegetables, lettuce, water bamboo, and cucumbers by the stove, then had her tell everyone they were from the market. Changshou kept some for the family to eat at home, and pickled the rest, afraid that Su Kaishi wouldn't eat well while he was away. Seeing that more and more food was being packed, Su Kaishi quickly stopped him, saying, "That's enough, really enough. It would be such a waste if we couldn't finish it and it went bad." In the past, when he was doing corvée labor, he didn't even bring half the food he had this time, let alone now that he had prepared 4 kinds of pickled vegetables alone. Before leaving, he added, "After I leave, don't forget to deliver the amber eggs to those restaurants on time." Zhang Shui checked the package and replied, "I know. Have the Gui take Changshou to deliver it." Su Kaishi nodded, then looked at Su Dagui. "Dagui, ask Changshou for his opinion more often in the future. He has more ideas than you." Su Dagui looked resentful. "Dad, I am the older brother. Do whatever I tell you to do," Su Kaishi said sternly, and Su Dagui immediately lost his temper. Just then, the village head's voice came from outside the door. "Kaishi, let's go. Gather at the village entrance." Su Kaishi responded and picked up his luggage to leave. Zhang Shua followed him and whispered a reminder that there was smoked meat jerky wrapped in oil paper at the bottom of the bundle, divided into small portions, and that he should remember to eat it discreetly. Su Kaishi said that it was bad to bring this stuff, that it would be troublesome if someone saw it, but he still touched the luggage on his back and quickened his pace. This time, there were 37 able-bodied men from Shaoyan village serving corvée labor. Led by the village head, they gathered at the village entrance. The village head handed the list to the brigade that came to collect the men and said respectfully, "Sir, all 37 men from Shaoyan village are here. Please take a look." The constable glanced at the list and counted the number of people. He coldly instructed everyone not to cause trouble when they arrived, to work diligently, and to try to return home as soon as possible. The village headman quickly bowed, asking the constable to take good care of the villagers. The constable said no more and turned to lead the group towards the county town. On the way, Wang Si couldn't help but complain that the summer harvest was just around the corner, yet the imperial court was conscripting people for corvée labor, clearly disregarding the lives of the common people. He then turned to Su Kaishi and asked if they couldn't return before the summer harvest. Wouldn't the family's grain depend solely on Su Dagui's harvest? Su Kaishi didn't really want to talk to him and only replied indifferently, "I can go back." After saying that, she quickened her pace. Su Kaihai, who was next to her, chimed in sarcastically, saying that Su Kaishi's family only had 5 mu of land, and Su Dagui could manage it all by himself. Unlike the old Su family house, which had 35 mu of land, but fortunately there were still a few strong laborers. This time, Su Kaihai was performing corvée labor on behalf of the Su family's old residents, and he happened to be traveling with Su Kaishi. He and Su Wangshi had their own schemes when the family divided the property, and now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to say a few sarcastic remarks to Su Kaishi. Su Kaishi looked at him and said sarcastically, "According to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, a scholar can be exempted from corvée labor for 1 adult male per household. The Wang family has no able-bodied men, so why wasn't that spot given to you, elder brother?" His words left Su Kaihai speechless. He hadn't failed to have Su Wangshi plead with Scholar Wang. Scholar Wang was the only able-bodied adult male in the Wang family. He himself didn't need to serve, so the spot was indeed vacant. Over the years, the couple had treated their brother-in-law, Wang Xiaocai, with utmost respect, even ensuring their son Lai Shun received his full tuition. However, Wang Xiaocai refused, saying that using the exemption quota would leave a bad impression on the county magistrate. Su Kaihai grew increasingly angry. Back when Wang Xiaocai hadn't yet passed the imperial examination, Su Wangshi had frequently sent grain and money to the Wang family, and he had always turned a blind eye, hoping that Wang Xiaocai would take care of his family after passing the examination. To everyone's surprise, Wang Xiaocai refused to help with such a simple favor. In his eyes, this was clearly an ingrate. Su Kaihai remained silent in anger the whole way, while Su Kaishi, seeing his elder brother's discomfiture, felt relieved and unconsciously hummed a little tune that Su Changshou often liked to hum. Su Kaihai grew even more annoyed, so he quickened his pace, putting distance between himself and Su Kaishi, inwardly cursing himself for provoking him. After walking for half a day, the group finally arrived at the foot of the county town. The towering city walls were somewhat dilapidated. Their current corvée labor was for repairing them. Before long, the teams from other villages arrived one after another. Su Kaishi spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Old Zheng was also among the conscripts from Dafu village. Their eyes met. Old Zheng was smiling obsequiously at the constable leading the Dafu village team, seemingly discussing something. Su Kaishi cursed his bad luck and immediately turned his head away, refusing to look at him again. "Brother-in-law, you're here too." A familiar voice came from the group, not far away. Su Kaishi looked up and saw that it was his brother-in-law, Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu was only 23 years old, with a kind and honest appearance. He and Su Kaishi had always had a good relationship. When Changshou fell ill and his family lacked money for treatment, Zhang Lu had specially brought him a pheasant he had hunted, a kindness Su Kaishi always remembered. "Zhang Lu, you've also been conscripted for corvée labor?" "Yes, brother-in-law. 46 people came from Xia village this time, and I'm going too. It was arranged by my family." Both of them were very happy to meet relatives in this place. The corvée labor was all physical work, and even the villagers had to look out for each other, let alone their own brother-in-law. With officials maintaining order ahead, and 2 lines separating them, they didn't dare chat much, only agreeing to meet again after the lines dispersed. Seeing his younger brother and Zhang Lu talking so intimately, Su Kaishi couldn't help but sneer. "They're all just poor, wretched relatives." Su Kaishi immediately retorted. Even if a scholar's exemption from corvée labor were thrown away, it wouldn't be used by certain people. Su Kaishi's face darkened, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. He immediately regretted provoking his younger brother again. At this moment, the bailiff struck a gong and shouted, "Quiet down. Magistrate Lu has something to say." The gong silenced the surroundings instantly. A middle-aged man in a dark blue official robe stepped onto the makeshift wooden platform. It was none other than Magistrate Lu Qingmu. He told everyone that this conscription was for the construction of the Manhwa County City Wall. A month ago, the northern barbarians marched south and successively breached 3 cities. The barbarians were brutal. They massacred the inhabitants of the 3 cities after they captured them. The imperial court ordered all regions to strengthen their defenses, and the construction of the city walls was not only for the court, but also for the sake of everyone's wives, children, and elderly parents. Lu Qingmu told everyone not to slack off and to finish the work as soon as possible so they could go home sooner. The people below responded sparsely, but he didn't care. Giving a speech was just a routine matter. Soon, the constables led the villagers to the construction site. There's a row of shacks there where they would live for the next month or so. 10 people per shack. Find your own place. Put your luggage away and then come to the assembly point where we'll assign you tasks. As soon as the group dispersed, Zhang Lu ran to Su Kaishi's side. "Brother-in-law, let's stay together." Su Kaishi nodded and chose the 3rd shack from north to south. It got sunshine during the day and wasn't too damp at night, making it much more comfortable than other places. But as soon as he entered, he felt an ominous feeling. Su Kaishi and Zheng Laoguan had also chosen this place. They were clearly both veterans of corvée labor, their eyes on the same thing. However, Su Kaishi had no intention of changing locations. He was going to stay here for more than a month, and sleeping comfortably was more important than avoiding those 2 annoying people, especially with Zhang Lu by his side. After putting down his luggage, Zhang Lu asked about Changshou's illness. "I found a carpentry job and haven't had time to go see him." "How is Changshou now?" "He's fine. He's completely recovered," Su Kaishi replied with a smile, secretly thinking that this brother-in-law was much better than his own brother. Not far away, Su Kaishi tidied his bedding, but his ears were perked up. Hearing that Su Changshou had actually recovered, he felt a little disappointed. Soon, the shouts of the constables came from outside, and everyone hurriedly went out to assemble. During the forced labor period, everyone had to obey the orders of the government. The lightest punishment was a whipping, and the heaviest was a fine and imprisonment. No one dared to disobey. Zhang Lu and Su Kaishi were assigned to a group. With an hour and a half left before sunset, the constables made them start moving stones. When not allowed to rest for a moment, Zhang Lu complained as he put the stones into his carrying pole. Su Kaishi reminded him, "The work is ours anyway. Don't work too hard. Save your energy." Every time stones were transported, the clerk had to register it to tally everyone's work. Anyone who dared to slack off would not only be punished themselves, but might also result in the entire village having to pay more taxes the following year. Therefore, everyone knew to hold back, but no one dared to cheat or shirk their duties. Otherwise, they would not only be punished by the government, but also be talked about behind their backs by the entire village. When it was Su Kaishi's turn to register, the clerk suddenly called out his name. Su Kaishi? Su Kaishi looked up and was also taken aback. Wang Xiucai. The man in front of him was none other than Su Kaihai's brother-in-law, whom Su Kaihai always talked about. The two were acquaintances, but had no real relationship. Wang Xiucai nodded lightly, truthfully registered him, and didn't say another word. Su Kaishi didn't want to stay any longer, so he picked up his load and continued working. Zhang Lu asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, do you know that person?" "He's my eldest brother's brother-in-law, a scholar who just passed the imperial examination." Zhang Lu clicked his tongue, his face full of envy. A scholar. That's really impressive. Not long after, Su Kaihai and Wang Si also arrived carrying stones to register. Upon seeing Wang Xiucai, Su Kaihai immediately became excited. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing here?" Wang Xiucai remained calm, only saying that the county magistrate had been kind enough to invite him to be the clerk. In reality, it was the county registrar who had asked him to do some writing and calculations, and he would be paid 2 taels of silver per month. He was short of money and also wanted to take this opportunity to impress the county magistrate. If he could catch the magistrate's eye, he might rise to the top in the future. Su Kaihai, however, felt he had a powerful backer and immediately probed. "Brother-in-law, could you find me an easier job? This job is too tiring." Wang Xiucai refused directly. "Since we've been assigned work, just do it honestly and don't try to get special treatment." After saying that, he lowered his voice and reminded me, "This is the county magistrate's construction site, and we're all colleagues. Don't call me brother-in-law. Call me by my name, or call me clerk so as not to cause gossip." "Understood." Wang Xiucai's words were curt, and Su Kaihai, feeling embarrassed, could only mumble a reply. Wang Xiucai realized he had been too cold-hearted and added, "Come find me for something to eat after work. I'm a clerk, so my meals are decent." He didn't want Su Kaihai to say that he didn't even care about his relatives, ruining his reputation. Su Kaihai's gloomy expression immediately softened, and he hurriedly said, "Oh, brother-in-law, thank you, clerk." In his view, he and Wang Xiucai were of different statuses, and it was already a great favor that Wang Xiucai was willing to share a meal with him. After walking a distance, Wang Si couldn't help but tease, "Brother Hai, your brother-in-law isn't all that great. He didn't even offer to take care of you." Su Kaihai immediately defended Wang Xiucai. "What do you know? He's on duty here because the county magistrate values him, so naturally he can't show favoritism. The fact that he's willing to share his food with me shows that he still values me as his brother-in-law. It will be easier for him to take care of our family when he becomes an official in the future." As the sun set and construction work came to an end, the laborers returned to their shacks for dinner. Wang Si stared in astonishment as Su Kaihai brought in a bowl. "Brother Hai, white rice, shredded meat, and vegetables. Wang Xiucai really gave you that." Old Zheng, standing nearby, stared at the meager amount of food in his bowl and couldn't help but swallow. Su Kaihai said smugly, "How could it be fake? My brother-in-law just gave it to me. Unlike some people who can only eat pickled vegetables with their poor relatives." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Su Kaishi. In reality, there was only a small amount of white rice in that bowl, topped with a layer of green vegetables and shredded meat. It was barely any rice. Although Wang Xiucai was a clerk, the food provided by the government was only enough for himself. If it weren't for appeasing Su Kaihai, he wouldn't have been willing to share it. Zhang Lu ignored Su Kaihai's sarcasm, took out a ceramic jar from his luggage, opened it, and placed it in front of Su Kaishi. "Brother-in-law, this is salted beans made by father and mother. Try it." Then he took out a bag of stir-fried wheat with salt, intending to soak it in water and eat it. The taste was so, but it was very filling. Su Kaishi said, "Don't eat that. I brought flatbread. Yak mine." He kept taking things out of his luggage. "This is a salty flatbread that your sister made. You can eat it after soaking it. There's also pickled lettuce, water chestnuts, cucumbers, dried radishes, and 2 salted eggs." After saying that, he took out 2 pieces of dried meat, one for each of you. Zhang Lu was already stunned, and when he saw the dried meat, he swallowed hard. "Brother-in-law, so much good stuff." Su Kaihai and Zheng Laoguan were equally dumbfounded. No one had expected that Su Kaishi's luggage contained such a sumptuous feast. Su Kaihai felt a pang of jealousy and couldn't help but speculate maliciously. The third son's family had previously sent meat and eggs to the old house, and now they were being so generous. Could it be that the old man had secretly given him some family heirloom? He scoffed. Some people are just too proud to admit their mistakes. They bring out all the good food they'll have for the next few days in one meal, and then they'll only be able to eat dry rations later. He didn't believe Su Kaishi could eat all that every day and thought that the other party was just showing off by bringing out all his best stuff. Families serving corvée labor usually bring some good food in their luggage. Otherwise, no one could endure eating only salted vegetables and dry rations every day. Su Kai also took out 2 cornbread buns and a jar of pickled vegetables. The little food that Wang Xiaocai gave them was only enough to taste. These are what they really needed to fill their stomachs. Zhang Lu bit into a salted egg, deliberately raising his voice. "It smells so good, brother-in-law. This egg is practically oozing oil." He hadn't forgotten that Su Kaihai had just called him a poor relative. Su Kaihai had initially thought that thanks to the food Wang Xiaocai had brought, he could be the center of attention in the shack. But looking at the flatbread, pickled vegetables, salted egg, and dried meat opposite him, his face immediately darkened, and even the shredded meat in his bowl didn't seem so appealing anymore. At this moment, old Zheng shamelessly moved over and said with a forced smile, "In-laws, you can't finish all this food. Can you share some with me?" Su Kaishi didn't even look up. Zhang Lu is still growing. There's not enough to eat. He directly picked up some dried meat and put in Zhang Lu's bowl. "Eat more, so you can grow taller." "Hey!" Zhang Lu immediately shoved the things in front of him towards his legs, trying to prevent Zheng Laoguan from reaching for them. Zheng Laoguan looked at the 23-year-old Zhang Lu, who was a head taller than him, and was speechless for a moment. He awkwardly moved back to his original spot, cursing inwardly, "What a load of crap." He then regretted offending Su Kaishi so badly. Otherwise, he could have at least gotten a piece of meat today. For the next few days, Su Kaishi consistently managed to pull out valuable items from his luggage, with eggs and dried meat almost always present. Su Kaihai and old Zheng were green with envy, but dared not rummage through his belongings. Stealing from others while performing corvée labor was a severely punishable offense by the government. The two grew increasingly curious about where Su Kaishi's family got all this food, so they kept trying to subtly inquire. But Su Kaishi had only one response: ignore them. As long as the recipe for the amber eggs remained secret, he didn't care if they knew his family was in the amber egg business. He just particularly enjoyed watching the two of them scratch their heads, looking frustrated but unable to get any information out of them. One word: awesome. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. That day, the bailiffs gathered all the laborers together, brandishing their whips and shouting sternly, "Today, the county magistrate is coming to inspect the area, so all of you better be on your guard. Anyone who dares to make a mistake in front of the magistrate will be whipped." In a corner of the construction site, Wang Xiaocai was bowing to an elderly man wearing a light blue official robe. "Thank you for informing me, uncle. I will certainly not bring shame to you and will make a good impression on the county magistrate." The old man solemnly reminded, "Don't call me uncle here. Call me Clerk Wang, or you'll cause gossip." "Yes, the student understands." Scholar Wang bowed again. Wang, the registrar, waved his hand and said, "I have to go back to the county office. When I accompany the county magistrate here this afternoon, I'll find an opportunity to let you show your face. Please take care, registrar." Scholar Wang respectfully watched the other person leave. This man was named Wang Yu, and he was the registrar of Manhwa County. Scholar Wang somehow found his family genealogy and discovered that he and Wang Yu were actually related. He visited the family many times, addressing them as uncle with utmost respect, and finally accepted them as half-relatives. The reason he was able to come to the construction site as a clerk was because Wang Yu remembered his nephew. In Huagang Town, Su Changshou told Su Degay to wait where he was, and then, carrying the amber egg, he ran all the way to the Liu family's house in Yanzi Lane. When Xiao Chui opened the door and saw it was him, she immediately greeted him with a smile, saying that her mistress had been wondering why he hadn't arrived yet. Su Changshou did not enter the house, but said in a soft voice that he was going to the county town with his elder brother to deliver food to their father, who was doing corvée labor to repair the city wall. He had long discovered that pretending to be a well-behaved and sensible child in front of a girl always softened her heart. This trick always worked. No sooner had she finished speaking than Luoling rushed out of the courtyard and pulled him in her arms. almost choking Su Changshou so much that he couldn't breathe. Su Changshou hurriedly told Sister Lu to let go, and Lu Luoling then asked him if he was going to the county town. Upon learning that he was going to deliver food to Su's father, Lu Luoling immediately became interested and said that she was also going to the county to find her father, so she might as well go with him. Su Changshou then learned that Lu Luoling's father lived in the county town, but she disliked the place because she found it annoying that some smooth-talking people would come to her door trying to get close to her. Lu Luoling then invited Xiao Chui to go with her. Xiao Chui happily locked the door, and the group went to find Su Dagui together. Su Changshou introduced them to each other. When Su Dagui saw the two girls who were about the same age, he blushed and started to stammer. Lu Luoling didn't care at all. She was used to men being at a loss in front of her, and found Su Changshou more likable. She took Su Changshou's little hand and led everyone to a car rental shop, where they rented a mule cart and headed to Manhwa County. The county town was only 5 miles from Huagang Town, but it cost 10 coins to go there and back. Su Dagui frowned with heartache, but Lu Luoling didn't care at all. Meanwhile, outside the city walls of Manhwa County, large construction sites are bustling with activity. The bailiffs had given orders early in the morning that the magistrate would be personally inspecting the area today, so none of the laborers dared to slack off. Soon, a group of people dressed in official robes walked over, and the one surrounded by the crowd was none other than Lu Wan, the magistrate of Manhwa County. Lu Qingmu, the county magistrate in charge of corvée labor, stepped forward to report that the construction site was being reinforced according to the original blueprints, and that he had instructed his officers to keep a close eye on the laborers to ensure that no one cut corners. Lu Wan nodded, but said with a heavy expression, "The prefect just issued a document, and the southward advance of the barbarians is becoming increasingly fierce." The prefect ordered Manhwa County to complete the reinforcement of the city wall within 20 days to prevent border troubles from affecting the area. Lu Qingmu was immediately troubled. 20 days was far too short, and with the current manpower and pace, it would be impossible to accomplish. Lu Wan was well aware of this, but he could not disobey the prefect's order. After receiving the official document, he rushed to the site, but after looking around the construction site, he could not come up with a way to speed up the construction. Zhang Lu, who was working in the distance, looked at the county magistrate and couldn't help but sigh at how powerful the magistrate was, surrounded by a group of officials. For ordinary farmers, even a lowly constable was enough to frighten them, let alone a county magistrate surrounded by officials. Su Kaihai, however, boasted from the side that his son, Su Laishun, would surely have the same prestige when he became an official. He looked as if Su Laishun had already passed the imperial examination and was about to achieve great success. Seeing that no one had any ideas, Lu asked the officials around him if anyone could come up with a solution to the construction delay problem, promising to report it and claim credit for it. Lu Qingmu only said that there were many students and talented people in the county, and that someone would surely be able to offer good advice, but he did not come up with any real solutions. At this point, the registrar Wang Yu spoke up, saying that there was a student named Wang Chunwang on the construction site who was now serving as a clerk. He was learned and inquisitive and might be able to offer some solutions. Lu Wan glanced at Wang Yu and understood that the two shared the same surname and were likely related, but he did not refuse. After all, it would be best if Wang Chunwang really had a solution. If not, it would just be a wasted effort to ask. Soon, Wang Xiaocai was brought before the county magistrate. He dusted off his sleeves, bowed solemnly, and said, "Student Wang Chunwang pays respects to my parents." This was an opportunity he had worked so hard to get, so he dared not be careless in the slightest, and his expression was extremely solemn. Upon seeing this, Wang Si, who was at the construction site, quickly told Su Kaihai that it was his son, Wang Xiaocai, who had actually gone to pay his respects to the county magistrate. Su Kaihai was beaming with pride, calling Wang Chunwang his brother-in-law, and thinking that if Wang Chunwang was favored by the county magistrate, he would also benefit from it. Lu Wan asked Wang Chunwang in a friendly manner if he had a way to solve the problem of completing the project within 20 days. If he could do it, he would not only be rewarded, but he would also recommend him to the prefect for credit. Having already received a hint from Registrar Wang, Scholar Wang was full of confidence for this question and answer session, and immediately said, "Sir, I have 3 plans to speed up the construction period." Upon hearing that there were 3 plans, Lu Wan's spirits lifted immediately, and the officials around him also pricked up their ears, eager to hear what brilliant ideas this student could come up with. Scholar Wang first proposed a plan called delaying time. Corvée laborers were supposed to work at sunrise and rest at sunset, but the sky was already bright half an hour before sunrise, and visibility was still possible half an hour after sunset. By utilizing both of these time periods, you can gain an extra hour to work each day. The second plan was called adding a load. Taking carrying stones and bricks as an example, it was stipulated that each load could only carry 5 bricks, but he believed that the laborers still had the strength to spare, so one more brick could be added to each load. If other jobs are also given the same increased workload, then daily progress can be improved. The third measure was called adding men to the household. The imperial court stipulated that each household should provide one able-bodied adult for service, and each person could not serve for more than 3 months. Now that the construction period has been reduced to 20 days, the corvée time has been shortened, so each household can be asked to provide 1 or 2 more able-bodied men to make up for the manpower shortage. As Wang Xiaocai spoke more and more fluently, he concluded that if the 3 plans were implemented simultaneously, the problem of the city wall's construction period would surely be solved. But he didn't notice that Lu Wen's face had completely darkened. Just as Wang Xiaocai was waiting for the magistrate's praise, a furious shout suddenly rang in his ears. "You bastard!" Lu Wen's face flushed red, his eyes blazing with suppressed anger as he stared coldly at Wang Xiaocai. When Wang Xiaocai saw the magistrate's anger, his legs went weak. He had hoped to impress the magistrate by offering his advice, but instead he had angered the Marquis of Bailey, and his future was likely ruined today. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "Sir, I don't know where I went wrong." Lu Wen pointed at him and angrily rebuked. "This is utter nonsense. The imperial court has its own rules for conscripting laborers. All 3 of your schemes have led me to break the law. Moreover, every single one of these measures increases the burden on the people. Do you want to put me in an unjust position?" The laborers working nearby were all alarmed and stopped what they were doing. Although no one had heard clearly what plan Wang Xiaocai had offered, they could guess from the magistrate's words that the clerk's suggestion was most likely a bad idea to harm them. Seeing Wang Xiaocai being publicly berated, undisguised laughter quickly erupted from the crowd. Wang Xiaocai's face turned bright red. He wished the ground would split open so he could disappear into it. Lu Wen did not stop there, and continued. "Since you are a student of this county school, you should know how difficult it is to study and pursue knowledge. Judging from your clothes, you don't seem to come from a wealthy or powerful family. You must be from a poor background. You should understand the hardships of ordinary people. It's one thing if you don't work for their benefit, but how can you come up with policies that harm them?" Scholars talk about cultivating oneself, managing one's family, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world. I advise you to first cultivate your own virtue. Scholar Wang bowed his head and kowtowed repeatedly, only daring to say, "This student will follow your teachings, will follow your teachings." But he felt incredibly bitter inside. The magistrate's comment about his moral failings carried far too heavy a weight. To receive such a remark from the very official in charge of the county meant that any chance of advancement within the county would be virtually impossible. Lu Wen waved his hand, unwilling to look at him any longer. "Go down." Scholar Wang bowed to the crowd again, then returned dejectedly to the clerk's desk. The crowd, however, continued to murmur amongst themselves. The scholar didn't get away with it this time. He definitely didn't say anything good. The county magistrate said he wanted to add to our burden. Well said. These words stung Su Kaihai's ears, making him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if everyone was cursing him too. He wanted to say something in defense of his brother-in-law, but his lips moved, and he couldn't utter a single word. Even he himself felt that Wang Xiaocai had indeed done something inhuman this time. Lu Wen, accompanied by his officials, walked to the crowd of laborers and announced loudly, "Fellow villagers, I am Lu Wen, the county magistrate." Everyone quickly put down their work and looked at the county magistrate who had just spoken up for them, wondering what else he was going to announce. Lu Wen's expression was serious. News from the imperial court indicates that the barbarians are ferocious and their southward advance is becoming increasingly fierce. Therefore, the construction period for the city's defenses must be shortened to 20 days. The moment the words were spoken, the construction site erupted in chaos. 20 days? How is that possible? The bricks need to be moved over and then transported up to the city wall in trip after trip. There's simply no way we can make it in time. Even if we work day and night, we still can't finish it. Faced with the complaints of the crowd, Lu Wen raised his hand to lower his voice. I know that 20 days is indeed difficult for you all, but the imperial order cannot be disobeyed. I will immediately post a reward notice and solicit ingenious ideas from capable individuals to complete the task without increasing your burden. I also hope that you will do your best and return home to reunite with your wives and children as soon as possible. Hearing these words, everyone calmed down considerably. They had a pretty good idea of why Wang Xiaocai had been scolded earlier, and they were even more grateful to Lu Wen. You are a good official, sir. I won't slack off or be lazy. Someone even spat in Wang Xiaocai's direction. Pa, that Wang Xiaocai is a real scoundrel. Su Kaihai's face flushed red, and then turned pale as he listened, but he could only lower his head and endure it. Lu Wen reassured everyone for a few more minutes before preparing to leave. He had come to the construction site today, hoping to see for himself if he could find a way to speed up the construction, but now that he had found nothing, he could only return to the county government office to post a reward notice. Just as they reached the corner, a light, melodious voice suddenly called out, Father! Lu Wen looked up and saw that it was his daughter, Lu Luoling. She was with Xiao Chui, and there were two people dressed as farmers, one older and one younger, standing beside her. Lu Wenxian scrutinized Su Kagui, and seeing that he was a burly man, she felt a sense of relief. Her daughter was very particular about appearances, and this kind of person shouldn't be on her radar, at least not someone who was here to abduct her daughter. Su Changshou and Su Dagui were both stunned. The girl who had been chatting and laughing with Su Changshou all the way was actually the county magistrate's daughter. Lu Luoling pointed at Su Changshou and said, I came with a friend to deliver food to his father. Changshou's father is here performing corvée labor. As for Su Dagui, she completely ignored him. Su Changshou bowed politely. Greetings, Your Excellency. My father is from Shaoyan village. My name is Su Changshou, and this is my elder brother, Su Dagui. Su Dagui stammered nervously and quickly knelt down. This humble subject kowtows to Your Excellency. Lu Wen looked at Su Changshou and smiled. I know you. Luo Ling often mentions you to me. The wild vegetables and the amber egg were all yours. Su Changshou nodded, then suddenly said, Magistrate, you just mentioned shortening the construction period. May I give a try? Lu Wen was slightly taken aback, thinking that the child was going to show off after hearing a few words, and looked at him suspiciously. You? Su Changshou nodded seriously, his little face showing no hint of jest. Yes, I have a way to shorten the construction period. Su Dagui was startled and quickly grabbed his younger brother. Changshou, don't talk nonsense. But Lu Luoling was overjoyed. Changshou, do you really have a way to solve my father's problem? Su Changshou smiled sweetly. Yes, we just need to find a way to save manpower. Upon hearing the words, save manpower, Lu Wen's gaze immediately changed. Even if it was just a child, he was willing to try anything, no matter how desperate. He immediately asked, do you really have a way? If you can shorten the construction period, please let me know what your requirements are. Su Changshou asked the county magistrate for a skilled carpenter, a blacksmith, and a piece of charcoal. Right now, what he lacks most is money. All those nice things in a mall cost money, and without money, even the best things are irrelevant to him. Since the magistrate offered a reward for shortening the construction period, he naturally wanted to give it a try. As for the reward, with Lu Luoling involved, the magistrate would certainly not treat him unfairly. So he didn't start by talking about money, because talking about money would affect the child's innocent and carefree nature. Seeing that his request wasn't difficult, Lu Wen was even more eager to see what the child would do next, and immediately agreed. The county government already employed artisans, many of whom were skilled craftsmen. Before long, 2 artisans in their 40s or 50s were brought before them. The bailiffs reported that carpenter Zhang Ma and blacksmith son Wu had arrived. Lu Wenxian made it clear that this matter concerned whether the Manhwa County City Wall could be completed on schedule. Good performance will be rewarded, and bad performance will be punished. You must do your best and not be perfunctory. The 2 craftsmen readily agreed. Lu Wen then told them that they would do whatever Su Changshou asked them to do next, and that they would follow the child instructions in everything. Zhang Ma and son Wu appeared respectful, but inwardly they were somewhat skeptical. What could a 6 or 7-year-old farm child possibly produce? Su Changshou took the charcoal, sharpened it on the wall to make a simple charcoal pencil. He didn't know how to use a brush, so drawing with charcoal was much more convenient. As everyone was wondering, they saw him writing and drawing on the wall, drawing long lines and circles, and writing a string of incomprehensible symbols next to them. Lu smiled when he saw this, thinking that the child was quite clever, having come up with the idea of using charcoal as a pen. Curious, Wang asked Su Changshou what he was writing, but Su Changshou didn't turn his head and only said that he was writing calculation formulas. He was calculating how much effort different pulley combinations could save. He had learned about several types of pulley systems before, but he couldn't remember which one was the most effort efficient, so he had to calculate on the spot. Wang, the registrar, wanted to ask what the calculation formula was, but Su Changshou told him to wait a moment, as he was busy recalling the details and didn't have time to be interrupted. Wang, the registrar, was rebuffed, but he couldn't lash out at child, so he had to swallow his words. Su Changshou erased and drew on the wall, revised and redrawn, and calculated repeatedly before finally settling on the best solution. He pointed to the blueprints and explained the structure to Zhang Ma and Sun Wu bit by bit. The center was made of solid wood, and the outside was covered with grooved iron parts. The grooves must be polished smooth and oiled. Iron hooks must be attached to them to lift a basket of wall bricks. The handle should be engraved with anti-slip texture for winding the rope, and the dimensions and materials should be clearly specified. The two craftsmen understood, but still didn't understand what the purpose of making such a thing was. Su Changshou told them that this was used to lift and transport the wall bricks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ma and Sun Wu found it even more unbelievable. How could such a strange thing possibly transport the wall bricks up there? Not only them, but Lu Wen and the others also didn't understand it. Su Changshou didn't explain much, only telling them to make it according to the drawing first, and they would understand when the finished product came out. He can't possibly explain every single thing about pulleys, movable pulleys, fixed pulleys, and why pulley systems save effort. There's really no need to give these people a physics lesson. Lu Wen waved his hand, instructing the two craftsmen to do as Su Changshou instructed. Having decided to trust this child, they had no choice but to continue trusting him. After all, he had no other choice at the moment. Zhang Ma and Sun Wu accepted the order and left to make the components according to the blueprints. Lu Wen estimated that it would take at least an hour to complete, so he led everyone back to the construction site to wait. They had only just left, but now they were turning back along the same route, immediately causing a stir among the locals at the construction site. Some people wondered, didn't the magistrate just leave? Why is he back? Others noticed that there were several more people around the magistrate. Lu Luoling and Xiao Chui were already conspicuous, but Su Dagui and Su Changshou, dressed in coarse cloth, stood out even more among the group of officials. Wang Si stared at the two men for a long time, feeling that they were extremely familiar. Zhang Lu followed his gaze and immediately recognized them as his two nephews. Su Kaishi also saw Su Changshou and Su Dagui, his face full of surprise, but worry first rose in his heart. He was terrified that his two children would commit a crime and be conscripted by the county magistrate to perform forced labor. Especially Su Changshou, who was still so young. How could he endure such hardship? When Su Changshou and Su Dagui arrived at the construction site, they immediately searched for Su Kaishi in the crowd, and their eyes met. Su Changshou waved his hand and called out loudly, "Father!" No matter how loudly a child shouts, no one will mind. Su Kaishi responded excitedly, but dared not raise his voice too much for fear of angering the overseers and the officials. Su Changshou ignored the stares of others and walked straight towards his father. Lu Wen and the others didn't stop him. Such a trivial matter was hardly a big deal. Seeing that no one was stopping him, Su Dagui quickly followed. The two of them were overjoyed when they saw Zhang Lu next to Su Kaishi. They called him uncle, while Su Kaihai and Zheng Laoguan, who were standing nearby, were completely ignored. Su Changshou said they had come to deliver food, and then asked Su Dagui to unload the basket and bring it to Su Kaishi. Su Kaishi, however, paid no attention to his food and hurriedly asked them why they were with the county magistrate and whether anything had happened. Su Kaihai and Zheng Laoguan also pricked up their ears, hoping to hear some bad news. Su Dagui looked at everyone and said directly, "Changshou has already come up with a way to shorten the construction period." "What? Changshou has come up with a solution?" Su Kaishi and Zhang Lu were both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. Su Changshou nodded and said that the county magistrate was waiting for someone to bring him the tools he needed, his little face full of pride. Su Kaishi happily picked up his son and spun him around, praising him for being smart, but Su Kaihai next to him sneered. He said that if Su Changshou, a mere child, failed to accomplish anything in the end, he would be making a fool of the officials and would inevitably be punished, and might even implicate Shaoyan village. Old Zheng chimed in, looking like he was waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. He remembered that Su Daguwei and his son hadn't greeted him earlier, and he was already annoyed. The two of them sang in unison, and Su Kaishi's heart, which had just been at ease, was filled with anxiety again, while Zhang Lu's face was also full of worry. In the eyes of these common people, an official's anger would lead to beatings. The problem that even Scholar Wang couldn't solve, could Su Changshou, who is only 6 years old, really accomplish? Looking at Su Kaishi's expression, Su Kaihai and Zheng Laoguan laughed even more smugly, as if they could already see Su Changshou being beaten and Su Kaishi being implicated. Su Changshou comforted his father, saying that he would definitely be able to solve the problem and that he shouldn't worry. Not long after, Zhang Ma and Sun Wu delivered the goods, even faster than expected. Su Changshou looked at the set of pulley system components in front of him, carefully inspected them, and found that they were made almost exactly as he had imagined. He nodded in satisfaction. He thought to himself, the craftsmanship of the ancients is truly remarkable. The exquisite treasures passed down from previous lives are so ingenious that many are difficult to replicate, even with modern machines. Nowadays, making a simple set of pulleys is naturally not a difficult task for these craftsmen. Su Changshou came to Lu Wan and asked the county magistrate to find a few people to assemble the equipment according to his instructions. Lu Wan immediately summoned several constables, while Su Changshou went up to the city tower and personally directed them to install the equipment. The construction site already had sturdy ropes, and it took Su Changshou a full half-hour to assemble a set of pulleys. He then spent another 15 minutes adjusting them before finally completing the task. He said to Lu Wan, "Your Excellency, it's installed. You can try it out." Everyone had just realized that this device was designed to lift the bricks from the ground onto the city wall. To defend against barbarians, the county town city wall was to be raised from 10 meters to 13 meters. Each brick weighed about 35 jin, approximately 18.5 kilograms. So 5 bricks would weigh 175 jin, approximately 37.5 kilograms. In the past, 2 laborers would carry 5 bricks at a time, and they would be panting heavily as they climbed up the city wall. Transporting bricks was the main reason for the slowdown in construction. They had tried putting the bricks in a basket and hoisting them up with a rope before, but found it was just as difficult and eventually had to give up, seeing that Su Changshou was still trying to hang bricks. Magistrate Lu couldn't help but feel disappointed, thinking that the boy hadn't come up with any new ideas after all. Wang, the registrar, also sighed, saying that they were probably grasping at straws in their desperation. Lu Luoling, however, was unconvinced and argued for Su Changshou, saying that his device was different from the previous method of directly suspending bricks, and it must be effective. Everyone knew she was Lu Wen's daughter, so they just smiled and didn't argue with her. Lu Luoling muttered to herself, "Just wait and see," silently cheering for Su Changshou. Su Changshou had a basket of bricks placed at the foot of the city wall, but just to be on the safe side, he only put 5 bricks in it. He himself wasn't entirely confident, so he hung the basket on the hook of the pulley system and ordered the servant to turn the rope. The bailiffs on the city wall cranked the handle, and the rope was slowly wound up, lifting the basket of bricks off the ground and upwards. Someone exclaimed that the bricks had been lifted up, but Wang, the registrar, shook his head and said that this could have been done by manpower, and that at least 3 people would have had to pull the rope with great effort, so no effort was saved. The laborers also gathered around to watch the spectacle. Su Kaihai, in a sarcastic tone, said that it wasn't like they hadn't tried it before, and Su Changshou probably wouldn't escape a beating this time. Old Zheng chimed in, wondering if Su Changshou's little bottom could handle it. Su Kaishi finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, "Shut up! If my son really has to get punished, I'll take the blame for him." Su Kaihai, on the contrary, became even more sarcastic, saying that children should be disciplined and not show off in every situation. He said that his son, Lai Shun, was educated and would never be so reckless. Zhang Lu immediately retorted, saying that his family scholar Wang had also been reprimanded by the county magistrate despite his education. Su Kaihai snorted coldly and told them to prepare to apply medicine to Su Changshou, adding that they shouldn't implicate the entire Shaoyan village. The basket was still slowly rising, looking quite strained. But when it reached the pulley at the top of the city wall, everyone suddenly noticed that the basket had changed direction and was automatically sliding into the city tower. As the basket disappeared completely inside the city wall, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the bricks had finally been hoisted up. Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, an excited shout suddenly came from the city wall. "It's a success!" Su Changshou peeked his little head out from the city wall. "Success? What did you mean by success?" The people below the city wall were completely bewildered. No one understood why Su Changshou had suddenly shouted those words. Su Kaihai sneered. "Your Changshou family doesn't think that hanging bricks on the city wall counts as a success, do you? Isn't this just making a fool of you gentlemen?" Wang, the registrar, shook his head, convinced that a child could not be trusted. Just then, another head popped out from beside Su Changshou. It was Li Hu, the bailiff in charge of the demonstration. Li Hu shouted loudly towards the city walls, "Sir, I carried this basket of bricks up all by myself. It didn't take much effort." Wang Yu's expression immediately changed. "Alone? Are you sure?" Li Hu quickly explained that he simply turned the roller to wind up the rope, and the wall bricks were easily lifted without the need for several people to work together. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen could no longer contain himself. He immediately ordered another basket of bricks to be loaded, and then quickly climbed the city wall. The others followed closely behind, eager to see for themselves what secrets this thing held. Upon reaching the city wall, Lu Wen walked straight to the device, pointed to the wheel wrapped with rope, and asked, "Is it turning this thing?" Li Hu respectfully replied, "That's right. As long as you turn the handle, you can lift the wall bricks up." Soon, a signal came from downstairs that the wall tiles were hung. Lu Wen disregarded official etiquette, rolled up his sleeves, and personally took the handle and started turning it. After turning around, he frowned and said, "It is indeed a bit strenuous, but not too heavy." He was, after all, a scholar, and his strength couldn't compare to that of the laborers and runners. If even he could lift this thing, it would naturally be even easier for a strong adult. After a lapse of more than 10, Lu Wen's forehead was already beaded with sweat. Lu Qingmu, peering down from the city wall, shouted excitedly, "Sir, we're almost there? Just 1 or 2 meters left." Lu Wen gritted his teeth and sped up, spinning around 3 more times until the basket full of wall bricks finally appeared before everyone's eyes. When Su Changshou designed it, he deliberately made the top of the pulley 1 meter higher than the city wall. This way, once the basket reached its highest point, it could slide smoothly into the city tower without needing to be dragged by hand. Lu Wen continued to turn around 1.5 times, and the hook of the basket rose to a high place, automatically hooking onto a slanted rope. Then, he slid smoothly down the rope to the city tower. As a group of people watched in shock as a basket full of bricks was pulled up, they immediately surrounded the basket. Inconceivable! Such heavy bricks, and one person actually managed to pull them up. Lu Wen, panting heavily, felt more qualified to speak after personally trying it. "I just tried it, and one strong adult laborer can easily pull up this basket of wall bricks." Su Changshou then explained, "Your Excellency, this device allows a person to lift heavy objects with only 1/4 of their strength." Lu Wen looked at the pulleys in front of him, his eyes filled with joy. With this, the pressure of transporting the city bricks up the city wall would be greatly reduced. If more sets are made and used simultaneously, the construction period could be significantly shortened. There is finally hope of meeting the deadline set by the imperial court. Everyone immediately bowed and congratulated him. "Congratulations, sir, on obtaining this divine artifact." Lu Wen was in a great mood and turned to look at Su Changshou, his tone softening. "Young master, you have done a great service this time. Just ask for whatever reward you want." Su Changshou did not ask for money immediately, but said, "Your Excellency, this thing can be used in other counties as well." Lu Wen's eyes lit up. He had only been thinking about the construction period in Manhwa County and had overlooked this greater value. Now, all regions have received orders to shorten the construction period, and the difficulties they encounter are largely the same. If the pulley system is reported to the imperial court, it will not only solve the predicament of other counties, but also become a great achievement for him. Thinking of his awkward position within his family, Luan couldn't help but give Su Changshou a deep look. This simply dressed farm boy was clearly more than just clever. When she asked him what reward she wanted, he didn't answer directly. Instead, he reminded her that this item could be reported to the imperial court, clearly indicating its value. Luan chuckled inwardly, then said, "Young master, you have done Manhwa County a great favor. If this item is reported to the imperial court, it can also solve the problems of various counties. It is indeed a great achievement. I will reward you with 100 taels of silver. If you have any other requests, I will not hesitate to grant them, as long as I can fulfill them." 100 taels of silver is equivalent to a full 100,000 copper coins. An ordinary family in a county town could earn less than 30 taels a year after a year of hard work. This 100 taels of silver is equivalent to 3 years' income for an average family. For farmers like Su Changshou, as long as they don't squander it, it's enough for their family to live comfortably for many years. Su Daguay was completely stunned when he heard the amount. He had never even seen a single tael of silver in his entire life, let alone 100 taels. Su Changshou remained calm. He knew the significance of this reward and understood that the pulley system was not as valuable in his hands as it was in Lu Wen's. Lu Wen used it to exchange for merits from the imperial court. That was Lu Wen's skill. For Su Changshou, receiving 100 taels of silver was already a tangible benefit. More realistically, even if Lu Wen only gave him 1 or 2 taels of silver and then let him leave, he wouldn't have much way to resist. The fact that Lu Wen didn't cheat him now shows that he's being sincere. Su Changshou then spoke up. "Your Honor, I have another request. My father and uncle are both serving corvée labor here, and I would like to ask that you exempt them from their corvée labor." This was something he had planned long ago. Lu Wen smiled upon hearing this. "It's nothing. They can go back with you today." For him, it was just a matter of saying a few words, but it earned him a favor from Su Changshou. More importantly, the child didn't take the opportunity to make exorbitant demands. He only asked that his father and uncle be relieved of their corvée labor, demonstrating excellent judgment. Lu Wen sighed inwardly once again, realizing that Su Changshou was no ordinary person. Lu Wen's attitude towards Su Changshou was observed by all the officials in Manhwa County. Seeing the close relationship between Lu Luoling and the child, many people silently memorized Su Changshou's appearance. If the opportunity arises, they wouldn't mind doing him a favor, but Su Changshou at the moment isn't enough for everyone to deliberately curry favor with him. With the issue of shortening the construction period resolved, Su Changshou and his companions naturally no longer needed to stay on the city wall. After bidding farewell to Lu Wen and the others, they went downstairs first. Lu Wen also needed to study the pulley system and arrange for manpower to assemble and construct it as soon as possible. Lu Luoling didn't want to wait for her father to finish his shift, so she simply went back to Huagang County with Su Changshou. Lu Wen was too busy to take care of her, so he let her go. "Look, the longevity has come down." Su Kaishi and the others kept their eyes fixed on the city tower. Although they couldn't hear or see what was happening up there, they were constantly on edge. When Su Changshou came down, Su Kaishi, disregarding his supervisory duties, hurriedly went to greet him, with Zhang Lu following closely behind. "Changshou, are you all right?" Su Kaishi grabbed his son's arm and checked him over several times, only letting out a sigh of relief after confirming there were no injuries. He could clearly tell at a glance that his son was all right, but he was so worried that he lost his composure. Su Changshou laughed and said, "It's all right. I've solved the county magistrate's problem." "Really?" Su Kaishi's face was full of disbelief. "Yes, and the county magistrate has agreed to exempt father and uncle from corvée labor." Zhang Lu was stunned. "Even mine will be waived?" "Uncle can pack his things now and come with us. My older brother and sister Lu can both testify to that." Only then did Su Kaishi and Zhang Lu have time to greet Lu Luoling. Upon learning that she was actually the county magistrate's daughter, they were both surprised and astonished, unable to understand how Su Changshou could know such a person. After exchanging a few words and confirming that it was true, Su Kaishi and Zhang Lu grinned from ear to ear and immediately turned to pack their belongings in the shack. They had no intention of staying at this construction site any longer. The officers had already notified the overseer in advance, so naturally no one stopped them. Seeing the two men heading towards the shack, Su Kaihai and Zheng Laowan asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" "Pack your bags and go home," Su Kaishi replied calmly. "Go home?" Su Kaishi puffed out his chest, his tone full of pride. Our Changshou family solved the county magistrate's problem, and the county magistrate specially exempted us from corvée labor. This was a privilege his son had fought for him, so of course he was proud. As Zhang Lu walked past Su Kaihai, he deliberately added, "Yes, my family Changshou also exempted me from corvée labor." Logically, Su Changshou and his uncle Su Kaihai should be closer, since they are from the same clan. But now, it is Zhang Lu, the maternal uncle, who has been exempted from corvée labor. Zhang Lu deliberately provoked Su Kaihai with his words. Su Kaihai was both jealous and angry, and muttered under his breath, "That little brat, he's siding with outsiders." But he completely forgot how he had treated Su Changshou's family in the past. Old Zheng immediately put on a smiling face and moved closer to Su Kaishi. "In-law, could you ask Changshou to talk to the county magistrate again and exempt me from corvée labor? There's only Irma in the family, and he can't even keep up with the farm work." He felt that since Su Changshou could exempt 2 people, exempting 1 more shouldn't be difficult. Su Kaishi sneered, "My Changshou family doesn't have that kind of ability. If he gets a beating, his little bottom won't be able to take it." Su Kaishi clearly remembered that old Master Zheng had just been making sarcastic remarks about Su Changshou. Besides, the 2 families had long since severed ties, and even if Su Changshou could make demands at will, he would never speak up for old Master Zheng. Amidst envious glances from the crowd, Su Kaishi and Zhang Lu packed their bags and left the shack. They had performed corvée labor with everyone else, but after only 5 days, they were able to go home early. Comparing yourself to others can be incredibly frustrating. Wang Si, standing nearby, teased, "Stop looking. What can you do when someone has such a good son?" Although he was envious, he wasn't particularly jealous. After all, he had no right to bask in that glory. Su Kaihai and Zheng Laowan were different. They originally had the opportunity to befriend Su Changshou's family, but they personally pushed that opportunity away. Losing something that should have been yours is more painful than never having had it all. Su Changshou understood this feeling quite well, but at the moment his family was happy, so whoever was suffering should bear it alone. As the group walked away from the construction site, watched by the crowd, a gaze lingered on their departing figures from corner. That man was none other than Scholar Wang. He saw everything clearly from beginning to end. The problem he couldn't solve was solved by this child, Su Changshou. He was reprimanded by the county magistrate, while the other received a reward. Comparing the two, Wang Xiaocai felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He recognized Su Changshou. He was the sickly boy in the Su family whom his sister often mocked. He had never taken the Su family seriously before. He was a scholar, a student of the Imperial Academy, and his future life should be completely different from these peasants. Since we won't have any interaction in the future, why bother getting to know each other? But what he saw before him felt like a slap in the face. As for whether it was Su Changshou who slapped him in the face, or his status as a scholar that he had always been proud of, Wang Xiaocai himself couldn't say for sure. Su Changshou, of course, had no idea that after he left, others on the construction site were caught in this dilemma. In any case, from this moment on, the construction site was no longer related to him. Back in Huagang County, the group walked to the entrance of a rice shop when Zhang Lu suddenly exclaimed, "The price of rice has gone up again. It's 10 coins a pound now." Su Kaishi sighed. This world is getting harder and harder. After saying that, he subconsciously looked at Su Changshou, secretly rejoicing that his own Changshou was able to do business with the immortal. Just then, Su Changshou suddenly remembered something. Oh no, my 100 taels of silver! He was so focused on getting his father and uncle off the construction site that he completely forgot about the money. Lu Luoling rolled her eyes and pinched his cheek. What's the rush? The money will be accounted for, and someone will bring it over when the time comes. Do you think my father can just pull out 100 taels of silver with a word? Wouldn't he have to pay out his own pocket? Who would carry 100 taels of silver around everywhere for no reason? Su Changshou breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, it's not like what's shown in TV dramas. You really can't believe everything you see in period dramas. After saying goodbye to Lu Luoling in Huagang Town, Su Kaishi and his group invited Zhang Lu to return to Shaoyan village together. Su Zhangshi and her younger brother hadn't seen each other for a long time, so this was a good opportunity for them to get together. Su Kaishi immediately instructed Su Changshou to buy some meat and vegetables to properly entertain his uncle. Su Dagui offered to accompany his younger brother, worried that Su Changshou might get lost. Su Kaishi however, refused, saying that even if he got lost, Su Changshou wouldn't. Su Dagui looked utterly bewildered, unable to understand why his father trusted a 6-year-old child so much. Su Changshou, however, understood that his father wanted him to go find the immortal to buy things. He went into an alley, entered the mall, and bought 2 caddies of fattened pork belly, a 5-caddy carp, and some vegetables, spending a total of 50 coins. Zhang Lu felt both distressed and touched when he saw him return carrying a pile of things. His brother-in-law's family was not well off to begin with, and they had almost emptied their savings to treat Changshou's illness, yet they were willing to treat him like this. Su Kaishi smiled and reminded him that Changshou had just received a reward of 100 taels of silver from the county magistrate. Zhang Lu then remembered and immediately laughed, saying that since that was the case, he would definitely take advantage of the wealthy family today. 100 taels of silver is enough to improve the Su family's life. If we only consider cash, there are probably few households in the entire Shaoyan village that are as well off as Su Kaishi's family. The 4 of them hurried towards Shaoyan village, a distance of 10 li, about 5 kilometers. Zhang Lu, worried that Su Changshou would get tired, carried him for part of the journey. They entered the village amidst laughter and conversation. Just then, they passed by the old Su family residence, where Su Kaikwan and his men were tending to the wheat in the fields. Su Kaikwan was quite surprised to see Su Kaishi return. He asked Su Kaishi, "Is the county's corvée labor over so quickly?" Even Su Kaijiang, who had been working with his head down, looked up at him. Su Kaishi didn't hide anything, only saying that Su Changshou had done the county magistrate a favor, so the magistrate exempted him from corvée labor. As for the specific reasons and the 100 taels of silver reward, he didn't mention a word. Su Kaikwan praised him repeatedly, saying that Changshou was truly capable, even managing to help the county magistrate. Su Kaijiang was also full of surprise and couldn't help but glance at Su Changshou a few more times. Just then, Su Kaihai's wife, Su Wangshi, came over with a basket on her shoulder and immediately launched into a tirade of sarcastic remarks. She suspected that Su Kaishi had run away and threatened him, saying that evading corvée labor was a serious crime and that if he were caught by the government, it would implicate Shaoyan village and the Su family. Su Kaishi sneered and said that they had already separated their families, and even if something really happened, it wouldn't affect her, the Wang family scholar, from becoming a high-ranking official. This sentence not only reveals that it was Su Wangshi who started the family division, but also satirizes her for only being loyal to her own family and not considering herself a member of the Su family at all. Seeing the two arguing, Su Kaikwan hurriedly explained that Su Kaishi was indeed allowed to return home without service because Su Changshou had helped the county magistrate and received a reward. He didn't like his sharp-tongued sister-in-law to begin with, but no matter how much he disliked her, he didn't want his family to make a scene in front of the whole village. But Madame Su didn't believe it at all. She sneered and said, "What help can a little kid like you be to the county magistrate? Su Kaishi is obviously evading his corvée labor and making up stories to fool people." She even put on airs of a scholarly family, saying that her brother and son were both educated men and that they would never be fooled by a peasant. After listening, Su Kaishi asked her directly if the scholar she was referring to was Wang Chunwang, who had been publicly reprimanded by the county magistrate that day. Madame Su's expression changed, and she angrily asked him what nonsense he was spouting. Wang Chunwang was her most prized scholar brother. How could he possibly be reprimanded by the county magistrate? Su Kaishi calmly told her that Wang Chunwang had given the county magistrate advice today, hoping to seize the opportunity to advance his career, but his advice turned out to be terrible, and he was scolded by the county magistrate in front of everyone. He also told Su Wangshi that if she didn't believe him, she could wait 20 days until the villagers who had performed corvée labor returned, and then she could ask them the truth. Zhang Lu listened with great pleasure. He knew that his brother-in-law was usually honest and kind, but when he was really provoked, he would say things that were sure to hurt people. Su Wangshi valued the Wang family scholar the most, and Su Kaishi's words were like trampling her proudest possession into the ground. Madame Su shook her head repeatedly, saying it was impossible. Zhang Lu, however, chimed in, saying that in the end, it was Su Changshou who solved the problem for the county magistrate, and that Scholar Wang was no better than a child. He deliberately added that he was also exempted from corvée labor because of Su Changshou. Zhang Lu had long witnessed Su Wangshi causing trouble at the Su family and had no good feelings toward her. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wouldn't give her any face. The two men spoke with such conviction that, although Su Wangsha refused to admit it, she had already believed most of it in her heart and was immediately both shocked and confused. But she quickly vented her anger on Su Changshou, pointing at him and cursing him, saying that he exempted his maternal uncle from corvée labor but neglected his own uncle. She suddenly plopped down on the edge of the field, pounded the ground, and started wailing, saying that Su Changshou was an ungrateful wretch who had emptied the Su family's coffers and was turning against his own side. She even called for everyone to come and see, saying that the Su family had worked so hard to treat Su Changshou's illness, but now this child had turned her back on them. This scene stunned everyone. Villagers working in the nearby fields turned to look, whispering among themselves, and some curious onlookers even carried hoes and gathered around, eager to see what was going on. Su Kaijiang couldn't bear to watch any longer and tried to persuade her to stop making a scene. Unexpectedly, Su Wangsha cried even harder and scolded Su Kaijiang for not knowing proper etiquette. She kept saying that her elder sister-in-law was like a mother to her, and then she cried out that the Su family was bullying her because her husband was not at home. She said that she married into the Su family and had children for them, but now she was being used and discarded. The cries quickly attracted more villagers, who gathered around the field to watch the spectacle. A kind-hearted old woman tried to help Su Wangsha up, but she pushed her away. She sat on the ground, patting the dirt and crying out at the top of her lungs. "Everyone, come and judge this. The Su family has produced an ungrateful wretch." The county magistrate granted him exemption from corvée labor, but he didn't give it to his own uncle, instead giving it to his maternal uncle. Is there any justice in this world? She kicked off one of her shoes, bent over, and cried miserably. An uninformed person would really think that Su Kaishi's family had bullied her. Su Kaishi sneered. "When did your eldest brother's family ever treat us like family? Back when Changshou was critically ill, you forced us to divide the family property and even took 5 acres of our land. Sister-in-law, you haven't forgotten that, have you?" Su Changshou immediately hugged Su Kaishi's leg, his face full of fear, and asked, "Father, I'm scared. Will Annie kick us out again?" His appearance softened the hearts of the villagers watching. Children don't lie. Everyone knows who treats them well and who drove them away. Even Su Kaishi and the others thought that Su Changshou was thinking about the hard times of the past, so they quickly comforted him. Someone couldn't help but speak up for Su Kaishi's family. Aunt Su, who in the village doesn't know what kind of people third brother's family are. When Changshou was seriously ill, you took the opportunity to drive them away and divide the family property. Now you expect them to treat you like family. It's really unreasonable. Those around them chimed in. Children know best who is good and who is bad. Don't try to intimidate them with your family's words. At this moment, Su Yangshi, the matriarch of the Su family, rushed over. Having already heard the news, she immediately saw her eldest daughter-in-law sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum, and angrily scolded, "You wretched child! Why aren't you home yet? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Seeing that everyone was on Su Kaishi's side, Madame Su knew she wouldn't get anything out of it today, so she snorted and tried to get up and leave. "Heaven is watching what people do. When my master returns, he will settle this with you." The county magistrate is blind. He doesn't believe the scholar but trusts a 6-year-old. No sooner had the words left her lips than a furious shout rang out from outside the crowd. "You insolent fool! How dare you insult the county magistrate? Do you want a beating, you country bumpkin?" Su Wangsha was furious, and without turning her head, cursed, "Who's the busybody who has to meddle in other people's business?" But when she saw who it was, her face turned deathly pale. 2 county yamen runners with swords at their waists had already pushed through the crowd and walked up to her. "Sir, Your Excellency." Madame Su's lips trembled, and she knew things were going badly. It was one thing to curse the magistrate behind his back, but to curse both of them in front of the officials was unacceptable. It's not uncommon for ordinary people to complain about officials in private, and even the heavens are often cursed during years of disaster. But if officials catch them in the act and start investigating, things can get complicated. Madame Su quickly lowered her head and begged for mercy. "Sir, I was just talking nonsense. It was unintentional, and I had no intention of offending you." The constable sneered. "If you dare to insult the county magistrate today, will you dare to insult the imperial court tomorrow? You think you can get away with just a careless remark?" Su Kaishi and the others stood by and watched, none of them willing to speak up for her. The once arrogant and domineering Su Wangshe now only dared to rub her hands together, not daring to utter a single word. Madame Su quickly stepped forward with a smile. "Sir, my daughter-in-law is a bit of a rascal. She doesn't know how to keep her mouth shut. Please don't take it to heart." Although she was angry at her daughter-in-law for causing trouble, she couldn't just stand by and watch her get arrested and thrown in jail. In the past, when her mother-in-law scolded her, Su Wangshe would always argue back, but now she lowered her head and remained silent, clearly afraid. The two constables snorted coldly. "We'll let it go this time, but think before you speak next time." Madame Su Yang nodded repeatedly, then turned around and shouted, "Hurry up and thank the two officials." Madame Su could only stammer, "Thank you, sir." Everyone thought the matter was over, but then the constable suddenly asked, "Does anyone know where Su Changshou's house is?" The villagers then realized that the officials had not come to the village for Su Wangshe, but specifically to find the third son's family, and even specifically wanted to find Su Changshou, a 6-year-old child. Everyone couldn't help but look at Su Changshou next to Su Kaishi, wondering if the child had gotten into a lawsuit. Su Changshou spoke up first. "My lord, I am Su Changshou." He had already guessed why the two had come, but he hadn't expected the county government to act so quickly. He had just returned to Shaoyan village after making his way around Huagang town when the reward had already arrived. The constable's attitude immediately softened. "Young sir, this is a reward silver sent by the magistrate. It's 100 taels in total, as a reward for solving the problem of the city wall construction delay for the magistrate today." As he spoke, the constable took out a wooden box from his backpack and opened it in front of everyone. Inside the box were 20 ingots of official silver, each weighing 5 taels, neatly arranged, gleaming white in the sunlight. The villagers immediately erupted in uproar. "I've never seen so much silver in my entire life. 100 taels is enough to buy 13 acres of good land. Why did the county government reward a child with so much money?" Everyone was envious, and even more curious about what Su Changshou had done to earn such a generous reward of 100 taels of silver from the magistrate. Madame Su was even more incredulous. "Is there a mistake? Why should we give him 100 taels of silver when he's just a child?" This 100 taels was enough to fund her brother's travel expenses for the imperial examinations, enough to buy writing materials for her own son, and even enough to ensure the family could eat meat every day. She simply couldn't believe that such a tremendous stroke of good fortune would fall into Su Changshou's lap. The constable's face darkened. "You village woman, are you saying we've lost our minds too?" The silver was a reward from the county magistrate to Su Changshou of Shaoyan village to help him solve the problem of the city wall's construction schedule. How could we have made a mistake? Madame Su was so frightened that she quickly lowered her head, but she still hoped that everything before her eyes was just a dream. The constable then produced the receipt and said politely, "Please sign it, young sir, so we can go back and report." Su Changshou pressed his red handprint and handed the receipt back to the bailiff. Su Kaishi then took the heavy wooden box, his hand clenching the 100 taels of silver. Only at this moment did Madame Su have to admit that the third son's family, whom she had driven out of the house and forced to live alone, had indeed made a fortune. If the family hadn't separated back then, this 100 taels of silver should have been handed over to the family according to the rules, and they would at least have received a share. But now, this money has absolutely nothing to do with her. She felt she had lost 100 taels of silver for nothing, and all her regret and resentment ultimately fell on Su Changshou. "It's all that little brat's fault." The constable put away the receipt, pointed to the 2 scraggly horses tied not far away, and said to Su Changshou, "This 100 taels of silver was specially ordered by Magistrate Lu Qingmu to be withdrawn from the account and delivered by fast horse. The county government's horses are not supposed to be used casually, but the county magistrate made an exception this time for Su Changshou." Su Changshou quickly clasped his hands in thanks and asked the constable to convey his gratitude to Lord Lu. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he took out 50 coins from his shop space and quietly slipped them into the constable's hand. The constable accepted the money without hesitation and said with a smile, "My name is Chun Dong, and his name is Chunjiu. If you ever need to go to the county government office, young master, feel free to come and find us brothers." Chun Dong understood that the child the county magistrate had specially taken care of was indeed extraordinary. At only 6 years old, he already understood social etiquette. His maturity was truly unlike that of a child. They initially thought this trip would be a chore, but now that they've received the reward and formed a good relationship with Su Changshou, they feel it was all worth it. Only after the two constables rode away did the villagers who had been surrounding them dare to come closer and offer their congratulations to Su Kaishi's family. Some people patted Su Kaishi on the shoulder and said he had made it big, while others praised Su Changshou for being so young, yet he had received a reward from the county magistrate. Everyone was full of envy and flattery, but someone glanced at Su Wangshi and said sarcastically, "Some people used to think that longevity was a disease, but now they should regret it." Su Wangshi was usually sharp-tongued and mean-spirited, and relying on her scholar brother, she never really respected her neighbors. Now that she had been put in her place, some people were naturally happy to make fun of her. She hadn't recovered from being publicly reprimanded by the constables, so upon hearing these words, she could only snort coldly, without even the confidence to retort. She hurriedly put on her shoes, picked up the food basket, and walked silently toward the Su family's old house amidst the mocking gazes of the crowd. When Grandma Su saw her taking the basket and leaving, she hurriedly called out, "You wretched child! I asked you to deliver food to Kai Jiang and Kai Quan. Why are you taking the basket away?" Su Wangshi acted as if she hadn't heard, not turning her head, and instead quickened her pace. Grandma Su was so angry she had no choice but to send her two sons home for dinner. Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan were also filled with helplessness towards their sister-in-law. This farce was ultimately overshadowed by the news that Su Kaishi's family had received a reward of 100 taels of silver from the county magistrate. Shaoyan village was small, and the villagers knew each other well. This incident would likely spread throughout the entire village by tomorrow. Su Kaishi exchanged a few more polite words with the villagers before taking his family home. Zhang Xiua and the others were already waiting at home, and upon seeing them return, they immediately surrounded them to inquire about their whereabouts. When they learned that Su Changshou had not only helped the county government solve the case, but also brought Su Kaishi and Zhang Lu back ahead of schedule and receive a reward of 100 taels of silver, they were all amazed. Some praised his longevity, others said it was all thanks to him, and still others stared at the silver and happily muttered that the Su family had really struck it rich this time. The whole family was beaming with joy. Today was a double celebration for the Su family. Zhang Lu was also happy to see his sister's family doing better and better. Before long, Zhang Xiua and Zheng Chunni had prepared a sumptuous meal. On the table were stewed carp, stewed pork, scrambled eggs, and 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables with meat. Since Zhang Lu rarely comes over, Zhang Xiui specially cut a plate of amber eggs, and the aroma from the table immediately filled the room. Before the meal, Zhang Xiua set aside a portion of each dish, put into a large bowl, and handed it to Su Yutian to take to his grandparents. Su Yutian picked up the large bowl and ran outside. Today's meal was much more lavish than before. He just wanted to finish delivering it quickly so he could come back and have a proper meal. As soon as he entered the old house, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Grandpa! Grandma! My mother asked me to bring you two some food." The people at the Su family's old house had also heard about what happened on the field ridge and were discussing how the third son's family had become wealthy. Hearing Su Yotian's voice, they all came out to see what was going on. Zhao Kaifeng warmly invited him to come in and sit down, and Sun Sini also invited him to have dinner with them. Only Su Wangshi stood by the door, glancing at him sideways, unwilling to say a word. Su Yutian waved his hand, saying he had to go back to eat, then stuffed a large bowl into Zhao Caifeng's hands, greeted Su Shuli and his wife, and ran off again. Zhao Kaifeng looked down and exclaimed in surprise. The bowl was full of meat, fish, and eggs, and the aroma was irresistible. Su Yutian used to send meat and eggs to the old house, but not in large quantities. Su Shuli and his wife couldn't bear to eat them themselves and could only share them with their children. The 5 children in the old house each had a chopstick, and that was it. The adults could only watch longingly without even getting a taste. But this dish is different. Although there is less pork, there is plenty of fish and eggs, enough for the whole family to enjoy meat. Sun Sini couldn't help but sigh, wondering what kind of luck the third brother's family had. Even wealthy Lu in town might not dare to eat like this. Old Mrs. Su was equally puzzled. She had personally witnessed the bailiffs deliver 100 taels of silver, and it was impossible for Su Kaishi's family to have used the money to buy these vegetables in such a short time. That means the meat, fish, and eggs were originally purchased by their family. Where did the third son get the money? Su Shuli remained relatively calm, saying he would ask Kaishi another day. That was his own son. He couldn't do anything immoral. When Zhao Kaifeng brought the large bowl to the table, the children couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The last time they ate meat was in a bowl that Su Yutian had brought, and now seeing so much delicious food, they couldn't sit still. Su Laishun leaned against Su Wangshi, twisted his body, and shouted, "Mother, I want to eat meat." Madame Su's face immediately darkened, and she began to scold. "Eat, eat. All you know is how to eat. Have you finished your studies?" Everyone at the table was marveling at how successful Su Kaishi's family had become. Making the bowl of meat, fish, and egg seem particularly jarring. Every compliment, seemingly unrelated to her, felt like a public slap in the face. It was she who stirred things up, forcing Su Kaishi's family to separate and live independently. Now that the third son's family is doing better and better, it's becoming increasingly difficult for her, the one who started the trouble. With nowhere to vent her anger, she could only take it out on her son. Thinking that the 100 taels of silver were earned by Su Changshou for doing favors for the county magistrate, she looked at Su Laishun and became more and more furious. Su Wangshi had only given birth to one son, Su Laishun, over the years, whom she cherished dearly. She poured all her heart and soul into her son and even secured the only opportunity for him to study in the Su family. She hoped that Su Laishun would be successful in the future so that she could enjoy a better life with him. But Su Laishun was 7 years older than Su Changshou, and that sickly man had already earned 100 taels of silver, while he was still only thinking about eating meat. What upset her even more was that the meat he wanted to eat was sent by the family of her most hated son, the third son. Su Wangshi was so angry her chest tightened. She wanted nothing more than to strangle her son, who only knew how to eat. "Laishi, have a piece of meat. Xiaohua, Grandma will give you some fish. Yofu, have some scrambled eggs. Xiaoxia, this meat is so tender. Eat more of it too." Grandma Su smiled and served food to her grandchildren, but skipped over Su Laishun, the oldest person on the table. She wanted to give her eldest daughter-in-law a hard time. After what happened today, if she didn't teach her a lesson, the Su family would lose all face. "Mother, I want to eat meat too." Su Laishun stared longingly at the dishes in his bowl. Seeing that everyone else had some, but he was the only one left out, he became anxious. He used to be the only scholar in the Su family and the only son of the eldest son's family. The old lady always doted on him. Now, he was suddenly neglected, and his eyes were red with grievance. "What meat are you eating? If you're not going to eat, go back to your room and study." Su Wangshi, seething with anger, snapped at her son. She couldn't bring herself to pick up the food that the third son's family had sent. If she actually reached out with her chopsticks, the old lady would likely mock her, and she didn't want to put up with that. Su Laishun was still just a child, and tears welled up in his eyes. His grandmother, however, softened and put a small piece of meat into his bowl. The one who caused trouble today was his mother, not the child. The family continued their cheerful conversation as usual, ignoring Su Wangshi's sullen mood. More delicious dishes were added to the table, finally satisfying the cravings of Su Kaijiang and Su Kaichuan's families, who kept praising the third son's family. These words sounded more like daggers to Madame Su. She ate only half full, then returned to her room with a sullen face. Meanwhile, at Su Kaishi's house, the table was also laden with delicious food. Zhang Lu looked at the food on the table and already thought it was quite lavish, but when he saw the plate of amber eggs, he was even more astonished and his eyes widened. "Brother-in-law, you guys actually got to eat amber eggs?" Su Kaishi smiled and asked him, "You recognize this thing too?" Zhang Lu said that a few days ago, Master Lu in town was celebrating his birthday, and he had helped out for 2 days. At the birthday banquet, each table had a plate of amber eggs. Master Lu's steward said that these were new delicacies, and each egg cost 10 coins. 10 coins! Su Kaishi couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this. Manager Hao of Zuaxian restaurant doubled his money in no time. Zhang Lu didn't understand, so Su Kaishi asked him with a smile, "Who sent the amber egg to Master Lu's birthday banquet?" Zhang Lu thought for a moment and said that the birthday banquet was hosted by Zuaxian restaurant, so naturally the restaurant would provide the food. Su Kaishi then asked, "Then where did the amber eggs at Zuaxian restaurant come from?" Zhang Lu glanced at his brother-in-law, then at his smiling sister, and finally realized, "We didn't sell it to the restaurant, did you?" "That's right," Su Kaishi said with a smile. "We sold them to Manager Hao for 5 coins each, but he sold them for 10 coins. Zhang Lu was completely stunned, then suddenly realized. No wonder his sister and brother-in-law's family had suddenly become better off. The dried meat and eggs on the table weren't just due to that 100 taels of silver. But he couldn't help being curious. When did his sister and brother-in-law learn to make this new kind of food? Su Kaishi then briefly recounted how Su Changshou had initially proposed making amber eggs. Zhang Lu looked at Su Changshou, who was gnawing on fish, and exclaimed in amazement, "Changshou is really amazing. So, the changes in our family are all thanks to him." Madame Su nodded with a smile. After Changshou recovers from his illness, he will be a lucky star for our family. At this moment, Su Changshou spat out the fishbone and said crisply, "Uncle can also cook with us." Although Zhang Lu was tempted, he quickly waved his hand. He felt that only the wealthy could afford this kind of food, and the business couldn't be too big. Moreover, he couldn't steal the Su family's business. Su Kaishi, however, said he could sell the amber eggs to him for 3 copper coins each, and let him sell them in the nearby Laobai town. The Su family was in charge of Huagang town, and Xia village was close to Laobai town, so Zhang Lu could develop the market there, and the two families would not interfere with each other. But Zhang Lu still refused. Laobai town wasn't far from Shaoyan village, and the Su family could manage on their own. He was already very grateful that Changshou was willing to remember him, but he couldn't take away someone else's livelihood. Su Changshou said, "Uncle, this business should have been divided up. Otherwise our family will get into trouble." Everyone was immediately puzzled. They hadn't objected to sharing the business with Zhang Lu earlier. They just wanted to help him. But Su Changshou said that not sharing it would cause trouble. Why was that? Su Kaishi asked him, "Changshou, what are you talking about?" Su Changshou looked at everyone and said earnestly, "Father, mother, we just received 100 taels of silver. Everyone in the village will definitely know. If someone in the village suddenly gets 100 taels, won't we be envious?" Su Kaishi thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Such a huge sum of money would inevitably make anyone envious. Su Changshou continued, "Once people become envious, they easily become hostile towards our family. This is human nature. There's no escaping it." Everyone fell silent. The reaction of Su Wangshu today was the best example, let alone the villagers outside. People in the same village might address each other affectionately, but trampling on a single wheat seedling in the fields could lead to a huge fight. So, the best way to reduce our family's troubles is to let some people make money with us. Su Changshou slowly revealed his plan. This way, even if some people are jealous of us, we will have won over a group of people and won't become a target attacked by everyone. The crowd was a little confused, so Su Changshou explained it clearly. "Let's recruit some villagers to make money from amber eggs together." After receiving the 100 taels of silver, he began to think about this matter. The Su family must not become an entity that attracts too much envy and hatred in the village. Su Kaishi was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Su Changshou's intention was to get more people to join them in selling amber eggs. Su Changshou nodded and explained that once the Su family's business grows large, it will inevitably attract the attention of many people. With so many surrounding towns, they simply can't possibly manage to visit them all. It would be better for them to voluntarily relinquish some of the market and profits. The Su family only needs to supply the goods. They let others find their own sales channels. As long as everyone can make money from the Su family, there will naturally be people willing to speak up for them when they encounter trouble in the future. Su Kaishi wholeheartedly agreed. The villagers feared nothing more than one family becoming too powerful and conspicuous, as it would inevitably attract jealousy and scheming sooner or later. After discussing it, the family decided to follow Su Changshou's method. Su Changshou then told Zhang Lu that once the amber eggs were made, Zhang Lu should come pick them up every now and then and sell them specifically to Laobai town. Other villagers who want to do this business can bring their eggs to the Su family for processing, but no one is allowed to go to Laobai town and Huagang town to sell them. Otherwise, the Su family will stop supplying them. Zhang Lu only charged 1 coin for processing when he took the goods, while other villagers were charged 2 coins. Su Changshou had already planned this price. The seller brought his own eggs for processing, so fluctuations in egg prices wouldn't affect the Su family's profits. Others pay an extra 2 coins for each egg processed. To make a profit, they need to sell it for at least 5 coins. In this way, they could no longer disrupt the business in Huagang town and Laobai town by offering low prices. The Su family not only preserved their own market, but also made money from the distributors. As for those people selling the amber eggs to more distant towns, or even at higher prices, the Su family naturally wouldn't care. After all, the farther away from the place of origin, the higher the price should be. Su Kaishi immediately approved the plan and said to proceed with this method. Zhang Lu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He got his goods for 1 coin cheaper than others and also monopolized the sales channel in Laobai town. This was a considerable bargain. Su Kaishi said with a smile, "We're all family. There's no need to fuss over these things." The next day, Su Kaishi went to the village head's house and explained in detail the matter of distributing amber eggs. He said that anyone in the village who wants to join in selling can come to the Su family to discuss it. The village headman wholeheartedly agreed. He had attended Master Lu's birthday banquet and tasted the amber eggs, knowing that they were indeed delicious. He never expected that the food at Master Lu's birthday banquet was actually made by Su Laosan's family in Shaoyan village. Now that the Su family is willing to help the villagers make money together, the village head is naturally happy and immediately agrees to notify each household. Before long, the whole village knew the news. Su Laosan's family has a profitable business and is willing to share it with everyone. Inside the Su family's old house, several of the sisters-in-law also heard the rumors. Some people exclaimed that it was no wonder the third brother's family had changed so much recently, raising chickens and eating meat again. It turned out they had made money from amber eggs. Su Wangshe immediately stirred up trouble, saying that the third son's family did not treat their brothers as one family at all, and that they did not tell their own brothers about such a good thing first. Zhao Kaifeng couldn't help but sigh, wishing she hadn't separated the family back then. If the family hadn't split up, whether it was the amber egg business or the 100 taels of silver, all the branches of the family could have benefited. Before the households were separated, each family had a hand over half of their earnings to the public fund. But now that the household registrations are separate, no matter how much the third family earns, it has nothing to do with them. Sun Sini also sighed, saying that her third brother's family has really prospered now. Life is unpredictable. These words made Madame Su's face turn ugly, and she immediately became angry. She said that Su Changshou used to take medicine every day to treat his illness, spending money like water. If they hadn't separated their families, they might not even be able to afford food now. Zhao Kaifeng and Sun Sini quickly said that it was just a casual remark, but they were also somewhat resentful in their hearts. The family used to be quite harmonious. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Madame Su snorted coldly, turned her head away, and sulked alone. Zhao Kaifeng and Sun Sini then asked her to go visit the third son's family. But Su Wangshe waved her hand impatiently, saying that whoever wanted to go could go. The two ignored her and went straight out the door. Their husbands, Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan, had already heard the news and rushed to Su Kaishi's house. At this moment, Su Kaishi's courtyard was already filled with villagers. The village head stood at the front and told everyone to be quiet. Then he asked Su Kaishi to explain the rules for distributing amber eggs. Su Kaishi then explained the processing, procurement, sales scope, and prices according to the plans set by Su Changshou. There weren't many ways to make money in the village, so when people heard that selling amber eggs could be profitable, many were immediately tempted. People who raise 1 or 2 chickens at home especially see this as a great opportunity. Although they only produce 1 or 2 eggs a day, they can save them up and send them to the Su family for processing. The eggs, which were originally worthless, can quickly become worth several times more. The cost of an egg is less than 2 coins. After being made into an amber egg, it can be sold in town for 5 coins, earning about 1.5 coins. If they were willing to travel further and sell to more distant towns or even county seats, they could earn even higher profits by selling for 6 or 7 coins. Country folks are not afraid of hardship. They can always go further away than stay in the fields with no income. Moreover, the Su family also said that if they bought a large quantity at once, the processing fee could be reduced further. Finally, Su Kaishi reached an agreement with 10 households in the village on the distribution of amber eggs. One of them was the Su family's old residence. Su Kaishi still gave his own brother special treatment, charging him only 1 penny for processing, just like Zhang Lu. After deducting costs, the Su family barely makes any money at this price. Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan were deeply moved when they learned about it, and when they returned home, they told Su Shuli and his wife about it. That evening at the dinner table, everyone was praising the third brother's family once again. Only Su Wangshe sat there, listening to the conversation, and found the entire meal extremely unpleasant. Manhwa County has 10 towns. Excluding 3 places where outsiders are not allowed to sell, the remaining 7 towns and the county seat can freely develop markets. Huagang Town has already signed orders with 2 restaurants, and Changshou occasionally has to use his trips to town as a cover for the goods in the mall. Otherwise, he would even want to hand over the business in Huagang Town to someone else. The Su family simply made amber eggs at home and let the distributors sell them. They earned less themselves, but they could make a small profit from high volume. Compared to someone hawking their wares on the street, this method of sitting at home and waiting for orders will ultimately earn more money. That evening, 5 distributors came to the door with the 53 eggs they had saved up, wanting to order a batch of amber eggs to sell. With those 53 eggs, the Su family could practically earn nearly 100 coins just by sitting back and doing nothing. The Su family increasingly felt that Su Changshou's ideas were brilliant, and they became more and more hopeful for the future. In the days that followed, the Su family had a clear division of labor. Su Kaishi and Su Dage would take care of the crops that were almost ready for harvest during the day, while Zheng Shunny would stay home with Su Yutian to make amber eggs. Zhang Xiaoa was in charge of household chores and helped make eggs when she had free time. Su Xiaomei was young, so she took over the job of feeding the chickens. Su Changshou took charge of the family business. Every day, villagers would deliver eggs, and he was responsible for keeping track of which family delivered how many eggs, when, and how many amber eggs they should exchange for them in the future. He had kept the accounts very clear, and Su Kaishi and the others praised him again. Seeing that his younger brother could even keep clear accounts, Su Dagawei finally understood why his father always told him to listen to Su Changshou more. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the Su family's old house was filled with joy because today was the day to reconcile accounts. In the past, the Su family's old residence never had any accounting practices, but things are different now. Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan, working with Su Kaishi's family to distribute amber eggs, had made quite a bit of money in just half a month. Su Kaijiang had previously worked in Haishi Town and knew the manager of a restaurant. After securing the distribution deal, he took Su Kaikwan to Haishi Town the very next day. The two found the manager and offered him the amber eggs to try. After tasting them, the manager immediately placed an order for 300 eggs per month. It turns out that when he went to Huagang Town earlier, he had eaten amber eggs at Zuaxian restaurant and even asked manager how about their origin. But manager Hao kept his mouth shut, which had already whetted his appetite. Now that the amber egg had been delivered to his door, he naturally wasn't going to let it go. The two brothers visited several more restaurants and eventually secured an order for 700 pieces per month. If they continued selling like this, they could earn 1,400 coins a month, a sum far exceeding their expectations. I received my first payment today. Although the price of eggs has gone up a bit, after deducting costs, I still made a net profit of nearly 700 coins. The costs were covered by the public funds, so the profits should naturally also go to the public funds. However, Su Shuli did not let his 2 sons work for nothing. In addition to the portion given to the public funds, he took out another 200 coins and gave 100 coins each to Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan. Zhao Kaifeng and Sun Sini were overjoyed. Although not separating the family meant they wouldn't have to worry about food and lodging, each branch of the household also had little personal wealth. Now, we can earn 100 coins every half month and 200 coins a month, enough to buy 10 jin of pork. Our family's life can finally be improved. As they counted the money, the two of them discussed how to spend it. Zhao Kaifeng was particularly interested in saving it to send to her eldest son, Su Laikai, who was serving in the military. 2 years ago, when the imperial court conscripted soldiers, Su Laikai secretly ran away to join the army, saying he was going to kill barbarians. A year ago, he only sent 1 letter, saying he was guarding Jianzhou City, and then there was no further news. Zhao Caifeng's heart ached at the thought of her son, hoping he wouldn't actually encounter barbarians. She'd heard those people were incredibly cruel, even cannibalistic. Father, isn't it inappropriate to distribute the public funds like this? Madame Su asked, her face pale. Su Shuli squinted at her and said indifferently, Kai Jiang and Kai Quan work from dawn till dusk, crossing mountains and valleys to collect eggs and deliver amber eggs, and then they still have to work in the fields when they come back. If you don't think it's suitable, you can also go and sell with Lao San's family, and I will give you the same share of the money. Zhao Kaifeng immediately chimed in. Sister-in-law, Kai Jiang leaves home before dawn every day, and after delivering the eggs, he still has to do farm work. Sun Sini echoed, saying that Su Kaikwan had lost weight recently due to exhaustion. Su Wangsher couldn't bring herself to do distribution with Su Kaishi's family, so she could only watch helplessly as her two sisters-in-law counted the money. She muttered to herself, counting the 100 coins dozens of times, so many that she could count them with her eyes closed without making a mistake. Then she added that once her son became an official, no one else would benefit from it. After saying that, she went back to watch Su Laishan read. Meanwhile, Su Kaishi's family was also doing their accounts. Su Changshou took out his account book, which was filled with detailed notes. He bought the ledger and the ballpoint pen from the mall for 4 coins. He didn't know how to write with a brush. He was more comfortable writing with a pen. The accounts were still recorded in Arabic numerals. There were no outsiders in the house, and as long as no one else saw them, no one would suspect anything. Su Changshou told everyone that since they started distributing the products, the Su family had processed more than 3,260 amber eggs in half a month. Excluding the portion originally sold to Huagang Town, the distribution alone earned 5,513 coins. 5 taels of silver? Then we can earn 10 taels of silver a month. Su Kaishi exclaimed in surprise. The others were equally overjoyed. Who could have imagined that the Su family, who once struggled to even afford food, would now be able to earn so much money? Su Changshou was not blinded by joy. He said that this was indeed the case in theory, but with the continuous rise in grain prices in the city, the demand for eggs was increasing, and the price of eggs would definitely rise as well. For distributors to make a profit, they need to raise the price of amber eggs. However, the number of people in Manhwa County who can afford amber eggs is already limited, so if the price is high, fewer people will naturally buy them. Furthermore, the county's egg production may not be able to keep up with the speed of business expansion. This is a very simple principle. When the harvest is bad and grain prices keep rising, it will eventually affect the buying and selling of amber eggs. Su Kaishi nodded and said that Su Changshou was right. Even the most delicious food can become tiresome. Right now, we should focus on making money first. Zhang Shua said with a smile that she was already very satisfied. When Zhang Lu came to collect the eggs yesterday, he said that he had earned more than 400 coins in half a month. She was genuinely happy that her family could benefit from the Su family's influence. And all of this was because of her longevity. In a few days, it will be the summer harvest, and the villagers are getting busier and busier. Those who had previously gone to perform corvée labor have all been released by the imperial court. Clearly, the city wall of Manhwa County has been completed on schedule thanks to the pulley provided by Su Changshou. Manhwa County not only completed the task excellently, but also contributed pulley systems, a powerful tool to speed up the construction period. The imperial court issued a special decree to commend Lu Wan and bestowed upon him 200,000 coins. But Lu Wan didn't care about the money. What made him truly happy was that his decision had been approved by the Lu family's ancestral home. The ancestral home specially sent a message by carrier pigeon and even dispatched a skilled warrior to protect him. For an unfavored member of a collateral branch, this meant far more than a monetary reward. The Lu family was a prominent clan in Jinling City, the imperial family of the Great Xia dynasty, and these clans ruled the country together. There was even a saying among the people that dynasties come and go, but clans remain constant. The Lu family members are scattered throughout the centers of power in various places, and Lu Wan, the 7th-ranked county magistrate of this remote county, was originally inconspicuous. Only now that the ancestral home has been recognized can we truly see hope of returning to Nanjing. Inside the county government official's residence, Lu Wan summoned his daughter, Lu Luoling, and asked her to meet Changshou, who had been sent by the ancestral home. Changshou, dressed in a black outfit, was about the same age as Lu Wan. He had an arrogant expression and exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. Lu Wengang explained that this was a master hire by the family head to protect their family, but Changshou coldly corrected him. He said that he was only responsible for taking action when Lu Wan was in danger, and that he was not a servant of the Lu family, nor was he there to protect them. Lu Luoling was furious and was about to retort, but Lu Wan stopped her with a look. Lu Wan remained polite, inviting Changshou to rest first, as rooms and servants had already been arranged. Changshou simply nodded and reminded Lu Wan not to bother him unless it was something important, before leaving without looking back. He was originally living a comfortable life in the prefectural city, but now he's been transferred to Manhwa County to protect as 7th-rank collateral county magistrate, which naturally makes him unhappy. Lu Luoling was furious and complained, asking her father why he was being so polite to such a person. Lu sighed and said that Changshou represented the ancestral home, and more importantly, he was a 4th-rank martial artist, so he had the right to be proud. Martial artists are divided into 9 ranks based on their strength. Most 1st-rank martial artists can reach that rank after a year of training in the military, and the difference between them and ordinary strongmen is not that great. Even those at the 2nd or 3rd rank only have stronger martial arts skills and control over their strength. If surrounded by several strongmen, they could still be beaten to death by a flurry of punches. Therefore, martial artists of the 1st to 3rd rank usually don't talk about their rank. However, the 4th rank is different. Once you reach the 4th rank, you can cultivate internal strength, allowing you to scale walls and rooftops and withstand the attack of 10 elite soldiers without being defeated. Dealing with ordinary people is even easier. Those of the 6th rank and above can project their internal energy outwards, becoming capable of fighting against 100 people, resulting in a qualitative change in their strength. Legend has it that a 9th-rank master can even take the head of a general in the midst of a vast army and then escape unscathed. One person alone can intimidate an entire army. There are only a handful of 9th-rank masters in the entire Great Xia dynasty, and each one is a pillar of the nation and a war god in the army. It is evident that the emperor does not bow, but enters the palace with his troops. For martial artists, those below the 6th rank are like ants, but in a place like Plum Blossom County, a 4th-rank martial artist is enough to run rampant. If Changshou hadn't been a guest of the Liu family, he could have turned to the royal family and earned a baronial title through his military achievements. There are not many martial artists in the Great Xia dynasty who can cultivate to the 6th rank or above. Most of them are trained by the royal family and aristocratic families. Therefore, it was indeed an honor for Lu Wan, a collateral county magistrate, to have a 4th-rank martial artist sent by his ancestral home for protection. Lu Luoling, however, was unconvinced and said that even if someone was a martial artist, she would become one herself in the future. Lu Wan immediately scolded her for being silly, saying that it was no use for a girl to practice martial arts, and that he would find her a good husband once he was transferred back to Jinling. He also felt guilty towards his daughter. If he hadn't been sent to the remote Manhwa County, his daughter wouldn't be still unmarried at this age. He looked down on the people in the county. Only by returning to Jinling, where there were many talented young men, could his daughter find a suitable husband. Lu Luoling clung to her father's arm and acted coquettishly, saying that she would never get married. Lu Wan laughed at her, saying that if she didn't get married soon, she would become an old maid. Lu Luoling, however, waved her little fist and said that martial artists could prolong life and preserve youth, so she decided to cultivate martial arts. Lu Wan only said that cultivating martial arts is not the same as becoming an immortal. It's just a way to slow down aging, and in the end, one still has to honestly get married. The father and daughter were arguing when suddenly the sound of the village headman striking a gong came from the village. The wheat harvest is underway. Every household immediately went to the fields to rush the harvest. The harvest had been so bad in recent years that people in the north had relied on rice transported from the south, along with wild vegetables and fruits, to get through the lean season. Rice prices have been rising continuously, already emptying the savings of many families. Now that they can finally add grain to the wheat bins, everyone is still not happy. Some people were harvesting wheat and sighing, saying that this year's harvest looked even worse than last year's. An old farmer glanced at the wheat ears and knew that a mu, unit of land area, could yield a maximum of 120 jin, unit of weight, while in previous years it yielded at least 200 jin. Moreover, taxes had to be paid on the harvested grain, leaving the family with far too little food. Assuming one person eats 1 pound of grain per day, it would consume the harvest of nearly 3 acres of land in a year. Before the Su family divided their property, they could barely make ends meet by relying on the land. Later, when grain production was almost halved, they could only starve if they stayed together. This was one of the reasons why Su Wangshi initially insisted on dividing the family property. At this moment, Ma Lu said with relief that he was lucky to have followed Su Laosan's family to sell amber eggs. Otherwise, he would have gone hungry again this year. Upon hearing this, Zhao Godan, who was working in the field nearby, immediately asked him if selling amber eggs could really make money. Ma Lu was startled, realizing he had let something slip. He quickly said that it was just hard-earned money and that the wheat still needed to be sold for tax, so there wouldn't be enough left to eat. In fact, his family has already earned several hundred coins from selling amber eggs during this period. He was unwilling to let more people join, as the markets in the nearby towns and county were now just enough for a few families. If more people come to sell, my business will naturally earn much less. Zhao Godan could tell that he was not being sincere, so he didn't press the matter further. I was just thinking that after the wheat harvest, I would go to Su Kaishi's house to ask around. A few days ago, when he passed by Ma Lu's house, he could faintly smell the aroma of meat. Su Kaishi's family only had 5 mu of land. Except for Su Zhangshi, who stayed at home to cook, everyone else went to work in the fields. Su Kaishi and Su Dage were each responsible for 1 mu, approximately 0.16 acres, bending over and swinging their sickles as they cut wheat along the way. Zheng Chunni and Su Yutian followed behind, bundling the cut wheat stalks into bundles. Su Changshou and Su Xiaomei were young, so they carried baskets and carefully picked up the wheat ears that had been missed in the field. Not far away, the people at the Su family's old house were also busy, except they had a full 35 acres of land. Su Kaihai and his 2 brothers, along with several of his sisters-in-law, were harvesting wheat, while Su Shuli was leading several of the older children to bundle it up. Apart from old Mrs. Su staying at home to cook, only Su Laishan was kept behind by Madame Su Wang, who said he needed to review his lessons. In Su Wangshi's eyes, her son was the only scholar in the Su family, and he was not fit to do such rough work. Seeing her sons Laishi and Xiaohua busy in the fields, Zhao Kaifeng felt increasingly resentful and deliberately raised her voice, saying, "Look at Changshou, he's so young, yet he's earned so much money, and he still has to work in the fields." Sun Sini immediately chimed in. "That's right, Changshou is such a good boy. If only we hadn't separated from the family back then." Su Wangshi worked slowly and fell behind the 2 men, hearing everything clearly. Since they didn't call her name, she couldn't find a reason to get angry. Besides, Su Shuli was right in front of her, so no matter how fierce she wouldn't dare to cause a scene in front of the old man. Zhao Kaifeng and Sun Sini soon started talking about the amber egg business again, both feeling that thanks to Zhang Xiua leading everyone to make money, they could finally have a good new year this year. Moreover, the price the 3rd brother's family paid them was 1 coin cheaper than outside, clearly showing they were taking care of their own family. Hearing about amber eggs made Su Wangshi feel even more choked up. Lately, she often saw her 2 sisters-in-law having special meals at home, with several children each holding a chicken leg and eating with gusto in the yard. Su Laishan saw it and wanted to eat it too, but she had spent all her savings on writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, so she didn't have any money left to buy chicken legs for her son. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became. She felt that it was all because the 3rd brother's family deliberately excluded her from the amber egg business, and that everyone in the Su family was now targeting her. Just then, Grandma Su walked to the edge of the field carrying a large basket and called out to everyone, "Time to eat." During the busy farming season, everyone eats their meals right there in the fields to save time. When the baskets are opened, the food inside is much more plentiful than usual. Besides brown rice and green vegetables, there was also a plate of pork offal and a plate of stir-fried green vegetables with shredded pork. People who do heavy work can't do without some oil and fat in their stomachs. Everyone was satisfied with the meal, knowing full well that it was all thanks to Amber Egg's earnings. Otherwise, they would still be eating only brown rice and vegetables today. They had barely sat down when a rich aroma of meat wafted over. Everyone turned around and saw Zhang Xiui walking over with a basket on her shoulder. She put down the basket and said to Su Shuli and his wife, "Father, Mother, I made a little extra today, so I brought some over to you." After saying that, she turned and left without waiting for a response. Everyone quickly thanked her, and when they opened the basket, they found a whole roasted chicken inside. "My God, a whole chicken!" someone couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Kaifeng exclaimed, "This isn't overcooking. Who cooks an extra chicken?" The 3rd brother's family is just being filial to their parents. Su Shuli sighed and looked at his 3rd son's family, who were eating and chatting happily not far away, with a complicated expression in his eyes. He regretted that he shouldn't have let Su Wangshi cause trouble by dividing the family property. At that time, he was mindful of the Wang family scholar and hoped that Su Laishan would succeed in his studies, so he chose to turn a blind eye. Over the years, although he often helped the 3rd son's family, The family had already separated, and he couldn't bring the two families back together. Looking back now, the truly successful one is clearly the one who lived a long life. As his grandfather, he deeply regrets his past actions. The roast chicken weighed a good 3 pounds, and everyone could get a decent piece. Although Su Kaihai and Su Kaishi didn't get along, he was quick and tore off a piece of chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. Su Wangsher had long forgotten when she last ate meat, and now she was extremely envious, but dared not reach out. Given her relationship with the third brother's family, if she were to actually go and take the chicken, wouldn't she be contradicting herself? So she could only pick up the pig offal, while stubbornly insisting, I love eating pig offal. Roast chicken is too greasy. As Zhao Kaifeng tore apart chicken wings for Su Xiaohua, she said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, this pig offal was bought with the money that the third brother's family earned from selling amber eggs with us." Su Wangsher's chopsticks froze in midair, unsure whether to pick up the chopsticks or put them down, her face turning extremely pale. Grandma Su glared at everyone. "Eat up, everyone. If anyone isn't hungry, go and finish harvesting the wheat." Seeing that the old lady was angry, everyone immediately stopped making a scene, and the atmosphere in the field became lively again. On the other side, Su Kaishi's family ate much more leisurely. Zheng Chunyi tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Su Changshou. "Changshou, eat quickly." They also had a whole chicken, and both chickens were given to Zhang Xiuyi by Su Changshou before he left home that morning. In the mall, a whole slaughtered chicken costs 8 coins per pound, and you can only buy one per day. He bought one yesterday to store and bought another one today, spending a total of 60 coins. If it were last month, he would have had to think twice about the amount, but now that the Su family earns 10 taels of silver a month, they no longer care about such a small sum. After 2 busy days, the Su family finally finished harvesting all their wheat. Su Changshou was so exhausted that he could barely straighten his back. In his previous life, he had never done such farm work. Now he realized just how grueling it was to harvest wheat by the handful. The harvested wheat bundles still need to be taken home to dry and thresh. The family only has one large truck, so they have to make several trips back and forth. Su Changshou was too exhausted, so he simply sat on the wheat and was pushed home by Su Dede, wheat and all. Zheng Chunyi felt extremely distressed and quickly found rock sugar in the kitchen, boiled a bowl of sugar water, and forced it down his throat. The rock sugar was naturally bought by Su Changshou from the mall, but now that the family is wealthy, Zheng Chunyi assumed it was something they brought back from town. The grain from 5 mu of land was dried and weighed, but only a little over 600 jin were harvested. According to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, 1 do of agricultural tax was payable per mu for medium-sized fields, so the Su family could only keep a little over 400 jin in the end. Su Kaishi sighed as he looked at the grain sack. This little bit of grain isn't even enough to feed the chickens at home. 10 laying hens need to eat nearly 2 pounds of grain every day, and the grain they worked so hard to grow certainly won't last long. Su Zhangsher was also helpless, as this year's harvest was probably going to be like this. Fortunately, Su Changshou was in the family, and thanks to the amber eggs he made, Su Daguai and Zheng Chunyi felt that the family would not go hungry. But the two sides were thinking completely different things. What Su Kaishi and his wife were truly grateful for was that Su Changshou was able to do business with the immortal, but they couldn't tell anyone else about it. After everyone returned to their rooms, Su Changshou found his parents and said directly that he wanted to sell all the remaining grain to raise money. Su Kaishi was taken aback at first, then slapped his thigh in realization. With grain prices so high these days, selling your own grain for money and then using that money to buy things from the gods is the most cost-effective way to use it. Keeping the grain in your possession is simply wasting this opportunity. However, Su Kaishi was very cautious. The grain used to pay agricultural taxes absolutely could not be purchased from the immortal sage. Those grains were larger, cleaner, and tasted better. If anyone noticed, there would be no way to explain it. Therefore, the imperial court's tax grain still had to be grown in the fields, and only about 450 caddies could be sold. After hearing this, Su Changshou mentally gave his father a thumbs up. The world is not entirely governed by rules, and the more secrets one has, the more cautious one should be. They are not short of money these days, and there is no need for them to take risks to save trouble. The next morning, Su Kaishi convened another internal meeting of the Su family to discuss selling the grain. Ultimately, 3 votes were in favor, and all other objections were disregarded. The matter was settled. Su Dagui and his companions were completely baffled. With grain prices so high outside, if they sold their grain now, wouldn't they have to buy it at even higher prices later? But the Su family never talked about democracy. Looking at his elder brother's expression, Su Changshou sighed inwardly, realizing that the absolute authority of patriarchs in ancient times did have some effect sometimes. If Su Dagui continued muttering, his father's slap was likely to land. The grain from 5 mu of land filled only 1 row of carts, leaving room for Su Changshou to sit. Su Dagui not only objected to no avail, but was also forced to pull the cart at the front. Su Changshou lay on a grain sack, legs crossed, humming a little tune. I have a little donkey, I never ride it. One day, I had a sudden urge, so I rode it to the market. Su Dagui kept a sullen face and didn't want to say a word. Along the way, they encountered villagers, some of whom curiously asked Su Kaishi where he was going with so much grain. Su Kaishi didn't hide anything, saying he was going to town to sell grain. There was no way to hide such a thing, and no need to. In less than half a day, the news had spread throughout Shaoyan village. Su Laosan's family had just harvested new grain, and they were going to take it all away to sell. The village entrance was immediately abuzz with discussion, and everyone thought Su Kaishi had gone mad. With grain prices so high, selling low and buying high, and possibly even buying old grain, is something only a fool would do. Some people sourly remarked that the Su family made their fortune through the silver bestowed by the county magistrate and their amber egg business, and now that they have money, they're squandering it all and will eventually lose everything. The news naturally reached the Su family's old residence. Su Shuli was also puzzled when he heard it, and tried to stop them, but it was too late. He could only sigh, what a tragedy. Su Wangshu, however, was overjoyed. Su Kaishi's family's foolish move was even more satisfying than finding money on the street. Su Kaihai, lying on the bed and rubbing his full stomach, also sneered. Since the amber egg business started, the family's meals have indeed improved a lot, but the thought that the third branch of the family is making money while his own family can't get a share makes him feel uneasy. Upon arriving in Huagang town, a grain store had a large sign hanging outside with only 2 words, buying grain. Su Kaishi went up to the shop assistant and asked how to buy the newly harvested wheat. When the shop assistant heard that they really wanted to sell grain, he was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly shouted into the shop, "Manager, someone is selling grain." The grain purchase sign was put up without any expectation of actually buying any grain. Who would sell newly harvested grain? But today, this particular shop happened to come. The grain store manager, Qianyu, strode out. He was a slightly overweight middle-aged man. He looked Su Kaishi up and down, thinking to himself, this guy doesn't look like a fool. Su Kaishi said the truck was loaded with new grain, meeting the tax standards, and absolutely no water had been added. Qianyu grabbed a handful, smelled it, chewed a grain, and nodded in agreement that it was good grain. He then held up both hands, making the gesture of 11. 11 coins a pound, brother. If you're sure you want to sell, I'll buy it at that price. Su Kaisi Fdawen. Now even brown rice was selling for 10 coins, and wheat in the shop was even more expensive at 13 coins. Qianyu only wanted to give up 2 coins per pound. Just then, Su Changshou looked up from the grain sack and stared at Qianyu. Uncle, did you receive news that grain prices are going to rise again? Qianyu's expression stiffened. The change in her face said it all, yet she still forced herself to say that once the new grain came in, the price of grain would only fall, not rise. Su Changshou wouldn't let him off the hook. If prices were really going to drop, why is coarse rice still selling for 10 coins? And why are you in such a hurry to buy grain, instead of waiting for prices to drop? Now that every household has new grain, not many people will buy the wheat in your shop. You're probably just using this wheat as a facade, aren't you? Qianyu was speechless at the question, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Su Kaishi, listening from the side, was delighted. His son's question had completely exposed the shopkeeper's thoughts. Su Changshou stared at Qianyu and simply stated his bottom line. 13 coins, otherwise we won't sell. No, 13 coins is too high. Let me earn a little too. How about 12 coins? When Qianyu heard Su Kaishi say he wouldn't sell, he panicked. Su Changshou and his son immediately realized that the grain shop owner had something to hide. Su Changshou looked up and said in a soft, gentle voice, Uncle, you don't want the news that grain prices will rise further to spread throughout the city, do you? Qianyu's expression changed, and she quickly changed her mind. Okay, 13 coins. I'll take them all. He dared not let the father and son go out and spread rumors. The message from his master was clear. The barbarians had breached 2 more cities, and large numbers of refugees were fleeing south. Unfortunately, the harvest in the south is also poor this year, which will inevitably reduce the amount of grain transported to the north. Grain prices are not just going to rise, they're going to rise sharply. The master has given a strict order to all grain shops in Manhwa County to purchase 100,000 jin of grain at any cost. Qianyu, in Huagang Town, also has to purchase 10,000 jin. So he put up a grain purchase sign early on and displayed wheat in the shop for 13 coins a pound, but it was just a pretense to deliberately lower the grain purchase price. Now that everyone has just harvested their new grain, who would actually come to buy it? When grain prices rise, that's when the real gold will be. After the wheat was weighed, it totaled 447 jin. To shut them up, Qianyu voluntarily calculated it as 450 jin, a total of 5,850 coins. Seeing that the father and son seemed to be ordinary villagers, Qianyu originally wanted to pay with copper coins. However, Changshou said directly, "Uncle, silver will do. Give me 6 taels of silver, and we'll give you 150 coins in change." Counting copper coins was too troublesome. He already had a lot of copper coins from the villagers' distribution of amber eggs in his shop space, and silver coins looked much more convenient. Qianyu glanced at Changshou with surprise, but didn't ask any further questions. To him, it made no difference whether he was given copper coins or silver. But the more he looked, the stranger it seemed. Between the father and son, it was the child who was making the decisions. After the money and goods were settled, and Changshou and Su Kaishi left the grain shop, Qianyu sighed, realizing he had truly misjudged them today. At first, he thought they were a pair of fools who could be easily fooled, but it turned out that the father and son were both shrewd. In just a few words, the one who was originally in control was now completely dominated by a child. Lower the price of wheat by 2 coins. Next time someone comes to sell wheat, tell them this is the highest price. Qianyu immediately instructed the shop assistant. They learned from their mistakes. The people of Huagang Town may seem honest and simple, but they are all very shrewd. When they reached the vicinity of Swallow Lane, Changshou told Su Kaishi to wait while he went to ask Lu Luoling some questions. The grain store manager's reaction confirmed to him that grain prices would continue to rise, but he needed to understand the reasons behind it. In case the barbarians really attack, he can prepare in advance. Now the Su family has no power to protect itself and cannot be careless about any disturbance. Lu Luoling is the daughter of the county magistrate, so she must know far more information than he, a village boy. After listening to Changshou's question, Lu Luoling thought for a moment and said, "The price of grain is rising? I heard my father mention it the other day. It seems that the barbarians have captured 2 more cities, and the imperial court is sending more troops north. It should be related to this." She didn't usually pay much attention to these military and national affairs, and the information she knew came from Lu Wen's casual remarks. Changshou continued, "What kind of people are the barbarians? Why couldn't the soldiers of the Great Xia stop them?" He had been in this world for some time, but due to his limited status, he knew very little about the barbarians. The villagers only said that the barbarians were burly and strong, and that they ate people's hearts and lungs. But he wanted to hear more accurate information, since it concerned whether the Su family could survive in the future. Lu Luoling said, "The barbarians call themselves Liao people and are most skilled in horsemanship and archery. The environment where they live is harsh and resources are scarce, so not all of their children can be raised to adulthood. They selected the survivors like breeding eagles and raising poisonous insects. So those barbarians who survived were naturally stronger in physique and temperament than the Xia people, and were also more brutal and bloodthirsty. In the past, they would raid the border every year, mostly just to steal some valuables and extort money before leaving. But in recent years, they have changed their king and have become increasingly covetous of the Great Xia. Father said that they seem to be dissatisfied with staying in one corner and want to enter the heart of the Great Xia." Changshou's heart sank, but he still asked the question he cared about most. "Sister Lu, do you think the soldiers of Great Xia can defeat them? If the border troops can't stop the barbarians, they'll eventually reach Manhwa County. Then, he and his family will be truly in danger." Lu Luoling's expression dimmed. "I also wanted to say that we could win, but Father said that the infighting in the court was too fierce, and many people only cared about their own selfish interests. Even some high-level martial artists are busy fighting for power and profit, so the situation is not optimistic. Su Changshou then feigned curiosity. Martial artist? What is a martial artist? Lu Luoling explained. They are very powerful martial artists. Our family currently has a 4th-rank martial artist sent by our ancestral home to protect my father. He's very arrogant. He's not allowed to have the same meal twice a day, and he insists on being served by the most beautiful courtesan in the brothel. Even my father can't get him to do anything. I don't know if he's here to protect my father or to act like a big shot. Mentioning Changshou made Lu Luoling's face turn displeased. Su Changshou, however, was more concerned about the martial artist himself. How powerful can a 4th-rank martial artist be? This was the first time he had heard specific information about martial artists from someone else. His shop also offered martial artists for exchange, but they weren't cheap. If the martial artist isn't strong enough, wouldn't it be a waste of resources for him to exchange grain for it? Lu Luoling said, a 4th-rank martial artist can already cultivate internal strength and can fly over rooftops and walk on walls. Ordinary small military formations cannot trap them. Moreover, they have keen senses and can detect danger in time, making it difficult for ordinary hidden weapons to get close. Su Changshou noted that in Wali, a 4th-rank martial artist was indeed very powerful, at least enough to protect a county magistrate. Then he remembered the 9th-rank martial artist priced at 10,000 taels in the mall and asked, what about the 9th-rank one? Lu Luoling's eyes revealed admiration. The 9th rank is the most elite existence in the Great Xia dynasty. They can take the head of a general in the midst of an army and then retreat unscathed. Nowadays, there are very few 9th rank experts in the Great Xia dynasty, and almost no one has ever seen them actually make a move. The Lu family has a 9th rank martial artist who serves the patriarch year-round. Lu Luoling saw him once from afar when she was a child, and the direct descendants of the family treated him with utmost respect, daring not to be the slightest bit presumptuous. Su Changshou feigned surprise. So a 9th rank is this powerful. But he had already made a judgment in his mind. The 9th rank martial artist in the mall, who was worth 10,000 taels of silver, seemed to be worth more than his money. Su Changshou then remembered that martial artists are divided into 9 ranks. And what exactly is the lowest rank? He had seen a rank 1 martial artist for sale in the shop before for only 100 taels of silver. If a rank 1 martial artist was powerful enough, this deal would be incredibly worthwhile. He couldn't afford a high-grade martial artist for 10,000 taels of silver for the time being, but if he spent 100 taels to buy a first-grade one, the Su family would at least have a little more power to protect themselves. Lu Luoling told him that being a first-grade martial artist was just the beginning of martial arts, and not everyone could reach that level. Ordinary strong men would find it difficult to get close to him, and his every move already showed the demeanor of a master. Su Changshou was somewhat suspicious, because Lu Luoling's face was getting hotter and hotter. He was being held in Lu Luoling's arms, his face pressed against hers. Ever since he entered the room, this woman had been taking advantage of him. In order to get information, he had no choice but to endure it for the time being. Lu Luoling chuckled dryly, saying how could she possibly lie to him? Her good sister never lies. Su Changshou immediately lifted his head from her embrace, stared into her eyes, and asked, you wouldn't happen to be a first-grade martial artist, would you? Lu Luoling was a little embarrassed, but she still straightened her chest and admitted that her sister was indeed a first-grade martial artist and very powerful. After hearing this, Su Changshou jumped down to the ground and waved his hand, saying, put me down, I should go home. He'd asked everything he needed to know, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. However, when Su Changshou thought about Lu Luoling's performance as a first-grade martial artist, he was immediately disappointed. First-class martial artist, you really get what you pay for. He could buy a servant for less than 10 taels of silver, and the difference between a first-rank martial artist and an ordinary person didn't seem to be that great. If he really had to spend 100 taels, he might as well buy 10 strong men, 10 burly men surrounding a delicate woman like Lu Luoling. Surely they could beat her? They'd probably make her cry with just a few punches. Upon returning home, Su Changshou told Su Kaishi the news he had gathered. Hearing that the barbarians had captured another city, Su Kaishi couldn't help but sigh. Su Changshou immediately said that the Su family must make preparations in advance. If the barbarians really attack, they can't just sit idly by and wait to die. Having experienced so much hardship in his past life, He absolutely doesn't want to fight a battle he's not prepared for. Su Kaishi stated directly that he would support whatever his son wanted to do. Over time, he no longer regarded Su Changshou as an ordinary 6-year-old child. In fact, many things at home are now subtly centered around Su Changshou. This trust was earned by Su Changshou step by step through his own efforts. Su Changshou analyzed that if the barbarians really marched south, the Su family would most likely have no choice but to flee south as well. Anything they couldn't take with them would become a burden. They could buy things from the gods, but buying things requires silver. So from now on, the family must save money as much as possible and buy fewer things that cannot be taken with them when fleeing. Su Kaishi nodded. He naturally understood this principle. However, when fleeing, the whole family cannot rely solely on their own 2 feet. It is best to prepare a horse-drawn carriage. But no one knows when the barbarians will attack, and if a carriage is bought in advance, it will have to be maintained indefinitely, which is too expensive. Su Changshou stroked his chin, realizing that this matter was indeed difficult to handle. In this day and age, raising horses is not as simple as just feeding them a few handfuls of hay. The cost of a horse with good endurance each year is almost equivalent to the food and drink of a whole family. Horse feed requires wheat, beans, and salt, and also careful tending. Horses won't get fat without night grass. So to raise a horse well, at least 2 people are needed to feed and care for it multiple times a day. Not to mention that a decent horse on a market would cost at least 80 taels of silver. For the Su family now, it's practically no different from an ordinary person buying a luxury car. Su Changshou pondered for a moment and decided to ignore the carriage for now. If all else failed, he would figure out a solution while fleeing. At that time, many people might not even have enough to eat, so he could exchange grain for food. If all else fails, he might as well resort to robbery. Then he thought of his maternal grandfather's house and his paternal grandfather's house. If you really have to flee, you can't abandon your relatives on both sides. You must make arrangements in advance to avoid chaos when the time comes. Thinking of his large family, which included the elderly, children, and many women and kids, Su Changshou felt even more troubled. With more people, they become a bigger target and are more likely to be watched on the road. To protect these relatives, the Su family must have the ability to protect themselves. He needs to save money as soon as possible to get a few high-level martial artists from Mall. In addition, Su Changshou also made everyone in his family exercise more. He didn't expect them to be able to defeat the barbarians, but at least they shouldn't be a hindrance when they were escaping. After hearing this, Su Kaishi was completely convinced. His son had thought things through so thoroughly. From now on, he would only listen to his son. If Su Changshou told him to go east, he would never go west, resolutely upholding his son's position as the backbone of the family. Upon returning home, Su Kaishi immediately convened a family meeting. Unsurprisingly, Su Changshou's proposal was approved by everyone. Later, Su Kaishi told the Su family ancestral home about his plan to flee south at any time. Old Master Su took it very seriously, believing that it was always good to be prepared. But Lady Su disagreed. She said her brother, Wang Chengwang, was a scholar, and even if they had to flee, the imperial court wouldn't abandon a scholar. The Su family's old residence would be safe if it went with Wang Chengwang. As for whether or not to bring Su Kaishi's family, that depends on Su Laosan's attitude. The Wang family doesn't just bring everyone. Su Kaishi was too lazy to argue with this dim-witted woman, so she just talked to Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan for a while before leaving. When Zhang Lu came to collect the amber egg, Su Kaishi also told him about the barbarians. Zhang Lu naturally listened to his brother-in-law and immediately discussed with Su Kaishi where they would meet in the future. In the days that followed, the villagers of Shaoyan village noticed that Su Laosan's family would be led by Su Kaishi to run around the yard every morning. Round and round they went, rain or shine. Some people asked Su Kaishi out of curiosity what his family did. Su Kaishi replied with only 2 words, running. The villagers couldn't understand what the point of running was. Some people mocked that Su Laosan's family had just sold their grain a few days ago, and now they were so idle that they had nowhere to use their energy, so they were running laps around the yard. They thought they must be crazy. Some people say that saving effort means eating less, and this family clearly has too much money to burn, so they have to find ways to eat more food. Su Kaishi's family once again became the talk of the village, but they didn't care at all about the villagers' ridicule. Compared to a few idle words, increasing one's chances of survival during a flight is what truly matters. Zhang Lu also started exercising every day. Only the Su family's old residents still didn't take this matter too seriously. The Su family has a distinguished guest today. This morning, Su Changshou went to deliver an amber egg to Lu Luoling, but the young lady for the county magistrate's family suddenly became interested and insisted on going to Shaoyan village with him. The county magistrate's daughter couldn't possibly travel on foot. Lu Luoling rode in an ox cart, and Su Changshou and Su Degui also benefited, making their way back to the village. As soon as she arrived at old Su's house, Lu Luoling, like a curious child, looked around and touched everything. Her gaze fell on the 3 mud brick houses, and she couldn't help but ask, "Is this their home?" She pressed on with curiosity, asking how people slept at night with so many people in the house and only 3 rooms. Su Changshou sighed helplessly. When he first arrived, he had thought that he would build more rooms if he had the money. But now that there is chaos and war outside, and the family may have to flee at any time, the construction of the house has to be put on hold. For now, it's good enough to make do with what we have. Su Dagui answered for his brother, saying that Su Changshou shared a room with Yu Tian and Xiao Mei. Upon hearing this, Lu Luoling's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed that she was so lucky to be able to sleep in the same bed as Changshou. Su Changshou could tell at a glance that she seemed eager to try, and he wondered to himself, can't this girl be a little more normal? But on the surface, he had to maintain his cute and innocent persona. He simply couldn't understand how Magistrate Lu one could raise such an unconventional daughter. Could it be that they were switched at birth? Soon, Lu Luoling was attracted by the chickens in the yard. Pointing at the hens running around, she exclaimed, "So many chickens. Are these the ones that laid the amber eggs?" Su Changshou gritted his teeth and told her softly that a hen can only lay 1 egg a day, and the eggs she ate were all bought. He couldn't help but think to himself that a lady from a respectable family shouldn't be unaware of such common sense. At noon, Lu Luoling showed no intention of leaving and naturally stayed for lunch at old Su's house. Zhang Xiui, seeing that she was approachable and had no airs at all, liked her very much and specially prepared several of her signature dishes. Lu Luoling ate with a satisfied expression, praising her aunt's cooking repeatedly. Zhang Xiui was pleased and kept piling food into her bowl, urging her to eat more and ask for more if she wasn't satisfied. Zhang Xiui was initially worried that using the spices Su Changshou bought from the old immortal to cook would give her away. However, Su Changshou reassured her that the girl was a bit naive and wouldn't think twice as long as the food tasted good. After a hearty meal, Lu Luoling, her round belly bulging, put her arm around Su Changshou's shoulder and said she wanted to go out and play, and even wanted to go to the back mountain to dig for wild vegetables. Su Changshou refused outright, saying that all the wild vegetables in the village had already been dug up. Lu Luoling immediately drew out her voice and asked Zhang Xiui for help. Zhang Xiui had already been flattered by her flattery and was overjoyed. She immediately asked Su Changshou to accompany Sister Lu to play. Left with no other choice, Su Changshou had to take her up the back mountain. Lu Luoling even wrapped a headscarf around her head and carried a basket, looking like she was really going to dig for wild vegetables. After walking for a while, Su Changshou crossed his arms and told her, "See, I told you there were no wild vegetables." Lu Luoling, however, was unwilling to give up and insisted on walking further in. Su Changshou suddenly became wary and asked her if she was planning not to go back that night. If she really wanted to stay, she could only sleep with her sister-in-law and let her older brother go to his room. He always felt there was something off about this woman. Upon hearing this, Lu Luoling could only manage her signature awkward laugh, admitting she had no idea what she was thinking. The two bickered as they walked, stopping and starting, unaware that someone was already watching them from the bushes not far away. A voice whispered from the bushes, "Should we make a move?" Another person coldly replied, "Make a move." The next moment, 7 or 8 people rushed out and surrounded Lu Luoling and Su Changshou. Both men were startled. Who would have thought that such a band of bandits was hiding in the mountains behind Shaoyan village? Scarface gave the order to tie them up. Before long, Su Changshou and Lu Luoling were bound hand and foot. Although Lu Luoling was captured, she was not flustered at all and directly asked who these people were and why they were being captured. Su Changshou found it strange that being mentally unstable had its advantages. At least she didn't cry or shout, thus avoiding provoking the group of desperados. One of the bandits said that they were refugees who had fled after the barbarians broke into the city. When they passed by, They learned that Su Changshou was the son of the richest family in the village, so they wanted to borrow some money. After saying that, the man stared at Lu Luoling and said with a smile that he originally only wanted to catch one person, but he didn't expect to get an extra one as a bonus, which was a pleasant surprise. Lu Luoling immediately flew into a rage, calling them mere extras and even trying to reveal her father's identity. Scarface asked with great interest, "Who exactly is her father?" As soon as Lu Luoling said, "My father is," Su Changshou quickly interrupted, saying that her father was a businessman in Huagang town and was very wealthy. He absolutely could not allow Lu Luoling to reveal her identity as the magistrate's daughter. In the desolate wilderness, if the bandits knew they had kidnapped the magistrate's daughter, their most likely course of action would not be to release her, but to kill her to silence her and escape. Hoping the government would let them off the hook is simply unrealistic. This group had scouted the area beforehand, even finding out that the Su family was wealthy, and they waited specifically for them to enter the mountains before making their move. They clearly wouldn't do something so foolish. Lu Luoling finally realized what was happening and quickly nodded, admitting that her father was indeed a wealthy businessman. Scarface laughed upon hearing this. It turned out she was the real big fish. He toyed with the dagger in his hand, calculating how much ransom he should ask the two families for the two fish he had caught that day. Scarface pointed at Su Changshou and said that this kid was worth at least 100 taels of silver. Su Changshou was secretly shocked. This group of people's information was indeed very accurate. They even knew roughly how much money his family could afford. Then, the scarred man's gaze lingered on Lu Luoling, and he asked her how much she was worth. Lu Luoling sensed the ill intent in his eyes, and quickly replied that her father could afford 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels was enough to make Scarface suppress his other thoughts. Thinking that he could find any courtesan he wanted with money, he ultimately didn't touch Lu Luoling. Lu Luoling and Su Changshou both breathed a sigh of relief. Money was the key. As long as the other party was willing to pay the ransom, at least they wouldn't kill anyone for the time being. Scarface then instructed the skinny man, Xiao Wu, to take the tokens from them and send them back to Shaoyan village so that their families could pay ransom. If they were late, the hostages would be killed. Xiao Wu first pulled the silver hairpin off Lu Luoling's head, intending to use it as a token, but upon discovering it was silver, he immediately handed it to Scarface to keep, and then cut off a piece of her sleeve with a knife. When it was Su Changshou's turn, Xiao Wu searched him for a long time and found that he had nothing on him, so he could only raise his knife to cut his sleeve. Su Changshou quickly stopped him, saying that he had brought something with him, which he had hidden in his inner garment. It was a new garment that his sister-in-law had just made for him, and he didn't want it to be destroyed with a single cut. Xiao Wu reached into his inner garment with a puzzled look and indeed found a stick-like object, wondering why he hadn't felt it before. Su Changshou told him that it was a toothbrush. Xiao Wu, his face full of curiosity, actually put the toothbrush in his mouth to try it out, which made Su Changshou's mouth twitch. He had just taken the bamboo toothbrush from the shop. To keep his new clothes, he had no choice but to reluctantly hand over the toothbrush, sighing inwardly that he would have to buy another one, which would cost 2 coins. Although Xiao Wu was a little reluctant, the child's clothes were too ordinary and not very distinctive, so he decided to take them to the Su family to deliver the message. Once you get the silver, there's nothing you can't buy. In the Su family's home in Shaoyan village, Zhang Xiui was so anxious that her eyes were red with tears. While she was doing laundry, she saw a stone fly into the yard. The stone was wrapped in cloth, with a note inside and a toothbrush tied to it. The toothbrushes were bought by Changshou from the immortal, and each member of the Su family had one. There was no way they could mistake one for another. But no one in the family could read, so Su Kaishi quickly invited the village headman. After the village head finished reading the note, everyone realized that Su Changshou and Lu Luoling had been kidnapped by bandits who demanded 100 taels of silver. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Changshou go to the back mountain. Zhang Xiua was filled with regret. Su Kaishi sighed. Now is not the time to investigate. We need to rescue them first. The family had only enjoyed a few good days before being targeted. Clearly, this group of robbers had planned this all along. He instructed the village head not to make a fuss, as the more people knew, the more likely it would harm the 2 children. The village head suggested reporting it to the authorities, but Su Kaishi thought that Lu Luoling was the county magistrate's daughter, and this matter must be informed to Lu as soon as possible. time was more important than money. So he took an ox cart to town, then rented a horse-drawn carriage and headed straight for the Manhwa County government office. When he arrived at the gate, he ran into the same yamen runner who had given him the reward money earlier. The constables recognized Su Kaishi and, upon learning the situation, immediately brought him into the official residence. Upon seeing Lu Wan, Su Kaishi bowed and pleaded, "Lord Lu, please find a way to save him." Upon hearing that his only daughter had been kidnapped, Lu Wan's expression changed drastically. His wife had passed away long ago, and Lu Luoling was his only daughter. He simply couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to her. But he still suppressed his panic. Since the robbers are after money, they shouldn't hurt anyone for now. "You wait here, I'll go find someone." Lu Wan strode to the gate of courtyard, knocked on the door, and called out, "Mr. Chun, please come in." An impatient voice came from inside the house, mixed with a woman's playful laughter. "What is it? I'm Buse." Suppressing his anger, Lu Wan respectfully said, "Mr. Chun, my daughter has been kidnapped by robbers. Please help me." Changshou replied coldly, "I'm only responsible for protecting you. What does your daughter's life or death have to do with me?" His frivolous and teasing voice then came from inside the room. Lu Wan's anger surged, but he could only keep his head down. "Sir, please make any requests you may have. As long as you are willing to save people, I will agree to them." Changshou then spoke. "I want to redeem Miss Shir from her servitude. If you agree, I will accompany you." Lu Wan remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and agreed. Shir was the most beautiful courtesan at Siu Tower, and after Changshou came to Manhwa County, he practically kept her all to himself. Lu Wan had already spent several hundred taels of silver on her behalf. To redeem Shir from her servitude would cost at least 1,500 taels of silver, almost all of his savings over several years. But for his daughter's sake, he had no choice but to agree. The door finally opened, and Changshou walked out, a red mark still on his neck, looking nothing like a fourth-rank martial artist. He turned to the woman inside the house and said, "My little beauty, wait for me to come back. I'll spend more time with you tonight." Lu Wan dared not delay and immediately led the way. Afterwards, he, Su Kaishi, and Changshou boarded a carriage and headed to Shaoyan village, with several plainclothes constables following closely behind. Meanwhile, in the back mountains of Shaoyan village, deep within Bat Mountain, torches flickered in a hidden cave where more than 30 adult men held various weapons. Sitting at the head of the table was none other than the Scarred-Faced Man. These people were refugees who fled south after the barbarians breached the city. They were not benevolent people to begin with. Some knew martial arts, and some were incredibly strong. Scarface had gathered them into a gang of thieves. They dared not lay a hand on the barbarians, but instead targeted the Xia people. As they fled south, they robbed and plundered, and more than a dozen innocent civilians had already died at their hands. Once they reached a more stable area, Scarface realized that continuing to blend in with the refugees would be too conspicuous, so he led his men to Plum Blossom County, occupied Bat Mountain, and prepared to resume their old ways. A few days ago, they learned that a wealthy family had emerged in Shaoyan village at the foot of the mountain, so they secretly kept an eye on them. Today, seeing Su Changshou follow a girl into the back mountain, they saw him as easy prey delivered to their doorstep. Scarface, sipping his drink, frowned and asked, "Little Five, has the message been delivered? Why is there still no word?" Xiao Wu quickly explained, "Brother, I saw that woman pick up the stone with my own eyes, so the message must have been delivered. I guess 100 taels is too much. They can't raise the money right away." Scarface took a big gulp of wine and said calmly, "If they don't send the money by 5 p.m., cut off one of their fingers and send it over." He spoke of it casually, as if he were only about to cut off a piece of meat to go with his drinks. In another dark cave, Su Changshou and Lu Luoling were tied together, with only a crack in the ceiling letting in a sliver of light. Lu Luoling asked softly, "Changshou, are we going to die?" Su Changshou comforted her, "No, your father will definitely come to save us." Lu Luoling said in a low voice, "Actually, it wouldn't be so bad to die together with Changshou." Su Changshou quickly reached out and barely managed to hook her bound hands, trying to stop her from overthinking. Saying discouraging things at this time was not a good sign. "No, don't think too much. We'll definitely get out today." He gently squeezed Lu Luoling's fingers. Lu Luoling hummed in agreement and whispered, "Changshou, sometimes I feel like you're an adult." Su Changshou appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually panicking inside. He tried to break free of the ropes, but found that they were tied so tightly that he couldn't move at all. Just then, a commotion came from outside. Lu Luoling immediately became excited. "Is it my father coming to rescue us?" Su Changshou listened carefully and realized it sounded like someone was walking out of the cave. Not long after, a cheer suddenly erupted outside. "Brother, we've struck it rich. What a big fish, bringing the silver so quickly." In front of Scarface was a wooden box with its lid open, filled with official silver ingots weighing 5 taels each. Xiao Wu casually picked up 2 ingots and touched them, his face immediately lighting up with joy. "Brother, they are pure silver, a total of 220 ingots, not one missing." In the open space deep in the back mountain, Lu Wen and Su Kaishi were anxiously waiting for news, while Changshou sat leaning against a tree, looking quite impatient. Su Kaishi gratefully thanked Lu Wen, saying he would definitely repay the money when he returned. Most of the Su family's money was controlled by Su Changshou, making it unrealistic to expect him to produce 100 taels on short notice. Lu Wen hadn't really cared about the money. The bandits had kidnapped his daughter, and this money was just a temporary measure to appease them. Once Lu Luoling was rescued and the bandits were apprehended, the money would naturally be recovered. He gazed at the constables lying in ambush in the distance and sighed. "I just hope those villains will release her as promised after taking the silver." His daughter was still in their hands, and he dared not launch a direct attack unless absolutely necessary. But inside the cave, Xiao Wu asked Scarface, "Brother, are we really going to release them?" Scarface looked at him like he was an idiot. Release them? The fact that they managed to scrape together the money so quickly means there's still profit to be made. They finally caught a big fish. If they don't squeeze as much out of him as possible, wouldn't all their efforts be for nothing? He sent Xiao Wu back to deliver a message, saying that the 2 men had eaten dragon liver and phoenix gall in the mountains, so they should pay for the meal and send over another 5,000 taels of silver for the food, or else he would kill them. Xiao Wu was thrilled to hear this, finally realizing that he was a kidnapper and had no right to talk about credit. Following his boss, he understood that only then could he rise to power and become a big shot. Upon hearing the demand for a higher price, Lu Wen was both shocked and furious. 5,000 taels? Where would I get that much silver? How can you go back on your word? Xiao Wu sneered. "I'll give you 2 hours. If the silver isn't delivered to the designated place, my elder brother will be angry. Your daughter is delicate. I can't guarantee anything if something happens to her. Don't try anything funny." After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Wen was so angry that his face turned ashen, and he could only bow to Changshou. "You scoundrel! Please, Mr. Chun, think of a solution." Changshou spat out the leaf from his mouth, leaving only the words, "Remember, help Shirshir redeem herself." Then, with a flash, he quietly followed Xiao Wu and disappeared into the mountains and forests in a few leaps. Su Kaishi asked worriedly, "Sir, can he really save the person?" Lu Wen was also unsure, so he could only say, "Mr. Chun is highly skilled in martial arts. Let's wait for him to find out the situation before making any plans." Less than a quarter of an hour later, Changshou returned from the depths of the back mountain. Lu Wen and Su Kaishi hurriedly went to meet him and asked what had happened. Changshou said in a deep voice, "I followed that man to a cave. The place was extremely secluded and easy to defend. Judging from the footsteps and voices outside the cave, there were at least 30 people inside. If they take Miss Lu hostage under heavy attack, no one can guarantee her safety." Although Changshou was arrogant, he had investigated very carefully since he had agreed to help. Lu Wen hurriedly asked if Changshou could sneak into the cave to find the hostage, and then he could lead the constables to break in from the outside to rescue the hostage. Changshou shook his head and said, "There is only one entrance to the cave. Once inside, it's where the bandits gather, and there's nowhere to hide. I can fight, but I can't sneak in unnoticed." He was indeed a 4th-rank martial artist, but even facing more than 30 armed bandits, he could barely defend himself. If the hostage was among the bandits, his reckless intrusion would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Lu Wen panicked completely. "Are we just going to let them extort us like this?" Changshou said, "Even I can't do anything about Manhwa County, so it's even more difficult for others. Let's go and raise the money first. If they keep their word this time and wait for the hostage to be released, then we won't have to be afraid of them anymore." More than 30 thugs. As long as there are no hostages to hold us back, my officers and I can easily subdue them. Lu sighed and could only hurry back to the county town. But he didn't have much savings to begin with, and 5,000 taels was not something he could raise in a short time. In his anxiety, he kept urging the coachman to speed up. What he feared most was that if the time was missed, his daughter would suffer in the mountains. The light filtering through the cracks in the cave ceiling gradually dimmed, and darkness was fast approaching. Even the usually carefree Lu Luoling became dejected at this moment. She whispered to Su Changshou, "They took the money, but they don't seem to care if we leave. Are we really going to die?" Su Changshou comforted her. "Since they still want money, they won't kill us for now, so don't worry." Both of them had clearly heard the cheers outside the cave and guessed that the bandits had already received the ransom, but had no intention of keeping their promise. Su Changshou was equally anxious. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had truly fallen into such a life-or-death crisis, so it was impossible for him not to be nervous. But with Lu Luoling right beside him, he could only force himself to remain calm and try his best to keep her steady. Before they knew it, the 2 hours agreed upon for delivering the silver were almost up, but Scarface still hadn't heard any commotion outside. His face darkened, and he ordered his mustachioed subordinate, "Go and give him a finger, so they'll stop trying to pull any tricks." The man with the mustache paused for a moment, then asked, "Boss, whose are you cutting?" Scarface cursed. "Idiot, of course we should cut off that child. That girl is worth 5,000 taels of silver. How'll we get paid if we hurt her? That child's family is poor, so we can use her as a warning to others." The man with the mustache walked into the gap where the 2 men were imprisoned, squatted down in front of Su Changshou, and brandished the blade on his fingers. "Kid, don't blame me. Blame her parents for not sending the money on time. The boss is going to cut off one of your fingers. You choose which one." Lu Luoling's expression changed instantly, and she immediately shouted, "If you're going to cut mine. Don't hurt Changshou." Su Changshou could tell she was terrified, yet she still stepped forward to protect him immediately, which moved him deeply. The man with the mustache chuckled and said, "Little wench, you can't cut her. You're worth 5,000 taels of silver." His eyes roamed greedily over Lu Luoling's body, and the atmosphere in the cave grew even colder at that moment. "Kid, hurry up and choose. If you dawdle any longer, I'll choose for you." The man with the mustache glared fiercely at Su Changshou and deliberately glanced at his lower body, which made Su Changshou shudder. Su Changshou, however, put on a naive and innocent look and asked, "Big brother, did you kidnap us for money?" "Nonsense. What else would it be for if not money? Hurry up and choose. Stop talking nonsense." The man with the mustache said impatiently. Su Changshou said in a low voice, "If it's about money, I know how to get more money than I can spend." The man with the mustache immediately became interested, but he didn't believe a child could know how to make money, so he told Su Changshou not to try anything funny. Su Changshou asked him mysteriously if he had a single penny on him. Hearing this, the man with the mustache was completely confused. Su Changshou then said that if he untied the man's hands and gave him a coin, he would naturally know the answer. The man with the mustache threatened him, saying he would cut off his fingers if he dared to lie, but thinking that no child could escape, he still untied the rope, took out a coin, and handed it over. Su Changshou placed the copper coin in his palm and earnestly reminded him, "Watch carefully, don't blink or make a sound, or it won't work." The next moment, the copper coin vanished from his palm. 5 breaths later, 2 coins reappeared in his hand. The man with the mustache stared wide-eyed and quickly grabbed Su Changshou's hand, turning it over and over to check, but he couldn't find anything. "How did you do that?" Su Changshou said innocently. "It's innate. Isn't that amazing?" Hearing the commotion, Lu Luoling, who had her back to them, couldn't help but ask what they were doing, but was sternly stopped by the man with the mustache. At that moment, the man with the mustache had no time to care about her. He was only staring at the 2 coins in his hand. He asked Su Changshou to do it again. Su Changshou took the copper coins and placed them in the same way as before, and 2 coins immediately became 4 coins. The man with the mustache was completely convinced and trembled with excitement. "My God, it's true. We've caught a little god of wealth." Su Changshou seized the opportunity to tempt him, saying that as long as he took him to see his elder brother, he would make a great contribution and everyone would have endless money in the future. The man with the mustache immediately led Su Changshou away. Lu Luoling anxiously shouted after them, warning them not to harm Changshou, but the two ignored her completely. Scarface looked displeased when he saw the mustachioed man bring the child out and asked him what he was dawdling about. The mustachioed man, however, shouted excitedly, "Brother, we're rich." Scarface berated him for talking nonsense, saying the ransom would arrive soon and he was asking for money. The other kidnappers joined in the mockery, thinking the mustachioed man was acting like a fool. The man with the mustache hurriedly explained that Su Changshou was a little god of wealth who could turn money into cash, and he recounted how the copper coins doubled. Scarface thought it was a magic trick, and Xiaowu laughed at him for being fooled by a child. But Xiaowu suddenly remembered that he was the one who searched Su Changshou earlier, and apart from a toothbrush, Su Changshou had no money at all. Su Changshou then spoke up, "Let me try and I'll know." Scarface immediately ordered his men to take out 2 5-tael silver ingots and 10 taels of silver from the silver box and hand them to Su Changshou, threatening that if he dared to deceive them, his tongue would be cut out. Su Changshou spread his hands, letting everyone see clearly. The 2 silver ingots suddenly disappeared, and 5 breaths later, 4 silver ingots of the same size appeared out of thin air in his palm. The cave erupted in chaos. The kidnappers screamed in alarm, some even saying, if they had this ability, why bother with kidnapping? They could just turn the money into cash. Scarface couldn't sit still any longer. He rushed up to Su Changshou and examined him thoroughly from head to toe several times. Finally, with greedy eyes, he shouted, "Good heavens, you're a little money god. Transform again." Su Changshou held 8 silver ingots in both hands, while the scarred-faced man urged him on excitedly. Everyone was lost in their fantasies. As long as the child kept conjuring money, they would soon be able to fill the entire cave. By then, mansions, fine wine, beautiful women, and servants will all be readily available. Who would want to continue living such a life of danger? However, Su Changshou looked troubled and said that there was a limit to how much money he could convert. He could only convert it 5 times every 49 days, and today was the last time. He also reminded everyone that they shouldn't waste the last bit of money. They should take out all their money and double it all at once. Then, he naively proposed a condition. After helping them convert all the money this time, he would send himself and his sister back home. Scarface slapped his forehead and agreed repeatedly, immediately ordering all the money to be brought over. He verbally agreed to release the people, but inwardly he sneered. How could they possibly let go of a child who could turn into money and was easy to control, now that he was in their hands? At this point, in Scarface's eyes, Su Changshou was no longer a person, but a treasure trove that could generate wealth. Before long, a large pile of money appeared in front of Su Changshou. Among it were 1,100 taels of silver sent by Lu Wan, as well as money they had previously robbed from wealthy merchants and refugees. The kidnappers even threw in their own copper coins and silver coins. There were even quite a few gold ingots in the pile of money, clearly indicating that these people were no strangers to murder and robbery. Scarface stared at the pile of valuables, forcing a warm smile. "Little god of wealth, hurry up and transform it. Once you're done, I'll send you back to reunite with your family." The group of kidnappers stared expectantly at Su Changshou, who had over 3,000 taels of silver in front of him. If the money could be doubled, it would be over 6,000 taels, which would mean each of them would get 200 taels of silver. Su Changshou placed his hand on the pile of money, and everyone immediately held their breath, not daring to even blink. Some even quietly moved to the side, afraid that there would be nowhere to put the silver that he conjured up later. With a whoosh, the silver coins in front of him vanished into thin air, just like before. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths passed, but the silver still hadn't reappeared. Everyone's palms were sweaty, and Xiaowu finally couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Is it not working anymore?" Scarface frowned and said, "Don't rush. There's too much money involved. It might take longer." Su Changshou took the opportunity to check the exchange shop. The total amount of money deposited this time was 3,276 taels and 1,198 cash. The exchange rate between gold and silver in the shop was 1 to 10, so the gold ingots alone were exchanged for 800 taels of silver. He clicked into the martial arts page and quickly saw a line of information. 5th-rank martial artist, Ling Tong, 1,700 taels of silver, limited to 1 purchase, loyalty 100%. Lu Luoling had said that 4th-rank martial artists were extremely powerful, But Su Changshou was currently trapped in a bandit's den, so he felt it was safer to buy a fifth-rank martial artist. Now was not the time to save money. Preserving his life was the most important thing. Without hesitation, he chose to buy it. 1,700 taels of silver were deducted instantly, and then the mall system notification sounded in his mind. The host's cumulative spending has exceeded 1,000 taels. The in-game store has been upgraded to a level 2 store. Su Changshou's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that the mall could be upgraded, but he didn't have time to study it right now, so he could only put the matter aside for the time being. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Scarface was getting impatient. Su Changshou calmly replied, "It will be ready soon." The next moment, the expected sea of silver and money did not appear. Instead, a middle-aged man in a gray robe and tight-fitting clothes appeared out of nowhere in front of Su Changshou. The man was 7 feet tall, with a resolute face, sharp eyes, and a large sword hanging on his back. He exuded an aura that could not be underestimated. "Ling Tong greets his lordship." Ling Tong clasped his hands in a fist salute and bowed, his voice steady and calm. A pile of silver coins conjured up a living person, startling the kidnappers who screamed in terror, as if they'd seen a ghost. Before they could react, Su Changshou pointed at Scarface. "Grab him!" Ling Tong's figure flashed, and before the scarred man could even see how he made his move, he was firmly captured in his hand, without even a chance to struggle. "Let me go!" Scarface screamed in terror. He still doesn't understand how he suddenly ended up in their hands. This kind of speed is simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Seeing their leader captured, the other kidnappers panicked but dared not make a move. Having witnessed Ling Tong's skills, Su Changshou finally felt confident and immediately ordered, "Take me to rescue that girl." With his keen senses, Ling Tong, a 5th-rank expert, had already noticed that Lu Luoling was hiding in the gap not far away. He put one arm around Su Changshou and picked up Scarface with the other, then leaped down and landed in front of the gap. Su Changshou only truly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Luoling behind him. From the moment the mustachioed boy threatened to cut off his finger, to when he exposed the secrets of the marketplace, managed to swindle money, and then summoned Ling Tong, the entire journey had been fraught with peril. Any miscalculation at any step would have plunged him and Lu Luoling into dire straits. Now that Lu Luoling was right behind him, he had no more worries. Su Changshou looked at the group of kidnappers, his eyes devoid of any warmth. "Kill them all. These people deserve to die." Not only did they try to harm him and Lu Luoling, but they also witnessed his secret. Su Changshou was not a merciful man. He could not leave a single one alive today. Ling Tong obeyed the order without hesitation. He first exerted force and strangled the scarred man to death. Then he drew a large sword from his back, 3 feet 7 inches long and 2 fingers wide, its blade gleaming coldly. Seeing their leader die before their eyes, the kidnappers were terrified, but relying on their numbers, they still raised their weapons and rushed towards Ling Tong. Su Changshou stood guard at the entrance to the cave, watching as Ling Tong raised his knife and brought it down like a god of death descending upon the world. In just a few breaths, 5 kidnappers fell to the blade, their eyes wide open in death. The remaining men were killed and dared not approach. Ling Tong said to Su Changshou, "My lord, do not move." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into the crowd, his figure shifting and turning, his blade flashing repeatedly. In just a few breaths, 7 people were killed in succession. Seeing that they couldn't defeat him head-on, some tried to go around and take Su Changshou hostage. However, Ling Tong was constantly distracted by the direction of the opening. With a flick of his toe, an iron knife on the ground flew into the air. He then delivered a horizontal kick, sending the iron blade flying through the air and pinning the man to the mountainside. The man struggled for a moment, then slowly slid down and fell silent. The remaining kidnappers completely broke down and turned to flee towards the cave entrance. Ling Tong leaped forward, catching up with the 3 in the blink of an eye, and swiftly took their lives with a single slash each. The kidnappers finally escaped the cave and saw the woods ahead. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a chill ran down their spines. The ghostly man had caught up with them. Within moments, several more people died by the knife. Only one person remained, rushing out of the cave and running desperately into the woods, shouting for help. But this was their chosen hiding place, and with the sun setting, no one would hear them. Those cries for help were nothing more than the instinct to survive in dire circumstances. Ling Tong chased after him out of the cave and threw his longsword. The sword struck the man squarely in the back. The man staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Su Changshou stood at the entrance of the cave waiting. Not long after, Ling Tong returned, clasped his hands, and reported, "My lord, all 31 men have been killed. Not one survived." Su Changshou nodded. "Well done. From now on, don't call me lord, call me young master." "Yes, young master." Su Changshou felt that the title lord sounded too old-fashioned. Young master sounded much better. Who wouldn't want to be a refined and elegant young gentleman? The mall space could store items, but it couldn't store a living person like Ling Tong. Su Changshou could only sigh helplessly as he looked at the extra 5th-rank martial artist beside him. "It looks like there's another person in the family, so we have to build this house. Plans really can't keep up with changes." Su Changshou gave Ling Tong a few more instructions, then led him back to the cave, where Lu Luoling was still tied up. While the fighting was raging outside, she kept calling Su Changshou's name from inside the cave. Clearly she was extremely worried. Back in the cave, the ground was littered with corpses. Su Changshou first went to the wooden box containing the silver ingots. He put the 1,100 taels of silver ingot back into the box, and then walked toward the gap in the cave, where Lu Luoling was imprisoned. As they approached the cave entrance, Lu Luoling's anxious voice came from inside. "Changshou, is that you? How are you?" Su Changshou walked in, and Lu Luoling finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was him. He untied the ropes for her, and Lu Luoling immediately rushed over, hugged him tightly, buried her face in his chest, and cried, "Changshou, you scared me to death. I thought you were dead." She hugged him tighter and tighter, and Su Changshou quickly broke free, feeling a sense of helplessness. The kidnapper hadn't killed him. He was almost suffocated by this woman. Once Lu Luoling recovered, she immediately bombarded her with questions. "Where did you go just now? What was that commotion outside? How are the kidnappers?" Su Changshou gave her a heads up. "They're all dead. Their bodies are outside." Lu Luoling was stunned. "Dead? How'd he die?" "My friend killed him. He came to save us," Su Changshou said, pointing to Ling Tong, who was standing outside the cave with his back to the two of them. It was only then that Lu Luoling realized there was someone standing outside, and she was immediately shocked. She considered herself a top-tier expert, yet she hadn't even noticed this person's presence. It seemed his strength was unfathomable. No wonder he was able to kill all the kidnappers. If Su Changshou could hear her thoughts, he would probably just roll his eyes. What a first-class master. She's just too dense. Lu Luoling stepped out of the cave and looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. Instead of being afraid, her eyes lit up. "Are they all really dead? Good riddance. My expert friend, how did you kill them? What rank of martial artist are you? And what is your relationship with Changshou?" She became more and more excited as she spoke, and even began to make wild guesses, suspecting that Su Changshou had once saved the seriously injured Ling Tong on a snowy night. Ling Tong, grateful for the kindness shown to him, became close friends with Su Changshou despite their age difference, and vowed to protect him for the rest of his life. Despite this utter nonsense, Ling Tong remained expressionless, his entire being as cold as a stone. Su Changshou was speechless. The woman was standing on a corpse with its eyes wide open, and the sole of her shoe was pressing down on the person's face. He had been worried that Lu Luoling would be terrified if she saw the corpse, but now it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. "All right, hurry back. Your family must be worried sick." Su Changshou quickly interrupted her. If she continued to ask, Ling Tong would probably be driven crazy, so the three of them hurried out of the mountains. On the other side, Luan had already collected 5,000 taels of silver as agreed and placed it at the designated location. But no one showed up. He wasted a lot of time trying to raise the money, and by the time he met up with Changshou and Su Kaishi, it was almost time to meet up with them. Now that the kidnappers have made no move, he is increasingly uneasy and can only bow to Changshou. "Mr. Chun, please take another look." Changshou snorted coldly, his face full of impatience. "What a nuisance. I don't know why the patriarch sent me to protect you." He had spent most of the day in the back mountain and was already extremely irritable. He should have spent that time discussing life with Shur. Now, however, he was being fed mosquitoes in this desolate wilderness for the sake of a distant relative's daughter, which really annoyed him. Luan suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, After this matter is over, I will definitely redeem Miss Shirshir for you. Please help me. Su Kaishi quickly smiled apologetically. Please go and take a look, sir. My Su family will be extremely grateful. At this moment, both of them were only thinking about the child, and they could only endure Changshou's bad attitude. To everyone's surprise, Changshou scoffed. What's the value of a farmer's gratitude? Su Kaishi's face stiffened, but she could only force a smile and dared not refute him. Just as Lu Wen was about to continue pleading, a familiar voice suddenly called out from afar. Father, I'm here. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Su Changshou and his two companions saw a flash of light ahead and immediately quickened their pace. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Lu Wen rushed over, and Su Kaishi also saw Su Changshou beside Lu Luoling and hurriedly followed. But when they discovered that Ling Tong was standing next to the two of them, they immediately became wary. Su Changshou quickly explained, Father, his name is Ling Tong. He's my friend, and he's the one who saved us. Lu Wen and Su Kaishi then lowered their guard. Su Kaishi hugged her son tightly and checked him over several times. Only after confirming that Su Changshou was not injured did he inquire about what had happened. Su Changshou recounted the events of encountering the kidnappers and Ling Tong's rescue, leaving Lu Wen and Su Kaishi still shaken. Then, the two truly turned their attention to Ling Tong. Lu Wen cupped his hands and asked, May I ask, friend, are you a martial artist? Even Changshou, a fourth-rank martial artist, couldn't rescue the two people, but Ling Tong was able to kill dozens of kidnappers, clearly demonstrating that his strength far surpassed Changshou's. Ling Tong said calmly, I have some basic martial art skills. Apart from Su Changshou, everyone else was insignificant in his eyes, so he naturally didn't want to say anything more. Su Changshou quickly smoothed things over for him. He's my friend, but he's not very good with words. Lu Wen didn't mind and bowed again to express his gratitude. Thank you for saving my daughter, sir. I will remember this kindness. Ling Tong replied in a deep voice, It was young master who asked me to save you. Lu Wen was stunned for a moment, then realized that the young master he was talking about was Su Changshou. So Lu Wen turned to Su Changshou and said solemnly, Thank you, young master. I will remember this. Compared to Changshou's arrogance, Ling Tong, though indifferent, was much stronger in attitude. Lu Wen assumed that most high-ranking martial artists were like this. Just then, Changshou walked out from behind, his face full of disbelief. I think you just used some method to escape, pretending to be high-level martial artists. There were at least 30 kidnappers, and even he was powerless to subdue them. He simply did not believe that Manhwa County would harbor a martial artist stronger than himself. If someone is truly a master, they should have gone to Nanjing or the prefectural city to enjoy the best treatment long ago. Why would they stay in such a small county town? Martial artists of the 5th rank or above are respected wherever they go, and even prefects treat them with courtesy. Moreover, true masters have all experienced countless real battles and cannot remain unknown. Changshou had never heard of the name Ling Tong before, which further convinced him that the other party was lying. Lu Wen hesitated after hearing this. Although Changshou was a bad person, his words were not entirely unreasonable. If Manhwa County truly harbored a high-level martial artist, he shouldn't have been completely unaware of it. Moreover, how could a high-level martial artist become friends with a peasant boy like Su Changshou? This whole thing seems suspicious no matter how you look at it. Lu Wen couldn't help but look at Lu Luoling, his eyes full of questions, clearly unable to believe that Ling Tong had really dealt with the kidnappers alone. Lu Luoling, however, was full of sarcasm, saying that they had not lied at all, that Ling Tong had indeed saved them, and that if they didn't believe her, they should go to the kidnappers' hideout and see for themselves. She added that some people think no one in the world can do it just because they can't do it themselves. They put on airs all the time, but they're useless when it really matters. These words weren't particularly hurtful, but they were incredibly sarcastic. Looking at her practice manner, Su Changshou knew this girl had certainly been good at roasting people. He even put himself in Changshou's shoes and started to get angry on Changshou's behalf. Changshou's face darkened, and he said coldly, sharp-tongued, Fine, I'll go and see for myself. He was a 4th-rank martial artist who might not be much in Jinling, but was a highly sought-after expert in the prefectural city. Now, he was being humiliated in front of everyone by a young girl from a collateral branch of the Lu family. So naturally, he was filled with rage. Lu would immediately summon the constables and led everyone to the cave where the kidnappers were hiding. Just as they arrived near the cave, they found a corpse lying face down in the woods. The body was covered in blood, and its clothes were soaked through. It was clear that the person had been dead for a short time. Lu Luoling immediately snorted. "See that? Isn't that the evidence?" Changshou ignored her, his face grim, and quickened his pace toward the cave. Several corpses lay across the cave entrance, each with a different manner of death, but without exception, they had all been killed by a single blow. Having read this far, Luan was already mostly convinced. He looked at Ling Tong, who was standing beside Su Changshou, and his eyes suddenly burned with fervor, as if he were plotting something. The group entered the cave, where corpses lay strewn everywhere. There were at least 20 or 30 bodies of kidnappers, their deaths extremely gruesome. A few of them had no obvious wounds, but their chests looked as if they had been shattered by a tremendous force. The rest of them were all killed with a single, swift, and terrifying blow. Chun Xiu glanced at Ling Tong with a complicated expression, his heart filled with apprehension. The person capable of killing so many ruthless bandits was clearly far stronger than him. Seeing this, Lu Luoling spoke up again, saying that some people just won't turn back until they hit a wall. There are countless masters in the world. Only frogs in a well would sit in a well and look at the sky. Su Changshou was sweating bullets for her. Chun Xiu's face was already ashen, and he was really afraid that he would lose his temper and slap Lu Luoling. Luan chuckled and smoothed things over. "Luoling, don't be rude. Mr. Chun just has some doubts. A fourth-rank martial artist is already a top expert. If he couldn't handle these kidnappers, it's reasonable for him to suspect that others can't either." He said he was reprimanding Lu Luoling, but his words were full of praise for Ling Tong and criticism of Chun Xiu, which made Chun Xiu feel even more grieved, but he couldn't find a reason to lash out. Su Changshou and Lu Luoling exchanged a glance, and immediately realized that the father and daughter's strange and unpleasant manner was indeed inherited from the same lineage. Lu then ordered his men to search the cave, leaving no corner unsearched and no corpse untouched. Soon after, the head constable, Ma Yu, stepped forward to report that apart from a box of silver and a silver hairpin, nothing else had been found. Lu Luoling then remembered her silver hairpin and quickly took it. Luan frowned. These people were bandits. How could they not even have any silver or copper coins? This was simply too illogical. Su Changshou, standing to the side, almost couldn't help but tell him that the kidnappers had already handed over their money voluntarily. Ma Yu also looked distressed. In all his years of handling cases, this was the first time he had ever seen a criminal whose clothes were cleaner than his face. He suspected that this group might be committing a crime for the first time, but looking at the nicks and slits on the knives, they were clearly repeat offenders. In the end, he could only give up, unable to understand why. Luan sighed and ordered his men to take all the bodies back to the county government office. Although they didn't find much valuables, the merit of eliminating the bandits was still there, so the trip wasn't in vain. On the way back, Chun Xiu remained silent, his previous arrogance and haughtiness completely gone. He had originally thought that, as the only high-level martial artist in Plum Blossom County, he naturally had the right to be proud. But now that Ling Tong, who was much stronger than him, had suddenly appeared by his side, his confidence vanished instantly. That's just how people are. Once they realize they're not irreplaceable, a sense of crisis will arise uncontrollably. Chun Xiu would occasionally look up at Ling Tong beside Su Changshou. He could tell that Ling Tong maintained a guarded posture from beginning to end, always ready to guard against any potential dangers from the outside world. But this only confused him more. Why would a master of at least the 5th rank stay by the side of a peasant boy? Chun Xiu felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. Could it be that Su Changshou actually had a hidden identity and was an illegitimate son of a powerful family who had fallen into obscurity? Thinking of this, he recalled Su Kaishi's words. "My Su family is also extremely grateful to you, sir." The Su family? Could they be some reclusive, powerful clan? Chun Xiu suddenly realized that he had finally seen through the truth. Only reclusive families would let their descendants hide among the common people to gain experience, and they liked to play the trick of pretending to be weak while actually being strong. He knew that there were indeed some families in the Great Xia dynasty that did not participate in worldly struggles and were unwilling to reveal their wealth and strength. These families had many experts and countless riches, and were known as reclusive families. Some reclusive families even prefer to let their members mingle in the streets and experience the various aspects of life as ordinary people. The more Changshou thought about it, the more certain he became that he had clearly encountered the legendary reclusive Su family. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine at his previous attitude towards Su Kaishi. What if Su Kaishi was narrow-minded? Wouldn't he have offended a reclusive family? What frustrated him even more was that the Su family had just offered him a favor, which he hadn't accepted. If Su Kaishi knew that Changshou had imagined so much, he would probably laugh his head off on the spot. His statement that the Su family is also extremely grateful was simply because he felt it would be inappropriate not to say something after Lu Wen had already spoken. Who would have thought that Changshou would actually imagine the Su family to be a reclusive family? Lu Wen had already recovered from the shock of her daughter being kidnapped, and was now all smiles as she surrounded Ling Tong. He looked at Ling Tong as if he were looking at a rare treasure, and asked, "Mr. Ling, are you serving in the military or under the command of some lord? Perhaps I know someone you know." "No," Ling Tong replied with only 2 words, his attitude indifferent. Lu Wen, however, did not care at all and continued to chat. "Do you have a place to stay, sir? Why don't you stay at my place for the time being? Although the official residence is not big, it is quiet." Su Changshou quickly replied, "Sir, he can come back with me." Lu Wen deliberately put on a stern face. "Why are you calling me, sir? Since you call me Sister Luoling, you're my junior. From now on, call me Uncle." Lu Luoling also chimed in with a smile. "That's right, Changshou. From now on, my father will be your father." Su Changshou was speechless, but he could see clearly that Lu Wen wasn't interested in him at all, but rather had her eye on Ling Tong. This is a 5th-rank expert, and a 5th-rank expert who hasn't sided with any major power. He's practically a treasure fallen from the sky. Encountering someone like this on a normal day is harder than climbing to heaven. If Lu Wen could get Ling Tong by his side, his safety would increase at least tenfold. Changshou was only a 4th-rank official, and Lu Wen had to be very polite if he wanted to ask him for help. But if he had a 5th-rank follower, who would dare to look down on him? Not to mention that reporting this news back to the Lu family would surely make the family head look at them in a different light. There is only 1 rank difference between the 5th and 4th ranks, but their quantity and value are world apart. Even direct descendants of the Lu family have to go to great lengths to obtain a 5th-rank guard when they go out, and there's no guarantee of success. In chaotic times, a 5th-rank expert is priceless in a critical moment. "Uncle Lu, Ling Tong can come home with me," Su Changshou said with a smile. Lu Wen was unwilling to give up. "I'm afraid the Su family has nowhere to stay, right?" Ling Tong then spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "I'll go with you, young master." Lu Wen still tried to persuade him. "Mr. Ling, won't you reconsider? I have some fine aged wine that I can use to thank you for saving my daughter." He even wished he could have a long talk with Ling Tong all night long, hoping that if he could get closer to him, he might be able to keep him here. Ling Tong replied, "I must protect the young master's safety." Seeing this, Changshou's judgment became even more certain. A 5th-rank expert was so loyal to his master. The Su family was indeed no ordinary family on the surface, but must be some kind of hidden family. Lu Wen could only say regretfully, "All right, if Mr. Ling changes his mind, I will be at your service." After saying that, he couldn't help but look at Su Changshou again, and he really couldn't understand why a 5th-rank master who would be treated as an honored guest wherever he went would care so much about this young man. "Luo Ling, Changshou is smart and quick-witted. You should spend more time with him in the future, so you can use your brain more too," Lu Wen said, turning his head. Luo Ling retorted, "Dad, there's nothing wrong with my head." Su Changshou rolled his eyes again. Lu Wen's plan was too ambitious. Unable to win over Ling Tong directly, he wanted to get closer to him through his daughter, a roundabout way of undermining him. After leaving the back mountain, the group bid farewell at the crossroads. Before leaving, Lu Wen instructed the Yamen runner to leave the box of silver with Su Kaishi. Su Kaishi quickly declined, saying it was absolutely necessary. But Lu Wen grasped his hand, his expression sincere. "Brother Su, we've been through thick and thin together today. Why stand on ceremony? I, Lu, am willing to establish a close relationship with the Su family, and this amount of money is nothing to worry about." Su Kaishi was flattered. "Lord Lu, my Su family is just a small and humble family. How dare we presume to be on your behalf?" Changshou sneered inwardly, thinking to himself, what's with the Su family pretending to be a small, insignificant family? What small, insignificant family can afford to support a fifth-rank martial artist? Lu in feigned displeasure. Brother, do you perhaps look down on me? Su Kaishi then excitedly changed his tune. Then, Brother Lu, my Su family has taken advantage of this. No one would believe it if word got out that he could be on such good terms with the county magistrate. Lu smiled warmly. Our two families should visit each other more often in the future. When you have time, take Changshou to the county government office for a visit. I have some good tea there. Su Changshou thought with disdain. What family ties? It's clearly Lu when offering money to exchange for Ling Tong, a fifth-rank expert. The abacus beads are practically bouncing in his face. However, he had no objections. Lu Luoling had risked her life to protect him in the cave, and based on that loyalty alone, he wouldn't stand idly by if the Lu family encountered trouble. It's not a loss to take this 1,100 taels of silver. As Lu Wen led his men away, Changshou gave Su Changshou a meaningful look, as if to say that he had already seen through everything, and that Su Changshou should stop pretending. Su Changshou felt a chill run down his spine from the stare, and couldn't help but mutter, "Is this guy crazy? Why are his eyes so lewd? Ignore him. Let's go home." Su Kaishi pulled Su Changshou and walked towards Xiaoyan village. Ling Tong followed behind like a guard, carrying a wooden box on his shoulder. The box of silver had long been stored in the mall's spatial storage by Su Changshou, and it was now empty. Su Kaishi thought the wooden box was of good quality and couldn't bear to throw it away, so he planned to take it back to store his things. As for Ling Tong's background, he didn't ask any further questions, and Su Changshou didn't explain either. The father and son understood each other without saying a word. The Su family was anxiously waiting, and upon seeing the two return safely, they burst into tears of joy. Zhang Xiuyi and Zheng Chunyi hugged Su Changshou tightly, crying their hearts out. Su Changshou spent a lot of effort to comfort the two of them, then briefly introduced Ling Tong, and everyone began to prepare dinner. After a long day of travel, everyone was starving. Zhang Xiuyi and Zheng Chunyi set out a table of food and specially prepared a few extra dishes to celebrate Su Changshou's safe return. It wasn't until Ling Tong picked up his rice bowl that everyone realized what a glutton was. He had eaten half of a whole bucket of rice cooked at home by himself. Su Changshou and Su Kaishi didn't find it strange. It was normal for fifth-rank masters to eat more. The Su family only had 3 rooms, and that evening Ling Tong offered to meditate in Su Changshou's room. Su Changshou didn't stand on ceremony. The bed wasn't big enough for 4 people anyway. Since the house is to be built tomorrow anyway, it's fine to squeeze in for one night. After everyone fell into a deep sleep, Su Changshou's consciousness entered the mall. He wanted to see what changes had occurred in the upgraded online store. Su Changshou focused his consciousness into the mall, and the panel in front of him looked no different from before. He was initially disappointed, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the mall upgrade did not add new products, but rather increased all the original purchase limits. Previously, I could only buy 3 jin of brown rice a day, but now I can buy 10 jin. I used to be limited to 2 jin of fattened pork belly, but now I can buy 5 jin. Almost all goods have seen their original limits increased significantly. Su Changshou then noticed an additional line of data in the lower right corner of the panel. Warrior, 1 out of 2. Does this mean I can only have a maximum of 2 martial artists right now? He quickly guessed the answer. Back when the mall was at level 1, he could only have 1 martial artist. Now that the mall had been upgraded, the number of martial artist slots had also increased. Thinking back on this, Su Changshou couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Luckily, he hadn't wasted his money exchanging it for a first-grade martial artist. Otherwise, if the quota is filled and the spending limit doesn't exceed 1,000 taels, the mall can't be upgraded. If we really encounter danger today, even if we have silver, we won't be able to exchange it for a high-level martial artist to save our lives. Then, he looked at the space in the mall where silver coins were stored, and a string of numbers was displayed in the upper left corner. 2,791 taels, plus 432 cash. Su Changshou was overjoyed. This sum of money would be considered a huge amount in Manhwa County today. He's now considered one of the wealthiest families in the county. Su Changshou looked through the secondary mall repeatedly and finally confirmed that apart from the increase in the purchase limit, there were no other changes. He couldn't help but wonder if, as the mall continued to upgrade, It would eventually include a space that could actually store external items. Although the mall can now store items, it only allows items purchased from the mall and silver coins to be stored. Items that do not originally belong to the mall cannot be placed there. This was also what Changshou was most dissatisfied with. This time the kidnappers only had silver, but what if the next kidnappers have a granary? The thought had barely formed in his mind when he spat a few times and lightly slapped himself. Pa, pa, pa. Children say the truth. Children say the truth. It's best to never experience something like this again. He glanced at Ling Tong, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, and felt at ease. He slowly closed his eyes. The next day, the Su family home was unusually lively. The village head received the news early in the morning that Su Changshou had been rescued. He immediately came to congratulate Su Kaishi, saying that he had survived a great calamity and would surely have good fortune in the future. Su Kaishi smiled and thanked him, but in his heart he felt that what he said was indeed true. The Su family not only escaped this calamity, but also became close friends with Magistrate Liu, addressing each other as brothers, and even gained the protection of a fifth-rank expert. Although Su Kaishi still doesn't understand what a fifth-rank master really means, Ling Tong's killing of more than 30 kidnappers is enough to prove how powerful he is. After discussing Su Changshou's matter, Su Kaishi brought up the plan to build a house. The village head was taken aback. Your family is building a house? Yes, Uncle Liu. Now that there are more people in the family, it's already crowded enough, so it's definitely time to build a house. The village head immediately agreed and prepared to go to the village to ask who would be willing to lend a hand. No one had started building houses in the village for more than half a year, so the Su family's sudden decision to build a new house was quite unexpected for him. Su Kaishi added, "Tell the villagers that those who want to come will receive 30 coins a day, which includes one meal with oil in it." Now that the Su family has money, they naturally won't haggle over the labor costs when building a house. The village headman laughed. Life was tough for everyone in the village these days. Even if all they were offered was food, people would fight to do the work, let alone the fact that the Su family paid 30 copper coins. After leaving the Su family, the village head happened to pass by the Su family's old residence and told Su Shuli the news that Su Changshou had been kidnapped and then rescued. Upon hearing this, Su Shuli immediately stood up, insisting on personally checking if his grandson was injured. The village head quickly stopped him, saying that Su Changshou was fine, but Su Kaishi's family was about to build a house, and he was helping to find people. Upon hearing about building a house, Su Shuli frowned. Building a house costs a lot of money. Why hire outsiders? He has brothers. As he spoke, he called out into the house, summoning his sons out. Upon learning that they were going to help Su Kaishi build a house, Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan agreed without hesitation. It is only right to help one's own brother. Su Kaihai originally wanted to decline, but unexpectedly, Su Wangshu came out of the house and found an excuse for him first. "Father, Kai still needs to look after Lishuan's studies, so I really can't leave." Su Kaihai immediately gave his wife a satisfied look, thinking that she was indeed a virtuous and capable wife. He was unwilling to do hard labor for Su Kaishi for nothing. Su Shuli was so angry that he cursed him as a scoundrel, but he couldn't refute it. Education was a big deal in this era, and he couldn't let building a house interfere with his grandson's studies. At this point, the village head said, "Two is enough. Kaishi's family will pay us 30 coins a day, plus a meal with some oil. There will definitely be plenty of people willing to go." Su Shuli immediately laughed and said, "We're all brothers. Why talk about money?" Upon hearing this, Su Kaihai and Su Wangshu were both dumbfounded. 30 coins a day, and the house takes at least half a month to build. That's 450 coins, plus a good meal every day. Su Kaihai felt more and more distressed as he thought about it, and couldn't help but look at Su Wangshu, complaining that she had spoken too quickly and had turned away the opportunity for him. When Deng Lijing returned to Su Kaishi's house, he had already brought 17 people with him. Mr. and Mrs. Su also came over and asked Su Changshou again until they were sure he was all right. Only then did they feel relieved and stayed to help take care of him. Su Kaishi described the general layout of the new house, and everyone quickly got a sense of what it was like. Everyone can easily calculate how many beams, adobe bricks, straw, and lime are needed. This wasn't the first time these villagers had built houses. Besides farming, building adobe houses was a common skill among farmers. In fact, Su Changshou had considered buying cement and bricks directly from the mall to build a modern stone house. But But he quickly dismissed the idea. Building a house like that in the village is just too conspicuous. If any villains target the Su family again, they won't even need to ask around. They'll be able to tell at a glance who's the richest. More importantly, he simply couldn't explain to outsiders where the cement and bricks came from. Therefore, Su Changshou had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and decide to build the most common adobe house in the village. As long as the room is properly planned and the walls are neatly finished, it may not be any worse to live in than a concrete house. Moreover, adobe houses are warm in winter and cool in summer, making them more suitable for modern life. After deciding on the materials, Su Kaishi, along with several others, and Su Changshou, rented an ox cart and headed to town to purchase them. The rest of the villagers stayed in the village to make adobe bricks, level the land, and compact the foundation, making the area in front of the Su family's house lively. This is the first day of work. In more particular households, no matter how much work is done, the workers will always be provided with a meal. Zhang Xiua and Zheng Chunyi set up 2 large pots in the courtyard and busied themselves preparing food for everyone. Seeing that they were too busy, Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan called their wives over to help. As the sun was setting, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the pot. Su Changshou had taken out 5 caddies of pork early in the morning and stewed it into a pork and cabbage dish. Even the strong laborers working on the pile, driving, couldn't help but sniff the aroma. Some people couldn't help but sigh. The Su family is really generous. They promised there would be plenty of meat, and they actually let everyone eat meat. As darkness fell, the workers left, patting their round bellies. Not only did the Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan families stay for dinner, but before they left, Zhang Xiui also gave each of her 2 sisters-in-law a large bowl of pork belly to take back for their children to try. When the 2 returned to the Su family's old house, Su Kaihai and his wife were feeding Su Laishun pickled vegetables and dry biscuits. Although there were green vegetables in the field, after the aroma of meat wafted over, no one had the heart to cook, so they simply ate whatever they could find. Su Laishun clamored for meat, and Su Wangshi slapped him on the forehead. The child continued to eat his pancake with tears in his eyes. Smelling the meat her 2 sisters-in-law had brought back, Su Wangshi's nose twitched, and her eyes immediately fixed on the 2 bowls. But they simply greeted her and went back to their rooms, showing no intention of sharing a single bite with her. Soon, the cheers of children eating meat came from inside the house. Su Wangshi grumbled and scolded them for being stingy, saying that if they wouldn't share with the adults, they should at least give some to the children. Su Kaihai complained to her again that he hadn't let her help his 3rd son's family with chores. Su Wangshi immediately retorted, thinking that no one could stop her from going, and the couple soon started arguing again. Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan also had to distribute amber eggs, so they could only take turns helping out each morning, but the 2 brothers worked with exceptional enthusiasm. Helping their own brother was only natural, and since Su Kaishi even paid them, they were naturally more willing to earn an extra share. The amber eggs gave them a taste of making money and made them cherish the opportunity even more. Every day at the crack of dawn, more than a dozen people would gather in front of Su Kaishi's house to work, and the villagers passing by would talk about it endlessly. Some people calculated that the daily wage of 30 cash included meals and rice, meat and vegetables were major expenses. Not counting labor, the cost of materials alone for this house would probably be 10 taels of silver, and the entire construction would cost at least 20 taels. The Su family has a large number of members, and they used to have to squeeze into 3 rooms out of necessity. Now that they have built a new house, they decided to give each of the children a room and keep 2 guest rooms. When Su Changshou thought of the guest room, the first person that came to mind was Lu Luoling. On the surface, it looks like an ordinary adobe house, but it is by no means shabby. There are 8 living rooms alone, as well as a kitchen and a livestock shed, which are neat and spacious. After 17 days of hard work, the Su family's new house was finally completed. Su Kaishi and Zhang Xiua looked at the brand new house, their eyes reddening. They were once so poor they couldn't even afford to eat, but now they have such a home. The whole family looked at Su Changshou in unison. Everyone understood that the family's current situation was all thanks to this child. Overjoyed at moving to her new home, Su Kaishi spared no expense, setting up a grand feast in the courtyard. Only Zhang Xiui's father, Zhang Jiuzhang, and her younger brother, Zhang Lu, came from her maternal family. Zhang Jiuzhang had only 1 son and 1 daughter. His son, Zhang Lu, had been engaged, but the engagement was called off because the woman thought the Zhang family was too poor, and he has not remarried since. Seeing the dramatic changes in his daughter's family, Zhang Jiuzhang couldn't help but shed tears. When he married his daughter to Su Kaishi, he thought the son-in-law was honest and kind, and never expected anything rich or powerful. Who knew things would turn out this way? The entire Su family was present at the old house, with even Su Kaihai and Su Wangshu shamelessly bringing their children. The villagers who helped build the house, the families who distributed the amber eggs, and the village head were also invited to the feast. The food wasn't fancy, but it was plentiful and filling and very oily. As Su Wangshu stuffed food in her mouth, she glanced around the new house, her eyes darting more and more with envy. Although the new house is not as large as the old Su family house, it is only occupied by Su Kaishi's family, and it is bright and comfortable. Unlike the old house, where several families were crammed together and even had to share a dry toilet. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she became. If she had known her third son's family would end up like this, she shouldn't have separated the family in the first place. If they hadn't separated, the old house might be the one being renovated now. So Su Wangshu deliberately raised her voice and said that the third son's house cost at least 20 taels of silver, and it seemed that Amber Egg had made a lot of money. She clearly wanted people to think that Su Kaishi was too greedy in charging everyone for processing fees. Su Kaishi, however, told her in public that the money earned from the amber eggs was all hard-earned, and the main source of income for building the house was the silver that Magistrate Liu had given to Changshou. She had personally witnessed the Yamen runners delivering the reward money. These words exposed Su Wangshu's weakness. She had been reprimanded by the Yamen runners before, and her face immediately turned ugly. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Her little scheme had failed. Just then, a playful girl's voice came from outside the door. "Little Changshou, you're moving to a new house. Why didn't you call me?" Everyone turned around and saw a bright and beautiful girl of 16 or 17 years old walk into the courtyard. It was Lu Luoling. Su Changshou chuckled and joked that he didn't dare call her, fearing she might be kidnapped again. Lu Luoling snorted and handed him the wooden box, saying it was a housewarming gift. She then politely greeted Su Kaishi and his wife, and Zhang Xiu quickly invited her to sit down beside her. Su Changshou opened the wooden box, and inside was a heavy gold Buddha pendant, weighing at least an ounce. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's gold." Lu Luoling said that her father had told her that a golden Buddha could bring peace and safety, and he even pulled out an identical golden Buddha from his collar to show her. Su Changshou felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that she was worried that he would encounter danger again like last time. Su Wangshu, standing beside her, stared at the dazzling golden Buddha and couldn't help but swallow hard. She looked up at Lu Luoling again, her eyes gradually brightening. Zhang Xiu held Lu Luoling's hand and kept talking, completely smitten with this clever and sweet-talking girl. Despite being the daughter of a county magistrate, Lu Luoling was completely unpretentious, and Zhang Xiu especially loved her cooking, which made her feel closer to her. Su Wangshu craned her neck and whispered to Su Changshou, "Changshou, what does this girl's family do? How come she's so generous?" "They raise chickens in town." Su Changshou replied casually, too lazy to elaborate, and got up to pick up some food. Madame Su immediately remembered. "Is that the one who gave you 10 chickens last time because he thought you were good-looking?" Earlier, when Su Changshou brought the chickens back, she asked him where he had come from. Su Changshou casually made up a story, saying that there was a woman in town who raised chickens, and because he was handsome, she gave him 10 chickens for free. Su Wangshu was initially skeptical, but now that she saw that the chicken and the golden Buddha were being given away, the words seemed to make sense. She immediately started to think to herself, if she could marry this girl, wouldn't she never have to worry about food and drink in the future? Su Wangshu turned to look at Su Laishan, who was still stuffing food into his mouth, and kicked his shin. Su Laishan is 13 this year, while Lu Luoling looks 15 or 16. They are exactly 3 years older than each other, a perfect age for marriage. What's more, this time she's holding a real gold brick. Madame Su leaned close to her son's ear and whispered a few words. Su Laishan looked up at Lu Luoling's beautiful face and couldn't help but swallow. He's almost of marriageable age, and this girl is a good match for him. The only downside is that her family only raises chickens. The people at the table soon left, and Su Laishan stood up and walked towards Lu Luoling. Su Changshou had long noticed that the mother and son were dawdling and unwilling to leave, clearly indicating that they had no good intentions. Seeing Su Laishun heading towards Lu Luoling, he immediately became interested and stood aside to watch the show. Lu Luoling was in high spirits when she heard Zhang Shua say that a guest room had been specially reserved for her in the new house, and her eyes crinkled with joy. Really, Auntie? You really saved a room for me? Then I'll bring my things tomorrow and decorate it properly. She was excitedly discussing with Zhang Shua how to arrange the room when a loud, hoarse voice suddenly came from beside her. Young lady, I am Su Laishun. I will be taking the county examination next year. May I ask your name? Lu Luoling frowned, clearly disliking being interrupted. Is there something you need? Her tone was calm, but it took Su Laishun a moment to realize. He had prepared a whole speech and even tried to put on what he thought was a charming and debonair demeanor, but the other party didn't even want to ask his name. Su Laishun's smile froze. He is a scholar, and next year he will take the imperial examination for the first degree, and in the future he will become a scholar, a provincial graduate, and a high-ranking official. Although the girl in front of him was pretty, she was just a chicken farmer after all. Why was she so cold to him? I feel an instant connection with you, young lady, and I would like to get to know you better. Su Laishun forced himself to maintain a composed demeanor, cupped his hands to Lu Luoling, and raised the corners of his mouth, thinking he was smiling in a carefree and unrestrained manner. Su Changshou, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh, silently praying for his cousin. Why did he provoke Lu Luoling? If he really gets beaten up, I just hope he can crawl back on his own. Not interested. Lu Luoling uttered 3 words and turned to continue talking to Zhang Shua. Seeing that she was ignoring him again, Su Laishun quickly invoked his powerful backer. Young lady, I am the only scholar in Shaoyan village. My uncle is a county scholar, and the county magistrate values him highly. He will surely be given an important position in the future. Although a scholar who passed the county-level imperial examination was not considered a true scholar official, he was still a figure that was difficult for ordinary people to aspire to. If it were an ordinary girl, she would probably look at her differently after hearing these words. But sitting in front of him was Lu Luoling. Oh! Lu Luoling was extremely impatient and had no intention of paying any attention to this strange guy. She then took Zhang Shua's arm and said with a smile, Annie, I'd like to put a big mirror in the room, and I'll bring 2 for you and your sister-in-law too. Su Laishun's face finally darkened after being ignored repeatedly. Miss, I came here with good intentions to make your acquaintance, but your attitude is rather rude, isn't it? Lu Luoling was thoroughly annoyed by his pestering. She had a short temper to begin with, so she immediately glared at him. Are you crazy? I don't want to know you at all. You're just a chicken farmer's daughter. It's your good fortune that I, a scholar, took the initiative to get to know you. How can you be so ungrateful? When I pass the imperial examination and become a scholar, you won't even have the right to stand and speak to me. Su Laishun was furious. He was only a 13-year-old child, and his already limited self-control was completely burned away by his anger. Raising chickens? Lu Luoling looked at Su Changshou with a puzzled expression. She guessed that Su Changshou must be the one behind this. Su Changshou rolled his eyes and avoided her gaze. Don't look at me. I refused to answer. Lu Luoling didn't take the chicken farmer story seriously. She knew for a second that Su Changshou had made it up, and she would settle accounts with him later. She stared at Su Changshou, secretly determined to crush his cheeks. Get lost. A good-for-nothing like you can't even pass the preliminary examination, Lu Luoling retorted without any politeness. Su Laishun's face flushed red, and he completely dropped his pretense, snarling, Once I pass the imperial examination, someone like you will be lucky to be my concubine. The woman I'm going to marry will at least be the daughter of an official. You're just a country bumpkin. Don't be ungrateful. Zhang Shua couldn't stand it anymore, and looked at Su Wangshi with a stern face. Sister-in-law, is this how you discipline your children? Luo Ling is being bullied in our home. Does the Su family have no shame left? Seeing that the discussion was not going to work out, Madam Su simply stopped pretending and coldly snorted. Did my son say something wrong? You just hooked up with a chicken farmer who's got a bit of money, haven't you? If my son gets into a good school and becomes an official, and I make her my concubine, that would be doing her a favor. Lu Luoling raised her eyebrows, rolled up her sleeves, and was about to punch Su Laishun. Su Changshou's eyes lit up as he watched from the side, his mind urging, Hit him! You're a first-grade martial artist, smash his dog's head in. Just then, a stern and angry shout came from outside the courtyard gate. "You bastard! Who dares to insult my daughter?" Everyone turned around and saw a middle-aged man in plain clothes standing at the door with an elderly man also dressed in plain clothes. Both of them had angry expressions on their faces. Su Changshou and Su Kaishi recognized the person at a glance as Lu Wen. Lu Wenxian cupped his hands to Su Kaishi and said, "Brother Su, I just heard about your housewarming today. Why didn't you let me know?" As he entered the room, he overheard Zhang Xiu questioning Su Wangshi, and thus knew that this matter had nothing to do with Su Kaishi's family. Su Kaishi quickly smiled and said, "Brother Lu is very busy. I really dare not trouble you." Su Wangshi sneered from the side. "What's a chicken farmer pretending to be? Managing tens of thousands of chickens a day. It's hilarious." Seeing that Lu and Wen were both dressed in ordinary clothes, she didn't take them seriously at all. Lu Luoling immediately put on a wronged look, covered her eyes with her sleeve, and ran to Lu Wen's side with a sob in her voice. "Father, they humiliated me and said I wasn't even worthy to be his concubine." Su Changshou and Lu Wen simultaneously thought of two words: drama queen. Lu Wen knew his daughter better than anyone else, but she had indeed been wronged. He immediately frowned and said, "Humph, why did you humiliate my daughter?" Madam Su, head held high, retorted, "My family, Lai Shun, has condescended to want to get to know your daughter. It's your daughter who doesn't know what's good for her." Lu Window laughed in anger. "Condescend? May I ask which noble family you belong to?" Madam Su became increasingly proud. "My son is a scholar. He will take the preliminary examination for the imperial examination next year and become a successful candidate. He will surely become a high-ranking official in the future. My Wang family is a scholarly family. My elder brother, Wang Chengwang, you chicken farmer may not know, but he is a scholar who is highly regarded even by the county magistrate. It's your family's good fortune that my son has taken a liking to your daughter." Wang Chengwang. Lu Wen felt that the name sounded familiar. After a moment's thought, he remembered the man. He was the clerk who had proposed the 3 policies that harmed the people. "I know." Lu Wen nodded, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Su Wangshi thought the other party was scared, and her nose was almost pointing to the sky. "Since you know, you should understand how much my brother is valued by the county magistrate. Have your daughter apologize to my son, and I'll forgive you this time." Lu Wen ignored her and turned to Su Kaishi. "Brother Su?" Su Kaishi understood what he meant and replied with a smile. "Not familiar." Lu Wen nodded. It was good that they weren't familiar with each other. Otherwise, he would have really had to consider Su Kaishi's feelings and swallow his anger. In fact, after the kidnapping incident, he had someone investigate Su Kaishi's family and learned that Su Kaishi had a bad relationship with his elder brother and sister-in-law. He asked the question again, now only because he was afraid that the information he had was wrong and that he would needlessly put Su Kaishi's family in a difficult position. After confirming that everything was correct, Lu Wen's gaze returned to Su Wangshi and Su Laishun. "What's your son's name? When was he born?" Su Wangshi's eyes lit up immediately. The other party actually asked about her son's birthday. Could it be that he really wanted to get engaged to Su Laishun? She snorted coldly, adopting a superior attitude, and said that she would carefully investigate before the engagement, as her family, Lai Shun, was not someone that just anyone could be worthy of. After saying that, she gave Su Laishun's name and birth date. She had already started to plan in her mind that since the other party was in a hurry to marry off his daughter, the golden Buddha should be at least 10 times larger than Su Changshou's. As for the golden Buddha given to Su Changshou, it should be returned. In any case, it will all belong to her family in the future. The more Su Wangshi thought about it, the more pleased she became. After hearing this, Lu Wen calmly instructed the steward behind him to write down Su Laishun's name and date of birth. He said that if Su Laishun participated in the county examination next year, he would remind himself to invalidate his results, and he would also inform the county school about the student named Wang Chengwang. When Wang Chengwang served as a secretary, he made remarks that harmed the people, which likely implicated his character, and he was not eligible for an excellent performance evaluation at the end of the year. In this era, it was difficult for ordinary people to leave their local area. Knowing a person's name and date of birth was enough to identify them. If a student did not achieve an excellent score in the examination, he could not be promoted or receive the government stipend. Su Wangshi finally realized something was wrong and asked in alarm who they were. Lu Luoling hugged Lu Wen's arm. Her previous aggrieved look completely gone. She told her with a grin that Lu Wen was indeed the county magistrate, and that making her his concubine was simply a pipe dream. Madame Su was taken aback at first, then forced herself to analyze the situation. Su Kaishi had just called Lu Wen Brother Lu. How could a county magistrate be on such friendly terms with a chicken farmer? She was convinced that the two were impersonating government officials, and she smugly threatened to report them to the authorities and have them arrested, and even Su Lao-san would be implicated. Just then, Su Kaihai's voice came from outside the courtyard. He had come over to look for his wife and children after they had finished eating, as they had not returned for a long time. Su Wangshi, as if grasping at a straw, immediately pointed at Lu Wen and complained that there was a chicken farmer here who was impersonating a county magistrate and told Su Kaihai to report it to the authorities immediately. Su Kaihai looked in the direction she pointed. His face changed drastically, and he knelt down with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing to the master. He had seen Lu Wen in person while he was serving his corvée labor, so he would not mistake him for the real magistrate of Manhwa County. Madame Su was still laughing, trying to dissuade her husband from being fooled, saying that how could the county magistrate be on friendly terms with Su Lao-san? In fact, he was the county magistrate's brother. Su Kaihai was so anxious that he shouted at her to shut up immediately. This was the real county magistrate. He had seen him with his own eyes. With two sharp thuds, Su Wangshi and Su Laishan knelt down together, the mother and son trembling and desperately kowtowing. Madame Su cried and begged for forgiveness, saying she knew she was wrong and begged the magistrate to be magistrate-like. Only then did she realize that not only had the magistrate's daughter been asked to become her son's concubine, but the magistrate had also been ridiculed and insulted in front of her. Su Laishan was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he smelled urine from below, causing him to lose control of his bladder on the spot. Lu Wen snorted coldly, saying that he had never seen such unruly people in the area he governed. Today had truly opened his eyes. Su Wangshi could only kowtow and beg for mercy. She was already terrified out of her wits. Lu Wen then looked at Su Kaishi and called out, "Brother Su." Su Kaishi clasped his hands and pleaded on behalf of his relatives, saying that Lu Wen should spare them this time, and he would ask his grandfather to discipline them strictly. After all, they are family. A lesson is enough. We can't really push them to the brink. Lu Wen took the opportunity to give Su Kaishi some face. He said that out of consideration for Brother Su, he would let it go this time, but if it happened again, he would not let it go so easily. Su Kaishi clasped his hands in thanks. This time, he not only took the opportunity to punish Su Wangshi, but also gained face in front of the county magistrate. He immediately ordered Zhang Xiui and Zheng Chunni to prepare a meal again, and invited Lu Wen's family into the house. Only after the footsteps faded into the distance did Su Wangshi's family dare to look up, gazing with complicated emotions at Su Kaishi's family chatting and laughing with the county magistrate in the distance. The fact that the magistrate had let them go just now was because Su Kaishi, whom she had always been hostile to, had pleaded for them. She felt her face burning with shame. She finally understood that Su Laosan's family had become extremely wealthy and powerful, and her own family would probably never be able to recover. Perhaps from beginning to end, Su Kaishi's family never considered her true adversary. Thinking of this, Su Wangshi felt utterly dejected, finding life utterly meaningless. Inside the room, Su Kaishi's expression gradually became serious, because Lu Wen had not brought any good news. Migrants have arrived in Manhwa County. This morning, 800 or 900 refugees from the north gathered outside Manhwa County, clamoring to enter the city. Outside the city wall, some people had already spread out straw and set up huts, clearly preparing to stay there for a long time. Lu Wen hurriedly ordered the city gates to be closed and instructed the guards to dissuade the refugees from entering the city. To prevent a peasant uprising, he ordered the county magistrate to lead people out of the city to distribute porridge, while the county constable led the yamen runners to stand guard. This temporarily stabilized the situation. However, the issue of the displaced people still gave Lu Wen a huge headache. These people can't be driven away, and we can't afford to support them. Manhwa County simply can't withstand this kind of drain. It's not just Manhwa County. The three northernmost counties of Dong'an Prefecture are now all worried about the refugees. A few days ago, Lu Wen reported the bodies of the 31 kidnappers to the prefectural government, which was considered a meritorious achievement in suppressing the bandits and added to his political record this year. In addition to the Su family's contribution to repairing the city wall using pulley systems, Lewin felt that he would most likely receive a top-tier rating in this year's evaluation. He increasingly felt that the Su family was his lucky star, especially the young master Su Changshou, who always brought unexpected benefits to anything related to him. So he came to the Su family today not only to congratulate them on their relocation, but also to try his luck. If Su Changshou could really solve the problem of the displaced people for him, that would be the best outcome. Su Kaishi said with great concern that if the migrants have no means of livelihood and can never enter the county town, they will eventually wander to nearby towns and villages. At that time, ordinary people will be the first to suffer. He knew very well that when people were starving and had no way to survive, they would initially fear the law and the court, but once they could not even save their own lives, they would turn into robbers and bandits. There are fewer than 100 able-bodied adults in Shaoyan village. The rest are mostly elderly, weak, women, and children. If refugees gather in the village, I'm afraid every household will be doomed. Weren't the kidnappers who abducted Su Changshou and Lu Luoling from the same group of refugees? Lewin sighed. He understood this principle, of course, but Manhwa County was just a small county with limited grain reserves. How could it possibly support so many people? This morning, the price of brown rice at the grain store had risen to 15 cents per caddy, and wheat was even higher at 18 cents per caddy. In previous years, grain prices should have dropped as soon as the new grain was put into storage, but now they have instead skyrocketed. This year's grain production has decreased, and it's good enough if the people can pay their agricultural taxes on time. The grain in the government granaries is barely enough to meet the quota. The county is struggling to even pay its subordinate salaries. If it continues to provide porridge to support the displaced people, it's likely that even emptying the treasury won't sustain it for long. What worries Lewin even more is that once these refugees get used to eating government food in Manhwa County, they will stay there and refuse to leave. The county will inevitably descend into chaos. Not only will the performance evaluation be in jeopardy, but even the official position will be uncertain. Hearing the grain prices, Su Changshou's heart sank. With grain prices soaring, egg prices will inevitably rise as well. Higher chicken farming costs will certainly affect the sales of amber eggs. The Su family finally found a way to make money, but are they going to be dragged down by another year of disaster? But then, Su Changshou's eyes lit up. Got it. He looked at Luwan and said in a clear voice, Uncle Lu, I have a way to solve the problem of displaced people. Luwan was overjoyed and urged him to speak quickly. Having gone through what had happened before, Luwan had already inexplicably come to trust this 6-year-old child. Su Changshou asked, These refugees are actually just ordinary people. As long as we find them work and give them food, they won't riot, right? That's for sure. Luwan nodded, but then sighed helplessly. But where in Manhwa County will we find so much money and grain to feed and care for them? Su Changshou then asked, It's only ordinary people who are short of food. Those wealthy merchants, landlords, and powerful figures must still have food in their hands, right? In times of famine and hardship, it is always the ordinary people at the bottom of society who truly suffer from hunger. Those powerful families, wealthy merchants, and landlords often hoarded large quantities of grain and even deliberately held back from selling it, hoping to reap huge profits when grain prices were higher. Luwan nodded. The Lu family was a well-known clan in the Great Xia dynasty. Although he was from a collateral branch, he knew their background very well. Not to mention aristocratic families. Even the successful candidates in the imperial examinations and wealthy merchants in the county had a lot of grain stored in their homes. In many people's granaries, there is even new grain piled on top of old grain, and the old grain has become moldy and has not yet been finished. Su Changshou clapped his hands. That makes things easier. As long as we have money to buy food, the problem of refugees can be solved naturally. Luwan smiled wryly and said, Nephew, the problem is that we don't have any money. Su Changshou calmly replied, I can find a way to make money. Chapter 51 Making Soap, really? That would require quite a bit of food. Luwan estimated it and said, The expenses for these thousands of people, based on current grain prices, would be nearly 20 taels of silver per day. That adds up to 600 taels a month, which is no small expense. I have a recipe here that can make something 100 times more effective at cleaning than soap. It's called soap. If you sell this, you're sure to make money. These refugees can be allocated a section of land within the city, where houses can be built and workshops can be set up nearby. Select a group of people to make this soap and have the rest form a transport team to sell and transport it. The money earned will be used to buy food for them. A portion of the money could also be used to expand the government treasury and improve the lives of the people in Manhwa County. Any surplus refugees could be incorporated into the county's army to bolster military preparedness. Changshou spoke slow. The recipe for making this soap is actually very simple. It's found in school chemistry textbooks. In almost every novel, the time traveler uses it to make money. He didn't dare to take it out before because it was something that made others extremely envious. But now that the Su family has become close friends with Lu Wen, it's as if they have the biggest backer in Manhwa County. If they don't use this opportunity now, when will they? Nephew, this method does sound promising. Do you have any ready-made soap? Lu Wen asked with interest. If what Su Changshou said is true, it's worth a try. Uncle Lu, wait for me. After saying that, Su Changshou ran back to his room. When he returned, he was holding an ugly lump of something. This was the most basic bar of soap he had just redeemed from them all. He then shaved off a piece with a knife, soaked it in hot water for a while, and crumpled it into a ball. Try to make it look like something from an online store. This is it. The one we make later may be different from this one, but the effect will be similar. Su Changshou said. Then he instructed Lu when to wash his hands according to his instructions. This stuff is indeed 100 times better than soapberry. It will be worth selling it. Lu was overjoyed. This stuff requires lard, and the cost of one piece is about 2 coins, but it can probably be sold for more than 50 coins. Our Su family provided the prescription and will take 10% of the profits. Uncle Lu will take 10%, and the rest will be used in the name of the county government to resettle the displaced people. That will be enough. Su Changshou continued. He went to so much trouble, he certainly wouldn't have done it for nothing. He must have been doing it to make money. All right, let's do as my nephew says. Lu Wen looked at the soap in his hand as if he had found a treasure. I never expected that this trip would actually solve my problem. It seems I should visit Shaoyan Village more often in the future. The next day, Lu Wen personally came to Shaoyan Village by carriage to pick up Su Changshou and Ling Tong and take them to the county town. Yesterday, he arranged for people to select Phoebe-Apu in the city as a place to settle these refugees. As mentioned yesterday, the recipe for making this soap is naturally a secret. Therefore, those migrants who were selected to work in the workshops will not be able to leave the area unless something unexpected happens. However, Lu Wen promised them that they only needed to stay there for 3 years, after which they would be allowed to leave freely. And they were paid several times more than those working outside the workshop. These refugees were barely clinging to life. They were just grateful to be alive. In several large counties they passed through, they were even directly expelled. Now, Manhwa County is not only willing to accept them, but also to provide them with jobs to support their families. They don't care about such trivial matters as whether they are free or not. Who knows, the 3-year period might not even come, and the barbarians might attack before then. The refugees in front of them were lined up in several rows under the command of the Yamen runners. Because everyone there had their own families, including the elderly, women, and children, the place looked rather messy. A little girl about 5 or 6 years old and roughly the same age as Su Changshou stared at him with wide eyes, sucking her fingers. His clothes were tattered, and his face was streaked with black and white. He was visibly thin and frail. Looking at the refugees from the front, Su Changshou saw that they were all emaciated and had lifeless eyes. His gaze swept over them, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Alas, in this world, it is always the common people who suffer in the end. Su Changshou Sayin Wali. After Lu Wen settled these people, Su Changshou led the selected refugees to begin making soap. He wants to do it with these people. We only dared to let them operate on their own after they made the first batch of soap. Working from morning till night, the first batch of soap was finally made. Yes, that's right, it was a success. Su Changshou tried washing his hands and found that the cleaning power was indeed quite good. This stuff is called glycerin. It can also be sold and used to apply to the face and hands, especially in winter, to prevent chapped skin. Su Changshou pointed to the glycerin byproduct in the bucket and said to Lu Wen, "That's great, not a single bit is wasted." Lu was overjoyed. Chapter 52. The second day of the booming sales, a newly opened shop on the streets of Manhwa County attracted many people to stop and watch. Lu Wen arranged for several clever refugees to work as helpers and had his steward temporarily act as manager. And so, the Plum Blossom soap shop opened for business. Following Su Changshou's suggestion, the people were offered free hand-washing services. In less than a morning, the remarkable effects of this soap spread throughout Manhwa County. Glycerin is sold at a discount, which is very popular with some female customers. When the accounts were presented at sunset, Lu Wen was overjoyed. Sold over 1,200 bars of soap. Made a net profit of 60 taels of silver. Sir, this is because it's the first day of business and not many people know about it yet. We estimate that sales will be much higher tomorrow. The butler smiled. Yes, we're keeping a close eye on the daily output of the soap workshop to ensure a sufficient supply. Lu Wen smiled. He had been worried about whether anyone would actually buy this product, as Su Changshou had said, but now he felt much relieved. The wealthy families in the county town buy them for tens of yuan at a time, so it seems like they have no trouble selling them. In the following days, soap sales continued to rise. Not only Manhwa County, but also nearby towns and traveling merchants passing through the area have all discovered this new phenomenon. One big merchant even placed a huge order for 20,000 bars of soap, which he intended to sell in Nanjing. Lu Wen quickly instructed the Fabiao shop workshop to increase production. This also led him to discover a huge market outside of Manhwa County. They directly organized those refugees to take the soap to several surrounding counties and promoted it. This attracted a large number of merchants to Manhwa County to make purchases. When the end of the month came, Lu Wen looked at the account book in front of him and couldn't help but gasp. A total of over 73,000 yuan was sold. We earned over 3,500 taels of silver. Lu Wen roughly calculated that he would receive more than 350 taels of silver this month. This is equivalent to 3 months of my salary. This gave him a strange feeling, as if he, a county magistrate, had somehow managed to climb up the social ladder by marrying into the Su family, a farming household. He had initially gotten closer to the Su family because of Ling Tong, a fifth-rank martial artist. But at this moment, he felt that the Su family itself was also a huge treasure trove. Especially Su Changshou, that 6-year-old boy. Every time he looked into the child's eyes, he felt like he was looking into the eyes of someone his own age. Are there really people in this world who are born with knowledge? Lu Wen pondered to himself. Shaoyan Village, Su family. As expected, sales of amber eggs plummeted. He used to earn about 10 taels of silver a month, but this month he only earned 4 taels. The arrival of this wave of refugees had a tremendous impact on grain prices in the surrounding counties. Both egg price fluctuations and production have been affected. 350 taels. That's so much, and this is only 1/10 of the total. Su Kaishi's family exclaimed in surprise as they looked at the box of silver in front of them. This stuff really makes money fast. Even Su Changshou was somewhat surprised by the speed at which soap could amass wealth. He initially asked Lu Wen for 10% of the profits from the Su family, but he never expected that 10% would be so much. He only provided a formula, and then stopped concerning himself with the soap business. Lu Wen had almost everything handled by his people. The money was practically handed to him for free. However, the refugee issue also made Su Changshou aware of the crisis. The barbarians from the north might attack at any time, so we must prepare in advance. Making money is one thing, but another is to accumulate as many of the limited purchase survival supplies in the mall as possible. Food and such things are definitely difficult and inconvenient to carry on the escape route. Therefore, it's best to have all food provided by the mall along the way, so that traveling light can also speed things up. However, the food in the mall is limited to 1 purchase per day, so Su Changshou plans to buy all the food every day and store it in a space. You can save quite a bit over a month like that. For example, I can store 150 jin of pork belly in a month, and 300 jin of northeast rice for my family in a month. As for other items like brown rice, green vegetables, and flour, you can buy more and stock up. And things like mutton that we wouldn't have dared to bring out before, we can now buy and store. These are all strategic supplies for those fleeing. On the road to escape, those with the ability would use knives to kill and eat people, while those without the ability would exchange their own children to eat. Who cares why a farmer can afford to eat mutton? In this way, even if you have to flee in haste, you don't have to worry about not having enough food for your family. Su Changshou also wanted to ask Ling Tong to teach Su Kaishi and the other men martial arts. Even if you can't get into a high-ranking position, it can still increase your ability to protect yourself. The amber egg business is now losing its appeal. It takes up too much of the Su family's time every day, and it's not worth continuing. Su Changshou directly suggested that the prescription be given to Zhang Lu and the Su family's old residents, specifically to the two brothers, Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan. That way they can earn more. Just then, Zhang Xiui also wanted to go back to her parents' home in Xia village, so she took Su Changshou and Ling Tong with her and also taught Zhang Lu how to make amber eggs. Chapter 53. Zhang Lu was humiliated. Xia village is not far from Xiaoyan village, separated by a mountain road. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiui dragged Su Changshou out of bed. She wanted to have lunch with Zhang Jiuzhang in Xia village and then return before sunset. Have you prepared the things for your grandfather? As Zhang Xiui placed a fried egg into Su Changshou's bowl, she asked him a question. 5 caddies of pork, 5 caddies of mutton, 2 caddies of salt, a box of stewing spices, a bolt of cotton cloth, and 10 bars of soap. Oh dear, you said it so many times last night. How could I forget? Su Changshou said this while quickly stuffing food into his mouth. This was Zhang Xiui's first proper return to her parents' home after the Su family became wealthy, so it was taken very seriously. Although Zhang Jiuzhang had recently visited the Su family for their housewarming feast, that's one thing and that's another. Now that my family has become successful, I should bring something back to show my respect. Zhang Xiui changed into a newly made outfit and put a jade bracelet on her wrist. The fabric for this dress was chosen and delivered by Lu Luoling. It looks very ordinary, but it's exceptionally comfortable to wear. This made Su Changshou marvel at how extraordinary the taste of the ancient nobles and powerful was, pursuing a simple and understated style that concealed luxury. The bracelet was a gift from Lu Luoling to Su Changshou a few days ago when she came to the Su family to play. Lu Luoling also wore one. The two of them wore the same style. Su Changshou thought of the golden Buddha hanging around his neck and couldn't understand why this woman was so keen on having so many items that match his family's. Even the mirrors in her mother's and sister-in-law's rooms are exactly the same as the ones in her room. Last time, she even inexplicably asked her mother if she would like to have the same hairstyle as her. If Zhang Xiui hadn't felt that her age and hairstyle didn't quite match, she probably would have succeeded. Does this woman want to be my mother? I'm really afraid that one day Lu Luoling will suddenly say to me, "Do I look like your mother?" Shaw, what am I thinking? Su Changshou quickly shook his head, trying to clear the jumbled thoughts from his mind. Only Su Kaishi and Zhang Xiui knew about the fact that they could make a deal with the deity. Therefore, the things to bring to Xia village must be prepared in advance. These things weigh 20 pounds in total. Su Changshou hung it on Ling Tong's body and had Ling Tong carry it. This guy eats the equivalent of 5 Su Dague's meals every day, so Su Changshou feels a bit cheated if he doesn't make him do something. The mountain path is relatively flat and not difficult to walk on because people often cut firewood there. In about half an hour, the three of them arrived at Xia village. Aunt Wang, it's been a long time. Changshou greeted him quickly. Hello, Grandma. Uncle Zhang, are you going to the fields? I'm Xiui. Hello, Grandpa. As Zhang Xiui walked along, she encountered acquaintances along the way. After exchanging greetings, she reminded Su Changshou to call for help. At first, Su Changshou needed to be reminded, but later, after Zhang Xiui finished greeting him, he took the initiative to greet her in a crisp and clear voice. It's not easy to play the role of a child well. Su Changshou Sayin Wali. Xia village is not very big, and Zhang Xiui felt a sense of familiarity everywhere she went when she returned to her mother's village. Is this Xiui? Xiui from Zhang Laoxi's family. How much money must all those bags and packages cost? Has Miss Zhang struck it rich? Didn't she marry into the Su family in Xiaoyan village? I heard that her youngest son has a gastrointestinal illness, and the family has spent all their money on medical treatment. What's going on? Look at that child, with a rosy complexion, even more delicate than the children in the city. He doesn't look sick at all. It seems the rumors are unreliable. Passers-by began to discuss Zhang Xiui after seeing her. Your maternal grandfather's house is just ahead. He will be very happy to see you. Zhang Xiui said to Su Changshou. Hey, isn't that your uncle? Who is he talking to? Zhang Xiui saw several figures talking not far from her home. Upon closer inspection, one of them was his younger brother, Zhang Lu. Let's go take a look. Zhang Xiui pulled Su Changshou and walked in that direction. Zhang Lu, a poor man like you can never give me happiness. When I went to the city, I saw things that you could never experience in your entire life. Have you ever met a talented scholar who could compose a poem over a cup of tea? Have you ever seen piles of silver being casually given away? Do you know how extravagant the banquets are in the homes of wealthy and powerful families? Do you know that there's a martial artist in this world who can kill a bull with a single punch? You know nothing. All you know is toiling in the soil for a living, and the money you earn all year round can't even buy the hairpin in my hair. Stop being a toad, trying to eat swan meat, and take a good look at yourself instead. A woman of similar age to Zhang Lu, with a somewhat attractive appearance, but whose eyes and brows revealed a worldly air about her. He was mocking Zhang Lu at that moment. Chapter 54, it turns out she was a maid. Ming, how did you become like this? You weren't like this back then. Zhang Lu looked at the woman in front of him, who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. An expression of disbelief crossed his face. Don't call me Ming. My young lady is still waiting for me to bring her something. I don't want to argue with you. You'd better stay away from me from now on. We are now from two different worlds. The woman named Sun Ming showed a look of disgust. After all that talk, she's just a maid. When Changshou overheard their conversation, he initially wondered about the woman's identity. You brag about your knowledge for so long, but it turns out you're just a maid? Who was the one who spoke up? Sun Ming looked in Changshou's direction. What she hated most was when people mentioned her status as a maid. It was her sore spot. She was engaged to Zhang Lu, but she was proud and felt that she shouldn't live a hard life because of her looks. So he broke off the engagement, ran away to the county, and then threw himself into the Siyu Tower. She had dreamed of becoming the most beautiful courtesan, but after experiencing the harsh reality, she realized that the most beautiful courtesans are one in a million. She was a peasant girl, completely ignorant of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, dancing, and music, and could only become a lowly courtesan. They either entertained fat, greasy nouveau riche or lowlifes who had saved up 100 or so coins and wanted to have some fun at a brothel. Having endured countless hardships in order to change her fate, she finally placed her bet on Wu Shishir, a newcomer to Siyu Tower, and chose to become her personal maid. They are responsible for receiving and blocking guests who want to get close to them. As expected, Wu Shishir lived up to expectations and became a renowned courtesan. She suddenly became the personal maid of the courtesan, and her monthly allowance was several times more than what she had earned from her previous life as a prostitute. Zhang Lu was dumped by Sun Ming and has never remarried. He has had no news of Sun Ming all these years. To meet again by chance, I never expected that everything had changed. Sister, the master's knowledge is not that of a maid. Changshou looked completely bewildered. Whose child is this? Doesn't he have any manners? Sun Ming's face was contorted with rage, clearly on the verge of exploding. The impact of Changshou's words coming from a child's mouth was simply too great. This was tantamount to tearing her pride and dignity bare and rubbing them into the ground. What my family said about Changshou is right. Furthermore, a well-mannered family would not break off an engagement without cause and then humiliate the other party. I like to ask this maid if she has any manners at all. Changshou said with a faint smile. She had heard clearly how the woman named Sun Ming had mocked her younger brother, and she had long wanted to speak up and denounce her on behalf of Zhang Lu. Unexpectedly, her son spoke first, which made her very happy, and she gave Changshou a big thumbs up in her heart. He truly is a good son. When she learned that Zhang Lu had been jilted, she saw her younger brother depressed for a long time, and she felt heartbroken. He didn't have a good impression of this woman to begin with, so naturally he wouldn't indulge her now. Changshou was secretly shocked by his mother's sarcastic remarks when he heard Changshou's words. Who do we have here? It's this good-for-nothing sister. I heard you were kicked out of the old house, so you've come back to your parents' home to beg for food again. Sun Ming looked at Changshou with disdain. You're not allowed to talk about my sister like that. Zhang Lu was still immersed in pain, but his expression changed when he heard that Sun Ming dared to humiliate his sister. Zhang Zhuzhang only had one son and one daughter. The siblings had always had a very good relationship, and Zhang Lu was always the most protective of his sister. Both families are poor bastards. My young lady's husband is a distinguished guest whom even the county magistrate has to fawn over. Tomorrow I'll ask my young lady to have the authorities arrest you all and throw you in jail. Sun Ming fanned herself with a handkerchief, raised her chin, and looked proud. If you're referring to Magistrate Liu of Plum Blossom County, then you're in for a disappointment. Magistrate Liu loves his people like his own children, He would never do such a thing. Zhang Xiu sneered. He already knew in his heart that Sun Mingming's backing was at most that esteemed guest Lu Wen. So what was there to worry about? That's why I say you're a country bumpkin. You're so ignorant. My young lady's husband is a dignified fourth-rank martial artist. Even the county magistrate treats him with utmost respect. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Sun Mingming revealed a mocking smile, but when she mentioned the martial artist he was talking about, her face was full of admiration. The person you're talking about wouldn't happen to be named Changshou, would it? Just then, Su Changshou asked with a strange look in his eyes. How did you know? Sun Mingming exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 55. Beating the dog leads to the master's appearance. For the ambitious Sun Mingming, she has a strong desire to explore those powerful men. So when Wu Shishir caught Changshou's eye, she began to become curious about martial artists. After she painstakingly gathered some rudimentary knowledge about martial arts, she realized that Changshou, a fourth-rank martial artist, actually held such a high position. This kind of man was incredibly attractive to her. Many times when she was serving Wu Shishir and Changshou, she fantasized about being able to replace Wu Shishir. Only a powerful man like him could change her fate. Unfortunately, although she believed that apart from her age, she was no less than Wu Shishir in any other way, Changshou never gave her a second glance. So your young lady is a courtesan? You work in a brothel? Su Changshou suddenly realized, and his gaze toward Sun Mingming became increasingly strange. Are even the maids in brothels this arrogant now? He naturally knew Changshou. It was Changshou who questioned Ling Tong's strength during the last kidnapping incident. Especially the look that guy gave him before he left. It still makes him feel nauseous whenever he thinks about it. After all that fuss, it turns out this woman wasn't a maidservant from some wealthy family, but actually a maidservant of a courtesan. What do you mean? What's wrong with working in a brothel? What's wrong with me pursuing a better life? Is it really our duty to suffer poverty alongside this good-for-nothing? Su Changshou's words about working in a brothel clearly stung her deeply. At this moment, Sun Mingming was somewhat hysterical, glaring angrily at the 6-year-old child in front of her. She had never hated a child so much. How could there be such a wicked little boy in the world? That little brat is deliberately rubbing salt into her wounds. It doesn't mean anything. I just think it's better not to talk too much with people like you. It will pollute the pure minds of children. Su Changshou laughed crisply, revealing 8 small teeth. You're all just good at talking. I only need to beg my young lady to get my benefactor to take action once, and you'll all disappear. At this moment, Sun Mingming was furious and simply used the tiger skin to threaten him. Mingming, what's going on? Why aren't you going back? Your husband is getting impatient. Just then, a seductive voice came from behind. Everyone looked and saw a girl of about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a blue dress, with a delicate and charming appearance. Miss, these people just humiliated me and looked down on me for serving you. Sun Mingming immediately burst into tears, appearing extremely aggrieved. What? You dare to bully and humiliate even my maid? You country bumpkins, have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Wu Shishir immediately retorted angrily. Sun Mingming, the maid, had always served her diligently. Before she became the top courtesan, Sun Mingming had served several drunken wealthy merchants on her behalf. Seeing Sun Mingming being bullied, she scolded her without even asking what happened. Having followed Changshou and witnessed the magistrate pleading outside the door, her mindset was now completely different. Changshou promised her that he would take her to Jinling and make her his concubine, so she always considered herself the wife of a fourth-rank martial artist. She even changed her address for Changshou to husband. How could she tolerate a few villagers humiliating her maid, especially since their words implied that she was being humiliated as well? This is how beating the dog lured the master out. Zhang Xiu sneered. It wasn't just Wu Shishir whose mindset changed. The Su family had recently gone through so much, their fortunes had improved dramatically, and Zhang Xiu's mindset was also slowly changing. She has transformed from a timid and hesitant village woman into a more assertive one. When faced with someone who's looking for trouble, you naturally won't back down an inch. Fine. Fine. I'll see how long you can be so arrogant. Once I go call my husband, you'll all have to kneel down and beg for mercy. After saying that, Wu Shishir turned and left. Just wait and see. When my young lady returns with her benefactor, you'll have nowhere to cry. With Wu Shishir backing her up, Sun Mingming became arrogant again. Chun Xiujing was having a drink by a spring in a bamboo grove not far away. Today, Wu Shishir told him that her maid's hometown had a secluded and quiet place where one could enjoy the scenery and have a drink. Moreover, the place was deserted, so I could play games to my heart's content, which is why I came here. The maid who usually served by his side said she was going home to fetch some homemade osmanthus wine to add to the festivities, but she hadn't returned yet. Wu Shishir then went to urge them on. My beauty, where have you been? Why are you dawdling like that? Chun Xiu told Wu Shishir, who had returned, that he was extremely fond of this woman. She was young but possessed extraordinary skills, so naturally he couldn't bear to part with her. Last time, Lu Wen promised to help him redeem himself, but because he hadn't done anything, he ended up having to pay the money himself. My lord, someone is bullying me. Wu Shishir threw herself into Chun Xiu's arms and began to sob and cry. How dare you? Which bastard is it that dares to bully my people? Chun Xiu was furious and patted Wu Shishir on the shoulder to comfort her. Chapter 56, I'm not familiar with you. I'll make them kneel down and apologize to you in a moment. Chun Xiu tenderly stroked her hair, and Wu Shishir gave him a light kiss on the cheek, looking shy and bashful. This woman is most skilled at manipulating men's hearts. Sister, you should leave quickly. She's gonna call for help. We probably can't afford to offend the county magistrate's distinguished guest. Zhang Lu couldn't help but feel a little worried and advised Zhang Xiui. Uncle, don't be afraid. It might just be someone you know. Su Changshou gomfort Zhang Lu. Still pretending. How could you farmers possibly know my benefactor? Who knows where they heard his name from and are bragging about it? Wait till he gets here, then we'll see how you explain yourself. Sun Mingming looked disdainful. Soon, Wu Shishir brought Chun Xiu over. I'll see who dares to bully my woman. Before Chun Xiu even arrived, he gathered his inner strength and shouted sharply. Zhang Lu suddenly realized that things are going to get complicated. My benefactor has arrived. You're doomed. When Sun Mingming saw her support team approaching, she quickly went to greet them. My lord, it was they who insulted the young lady. She knew that Chun Xiu only had eyes for Wu Shishir, so she consciously didn't mention herself. Kneel down. Hello, expert. Su Changshou looked at Chun Xiu with a grin on his face, showing no sign of worry. It's Su, the young master of the Su family. What a coincidence. Just as Chun Xiu was about to lash out, he saw that the person opposite him was Su Changshou, whom he had met once before, and Ling Tong standing next to him. He was dumbfounded. Since that incident, he has become much more restrained in his actions, and has become more polite to Lu Wen. It was the Su family's reclusive status that made him wary. The Lu family may appear to be just as powerful as, or even stronger than, the hidden families, but those hidden families are all powerful clans that live in seclusion. No one knows how many experts are in their family. If you really offend them, the endless assassinations day and night would be a headache enough. Besides, he was merely a guest of the Lu family, so the Lu family would naturally not make an enemy of a reclusive family for his sake. Looking at Ling Tong, who was at least a 5th-rank expert, he had a piece of cloth tucked under his arm, several bags in his hand, and even 2 ropes tied with meat hanging from the hilt of the long sword he carried on his shoulder. Who else but a reclusive family could have such a powerful foundation to have a 5th-rank expert do such trivial matters? Were you asking us to kneel down? Su Changshou looked at Chun Xiu and said sweetly. No, absolutely not. Young master, you've misunderstood. I, Chun, have always respected the elderly and cared for the young. How could I possibly do such a thing? Chun Xiu quickly denied it, saying that the most important thing in the martial arts world is to protect oneself. Things that should not be touched must be avoided at all costs. My husband, what's wrong? Please help me get revenge. Wu Shishir hadn't realized what had happened yet, and thought that Chun Xiujin was just too kind to do it. Don't call me husband. We're not familiar with each other. Chun Xiu quickly moved to the side, putting some distance between himself and Wu Shishir. My lord, it's the young lady they humiliated. Sun Mingming was still unaware of what had happened, and continued to complain to Chun Xiu. Shut up, you bitch. Snap. A rosy palm print appeared on Sun Mingming's face. Chun Xiu couldn't bear to hit Wu Shishir, but he showed no mercy to Sun Mingming whatsoever. If this clueless woman makes me offend the Su family because of this, I'll skin her alive. Benefactor. Sun Mingming covered half of her face in disbelief as she looked at Changshou, then at Wu Shih, her eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Zhang Xiuyi and the others across from her were smiling at her, their mocking expressions making her wish she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She was utterly ashamed that the helper she had hired had beaten her up. "Miss, if you feel pain, you can touch your ear with your hand." Su Changshou then spoke in a sweet, cloying tone. But these words sounded even more grating to Sun Mingming's ears. This brat has some kind of infuriating talent. Saying something like that at this moment directly triggered her emotions to erupt. The tears I'd been holding back suddenly became uncontrollable, and large teardrops slid down my cheeks. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. "Sister, let's go." Zhang Lu spoke up at this moment, a relieved expression on his face. "You've let it go?" Zhang Lu smiled and nodded. The weight that had been pressing on his heart for years was finally lifted. Su Changshou looked at Zhang Lu, who had let go of his resentment, and couldn't help but sigh again. "Thinking back to when I was a passionate young man, I think he will grow up after going through this. He is a promising young man indeed." Su Changshou nodded with satisfaction. "What are you pretending to be all old-fashioned for? Go to your grandfather's house, you little brat." Seeing her son's contented expression, Zhang Xiu slapped him on the head and scolded him with a laugh. Then she pulled him toward home. Chapter 57, Do You Have Nothing Better to Do? Ling Tong glanced at Changshou, who was nervously rubbing his hands, and quickly followed after him. This was just a minor incident. Once the four of them had gone far away, Changshou finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed completely. The look Ling Tong gave him just now made him feel like he was being stared at by a tiger. The difference between the 5th and 4th ranks is too great. This kind of imposing presence can only be cultivated through countless battles. "Husband, what just happened?" Wu Shih quickly grabbed Changshou's arm and asked timidly. The scene just now had completely confused her, and out of her knowledge as a courtesan, she dared not continue speaking. Sun Mingming wiped away her tears and looked up at Changshou. She also wanted to know why this 4th-rank martial artist was so polite to the Su family, even showing fear. "You almost got me into big trouble," Changshou said with lingering fear. "Huh, aren't they just ordinary farmers?" Wu Shih asked curiously, glancing at Sun Mingming, whose eyes were red, as if asking a question. "I've known them for 7 years. The Zhang family has lived in Xiahe village for generations. Zhang Lu is nothing special except for his carpentry skills. That woman, Zhang Lu's older sister, married into the Su family in Shaoyan village more than 10 years ago, but I've never heard of her having any status." Sun Mingming said, feeling wronged. An ordinary person? The person behind that child carrying the cloth is a dignified 5th-rank master. Even royalty wouldn't let a 5th-rank expert do such menial work. You're telling me they're just ordinary people? With your limited knowledge, you naturally wouldn't know that there is a kind of family that lives in seclusion in this world, but is very powerful and is known as the hidden family. The Su family is one of the reclusive families. The fact that the child has a 5th-rank expert protecting him means he is at least a direct descendant. Even if the Zhang family is an ordinary family, they've become involved with a reclusive family, and they're not someone you can afford to offend. Changshou said to them, "What? A reclusive family? How is this possible? How could this happen?" Wu Shih didn't have any particular feeling after hearing it. She was just shocked. However, Sun Mingming's face was ashen, and she had an expression of regret and remorse. Zhang Lu's sister gave birth to a child for a reclusive family. If we hadn't broken off the engagement, wouldn't I be related to the reclusive family by marriage? At this moment, Sun Mingming felt extremely regretful. Thinking back on the hard times she had endured in brothels, being toyed with by those vile men, she felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. If I hadn't made the wrong choice back then, I wouldn't have suffered so much, and now I'm just a maidservant to a courtesan. No wonder they look down on me. Why is fate playing such a cruel joke on me? The amber egg business was handed over to Zhang Lu, Su Kaijiang, and Su Kaikwan. The Su family nowadays doesn't care about this hard-earned money at all. In the Su family's old house, the brothers Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan became the envy of the Su Wang family because they had taken on the business of selling amber eggs. These two brothers make a fortune every day, and they often cook special meals for their own family. Su Wangshi also wanted to join in, but her 2 sisters-in-law said they were busy enough and didn't need her help. She couldn't get involved at all. This matter naturally has nothing to do with Su Changshou's family. The Su family is now completely idle. Every morning, Su Kaishi, Su Dagae, and Su Yutian would undergo some simple training under Ling Tong's guidance to strengthen their bodies. According to Ling Tong, Su Kaishi and Su Dagae have almost no natural talent for martial arts, and they will probably only reach the 3rd rank in the end. It would be difficult to improve further, but Su Yutian still has room for improvement. No one seemed to feel any regret about it. A 3rd rank was fine. A 3rd rank officer is more than enough to deal with those ordinary bandits. As for the Su family's daughters, although they did not practice martial arts, in order to strengthen their bodies and not hold them back during the escape, Su Changshou simply brought out the radio calisthenics from his previous life. So every morning, you could see Zhang Xiu'a leading Zheng Chunyi and Su Xiaomei in doing radio calisthenics in the Su family courtyard. As for Su Changshou himself, he stayed in bed until very late, using the excuse that children need to sleep more to grow taller. Early in the morning, Su Changshou was having a sweet dream in bed when he felt a dark shadow flickering in front of him. The chanting of 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3 echoed in my ears. When I opened my eyes, I saw a big but facing my face, bouncing up and down. The light green skirt got caught her buttocks due to the strenuous exercise. Su Changshou reached out her small hand to help her pull her skirt out and sit up straight. What are you doing in Shaoyan village so early in the morning? And you even came to my room to do exercises. Su Changshou rubbed his sleepy eyes and said to Lu Luoling, You're awake. I'll come and play with you. Lu Luoling turned around, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said with a grin, Big sister, the sun has only just risen. Su Changshou glanced outside, speechless. Are you bored and have nothing better to do? Su Changshou put on a short cardigan. We came here because the sun hadn't come out yet, and it was cool. It's too boring in town. Lu Luoling said, Chapter 58 Longevity, I've got you covered. Then I'll find you something to do. Su Changshou thought of something, and a sly glint appeared in his eyes. 15 minutes later. Changshou, my arm is so sore. When will you get better? Longevity has become sticky. How amazing. Longevity, is this something you put directly in your mouth and eat? While whipping the cream, Lu Luoling was chattering and shouting, making a lot of noise. Su Changshou gathered a bunch of saltpeter and tried to make ice. That's right, he wanted to eat creamy ice cream. The weather is so hot that there are hardly any effective ways to cool off. Seeing that Lu Luoling was so free, they simply assigned her the heavy, tiring task of whipping cream. The milk, white sugar, and saltpeter were naturally bought from the mall, and given Lu Luoling's personality, she wouldn't care why these things were in the Su family's possession. Changshou, I've finished calling you. What are you doing? Making ice. In front of Su Changshou was a large wooden basin filled with clear water, and floating on top of it was a small iron basin containing the water that was meant to be used for drinking. Lu Luoling squatted down next to Su Changshou like a curious child, hugging her knees as she watched the ice crystals forming in the iron basin in front of her. Wow, that's amazing. Longevity, you're incredible. Lu Luoling looked at Su Changshou with some admiration, unable to understand how a 6-year-old child could know so much. With cream and ice, making cream ice cream becomes much simpler. Su Changshou squeezed out a little more watermelon juice. Finally, a large bowl of creamy ice cream was made. Wow, delicious. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. Lu Luoling scooped a large spoonful of light pink ice cream and put it in her mouth. Poor child, he's never eaten anything good in his life. Su Changshou felt sorry for Lu Luoling, but a bowl of ice cream was all it took to win her over. Soon, the entire Su family fell in love with this thing. On a hot summer day, being able to eat a bowl of ice-cold ice cream is simply a treat. Zhang Xiu'a asked Su Yutian to run to the Su family's old house and deliver a small half-basin of food. Su Changshou instructed him to tell his grandparents not to eat too much, or their stomachs would hurt. Longevity, this thing could definitely make money if sold, right? Su Kaishi has also developed a business mindset lately. The first thing he thinks about when he sees ice cream is whether it can be used to make money. Zhang Xiuyi and the others looked at him with hope. It's possible, but it's too complicated to make and the cost is not low. Only rich people can afford it, and it's not worth the trouble. Su Changshou et lai. Then forget it. Everyone was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but they didn't pay much attention to it. My family is not sure money now. They continued chatting and laughing. Is Kaishi there? Just then, a voice came from outside the courtyard. Everyone looked over and saw it was Lu Shu, the village head. Uncle Lu, come in and sit down. Su Kaishi quickly ushered him in. Zhang Xiao placed another bowl of ice cream in the village head's hands. What is this? It's ice. The village head touched the bowl in his hand, somewhat alarmed. Ice cream, homemade, have a taste. The crowd made way. Tasty. The village head tasted a few bites and said, Hey, Kaishi, I actually came here because I want to ask you for a favor. Uncle Village Head, if you say so, I will definitely help if I can. Su Kaishi said with a smile that the village head had helped Su Changshou when he was kidnapped last time, and he remembered it. Now that the harvest is over, there's not much work to do in the fields, and everyone in the village is idle. But our food supplies are running low. Your family is resourceful. Could you perhaps think of a solution for the villagers? The village head forced himself to speak. This is a bit difficult to say. If someone has a way to make money and doesn't keep it to themselves, it's really asking too much of them. Su Kaishi looked at Su Changshou. He had no other choice but to ask Su Changshou for help. Grandpa Village Head, the ice cream you have is made of ice. I have a method for making ice that I can share with the villagers. I can also share the recipe for this ice cream with you. However, making this ice cream is complicated and costly, so probably only a few companies can actually make it. Su Changshou said, Making ice is very simple. You only need saltpeter, and it can be recycled. It's perfect for the villagers to earn some hard-earned money. In the summer, many people probably need ice to cool off. There aren't many wealthy people in this county, so ice, a popular summer treat, can't be sold at a high price. It's really just hard-earned money. As for the ice cream, it requires sugar and milk, which most households can't afford. If someone is willing to try it, then so be it. Although he wasn't a saint, the villagers were having a hard time these days, and if he could lend them a hand, he wouldn't mind. Judging from the current situation, the imperial court is very likely unable to withstand the barbarian attack, and we will all have to flee. If these villagers can save more money, it gives them a better chance of survival. That's all he can do. Making ice? This recipe is a treasure. If your family shares it, wouldn't the villagers be getting a great deal? The village head said somewhat excitedly. He came just to try his luck, but he didn't expect to actually succeed. Chapter 59 Teaching Methods. As long as it can help Grandpa Village Head, that's fine. Su Changshou said, Making ice requires saltpeter. Just put the saltpeter into the water step by step, and after a while, it will freeze into ice. It takes about 10 pounds of saltpeter to make 1 pound of edible ice using the well water. Saltpeter can be reused. You just need to evaporate the water to remove it, although it takes some firewood and time. Su Changshou said, This was based on experience he had just gained while making ice. The water drawn from the deep well was about 17 or 18 degrees Celsius. He poured about 18 kilograms of saltpeter into 50 kilograms of water to make 10 kilograms of cool water with a temperature of about 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. They added about 2 pounds of saltpeter to the 10 pounds of cold water, which turned the 2 pounds of water in the iron basin into ice. This is a science video posted by a science blogger in my previous life, which he happened to have memorized. If you keep pouring saltpeter into the large basin until the water in the iron basin freezes, you'll consume too much saltpeter. This method of gradient cooling is the most economical way to use saltpeter. Almost every time travel novel features a plot where someone becomes incredibly wealthy through ice-making techniques, selling a pound of ice for tens or even hundreds of coins, making a fortune, and demand exceeding supply. But when he actually did it, he realized that it only earned him a meager living. Putting aside everything else, the sheer amount of work involved in extracting so much saltpeter from the water every day is terrifying to even think about. This would be understandable in Nanjing, where powerful and wealthy people are everywhere and have the purchasing power. But this is Manhwa County, an inconspicuous little county town in the north of the Great Xia dynasty, with only a handful of wealthy and powerful families. Who would pay such a high price for such a consumable? A household would consume at least 50 caddies a day, right? If it sells for 100 coins a caddy, that's 5 taels of silver. That's 150 taels a month. Su Changshou couldn't think of anyone in Manhwa County who would be so extravagant. Even Lu Wen couldn't bear to part with it. What's the difference between this and throwing away 5 taels of silver every day? Therefore, The price of ice cannot be too high. This is why he presented this ice-making method to the village head. Oh, we need to use saltpeter? Saltpeter isn't cheap. It costs 20 coins a pound. Even if it could be reused, the villagers couldn't afford so much saltpeter. The village head was initially very excited, but upon hearing that saltpeter would be needed, he was somewhat disappointed. Saltpeter was not cheap in that era. If you want to make money by selling ice, you'll need a ton of saltpeter. It's estimated that no one in Shaoyan village, except for Su Kaishi's family, has that kind of wealth. Huh, it's so expensive. Su Changshou exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect saltpeter to be so expensive in the Great Xia dynasty. In that case, selling ice will be completely impossible. He hadn't expected that the villagers of Shaoyan village simply couldn't afford the investment funds. This is it. It can allow several or a dozen households to cooperate. For example, if 20 households pooled their money to buy 500 caddies of saltpeter, that would be 500 coins per household, which could make about 50 caddies of ice. If we use these 50 pounds of ice to make a simplified version of ice cream, that is to add some fruit and milk to make a smoothie, we can probably make about 200 servings. Take them and sell them to the town and the county. You can easily get at least 5 coins per serving. You can earn 2,000 coins a day. If you work for 2 months after deducting costs, each household can earn nearly 1 tael of silver a month. Su Changshou did a rough calculation. It's unrealistic to expect the villagers of Shaoyan village to make the high-end version of ice cream they eat. They can only make a simplified version of smoothie. Add some fruit and milk, and the extra cost of a smoothie is only about 1 cent. Firewood can be collected from a mountain, so it's not included in the cost. After deducting the cost of buying saltpeter, each household can probably only earn this much. This method is feasible. With 20 households, some people could be responsible for collecting firewood, some for making ice, and some for selling it. This way, everyone will have something to do. The village head thought for a moment and nodded. If Uncle Liu has figured it out, anyone who is willing to do it can come to my Su family to learn how to make it. Su Kaishi's Hey, I'll go tell everyone right now. These guys are always yelling that they want to find something to do. Your Su family has brought out such a valuable method. If they're unwilling to do it, I'm no longer involved. The village head stood up and walked outside. In less than half an hour, the Su family's house was surrounded by people. The village headman gathered a total of 23 households and sent 1 person from each household. Chapter 60, Making Smoothies to Make Money. These families were all honest and kind people selected by the village head. As for those who did not do anything proper on a regular basis, the village head did not even notify them. This ice-making method is profitable. If we don't find some honest and upright people and leak the recipe, everyone will have work for nothing. Su Kaishi looked at these people and was quite satisfied. Since the recipe was given away for free by my own family, I would naturally prefer to teach it to kind and honest people. Su Changshou only demonstrated it once, and everyone had already learned it. Before leaving, they all expressed their deepest gratitude to the Su family. In this day and age, sharing such a money-making method is like having a second parent. Su Changshou also secretly memorized these people's faces, thinking that he might need their help in the future. Within a few days, many vendors selling a type of food called shaved ice appeared on the streets and alleys of Manhwa County. In this hot summer, this icy and unusual treat quickly attracted many people to stop and look. Icy cool shaved ice, a secret recipe from Shaoyan village, only 5 coins a serving. The cries of vendors were incessant. 5 coins isn't cheap, but when passers-by see the icy shaved ice emitting a chill and feel the heat on their bodies, many can't resist taking out their money to buy one and try it. Even if she wouldn't eat it herself, she would still buy one for her child. Meanwhile, many families in Shaoyan village were also bustling with activity. In the sweltering summer heat, many people find their yards ablaze with firewood. The people being roasted had red skin, but everyone's face was beaming with joy. Dazhuang, you're the first one back. That's amazing. You sold out so quickly. A man pulling the bellows turned to a burly man in his 20s and said, Brother Tiger, the town I went to had a temple fair today, and all the people there snatched up my shaved ice as soon as they saw it. Dazhuang scooped up a spoonful of well water and gulped it down into his mouth. He had been thirsty all the way, and although he sold smoothies, he couldn't bear to eat one. Brother Su's family are such kind people. They gave us such a profitable recipe. We owe them a huge favor. The man called Tiger said to Dazhuang, Yes, no wonder they can make so much money. We'll definitely repay them when we have the chance. Da Zhuang nodded. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and nothing major happened in Shaoyan village on a regular basis. Although the villagers gossiped a few times about Da Zhuang and his friends making some money selling shaved ice, no one said anything negative. They deserve this money. Every day before dawn, you can see members of their families going up the mountain to chop firewood. On such a hot day, you could feel the heat wave just by passing by their house. This money is all hard-earned. Da Zhuang's mother, your Da Zhuang, is so capable. He must be making a lot of money selling shaved ice. When the time comes, find him a wife, and you can just wait to hold your grandson. Ma Lu's wife, Ma Wu, sat under a big tree and smiled at Da Zhuang's mother. Then you'll need to find a suitable girl to help you make the connection. Da Zhuang's mother couldn't stop smiling, and then turned to Su Wangshe and said, "This is all thanks to your third son's family. Without their recipe, Da Zhuang wouldn't have earned much money this year." In previous years, when her family had free time, they would simply go to the mountains to chop some firewood or do some manual labor in the town or county to earn some money. This year, thanks to Su Kaishi, their family has had so much income. The Kaishi brothers and their family are all capable. In previous years, we never dared to imagine that people in our village could follow them into business. Changshou was so clever that he could get a reward of 100 taels of silver from the county magistrate. And that big man his family picked up. Just a few days ago, I saw him plowing 3 acres of land all by himself. He was stronger than an ox. This man is clearly better than my Ma Lu. If he married someone else's daughter-in-law, she'd be complaining all the time. Ma Wu interjected, saying that her husband was among the first to distribute amber eggs. Although he later sourced goods from Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan, he earned the most during the time he worked with Su Kaishi. The man she was referring to as someone picked up from Su Kaishi's house was naturally Ling Tong. At first, the villagers were curious about why there was an extra person in the Su family. Su Kaishi lied and said that it was a relative who had come to stay with them. But no one believed it. What kind of relative from another family would come seeking refuge? Some people said that Ling Tong didn't know where the Su family had picked him up. Yes, the third brother is the most capable, Su Wangshe said in a stiff tone. Chapter 61 Shaoyan Village was robbed. Originally, she came to the village entrance to chat with them and relieve her boredom. But suddenly the Su Kaishi family was mentioned again. They kept praising his family, which made her face stiffen. Now she understands that the third family is completely out of control. I don't want to humble myself, and if I can't afford to offend him, I can at least avoid him, but why do I keep hearing his name everywhere? What bad luck, Su Wangshe thought to herself. Originally, because she had a scholar brother and her son was the only scholar in the Su family's old house, she was superior to her 2 sisters-in-law in the Su family's old house. However, ever since Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan made money from amber eggs, the 2 sisters-in-law have become increasingly arrogant. Her life became increasingly stifling. There was no other way. The second and fourth sons' families contributed a lot of money to the Su family's old residence, leaving their own family with no real financial resources. Moreover, I heard that the second and fourth children's families are discussing sending their children to school as well. By then, you'll really have very few advantages left. Thinking of this, Madame Su felt a deep sense of crisis. Nothing was said that night. The next day, it was just getting light. The villagers then went out to work in the fields. Su Kaishi also took Su Dagui and Ling Tong to the fields. These next few days, we need to sow vegetable seeds in the fields. Su Kaishi discovered that Ling Tong was a master at plowing, capable of doing the work of an ox. Neither he nor Su Dagui can compare to him. This made Su Kaishi sigh that 5th-rank martial artists were indeed powerful. No wonder they could eat so much. When they arrived at Da Zhuang's house, they saw Da Zhuang helping his mother. Meanwhile, Da Zhuang's mother was sitting on the ground, wailing loudly. Everyone crowded around. "Aunt Zhao, what's wrong?" Someone asked. "My house has been burgled. Who was the bastard? We finally managed to save up some money, and they stole it all. I can't live like this anymore." Da Zhuang's mother slapped the ground with her hands, her face covered in tears and snot. When someone asked her what was wrong, she cried even harder. "Showing off got you into trouble." Su Wangshe was also in the crowd. Recalling the conversation she had with the group under the big tree yesterday, she couldn't help but feel a secret sense of satisfaction. "We've been robbed. Go and call the village head." Someone rushed to the village head's house. The village of Shaoyan has been robbed. This is a serious matter, and the village head must intervene. A short while later, The village head came running over. "Aunt Zhao, don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Let's all think of a solution together." The village headman hurriedly offered words of comfort. "Last night, I was thinking of listening to Ma Lu's wife and finding a wife for my Dajwang." He took the money out of the jar, counted it to see if it was enough to get married, and then put it under the bed. He turned off the light and went to sleep. "When I woke up this morning, I found the jar was gone. What a miserable life." Aunt Zhao cried out. The money her family had worked so hard to save was stolen just like that. It was devastating. "How much money was stolen?" The village head asked. "If it's not a lot of money, it's not a big deal. If all else fails, the villagers can help out." 3,261 coins. Aunt Zhao stammered. "Wow, so much. This is terrible." A collective gasp filled the air. "Report to the authorities immediately," someone suggested. Why would the government care about such a trivial matter? They probably wouldn't even bother to come. Someone said, "Lord Lu still cares about the people." Just then, Su Kaishi said something. Lu Luoling visits her family every few days, and the Su family and Lu family have a good relationship. Hearing someone say this, she couldn't help but speak up. "Third brother, why don't you try reporting this to the authorities? Your family has received a reward from the county magistrate. Perhaps he'll give you some face." Someone made a suggestion. "If third brother wants to go, I can drive him to the county for free." Neo Erden, who made a living pulling ox carts in the village, spoke up. "Erdan is a righteous man." Everyone looked at Su Kaishi, some with anticipation, others with little hope. Indeed, based on past experience, the government has always been one to absolutely avoid getting involved in matters if possible. Unless there's a murder case, they're unwilling to come to this village. "Okay, I'll give it a try." Su Kaishi had no choice but to agree. "Thank you, third brother." "Thank you, third brother." Dajwang helped Aunt Zhao up and expressed his gratitude. He had no other choice but to turn to the government for help. Su Kaishi thought for a moment and then went home to drag Su Changshou, who was still lying in bed, out of bed to go with him. One son's reputation should be greater than one's own. When a sleepy-eyed Su Changshou finished listening to Su Kaishi's account of what had happened while sitting on the ox cart, he was also filled with emotion. For ordinary people, their savings are as precious as their lives, and to have all their money stolen overnight is utterly outrageous. If this person isn't caught, everyone in Shaoyan village will probably live in fear. Chapter 62, Su Laosan actually invited the county magistrate to the Manhwa county government office. Su Kaishi and Su Changshou were standing outside the county government office, talking to the gatekeeper. They didn't recognize the two gatekeepers at the entrance. This kind of theft is impossible to investigate. You can go back now. The county magistrate is too busy with official duties every day to deal with such trivial matters. The guard at the gate said impatiently to Su Kaishi. On ordinary days, people would come to the yamen for trivial matters, but he would always send them away. He didn't take it seriously today either. "Young man, I know Magistrate Lu. Please inform him." Su Kaishi cupped his hands and smiled. He had also come to the county government office when Lu Luoling was kidnapped last time, but he was taken in by Chun Dong, who was on his way to Shaoyan village to deliver the reward money. The gatekeeper didn't recognize him, so he brought up his relationship with Lu Wen. "You peasant, you know the county magistrate? Go away, don't cause trouble. If you keep nagging, you'll get a beating." The guards brandished their sticks and shouted sternly. "What are you doing? Why are you making such a racket here?" Just then, Lu Wen walked out of the county government office. "Sir, these two." The gatekeeper hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting, but was interrupted by Lu Wen's delighted voice just as he was about to speak. "Brother Su Changshou, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the Su family members, Lu Wen's previously stern face instantly softened, and he beamed with joy. "Brother Lu, the village has been robbed. I've come to the county government to see if they can investigate and recover the villagers' losses." "Su Kaishi Sumai. Is that so? I happen to be free today, so I'll go with you to take a look. By the way, what happened just now?" Lu Wen looked at Su Kaishi with a questioning gaze, then glanced at the guard at the gate and asked. The gatekeepers nearby were secretly alarmed to see that this farmer was actually on friendly terms with the county magistrate. Just who are these two people? Thinking about what I had just done, I felt inexplicably nervous. If these two say something to the county magistrate, he will definitely not get away with it. "It's nothing. I was just about to ask this young man to help me inform the authorities when you came out, brother." Su Kaishi smiled and didn't mention what had just happened. "That's good. I have long heard of your usual misdeeds. If I hear of your misconduct again, you can forget about staying in the yamen. Lu Wen nodded, then turned to look at the yamen runner and said calmly, Yes, 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 sir, I understand. The constable quickly bowed and said, glancing at Su Kaishi with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. At the same time, he also memorized the appearances of the father and son. Wait a moment, brother. I'll go get a few people and we'll go back together. Lu Wen said to Su Kaishi, then turned and went into the county government office. Thank you for your kindness earlier. My name is Zhao Ji. If you ever need my help in the future, please feel free to ask. Zhao Ji cupped his hands in greeting to Su Kaishi. Well, it was nothing. In the future, just listen to what your master just said and don't make things difficult for the people. Su Kaishi said to Zhao Ji Dao. Soon, Lu Wen came out with 3 people. Someone also brought a horse-drawn carriage. Lu Wen called out to the Su family father and son to ride in the carriage together, while Neo Erden's carriage was given to the 3 yamen runners. The group headed towards Shaoyan village. Do you think Su Laosan can get the officials to come? It's hard to say. Those people aren't so easy to invite. Just wait. Zhuang's mother is crying so hard she can't breathe. What a tragedy. Many villagers gathered in Zhuang's courtyard upon hearing the news, discussing it casually. It's right here, Brother Lu. Just then, everyone heard Su Kaishi's voice coming from outside the door. Old Su is back. It seems he brought back an official surnamed Lu. Someone said. Everyone stood up and looked toward the door. Beside Su Kaishi stood a middle-aged man dressed in green official robes, exuding an air of authority. Next to the man in the green robe was Su Changshou. Behind him were 3 constables, while Neo Erden followed at the very back, looking rather timid. Wow, it's the magistrate. Old Su actually managed to invite the county magistrate here. I've never heard of any connection between the Su family and the county magistrate. Just now I heard him calling him Brother Lu. When did Su Laosan meet the county magistrate, and why does he call him brother? Everyone hurriedly bowed to Lu Wen, but they were all curious about the relationship between Su Kaishi and Lu Wen. Your Honor, I am the village head of Shaoyan village, surnamed Lu. This is the family that was robbed today. The village head then explained the whole story to Lu Wen. Chapter 63, Fingerprint Extraction. When Aunt Zhao saw Lu Wen, she burst into tears again, begging him to help her find her lost money. Wangda, go and check the clues, see if you can find anything. Lu Wen said to a constable behind him. Yes, sir. The constable named Wang led his men to the scene where the money was stolen and began to investigate. The villagers who had been watching were driven outside the courtyard, and they all looked inside with curiosity. A quarter of an hour later, Wangda came over to report. Sir, the window in this room wasn't properly closed yesterday. It seems the thief sneaked into the room through the window while everyone was asleep and stole the money jar. Then they climbed over the wall and got out. I found signs of someone climbing on the windowsill and the wall. Wangda recounted what he had discovered. Are there any leads to find out who did this? Lu Wen asked. I have discovered that this person is extremely familiar with the environment of this house and was able to slip into the room silently. The lack of sound suggests it's more likely an inside job, but beyond that, the clues are limited, making it impossible to investigate further. Wangda stated the facts. Okay then. Brother Su, you heard it too. This clue probably won't lead to the thief. Lu Wen sighed. Oh dear, Aunt Zhao is really in a bad situation. Su Kaishi said, Uncle Lu, if the thief really entered through the window, he should have left some fingerprints, right? We can have everyone in the village who had contact with Zhuang's family compare their fingerprints one by one, and then we can find out who broke in through the window, right? Su Changshou then spoke up. Fingerprints? Young man, you may not know this, but even if there were fingerprints on this window, they wouldn't be visible. Normally, fingerprints are taken on paper, making comparison difficult. These fingerprints on the windowsill are simply impossible to discern. Guandis maidraidi. I have a way to make fingerprints on the windowsill visible. Su Changshou said. What? You can reveal fingerprints on the windowsill? Wangda exclaimed in surprise. If this is true, then we'll have another method to solve cases in the future. It's very simple. The windowsill is coated with tung oil, so it's bound to get sweaty easily. We can take the window down first. Find a powder with a significantly different color, such as charcoal powder or stone powder, and sift it to obtain a fine powder. Then, dip a brush in some fine powder and gently flick the brush handle to evenly sprinkle the powder onto the windowsill. Then shake off the excess powder, and the fingerprint will be revealed. However, this method is a bit tiring on the eyes. Su Changshou et lai. This is one method of fingerprint comparison called powder development. Young master, this method is worth a try. I suppose Li Zhaoshi doesn't usually invite too many people to her home. We can find more yamen runners to help with the comparison. Wanda thought for a moment, thought it was feasible, and said with a smile, "Where did this method of longevity come from? Although it is simple, it is quite wonderful." Luan asked curiously. "Ling Tong told me." Su Changshou didn't say much. Luan nodded. It was normal for a fifth-rank martial artist to know some strange and unusual things. Soon, Wanda carefully removed the window, making sure to avoid the parts that people might bump into when climbing through it. After the powder was sprinkled on, it was discovered that in addition to the fingerprints of Dazhuang and Aunt Zhao, there were also obvious fingerprints on the lower and upper edges of the window frame. The left handprint appeared to have been pressed against the windowsill, and surprisingly, half of the handprint remained intact, which greatly pleased Wanda. With this half of the palm print, the search will be much faster. A total of 8 fingerprints can be clearly seen. Although some are incomplete, by comparing several fingerprints with each other, it should be possible to identify the person. The 2 constables who had accompanied Wang Delay also went back to fetch ink and white paper. It left the handprints of everyone in the village who was nimble-fingered. Next, the group checked each item one by one. Wanda first had people pick out the fingerprints of those who had dealings with the Zhuang's mother, and then they began to compare them one by one. For 2 whole hours, 7 people came to the county government office. Just as the sun was about to set, they finally made a discovery. "I've got it. It's him. Exactly the same." Wanda held up the paper in his hand and addressed Lu Wan and the others. Everyone looked at them and saw that Wanda and the others all had red eyes and tears in the corners of their eyes. He was clearly exhausted. "Who is it?" Luan took the paper and saw the name on it. "Zhao has grain." It was him. The village head and Su Kaishi were somewhat surprised to hear this name, yet they also felt it was perfectly reasonable. "Big Zhuang's mother, look." The village head looked at Aunt Zhao, who was standing blankly to the side, with some difficulty, and asked in a low voice, "How could it be grain? How could it be this child?" Aunt Zhao's face turned pale when she heard the name. Chapter 64, The Face-Conscious Old Master Su. "I'll go beat that bastard to death. He even dared to steal his aunt's money." Upon hearing this, Dazhuang was furious and was about to go out to find Zhao Yuliang. The village headman grabbed him. "What's wrong?" Lu Wan looked at Su Kaishi and the others with some curiosity. "Sir, this Zhao Yuliang is Li Zhaoshi's nephew and Li Dazhuang's cousin. The Zhao family's only son is spoiled and spends his days idly." The village head explained. "A nephew stealing from his aunt? That's outrageous." Lu Wan was somewhat angry upon hearing this. "To think that such people existed under my jurisdiction." "Wanda, send someone to his house to check on him." Lu Wan gave the order. A short while later, Wanda and his men arrived, escorting Zhao Yuliang to the location. The constables behind them were carrying a ceramic jar, which most likely contained the stolen money. Behind them followed the Zhao family members, their expressions anxious. The onlookers in Shaoyan village pointed and whispered about it. Upon arriving at the Li family's courtyard, before Lu Wan could even ask any questions, 2 men from the Zhao family rushed out and began angrily cursing at Li Zhaoshi. "You vicious woman! You even sued your own nephew. Do you have no conscience at all?" The people who rushed out were Zhao Yuliang's parents and Li Zhao's brother and sister-in-law. Yuliang stole the money Dazhuang had saved for his wedding. Li Zhao gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes, looking somewhat aggrieved. "Your dead brother has been dead for over 10 years. If you don't think about helping your own brother, who will take care of you in the future? If you want to get married, you have to pay for the grain first. Your money is just enough to pay for the grain to get married." Li Zhao's sister-in-law cursed angrily. "Why should I?" Li Zhaoshi protesta. The Zhuang's father was a migrant who settled in Shaoyan village. He was all alone, but he was willing to endure hardship. Li Zhao's parents then married her off to the Zhuang's father. However, he was unlucky and fell down a mountain while chopping wood. He fell ill and died within a year. From then on, they live a life of orphanage and widowhood. "Why should I?" "Because your surname is Zhao." Li Zhao's brother said. "Enough. How dare you make such a racket in front of me?" Lu Wan had long disliked him and shouted angrily. "My lord, I know I was wrong. It's all a misunderstanding. Please release my child." The Zhao couple hurriedly begged for mercy. Zhao Yuliang stole other people's property, which is already a crime of theft. Moreover, he stole from his own relatives, so he should be punished even more severely. Lu Wen snorted coldly. Sir, Da Zhuang's mother will not sue anymore. She will not sue anymore. Big Zhuang's mother, say something. The Zhao couple quickly looked at Li Zhao, hoping she could say a word on their behalf. Snort. Li Zhao turned her head to the side, no longer looking at them. It is unforgivable that his nephew is stealing the money meant for his son's wedding. The evidence and stolen goods are all here. Wang De, arrest him and deal with him according to the law. Lu Wen gave the order. Li Zhaoshi took the jar of copper coins and was moved to tears. This is their family's savings, earned by their son working day and night. If she really couldn't find it, she would want to die. With Lu Wen setting the tone and the Yamen runners present, the Zhao family dared not cause any more trouble. However, it is estimated that from now on, the Zhao family and Da Zhuang's family will never see each other again. Su Changshou looked at everything before him and felt a sense of emotion. Indeed, every family has its own troubles. Thinking of his aunt's family, he couldn't help but sigh. After everyone had left, Li Zhao hurriedly had Da Zhuang kowtow to Lu Wen and Su Kaishi's family. Especially the Su Kaishi family. If it weren't for their help in finding the county magistrate and proposing a solution to locate the thief, that money is truly gone forever. Da Zhuang, you must remember the kindness of your Uncle Su and Changshou. Li Zhao said to Da Zhuang. Yes, mother, I know. Da Zhuang was already grateful to the Su family for teaching him how to make money selling shaved ice, and now he was even more grateful to the Su family. The news that Su Kaishi's family had helped Da Zhuang's mother catch a thief and recover her money quickly spread throughout the village. These past few days, Su Shuli has been looking radiant whenever he goes out. Wherever he went, people praised his third son and grandson and spread the story of Su Kaishi and the county magistrate being on friendly terms. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, the villagers were spreading the word in great detail, and that was enough. The third son has really brought great honor to the Su family. I'll have to ask them sometime if they really have a connection with the county magistrate. They can't let themselves get arrogant just because they have a little connection. Su Shuli thought to himself with a smug smile. Older people are very concerned about their reputation, especially the reputation earned by their children and grandchildren. So these past few days, he's been wandering around the village with nothing to do, and he always goes to places with lots of people. It's nothing, I just wanted to hear everyone praise him for raising his children well and his descendants are doing well, or something like that. Then, when you get home, repeat the kind words you heard while you were out and about at the dinner table. Before leaving, they couldn't resist making a few sarcastic remarks about Su Kaihai's family, which made them lose their appetite for the past few days. The old man had long disliked the behavior of Su Kaihai's family, and this was a good opportunity to teach them a lesson. You can't escape the name of Su Laosan and his family, even at home. Su Wan Si Wai Let In Wai Li. Chapter 65 people from Jinling are located outside the south gate of Manhwa County. A group of people were galloping towards the city gate, and even though they were about 2 miles outside the gate, the flow of people did not slow them down in the slightest. This caused many pedestrians to scramble to avoid it. The 4 riders at the head of the group were young men dressed in brocade robes and tight-fitting clothes, with arrogant faces and swords at their waists. Beside them, a woman rode a white horse, dressed in a red outfit, with a whip hanging from her waist. Although she had a beautiful face, there was an undisguised arrogance in her eyes. These 5 people exuded an air of nobility, but gave the impression that they were always looking down on others. Behind them were 50 guards in black leather armor and tight-fitting clothes, mounted on horseback. He carried a knife at his waist, and a bow case and a longbow on his back. If someone had any sense of the market, they would know that these few dozen people could easily take over a small county town. Zhao Jia, when you return from this northward expedition, you will at least be awarded a 3rd-class military merit, at which point you can inherit your family's title of Marquis of Liu Bei. Among the group of young masters, a boy of about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a silver crown, spoke to the person next to him. My family pulled some strings to give us this opportunity to earn some military merits. Chuyu, you should not treat this as a game and neglect your duties. The man named Zhao Jie gave instructions to the people beside him. Hey, Brother Zhao, this time the garrison commander of Yongsheng, Zhao Bingyan, is one of your men. What are you worried about when we go? One of the men spoke up. The battlefield has no eyes. Uncle Zhao won't be able to take care of us then. At most, he'll assign us to the flanks and logistics units. But we can't underestimate the enemy. The barbarians' defeat this time is just temporary. Their strength should not be underestimated. The woman then spoke up. When the time comes, Mu Qing, you'll stay by my side, and I'll protect you. The woman was his cousin. She had only come along to broaden her horizons. I must say, this battle in Yongsheng was truly unexpected. The barbarians have already breached so many cities, and we thought they would advance unimpeded, but unexpectedly they were stopped by Yongsheng. Your Zhao family has really gained face with the imperial court this time. Someone spoke up. The main reason is that the imperial court dispatched reinforcements to Yongsheng in time. Otherwise, Yongsheng would probably not have been spared either. My family told me that it was a narrow victory. Before reinforcements arrived, the city gates were almost breached, and the defenders of Yongsheng were already nearly wiped out. Zhao Jie remarked with emotion. Since the court intends to use Yongsheng as a point of counterattack this time, I estimate that your Zhao Bingyin will be given an important position. At that time, I would appreciate it if Brother Zhao could ask him to give us more opportunities to earn military merits. The group chatted and laughed until they reached the city gate, at which point they reined in their horses. Have you noticed that the flow of people in Manhwa County is much greater than in the places we've passed through before, especially the horse-drawn carts carrying goods? Zhao Muqing spoke up. She had noticed earlier that there was a constant stream of horse-drawn carriages coming and going in the suburbs, which was not what one would expect from a small county town. Not only that, but you can see that there are more soldiers on the city walls than elsewhere. In remote counties like Xia, the soldiers defending against the enemy are all supported by the local government. Manhwa County seems to be a lower-class county. How could it possibly afford to support so many soldiers? How strange! Zhao Jie exclaimed in surprise. The magistrate here seems to be from the Liu family. Could it be that the Liu family is supporting him behind the scenes? Some people speculated. If this were a direct descendant of the Liu family, how could they have been assigned to this remote county? They are probably just a collateral branch. Since they are a collateral branch, why would the Liu family possibly waste resources on this remote and worthless place? Zhao Jie shook his head. You'll know once you go inside. At the city gate. Who are you? The gatekeeper, steeling himself, asked Zhao Jie and the others who were riding on horseback. Behind him were 20 soldiers carrying long spears. The soldiers on the city wall also drew their bows and aimed them at Zhao Jie and his men below. These men, numbering over 50, were all mounted and armed. They were clearly not to be trifled with. If they didn't look like barbarians, the people of Manhwa County would probably have closed the city gates long ago. They're only on guard for now, but it still makes them feel like they're facing a formidable enemy. Magistrate Liu had already issued an order that, in order to prevent barbarian spies from infiltrating the city, all suspicious persons must have their identities verified before being allowed into the city. The group of people in front of me is very suspicious. This is the first county town that dares to stop us from entering the city. A young man on horseback snorted and tossed a document from his robes as he spoke. The gatekeeper took the document, saw the Ministry of War seal on it, and quickly handed it over with both hands. My esteemed guests, I am merely following orders on routine duty. Please forgive me, the gatekeeper said somewhat humbly. These people in front of me are definitely not ordinary people. I absolutely cannot afford to offend them. Snort. The group ignored them and rode their horses into the city. They will rest and spend the night in the city today and set off again tomorrow. Chapter 66. The county government takes a liking to the soap recipe. Oh, from Nanjing? Don't provoke them. They'll probably leave tomorrow. Upon hearing someone report the arrival of Zhao Jie and his group, Luan pondered for a moment and said, he also came from a prominent family, so he naturally knew that these spoiled brats were not easy to get along with, and it was best to pretend they didn't exist. Otherwise, things will be difficult to handle once a conflict occurs. However, what you fear most is what comes to pass. As evening approached, Luan received some shocking bad news. These guys don't even know why they're trying to force their way into the Flying Bird Shop. This bird shop is a place that makes soap. Today, Manhwa County is much more prosperous than the other nearby counties. Every day, merchants flock here, all coming for this soap. He had also incorporated some of the refugees into the soldiers guarding Manhwa County, and these expenses were covered by the profits from soap production. Now that someone is trying to force their way in, it's like digging up his very roots. This is absolutely intolerable. Arrogant. Too arrogant. These spoiled brats are simply lawless. Send Shindong on horseback to Shaoyan village to inform the Su family. Upon hearing this news, Lu Wen was furious. The Su family was naturally hoping that Ling Tong could come. He disregarded everything else and hurriedly led the Yamen runners there, not forgetting to inform Changshou as well. Changshou was initially unwilling, but Lu Wen said that he might die this time. If you don't go, I'll go find my own death. If I die, let's see how you explain it to the head of the family. Changshou had no choice but to abandon Wu Shih and follow Lu Wen after he started acting like a rogue. After all, the task assigned to him by the Lu family was to protect Lu Wen. The Lu family might not really care about the life of a collateral descendant, but as someone who failed to complete the mission, the Lu family, in order to establish rules, would most likely not let him off easily. Outside the Flying Bird shop, Zhao Jie and his group, along with more than 50 guards, were facing off against the soldiers of the Flying Bird shop, swords in hand. Today they entered the city and settled in the best inn in Manhwa County. They found soap in the guest room. This is something that sells for 1 or 2 taels of silver per piece in Jinling City. How could this small county town have such a thing? Moreover, the best room in this inn costs only 200 coins a day, which isn't even enough to buy soap, so it's obviously unreasonable. So he called over the waiter to inquire. The result was an unexpected surprise for them. This soap, which is all the rage in Nanjing, is actually produced in this tiny Manhwa County. This soap is a treasure trove. If I could get the soap recipe and bring it back to my family, I would definitely reap enormous benefits. The group quickly reached an agreement, gathered their men, and headed towards Flying Bird shop. I must get my hands on this soap recipe today. However, when they arrived, they discovered that the guards at Phoebe-Apu were even more heavily guarded than those at the city gates. There were over 100 people guarding the place, inside and out, armed with sticks, knives, and guns. This was all thanks to Lu Wen's foresight. He had previously worried that villains might try to steal the formula, so he strengthened the guards here and set up hidden sentries. Get out of the way, or we'll get rough. Chu Yu, standing beside Zhao Jie, held a sword and shouted at the soldiers of Phoebe-Apu. Who are you? I have already informed Magistrate Lu and advised you not to cause trouble and to leave immediately. Today, the person in charge of guarding this place is County Magistrate Lu Qingmu. Lu Wen valued this place highly and specially ordered several of the county's assistant officials to take turns being on duty here every day. He was the one who sent someone to inform Lu Wen just now. County Magistrate, let alone the Magistrate of Plum Blossom County, even you, the Prefect of Dong'an Prefecture, wouldn't dare to act presumptuously before us. Chu Yu sneered, his arrogance undisguised. This posture made Lu Qingmu dare not make any rash moves. These people in front of us are clearly not ordinary people. Judging from the attire of the guards, they must be from wealthy and powerful families. There were 50 of these people, which shows that these young people must have extraordinary backgrounds. Lu Qingmu only dared to have his men stop them first, waiting for Lu Wen to come and handle the situation. The two sides were locked in a tense standoff with swords drawn. Seeing that the group opposite them was getting impatient, Lu Qingmu finally spotted a group of people approaching from afar. My lord, it's them. Lu Qingmu cupped his hands in greeting to Lu Wen. They didn't go in, did they? Lu Wen's biggest worry was that they had already gone inside. Even if you go inside, the procedures are not something you can understand at a glance, and each procedure is separated and handled by different people. But it's better to be safe than sorry. No, I've been keeping an eye on them the whole time. Good. Lu Wen nodded, relieved. I am Lu Wen, the magistrate of Manhwa County, from the Lu family of Jinling. May I ask who you are and why you are forcibly entering my Flying Bird shop? Lu Wen then cupped his hands in greeting to the group. He knew that the people opposite him were most likely from powerful families, and that his status as a county magistrate might not be a good thing, so he brought up his identity as a member of the Lu family. Hopefully, the other party will be wary. Lu Wen thought to himself, we are the direct descendants of the Zhao, Chu, Li, and Zhou families of Jinling, and we are ordered by the Ministry of War to go to Yongcheng to resist the barbarians. Today I heard that the soap was produced by this bird shop, so I plan to use it to fund the army. As an official appointed by the imperial court, you disregard the greater good and allow others to obstruct you. What are your intentions? Zhao Jie spoke up. Chapter 67. He knew that Lu Wen could not be a direct descendant of the Lu family, so he naturally would not give him face. Lu Wen couldn't understand why this seemingly upright young man could say such unreasonable things. He first accused himself of disregarding the bigger picture. His intentions are truly despicable. Do you have the necessary paperwork to requisition military supplies? Lu Wen said angrily. The Zhao, Chu, Li, and Zhou families of Jinling are all families similar to the Lu family, and he cannot afford to offend them. However, these people are all spoiled brats, and they're still in Manhwa County. If he gives in, he might as well quit being the county magistrate. Go to Shaoyan village and help Su Changshou feed the chickens. The battle at the front is critical, and the documents can be completed later. Please do not obstruct us, Magistrate Lu. Zhao Jie said calmly. Since there is no official document from the court, please go back. It is getting late, and you should all rest. Lu Wen did not back down in the slightest. That means we can't reach an agreement. Zhao Jie waved his hand, and the person behind him took a step forward. Lu Wen's expression tightened as he looked in the direction of Shaoyan village, but he did not see the scene he was expecting. It's too late. Lu Wen sighed. Having said that, he took the knife from one of the constables beside him and held it in his hand. He turned to Changshou and said, "If you don't come, I'll die." Changshou felt like he was constipated from Lu Wen's words. This was like holding his life hostage. Shameless. Helpless. Changshou stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Wen. You'd better stay away. I can't take care of you. Changshou did not turn around. Good. Without any hesitation, Lu Wen shoved the knife into Changshou's hand and retreated into the crowd. Since Changshou was willing to go, his goal had been achieved. Changshou, overestimating your abilities, charge. Don't kill unless absolutely necessary. Although Zhao Jie was arrogant, he knew that with someone dying, things would be complicated to resolve. Once we subdue these people from Manhwa County, we can successfully enter Phoebe-Apu. The constables and soldiers behind Lu Wen also stepped forward with their weapons. The two sides instantly clashed. Zhao Jie's guards were all seasoned veterans, as Changshou immediately realized during their first exchange. The guards on the other side all possessed the strength of a first or second rank. There were even 2 or 3 guys who looked like they were of the third rank. How are we supposed to play like this? Changshou cursed inwardly and blocked the opponent's attack. But it was obvious that fewer and fewer of the Yamen runners and soldiers on their side were able to stand. I didn't expect the Lu family to send you a 4th-rank martial artist. It seems the Lu family values you quite a bit. What a pity this small county town is, after all, a remote place. One 4th-rank martial artist alone can't stop my guards. Zhao Jie and the others coldly watched the fight unfold before them, and then spoke to Lu Wen. Despite the assistance of Yamen runners and soldiers, the current battle situation is extremely unfavorable for Lu Wen's side. Compared to those guards, these Yamen runners and soldiers were just ordinary people. 3 or 5 of them might not be able to deal with one of them. Lord Lu, we can't hold on any longer. Are there any reinforcements? Changshou shouted at Lu Wen. Yes, hang in there a little longer. Lu Wen looked anxiously to the west, thinking that if the Su family were to send someone, they would have to come from there. Reinforcements? Unless you can send another 2 dozen regular troops. Don't even think about defeating my men. However, if you can truly mobilize a regular army, then I, Zhao Jie, will admit that my defeat was not unjust. Zhao Jie said sarcastically. The soldiers of the regular army are not something a county magistrate like him can mobilize. Moreover, as far as he knew, there were no military camps stationed within a radius of 20 miles of Manhwa County. He was determined to get the soap recipe today. The fighting on both sides increasingly favored Zhao Jie's men. Changshou's hand, holding the knife, was trembling. The ground was littered with people lying on the ground, groaning in pain. There were more than 20 guards standing by Zhao Jie. In contrast, Changshou only had a dozen or so people struggling to keep going. My lord, I have done my best, Changshou said to Lu Wen. Including the kidnapping incident in the back mountain of Shaoyan village, Changshou felt that he shouldn't have come to Manhwa County after taking action twice without resolving the matter. Aside from meeting Wu Shishir, I have absolutely no good memories. It's all just embarrassing. Get out of the way, don't put up a futile resistance. Let us in, or you could just hand over the prescription. Zhao Jie said calmly to Lu Wen. Don't even think about it. If you want to get the prescription today, you'll have to step over my body first. Lu Wen stepped forward and blocked the entrance to the Flying Bird shop. They're overestimating themselves. Defeat them all. Zhao Jie gave the order. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the scene. He stood beside Lu Wan. Mr. Ling, you finally arrived. Lu Wan was overjoyed to see Ling Tong. Uncle Lu, I'm here too. Su Changshou's voice rang out from beside him. Changshou, you came too. Your father didn't come. With Ling Tong here, Lu Wan had nothing to worry about and was relieved. He then greeted Su Changshou. No, we came on the horses of the Yamen runners. If my father came, those horses wouldn't run fast. Su Changshou et lai. What kind of reinforcements did I come from? There was only one person and child. They're asking for death. Seeing that Lu Wan had the leisure to chat with a child while he was being ignored, Zhao Jie spoke up somewhat angrily. Ling Tong, defeat them. Su Changshou gave the order. He was furious when he learned that someone wanted to steal the soap recipe. These people are unforgivable for cutting off their only source of income. So he simply had Ling Tong carry him on horseback, and they came. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Chapter 68, Life and Death regardless of the consequences. Ling Tong, having received instructions, kicked his right foot backward and rushed towards Zhao Jie's guards. A black figure rushed into the crowd like lightning. Before Zhao Jie's guards could react, two of them had already fallen to the ground. Having just gone through a chaotic battle, these guards were already somewhat exhausted. Now, facing the sudden appearance of Ling Tong, they showed tense expressions as if facing a formidable enemy. Surround him. After all, they were well-trained elites specially sent to protect Zhao Jie and the others. After a moment of stunned silence, they reacted and quickly surrounded Ling Tong with more than a dozen men. Ling Tong remained calm and unhurried. He slapped the scabbard behind him with his left hand, and the long sword, scabbard attached, flew into the air and landed steadily in his hand. The scabbard is also made of black iron and can be used as a weapon when held in hand. It is also very powerful when it hits a person. Superior. A dozen or so guards surrounded him, moving with practiced ease, and charged toward Ling Tong with their weapons raised. It's obvious that they often use this formation to fight the enemy. The weapons clashed, producing a crisp sound. Seeing Ling Tong's fierce fighting spirit, Changshou and the others seized the opportunity and quickly joined the battle. The field was divided into two groups, each engaged in a fierce battle. One wave involved Changshou leading a dozen soldiers from Manhwa County against 11 leather-armored guards. The other wave involved Ling Tong fighting 17 people all by himself. With Ling Tong taking away some of the enemy's numbers, Changshou was now able to handle the situation with ease, and the two sides were evenly matched. On the other hand, it was thought that Ling Tong would inevitably be suppressed and beaten. But the result was that Ling Tong fought against 17 guards alone and was not at a disadvantage at all. How is this possible? This person's skill level is at least 5th rank. How could there be such a master in Plum Blossom County? Chu Yu's family, Chu, was renowned for its martial arts. Having been exposed to it since childhood, he quickly realized that Ling Tong was no ordinary person and exclaimed in surprise. What? It's actually 5th rank. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie and the others' expressions changed. Let's all attack together, or we'll be doomed here today. Mu Qing, Zhou Yang, you two go over there. Zhao Jie spoke first, drawing his sword and charging towards Ling Tong. Chu Yu and the others quickly followed. Zhao Muqing then untied the whip from her waist and, together with a sword-wielding man beside her, ran towards Changshou's direction. These signs of noble families, though some may be spoiled and domineering, are definitely not mediocre. It is said that although Chu Yu was only 17 or 18 years old, his skills were already at the 3rd rank. The others were also at least of the 2nd rank. Once the others joined the battle, Changshou's side instantly faced increased pressure and showed signs of being overwhelmed again. He couldn't help but look to Ling Tong for help. Ling Tong had just defeated 5 more people, but now Zhao Jie and the other two had joined in, and the advantage he had just gained was wiped out. Changshou couldn't help but blush. He realized that he was a 4th rank expert, and even though he knew that Ling Tong was being besieged, he still subconsciously wanted to ask him for help. His martial arts spirit had probably long been corrupted by worldly fame and fortune. No, after we go back today, we need to change our routine to playing with Shir every 3 days. We can't indulge in women every day. Having figured this out, Changshou quickly cleared his mind of distractions, calmed himself, and launched an attack on the guards opposite him. Driven by sheer willpower, they fought fiercely again evenly matched. As for Zhao Jie, it wasn't until they actually fought Ling Tong that they realized how big the gap was between them and a fifth-rank martial artist. Without guards to protect him, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to fight the other side. The guards were initially willing to fight freely, but now that several spoiled brats have joined the battle, they have to be distracted to protect these men from being injured by Ling Tong. He was inwardly groaning, but dared not utter a sound. After a short while, 3 more people collapsed and could not get up. Use all your strength, regardless of life or death. Zhao Jie was somewhat anxious, and disregarding the consequences, he directly gave the order. We are all from prominent families. Do you think Luan would dare to have us killed? Originally, everyone was just going to beat him to a pulp, but now he's going to take his life, which clearly means he's convinced the other side won't actually kill him. Although it was shameless, he couldn't care less about anything else. Upon hearing this, the guards suddenly exerted their strength, and Ling Tong took a few steps back, his eyes becoming wary. Meanwhile, Changshou was under even greater pressure. Soon, 3 soldiers were wounded and lay on the ground, one of whom was on the verge of death. How dare you? You've committed murder. Luan roared, his eyes blazing with fury. These spoiled brats were sure he wouldn't dare do anything to them. He knew better than anyone the power of the aristocratic families in the Great Xia dynasty. Even the imperial court couldn't treat them all equally when dealing with their affairs. The law does not apply to powerful families, nor does it protect ordinary people. Faced with the direct descendants of these powerful families, my status as a county magistrate is really not enough. Chapter 69, They Really Dare to Kill People. Luan was overcome with grief and wanted to tell them to stop and admit defeat. If the other party has murderous intent, I'm afraid I really won't be able to keep this soap recipe. Ling Tong, kill them. Just then, a childish voice rang out in the arena. It was abrupt and discordant, and everyone was taken aback. Zhao Jie and the others didn't take it seriously. He was just a child. Who would listen to a little kid about something like this? Unless the world has gone mad. Luan felt a tightness in his heart. If Zhao Jie and the others didn't know, how could he not know? Ling Tong only listens to Su Changshou. Oh no, this is probably going to be a disaster. What a mess. Luan inwardly groaned. If these spoiled brats were killed here, he would probably be in deep trouble. He didn't believe that the Lu family would make enemies of so many prominent families in Jinling for the sake of a collateral branch like him. Fine, I'll go all out today. Changshou, you've killed someone. This can't be resolved peacefully. Luan gritted his teeth and shouted at Changshou. If Ling Tong kills those aristocratic scions today, he won't be able to escape anyway, so he might as well let Changshou also go all out. Damn it, why are you dragging me down with you guys who want to die? Changshou's expression changed drastically upon hearing Lu Wen's words. As a guest of the Lu family, he was well aware of the power of aristocratic families. To make him kill members of powerful families? What's the difference between that and letting him live forever? I knew coming to Manhwa County would bring no good. Changshou cursed loudly, but still used all his strength. At worst, we can avoid those 2 spoiled brats and kill the guards first. Upon hearing Su Changshou's words, Ling Tong's eyes instantly sharpened. His entire demeanor suddenly changed. The long sword in his hand was drawn from its sheath, gleaming with golden light in the afterglow of the setting sun. This made Zhao Jie and the others tense. Could it be that this guy really believed what that peasant boy said? Absurd. However, he soon had an answer. Whoosh! With a swift movement, a cold glint flashed, and the head of one of the guards who had charged forward flew off. Blood splattered directly onto his face. The severed head fell from midair right into his eyes, its mouth agape, eyes wide open, and a look of utter terror on its face. How dare he? Zhao Jie's face showed an expression of disbelief. If he's just a child, why did this 5th-rank expert do as he said so cleanly and decisively? Who is this child? However, before he could figure it out, another guard was killed with a single blow. His body fell backward, and one arm was severed from the root, clearly from a knife slashed down his shoulder into his chest. His death was gruesome. Li Heng, from the Li family who was standing next to Zhao Jie, felt nauseous and instinctively backed away. Zhao Jie, they really dare to kill people. Li Heng looked terrified and stammered to Zhao Jie. Retreat. Zhao Jie roared and retreated behind the crowd. Upon hearing this, Changshou's group quickly retreated, and the 2 groups of men also separated, facing each other with their knives drawn. This made Changshou breathe a sigh of relief. Since he hadn't killed anyone, everything was fine. The attack stopped, but Ling Tong still held his sword horizontally, closing in on them, showing no intention of letting them go. In a few moments, another person would surely perish under his blade. Zhao Jie hurriedly looked at Lu Wan. Lu Wan, tell him to stop. We are scions of a prominent family in Jinling. How dare you kill someone? Zhou Ye angrily addressed Lu Lan. He simply couldn't understand why the people of Manhwa County were so audacious. Not only did they refuse to hand over the soap formula, but they also dared to kill their people. It's not up to me to decide. Lu Wan helplessly spread his hands, then gestured with the corner of his mouth to Su Changshou beside him, indicating that this matter still depended on the child. Kid, make him stop. Zhao Jie was surprised, but he still hurriedly called out to Su Changshou. As they were talking, another person on their side died under the blade of that fifth-rank expert. Su Changshou remained silent, simply observing the battle unfolding before him. Zhao Jie saw that the child looked calm and composed as he watched the fighting in front of him, without the slightest sign of panic. That calm and composed expression shouldn't be on someone that age, let alone on a child dressed like a farmer. Kid, we don't want the soap recipe anymore. You killed our people. Su Changshou spoke up. We'll pay compensation. Make him stop. Zhao Jie quickly said. Ling Tong, stop. Having heard a satisfactory answer, Su Changshou spoke calmly and gave an order to Ling Tong. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jie and the others saw the fifth-rank expert retreat and land beside the peasant boy, protecting him. The knife tip pointed to the ground, and fresh blood dripped down the tip onto the ground. But it seems very strange that a farm child would appear in such a scene. Chapter 70 Shaoyan Village, Su Family, 1,000 Tales. Pay up. Su Changshou spoke up. Why don't you just rob it? Chu asked in surprise. As a direct descendant of the Chu family, his monthly allowance was only 200 taels of silver. If you wanted to take it, that's not impossible. Su Changshou gave a sweet smile. But the way he said those words made the people opposite him completely lose their sense of cuteness. Fine, we admit defeat. Zhao Jie gritted his teeth and spoke. Give him the money. Give it to him. He then spoke to the people beside him. We don't have much money left. Chu muttered to himself, but still had his guard fetch a stack of silver notes that could be exchanged anywhere and sent them over. We've misjudged you today, but I want to know, who exactly are you? Let me know why I lost. Zhao Jie said to Su Changshou, his eyes fixed on him, trying to discern something. In this tiny Manhwa County, there's a fifth-rank master who obeys the orders of a 6- or 7-year-old farm boy. This is too strange. Su Changshou. Su Changshou deeply. Which Su family? Zhao Jie pondered for a while, but had no clue what to do. Shaoyan Village, Su family. Shaoyan Village? Never heard of it. Zhao Jie was still completely confused. Could it be some reclusive family? At this moment, Zhao Muqing spoke softly. When they went out, their families had given them instructions on who they should never mess with. This reclusive family is one of those that their elders repeatedly warned them against. If you mess with these people, just wait to be assassinated until you're childless and extinct. These people are notoriously protective of their own and petty. No wonder this child is dressed like a peasant and has a fifth-rank expert guarding him. Only a reclusive family would have such a setup. We've really bitten off more than we can chew today. This child is just as petty as those people from the rumored reclusive families. That's right. Zhao Jin nodded, feeling a wave of lingering fear. Fortunately, the two sides made peace, otherwise they would have been in big trouble. They might not even make it to Yongsheng before they're assassinated. What are they whispering about? Su Changshou looked at Lu Wan. What are you muttering about? Don't you know the answer in your own heart? Keep pretending. Chun, I've already seen through everything. Changshou had already stood next to Lu Wan. As a fourth-rank expert with keen hearing and sharp eyesight, he naturally heard clearly what Zhao Jie and the others were saying and couldn't help but secretly complain to himself. However, he was also relieved. It was a good thing that Zhao Jie and the others realized Su Changshou's amazing background. At least they wouldn't use it to seek revenge. Then I won't have to live in fear because of this. Thinking of this, he quietly moved closer to Su Changshou, standing side by side with Ling Tong behind him, making it seem as if he and Su Changshou had a close relationship. He glanced at Ling Tong again, and feeling something was amiss, he quickly moved half a body length back before standing still. Then, with his head held high and chest puffed out, he looked ahead with satisfaction, much like Su Changshou's guards. This damned sense of security. Lu Wen looked around and saw that he was all alone and was speechless. What happened today was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart. Zhao Jie and his group walked over and bowed to Lu Wen and his group. But his gaze seemed to drift towards Su Changshou. Of all the people opposite him, the one he was most wary of right now was this little boy. To dare to directly order their execution is truly reckless. At this moment, Zhao Jie had already included Su Changshou in the category of people who should not be provoked. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's best to talk it out. Lu Wen readily agreed, bowing respectfully. It's best to avoid further conflict at the moment. After another round of polite exchanges, Su Changshou felt nauseous. It's good to be a child. You don't have to play these hypocritical games with kids. Su Changshou Sayin Wali. Having witnessed the other party commit murder, he had no intention of reconciliation and was prepared for a fight to the death. If the powerful families really want to investigate, they can always use their own shopping mall and simply flee to some remote mountain forest with their families. Just survive until you're no longer afraid of them. Moreover, who knows when the barbarians might attack, and it's uncertain how long I can stay in Manhwa County. But now that a peace has been reached, that's even better. Farewell. Take care. Seeing that the situation had been mostly resolved, Zhao Jie and his companions quickly took their leave. He planned to leave Manhwa County overnight. It wasn't because of the time constraint, but because he was still worried about the seemingly harmless child in front of him. If he were to have his men killed in the middle of the night, that would be such a terrible injustice. People from reclusive families are all petty and narrow-minded. Therefore, it's best to leave this place of trouble. If Su Changshou knew what they were thinking, he would definitely praise them, saying, "You guessed it right. I did have that thought too." If it weren't for the fact that they seemed to be trying to ease tensions earlier, he might have actually sent Ling Tong tonight to prevent future troubles. Chapter 71, Lu Qingmu's shock. Phew, they're finally gone. Only when someone reported that Zhao Jie and the others had indeed left the city did Lu Wen and the others truly feel relieved. There's no reasoning with these privileged second-generation rich kids from powerful families. It's a completely unequal relationship based on social status. It's fortunate that this matter has been resolved in this way. Lu Wen hurriedly ordered people to clean up the mess. The wounded soldiers were taken to receive medical treatment, while the seriously wounded one had already died. Lu Wen instructed Lu Qingmu to provide ample compensation so as not to discourage people. Lu Qingmu naturally responded in all directions. As the county magistrate, although he came from a poor family and rose through the imperial examinations, he considered himself a worldly wise person. But after witnessing this fight and the clash with these scions of noble families today, I realized that there are still many things in this world that I don't know. What surprised him most was the identity of Su Changshou in front of him. The last time I saw this farm boy was at the construction site of the city wall, where he proposed a solution to the construction delay problem. At the time, he only thought that the child was somewhat clever and might have acquired some strange skill from somewhere, which is why he thought highly of him. He even arranged for his constables to deliver the reward money ahead of time, as a way of doing him a favor and making a good connection. He knew Changshou's identity. Although he was a civil official, he also knew that a fourth-rank martial artist did have the right to be arrogant. He was usually arrogant and haughty towards everyone in the government office, but he had also seen Lu Wen treat him with great respect. But when Su Changshou brought someone even more capable than Changshou to his aid today, he realized that he had underestimated him. Looking at Ling Tong, who was standing respectfully behind Su Changshou, his eyes constantly observing the surroundings and subtly protecting Su Changshou, Lu Qingmu's gaze was complicated. Just now, Su Changshou ordered this man, named Ling Tong, to kill someone, and he carried out the order meticulously without the slightest hesitation. Yes, that's right. He heard it very clearly and saw it very carefully. Su Changshou was giving orders to Ling Tong. This is simply unbelievable. Judging from Lu Wen and Changshou's behavior, he could guess that the two of them probably knew something, but he couldn't ask them. They had no choice but to keep Su Changshou and the Su family of Shaoyan village in their hearts. "Uncle Lu, it's getting late. We should go back now," Su Changshou said to Lu Wen. "I traveled all the way to Manhwa County to provide support, and I was exhausted even riding a horse. Thanks to my nephew today, otherwise they would have really stolen this soap recipe." Lu Wen sighed. The soap business had a far-reaching impact on Manhwa County. Besides the refugees, many people in and around the city now rely on this for their livelihood. The traveling merchants of the past have made the restaurants and inns in Manhwa County much more prosperous than before. If the prescription is taken away, I will really suffer a huge loss. Luan helped Su Changshou onto his horse and watched them leave. When he left, he didn't mention the 1,000 taels of silver at all. Compared to soap recipes, these are trivial matters. Su Changshou did not return directly to the village, but instead sent Ling Tong to the only money exchange in the city. If this 1,000 taels silver note isn't exchanged for silver, it's just worthless paper to me. It's best to cash in as soon as possible. On his way back, Su Changshou probed them all with his consciousness. At this moment, the bank balance in the upper right corner has become 4,511 taels and 362 cash. This money includes the profits from the soap production over the past 2 months. Lately, he has been following his prearranged plan, selectively buying all the food available in the mall every day. Therefore, there are also considerable expenses. However, the number of purchased items stored in the mall at this moment also made him feel very secure. When they returned to Shaoyan village, Qindong was still waiting for them at the Su family's house. Su Changshou had Ling Tong hand over the horse to him, gave him a reward of 50 coins, and then watched him go back. Su Kaishi and the others asked about the situation, and only after learning that the matter had been resolved did they breathe a sigh of relief. Life at home is getting better and better now, so we must be careful not to cause any trouble. For Ling Tong, the great hero of today, Zhang Xiui specially prepared a large bowl of pork belly for him. Su Changshou then recounted the news he had learned about the barbarians in the county town that day to everyone. Great! If we can hold Yongsheng, we can rest easy. Su Kaishi was overjoyed to learn that the imperial court had stopped the barbarians in Yongsheng. I heard from those noble families that their purpose in going there is to use Yongsheng as a base for a counterattack against the barbarians and to take back the lost cities. The imperial court is already assembling a large army and heading towards Yongsheng. Su Changshou revealed all the information disclosed by Zhao Jie and others. Then we won't have to flee south like those refugees. With the blessings of all the gods and Buddhas, the imperial court will surely defeat the barbarians. Zhang Xiua clasped her hands together and bowed to the surrounding void, seemingly worshipping some deity. No one wants to leave their homeland, especially as a refugee. The Su family members naturally hoped that the imperial court could drive the barbarians away. Chapter 72. The emperor's funeral time flies, and winter arrives in the blink of an eye. At the Manhwa County Government Office, Lu Wan, wrapped in a cotton-padded coat, was reading the official gazette in the greenhouse. The situation had just begun to improve when His Majesty passed away. The new emperor is young, and the harem holds power. I hope nothing goes wrong. Lu Wan placed the official gazette in his hand on the table, feeling a bit of a headache. This news came as a complete surprise. The deceased emperor of the Great Xia dynasty was given the posthumous title of Emperor Xiaowan. Although he was not a particularly incompetent or cruel ruler, natural disasters occurred frequently after he ascended the throne. In addition, the rise of the barbarians in the north and the growing power of aristocratic families have hindered the progress of the dynasty, which has instead shown signs of decline. Originally, he planned to take advantage of the previous victory in Yongsheng to resolve the problem of the barbarians in one fell swoop, and dispatched 200,000 troops to the north to resist the enemy. As a result, news that came from Yongsheng recently revealed that the Great Xia army and the barbarians had engaged in a protracted tug-of-war in Yongsheng. General Zhao Bingyan initially wanted to gather a large army and defeat the barbarians in one fell swoop. However, things didn't go as planned. The Xia army went out of the city to fight several times, but lost more than they won. They gradually realized that their previous victories were just luck and switched to a defensive strategy. Fortunately, the barbarians were kept north of Yongsheng, preventing the people of Daxia from being displaced again. But now Emperor Xiaowan has passed away, and the newly enthroned emperor is only an 8-year-old child. Empress Dowager Zhang's regency behind the curtain is not a good sign. But these matters were beyond the control of a mere county magistrate like himself, so Lu Wan simply put aside his worries. Even though the emperor had passed away and he was in a remote county town, there were still many rules he had to follow. The Great Xia dynasty was vast, and the farthest place from Jinling required a month's journey by fast horse. Therefore, urgent messages were usually sent by carrier pigeon. The death of an emperor is such a momentous event concerning the dignity of the royal family that it cannot be handled in such a hasty manner. It can only be announced to the world through a formal official channel, such as the Imperial Gazette. This meant that by the time Manhwa County received the news, Emperor Xiaowan had already been buried. However, according to the rules, he was required to post the news the moment he received the official gazette. Within 7 days, no one in the city is allowed to hold any weddings, and brothels, gambling dens, and other similar establishments are prohibited from operating. The county government office in Manhwa County was also to hang white cloth, and officials from Manhwa County were to be organized to offer sacrifices in the direction of Jinling and respectfully send off Emperor Xiaowan to his final resting place. Such a major event naturally had little to do with the Su family of Shaoyan village. At this moment, Su Kaishi was building a charcoal stove for his family under Su Changshou's direction. As winter approached, the weather suddenly turned cold. Su Changshou then recalled the kind of charcoal-burning earthen stove used in his rural home in his previous life. They built a circle with bricks, and the innermost part was the stove, where they could burn charcoal or firewood. A few sections of tin chimney were added, and once the stove was lit, the chimney glowed red-hot, warming the whole house. Isn't this just a stove in the kitchen? Why are you making such a fuss about it? Lighting this stove in the house would suffocate people. Su Kaishi looked at his work and said speechlessly, "When Su Changshou first told me he had a way to warm up the house, I thought it was something new and interesting. I didn't expect it to be so similar to the stove in my own kitchen. We also need to build an iron chimney." Su Changshou bought 2 more sections of sheet metal chimney from the mall. If this charcoal stove didn't have a chimney, the carbon monoxide wouldn't be able to escape, and by the end of the night, the whole family would be dead. It's made of iron. The blacksmiths in town usually can't make this kind of thing. Once the chimney is built, the stove is considered complete. I've put the coal in the kitchen. I bought 100 jin, 50 kilograms. Su Changshou said to Su Kaishi, "How much does this god's coal cost per pound?" "Coal isn't cheap," Su Kaishi asked in a low voice. In Daxiao, 100 caddies of coal cost 131, so burning it was a real money drain. 100 caddies cost 100 coins. Su Changshou spoke up. "You just bought this from the mall. There's a monthly limit of 3,000 jin. If this fire starts, it will burn at least 20 caddies a day, which is 20 coins. Zhang Xiua clicked her tongue and sighed. He said it was expensive, but he still had a big smile on his face. Now that the Su family has income from soap production, they can afford to burn through this amount of money. Tomorrow, I'll build one for my maternal grandfather and paternal grandfather, and also send them some coal." Su Changshou spoke up. Longevity is a virtue of filial piety. The couple showered him with praise once more. "Changshou, buy some more cotton cloth and cotton for the immortal, and your mother and sister-in-law will make a cotton-padded jacket for each of you." Zhang Xiua smiled. The Su family's life now is something she never dared to imagine. In the past, we relied on a few tattered cotton-padded coats to get through the winter, but now we are no longer afraid of freezing. "Don't do too well, lest you arouse jealousy," Su Kaishi reminded him. "Don't be afraid. We have such a good relationship with Uncle Lu now, and we also have Ling Tong. No one can bully us in Manhwa County." Su Changshou Laoget. Chapter 73, Sending Cotton-Padded Jackets to the Old House, the Su family old house. At this moment, the room of Su Shuli and his wife is just as warm as the room of Su Kaishi. Several children were playing around the elderly couple. Su Kaihai and several of his sisters-in-law were also gathered here, while Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan went to deliver amber eggs to someone. The charcoal stove that the third brother made is really warm. "I slept better last night than usual." Su Shuli took a puff of his pipe and said with a chuckle, "We never dreamed we could live like this, with a house so warm in the dead of winter. Coal is very expensive, so we have to use it sparingly." Grandma Su also sighed. A few days ago, Su Kaishi brought Su Daguay to the old house, built a charcoal stove for Su Shuli in his wife's room, and also gave them 500 caddies of coal. It was said to be to show filial piety to the 2 elders. So the old couple's room became the gathering place for the Su family in their old house. When there's nothing else to do, everyone stays in this room to keep warm. This is the filial piety of the third son's family. They always think of you too when they have something good. Zhao Kaifeng from Su Kaijiang's family laughed. "If only we hadn't separated into different families." Thankfully, Changshou's illness has been cured. I saw him a few days ago, and he's even gained some weight. It's truly a blessing from God. Sun Sini also put down her needlework and smiled. If you ask me, no matter how warm it is inside, you still have to go out to work. You can't stay cooped up inside all the time, so a cotton padded coat is still the most useful. At this moment, Su Wangshi, who was in the corner, spoke up, clearly upset because she had heard someone praising Su Laosan's family. She, Su Kaihai, and Su Laishun were all wearing gray cotton padded jackets, which made them look somewhat bulky, like three bears huddled in a corner. If the cotton padded coat is warm, then why is your sister-in-law still staying in this room? Seeing that Madame Su was showing off, Zhao Kaifeng couldn't help but mock her. The day before yesterday, Su Wangshi went back to her parents' home, and when she returned, she was wearing this new cotton padded jacket. Before anyone could ask, she started showing off. This jacket was given to Wang Xiaocai by a wealthy cloth merchant who asked him to help with the accounting. He gave Wang Xiaocai some old cotton and cloth as a thank you gift. That's why she was able to get new cotton padded jackets for all three members of her family. The third brother's family had previously said they were preparing to flee south and even told us to run with them. It was just unnecessary worry. My brother said that the barbarians had been kept out of Yongsheng, and the imperial court had sent hundreds of thousands of troops there. How could those barbarians possibly attack? The third brother's family is wasting their energy by running all day in the dead of winter. You two families shouldn't be jumping and running around in the yard all day long. You're wasting so much food. Su Wangshi ignored Zhao Caifeng's words and quickly changed the subject. Ordinary people generally had no way of knowing about the situation at the front, so she took the snippets of information she had heard from Wang Xiaocai and boasted about them. This highlights her unique position within the Su family. When Sun Sini and Zhao Kaifeng went to Su Kaishi's house, they happened to see Zhang Xiaoa leading several women in doing radio calisthenics. After hearing about the benefits, he started jumping up and down as well. The Changshou family is on friendly terms with the county magistrate, yet their information is not as readily available as that of Scholar Wang. Sun Sini also disliked her sister-in-law, and her words were a fatal blow. Believe it or not, fine. Madame Su turned her head away, dusted off non-existent dust from her cotton-padded coat, and looked proud. Father, mother, are you there? Just then, a voice came from outside the house. Then Zhang Xiaoyi led Su Changshou in, each dressed in new clothes. Xiaoyi is here. Changshou, come quickly to Grandma's. The old lady saw the two of them come in and hurriedly greeted them. The group greeted each other again. When Madame Su saw Zhang Xiaoyi enter, her expression became noticeably unnatural. He cursed his bad luck inwardly. Father, mother, I made a cotton-padded jacket for each of you, just like the ones we're wearing, and I'm bringing it to you. Zhang Xiaoa handed the cotton-padded coat to the old lady with a smile. A padded jacket made for us. Oh, Xiaoyi is so thoughtful. The old lady hurriedly took it, her smile spreading across her face. She couldn't help but regret that she had acquiesced to Su Wangshi's insistence on dividing the family property. What a wonderful family the third son was, and that wretched woman. Old Mrs. Su glanced at Su Wangshi in the corner and sighed inwardly. Hey, old man, look. This cotton-padded coat must be stuffed with several pounds of cotton. It's so heavy in my hand. The old lady could feel its weight as soon as she picked it up. 3 pounds of cotton were stuffed into one piece of clothing, and knee pads were added to the pants. Zhang Xiaoa smiled. Oh dear, father, mother, third sister-in-law is so filial. She just built a stove for us a few days ago, and today she made us a padded jacket. Sun Sini spoke kindly. This cotton-padded jacket is clearly made of good cotton, not old cotton. Zhao Kaifeng also leaned over, touched it with her hand, and found it, her words carrying a hidden meaning. Second sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law, I've also brought you some cotton. Make new clothes for your family, so you can have a good new year this year. Zhang Xiaoyi smiled and said this to her 2 sisters-in-law. And for us? Well then, thank you so much, Xiaoyi. Father, mother, we're really benefiting from your kindness. Zhao Kaifeng and Sun Sini thanked them hurriedly, their faces beaming with joy. He held Zhang Xiao's hand tightly, showing great affection. No need to thank me. We're all family. The group chatted and laughed, enjoying themselves immensely. Only Su Wangshi's family was in the corner. It was awkward to approach them or not. Now she no longer dares to provoke Su Kaishi's family, secretly resentful, but without any recourse. Hearing that both of my sisters-in-law had received new cotton made me feel terrible. My cotton padded coat didn't feel so warm anymore. Not to mention the old lady. Even she herself was increasingly regretting that she shouldn't have argued about dividing the family property back then. Chapter 74, the Lunar New Year's Eve Grain Collection, the Su family. At this moment, a large table was set up in the warm room, and it was covered with dishes. The Su family of 8 sat around table. Of course, this also includes Ling Tong. Having spent half a year together, the Su family now regards Ling Tong as a member of the Su family. On the table were scrambled eggs, stewed mutton, a large bowl of pork belly, several plates of green vegetables, and a large bowl of stewed chicken, a truly sumptuous feast. Su Yutian and Su Xiaomei, the brother and sister, are no longer the same as they used to drool over meat. They now appear much more dignified. Has the food been delivered to the old house? As the head of the family, Su Kaishi sat in the main seat and looked at Changshou. It's been delivered. Arita and Nagatoshi delivered it to us as soon as it came out of the pot. Changshou replied. Now that the family has separated, they will no longer spend the new year together at the old house. The Su family members were also quite relaxed and at ease. However, out of filial piety, we still sent them some food. Let's eat. This year has been the best year for our Su family, thanks to Changshou. You must remember that no matter what happens in the future, you must protect longevity. He's our family's lucky star. With his longevity, our family will only get better and better. Su Kaishi addressed the crowd. Your father is right. Only with longevity can our Su family avoid becoming like it used to be. Changshou nodded. Of the large group of Su family members at this table, only she and Su Kaishi knew the secret that Su Changshou could make deals with immortals. They naturally understood the meaning behind the other person's words. Although Su Dage, Zheng, Chunni, and the others did not know the true meaning behind it, they still nodded. The changes in our family over the past 6 months are obvious to all. Everyone knows how we came to be able to eat meat at every meal. Meanwhile, the dining table of the Su family's old residence was much more lavish than in previous years, thanks to the food delivered by Su Kaishi. Ah, if only we hadn't separated. The old lady muttered something again, her eyes glancing at Su Wangshu with a seemingly casual look. Madame Su dared not raise her head, pretending not to hear. Of the people at this large table, only the 3 members of the family were wearing cotton-padded jackets that they had taken from the Wang family. Everyone else was wearing new jackets made of cotton that Zhang Xiui had given them. The Su family seemed extremely out of place, making Su Wangshu feel very uncomfortable. She feels like she's having a run of bad luck right now. Ever since Su Kaishi's family started to do better and better, things have become increasingly unlucky for him. Previously, neither of her 2 sisters-in-law dared to talk back to her, but now they no longer take her seriously. Moreover, she realized that she really couldn't do anything about them. Now, their family is the poorest of the Su family. The improvement in their food and daily necessities is entirely due to the money that the Su brothers, Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan, pay to the public treasury by selling amber eggs. Previously, the people at the Su family's old residence were still concerned about their scholar brother. But now that the Su family has established a relationship with the county magistrate, they no longer take Wang Xiucai's status seriously. All of this made her feel lost, regretful, and lonely. Sometimes she wondered if she should find an opportunity to go to Su Kaishi's house and try to ease the tension between them. But her strong sense of self-respect made her quickly put the idea out of her mind. I refuse to be subservient to the 3rd son's family. Su Wangshu silently encouraged herself, reached out, and picked up a piece of chicken and put it into Su Laishuan's bowl. After the Lunar New Year holiday and a winter of rest, Shaoyan village gradually became busy again. March arrived in the blink of an eye, and all the able-bodied men in the village were working in the fields. Now that the Su family has Ling Tong, they can work in the fields much faster. The land where the Su family's old house is located is adjacent to 5 mu of land belonging to Su Kaishi's family. Grandpa Su was amazed to see Ling Tong working with his hoe without even panting. My goodness, this 3rd brother's family has picked up a real treasure. It's worth as much as a cow. He had lived most of his life, and this was the first time he had ever seen someone with such great strength, as if it were inexhaustible. The combined work of her 3 sons couldn't match the speed of one person from her 3rd son's family. What kind of incredible luck did Su Laosan have? He even managed to pick up someone so easily. Su Kaihai looked up at Ling Tong, his eyes also filled with shock. However, if they knew how much Ling Tong could eat, they probably wouldn't be so envious. Thump, thump, thump. While everyone in Shaoyan village was still busy, the village headman came over with 2 constables banging a gong. Changshou took a look and realized that the 2 constables were actually acquaintances. It was the 2 people who gave him the reward money back then, Chundong and Chunjiu. These constables rarely come to the village, so everyone wondered what important matter had occurred this time, and quickly gathered around them. The imperial court has ordered that every household must hand over 20 caddies of grain, and it must be done now. Chundong addressed the crowd. What's going on? Didn't we already collect grain tax? Why are we collecting it again? Yes, we're already facing a food shortage, and now we have to hand over 20 caddies of grain? Isn't that going to kill us? We need an explanation. We can't just hand over grain for no reason. Is someone extorting us like this? Upon hearing Chundong's words, the onlookers immediately started arguing. Chapter 75 The King of Han Rebellion. Don't make a fuss. We are just following orders. Chundong sternly stopped the noise and spoke. Brother Chun, why is this? Why is so much grain suddenly needed? Magistrate Liu wouldn't do something like this. Su Kaishi asked. When Chundong saw that it was Su Kaishi who was asking the question, his expression became more amiable. This person has a very close relationship with Magistrate Liu. Brother Su, this is a direct order from the prefectural government. Not only do you have to hand over grain, but now even the grain in the official granary has to be handed over. The grain collection team from the prefectural city is waiting for us at the county government office to deliver the grain. Once the grain is collected, it will be sent out of the city tonight. Chundong explained. Why is that? There must be a reason, right? Su Kaishi continued to ask. Brother Su, I really don't know anything about this. Why don't you go to the county and ask Lord Liu? We've only received orders that we must collect all the grain today. The county's household registration books are now in the hands of the grain collection teams. They have a letter from the prefect, and if they find any households missing grain, they can execute them first and report later. Chundong smiled wryly. Although he didn't say the reason, everyone could tell that the matter was serious and strange. Fellow villagers, we know that this grain is not easy to take, but if we don't collect the grain today, and someone's family is missing grain, those grain inspectors will come down and kill them. Please, fellow villagers, don't make things difficult for us. Chundong then cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to the crowd. Hand it over, hand it over. You can't fight City Hall. They're not planning to let us live. When the crowd heard that they were to be killed, they no longer dared to refuse to hand over the goods. Led by the village head, each family went back and delivered their grain to the village entrance, where a cart was already waiting. Shaoyan village has a total of 73 households and needs to pay 1,460 caddies of grain. Here is the correct weight and weight. Please take a look, sir. The village head pointed to the pile of grain in front of him and said to Chundong and the other man, Well, we still need to return to the county office to report. Farewell. After the 2 finished counting the grain, they had it loaded onto a cart before pulling the cart away. What exactly happened? Why are we being asked to deliver grain? How are we going to survive? We didn't even have enough to last until the summer harvest. Are we going to starve to death? The crowd gathered together, and another round of complaints ensued. 20 caddies of grain may not sound like much, but if mixed with wild vegetables and other grains, it can sustain a person for a month. This is a huge sum for impoverished families. Kaishi, you're familiar with the county magistrate. Could you help me find out what's going on? That way, the villagers will have a better understanding of the situation. The village head said to Su Kaishi. Yes, third brother, please ask around. All right, I'll go to the county today. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Su Kaishi knew that he had no choice but to go. Moreover, even he himself wanted to know why the court would do this. Could something have happened? So, with everyone watching, Su Kaishi took Su Changshou and Ling Tong to Manhwa County. Neo Erden volunteered again to help transport them in an ox cart. But this time, Su Kaishi had Su Changshou slip him 20 coins. Neo Erden's family just handed over their grain, and things are sure to get tough for them from now on. We can't let him do this for nothing. When they arrived outside Manhwa County, they saw that the county was clearly different from what they had seen before. There was an army of over 1,000 men dressed in leather armor stationed outside the county government office. Sir, where did these soldiers come from? Su Kaishi asked the soldiers guarding the gate. I don't know. The soldier knew nothing when asked. The group had no choice but to continue walking into the city. There are many carts carrying grain in the city. Judging from their manner, they were collecting grain from house to house. By the time they passed the grain store, its doors were already closed. This is abnormal. This is too strange. Su Changshou's expression was solemn. Instinctively, he had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Something big must have happened. Manhwa County Government Office. Brother Lu, what's going on? Why are you collecting so much grain? Su Kaishi asked Lu Wen. At this moment, Lu Wen's face was also solemn. Although he hadn't spoken yet, it was clear that what he was about to say was not good news. The king of Han rebelled more than 2 months ago and cut off the official road for transporting military supplies in the south, which prevented the supplies from reaching Yongcheng. Meanwhile, over 200,000 troops in Yongcheng were tied down by the barbarians, and they needed a constant supply of food and fodder for themselves and their horses. Now that military rations cannot be transported, the imperial court has no choice but to issue a strict order to the 9 prefectures in the north, requiring them to procure grain as military provisions. As one of the northernmost counties in Dong'an Prefecture, Manhwa County was tasked with providing the first batch of military provisions to Yongcheng. Therefore, the prefectural government dispatched a grain inspection team to collect the grain. Lu Wen explained, his tone filled with helplessness. Doesn't this mean that if the rebellion isn't quelled in a day, we'll have to keep supplying them with food? Su Kaishi exclaimed in surprise. No, we're just closer to the north, which temporarily alleviates Yongcheng's urgent crisis. We can wait until the imperial court quells the rebellion or opens up alternative transport routes. Lu Wendao. I see. So who are the troops stationed outside the city? Su Kaishi asked. Chapter 76 Hunting. The garrison in the prefectural city has come to transport grain. Lu Wen explained. When I came here, I saw that the grain store was closed. Could it be that their grain was also requisitioned? Su Kaishi recalled the scene he had just witnessed. No, not a single grain from the grain store has been requisitioned. Brother Su is no outsider. To be honest, it seems that almost all the grain stores in Dong'an Prefecture are backed by the same family and have a powerful background. Therefore, no one dare to target these grain stores during this grain requisition. Lu Wen smiled wryly. Reality is cruel. When the court is in trouble, it is always the ordinary people at the bottom who truly step up. Those who truly have power and influence are the ones no one dares to touch. This time, even the subsidized grain given to students was secretly used as military rations, yet no one dared to touch the grain store. This was the first time Lu Wen had ever seen anything like this in all his years as an official. They dared to touch the food of scholars, but not the grain stores. If this goes wrong, the imperial court will be condemned to death by scholars. Sigh. I hope no one starves to death. Su Kaishi sigh. Back in Shaoyan village, Su Kaishi shared the information he had gathered with the village head and others, and the village was immediately filled with sighs. If nothing unexpected happens, the price of grain in this town will rise again. Sure enough, the next day, Nyo Erden, who had returned from town, brought the news. The price of brown rice in the grain stores in Huagang town has reached 21 per jean, and wheat has also risen to 22 won per jean. This is almost 3 times more than it was 6 months ago. We can't survive. There are still 4 months until the summer harvest. What are we going to do? People were gathered together, chatting at the village entrance. This grain store is utterly unscrupulous, daring to sell at such high prices, and the government doesn't do anything about it. Who dares to interfere? Today, on my way back from town, I overheard a passing merchant telling someone that the Zhang family owns the grain store. Who would dare to mess with them? Nyo Erden said with a gloomy expression. The Zhang family? Which Zhang family? The Zhang family of Scholar Zhang in Manhwa County. Scholar Zhang? He's the Zhang from the Empress Dowager's maternal family. Nyo Erden pointed to the sky, subconsciously lowering his voice. I'll have to go check out the back mountain later. The wild vegetables should be growing by now. Some people sighed, stopped lingering, and left. Seeing this, the others hurried home to get their tools, intending to go and take a look at the back of the mountain. If you go too late, there won't be anything left. The Su family's old residence. Once I sell all the amber eggs I have, I won't be able to continue this business. The price of grain is too high, and no one will be willing to raise chickens. Su Kaiziang sai. Tomorrow, let's gather a few more people and go to the back mountain to see if we can hunt any prey. The family's food supply might not even last until the summer harvest. Su Kaikwan said, when the time comes, all 3 of you brothers should go. Call him third brother too. We're all family. If we actually catch some prey, it'll save us from arguing. Su Shili tapped his pipe and pondered. The family has already consumed most of last summer's harvest. If they don't get any more income from the amber eggs, they'll be running out of food. The next morning, the three Su brothers called out to Su Kaishi from outside his house, asking him to go to the back mountain. Su Kaishi nodded in agreement without much thought. They have plenty of food at home, and they only went to lend a hand. I'll go take a look too. Su Changshou became interested when he heard that they were going hunting. He hurriedly called for Ling Tong to go together. There were already quite a few people on the back hill, with women and children searching for wild vegetables and mushrooms. Many men also gathered together and headed into the deep mountains, hoping to try their luck and find some prey. It was only then that Su Changshou realized that hunting in the village was completely different from the scenes he saw on TV, where archers would shoot down a rabbit or a wild boar with a flurry of arrows. There wasn't a single hunter in the entire Shaoyan village, and they couldn't produce a bow, so everyone was carrying wooden sticks, pitchforks, and hoes. Su Kaihai and his brothers were also holding forks and wooden sticks. If you encounter large wild animals, such as wild boars, several people should work together to surround them from different directions and then try to gradually shrink the encirclement. They were either beaten to death with sticks or captured alive by working together. Nobody would actually set up the traps shown on TV. This requires a very experienced hunter, relying on a wealth of experience to have any chance of hunting prey. For the villagers, the chances of finding prey by searching the mountains are much greater. The groups of villagers from Shaoyan village who went up the mountain only exchanged greetings when they met, and then went their separate ways, tacitly staying away from the activity areas of the other groups. At this point, everyone is a competitor. If others catch more prey, you will catch less. As they continued deeper into the mountains, Su Kaishi and his companions encountered several hunting teams from Shaoyan village. Seeing that several teams already had 1 or 2 pheasants or rabbits in their hands, the group quickened their pace. They've probably searched this area thoroughly. We'll have to go further in and take a look. Su Kaishi said, if you go any further in, you're more likely to encounter wolves. Su Kaijiang said worriedly, fine. Su Kaishi glanced at Ling Tong beside him, showing no concern whatsoever. The group continued walking forward. They didn't see any prey, but they did see a group of people appear ahead. Chapter 77 Encounter with a Wolf Pack. They're from Black Tiger Village. What are they doing here? Su Kaikwan was somewhat surprised. The leader on the other side was named Li Fu, whom Su Kaikwan knew. 5 years ago, Heihu Village and Shaoyan Village fought over water resources. At that time, Li Fu's arm was broken by Su Kaikwan with a stick. Just then, Li Fu and the others also saw Su Kaikwan and his group. The people from the 2 villages already had some grudges, and now that they were enemies, their eyes were filled with hatred. Oh, who do we have here? It's someone from Shaoyan village. Su Kaikwan, you come to these deep mountains with just a few people, and even a child with you. Aren't you afraid of encountering a tiger and being eaten alive? You wouldn't even have a proper corpse left. Li Fujia's words were laced with provocation. There were 10 men on his side, all carrying sticks or farm tools. Seeing that the Su family consisted of only 5 adults and a child, they felt quite emboldened. As soon as he finished speaking, loud laughter erupted from the people behind him, who glared at the Su family members with hostile expressions. Mind your own business. You'd better watch out or you'll get eaten by wolves. Su Kaikwan retorted in kind. You guys are no good either. You didn't catch anything. It'll be embarrassing if you go back empty-handed. Li Fu mocked the Su family for failing to catch any prey. Behind them were 2 people carrying several pheasants and rabbits, clearly indicating they had been in the deep mountains for quite some time. Don't argue with them. Let's go and take a look ahead. Su Kaijian said. The group continued walking forward. I'll get my revenge for that blow sooner or later. Li Fu watched the departing figures of the group, his eyes filled with malice. Brother Fu, let's go a little further in. The people from Shaoyan village have come to hunt too. If we don't hunt more today, it will be harder to hunt later. The people of Black Tiger Village suggested. Okay, let's go. Li Fu took the lead and walked deeper into the area. We've been walking for half an hour and haven't seen anything. Su Changshou said, hunting is not so easy. Otherwise everyone would become a hunter. Only when they absolutely have no food will they venture into this forest. Su Kaisi Sumai. By this time, Su Changshou had long lost patience and lay on Ling Tong's back. I was just here to join in the fun, and after walking for so long, I'm completely exhausted. Third brother, you shouldn't have brought Changshou with you. What can that little brat do besides cause trouble? Su Kaihai complained when he saw that Su Changshou still needed to be carried. If Changshou wants to join in the fun, then he'll go along. Su Kaikwan said. The group continued walking forward, exchanging a few words here and there. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. The group looked over there and saw Li Fu and his companions. They were running nervously at that moment. What happened? Su Kaijiang asked in confusion. Soon, Li Fu spotted Su Kaishi and the others. He had been running in other directions, but suddenly turned and ran towards the Su family. Oh no, it's a pack of wolves. Ling Tong, with his keen hearing and sharp eyesight, spotted a pack of wolves hanging not far behind Li Fu and the others. Wolves! Li Fu is leading the wolves this way. That bastard. Su Kaikwan Kuset An Vili. That's right, Li Fu had this idea. They were heading deep into the mountains when, unfortunately, they encountered a pack of wolves. There were more than 20 wolves in total, which scared them so much that they turned around and ran away. They were already completely exhausted. Just as they were about to be caught by the wolves, they spotted the Su family. This gave rise to the idea of leading the wolf pack here. Li Fu, I'll curse your ancestors. Su Kaikwan shouted angrily at Li Fu, who was running over. Run if you don't want to die. Li Fu and his group passed by the Su family, leaving behind a single sentence without stopping. Run, Su Kaihai hurriedly said, and took the lead in running after Li Fu and the others. The Su brothers also made a move to run away. I told you not to bring Changshou longevity. How is it going to outrun a pack of wolves? Su Kaihai complained as he ran along the beach. Hey, the third brother and the others didn't follow. Su Kaihai turned around and saw that only his two brothers, Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan, were following him. Upon hearing this, the two of them quickly turned to look. Kaishi, third brother, and Changshou didn't keep up. The two exclaimed in surprise. The group was so focused on running that they didn't notice that Su Kaishi and his family of 3 weren't running with them at all. Turn back. Su Kaijiang Zhao. He couldn't possibly watch Su Kaishi and the others be surrounded by wolves. Su Kaikwan also hurriedly ran back. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Oh my life. Su Kaihai was startled when he saw the 2 brothers turn around and go back. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and chased after them. At this moment, Su Kaishi, Su Changshou, and Ling Tong were facing more than 20 wolves, who were eyeing the 3 of them menacingly. Longevity, is that all right? Su Kaishi, holding a fork, asked somewhat nervously. No problem, Ling Tong said. He can handle it. Su Changshou Laoget. Hearing that there was a pack of wolves, he climbed onto Ling Tong's back and asked if Ling Tong could handle the wolves. Ling Tong immediately replied that it was no problem. Then, when Su Kaihai shouted to run, he made Su Kaishi stay behind. We've come here to hunt. We can't go back empty-handed. There were more than 20 wolves, and each wolf weighed about 50 pounds, so the total meat was quite a lot. Most importantly, he was tempted by the wolf pelt. Chapter 78, Killing Wolves. The alpha wolf of the wolf pack bared its teeth and glared fiercely at Ling Tong. It seemed to sense that of the 3 people, this one was the most dangerous. Third brother, what's going on? Run. Just then, Su Kaihai and the others turned back. Seeing Su Changshou and the other 2 standing calmly in front of the wolf pack, he called out in a low voice. The scene made the 3 brothers extremely nervous. They were terrified that they might accidentally provoke a pack of wolves that would pounce on them. It's all right, they're just delivering meat. Su Changshou turned his head and smiled at Su Kaijiang and the others. I was somewhat surprised that Su Kaihai was also willing to come back. Why don't you know fear, child? Su Kaihai complained in a low voice. His legs went weak at that moment. Ling Tong, go ahead, try not to damage the fur. I want to use it to make a mattress. Su Changshou ignored his uncles and gave the order to Ling Tong. Ling Tong drew the long sword from his back and gripped it in his right hand. With the blade pointing downwards, he darted forward 5 meters with a single movement. What is Ling Tong planning to do? He's not going to kill all these wolves by himself, is he? Su Kaijiang exclaimed in surprise. However, he soon had an answer. Seeing their prey approaching, the wolves, under the command of the alpha wolf, launched an attack on Ling Tong. One wolf leaped up and pounced on Ling Tong's neck, while another wolf lunged at his groin, seemingly trying to bite his thigh. Swish! Swish! 2 flashes of blades, and the 2 wolves fell at Ling Tong's feet, struggling a few times before coming to a stop. They killed him. That's amazing. Su Kaijian's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the person his third brother's family had picked up to be so capable. The Su family members breathed a sigh of relief, but when they saw Su Changshou's calm expression, they couldn't help but blush. Several adults like us weren't as calm as a child. The wolf pack continued to pounce on Ling Tong. But these beasts are no match for Ling Tong. Not even as good as the guards of those second-generation rich kids from Jinling that he encountered in Manhwa County. With each swift stroke of the blade, wolves were killed one after another. In just a few moments, the ground was littered with wolf carcasses. Only 8 wolves remained in the arena, and they had already shown signs of fear. This is absolutely amazing. Su Kaikwan watched everything unfold with excitement. He had loved fighting since he was a child, but this was the first time he had ever seen someone so powerful. With a wolf howl, the remaining 8 wolves turned and ran. They clearly knew that the prey in front of them did not belong to them, and any further hesitation would mean staying there. Ling Tong turned to look at Su Changshou. Stop chasing. That's enough. Su Changshou had no intention of killing the escaped wolves. There were 12 wolf carcasses on the ground, which was enough. They ran away. We drove the wolves away. Su Kai-hai Tia. Su Kaikwan looked at Su Kai-hai with a strange expression, wondering what this had to do with him. Let's take the wolf carcasses back. These wolves will keep us going for a long time. Su Changshou said. These 12 wolves will yield several hundred pounds of meat. Su Kai-mai. There were 5 adults in total. The 4 Su brothers each carried 2 wolves on their backs, while Ling Tong carried 4 wolves by himself. Su Changshou could no longer have Ling Tong carry him, so he had to follow along. Brotherly, those people from Shaoyan village didn't follow. Could they have been eaten by wolves? The few people who had just escaped from Black Tiger village were still shaken. He noticed that the Su family members hadn't followed and asked curiously. We warned them to run, but they can't run fast, so don't blame us. Li Fu snorted coldly. Let's go back to the village. The wolves in the back mountains can really eat people. We should bring more people next time. Okay, let's go back. Li Fu nodded. Look, they're from Shaoyan village. What are they carrying on their backs? Someone exclaimed, pointing to several figures ahead. It's Su Kaikwan and his group. Let's go take a look. Li Fu said and took the lead, walking over. Oh my God, wolves. All of them are wolves. There are 12 of them. When they got closer and took a look, the group instantly lost their composure. Su Kaikwan, did you kill the wolf? Hey, we have to thank you guys for luring the wolves over here. Su Kaikwan said to Li Fu in a sarcastic tone. If Ling Tong hadn't been so skilled in combat, the Su family members might have actually been killed by the wolves. How was that possible? There were more than 20 wolves. There were only 5 of you. How could you possibly kill them all? Li Fu said in disbelief. Then you don't need to know. Su Kaikwan snot gun li. Chapter 79, Returning Home. With a full load, the Su family members ignored Li Fu and headed out of the mountain. All of these wolves need to be dealt with today. Brotherly, these wolves must weigh several hundred pounds, and their pelts are worth a lot of money too. We have 10 people. Do you want them? Some people said that the meaning behind their words was self-evident. Are you stupid? They can kill wolves. Do you think they can't beat you? Li Fu kicked the person who made the suggestion and cursed angrily. At this time, there were still many people from Shaoyan village on the back mountain. Look, aren't those the Su brothers? They caught some game. My goodness, so much. Someone exclaimed, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the Su family members carrying wolves. What are they carrying? Good heavens, they're wolves. They're all wolves. How could the Su family have killed so many wolves? The people of Shaoyan village were exclaiming in surprise. Hearing the villagers' praise, Su Kai-hai and his brothers held their heads high, feeling more proud than ever before in their lives. Killing wolves, and 12 of them at that, that's definitely something to be proud of. Wolves are social animals, and unless they are alone, they are generally difficult to kill. Although Ling Tong killed all the wolves by himself, they didn't carry them back on their backs. What incredible luck did the Su family have? They managed to kill so many wolves just by going into the mountains. It seems that ever since Changshou woke up, the Su family's fortunes have turned around. Someone said. These words took the Su brothers only a moment to realize. The good days for the Su family began after Su Changshou recovered from his illness and woke up. Could he really be a lucky star? Su Kai-hai couldn't help but look at Su Changshou beside him, muttering to himself. Everyone was naturally envious of the Su family for bringing back so many wolves. Putting aside the meat, just selling those hides would definitely be enough to support a family for several years. Wolf pelts are a valuable commodity. When they arrived at Shaoyan village, it naturally attracted a lot of attention and discussion. Although the wolf carcass was on their backs and smelled of blood, the brothers couldn't bear to put it down and didn't feel tired. When they arrived at the Su family home, Su Shuli and his wife also rushed over upon hearing the news, and the whole family was overjoyed. "Wait a minute, I want that hide." Su Changshou reminded him from the side, afraid that he might cut him while cutting the skin. "We'll keep 2 of these meats for ourselves, and you can take the rest back with you," Su Kaishi said. Eating too much wolf meat can cause internal heat, and since we had plenty of food at home, we decided to keep 2 to try and give the rest to the old house. As for the hide, Su Changshou kept it all. The Su family's old residents naturally had no objections. It was Ling Tong who killed the person, and giving them so much meat was already a great bargain. There were 12 wolves in total. After 2 hours of work, they managed to cut off more than 300 pounds of good meat. Apart from the meat to be eaten immediately, the rest of the meat must be smoked overnight to prevent it from spoiling. There's also a pile of over 100 kilograms of offal next to it. We'll take this waste and distribute it to the villagers, and we'll also divide up the bones, so people won't say that the Su family is hoarding the food. Su Shuli made the decision. The whole village knows that the Su family has acquired more than a dozen wolves. If they don't show off something, they're bound to attract jealousy. Fortunately, none of them were good people, so the Su family members didn't have any objections. There were only 71 households in the village. When these things were distributed, each household would receive several kilograms. Everyone was once again grateful to the Su family and spoke kindly to them. As the moon rose high in the sky, the entire Shaoyan village was filled with the aroma of meat. The Su family's old residence. A group of people brought the meat back to the old house, and, after a long time of work, they finally finished processing the hundreds of kilograms of meat and were waiting for it to be smoked. Thanks to the third brother's family for going into the mountains with us today, otherwise we would have returned empty-handed. There's no way we could have so much meat to eat there. Su Shuli couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his brilliance. Today, father didn't see it, but Ling Tong single-handedly and swiftly slaughtered those wolves in no time, cleanly and efficiently. Su Kaikwan was still incredibly excited when he thought about what he had seen today. He was thinking about whether he should go and ask Ling Tong one of these days if he would accept apprentices. The 3 families are all capable. Don't think that just because you've separated the family, you're no longer one family. Brothers should live in harmony for the family to prosper. Su Shuli glanced at Su Kaihai and Su Wangshi, seemingly unintentionally. Its significance is self-evident. The 2 quickly lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact. By the time everyone finished their work and left, it was already late at night. Inside the big house, should we try to smooth things over with the third brother sometime? Su Wansi Su Denli Spo. Why did you suddenly change your personality? Su Kaihai asked in surprise. I think since the third family is so capable, it's not shameful for them to back down. You're usually hopeless at everything, but today you went hunting and brought back so much meat, all because you followed the third brother's family. Didn't you see that the second and fourth brothers have already benefited a lot from this? If we continue like this, I'm afraid the Su family really won't tolerate us anymore. Su Wangshi said somewhat dejectedly. The disagreement with Su Kaishi's family back then wasn't a deep-seated grudge. The main reason was that Su Changshou's medical treatment had burdened the Su family's old house, and she felt she had been taken advantage of. Now the situation has reversed, and the third son's family has suddenly become wealthy, causing her to feel a great sense of loss. After going through so much, the old man's reprimand today finally made him realize what was going on. Chapter 80. The Su family has good news. The Su family members have never eaten wolf meat before, and these past few days they have finally had a taste of it. I ate wolf meat buns, stewed wolf meat, and stir-fried wolf meat. I tried them all. So much so that now I feel nauseous whenever I see leftover smoked wolf meat drying on the eaves. The whole family, including the adults and children, were all a bit stressed at that moment. Su Changshou, rubbing his cheek, sat by the chicken coop in the yard, chewing on a cucumber and thinking about what he needed to do next. He doesn't know why, but every time he sees these chickens, he feels calm. My habit from my past life was to plan ahead. I would rather not need the preparation than be caught off guard at the last minute. The current amount of silver in the mall is 5,963 taels and 270 cash. It could be because the war in the north had reached a stalemate, or it could be because the rebellion of the king of Han had not yet been quelled. The soap business was ultimately affected, and the dividends delivered in the past few months were significantly less than before. This suddenly made Su Changshou, who had been somewhat resigned to his fate, anxious again. The situation outside gave him a feeling that things would get increasingly chaotic, which was definitely not a good sign. Ouch! Just then, a cry of pain came from Zheng Chunyi in the room. "Chunyi, what's wrong?" Zhang Xiua quickly helped her daughter-in-law, who was clutching her stomach, and asked her what was wrong. "Stomachache." Zheng Chunyi frowned, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. "I was fine just now. How come I suddenly have stomachache? Did I eat too much wolf meat?" Zhang Xiua looked nervous. Su Changshou hurriedly went inside, and his family, hearing the commotion, rushed over to check as well. "Why don't we take him to the town to see a doctor? He looks like he's in a lot of pain," Su Kaishi said worriedly. "I'll go find Yo Erden to bring the ox guard over." Su Dagui greeted them and then dashed out. Su Kaishi then had Su Changshou and Ling Tong accompany him to the town. "She's pregnant. That's wonderful." When they returned in the evening, the family learned of the doctor's diagnosis and were overjoyed. The Su family is about to have a new member. "The doctor said my sister-in-law's pregnancy was a little unstable, so he prescribed some medicine. It's nothing serious." Su Changshou spoke up. He went to the town and was the first to hear the news that Zheng Chunyi was pregnant. It was a pleasant surprise. "This means that at 7 years old, I'm about to become an uncle." "That's good. That's good. May the gods bless Chunyi and keep her safe and sound." Zhang Xiua hurriedly bowed in all directions. "I need to tell your grandparents about this." Su Kaishi was also a little excited, so he put on his coat and went out. "Old house. Great. If Chunyi has another child, our Su family will be 4 generations under one roof. Your third branch has done a great service to our Su family." Su Shuli was most excited when he heard what Su Kaishi, who had come to deliver the message, said. Nothing could make him happier than having children and offspring. 4 generations living under one roof, many children and many blessings represent a prosperous family. "We need to go see Chunyi. You young people don't have any experience. Let this old woman help you check on her and make sure you don't neglect taking care of the pregnant woman." The old lady smiled broadly upon hearing this and said to Su Kaishi, "Mom, the third child still has no experience? He's already had 4. Zhao Kaifeng joked. Su Wangshi, who was standing next to her, felt a pang of sadness again. She touched her belly and couldn't help but pat it. "Why are you so useless?" Upon learning that Chunyi was pregnant, he naturally could no longer pretend he didn't know. Everyone from the Su family's old house went out, and they followed Su Kaishi after he returned. Su Wangshi was also among them, which surprised Zhang Xiui, but she quickly smiled and welcomed her inside. Su Kaishi had previously mentioned that when they encountered wolves in the mountains, Su Kai actually turned back to save them. So Zhang Xiua felt it was only natural to be friendly. The family was overjoyed, and the sisters-in-law gave Zheng Chunyi another round of reminders about the precautions during her pregnancy. When it was time for dinner, they simply invited everyone to stay and eat, setting up several tables in the courtyard. Su Wangshi also hurried to the kitchen to help Zhang Xiui along with her sisters-in-law, appearing very friendly and harmonious. Su Changshou nodded when he saw his uncle's family sitting at the table, looking completely different from usual. There is no hatred between relatives that cannot be resolved. It is a good thing that they can sit down and eat together peacefully now. The worst thing is when even one's own people are not united. Otherwise, even if one has no choice but to flee, they will still have to be wary of each other, which would be bad. Chapter 81. People from the Zheng family arrive in the days that followed. Zheng Chunyi became the focus of the Su family's care. Everything we eat and use is the best. Upon hearing that Zheng Chunyi was pregnant, Lu Luoling even took 2 boxes of aged ginseng that had been given to her by others from Lu Wen's storeroom. Even Lu Wen sent a congratulatory gift. To the surprise of Su Kaishi's family, Dazhuang from the village, upon learning of the Su family's good fortune, actually brought them a wild rabbit. Dazhuang had previously made some money using the ice-making recipe given to him by the Su family, and later the Su family helped him catch the thief who stole the money. Unexpectedly, this person remembered the kindness shown to the Su family. This made Su Changshou remember this person very well. "Big sister, I remember Su Kaishi's family lives here. Why can't I find them?" A family of 3 arrived not far from the Su family's house. These were Zheng Chunni's parents, Zheng Laoguan and Zheng Yangshi, and her younger brother, Zheng Irma. Who are you? Are you looking for Su Laosan? Aunt Zhao, who lived not far from Su Kaishi's house, looked at the three people from another village with a puzzled expression. Yes, we are in-laws. I remember when I came here last year, his family stayed here. Old Zheng said with a simple and honest expression. Oh, so this is Chunni's family's house. The house in front is theirs. They renovated it last year. Aunt Zhao, without any suspicion, spoke warmly. It's been renovated? Oh, thank you so much, ma'am. We haven't been here in ages. Old Zheng said hurriedly. He thanked her and headed towards Su Kaishi's house. Has Su Laosan's family suddenly become rich? This house must be worth at least 20 taels of silver, right? Where do they get the money? Zheng Yangshi looked puzzled. No wonder they were able to produce goods worth a string of cash last year. It seems we didn't ask for enough. Zheng Irma's eyes darted around as he fiddled with the dice in his hand, his mind seemingly lost in thought. When they arrived at the entrance of the Su family's courtyard, they saw Zheng Chunni tidying up the dried vegetables drying on the ground. Chunni, you're pregnant and you didn't even tell us. Don't you even consider us your parents anymore? Regardless of whether she was allowed to enter or not, Zheng Yangshi went into the courtyard first. Why are you here? Father and mother aren't home. You should leave now. Zheng Chunni looked up at the three members of the Zheng family, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, and said coldly to them. The fact that the Zheng family had been so resolute in selling her off and signing that severance agreement had completely disappointed her. If we were to meet again now, it would only be outweighing any sense of kinship. Zhang Xiua and Su Dagui went to the fields early this morning. Ever since the villagers learned that the Su family had killed the wolf, they felt that the Su family must have some hunting skills, so the village head came to their door today. They asked Su Kaishi if he would be willing to take everyone into the back mountain again to see if they could hunt some more game. Su Kaishi thought there was nothing to do at home, and Su Changshou wanted to join in the fun, so he, Su Changshou, and Ling Tong led some able-bodied men from the village to the back mountain. At this moment, only Zheng Chunni, Su Yutian, and Su Xiaomei were at home. You heartless bastard! We are your parents. How can you turn your own family away? Zheng Yangshi rebuked him. After saying that, the group began to look around the courtyard. This was the first time she had ever seen such a large courtyard, and she couldn't help but find it quite novel. Ah, chicken coop. 10 chickens. And look, there are even a few eggs lying in the nest. The Su family actually raises 10 chickens. Old Zheng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with envy as he looked at the chickens in the coop in front of him. In this kind of year, raising chickens is a very food-intensive task. The imperial court recently levied grain taxes, and his family contributed 20 jin, a unit of weight, so now there's not much rice left in their jars. The Su family even has spare grain to raise chickens. They're incredibly wealthy. Ah, old man, look, that's meat hanging up there. All meat. Zheng Yangshi exclaimed in surprise as she pointed to the wolf meat hanging on a pillar in front of her. It immediately caught old Zheng's attention, and he looked in the direction she was pointing. This must weigh dozens of kilograms. Where did the Su family get so much meat? This meat was what the Su family had left over after giving Zhang Jiuzhang some. Otherwise, there would have been much more. These pieces of meat have been hanging here for quite some time now, and no one in the Su family has suggested eating wolf meat again. They've simply had enough. Get out. I told you. Your father-in-law and mother aren't home. No outsiders allowed in. Zheng Chunni looked at the three of them warily and said with some anger, Sister-in-law, who are they? At this moment, Su Yutian and Su Xiaomei, who were inside the house, came out after hearing the noise and saw Zheng Laoguan and the other two. Go to the old house and find Grandpa. Tell them that the Zheng family has come. When Zheng Chunni saw Su Yutian come out, her eyes lit up, and she quickly whispered something to him. Upon hearing this, Su Yutian knew that the people who had come were probably not good people, so he quickly ran towards the Su family's old house. Chapter 82, Interrogating Old Master Zheng. Ignoring Zheng Chunni's rebukes, the group walked unceremoniously into the Su family's house. Flip through this and look at that. Get out of here, or I'll report you to the authorities. Seeing that the three members of the Zheng family were becoming increasingly presumptuous, Zheng Chunni couldn't help but threaten them. Report to the authorities. You unfilial daughter. You want to report to the authorities to have your father arrested? Your mother arrested? Your brother arrested? Old Zheng said fiercely. Zheng Chunyi had always been scolded by Zheng Laoguan since she was a child. When he yelled at her, she was instinctively a little scared, but she still reached out and stopped them from continuing to rummage around. Daughters really are hard to keep at home once they grow up. Zheng Yangshi brushed her hand away and ignored her. Hey, old man, look. The rice in this jar is all good rice. I've never seen such good rice before. Zheng Yangshi lifted the lid of a rice jar and exclaimed in surprise at the snow-white, full jar of Northeast rice. Where did the Su family get their money from? This rice isn't something ordinary people can afford. We were tricked into paying him a single string of cash back then. The Su family is rolling in money. Old Master Zheng also exclaimed in surprise. Thinking back to how he had been so pleased with himself when he received a string of cash from the Su family and signed the letter severing ties, he couldn't help but regret it. Father, mother, look. Wolf pelts. 12 complete wolf pelts. I saw one in the gambling den in the county, but it wasn't as complete as these, and it was only worth 10 taels of silver per card. Here are 12 of them. Zheng Irma touched the wolf pelts that Su Changshou had left to dry in the house, his eyes shining. My God, this is worth more than 100 taels. Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng were also drooling. Chunyi, tell your father quickly, where did the Su family's money come from? Don't hide it from your father. I asked Zheng Chunyi with a hopeful look on my face, said old Zheng. Zheng Yangshi and Zheng Irma also looked at Zheng Chunyi greedily. If we could find out the secret to the Su family's wealth, wouldn't our Zheng family become rich too? I don't know. Get out of here. I've already sent someone to call for help. Seeing the Zheng family's demeanor, Zheng Chunyi wept bitterly. You traitorous bastard. You won't talk. You'll talk, or you won't. Before Zheng Chunyi could react, Zheng Irma suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her by the neck, demanding an explanation. Meanwhile, old Master Zheng and Madame Zheng stood by and watched coldly, offering no attempt to dissuade them. At this moment, Zheng Chunyi was heartbroken and had lost all trace of affection for the Zheng family. Stop! How dare you come to my Su family to bully us? Just then, a sharp shout came from outside the door. Then a group of people rushed in. Sister-in-law, Grandpa's here. At this moment, behind Su Yutian are Su Shuli and the two brothers Su Kai-hai and Su Kai-jiang. Su Kai-kwan went hunting in the mountains with Su Kai-shi today. That loud shout just now was from Su Kai-hai. When Zheng Irma saw the Su family members arrive, he quickly released Zheng Chunyi. He was a cowardly scoundrel who was all bark and no bite, so he wouldn't dare to be violent towards Zheng Chunyi now. My dear in-laws, we heard that Chunyi is pregnant, so we've come to visit her. Old Master Zheng spoke without batting an eye. That's right, my Chunyi is pregnant, such a big thing, and they didn't even tell us. We only found out from other people. Zheng Yangshi wanted to turn the tables and accuse the perpetrator. You have already signed a letter severing ties with me. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Don't come looking for me again. Zheng Chunyi had regained her composure by now, her face still wet with tears, and she spoke to the three members of the Zheng family in a tearful voice. What severance letter? That was just something you wrote out of spite back then. It doesn't count. You are our biological daughter, born after your mother carried you for 10 months and raised with great care and love. How can we just cut ties with you like that? Old Zheng said with a kind father's expression. You took the money, which means you sold me to the Su family. I was born a member of the Su family, and I will die a member of the Su family. Zheng Chunyi looked resolute and felt nauseous at the sight of old Zheng. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been treated as a kitchen maid in that family, and now she had completely given up on the Zheng family. Did you hear me? Get out of here, or you'll regret it. The Su brothers, Kai-hai and Kai-jiang, stepped forward, assuming a fighting stance as if they were about to start a fight at the slightest provocation. Didn't you and Su Lao-san already separate? I'm not talking to you. I'm waiting for Su Lao-san to come back. Old Zheng revealed a roguish look. He figured that since Su Kai-shi had agreed to give him money a second time, he must be a soft-hearted person who would be easier to manipulate. Even though the Su family is split up, we are still one family. Su Shuli said angrily. What's wrong? Just then, Su Kai-shi's voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked over and saw that he was followed by a group of people. Chapter 83, Murderous Intent. Father, you weren't home just now, so they... When Zheng Chunyi saw Su Kai-shi and the others arrive, she immediately felt reassured and recounted what had just happened. When we arrived just now, we saw him choking his sister-in-law. Su Yutian pointed at Zheng Irma and complained to Su Kaishi. When Su Changshou heard that Zheng Irma had actually attacked Zheng Chunyi, he was filled with rage and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. After he came into this world, the Su family made him feel a sense of kinship that he had never experienced in his previous life. He had long regarded the Su family as the people he wanted to protect, and all he had done was to make their lives better. Enveloped in family love, one naturally and gradually reveals the innocence of a child. But Zheng Irma actually dared to lay a hand on his sister-in-law, and Su Changshou could no longer suppress the rage that had been hidden in his heart as an adult. Old Zheng, I used to think you were Chunyi's family, so I always gave in to you. We've given you the money you wanted, but today you brought people to cause trouble in my Su family's house. Do you think my Su family is someone to be trifled with? Upon hearing the details, Su Kaishi flew into a rage and shouted angrily at old Master Zheng. Father-in-law, Chunyi is the apple of our Zheng family's eye. Now that she's pregnant, we've come to see what's going on. Old Zheng was as thick-skinned as a dead pig, as if the things he and his companions had just done had never happened. Since you have signed the letter of severance, there is no longer any relationship between you. Chunyi is a member of the Su family, and the Su family will take care of her. There is no need for you, an outsider, to worry about her. Su Kaishi said coldly. I feel like beating up this kind of shameless in-law. Su Lao-san, you tricked us into signing the severance agreement with just one string of cash. Chunyi has cost us a lot of money in the Zheng family, and now she's pregnant with your Su family's child. If you want to sever ties, fine, but you'll have to pay more. Old Zheng gave a forced smile. Give you more money? You're dreaming. I have the letter of severance. Let's go see the magistrate. Upon hearing that the Zheng family was so shameless, Su Kaishi decided to break off all pretense of civility. You dare to cause trouble at the Su family's house and demand money. We'll beat you up first. Su Shili spoke up. He had been listening for a long time and had been holding back his anger. He couldn't help but speak up now. After saying that, the Su brothers, Su Kaijiang and Su Kaikwan, stepped forward as if they were about to make a move. Seeing this, Su Kai also took a step forward and clenched his fist. If you dare to hit someone, I'm not leaving. Irma, old woman, let's stay at the Su family's house to recover from our injuries tonight and see what our in-laws, the Zheng family, are going to eat. I must cut off 2 pounds of that meat hanging from the eave for my father to have with his drinks. At this moment, Zheng Laoguan made no attempt to conceal his shameless behavior, speaking with the utter scoundrel's manner. Dad, let's not leave. The Su family's house is big enough for us to live in. Zheng Irma chimed in, tossing the dice in his hand with a grin on his face. That's great. I've never eaten white rice before, so I'm going to eat 3 big bowls of it tonight. Zheng Yangsher simply plopped down on the ground like a mangy dog. Zheng Chunyi wished she could die on the spot. Having such a family was a disgrace. Old dog Zheng, look at the state of yourselves. Su Kaishi was furious at the shamelessness of the Zheng family. If they really insist on staying at the Su family's house, it will be really difficult for me to deal with them. Even if they don't go into the courtyard, just wandering around the Su family's house will disgust people to death. Putting aside everything else, at that time, no one will dare to leave the house unattended. Otherwise, it's hard to say what might be lost. This kind of scoundrel is the most troublesome. Throw them out and report this to the authorities. Upon seeing this, Su Shuli was also enraged and trembled with anger. The Su brothers were about to step forward and make their move. The Su family has committed murder. The Su family has committed murder. Before she could even touch the hem of the Zheng family's clothes, Madame Zheng Yang called out. Stop shouting. How much do you want? At this moment, Su Changshou's voice rang out. Changshou, we can't give them any more money. This will only go on forever. Su Kaishi spoke up. If they make such a big fuss and attract the attention of the villagers, their family scandal will be exposed. We're not short of money anyway, so let's just give it to them. Consider it paying to avoid trouble. Su Changshou said. Longevity? That won't do. Su Kaishi still disagreed. If we attract people from the village, my sister-in-law will be pointed at and gossiped about. I don't want people talking about her. Su Changshou said earnestly. This was his excuse, but it also reflected his true thoughts. Once the people of Shaoyan village find out that the Zheng family is causing trouble and behaving this way, regardless of whether they sign the severance agreement or not, Zheng Chunyi will definitely be gossiped about behind her back by the villagers. This is something he doesn't want to see. Su Kaishi understood this principle and stopped trying to stop him, nodding reluctantly. Longevity? I'm not afraid of that. Don't give them money. Zheng Chunyi was deeply moved when she heard Su Changshou's words. But the thought of having the Su family tolerate the Zheng family again, just to save face, made her unwilling. Chapter 84 Acting Sister-in-law is fine. Our family is rich. Su Changshou comforted him. Humph. Not a single child in your entire Su family is as sensible as you. At this moment, old Master Zheng spoke up. Although he didn't know why so many people in the Su family took this kid's words seriously, it didn't stop him from realizing that if the kid said he would pay, then he would keep his word. How much money do you want? Su Changshou asked again. 100 taels. Give us 100 taels and we'll leave immediately, promising never to come back to you. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Laoguan said an amount that even he himself did not believe the Su family would come up with. Wolf pelts. 2 wolf pelts, please. Zheng Irma then interjected. He had his eye on the wolf pelt earlier. If he took it to the gambling den and approached the owner, he was sure he could win his favor and maybe even get a month of free gambling. You're dreaming. 100 taels of silver is enough to buy the lives of your entire family of 3. When Su Shuli heard that Zheng Laoguan was making an exorbitant demand, he immediately started cursing at him. All right, here's 100 taels of silver for you, and the wolf pelt is yours too. You must keep your promise and have no further dealings with your sister-in-law. Su Changshou said calmly. Okay. I promise you, I will never come looking for Chunyi again, and she will have nothing to do with us from now on. When Zheng Laoguan heard that the Su family was actually willing to give 100 taels of silver, he was overjoyed and quickly spoke up. Zheng Irma and Zheng Yangshi were also overjoyed, their faces flushed with excitement. At this moment, they were already fantasizing about how to spend the 100 taels. Changshou, this is 100 taels, I can't give you that much. Su Shuli hurriedly stopped them, saying that the Zheng family was simply insatiable and that 100 taels was an exorbitant price. Yes, longevity, 100 taels is too much. Su Kaijiang and the others also offered their advice. Don't give it to him, let me kill him. Su Kaiquan was even more violent and immediately tried to hit someone. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. 100 taels is too much. Su Kaihai also clicked his tongue, implying that he disagreed with giving so much. It's all right. 100 taels for peace of mind is not bad. Su Changshou smiled at the Su family members. He called out to Su Kaishi and turned to go into the house. When Su Kaishi returned, he was already carrying a bag. Here is 100 taels, count it. Su Kaishi threw the bag of money in front of Zheng Yangshi, his face expressionless. Zheng Yangshi hurriedly emptied the money from her purse, and the 3 members of the Zheng family pounced on it and started counting it, like 3 dogs fighting over food. 5 taels, 10 taels, 15 taels, 100 taels. 20 silver ingots in total. Old man, we're rich. Father, I've struck it rich. Give me 20 taels of silver. I'm going to gamble and dominate the casinos. Zheng Irma held 2 silver ingots in his hand, his eyes shining. Su Kaishi and Su Changshou coldly observed the Zheng family's behavior. The people at the Su family's old house next door were still sighing and trying to persuade him, not understanding why Su Kaishi would agree to Su Changshou doing this. This is simply bullying the Su family, so why choose to settle things peacefully? Kaishi, with so much silver, we can't let Changshou have it all. Su Shuli still didn't want to give up and continued to persuade him. Grandpa, didn't you just say that 100 taels of silver would be enough to buy the lives of that family of 3? Let's just consider it buying their lives. These 3 will never appear in our world again, which is good. Su Changshou gave Su Shuli a sweet smile, appearing harmless. You silly child, this is 100 taels of silver. You've wasted it all. This old man has never seen so much money in his life. Sigh. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Su Shuli simply sighed to the side. After counting the money, Zheng Laoguan and the other 2 put it all back into the bag. He held it tightly in his hand. From now on, the Zheng family would rely on this to live a good life. Remember what you said? Don't come to the Su family again. Su Kaishi spoke up. Understood. Even if Chunyi dies in the future, it will have nothing to do with us. Zheng Yangshi said with a smile. All right, we have things to do at home. We'll head back now. Old Zheng dusted himself off and was the first to walk out of the Su family's house. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take off 2 wolf skins. Su Shuli and the others didn't want to see these people, so they simply stayed in the house. Su Kaishi and Su Changshou followed them out. No need to see us off. we'll go by ourselves. Old Zheng chuckled, as if he hadn't been the one throwing a tantrum just now. Let's still send it over, since the villagers don't know we've severed ties. If people think that my Su family has been unhospitable, we'll be talked about behind our backs. Su Changshou Lao Get. I say, Su Lao-san, you've raised a fine son. I'm not trying to be mean, but in your Su family, this child is the most sensible. Old Zheng spoke with sarcasm, then patted Su Changshou's head with a smile. It was as if they were genuinely praising him. It's good to care about one's reputation. I like fools who care about their reputation the most. When you run out of money, you can always cause another scene. As long as you care about your reputation and are afraid of losing face, you'll always be under my control. Old Zheng was secretly delighted. Oh, third brother, are you sending your in-laws back home? Aunt Zhao happened to see this and greeted them with a smile. Yes, Annie, father and I came to see my sister-in-law's family off, and we brought them some things. Su Changshou said sweetly, pointing to the wolfskin wrapped in Zheng Irma's hand and the bulging cloth bag full of money in Zheng Yangshu's hand. You brought so much stuff, including a wolf pelt. Third brother is really generous. Aunt Zhao smiled. Chapter 85 Murder. Our in-laws have always been very generous to us. Hearing Aunt Zhao's words, old Master Zheng spoke up. However, what Aunt Zhao heard was praise for Su Kaishi, but only Su Kaishi and Su Changshou knew that these words were a deliberate mockery of the Su family for giving the Zheng family so much money for nothing. Su Kaishi couldn't vent his anger, so he had to suppress it. The group walked for a while longer and encountered some villagers from Shaoyan village. Su Changshou repeated what he had just said to them. Old Zheng and his companions didn't think anything was wrong. They just assumed it was because the children were talkative and enthusiastic. They only parted ways with the Zheng family when they were taken to the village entrance, in front of a group of villagers chatting under a big tree at the village entrance. The two returned to the Su family home, and naturally, they had to spend a lot of time and effort to appease Uncle Su. Su Changshou walked to a corner, whispered a few words to Ling Tong, and gave him a bag. Then Ling Tong quietly walked out of the Su family's house. They avoided the eyes and ears of passers-by, and quickly chased after the direction the Zheng family had left. Su Changshou watched Ling Tong's departing figure, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a light that seemed both bright and dim. He did not intend to let the three members of the Zheng family live any longer. Just as he told Su Shuli, he was going to use 100 taels of silver to buy the lives of the three members of the Zheng family. In his past life, he was a person of strong will, who failed in his business but made a comeback, and his experiences included many ruthless and cunning things. Now, the Zheng family members have completely enraged him, and the ruthlessness that has been dormant in his bones can no longer be suppressed. From the moment he agreed to give the money to the Zheng family, these three people were already dead in his eyes. After that, all he could think about was how to clear the Su family of suspicion regarding the deaths of the Zheng family members, so that the deaths of the Zheng family members would appear to be unrelated to the Su family on the surface. They escorted the Zheng family to the village entrance, making sure everyone they met thought the Su family and the Zheng family had a good relationship, all to subconsciously lead outsiders to believe that the Su family had no ulterior motives. Fortunately, Zheng Laoguan was extremely cooperative in deliberately mocking the Su family, which made it seem as if the two families had a decent relationship, making the play more realistic. As for the villagers of Dafu village knowing about the time when the Zheng and Su families severed ties, there was nothing they could do about it. However, since his family was acquainted with the county magistrate, Luwen would surely protect his family as long as the evidence was insufficient. Of course, these are all worst-case scenarios. The best course of action is for the Zheng family to die naturally. The Zheng family had to pass through the back mountain to return to the village. He had already instructed Ling Tong to follow them secretly. Once they reached a secluded place, he knocked them unconscious. Then dump it where the wolves will pass by, and then try to lure the wolves over. The Zheng family was too greedy. They not only took the silver, but also 2 wolf pelts, which could be misinterpreted as the wolf pack's revenge. Doing this kind of thing is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut for a 5th-rank master. Su Changshou was not worried. The back mountain. Su Kaishi's hunting team had already gone down the mountain with him. There was hardly anyone on the back hill at that moment. The Zheng family walked hurriedly along the secluded mountain path through the woods. We need to get back quickly. It's not safe to keep so much money. Old Zheng muttered to himself. Let's go back and renovate that house too. I think this amount is too little. If the Su family can produce 100 taels of silver without batting an eye, they must have more to offer. Zhang Irma said. We'll ask them for it again after a while. If we make a scene, I don't believe they'll dare not give it to us. Old Master Zhang believed he had grasped the Su family's weakness. Don't you guys feel like someone's been watching us? At this moment, Zhang Yangsher whispered. Don't scare yourself. There's no one here. Old Zhang scolded him, but still quickened his pace. They walked for another 15 minutes when suddenly everything went black and they lost consciousness. When Zheng Laoguan and the others woke up, they felt dizzy. What's wrong with us? The group was confused and didn't know what had happened. Old Zheng hurriedly went to check the bag containing the silver. Thankfully, the bag is still here. Seeing the bag right next to me, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What happened? Where's the money? But when he opened the bag, what he saw was not a bag of gleaming silver, but a bag of brown rice. The money is gone. Old Zheng couldn't believe his eyes, and he had no idea why the money in his bag had turned into grain. Before he could even think, he heard wolf howls and saw a dozen wolves staring menacingly at him. Father, how could there be wolves here? We've never encountered wolves on this journey. Zhang Irma's mouth trembled as he spoke. Wolf pelt. You little brat. The wolf pelt you're carrying attracted them here. Old Zheng realized what was happening. Zhang Irma instinctively threw the wolf skin away. But this directly enraged the wolf pack. The wolf pack pounced directly on the 3 members of the Zheng family. The painful sounds echoed through the mountains and forests, terrifying the 3 of them who howled and fought with the wolves. Ling Tong stood on the tree, looking at everything before him with a calm gaze. He killed the Zheng family not only because of Su Changshou's orders, but also because he had long regarded the Su family as his own. He attracted the wolf pack. Just then, Zheng Laoguan spotted Ling Tong watching them from the tree. At this moment, he guessed everything. He had been knocked unconscious, there was the bag of rice, and even the wolf pack was all the work of the man in front of him. He had seen this person before at Su Kaishi's house. He had been standing behind that doll the whole time. Let's just consider it buying their lives. These 3 will never appear in our world again, which is fine. Only then did he understand the true meaning behind the doll's words. But it was too late for regrets. His neck had been severed by sharp wolf fangs and was bleeding profusely. Meanwhile, Zheng Yangsher and Zheng Irma, who were beside her, were already on the verge of death. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Ling Tong left without looking back. He needed to hurry back for dinner. Zhang Xiao said she'd make braised pork tonight because he loves it. Chapter 86. The old man's passed the next day. Big news spread through Shaoyan village. Wang Wu, a villager, went up the mountain to chop firewood this morning and saw traces of a pack of wolves passing through the mountains. He went up to investigate and, following the wolf tracks, saw a horrifying scene. 3 mangled, gnawed corpses lay scattered in the forest. There wasn't a single spot on his body that was intact. Next to the body was a bag of brown rice and 2 torn wolf skins. Wang Wu hurriedly went down the mountain back to the village and reported the matter to the village head. The village head led his men to investigate and then quickly reported it to the authorities. Third brother, those 3 wouldn't happen to be the in-laws who came to your house yesterday, would they? Aunt Zhao asked Su Kaishi. Oh, my dear in-laws, you're really unlucky. Poor Chunny, you lost your family at such a young age. Su Kaishi sighed. He had seen Su Changshou talking to Ling Tong in a corner yesterday. When Ling Tong returned home that evening, all she did was urge him to eat quickly, without saying anything more. Hearing today that the 3 members of the Zheng family had been attacked and killed by wolves confirmed what Ling Tong had been doing yesterday. In particular, the bag that should have contained silver was filled with coarse rice. Su Kaishi looked at Su Changshou, who was feeding chickens in the yard, with some worry. But when he saw Ling Tong carrying 2 buckets of water and helping Zhang Xiao water the vegetables in the garden, he breathed a sigh of relief. Get rid of all those messy thoughts in your head. Longevity has truly grown up. Su Kaishi thought to himself. The deaths of Zheng Laoguan and the other 2 did not cause Zheng Chunny much grief. On the contrary, she felt a sense of relief. Seeing that she seemed normal, everyone was relieved. Sister-in-law, sometimes the death of others is a relief and redemption for the living. Su Changshou took a piece of raw candy from his pocket and put it in Zheng Chunny's hand, saying earnestly, Yes, sister-in-law understands. Zheng Chunny nodded emphatically and put the candy in her mouth. So sweet. She saw the Zheng family take the bag of silver with her own eyes, but today the news circulating in the village is that the bag was full of coarse rice. She had a vague idea of what was going on, but she didn't ask. Su is now very satisfied with her life. After experiencing so much, she has realized that home is where there is warmth. The Su family's old residence. Good riddance. It's a blessing from heaven. When Su Shuli heard that the 3 members of the Zheng family had been killed by wolves, an uncontrollable joy appeared on his old face. Almost made him furious yesterday. Back at the old house, he was still sulking, unable to understand why Su Kaishi's family had to be so tolerant. I didn't expect to hear such good news today. Su Kaijiang and the others clapped and cheered. Remember, we never gave them any silver, only a bag of coarse rice and 2 wolf pelts. If outsiders ask, that's what we say. Su Kaishi reminded him. He was worried that the Su family members at the old house might let something slip, so he came to remind them. Otherwise, once the matter of giving money is mentioned, there will be a lot of suspicion in their own family. Kaishi, you guys? Su Shuli quickly realized what was happening and looked at his 3rd son in shock, as if he were seeing him for the first time. Having lived most of my life, even without formal education, I'm a wise old man who has already realized something. Su Kaishi didn't say much, just nodded. Everything was understood without words. I heard everything. Anyone who dares to say anything they shouldn't will be kicked out of the Su family. I, the old man, will never forgive them. Seeing that Su Kaishi did not deny it, Su Shuli showed no worry on his face, but spoke seriously to the Su family. His gaze swept over everyone present, and he gave Su Kaihai and Su Wangshu a deep look at the end, making the 2 of them feel very wronged. The Su family members had already realized that the death of the Zheng family might be related to Su Kaishi's family, and they quickly stated that they would not speak recklessly. Su Kaihai and Su Wangshu, like chickens pecking at food, assured him they would keep their mouths shut, and their restrained expressions made Su Kaishi feel that the 2 of them seemed a little afraid of him. Father, aren't you worried at all about what we've done? Su Kaishi stepped out of the old house and saw Su Shuli following him, which gave him a chance to ask. He had just implicitly admitted what his family had done, and he even saw a look of satisfaction on the old man's face, which made him feel very strange. What are you worried about? If the Zheng family doesn't die, they'll keep extorting you for the rest of their lives. Although I don't know how you did it, there's nothing wrong with what you did. Your father has always been worried that your honest and simple nature would lead you astray, but now I can finally rest assured. The world is getting more and more chaotic. If you're not ruthless, you can't protect your family. Su Shuli was very pleased, saying that his son had finally learned to grow up. But those are 3 lives. Aren't you worried at all? Su Kaishi asked curiously. Nervous? Haha. Back when I was 13, your father and I fled all the way from Changshou to here with your grandfather. Someone tried to steal our grain on the road, and we stoned him to death. Protecting my family, I'd do anything, even murder, let alone rebel. Su Shuli recalled the past, and spoke calmly, his expression proud. Su Kaishi was astonished. This was the first time he had heard about the old man's past. Inside the big house. Xiaohua, has our relationship with Lao San improved? Su Kai asked somewhat nervously. Right? You even helped out yesterday. Su Wangshu said with some uncertainty. That's good, that's good. The 3rd brother has changed. He actually dared to kill someone. We must not provoke him in the future. Su Kai was filled with unease and quickly gave instructions. Chapter 87 Buying Horses. The back mountain was now crowded with people. Lu Wen had business to attend to at the county government office today, but considering it was about Shaoyan village, he sent Lu Qingmu, the county magistrate, to handle it personally. The village head was filled with trepidation and dared not neglect his duties as he stood around Lu Qingmu. Generally, cases of wolf pack attacks on people that are obviously accidental deaths are handled by a police chief, and that's it. But since the county magistrate came in person, the village head knew that the county government must have done so because of the Su family. Judging from the scene, the wolves were attracted by the wolf pelt. All 3 members of the Zheng family were killed by wolves, and there is nothing suspicious about it. Lu Qingmu said to the village head, which was considered a final conclusion to the case. He said there was no doubt about it, but he still subconsciously thought of Su Changshou and the 5th-rank expert standing behind him. He still vividly remembers the scene where that child ordered Ling Tong to kill someone without hesitation. It's too much of a coincidence. The crime scene is about half a mile away from the road the Zheng family took back to the village. Su Changshou and Ling Tong of the Su family. Lu Qingmu murmured, but then quickly suppressed his doubts. Sometimes the truth isn't that important. Moreover, he had already inquired about the Zheng family's reputation and concluded that they deserved to die. Upon returning to the county, Lu Wen personally inquired about the matter. Lu Qingmu then told him the whole story. Yes, you did a good job. Some things don't necessarily need to be investigated further. Let's close the case. Lu Wen praised. Lu Qingmu felt that he had done the right thing today. The story of the Zheng family being killed by wolves circulated in the village for a few days, but eventually, no one mentioned it anymore. Ultimately, it was just something to talk about over tea. Apart from being a little more careful than usual when going up the mountain, no one had time to keep an eye on this matter that had nothing to do with them. The Su family's life returned to its former tranquility. To Su Changshou's surprise, Su Kaihai's family had recently become overly polite to him. This morning, Su Wangshi even brought over a fat rabbit, saying it was to nourish her sister-in-law. It's like the sun has risen in the west. However, one cannot hit a smiling face, and Su Changshou was happy to have his family living in harmony. However, the tranquility of Shaoyan village does not mean that the great Xia dynasty is also at peace. What? It's getting worse. Su Changshou was somewhat unsettled upon hearing the news brought by Lu Luoling. The momentum of the Han King's rebellion is out of control, which is not good news. What exactly is the great Xia dynasty doing? With the young emperor on the throne and the empress dowager ruling in his stead, the northern border was embroiled in a fierce battle with the barbarians, and the rebellion of the king of Han had not yet been quelled. If this continues, things will definitely descend into chaos. Su Jiangshou Guset in Wali. Throughout history, this was definitely the beginning of chaos in the dynasty. Father said that the king of Han has the support of the powerful families and fiefdoms, and has occupied the land of 3 prefectures. He has countless funds and grain under his command, so he is already very difficult to deal with. The imperial forces were tied down in Yongsheng, which led to the growing power of the Prince of Han. What Father is most worried about now is whether the court will abandon the northern barbarians and instead send troops to quell the rebellion if the Prince of Han attacks Jinling again. Lu Luoling continued. What about the barbarians? What about Yongsheng? And what about the common people? Su Changshou asked. Father said that the court would probably retreat to Ganjiang and would rather give the northern part of Great Xia to the barbarians than allow the king of Han to capture Jinling. Lu Luoling didn't say it explicitly, but Su Changshou understood. If the affairs of the king of Han get out of control, the court will abandon the people of the northern frontier. Damn it, no one cares about the lives of ordinary people. Su Changshou slammed his fist into Lu Luoling's knee and cursed angrily. Manhwa County is only 500 li away from Yongsheng. Once Yongsheng lets the barbarians in, Manhwa County will surely be lost. We can only hope that the imperial court will quell the rebellion soon. I need to make more preparations before things get chaotic. Do you know where in the county I can buy a decent horse? Or a horse-drawn carriage? Oxen would be fine too. Su Changshou asked. As for cattle, you can only buy calves or old cattle. Summer harvest is just around the corner, so no one will sell their strong, healthy oxen. If you're talking about buying horses, the East Market in the county does sell them, but they're all old horses. Carriages also need to be ordered in advance. Very few people in the county buy these things. Lu Luoling said. After seeing Lu Luoling off, Su Changshou turned around and went into the house to talk to Su Kaishi. Buy a horse-drawn carriage? Su Kaishi was somewhat surprised, wondering why Su Changshou suddenly wanted to buy this thing. Su Changshou explained what Lu Luoling had just told him again, and Su Kaishi understood. Yes, it's good to prepare early. Our family can afford to raise them now. Su Kaishi note that. So the next day, Su Changshou, Su Kaishi, Su Dagui, and Ling Tong went to the East Market in the county early in the morning. Third brother, are you buying a horse-drawn carriage? Neo Erden, driving the ox cart, was somewhat incredulous, thinking he had misheard. Yes, it will be more convenient to go into the city in the future. Su Kaishi didn't say much. When the group arrived at the East Market, they told Neo Erden to go back first. After questioning the local merchants, the group headed towards a corner of the East Market, which was the horse market of Manhwa County. The horse market, which already had very few people, now only had a few horses drooping their heads as they ate hay. The horse dealer only glanced at Su Kaishi and his group when they arrived. Judging from their clothes, these people don't seem like they can afford a horse. Hey buddy, how much for this horse? Sukaishi walked up to a horse that looked decent and stopped, asking the young dealer who was looking bored next to him. 100 taels, no bargaining. The young horse trader raised his eyelids slightly, casually quoted a number, and then lowered his head again, clearly not intending to do the business. How about it? Changshou ignored his attitude and looked at Ling Tong. Whether the attitude was good or bad didn't matter, as long as the horse was good. Ling Tong shook his head, and Changshou immediately understood. If this horse is no good, then it's not worth the price. Ling Tong was good at judging horses, and Changshou trusted his judgment. So he turned and walked to the next door. Sukaishi and the others hurriedly followed. The merchant glanced up briefly, thought to himself, what a poor fellow trying to buy a horse, and then lowered his head again to doze off. Brother, how much for your horse? Sukaishi then asked the next person. The owner of this house was an elderly man in his 50s who looked somewhat weathered. When Sukaishi came to ask about the price, although he felt that these people did not seem to be able to afford it, he still gave them the actual price. This is a 3-year-old adult horse, which can still be used for more than 10 years. If you want it, it'll be 83 taels of silver. The old horse trader spoke up. Old son, you haven't made a single sale in a year. You're just grasping at straws in your desperation. Don't waste your breath. The vendor who had previously ignored the Su family jokingly said to the old horse vendor, looking at Sukaishi with amusement. A customer is a guest, and even if a deal doesn't go through, we should still be on good terms. You young people are just too impetuous. The old horse trader wasn't annoyed and chuckled at the young horse trader from before. Changshou then looked at Ling Tong. Ling Tong stepped forward, pried open the horse's mouth, examined its teeth, and then carefully looked at its nose. He even lifted one of the horse's legs to examine its hoof. He nodded at Changshou. It's all right. It's not quite good as a war horse, but it should have good stamina for pulling a cart. It's much better than the one we just had. Ling Tong gave a fair assessment, not forgetting to point out that the young horse trader's horse was inferior to this one. You have excellent eyesight. The horse trader, old son, gave Ling Tong a thumbs up. That's interesting. The young horse traders watching the commotion nearby also became interested. Surprisingly, there was actually a horse expert among this group. He had seen this horse before, so he knew Ling Tong was right. Brother, how much is this horse honestly? I'll take it. When Sukaishi heard Ling Tong say it was no problem, he spoke up. You want it? Really? If you really want it, I can give you a discount of 3 taels, 80 taels. Old son was surprised that this deal could actually be done, and his face lit up with joy. How many of this quality do you have left? Changshou suddenly asked. Oh, this horse is a twin horse, and there's a twin stallion in the stable in the back. Old son answered truthfully, not knowing why he was being asked this, but still pointed to a horse grazing behind him. The group looked at it and found that it was indeed no different from the horse in front of them, almost identical. Twin horses are not common. Usually, a horse will only have one calf at a time. Horses with twins are more likely to miscarry and die. But once they survive, the twins will become very close. When 2 horses pull a cart together, they can run very steadily without much effort. Even when they run separately, they will instinctively stay close to the other horse. The young horse trader next to him explained, We'll take them all. Upon hearing about the benefits of twin horses, Changshou's eyes lit up. This horse sounds so easy to manage. You want them all? You're not kidding, are you? Old son looked at Sukaishi, feeling that the child's words were not to be taken seriously. Yes, that's right. I'll take them all. Sukaishi also spoke up. This is 160 taels. Can you afford it? The young vendor next to him exclaimed in surprise. Horse traders typically go 6 months without making a sale, but when they do, they can live off it for the rest of the year. He had never seen such a wealthy buyer when he sold horses in Manhwa County. De Gue pay up. Sukaishi ignored him and had De Gue take out the silver from the bag. My God, they actually have money. The young peddler's mouth gaped open, somewhat unable to believe that these people dressed as farmers could produce so much silver. Old son hurriedly took the silver, feeling a sense of unreality. Every extra day I keep this horse, it consumes a lot of feed and wastes a lot of energy. Now that I've sold 2 horses at once, I don't have to worry about my income this year. Well, young man, don't underestimate your guests. You misjudged them. Old son smiled at the young vendor. I misjudged you. I really misjudged you. I'm so sorry, gentlemen, for my neglect. The young vendor was also a shrewd and tactful person, and quickly cupped his hands in greeting to Su Kaishi and the others. Chapter 89. Buying a horse-drawn carriage. It's all right. Su Kaishi was the type to not hit a smiling face, especially since this person had just enthusiastically explained the benefits of twin horses. Are you still selling this horse for 100 taels? Su Changshou then spoke up. No, my horse is 7 years old in its prime. The normal price is 80 taels. I just gave a random, inflated quote. Having witnessed the scene of the child making the decision to buy a horse so easily, the young horse trader dared not underestimate Su Changshou's words and quickly replied. He awkwardly cupped his hands in greeting. Would you sell it for 70 taels? Su Changshou nodded and continued to ask. What? Young master, you mean you want to buy my horse? The young vendor was somewhat incredulous. Old son, standing nearby, was also somewhat surprised. If we buy another one, that would be the third one. Just who is this family? At this moment, both of them felt a little curious. 70 taels is indeed too low. How about you add some more, young master? The young vendor looked somewhat embarrassed. No more, that's all. Let's just not sell it. Su Changshou shook his head. All right, 70 taels is just a little less profit for you, but you'll still make a profit. The world is not peaceful, so sell it sooner rather than later, and it will be stuck with you. Old son, who was standing nearby, offered some advice. All right, 70 taels it is. Please accept my apologies for any slight I may have shown you earlier. The young vendor also realized that in this day and age, it's always best to keep your money in your own hands. De Gue pay up. Once the price was agreed upon, Su Kaishi had De Gue pay the money. Stirrups and saddles are brought along with the horse, saving them the trouble of buying them separately. Anyway, the horse is mainly used for pulling carts, and these supplies are enough for emergencies. This is the first time I've ever seen people buy horses like this. Old son laughed. Yes, I've been in this horse market for quite a few years, and this is the first time I've ever seen someone buy 3 horses at once. Are you all from Manhwa County? I haven't met most of you. The young horse trader echoed this sentiment. Saying that they had never seen them actually meant that they had never met any prominent figures in Manhwa County. Yes, do you know where I can buy a decent quality carriage? Su Changshou asked. Do you all want to buy a carriage? I do have an old friend whose ancestors were officials and artisans in the previous dynasty. Now I run a carpentry shop in the alley ahead. The carriages I made with that skill back then were of absolutely top quality. If you gentlemen are truly interested in buying, I can take you there. Old son was surprised again. He hadn't expected that these people would buy a carriage after buying a horse. Who is this big customer? That's great. Thank you for your help, brother. Su Kaishi quickly expressed his gratitude. No trouble at all. Please follow me. After saying that, old son led the way. After turning a corner of an alley, you'll see an inconspicuous little courtyard in the corner. You can smell the woody fragrance emanating from the courtyard, even when you're standing at the door. This is it, old Lu. I've got a big deal for you. Old son pointed to the small courtyard in front of him, led the group into the courtyard, and spoke to an old man who was doing carpentry in the courtyard. A big deal? What big deal? The old man stood up and looked at Su Kaishi and the others. These gentlemen want to buy a carriage. Didn't your ancestors make carriages? That's exactly what I thought of, so I brought you along. These guests just bought 3 horses at the horse market, so you'd better treat them well. Don't say I didn't think of you when I had good news for them. Old son boasted, taking credit for the achievement. You want to buy a carriage? My carriages aren't cheap. Old Lu wiped his hands and said somewhat uncertainly, his eyes openly scrutinizing Su Kaishi and the others. Yes, as long as the quality is good, I'll definitely pay the full price. Su Kaishi not that. This man looked like a craftsman, with a touch of arrogance on his face. Su Changshou felt that he had found the right person this time. Truly capable people are often somewhat aloof. These are the wheels I made before. You can take a look. Old Lu didn't waste any words. He pointed directly to a car wheel in the corner and addressed the crowd. Hearing is unreliable. Seeing is believing. Ling Tong stepped forward to take a look, confirmed that there was no problem, and nodded. What kind of product should we make? Old Lu asked. A single-horse carriage must be made of sturdy materials, run smoothly, have a large interior space, and have a simple appearance. Su Changshou stated his requirements. Yes, that's fine. 10 taels of silver per vehicle, with a 10% deposit. Although old Lu was surprised that it was a child who spoke, he didn't waste any words and spoke concisely. No problem. 3 vehicles. When will they be delivered? Su Changshou was also straightforward and direct. When talking to craftsmen, there was no need for beating around the bush. Chapter 90, Riding back to the village. 3 vehicles? In a month, with my apprentices, I can make them in a month. Old Lu thought for a moment and then spoke. Shocked that the other party wanted to buy 3 carriages at once, he took it even more seriously. He was worried about losing the deal, so he deliberately set the time frame to the shortest time he could complete. If we can secure this order, my family shouldn't have to worry about food this year. Otherwise, if the price of grain outside keeps rising like this, he will really starve to death. Okowo. Su Changshou note that. Then Su Kaishi had Su Dagui take out 3 taels of silver and hand it to old Lu. When he finally received the money, he still felt it was somewhat unreal. This is the first time I've done business so smoothly. The family across from us didn't seem like normal people either. They were dressed like farmers, but were very generous. They let a child make the decisions on such an important matter. Once the carriage arrangement was finalized, the Su family members naturally stopped staying in the city. Once they reached the outskirts of the city, the group was filled with worry. Su Kaishi and Su Dagui cannot ride horses. We can't exactly walk back with it, can we? Su Dagui said with distress. These 2 twin horses will be more docile because they are together, so you can each ride one of them. As long as you don't run, you'll be fine. Ling Tong spoke up. Learning to ride a horse isn't difficult if it's just for transportation. The difficulty lies in the lack of courage for first-time riders. When the horse stands beside you, it actually looks very tall, giving you a sense of tension as if you were facing a giant beast. This is a subconscious human instinct. Once you overcome your fear, get on the bike, walk slowly, and get used to it for a while, you'll be able to ride it. Ling Tong then taught the 2 some riding tips and finally got them onto the saddle. Their palms were sweating with nervousness, but as the horse started to move, they calmed down considerably. That's how everything is. Once you've overcome the initial hurdle, nothing is truly difficult. I'll keep an eye on things. You just need to follow me. Seeing that the 2 had gotten used to riding horses, Ling Tong picked up Su Changshou and mounted the other horse. Walk. Ling Tong rode ahead on horseback, with Su Kaishi and Su Dagui following behind on horseback. Neither of them dared to crack the whip, but simply let the horse slowly follow Ling Tong toward Shaoyan village. After traveling a few miles, Su Kaishi and Su Dagui had almost figured out how to be more comfortable on horseback. The legs move in coordination with the horse's stride, so it's not so tiring. Su Kaishi said with delight. By the time we saw Shaoyan village, the sun was almost setting. Several groups of people, young and old, were chatting under the big tree at the entrance of the village. They were men, women, and children, each forming their own group. Look, someone on horseback is coming. Someone pointed to 3 figures not far away and shouted, causing everyone to crane their necks to look. Who would come to our village at this time? Goodness, they're all riding horses. Someone asked in confusion. That looks like Su Lao-san and his group. Aunt Zhao had the sharpest eyes. She recognized the figure immediately. As the group drew closer, they recognized Su Kaishi and his companions by their figures. Su Lao-san, where did he get his horse? Madame Su was also there. Upon hearing that it was Su Kaishi, she asked in confusion. And there's that Gue? The one leading the pack is that big guy we found. He's holding Changshou in his arms. Aunt Zhao, as if she were a scout, shared her findings. Wow, Su Lao-san can ride a horse now? Lai Shun's mother, do you know what happened? De Zhuang's mother looked at Su Wangshi and asked. Those around her also focused their attention on Su Wangshi, their faces full of curiosity. Well, maybe the county magistrate saw that it was getting late and had them bring the horses. You all know that the third son's family has a good relationship with the county magistrate. Madame Su guessed, but she had no idea where Su Lao-san's family got the horse. Recently, I've been visiting Su Kaishi's house more often, and in front of outsiders, I've acted as if I've reconciled with Su Kaishi's family as before. If I said I didn't know, wouldn't that make it seem like I didn't have a very good relationship with Su Lao-san's family? That wouldn't do. No wonder. The county magistrate really does have a good relationship with third brother's family. The last time De Zhuang's mother's house was robbed, and the last time a wolf killed someone in the back mountain, it was all because the county magistrate took pity on third brother. Aunt Zhao smiled. Mentioning the incident of a wolf killing someone in the back mountain sent a shiver down Su Wangshi's spine. This reminded her again that Su Lao-san was capable of killing people. I must get along well with the third brother. Su Wangshi thought to herself. Chapter 91. The character settings changed too fast. As they spoke, Su Kaishi and the others had already arrived at the village entrance. "Hey, third brother, you're back. Where did this horse come from?" Aunt Zhao spoke up, and people from other villages also greeted Su Kaishi. Nowadays, everyone in Shaoyan village knows that Su Kaishi's family is no longer what it used to be. They're not only wealthy, but also have the powerful backing of the county magistrate. Therefore, their attitude towards Su Kaishi's family changed unconsciously, and they became more reserved and respectful in their words and actions. Even the Su family's old residence was treated with a different attitude. "I bought it in town this morning," Su Kaishi explained with a smile. "Bought them. These 3 horses were all bought." Someone exclaimed in surprise, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the 3 horses that Su Kaishi and his companions were riding. They could accept it if the county magistrate sent them on horseback. If this was purchased, it would be astonishing. These 3 horses must have cost at least 200 taels of silver. Where did Su Laosan get the money? Everyone was speculating, with all sorts of thoughts running through their minds. "Yes, all of them." Su Kaishi Sumai. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, everyone gasped again. In that era, owning a horse was as significant as owning a luxury car worth millions in later generations. The Su family bought 3 horses at once. Madame Su was also shocked, her mouth agape. Like everyone else, all she knew was that Su Kaishi's family ran an amber egg business. But no matter how hard she racked her brains, she couldn't understand how the money from the amber egg could buy a horse. Is Su Laosan hiding something from the old family? Could he have gone out to rob and plunder? Su Wangshu began to speculate. Considering Su Kaishi's willingness to kill, she felt that her thoughts were quite plausible. Believing she had discovered some great secret, she felt both excited and afraid. "When I get back, I'll tell the people at the old house that I, Wang Xiuhua, have discovered Su Laosan's way of making money." The news that Su Kaishi's family had bought 3 horses quickly made headlines in Shaoyan village. Leaving aside the reactions of Su Kaishi's family members upon his return home. At the old house, after Su Wangshu vividly described her conjecture, she unsurprisingly received a scolding. Grandpa Su told her not to think about nonsense all day long, otherwise it would cause trouble for the Su family if rumors spread. Su Wangshu originally wanted to show off her discerning eye, but instead she suffered a beating, so she dared not mention the matter again. The people from the old house immediately went to Su Kaishi's house, as they also wanted to see the horse Su Kaishi had bought. This is truly an incredibly rare and extraordinary event. What a fine horse! This horse must have great stamina to pull the carriage. Su Shuli stroked the horse's back, his face filled with emotion. Grandpa also knows whether a horse is good or bad. Su Changshou asked curiously. Back when our Su family was still in Jingzhou, we were a large family, and we even raised horses. If it weren't for the war and the decline of their family fortunes, the Su family wouldn't have had to settle in this small village of Shaoyan. Su Li Zigan. Su Changshou suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder the old man's name sounds so refined. It was passable in my father's generation, but it really sounds rustic in my generation. It turns out the Su family was once glorious, but the decline has been gradual, with each generation becoming less successful. The old man must be hiding something. Su Changshou thought of it. None of the people had heard Su Shuli mention much about his past, so they were all very curious when they heard it now. But when pressed further, Su Shuli stopped talking about it. There's no car here. If there were, Grandpa would take you for a spin. I've known how to drive since I was a kid. Su Shuli smiled at Su Changshou. 3 cars have already been ordered, and they won't be delivered for another month. Su Changshou said, By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Why do you suddenly want to buy horses and carriages, and 3 of them at once? Su Shuli asked curiously, and everyone in the old house looked at Su Kaishi and the others with curiosity. The world is about to descend into chaos, so we must be prepared at all times. These 3 carriages should be enough for the women, children, and elderly in the family. It's better to be prepared than not. It's best if we don't need them. Su Kaishi et lai. He then recounted the news that Lu Luoling had brought to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in dismay. But when they heard that Su Kaishi's family had even thought of their old house when they bought a horse-drawn carriage, everyone couldn't help but feel moved. Su Wangshu, in particular, was extremely grateful that she had reconciled with her 3rd son's family so early. Otherwise, if they abandoned me, I'll be doomed. Madame Su patted her chest and happened to meet Su Changshou's gaze. She quickly gave him what she thought was a kind smile. Su Changshou rolled his eyes at the sight. Your persona has changed so quickly. I'm not used to it. Su Changshou thought to himself. Chapter 92. Borrowing a carriage. The Su family had prepared a livestock shed in advance when they built the courtyard. These 3 horses happened to be kept here. Su Kaishi, Su Dagu'e, and Ling Tong divided the work and took turns looking after the horses. The fodder they ate was prepared according to Ling Tong's instructions, and they were raised entirely according to the standards for war horses. The main ingredients, such as salt, beans, and wheat, can be bought in the mall, so the cost is not high. The Su family was naturally willing to feed these horses well. If these horses are raised in this way for a month or 2, they will definitely be plump and strong, and their endurance will be almost as good as that of war horses. Ling Tong looked at the 3 horses eating grass in the trough and said, in this era, even wealthy families wouldn't go to such lengths to maintain these carriage-pulling horses. You'd better take good care of them. These horses will be essential for your survival. Su Kaishi said with a look of surprise. Raising horses is naturally none of Su Changshou's business, especially since he's just a kid. There are 3 adult men in the family, which is enough to take care of these 3 horses. However, he would sometimes be happy to go along when the horses were being walked, letting Ling Tong lead the horse while he rode around Shaoyan village. Every time he encounters villagers, someone greets him with a smile. Little Changshou is running the horse race again. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the 3 carriages ordered by the Su family were made as agreed. When the carriage was brought back to Shaoyan village, it naturally drew gasps of surprise from everyone. The news that Su Laosan's family bought 3 horse-drawn carriages once again made headlines in Shaoyan village. However, having gone through so much, Su Kaishi had long since become accustomed to his family attracting attention. It's as if he's saying, I'm coming clean, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm a billionaire. Everything in the Su family is developing in a positive direction. Third brother, can I ask you something? Su Kaihai rubbed his hands together, looking at Su Kaishi with an embarrassed expression. Brother, just tell me what's wrong, and I'll definitely help if I can. Su Kaishi was a little curious, wondering what Su Kaihai wanted to see him for today. During this time, he also realized that Su Kaihai's family was trying to reconcile with his own family. Especially when they encountered a pack of wolves, he turned back to save them, and when Chunny was bullied by the Zheng family, he stood up for her. Su Kaishi kept it all in mind, and had already accepted the kindness of the eldest brother. Well, how should I put it? Could you lend me a carriage? I need to accompany your sister-in-law back to her parents' home. Su Kai said somewhat embarrassedly. Horses were more valuable than people in this era. In times of war, even 10 young women might not be enough to buy a horse, and he himself felt that his request was a bit excessive. Borrow a carriage? No problem. Su Kaishi thought about it for a moment and then agreed. In his mind, it was just a small matter. Really? That's great. It's not far for me to walk there. I was thinking that we'd always been suppressed by the Wang family, and today I wanted to regain some face. Su Kaihai said excitedly. Ever since the Wang family produced a scholar, the Su family has naturally become inferior to the Wang family. Even the people in the old house were somewhat tolerant of Su Wangshi, which was one of the reasons why Su Wangshi became somewhat domineering. But ever since Su Kaishi's family became wealthy, the old house has also become better and better off. Su Kaihai always wanted to return to the Wang family and finally get his revenge. And so, the opportunity has come today. Although the Wang family produced a scholar, they were still a small, humble family and not wealthy. Madame Su learned that her brother-in-law's monthly government grain subsidy had been discontinued after the last grain requisition by the imperial court. Presumably, the Wang family is not having an easy time either. Today, Madame Su wants to go back and see if they need any help. So Su Kaihai had the idea of borrowing a carriage from Su Kaishi. If they could drive back in a horse-drawn carriage, would the Wang family still dare to say that the Su family was climbing the social ladder? A horse-drawn carriage? Can your Wang family afford that? My Su family owns 3 of them. Although the family has separated, it is still the Su family. I see. In that case, bring these few pounds of wolf meat with you. It wouldn't look good for a son-in-law to come to the house without bringing something. Su Kaishi was also a man, so he naturally understood Su Kaihai's thoughts. He just wanted to make up for lost face over the years. He understood. It just so happens that no one in the family wants to eat the wolf meat hanging on the eaves, so it would be appropriate for him to take it as a gift to the Wang family. I'm so sorry. Seeing that Su Kaihai had become somewhat polite at this moment, Su Kaishi couldn't help but find it amusing. People are like that. When they don't get along with you, they act like a rogue, but once you get close to them, they become shameless. If you don't know how to drive a carriage, you can have the Gue come along. He's practiced a lot these days. Su Kaishi, my. No need. I've been playing around with it a few times lately, and I can run it. Su Kaihai quickly said. Since discussing the matter of being prepared to flee at any time with the Su family's old residents, people from the old residents have frequently come to familiarize themselves with how to drive a horse-drawn carriage. It's impossible to rely solely on Su Kaishi's family for 3 cars. Someone at the old house also needs to know how to drive. Su Kaihai had only been learning from him for the past few days, and surprisingly, he had already mastered it. Chapter 93 Bloodstained Manhwa County Government Office. Lu Wen looked at the letter in his hand, his chest heaving, his face full of anger. This is outrageous. Who is that Marquis of Shokong? He's ignorant and incompetent, a bully who preys on men and women. To send him to oversee the army in Yongsheng. Has the court lost its mind? Lu Wen started cursing loudly. This letter was sent by carrier pigeon to Zhao Xianlin, a close friend of his in Nanjing and a secretary in the Imperial Secretariat. The letter stated that the Imperial Court had been making a lot of moves recently. First, the residences of 3 censors were confiscated, and new censors were appointed, with the selected officials completely following the lead of the Empress Dowager's faction. The court has become a chaotic mess, and the Zhang family's henchmen are now everywhere in Nanjing. Many of the old ministers entrusted with the care of the young emperor have claimed illness and stopped attending court. However, this did not make the other side restrain themselves. On the contrary, it allowed some people to thrive in the court, and bad policies were frequently introduced. First, he ordered the 5 prefectures in the southern border region to increase taxes in order to ensure the supply of food and provisions for the army in Yongsheng, which caused great suffering to the people and many families to be broken up and people to die. However, by the time the grain and supplies reached Yongsheng, only 1/10 of them remained. Now, appointing the Marquis of Shokong as the military governor of Yongsheng is simply outrageous. This Marquis of Shokong was a nephew of Empress Zhang, named Zhang Fu. Back then, he was disliked by the late emperor because of his unruly and incorrigible nature. He killed 13 members of a family in Nanjing because he took a fancy to a woman shopping there. Such a heinous act should have warranted immediate execution. It was only after Empress Dowager Zhang pleaded that he was banished to Beiding Prefecture and forbidden from ever setting foot in Jinling again. Unexpectedly, less than a year after the late emperor's death, Empress Dowager Zhang could no longer contain herself. The dynasty is about to fall into chaos. Lu Wen pressed his temples, deeply worried about the future of Great Xia. Xiaofeng Village is the village where Su Wangshi's maternal home is located. It is about 5 miles away from Xiaoyan Village. However, this place is built right next to a cliff, so it appears extremely remote. There are only a few households in this secluded village, so it's quite peaceful. Honey, why did you borrow the 3rd son's carriage today? It's very precious. Su Wangshi sat in the carriage, looking around and touching things here and there. She had seen the carriage a few times, but since it was at Su Kaishi's house, she was too embarrassed to look at it too closely. Now that it's just the 3 of us in this car, we can naturally take the time to study it properly. I was thinking of not letting you and Lai Shun walk together, so you wouldn't get tired. As soon as I asked, the 3rd brother lent us the money and even gave me a few pounds of wolf meat. Su Kaihai naturally dared not say that he came to your house to save face, so he could only lie. You're kind-hearted. If you had known, you wouldn't have argued with Su Lao-san. There was never any real conflict between you. He's actually a pretty good person. Su Wangshi said with some regret. When granaries are full, people know etiquette. When food and clothing are plentiful, people know honor and shame. Now that the Su family is doing better and better, naturally there are fewer family conflicts. As a result, Su Wangshi's awareness also increased. Oh, why does this smell of blood? Could someone in the village be slaughtering a pig? At this moment, Su Kaihai, who was driving the carriage, sniffed and asked curiously. It's not a holiday. Who would slaughter a pig? Besides, I didn't know anyone in the village raised pigs. Madame Su Smai. That's right, it smells of blood. Su Kaihai said confidently. The car drove into the village, and it was quiet. There was no one at the village entrance. Everything was eerily quiet. What exactly happened? At this moment, Su Kaihai was already somewhat uneasy. His intuition told him that something bad must have happened here. Xiuhua, something seems wrong. Su Kaihai whispered to Su Wangshu inside the car. If something seems wrong, you're just scaring yourself. You heartless bastard. Have you forgotten where I live? Why are you giving me this? Su Wangshu, hidden behind the curtain, laughed and scolded. No, really, there's something wrong. The smell of blood is too strong, and it's too quiet. Su Kaihai said with some fear. Come to my house. Madame Su lifted the curtain, took a deep breath. Her expression changed, and she hurriedly urged him on. Su Kaihai quickly cracked his whip, increasing his speed. When they arrived at a place with houses, Su Kaihai witnessed a breathtaking scene. In a yard of a farmer's house, 2 corpses were lying on the ground. A woman's clothes were torn off, leaving her barely clothed and unable to rest in peace. Clearly, he suffered some inhuman treatment before his death. Someone's dead. Su Kaihai almost cried out in surprise, his heart pounded, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Wife, something terrible has happened. It seems the village has been attacked by bandits. Su Kaihai stammered. Madame Su also witnessed this horrifying scene and was startled. But thinking of Su Laishun sitting in the car, she suppressed her fear and quickly covered her mouth. He then turned back and told Su Laishun not to look. Hurry, go to my house. Madame Su was extremely anxious at this moment. Could they still be here? If we go over there like this, wouldn't we be walking into a trap? Su Kaihai said with some concern. Are you going or not? If you're not going, I'll go by myself. Su Wangshu didn't care about anything else. All she wanted to do was confirm that her family was safe. Su Kaihai sighed and headed towards the Wang family's residence. He prayed in his heart that the bandits had gone far away. Along the way, they saw several more corpses, and even found a child hiding in a tree in front of a house, staring at them with terrified eyes. Su Kaihai wanted to ask him what was going on, but the child jumped down from the tree and quickly ran away. So he had no choice but to give up. The car was parked in front of the Wang family's house. Before Su Kaihai could get out of the car, Madame Su jumped out first. He hurriedly ran into the house. Su Kaihai told Su Laishun to stay in the car and quickly followed. Father, mother. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Su Wangshu's heart-wrenching cries. Chapter 94 Tragedy. Su Kaihai looked over and saw that the 2 people lying on the ground with bloodstains on their chests were his father-in-law and mother-in-law. To the side was an 11-year-old boy, also lying in a pool of blood. This is his brother-in-law, Wang Hongyun. In the corner, there was another person with blood all over his chest. It was his brother-in-law, Wang Chengwang. The entire Wang family of 4 lay neatly arranged on the ground. The room was ransacked, and it's estimated that all valuables and food had been looted. At this moment, Madame Su was crying her eyes out, her face completely devoid of its usual radiance. He looked like a walking corpse with empty eyes. Xiuhua, your brother-in-law is still alive. He's still breathing. Su Kaihai had just checked the breathing of each of them and found that Wang Chengwang was still breathing. His words stirred a slight ripple in Su Wangshu's previously lifeless heart. A glimmer of light returned to his eyes, and he rushed to Wang Xiutsai's side. Elder brother. Su Wangshu shook his body, trying to get him to open his eyes. Stop shaking. Quickly, save him. Take him to a doctor. Su Kaihai quickly stopped her. If she continued shaking him, Wang Xiutsai would probably die even faster. Madame Su quickly helped lift Scholar Wang onto the carriage. Right now, the living are more important than the dead. The 2 hurriedly carried Wang Xiutsai's body to the side of the carriage. Su Laishun, who was already somewhat frightened in the car, was even more terrified when he saw his uncle hanging by a thread, with blood gushing from his chest. He burst into tears. However, at this moment, Su and Wang had no time to comfort him. They put Wang Xiutsai on the carriage and hurried to the town to find a doctor. Who goes there? Just then, a burly man carrying a knife walked out of the courtyard of a house not far away and shouted. It was obvious that the commotion was too loud and had alerted him. Come quick, there's a carriage here. Once he realized it was a carriage, his eyes lit up and he shouted into the courtyard. Then dozens of figures came running out of the courtyard, each carrying a weapon. Quickly, catch them. Don't let them leak the news. That horse is ours. Someone in the crowd shouted something, and then they all ran towards Su Kaihai. Damn it, they're coming after us. Su Kaihai was shocked. He hadn't expected that the group of thieves hadn't left yet. Drive! He quickly lashed the horse's rump with his whip and galloped rapidly toward Shaoyan village. Swoosh! 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 Several arrows shot from behind the carriage, one of which flew past Su Kaihai's head. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Wife, lower the window shutter and hold it steady. Su Kaihai shouted at Su Wangshe behind the curtain without turning his head. Then he suddenly swung the whip. The horse, in pain, reared up and galloped away. The pursuers behind them, seeing that they could not catch up, stopped after running for a mile. But Su Kaihai dared not stop and continued to drive the carriage quickly. Wang Xiaocai on the bus is still waiting to be saved. However, he still needed to go to Shaoyan village to inform them. Shaoyan village is the closest village to Xiaofeng village. If this gang of thieves suddenly goes to Shaoyan village, that would be terrible. It only took a quarter of an hour to arrive at Su Kaishi's door. Kaishi, thieves have broken into Xiaofeng village, and many people have died. Someone also died in your sister-in-law's family. Wang Xiaocai is in the carriage. I need to take him to town. Go quickly and inform father and the village head. Those thieves haven't left yet. As soon as Su Kaihai stopped the carriage, he shouted towards Su Kaishi's courtyard. The Su family was shocked to hear this. They heard Su Wangshe crying from inside the carriage, lifted the curtain, and saw Wang Xiaocai bleeding profusely. She'll bleed to death. Get her to the hospital immediately. Su Kaishi exclaimed in surprise. Su Changshou also glanced at it. The wound was very deep, and if the bleeding wasn't stopped soon, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. He quietly exchanged a bottle of hemostatic medicine from a store and handed it to Ling Tong. Apply it to him quick, he whispered to Ling Tong. Ling Tong nodded, ignoring what it was, and boarded the carriage amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. He tore open the clothes covering the wound and poured an entire bottle of hemostatic medicine onto it. What are you doing? Madame Su asked, not understanding why. A hemostatic medicine. Ling Tong is a martial artist. Su Changshou offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Madame Su showed a hint of gratitude. At this point, the bleeding from the wound had visibly decreased, and Su Wangshe was finally relieved. I didn't expect the hemostatic medicine from the mall to be so effective. It looks like it's not genuine. Su Changshou was also surprised by the effects of this medicine, which were far superior to those sold in pharmacies in his previous life. Without lingering, Su Kaihai quickly abandoned Su Laishun and drove the carriage towards the town. The crowd surrounded Su Laishun and asked him more questions. He didn't know much, but everyone knew that things had gotten serious. Su Kaishi hurriedly went to the Su family's old residence and found the village head to inform him of the matter. The village head convened a meeting of all the villagers of Shaoyan village to discuss countermeasures. Chapter 95. The village head's house was now surrounded by people. What should we do? They've killed so many people. If they come to our Shaoyan village, it'll be disastrous. Why don't we report this to the authorities and let them figure out a solution? What's the panic? They might not even come here yet. This is a time to discuss countermeasures. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, and the discussion became quite heated. They all felt deeply saddened by the tragedy that befell Xiaofeng village. Kaishi, could you go to the county and report this to Lord Liu? The village head asked Su Kaishi, and everyone looked at him. Okay, I'll have the go right away. Su Kaishi nodded. He had the same idea. This matter definitely needed to be made known to the authorities. Su Daguay can ride a horse, so a trip to the county won't take much time. I think it would be best if the able-bodied young men in our village could form a village protection team to patrol the village. If some bad guys really do get in, we'll have some way to fight back. Su Kaishi suggested. This is what Su Changshou just told him. That's a good idea. Every household should send at least one adult male. We'll have to work hard for a while. Once the authorities have apprehended that gang of thieves, we can finally relax. The village head nodded. There's too much work to do at home, and we can't spare anyone from our family. Just then, Zhao Li spoke up. Why shouldn't anyone from your family come out? If thieves come, do you think your family can escape? Some people disagreed. The Zhao family had stolen money from De Zhuang's mother's house last time, which made them the envy of the villagers. Naturally, some people wouldn't tolerate them now. Anyway, we're not sending anyone. Whoever wants to go can go. The dead pig in Zhao Li's house is not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. She didn't allow the Zhao family to send anyone, not because there was too much work to do at home. Instead, upon hearing that the people on the other side were ruthless individuals willing to kill, she was unwilling to let the men in her family take such risks. The village head also looked troubled. This is a real problem when you encounter a rogue. You can't force them to send someone. After Zhao Lishur started, several other families in the crowd hesitated and refused to send anyone. Everyone knows this is dangerous and doesn't want to get involved. That's human nature. If they can hide behind someone, they'll never show themselves. Even if the sky falls, someone else will hold it up. You don't have to send anyone, but if thieves really enter the village and rob your house, we won't be responsible. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Yes, we won't get involved if no one comes." This led many people to echo this sentiment. If we don't care, we won't care. That thief has probably already run away, Zhao Li said weakly. The meeting ended unhappily. When the final count was completed, only 48 people were willing to join the village defense team. This includes the Su family members. Kaishi, your family can hunt wolves? Why don't you be the captain? The village head thought for a moment and then said, "Let Ling Tong do it. He's good at this." Su Kaishi recommended Ling Tong. Family members know their own affairs. He wouldn't know anything about these things. All right, you can decide for yourselves. The safety of the village is in your hands during this period. The village head laughed. Lu Wen took this matter very seriously and personally led the county magistrate and a group of men over. When they returned from the investigation in Xiaofeng village and shared their findings with the Su family, everyone realized that the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. All 23 households in Xiaofeng village suffered from the disaster. Aside from those not in the village, there was the child who climbed the tree to escape and Wang Xiaocai who was rescued. A total of 87 people were brutally murdered. This is something no ordinary bandit or thief could do. They usually only care about money and wouldn't be so bloodthirsty. That blade is also a standard issue knife used in the military. When asked, the surviving child knew nothing crucial. Lu Wen said in a somewhat heavy tone. All the signs he was being told were making things very difficult for him. This is no longer a simple matter of a village being massacred. Before he even returned, Su Kaihai drove the carriage back. Wang Xiaocai was carried into the house. He had already bandaged his wound, but he looked somewhat haggard, and his lips were pale. "Wang Qinwang, do you know who did this?" Lu Wen looked at Wang Xiaocai lying on the bed and asked. The only way to find out the whole story right now is from him. Wang Qinwang had just experienced a tremendous tragedy today, with his parents and younger brother dying tragically before his eyes. His family was destroyed, and he looked somewhat dejected. He stood there stunned for a long time before looking up at Lu Wen. This morning a group of thieves broke into the village and killed everyone they saw. They searched every house, and it was clear from the start that they had no intention of letting anyone go. There were about 50 people in the group. Although they hid very well, I could still tell that they were soldiers. Moreover, they were veterans of a major battle. They were filled with a fierce aura, and some of them were wounded. Although they weren't wearing leather armor, their actions and words clearly indicated that they were soldiers. Wang Qinwang spoke slowly and softly. "Soldiers? Do you know which army they are?" Lu Wen asked. "I don't know. When someone tried to stab me with a knife, I saw the character late, lie, meaning fierce/fierce engraved on the blade." Wang Qinwang recalled. "Flame? In our Great Xiao army, there's a unit called the Flame Army, and all the weapons in this army are engraved with the character flame. As far as I know, this army was also transferred to defend Yongsheng after the great victory at Yongsheng. How did it end up in Manhwa County?" Lu Wen murmured. "Could something have gone wrong in Yongsheng?" Su Changshou then spoke up. Chapter 96. Su Changshou's words about his bloodthirstiness serve as a wake-up call for Lu Wen. If something really goes wrong in Yongsheng, it will be a catastrophe. I'll send a message by carrier pigeon when I get back and ask about it. Lu Wen dared not delay and wanted to rush back to the county office to write a letter to inquire about what had happened to someone who might know the inside story. These bandits have been found out for the time being, so you still need to be careful. If they really come to Shaoyan village, and we are outnumbered, we should flee to the county seat as soon as possible. Lu Wen gave instructions. There are dozens of villages under the jurisdiction of Manhwa County, and it is impossible for him to leave all the soldiers guarding the county town in Shaoyan village. Unless we can find the whereabouts of those bandits and wipe them out in one fell swoop, we can only wait for them to reappear. It's very passive, but there's nothing we can do. With Ling Tong around in Shaoyan village, nothing serious should happen. Then he sent people to several nearby villages to warn them to be careful, and then hurriedly returned to the county government office with his men. "Sai, looks like I won't dare to sleep tonight at least." Su Gai Si Sai. It's alright. Now that we've formed a village protection team, and with an expert like Ling Tong around, as long as we strengthen our defenses and prevent them from sneaking into the village, we're not afraid of them if they come openly. Su Changshou comforted him. There was something he didn't say. If the other side really had over 50 people, even Ling Tong on his side might not be able to handle it. A fifth-rank expert can easily handle 30 to 50 ordinary people, but if the opponents are all soldiers who have been on the battlefield, it will be difficult to deal with them. Many of these officers and soldiers must possess the strength of at least a first-rank martial artist. One careless move could easily lead to a mishap. If someone is determined to kill a few villagers, Ling Tong alone cannot protect them. The village protection team, formed by Shaoyan Village, consists of ordinary people, and these people combined probably don't have much fighting power. Fortunately, he has an online store. If all else fails, he can spend money to hire more people. He checked his online store balance and found he had 6,314 taels and 432 coins left, which put his mind at ease. During this period, the income from soap production has been very low, and with the purchase of horses and carriages, the balance has not increased much. Deep in the mountains behind, in a cave. At this moment, more than 50 strong men had gathered. Their clothes were mostly dark red, and almost everyone had scars on their bodies. Some of them had extremely ferocious faces, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Boss, those officials who went up the mountain to search today must have been reported by the man who drove the carriage during the day. I should have shot the horse with that arrow. I shouldn't have let him get away. A young man spoke up menacingly. It's too late to say anything now. Those government officials probably won't go to the trouble of searching us any further. Let's find an opportunity to continue south. Manhwa County isn't safe here either. The leader, a middle-aged man, spoke up. I found out that the person is from Shaoyan Village. He has 3 horse-drawn carriages at home. If we could get our hands on it, it will be much easier to head south. Moreover, a family that can afford to keep 3 horses must be a wealthy dog-owning family. It's a perfect opportunity for us to make a big profit. The young man said excitedly. The government officials have just searched the mountains. If we attack the village now, it will probably attract too much attention. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. After we finish this, we can leave overnight and avoid the main force behind us. The young man offered his advice. Yes, boss, Lu Zi is right. It's just a slightly larger village than the previous one. Any one of us could easily take them down. Go tonight. It will only take an hour to resolve everything. Some people echoed this sentiment. How many people live in this village? The middle-aged man who was leading the group asked. Including women and children, there are probably only 300 to 500 people. That's what the young man named Lu Zi said. Killing them all would be against the natural order. The middle-aged man sighed. During their escape south, they traveled at night and avoided towns to prevent their identities from being exposed. At first, they had a dozen or so horses, with several people riding one. Later, when food became scarce, they simply killed and ate the horse. Along the way, in search of food, they have already slaughtered 3 families and 2 small villages. His men had clearly developed a bandit mentality, treating ordinary people as prey. How is this any different from barbarians? But he couldn't let his men starve to death, so he had no choice but to let them go. There are 300 to 500 people in this small village of Yin. If he were to kill them all, he really wouldn't be able to bring himself to do it. If the boss thinks we've killed too many people, we can sneak in quietly and just loot a few of the big households. This village is probably big enough that a few households should be sufficient for our needs. The main thing is that we absolutely must get those 3 horse-drawn carriages. Lu Zi said, All right, remember, don't take any more lives. The middle-aged man sighed. The moon was bright and the stars were few. The cawing of crows echoed through the mountains and forests. A group of people were quietly walking briskly towards the tranquil Shaoyan village. They were going to hunt for tonight's prey. Chapter 97 Night, Raid Tonight. Shaoyan village seems no different from any other day. But in the shadows, the village protection team members had already been divided into 4 groups by Ling Tong to keep watch in the village, each guarding one of the 4 directions of the village. They also assigned 10 people to set up hidden sentries in concealed locations. These villagers had not received professional training, and Ling Tong did not have time to teach them much. They were simply told to warn others immediately if they discovered anyone had broken in. They carried hoes, pitchforks, and sticks to bolster their courage. Fortunately, Shaoyan village is not large, so if someone were to approach from the outside, these people would be able to spot them immediately. Ling Tong stood guard near the Su family's residence, his six senses activated, constantly listening to everything around him. The village was quiet at midnight. Several of the night watchmen had already begun to doze off. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a rapid gong-beating sound rang out. The night watchman immediately perked up. The sound of the gong means that people have entered the village. The village protection team members gripped their hoes and wooden sticks tightly, looking both excited and nervous. They all ran towards the direction from which the sound came from, the direction of the Su family's residence. I didn't expect them to have hidden sentries. I underestimated them. Lu Zi said somewhat awkwardly to the middle-aged man who was called the boss. We've been discovered. We can't operate covertly anymore. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Today's events are developing in a direction beyond his control. He didn't want to commit any more killings, but now that he's been discovered, he'll probably lose the lives of the villagers. Soon, all the members of the village protection team arrived. A group of people, carrying farm tools, stood behind Ling Tong and Su Kaishi, looking at the bandits with some fear. Boss, they asked for it today, so don't blame us for being ruthless, Lu Zi said to the middle-aged man, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Looking at the group of farmers opposite him, armed with hoes and wooden sticks, he saw only mockery, not a trace of worry. To them, who were fighting against barbarians, these farmers were no different from a flock of lambs. You decide what to do. The middle-aged man didn't want to say anything more and close his eyes. Along the way, he felt that although his former comrades still respected him, they had become too bloodthirsty, and even he could no longer control them. Kill them. Kill them all. Lu Zi shouted and charged out first, knife in hand. The people behind them, brandishing knives, excitedly followed. Tonight is destined to be their celebration. After these prey are killed, the village's food, money, carriages, and women will all be their spoils. This is much more enjoyable than when I was in the army. To hell with military orders. To hell with protecting Great Xia. Right now, all they want to do is kill. 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 Ling Tong drew his sword and was the first to step forward to meet him. Behind him were farmers. If he had been a step too late, they would have fled immediately. He must first intimidate the enemy and boost the morale of his own side. When they saw someone rushing out of the farmhouse across the way with a knife, Lu Zi and the others were somewhat surprised, but that was all. Having seen everything on the battlefield, the fact that someone on the other side dared to challenge them only piqued his interest. Bang! The sound of metal clashing. The immense force sent the two bandits staggering back several steps. Lu Zi and the others were startled. Warrior. Ling Tong's skills made them take him seriously instantly. I don't understand why there would be martial artists in such a small village. Good. Su Kaishi led a burst of cheers, which greatly boosted the morale of his side. Surround him. Liu Zi shouted. Soon, more than a dozen people surrounded Ling Tong. They swarmed forward. Worried about Su Kaishi and the others behind him, Ling Tong dared not waste any time and used all his skills. With a swift stroke, he killed the two men in the blink of an eye. Su Kaiquan, standing behind him, had his eyes light up. He had long wanted to become an apprentice. Witnessing Ling Tong commit murder today has been even more exhilarating. But many villagers around him looked fearful, clearly seeing such a bloody scene for the first time. Damn it, he's a high-level martial artist. Surround him. Send some men to kill those villagers. Seeing that Ling Tong was a formidable fighter, Lu Zi decided to send some men to deal with Su Kaishi and the others. He didn't believe Ling Tong could afford to worry about these people. As long as he was distracted, he would have a chance to kill him. Seeing the bandits heading in his direction, Su Kaishi felt a little scared. But he still stood up straight, with the Su brothers, Su Kaiquan and Su Kaihai beside him. Su Daguai and Su Kaijiang were left at home to guard the house. A dozen or so people slashed at Su Kaishi and his group. Although everyone was afraid, they were fortunate to have several times the number of people on their side, and seeing Su Kaishi and the others going to meet them, they gritted their teeth and charged forward, wielding sticks and hoes. After several months of training from Ling Tong, Su Kaishi has now reached a level of strength close to that of a first-grade martial artist. With the help of his two brothers, he fought a stalemate with one of the bandits on the other side, and even had the upper hand. However, the situation was not so optimistic for the other villagers. Although it was 4 or 5 people fighting against one, they were in a chaotic state, fighting and retreating at the same time. Changshou stood at his doorstep, looking at everything before him, and sighed helplessly. Oh well, there's nothing I can do but spend the money. After saying that, he turned and went back into the house. He had hoped to save more money for emergencies, but he still couldn't save that amount. When he came out again, a burly man wielding 2 iron halberds was standing next to him. Chapter 98, I am Dianwei, a 7th-rank martial artist, 9 feet tall, with superhuman strength, wielding a pair of iron halberds. The halberd in the left hand weighs 39 jin, and the halberd in the right hand weighs 41 jin. Changshou spent 5,000 taels of silver to exchange for it from them all. Changshou felt a pang of heartache, seeing that he still had more than 1,000 taels left in his account. This was money I had saved up for a long time, and it's almost all gone in one go. Ling Tong was being besieged by more than 30 people and was already struggling. He fought and dodged, narrowly avoiding fatal attacks several times. These bandits were clearly seasoned veterans. They coordinated seamlessly with each other, and despite their large numbers, they remained completely organized. After an attack, never linger. Retreat quickly and look for another opportunity to strike. It was clear they wanted to wear down Ling Tong through a war of attrition. Meanwhile, the village protection team, despite having more people, was being overwhelmed and beaten by a dozen or so bandits. De Zhuang had just been stabbed in the arm, and blood spurted out, which made everyone even more fearful and want to turn around and run away. The tide has turned. You're all doomed. If you had stayed home and slept peacefully, allowing us to plunder a few of the wealthy households, most of you would have survived. Now you all have no choice but to die. But don't worry, we'll arrange for your family to come and keep you company in a little while. Lu Zi grinned savagely, brandishing his knife and shouting at the villagers of Shaoyan village. This made the members of the village protection team tense up and even more flustered. Clearly, these words had disturbed his mind and thrown him into disarray. Run! Someone shouted something, and the village guards who had been fighting back with hoes and sticks turned and ran. It's over. This was Su Kaishi's thought at that moment. If someone took the lead in running away, it would inevitably trigger a chain reaction, and his side would be doomed. Sure enough, upon hearing this shout, everyone was afraid of falling behind. Ignoring everything else, he parried twice and then turned and ran away in a panic. 2 people collided directly with each other, crying out in pain and staggering to the ground. The scene was in complete chaos. The Su brothers quickly stepped back a few paces and looked around. At this moment, only De Zhuang was still standing on their side, holding a fork. Go to hell. Lu Zi raised his long knife menacingly and slashed at Su Kaishi's head. Ling Tong was entangled in the chaotic battle and had no time to attend to this side. Just as Su Kaishi and the others were waiting to die, a tall and imposing figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Clang! The long sword in Lu Zi's hand snapped in two, and he was knocked back 5 or 6 steps before he could barely regain his footing. I am Dianwei. You traitor, prepare to die. Dianwei roared and charged towards Lu Zi and the others. Su Kaishi and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Third brother, what's this? Su Kaikwan looked at Su Kaishi. We'll talk about it later. Su Kaishi had already guessed the man's background, estimating it to be similar to Ling Tong's. Feeling the throbbing numbness in his hand, Lu Zi's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he hadn't seen it, he already knew that his tiger's mouth had been ripped open. Is this even human? Lu Zi quickly stepped back and looked at the burly man on the field who was wielding his double halberds in a wide and sweeping manner. With a casual slash, he killed one person and sent them crashing to the ground. The heavy iron halberd looked like it was made of wood in his hands, and he wielded it with ease. In just a few breaths, 5 people had already lost their lives on the spot. Fear had already set in on their side, and they huddled together, too afraid to step forward. This man's strength is no less than that of the commander of our flame army. The middle-aged man who hadn't made a move looked astonished and was surprised. How could there be 2 high-level martial artists in this village? Leaving aside the burly man wielding double halberds now, even a martial artist who just now wielded a long saber possessed the strength of a 5th or 6th rank warrior. The middle-aged man's eyes were grave. He had already realized that things seemed to be going badly. Withdraw. He hurriedly called out to Lu Zi and the others. If we don't leave now, We won't be able to leave at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Zi and the others, though unwilling, hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield and attempted to retreat. The pressure on Ling Tong's side instantly decreased. However, Dian Wei's orders were not to let a single one escape. Seeing the thief turn to leave, he leaped forward and was already in front of the crowd. Wow, how could such a big guy jump so far? Su Kaikwan clicked his tongue, utterly shocked, and looked at Dian Wei with envy. Thief, don't run. Dian Wei wielded his twin halberds with effortless skill, cutting down 2 more men in quick succession. Seeing this, Ling Tong quickly rejoined the battle. Seeing that some thieves were trying to escape, he stepped forward and blocked them with his sword. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. 2 people were chasing and hacking at dozens of others. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. The situation has completely reversed. Meanwhile, the village guards who had just fled stopped and looked back when they saw that no one was chasing them. Those who were thought to have escaped must have perished by now. But upon closer inspection, it turned out to be quite the opposite. The burly man who appeared out of nowhere joined forces with a man the Su family had taken in a chase and kill the vicious thief. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down several people. Who is this? Everyone was puzzled and subconsciously looked in the direction of the Su family. The little boy from a Su family was standing in front of the door, watching the battlefield. Although his expression was unclear, everyone could still sense his composure. Chapter 99 à favorable situation. Su Changshou watched the fight unfold quietly. Seeing Dian Wei's invincible and unstoppable momentum, I felt a little better. It's worth the price. You won't regret buying it. The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. 31 of the thieves were still standing, like lambs to the slaughter. 2 against 31, a winning situation. The only slight problem is that these prey tend to roam around. Ling Tong's task was to keep them in Dian Wei's sight. The rest is up to the twin halberds. There are no fancy moves. Whenever Dian Wei makes a move, he takes a life with a single halberd strike, without any hesitation. The middle-aged man watched as his men dwindled in number, and his heart was filled with grief. Lu Zi had just fallen right in front of him, dying with his eyes wide open. They still seemed unable to believe that what was supposed to be a routine attack on a village had ended up like this. Stop. We surrender. The middle-aged man finally spoke up, unable to bear the thought of his former comrades being slaughtered again. Dian Wei glanced at the entrance of the Su family's residence, and seeing that Su Changshou did not nod, he ignored the man. He continued killing people on his own. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot, but he still noticed the direction Dian Wei was looking. Is it that child? He was surprised and doubtful, but he also felt that his guess might be true. It's highly unusual for 2 high-level martial artists to appear in this village. Just now, the burly man with the double halberds was actually asking the child for his opinion, which made it impossible for him to see clearly. However, now is not the time to dwell on this matter. He must first stop this killing that is targeting his own people. Thinking of this, he felt a pang of sadness again. He had originally come tonight to be a hunter, and he even advised Lu Zi and the others not to commit any more killings. But now they realized that they were nothing more than prey who had walked into a trap. Retribution! With a sigh, he quickly bowed to the child, who was unusually calm for his age. Please, sir, order your men to stop. We are willing to surrender. He bowed as he said this, quietly waiting for the child's response. The scene of the killing was right next to them, making it seem like 2 completely different worlds. Su Changshou looked coldly at the middle-aged man who was bowing to him. He did not utter a word. The fact that 87 people had died in that sealed-off village meant he would not let this group go. A bead of sweat appeared on the middle-aged man's nose, and he could hear several more of his companions collapsing beside him. But the child in the distance seemed not to hear, turning a deaf ear. Please forgive them, young master. It is my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. I will bear all the blame. Spare my comrades. They are all men who once killed barbarians. The middle-aged man knelt heavily on the ground with a thud and pleaded loudly with Su Changshou. Boss, don't kneel before him. We have to bear the consequences of our own actions. We should have died long ago. The thieves who were fighting saw their heads kneeling before a child, and they all shouted. Su Changshou looked at the kneeling man and remained silent. Su Kai-hai, Su Kai-kwan, and the others felt as if they were seeing Su Changshou for the first time when they witnessed this scene. I used to think of him as just a child, but today I realize that this child is probably stronger than us adults. Today's events, it seems that Ling Tong, who is influencing the battle, and this expert who calls himself Dian Wei, are both following Su Changshou's orders, right? Faced with the middle-aged man's desperate pleas, Su Changshou remained silent and indifferent. This felt very strange to them, but they couldn't quite put their finger on why. It was as if that small body contained a mysterious and unfathomable soul that they needed to look up to. Kaishi, is Changshou like this all the time? Su Kai swallowed hard and asked somewhat timidly. He's still a child, don't overthink it. Su Kaishi spoke up. Whose child acts like this? This kid is more mature than an adult. Su Kai and Su Kaikwan thought to themselves. Seeing his former comrades in arms fall to the ground one by one, the middle-aged man shed 2 streams of tears. He regretted that he should not have indulged them, which led to their complete loss of their true nature and brought about his own demise. As the last bandit fell to the ground, the middle-aged man glanced at Su Changshou and slowly stood up. He raised a knife in his hand, about to slash his own neck. Stop him. At this moment, Su Changshou spoke up. Clang! The long sword was smashed down by a tremendous force. Dian Wei had somehow appeared beside him, glaring at him menacingly. Why did you save me? The middle-aged man roared. He wanted to die, to reunite with his former comrades. Having traveled south all the way, he had long since become like a walking corpse, and death was a relief for him. I want to know some more things before I die. Su Changshou spoke ganli. Huh, Dilita? Su Kai and the others stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered as to why a child could utter such cold words to a dying man. Do you want to provoke someone one last time before you die? Chapter 100 Shocking Change 3 in one long chapter, Name Identity. Zhang Duo, Lieutenant of the Blazing Flame Army. Why did you come to Manhwa County? Su Changshou asked. He had to figure out why these people were here. We followed the general in Yongcheng to resist the barbarians, and we had managed to stabilize the situation by proceeding step by step. First, the food supply was insufficient, and even when the brothers went into battle, they could only eat twice a day. Later, the imperial court suddenly sent that scoundrel, Marquis Shokong, to supervise the army. As a result, he was greedy for merit and acted rashly, forcing the general to attack the barbarian camp even though he knew it was a trap. They fell into an ambush, the general was killed, and only 1 in 10 of the 30,000 soldiers of the Blazing Flame Army survived. Marquis Shokong, fearing implication, instead blamed our flaming army for not fighting bravely enough and falsely accused us of colluding with the barbarians. They dispatched troops to capture 13 officers and soldiers of my flame army who had fled back. All flame army soldiers who had fled back were also to be investigated. Over 360 innocent soldiers were killed in one night. We had no other choice, so we gathered our brothers and fled Yongcheng overnight. This court treats us like pigs and dogs. Why should we risk our lives for them? This great Xia, which it protects, belongs to the powerful and wealthy, to the royal family. What does it have to do with us pigs and dogs? When Zhang Duo recalled the incident, his eyes still blazed with anger, and his chest heaved, clearly indicating that he was harboring resentment. Why were innocent civilians from Xiafeng village massacred? Su Changshou asked. We traveled 500 miles along the way, resting during the day and traveling at night, eating in the wind and sleeping in the open, in order to conceal our identities. When they ran out of rations, they ate the horses, and when they had no other choice, they resorted to robbing. But robbing would expose my identity, so I have no choice but to kill. They've come all this way filled with resentment towards the imperial court. They've long since developed a bandit-like nature, and even I can't control them. Zhang Duo said with a dejected expression. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Su Changshou asked. Without the flaming army, and given that Yongcheng is already completely corrupt, it will inevitably fall apart. We have been away from Yongcheng for a month now, and I'm afraid the situation there is not optimistic. It's even possible that the city has already fallen. On the way here, there were many civilians who had fled in advance, as well as many officers and soldiers like us. I advise you to leave this place and head south as soon as possible. Neither the barbarians nor the routed soldiers will be able to withstand you. A person's words are good when they are about to die. Besides, he still had a conscience, so he gave a reminder. Yes, thank you. Please continue on your way. Su Changshou nodded. This news was very important. Zhang Duo paused for a moment, then raised his long sword and slashed it across his neck, his eyes revealing a sense of relief. Blood gushed out, and he died. Su Changshou looked at the corpses scattered on the ground before him with a complex expression. These people deserve to die, but they are also pitiful and lamentable. The arrogance of the powerful forces them to make wrong choices, and then they make one mistake after another, eventually turning into monsters. Now that the matter is resolved, the rest will be easier to handle. The village guards stepped forward and were horrified to see the corpses scattered all over the ground. The Su brothers looked down on the ones who had just run away. Su Kai-hai, not one to back down, made sarcastic remarks and subtly mocked them all. They were already in the wrong, and with 2 killing machines on the Su family side, they didn't dare to refute and just kept trying to find reasons to explain. The bodies were carried and arranged neatly, a total of 53. Only after they calmed down and looked around could they truly appreciate the horrifying things the Su family had just done. The village guards were terrified and began to fear the Su family. This is no longer a village. In the eyes of some of them, the Su family is probably more ruthless than thieves. Although Jianwei was tall and strong, he appeared honest and kind in Su Changshou's eyes. But to the village guards, he looked ferocious and terrifying. His double halberds were stained with blood, and he exuded a menacing aura. Ling Tong, who usually appears dull and unassuming, was unexpectedly a ruthless killer. Su Changshou naturally didn't care what they thought. From a moment they abandoned the Su family and ran away, Su Changshou had already excluded them from his heart. However, De Zhuang's performance earned Su Changshou's approval. The fact that he stood with the Su family under those circumstances earned him his respect. He took out a bottle of hemostatic medicine and asked Su Kaishi to help Da Zhuang apply it. The bleeding stopped in no time. Once we get back and bandage it up again, there shouldn't be any problem. After a sleepless night, the next day, the villagers of Shaoyan village naturally gathered around and pointed at the scene. The fighting and shouting last night kept everyone from going out to check until they saw it with their own eyes and learned what had happened. The 53 corpses were quite horrifying. If no one had kept watch at night, Shaoyan village would probably have followed in the footsteps of Xiaofeng village. Everyone felt a wave of fear again. They all praised the Su family for their foresight. Upon receiving the news, Lu Wen dared not delay and led a group of people to come over. Seeing the scene before them, they were also shocked. Wow, so many. Mr. Ling, you really have some impressive skills. Lu Wenzan said that he only thought that these thieves were the work of Ling Tong and his village protection team. After all, he was a scholar. Although he knew some of the power of martial artists, he did not know that even a 5th-rank master could not deal with these 50-odd battle-hardened soldiers. Chun Xiao, standing behind Ling Tong, looked at him with a surprised expression, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. Could it be that he's been hiding his true strength? He was well aware that it would be difficult for a mere 5th-rank official to kill them all. As for the villagers, he completely ignored them and couldn't influence the situation. What? Marquis Shokong? How dare he? That scoundrel! After hearing the Su family recount the information they had obtained from the interrogation the previous night, Lu was filled with rage. He never expected that this person would dare to act so recklessly in Yongsheng. If what Zhang Duo said is true, then Manhwa County is probably in trouble. Su Kaishi said, I have already sent a message to my friend by carrier pigeon. I estimate that we will have accurate information in 3 to 5 days. For now, we can only wait. However, I will send men on horseback to the north to investigate. If there is any movement, we can prepare accordingly. Lu sighed. Su Changshou knew there was nothing he could do about it. Manhwa County has nearly 100,000 people in its large and small villages and towns. It's impossible for all the people to become refugees and evacuate just because of some uncertain news. As long as Yongsheng remains intact, no one want to leave their homeland. This is not the modern society of the past, where you can settle down in any city at will. Once you leave home, you basically lose all your support and become a rootless duckweed. Robbers, money, and wild beasts. All of these can make it difficult to move an inch. In fact, the Great Xia dynasty was vast, much larger than the world I lived in before. Apart from large-scale traveling merchants and heavily armed aristocratic families, few dared to venture far from home. For days have passed in the blink of an eye. No news came from Jinling, but the messenger Lu, when sent to the north to gather information, brought bad news. As the constables traveled north, They indeed saw large groups of refugees heading south, along with many armed individuals. Along the way, I witnessed several heinous acts of robbery and murder. The further north I went, the more scattered corpses I saw by the roadside. If I hadn't been riding a horse, I would have been shot dead by an arrow. He didn't dare continue north. After traveling more than 200 miles, he quickly turned back to report. This is a very bad situation. Luwen was immediately worried and quickly sent a letter to the prefectural government, hoping that Dong'an Prefecture could come up with a solution. However, after waiting for 2 days, no news came back. It was as if the outside world had been completely paralyzed, and everyone was like a headless fly, completely clueless. This made Luwen feel even more that a storm was brewing, and that something ominous was about to happen. Finally, on the 3rd day, a reply came from the prefectural city. The letter informed Luwen that Yongchang was temporarily safe. The refugees appeared because Yongchang sent troops to forcibly drain the grain from Junbei County and Heishan County, causing a military disaster. They were told to remain calm. Forcibly requisitioning grain was something that Marquis Shokong was capable of doing, which reassured Luwen somewhat. As long as it's not barbarians invading, that's fine. People are only willing to work like cattle and horses when they have a home. Once they become refugees and are coerced into banditry, they will turn into bandits and are capable of anything. The scouts saw that there were thousands of refugees on the road, and several groups had already gathered into bandit forces. Manhwa County is manageable. As long as the city gates are kept closed, they can't get in. But the surrounding villages and towns are likely to suffer. Shaoyan Village. The Su family had already received news that the refugees were about to arrive. I'll go and inform the village head so that everyone in the village can hear. Su Kaishi said. Soon, the whole village received the news. In fact, Luwen had already sent yamen runners to various villages and towns to inform everyone to hide first and return to the village after the turmoil subsided. It's just that we found out a moment earlier now. After the village head gathered everyone in Shaoyan Village and recounted the story again, everyone was in a state of panic. The harvest is almost over in this village. What should we do? If this grain were left in the fields, it would be completely looted by the refugees, leaving not a single grain. The house at home will also be ruined. For farmers who already have little to no assets, this is no different from being dead. Harvest them now. They'll be ripe in less than 10 days. So harvesting them now will make do with what we have. The village head gritted his teeth and said. After thinking about it, everyone realized that this was the only way, so they all went to the field. Su Kaishi's family didn't lack the grain, but they still went to collect it. With Dianwei and Ling Tong by their side, the harvesting speed was exceptionally fast. After finishing harvesting their own crops, they went to help harvest the wheat at the old house. Then they were taken back in a 3-horse carriage. With many hands making light work, the harvest was completed overnight. After sun-drying it for a couple of days, it's basically ready to be stored away. There was nowhere to stay in the county town, and the terrain behind Shaoyan Village was complex with many caves. The villagers took their grain and valuables, drove their livestock, and packed their bedding to the back mountain. Even if refugees come, they're unlikely to go there. The Su family had already packed their things and followed them to the back mountain. The family, along with Zhang Jiuzhang and his son who had come to join them, squeezed together, quietly waiting for the storm to arrive. What's meant to happen will happen, and sure enough, thousands of refugees headed from Manhwa County. They first strolled around the city gate, but seeing that the gate was closed and the soldiers on the city wall were on high alert, they dispersed. They headed towards the surrounding towns and villages. They don't yet have the ability to conquer cities. After a night, Luwen sent people out of the city to investigate and found that the refugees had continued to head south. The surrounding villages and towns have been completely looted, like a locust swarm passing through. When the Su family returned to Shaoyan Village, they found that apart from the house being ransacked and some miscellaneous items being missing, there was no major damage. It was fortunate that the group of refugees did not set fire. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they could continue living peacefully, a piece of bad news suddenly came. County Government Office. Luwen looked at the letter in his hand, his heart filled with turmoil. It was a reply from the Lu family. The letter said that something had actually happened in Yongchang more than half a month ago. After burying the flaming army alive, Marquis Kong showed no remorse. In an attempt to undo the damage done to the flaming army, He even used his position as military governor to force the commander-in-chief, Zhao Bingyan, to send troops out of the city. This led to the defeat of the Yongqing army and the death of its commander, Zhao Bingyan. Just as he was preparing to flee Yongqing, a young man named Zhao Jie, in a fit of rage, chopped off his head and hung it on the city wall of Yongqing as a warning to others. More than half a month ago, Zhao Jie led the remaining troops to defend Yongqing, buying time for the people behind him to flee south. At this moment, Yongqing is probably already lost, and the barbarians have already invaded. The prefectural government's previous reply to Lu Wan, claiming that the refugees were caused by the looting of grain in Yongqing, was utter nonsense. Prefect Huang Tongfu had already fled with his family. This letter was intended to mislead the people of Manhwa County into not abandoning the city, so that the cost of the city's massacre would be in order to slow down the barbarians' advance and give them time to escape. Because of the crushing defeat of the Yongqing garrison and the rebellion of the King of Han, the Great Xia dynasty is now unable to muster enough strength to launch a counterattack. Therefore, Jinling is already discussing the relocation of the capital, planning to move the imperial city to Beijing City in the southern region. The Liu family of Jinling also plan to move back to their ancestral home in Lilo. This is absolutely outrageous. The Great Xia dynasty has degenerated to this extent. Huang Tongfu, if I ever have the chance to see you again, I, Liu, will surely take your head. Liu crumpled the letter in his hand into a ball, his eyes blazing with fury. Manhwa County is 500 li away from Yongqing, and the area between them is mostly wasteland with few cities. If these barbarians really manage to break through, they certainly won't be delayed for much of the time. He must immediately inform the people to flee south. When the news spread, the entire Manhwa County was thrown into chaos, and people were filled with fear. Even if you offered 3 times the price, no one would sell the carriages in the city. Many people fled south with their families. If they had arrived even a moment later, they would have faced the massacre of the entire city. The atmosphere in Shaoyan village was tense at the moment. Upon hearing the news, many people began to cry. Fleeing means becoming a refugee, where life and death are not guaranteed. Thanks to Su Changshou's long-term planning, the Su family was not in much panic at this moment. The people from the old house and Zhang Juzhang and his son also gathered here. This had been planned long ago. Zhang Xiua was making pancakes with several of her sisters-in-law, preparing them for the journey. Su Kaishi then killed all 10 chickens and prepared to take them with him. Su Kaihai was feeding the 3 horses, who would be the main source of their strength for the rest of the journey. Some luggage had already been placed on the carriage. At this moment, everyone, regardless of age or gender, got busy. Volume 2, The Road to Rise. Chapter 101, Bandit Attack. The Su family is making tense but orderly preparations for their escape. But then, someone who surprised the Su family came knocking on their door. Neo Erden, you mean you want to come with us? Su Kaishi looked at Neo Erden, who looked flustered, and asked uncertainly. Yes, third brother. I'm all alone. The only valuable thing I own is that ox cart. If they become refugees, they're sure to lose their cow. It will either be stolen or killed. So I want to follow the Su family. I won't be idle. I can bring my own food, and the ox cart can help you transport people. You only have 3 horse-drawn carriages, which certainly won't be enough. You can use my ox cart. Neo Erden spoke up. This surprised Su Changshou. This man looked honest and simple, but he turned out to be quite clever. He's right. If someone were to flee in an ox cart, they would probably be robbed very quickly. You might even lose your life. With 2 skilled fighters and a number of male members in his own family, his decision to seek refuge with the Su family was definitely a wise one. Moreover, he knew how to demonstrate his value, rather than simply making empty promises about joining. The Su family certainly doesn't have too many ox carts. With this ox cart, we can definitely save a lot of effort. Moreover, Neo Erden looks sturdy and is a good strong laborer. If he were to join the group, the benefits would definitely outweigh the drawbacks. Seeing Su Changshou nod in agreement, Su Kaishi readily agreed. This made Neo Erden overjoyed, and he thanked him repeatedly. They assured him that they would definitely listen to the Su family on the way and would never cause any trouble for anyone. Once you embark on a journey to escape a disaster, there is no turning back. You must be fully prepared. You can't just leave on a whim. The villagers of Shaoyan village had just harvested their grain, and how to take it away was a big problem. We relied entirely on these grains for food throughout the journey. Fortunately, almost every household has a cart or handcart, so they don't have to carry things by hand. But this also means that no one can move very fast. The village head summoned everyone again. He received news from his relative, Master Lu, that wealthy and accomplished gentlemen in the city had hired guards and servants to form a caravan to flee south together. We need to depart from the south gate of Manhwa County tomorrow morning. The best time for the people of Shaoyan village to follow behind their convoy was around that time. Even if they encounter thieves or refugees, they can still get some protection. This delighted everyone. When fleeing, it's impossible for each family to set off alone. Otherwise, they could easily lose their lives if they encountered a band of bandits on the road. So usually, it's people who know each other who spontaneously gather together. Even if we can't look out for each other, at least we're more reliable than strangers, and we can sleep soundly at night. The Su family had no objections. They never intended to head south alone. Although his family had 2 martial artists, when faced with a large number of opponents, they were no match for the many Su family members. Therefore, traveling with the villagers is the wisest course of action. The people in the old house wanted to take the half-ripe wheat they had harvested, but Su Kaishi dissuaded them. He simply left a few bags in the car to cover his tracks. The people in the old house didn't understand, but seeing Su Kaishi's family's firm assurance that they wouldn't go hungry, they reluctantly gave up. After all, no one else knew that Su Changshou could trade with the immortals. It's understandable that they feel uncertain. Before dawn, under the moonlight, the people of Shaoyan village set off for Manhwa County. They were afraid of being left behind by those gentlemen's motorcades. The Su family still needs to go find Lu Wen and the others to ask them what their plans are. By the time they arrived in the county town, it was already daylight. Many people were hurrying out of the city. Su Kaishi took Su Changshou to see Lu Wen. At this moment, the Lu family had finished packing their luggage, and 2 carriages were ready to depart. Lu Luoling, Xiao Chui, Chen Xiu, Wu Shishir, and her maid Sun Mingming were all present. The atmosphere was very serious. Lu Luoling clung to Lu Wen's arm, sobbing. "What's wrong, brother Lu?" Su Kaishi was puzzled and didn't know what had happened. "I originally planned to travel with you, but I just received news that the bandits from Black Cloud Village are heading towards Plum Blossom County. They received news that the people of Manhwa County were fleeing south, probably hoping to make one last big profit. We're less than 20 li away from here." Lu Wen sighed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Su Kaishi was shocked upon hearing this and quickly replied. "There are more than 2,000 of them, all of them ruthless bandits who killed without blinking an eye. Each of them had several lives on their hands, and the government had tried to eradicate them twice in previous years, but both attempts failed. If I leave, what will happen to the people in this city who haven't been evacuated yet? They will soon catch up with the teams that have already left." The consequences were predictable. Lu sighed. "So, brother Lu, what are you planning to do?" Su Kaishi had already vaguely guessed what was going on. "I will stay behind with the soldiers from Manhwa County to stop them. You take Luo Ling and the others and head south to Yuanzhou, which is the ancestral home of the Lu family." Lu Wen said with a firm gaze, clearly having made up his mind. Chapter 102 Departure. This is too dangerous. They have 2,000 men, while the county town only has less than 300 soldiers. How can you stop them? Su Kaishi was greatly surprised. No wonder Lu Luoling was crying there. What's the difference between this and sending someone to their death? Most of the soldiers who were willing to stay with me were refugees we recruited back then. I have given their families a large sum of money, so they are willing to stay as suicide soldiers. You all need to take Luo Ling and the others and leave quickly. The sooner the better, Lu Wen said with a tragic air. Seeing that Lu Wen's mind was made up, Su Kaishi didn't know what to say. Uncle Lu, take care. We will definitely protect Sister Lu. Su Changshou knew this was not the time to delay, so he respectfully bowed to Lu Wen and solemnly said, Father. Lu Luoling, who was standing next to her, was already sobbing uncontrollably. Father is the magistrate of Plum Blossom County. The people respect me as their father and mother. How can father abandon them? Let's go, follow Changshou to the Lu family ancestral land, and tell the patriarch that father has not disgraced the Lu family. Lu Wen forced a smile at Lu Luoling. In the end, Lu Luoling was persuaded by Su Changshou to get into the carriage. You're leaving too? Weren't you ordered to protect Uncle Lu? Su Changshou looked surprised when he saw Changshou about to get into another carriage with Wu Shishir. Seeing the disdainful look on Su Changshou's face, Changshou was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to step forward or backward. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Logically speaking, he was indeed entrusted by the Lu family to protect Lu Wen's safety. But knowing that it's a matter of life and death, wouldn't it be foolish to stay? Mr. Chun, Luoling begs you, please stay and protect my father. Luoling cried out to Changshou. You are a dignified fourth-rank martial artist. You wouldn't break your promise, would you? Changshou's face was full of sarcasm. His mockery was off the charts. How could that be? I was just giving Shir a few words of advice. Changshou gave an awkward smile. I was inwardly groaning. I had been morally blackmailed. He had already decided that if he found himself unable to do so, he would knock Lu when unconscious and forcibly take him away. He still has so many good days ahead of him. He can't die here. Sure. You stay with the group and don't get lost. I'll catch up with you later. Changshou gave instructions to Wu Shir inside the car. Yes, my husband. Please be careful. I will definitely be waiting for you to come find me. Wu Shir gazed tenderly at Changshou, holding his hand gently. What a poignant scene of lovers separated by life and death. All right, it's time to go. Changshou uget. The group waved to Lu Wen and Changshou, then whipped their horses and headed out of the city. The main force ahead has begun to leave the city. Luoling's tears never stopped throughout the journey. She lost her mother at a young age and relied on Lu Wen for survival. It's understandable that she would be heartbroken at this moment of separation. Changshou held her hand and simply stayed by her side. At times like these, being there for someone is more helpful than any words of comfort. Once everyone had reunited, the Su family naturally explained how Lu Wen had stayed behind to hold off the enemy, and by everyone time. There were thousands of refugees here, and upon hearing this, they all kowtowed in the direction of Manhwa County. This bow was to Lu Wen. Knowing that bandits were about to catch up, the group dared not delay any longer and hurried south. The escape officially began. Wu Shir's carriage had somehow already blended into the lead group of wealthy merchants and officials' carriages. Wu Shir was leaning out and chatting and laughing with a middle-aged man beside her. She looked completely different from the sad person she was when she parted with Changshou earlier. The Su family's group currently consists of 28 people. Wang Xiucai, Zhang family father and son, Niu Erden, and Luoling and Chuier, mistress and servant. They were a fairly large group among the fleeing refugees. The addition of 4 horse-drawn carriages and 1 ox cart made it particularly eye-catching. Those around them looked at the Su family's procession with envy. At this moment, the 4 Su brothers each drove a horse-drawn carriage. One of the horse-drawn carriages was loaded with goods, and Niu Erden's ox cart was also piled high with things. Several elderly people and children sat in the car, while the adults walked alongside it. Thank goodness we bought a carriage in advance, otherwise we would have had to push it like them. Su Shuli rolled down the car window and looked outside, sighing with emotion. We didn't bring much food or other supplies. What are we going to do? The old lady said with some concern. Since the 3rd brother said he would handle it, we don't need to worry. Let's just take it one step at a time. Su Shuli sighed. Looking at her 4 children, Su Laishi, Su Xiaohua, Su Youfu, and Su Xiaoxia, she thought that nothing was more important than the family being together. The other carriage carried the pregnant Zheng Chunni, as well as Su Yutian, Su Xiaomei, and Zhang Xiua. Chunni is pregnant, so naturally she can't walk and needs someone to take care of her. Wang Xiucai's knife wound did not prevent him from walking, and he was also too embarrassed to linger in the carriage. Having experienced the pain of his entire family's massacre, he now appears somewhat weathered, but also much more reserved. As for Su Laishun, since he was already 14 years old, he was treated as an adult and needed to follow along. We're heading south, and we don't know how long it will take, so we must conserve our energy. Chapter 103 Fate was not meant to end in Plum Blossom County. At this moment, Lu Wen looked at the bandits gathered below the city wall and felt somewhat nervous. Although he had just described the scene as heroic, this was the first time he had personally experienced such a situation. Gentlemen, behind us are your wives, children, and elderly parents. If we don't stop them today, our families will suffer. Please join me in fighting the enemy. Lu Wen forced himself to shout at the soldiers around him. At this moment, everyone on the city wall gripped their weapons tightly, sweating with tension. The bandits arrived so suddenly that the city walls had no time to prepare anything. As for Rolling Stone, there's no golden juice either. Fortunately, there were still a dozen or so bows and a dozen or so old muskets. They still had some ability to resist the bandits who wanted to force open the city gate by ramming it with wooden batters. But as a few light arrows were shot out, it became clear that these soldiers, who had not received much training, were actually quite weak in combat. If 1 or 2 out of 10 arrows hit the target, you'd be lucky. Fortunately, most of the bandits on the other side were also a motley crew. They remained vigilant in the face of incoming arrows and musket fire, which successfully delayed the siege. However, the enemy outnumbered them, and as the bandit leader grew impatient, he drew his sword and shouted at his men, forcing them to desperately ram the city gate, which made the situation worse. After arrows and iron pellets killed or wounded more than a dozen people, the city gate was finally forced open. With excited shouts, the bandits swarmed into the city. "It's over." Seeing the bandits surging into the county town, Luwen shouted. He knew in his heart that something terrible was about to happen, and that today might be the day he would die. Changshou, standing beside him, was also terrified. There were thousands of bandits, all armed with weapons. Even 10 of them couldn't escape unscathed. "You've ruined me. Why am I, Chun, so unlucky? Ever since I started dating you, nothing good has happened." Changshou complained to Luwen at this moment. "It is Lu who has implicated you. If you have the chance, you should escape on your own." Luwen had accepted reality and was no longer panicked. He picked up a long knife, gripped it with both hands, his movements appearing clumsy, but his gaze was resolute. They looked as if they were ready to bravely face death. Forget it. I guess I, Chun, am just unlucky. You hid behind me." Changshou reached out and put his hand on Luwen's shoulder, pulling him behind him and gripping his long sword tightly. "Thank you." Luwen looked at Changshou's back, and a bright smile appeared on her face. The bandits who rushed into the city quickly swarmed onto the city walls. They engaged in a fierce battle with the soldiers. Manhwa County had fewer than 300 soldiers to begin with, most of whom were later converted from refugees. Compared to the bandits who frequently robbed and plundered, they were somewhat inferior. The two groups fought, and people fell down frequently. Fortunately, Changshou, a 4th-rank martial artist, was able to cut through these bandits as easily as chopping vegetables, thus keeping the two sides evenly matched. But as more and more bandits surged onto the city walls, Changshou found himself struggling to cope. Changshou was at a disadvantage because he had to both kill the bandits who charged at him and protect Luwen. His arms trembled from the prolonged swinging. "Old Lu, don't say I didn't protect you. I'm too weak to do it myself." Changshou gave a bitter smile and said to Luwen behind him, "Okay, thanks for your hard work. I could do it myself." Luwen stopped hiding behind Changshou, looked at the few remaining soldiers from Manhwa County around him, gripped his knife tightly, and stood next to Changshou. "Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well stand up and kill the traitors." Another round of fighting ensued, and at this point, only Luwen and Changshou were still putting up a fight on the entire city wall, while all the other soldiers from Manhwa County had perished. Luwen finally couldn't hold on any longer and was somewhat exhausted. As a scholar, he simply couldn't wield that long sword many times. Looking at the long sword aimed at his face, Luwen closed his eyes with a sense of relief. Today, he has finally lived up to his reputation as the magistrate of Manhwa County. He has done right by the people. Clang! However, the pain he had imagined did not occur, and he opened his eyes in surprise. A heavy, imposing figure was blocking my view. "I am Jianwei, and I have come on my master's orders to take Lord Lu away." "Young master? Which family's young master?" Luwen asked in confusion, wondering which young master would come to rescue him at this time. "The Su family, the longevity prince." Jianwei ignored Luwen and swung his twin halberds, instantly lifting the surrounding area into the air. "Am I not destined to die today?" Luwen was overjoyed, but at the same time felt alarmed by the unfathomable power of the Su family. Having known the Su family for so long, the existence of Ling Tong, a 5th-grade expert, was already astonishing, but I never expected there to be such a master. Just who exactly is the Su family? Changshou was also greatly alarmed. This is the strength of someone at least at the 6th rank. The Su family is indeed powerful. They can send just one person who is a 6th rank or higher expert. At this moment, Changshou had already elevated the image of the Su family in his mind even further. Chapter 10 Fortune Shio is going to be cuckolded at dusk. Knowing that bandits might be chasing them, the group didn't stop for a moment on the road. Having traveled to a mountain stream and realizing they were already more than 20 miles away from Manhwa County, they no longer had the strength to continue. The large group consisted of people from Manhwa County who had brought their families with them. They had all found places to stop and rest. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll probably be spending the night here. There was a grassy area by the stream, flat and smooth, and the best spot was naturally occupied by the group of gentlemen with their guards. They chose this place, sat on the ground, and had their servants start a fire to cook and set up camp. The gentlemen gathered together, discussing the past and present, with beautiful concubines accompanying them. If it weren't for the scattered, somewhat disheveled civilians not far away, probably no one would think they were fleeing. The Su family also chose a relatively quiet corner to rest. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Su Kaishi took a few bags of fodder from Su Changshou and fed them to the horses. The women brought out the freshly baked pancakes and pickled vegetables and also boiled a kettle of water. After walking this long distance, everyone was exhausted. Even those sitting in the carriage felt a bit stifled, but now that they were sitting down to eat, they felt incredibly comfortable. The villagers of Shaoyan village are scattered around, and they all tacitly keep a distance from each other. Perhaps it's human instinct, but everyone subconsciously harbors some degree of wariness towards others. This distance allows families to stick together for warmth while also giving each household its own territory, bringing a sense of security. The Su family sat around the fire, with a pot of stream water boiling on the fire, bubbling gently. There were more than 20 people, including the old and the young, men and women. Have something to eat? Maybe there will be good news. Su Changshou tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Lu Luoling. At this moment, the girl's eyes were red, and she was curled up next to Su Changshou with her hands wrapped around her knees, looking somewhat forlorn. Changshou, does this mean I won't have a father anymore? Lu Luoling took the chicken leg, took a small bite, and looked at Su Changshou pitifully. It's okay, you can call me Dad then. This was naturally just Su Changshou's wild imagination, but he still comforted her aloud. Uncle Lu will be all right, don't worry. He figured that if things went smoothly, Dianwei should arrive by now. Once outside the city, he secretly arranged for Dianwei to prepare to rescue Lu Wen. Given Dianwei's skills, he should have no problem doing these things. After feeding the cows, Neo Erden gathered around the fire and carefully found a corner to sit down. He considered himself an outsider and didn't dare to say anything to the Su family. He just silently took out his dry rations and started eating. Erden, have a piece of chicken. Su Kaishi tore off a piece of chicken and handed it to Neo Erden, saying with a smile, No, I'll just eat dry rations. Third brother is willing to take me along, so I wouldn't dare to cause him any trouble. Neo Erden hurriedly waved his hand, looking extremely cautious, as if he was constantly worried that he would displease the Su family and be abandoned halfway. Eat up. Don't do this again. Didn't you say you'd listen to me? Then listen to me and treat us like family. Su Kaishi forcefully shoved the chicken into Neo Erden's hand, saying forcefully, This man is known in the village for his kind heart. Several times when something happened in the village, it was he who suggested taking people to the city. The Su family members also highly regarded him. And it was definitely not a burden for Neo Erden to join the Su family with his ox cart. We don't know how long this journey will take, so we can't keep being so formal. Oh, thank you, third brother. I'll listen to you from now on. Neo Erden held the chicken, nodded, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He had lived alone since he was a child, and later, only this old ox kept him company. The fact that the Su family was able to accept him at this moment made him feel the long-lost family affection. On the grassy area, laughter and chatter filled the air, with the faint sound of a woman's silvery laughter occasionally drifting out. Mr. Zhao, this poem is truly delightful and pleasing to the eye. I admire it greatly. Wu Shishir raised her sleeve to half cover her shy face and complimented her. It is precisely because Miss Shishir is both talented and beautiful that Brother Zhao was able to create such a masterpiece with such a beautiful woman by his side. A fat man in a brocade robe, who was sitting in a group, raised his wine glass and laughed. Since Miss Shishir is so supportive, Brother Zhao, please compose another poem. How about we choose one with the theme of a beautiful woman? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar said this. Excellent. If this poem satisfies Miss Shishir, then Brother Zhao will surely be blessed tonight. Another middle-aged man spoke up, making a teasing remark. Upon hearing this, Wu Shishir feigned anger, and a faint blush appeared on her face, which pleased everyone even more. Su Changshou looked over there curiously, though he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, it is not difficult to guess from her words and actions that Wu Shishir must be doing very well in it and has obviously been completely integrated. Chen Xiao is going to be cuckolded. Just then, Ling Tong, who was sitting next to him, suddenly spoke up. As a fifth-rank martial artist, his sixth senses were much more acute than those of ordinary people, so he could naturally hear the commotion over there. At this moment, Su Changshou couldn't help but silently mourn for Chen Xiao. Thinking of the tearful farewell they shared that morning, she couldn't help but click her tongue and sigh. Chapter 105 Meeting on the Plains. 3 figures were running rapidly southward. 2 vertical lines and 1 horizontal line. Luan was being held horizontally by Dian Wei, his old face turning ashen, and he barely managed to hold back for vomiting. 3 hours earlier, after a fierce battle on the city wall, Dian Wei found an opportunity to drive back the bandits and then dragged Lu Wenfei down the city wall. Chen Xiao quickly followed. If 2 high-level martial artists wanted to leave, it was wishful thinking for these bandits to try and keep them there. The 3 of them quickly ran in the direction where the refugees from Manhwa County had gone. Fortunately, Lu Wen led his troops to stop the bandits, delaying their escape and allowing the people to flee safely. Along the way, covering more than 20 miles, Lu Wen naturally didn't have the strength to walk that fast. In order to reunite with the Su family as quickly as possible, Dian Wei simply carried him and ran. Chen Xiao followed beside him, which led to the scene at the beginning. Looking at the burly man who was even faster than him, Chen Xiao was utterly shocked. To be able to carry someone and still run at such a speed for 20 miles without stopping, this person is definitely not a 6th rank, but at least a 7th rank. Chen Xiao was even more surprised after reaching this conclusion. I no longer dare to think about the Su family's background. The Su family is definitely a powerful force. We must cling to them. As Chen Xiao ran, he pondered in his mind. There's a light ahead. We're almost there. Just then, Lu Wen, who was being held in someone's arms and feeling bored, looked at the mountain stream ahead and said excitedly. Having survived a brush with death, he desperately wanted to reunite with his daughter and the Su family. Sure, I'm here. Chen Xiao also noticed the firelight in the distance and exclaimed excitedly. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. He's been missing him terribly since we last met. Sure said she loves surprises the most. So this time I'm going to give you a big surprise. He had already devised a romantic plan along the way, which would be put into action in a moment. Wu Shishir once liked the gold bracelet, jade pendant, and cosmetics from Nanjing that he unexpectedly gave her. She said that gifts were not important. Chen Xiao's ability to create surprises already surpassed 99% of the men in the world. Chen Xiao kept these words in mind. When I'm with her, I often surprise her with romantic gestures without even realizing it. Every time, Wu Shishir would praise him a lot and complain that he was wasting money. This made him even more enamored with Wu Shishir. The 3 of them increased their speed and quickly ran towards the firelight. Mountain stream. The Su family members gathered around the fire had eaten and regained their strength. They were all huddled together, dozing off by the fire. No one knows what will happen next, so you have to keep your energy up at all times. At this point, they had only just set off, and people's hearts were at ease for the time being. The group of refugees was relatively safe, so there was nothing to worry about. Su Changshou was using a tree branch to flip several pancakes in the fire. Changshou, we've already eaten. Why are you still baking pancakes? Lu Luoling ate something. Although she hadn't yet recovered from her grief, she wanted to talk to someone. Seeing Su Changshou baking pancakes, he asked with some curiosity. There are still people who haven't eaten. Su Changshou Laoget. There's someone else? Who is it? Lu Luoling looked at the Su family members who were gathered in a circle, wondering who they were talking about. You'll find out soon enough. Su Changshou baked the flatbread until both sides were golden brown, emitting a fragrant aroma. What's with all the mystery? Seeing that Su Changshou wouldn't tell her, Lu Luoling, who was already not very interested, hugged her knees and curled up. He stared blankly at the burning fire, lost in thought. There will be no father anymore. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Lu Luoling's eyes again. Just then, a figure suddenly stood in front of her. Luoling. A familiar voice rang out, and Lu Luoling stared wide-eyed up at it. Father. Lu Luoling couldn't believe her eyes and rubbed them hard with the back of her hand. The mud on her hands, mixed with tears, smeared her pure and lovely face, turning it into a big mess. Father. Lu Luoling suddenly stood up, and the dust she kicked up almost choked Su Changshou, who was sitting on the ground next to her. As expected of a first-rank martial artist, his strength is terrifying. Father, how did you come back to life? Lu Luoling said excitedly. Lu Wen's face darkened. What kind of talk was that? It was Changshou who sent this gentleman to save me. Lu Wen pointed to Jian Wei beside him and explained. Longevity? Why didn't you tell me? I worried about you the whole way. Lu Luoling asked Su Changshou. I'm just afraid that I can't save him and that you'll be happy for nothing. Su Changshou spat out the dirt in his mouth and said speechlessly, Long life, thank you. Lu Wen cupped his hands in greeting to Su Changshou. It's a small matter. We've always been on good terms with each other. Su Changshou laughed. Yes, then we won't thank you enough. From now on, the Su family and the Lu family will be one family. Lu Wen also laughed heartily. By the way, where is Changshou? Is he dead? Su Changshou saw Jian Wei and Lu Wen return and couldn't help but ask curiously, thinking that if he died, he wouldn't have seen her being cheated on, so she could leave without regrets. He parted ways with us as soon as he entered the mountain stream, saying he was going to create some surprise for Wu Shih. Lu Wen explained, Well, this world is probably going to have another tragic man. Thinking of this, Su Changshou subconsciously looked at Zhang Lu, who was dozing off. I must say, those two, master and servant, are truly alike, birds of a feather flock together. The mistress and servant he was referring to were naturally Wu Shih and her maid, Sun Mingming. Chapter 106 Surprise on the grass, not far away. The people sitting around were chatting enthusiastically. Laughter and banter could be heard from time to time. Wu Shih sat on a soft cushion, with two men on her left and right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Brother Wang's poem is probably the best of the day. Brother Zhao has been overshadowed. One of them spoke up with a laugh. Ah, Brother Zhao's poems are just as good, each with its own merits. The middle-aged scholar said modestly, Why don't we let Miss Shih give her some feedback? Let's make this clear beforehand. If Miss Shih decides who she'll invite tonight, no one else can be jealous. The fat man in the brocade robe laughed. The journey to the south is not something that can be completed in a day. It is a long and arduous road, and we can slowly explore it together with Miss Shih. There's no need to rush. Everyone has a chance. The scholar, addressed as Brother Zhao, gently waved his folding fan. Yes, we all have the opportunity to explore and seek the truth. Brother Zhao is truly a remarkable person. Everyone burst into laughter. Wu Shih, standing beside him, was blushing with embarrassment, her every smile and frown radiating coquettish charm. Her every move exuded a fragrant aroma, making her extremely alluring. He made these gentlemen feel incredibly charming, and his witty remarks had already won over the courtesan. However, Wu Shih felt utterly contemptuous at that moment. If it weren't for the fact that I need someone to rely on, you toads would be dreaming of eating swan meat. Since leaving the city, she has been observing the migrant caravans in Manhwa County. She had also noticed the Su family's convoy. It was mostly made up of elderly people, women, and children. Aside from the man named Ling Tong, whom she knew was a fifth-rank martial artist, there was nothing else remarkable about him. If I follow the Su family, even if the Su family is willing, if we really encounter danger, even a fifth-rank martial artist can't protect me. Moreover, the Su family's caravan was so rudimentary that I couldn't possibly live a life of hardship with them. Then she discovered that the chariots of these gentlemen were the most luxurious, with countless servants and more than 200 guards carrying weapons. As a weak woman, she naturally couldn't mingle with those peasants and eat meager rations, so she took the initiative to climb up to these men. She was once the most famous courtesan in Manhwa County, and she was quite adept at dealing with these gentlemen. In just half a day, she had become one of them. They're already discussing who to play games with tonight. Looking at these greasy middle-aged men in front of her, Wu Shih couldn't help but think of Changshou again. Although she didn't have any feelings for Changshou, he was a fourth-rank martial artist with abs and a good physique. Compared to her, the men in front of her could only make her nauseous. The fat man next to her had already wrapped his arm around her waist. But she still had to pretend to be happy, so she used her best trick and showed a shy and coquettish look, as if she were ready to be taken. Master Zhang, Sure is feeding you some wine. Wu Sure reached out and fed a glass of wine to the fat man, who then leaned forward and opened his mouth, waiting for the nectar to enter my mouth. However, the next moment, Wu Sure's eyes widened, her mouth gaped open, and she stared at the figure that appeared in front of her with disbelief. Changshou was now standing opposite Wu Sure, looking at her with a pained expression as she joked and laughed with the crowd. The wildflowers that I had just picked fell to the ground and shattered. On his way here, Wu Sure, whom he had been thinking about, was now leaning against a man, feeding him wine. He also wanted to come here specifically to surprise her. This blow was too great for Changshou. He couldn't reconcile the woman in front of him with the Wu Sure who used to be all lovey-dovey with him and call him husband all the time. My husband, Sure loves you the most. Husband, don't waste money. Sure wants your affection, not your money. If only my husband had come to Plum Blossom County a day earlier, Sure wouldn't have had to suffer for so many years. Let my husband and I burn this indenture together. My husband, from now on, Sure will only play the zither and flute for you alone, okay? Images from the past flashed through Changshou's mind, feeling as if sharp blades were stabbing into his heart. Wu Sure, don't you have anything to explain? Changshou spoke up. He wanted an explanation, and as long as it was plausible, he was willing to believe that she had her reasons. I thought you were going to die. Wu Sure reacted and said, So now, are you coming with me? Changshou said, Are you going with those people? I'm used to a life of luxury. If I go with you to escape the war, I'll only be eating chaff and wild vegetables. Wu Sure didn't say it explicitly, but Changshou already understood. Good. Changshou turned and left without saying anything more. Miss Sure, who is that? The fat man asked curiously. He was just a customer before. Wu Sure chuckled softly. Changshou walked dejectedly to the Su family's group and sat down next to Luan. Want a pancake? Su Changshou had already witnessed what had just happened, and he even gossiped about it by having Ling Tong repeat the conversation he had overheard, so he was very clear about what had happened over there. Changshou took the pancake and took a big bite. If you want to cry, just cry. It'll make you feel better. Su Changshou comforted him, saying that being hurt in a relationship is the first step for a man to truly grow up. Changshou is clearly a late starter. Wow. If Su Changshou hadn't said anything, Changshou could have kept quiet. But these words triggered her to burst into tears. I didn't cry. It's just that the pancake was too hard and it hurt my teeth. Wah. Changshou explained while crying. Chapter 107 elevates the story. The return of Lu Wen naturally delighted the Su family, and another round of pleasantries ensued. Changshou ate 3 pancakes and gnawed on a whole chicken, even chewing up the chicken bones and swallowing them. After channeling her grief and anger into her appetite, she finally looked much more energetic. Aren't you sad anymore? Su Changshou was quite curious about his self-healing ability. I've figured it out. From now on, I'm going to be a prodigal son. Changshou stood tall and straightened his back, his face serious. This child is teachable. Su Changshou stood up and put his hand on Changshou's shoulder. This kid seems to have recovered from his emotional trauma, right? He thought to himself, I'm going to find her. Changshou stood up and suddenly spoke to Su Changshou. Go again? What's going on? Are you licking it again after you've had your fill? Watching the departing figure, Su Changshou exclaimed in surprise. However, a quarter of an hour later, his understanding of Changshou was refreshed once again. Look, I brought back the carriage I bought for her. Changshou boasted to Su Changshou. Awesome. Su Changshou gave a thumbs up. This is not just about moving forward, but about transcending it. Wu Sure, lying on the grass, was furious and tears were about to stream down her face. Changshou suddenly came to find her again, and she thought he hadn't given up yet. Just as she was feeling a little smug about her charm, this scoundrel actually tried to take back the carriage she was sitting in. Is there any reason to take back something that has been given away? Is he even a man? Su Changshou looked at the Su family members. With Changshou's addition, there were now 3 martial artists in the group. As for Lu Luoling, he automatically ignored her. With the addition of the other men in the group, this force was definitely one of the strongest among the refugee groups in Manhwa County. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the elderly, women, and children in the team should be able to be protected. The moon was bright and the stars were few. The sounds of insects chirping and birds singing drifted from the mountain stream. The refugees also went to sleep. We'll be setting off again early tomorrow morning, so we all cherish this opportunity to rest. The Su family arranged for Su Kai-hai and Su Kai-jiang to take turns keeping watch at night, in order to avoid any unexpected events at night. As for the three martial artists, they cannot waste their energy on such things, and need to rest well in preparation for any unforeseen events that may occur next. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, an accident occurred in the fleeing group. A series of cries came from not far from the Su family. A woman sat on the ground and wailed loudly. Only after hearing her tearful words did I realize that someone had stolen her family's package last night. We must have slept too soundly last night, and no one was left at home to keep watch. This gave thieves an opportunity. In this fleeing group, naturally no one would step forward to care about such a thing, and the woman could only accept her bad luck. However, it's estimated that things won't be easy for her family from now on. All the valuables were inside. What was lost was not just the package, but also the hopes of a family's future. After this incident, the fleeing groups clearly became more wary of each other. The refugees saw everyone as a thief and guarded their belongings tightly. Sigh, it's only the second day, and people's hearts are already in turmoil. Changshou Sayin Wali. Keep a close eye on our belongings. There are definitely some people in this group who are eyeing our wealth. Su Shili spoke up. The Su family's entourage now consists of 5 horse-drawn carriages and 1 ox cart, which is bound to attract envy. Once this starts, it will only get more and more chaotic. Zhang Jiuzhang also sighed. He had also fled from disaster in the past, so he naturally knew that once refugees embarked on the road, more and more shady dealings would emerge. Petty theft is the least of it. Murder, robbery, and even cannibalism are not out of the question. The Su family ate breakfast in a hurry, which was the same pancakes they had brought yesterday, along with pickled vegetables and salted eggs. Although it couldn't compare to the food provided by the convoys of older men, it was definitely a feast for this group of refugees. Su Changshou doesn't plan to bring out the good food right now. He wants to wait and see for a few more days before he can be on the safe side. After the group finished their meal, they continued walking forward with the team. With the carriage that Changshou brought back, a lot of manpower was saved. Those who are tired from walking can take turns resting on the carriage. After traveling for half a day, they rested at one place, ate a meal, and then continued on their way. They did encounter several groups of refugees of similar numbers to themselves. They looked at each other, but neither moved closer. At this moment, no one knew whether the person on the other side was a human or a ghost, so everyone was on guard. So they just kept walking at a distance, and eventually they walked further and further away until they could no longer see each other for miles. As the sun was about to set, they finally saw a city. The convoy of old men at the head of the caravan wanted to enter the city to purchase some supplies. However, when their servants sent a reply, they discovered that the city was already deserted, and even the soldiers who guarded it had disappeared. Chapter 108. The news of the unrest spread throughout the team, causing widespread anxiety. This means that the imperial court may have truly abandoned the northern frontier and would no longer send troops to fight the barbarians. This intensified their sense of urgency, making them dare not linger any longer and continue heading south. Those gentlemen's entourages clearly had some clever people among them, and they changed their route from then on. They avoided cities and plains, choosing instead to take secluded mountain roads. This way, even if barbarians chase after us on horseback, we won't be exposed too quickly. By sunset, everyone was exhausted. The Su family was all right, as they had a horse-drawn carriage for transportation, but the common people who had to push carts and walk were in a much worse situation. Su Changshou looked back along the way and saw that many elderly and weak people had fallen behind and were left far behind the group. If they stray too far from the group and fail to catch up by the time the group stops to rest, they will truly be abandoned. At that time, they will most likely face death. By nightfall, the people's campsites were noticeably farther apart than the day before. Clearly, the theft of the woman last night had made everyone wary and suspicious of one another. The Su family also found a high place to use as their campsite for the night. Here you can observe the entire procession of refugees, and it's far from the crowds, offering good privacy. Moreover, being in a high position allows for an immediate escape should anything go wrong. Knife! Su Kaishi looked at Su Changshou with surprise as he pointed to the 5 knives displayed in the carriage piled with goods. Yes, you, your uncle, and a few other uncles should each take one, just in case. Su Changshou et lai. He redeemed these knives from the in-game store and hadn't taken them out yet. After what happened yesterday, he was also worried about the safety of his family. As for Lu Wan and the others, let's just forget about them. Neo Erden also needs further investigation. When Su Kaishi handed the knife to the group, they were all quite excited. It was the first time they had ever handled weapons, and their hands trembled slightly as they held the knives. Although everyone was surprised that Su Kaishi could produce a long sword, they assumed it was something he had prepared before fleeing and had no doubts. From now on, it will be up to you few grown men to protect everyone. Su Lis Mai. In the future, Ling Tong and Jian Wei can teach you some martial arts, which will increase your ability to protect yourself. Su Changshou said, yes, we'll all learn from them from now on. Our family business is so big, we can't afford any mistakes. Su Li e goal. Tonight, Zhang Lu and Su Kaikwan are on night watch. In the latter half of the night, Su Kaikwan took over from Zhang Lu. He looked at the knife in his hand with great affection. I've always dreamed of being a martial arts hero, but never had the chance. Now, because of fleeing from war, I'm one step closer to my dream. Spending all day with those 2 top masters in my third brother's family, I'm bound to learn a move or 2 from them. Thinking about this made me more and more excited. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away. He glanced over and saw dozens of black figures crouching low as they crept towards the Su family's camp. He was also holding something that looked like a machete or a wooden stick. The sudden appearance of the shadowy figure made Su Kaichuan's hair stand on end, his heart race, and he was terrified. He hurriedly and quietly woke up Su Kaishi and the others. 27 people. Ling Tong's ears twitched, and his eyes became wary. Anyone appearing near the Su family's residence at this time is definitely not a good person. Ling Tong told the group to keep quiet and see what they were up to. Su Kaihai and his companions were extremely nervous, quietly hiding behind the carriage, not daring to breathe loudly. Su Kaishi wasn't worried at all. He knew that he had 3 martial artists on his side, so dealing with these people shouldn't be a problem. As the figures drew closer, Su Kaikwan immediately recognized the man at the head of the group as Li Fu from Black Tiger Village. Some of the people behind him were familiar to him. They were either villagers from Black Tiger Village or local ruffians who frequented Plum Blossom County. There wasn't a single decent person among them. They were carrying wooden sticks or knives and stealthily approached the edge of the Su family's camp. Li Fu, what are you doing? Once he confirmed that they were indeed coming for the Su family, Su Kaikwan could no longer hold back and stood up to shout. The Su family members also stood beside him. The shouts startled the Su family members from their slumber. They all opened their eyes, looking at the scene before them in confusion. Has someone finally lost their temper? Su Changshou looked at Li Fu and his group and sighed inwardly. During the day, as they passed by the deserted city, he knew that people's hearts must be in turmoil. Once the refugees realize that the imperial court has abandoned the northern frontier, it means that the law and morality will quickly collapse. Those who usually harbor fear of the government and the law will be exposed for who they truly are. That's why he distributed the long swords to the group. Unexpectedly, it was only evening, and some people couldn't hold back anymore. I didn't expect to be discovered. Your carriages are too tempting. Brothers, you're all tired from your journey. You have so many carriages. Why don't you hand them over and we become friends? Li Fuyin said with a hint of pity. Chapter 109, Killing to Test Courage. Don't even think about it. Li Fu, do you know what you're doing? Su Gaiguan shouted. Li Fu used to be just a scoundrel, but now he dares to do something like this. Hee, now that everyone's become refugees, what do you think I have to be afraid of? Li Fu laughed and gestured with a knife in his hand a few times. The commotion attracted the attention of the refugees in the distance, but they just watched and no one wanted to get involved. Brothers, grab it. Then everyone will have a carriage to ride in. Li Fu shouted. Then these people rushed towards the Su family. He brandished a wooden stick and a machete, his eyes gleaming with excitement. They were all very envious of these carriages, so when Li Fu approached them and said he wanted to partner up to get his hands on them, none of them refused. They had seen the Su family's group. It consisted mostly of women, children, the elderly, and the weak, with only a dozen or so adult men. With 27 men on our side, it's a piece of cake. However, A burly man came out from the Su family's side, brandishing a knife, and faced the crowd. Ling Tong strode into the crowd. Dianwei naturally didn't need to intervene in such a minor matter. Changshou also stayed behind to protect the remaining Su family members in case anyone launched a sneak attack. Cover the children's eyes. Su Changshou addressed the group of women. The following scenes are too gory to be suitable for children. However, it was a bit strange to hear these words coming from a child, but fortunately, no one was dwelling on it at the moment. Then, Li Fu witnessed the most horrifying scene of his life. That man from the Su family could take a person's life with a wave of his hand. In just a short while, their own men were almost all dead, lying on the ground. Don't kill them all, leave a few alive. Su Changshou then spoke up. Ling Tong stopped and kept a close eye on the remaining people. How could this be? It can't be real. Li Fu couldn't believe his eyes and stepped back. The thugs who were surrounded were so frightened that they wet themselves, their legs trembling uncontrollably. We've really run into a brick wall today. Didn't Li Fu say that the Su family was just an ordinary villager? What villager would kill without blinking an eye? Uncles and maternal uncles, these people are for you. Su Changshou then suddenly spoke to Zhang Lu, Su Kaihai, and the others. What do you mean by leaving it for us? Su Kai said somewhat nervously. Longevity is meant to make you kill them, to toughen you up. Su Shuli then spoke up. Is killing absolutely necessary? Upon hearing this, the group felt a sense of fear. Having lived half a lifetime without ever killing anyone, it's no wonder they're terrified. Your families need your protection. You dare not kill them? Do you expect to be protected forever? Su Suli Zibut Ang Vili. Li Fu and the others, who were standing nearby, heard the Su family talking about using their lives as practice, and felt like pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The men kept begging for mercy, but no one paid them any attention. Su Kaikwan gritted his teeth, took the knife, and stepped forward. Zhang Lu looked at him and followed. At this moment, the remaining thugs no longer had the courage to resist. When they saw the two men approaching, they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Su Kaikwan looked back, somewhat hesitant. Just imagine what would have happened if Ling Tong and the others hadn't been there today. Su Shuli said angrily. Yes, if we didn't have any martial artists on our side today, would these people have spared our families? His wife, children, and parents will likely all suffer. Thinking of this, Su Kaikwan slashed the neck of the kneeling man with his knife, and blood spurted out. Only when I saw this living person die in my hands did I realize that my hands were trembling uncontrollably. He took a deep breath and regained some of his composure. Seeing this, Zhang Lu gritted his teeth and plunged the knife into the chest of one of the thugs. Then he started panting heavily. Su Kaihai and his men quickly stepped forward, following suit, and finished off the remaining few. At this point, the Su family had finally tasted meat. The Su family members were terrified by the sight before them. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, they realized that their escape route was fraught with danger. They could have died at any moment, but thankfully the Su Kaishi family was there. Everyone had witnessed Su Changshou's performance and couldn't help but look at him. At this point, no one treated him like a child anymore. Today, Changshou is still farsighted. Without seeing blood with your own hands, you will never be able to protect your families. Su Shuli nodded, looking at Su Changshou with admiration, and then spoke to Su Kaihai and the others. He was finding it increasingly difficult to understand his grandson. This is nothing like a child. Seeing such a bloody scene and remaining so calm, and even knowing to have his family kill people to toughen him up, his mentality is truly astonishing. If their family members come seeking revenge, then kill them directly. Just when everyone thought the matter was resolved, Su Changshou spoke again. At this point, everyone remembered that these thugs also had families in the ranks of refugees. Suddenly, I started to feel worried again. What are we afraid of? If they dare to come, we'll kill them. We'll kill them until they're scared, or until we wipe them all out. In this world, you can't stand firm unless you're ruthless. Seeing everyone's expressions, Su Shuli guessed their worries and began to lecture them. Chapter 1:10 Fearing Su Kaishi and the others piled the corpses of those thugs together in the distance. From a distance, it looked like a mound of earth, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pile of 27 corpses. The fighting here quickly spread the word about what the Su family had done throughout the refugee community. Soon, many people began to come from this direction. When they found that familiar face among the pile of corpses, they burst into tears. Most people just looked in the direction of the Su family with hatred, not daring to make any move. But there were also those who were not afraid of death, who wanted to avenge their dead family members, and they charged towards the Su family's camp of shouts. As a result, he was dragged by Ling Tong and thrown onto that pile of corpses, becoming one of them. Seeing how ruthless the Su family was, no one dared to do anything so irrational again. Even if they harbored hatred in their hearts, they would only watch from afar and dare not approach. Since the refugee caravan had become chaotic and lacked order and rules, only bloodshed could deter them. Otherwise, given the wealth the Su family is currently displaying, they would probably be completely wiped out in just a few days. The actions of the Su family astonished even the gentleman. I never imagined there was someone with such power in Manhwa County. This burly man who killed someone is truly terrifying. The man referred to as Mr. Zhao was named Zhao Qingye. He was extremely wealthy, and his ancestors had served as high-ranking officials. He exclaimed in admiration, "If we receive this assistance, our journey south will be much safer." "Miss Shirshir, you seem to know those people. Do you know who that man with the knife was?" "The fat man whom Wu Shirshir calls Master Zhang is named Zhang Qiang. He and Zhao Cheng are old friends and come from a distinguished family. Gentlemen, I do know some inside information. The burly man who committed the murder appeared to be a fifth-rank martial artist, which explained why he could deal with so many thugs so easily." Wu Shirshir then spoke up. "A martial artist? He's actually a martial artist, and a fifth-rank one at that. That's quite rare. I saw martial artists a few times when I visited the prefectural government office years ago. They're all high and mighty beings. How could they possibly be here?" Zhao Qing also exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked at Wu Shirshir. Clearly their curiosity had been piqued. Although some of them did not know what a fifth-rank martial artist meant, they could tell from Zhao Qing's expression that he was definitely extraordinary. The Su family seems to be some kind of reclusive family, the kind that's very powerful. Wu Shirshir recounted what Changshou had told her back then. A reclusive family. Inhale. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped again. After all, they were just wealthy families from Manhwa County. Although they knew more than ordinary people, they were not at the level to know about hidden families. But even though they hadn't heard of it, it didn't stop them from thinking it sounded impressive just from hearing the name. "Brother Zhao, can this fifth-rank martial artist defeat our 200 guards?" Zhang Qiheng then asked. Everyone looked at Zhao Qingye, wanting to know the answer. Clearly, they had already begun to assess the threat posed by the Su family to them. After all, in a team, if there is someone nearby who can threaten you, you will definitely be wary. As far as I know, this fifth-rank martial artist is quite remarkable, but he's still just an ordinary person. Although we guards are not as skilled as those veterans who have been through many battles, we are all top-notch. He was alone, so naturally he was no match for our guards. Zhao Qing also explained to everyone. After all, his ancestors were quite glorious, so he knew more about them than the others. That's good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as you have an absolute advantage, that's fine. Wu Shirshir really wanted to say that there was also a fourth-rank Changshou on the other side. But after thinking about it, I held back. She and Changshou spent every day together, often staying up all night. Changshou often showed her about the world of martial arts. So she actually knew more than Zhao Chang did. He realized that even if the opposing side had a fifth-rank official and a fourth-rank official, they would still be no match for his 200 guards. Whether you say it or not makes no difference. She didn't want to mention Changshou, that scoundrel, anymore, and he actually took her carriage back. So she has no choice but to spend the night in someone else's tent. Although we are not afraid of them, it is still best to live in peace with them. Since Miss Shirshir is acquainted with them, please deliver a small gift to them tomorrow on our behalf, as a way of establishing goodwill. Zhao Cheng then spoke to Wu Shirshir. Upon hearing this, Wu Shirshir inwardly groaned. Now that things had come to this point with Changshou, going to visit the Su family would only embarrass her. But now that we still need to rely on these gentlemen, we naturally dare not refuse. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Chapter 111 Food Shortage on the Su family side. Just in case, Su Kaihai and Su Kaikwan were added to keep watch at night in case of unforeseen circumstances. As the night wore on, everyone fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Wu Shirshir, accompanied by son Meng Meng and carrying a gift prepared by Zhao Qingye and others, arrived at the Su family's camp. It was indeed a small gift, a whole roasted goose. The Su family was having breakfast at that moment, which was still flatbread soaked in water and served with pickled vegetables. Upon seeing this, Wu Shishir secretly praised herself for her wisdom. Otherwise, if I came along, I would also be eating this kind of unpalatable food. Sun Mingming had a similar idea. Changshou glanced up at Wu Shishir. Clearly neither of them wanted to talk to the other at that moment. One man saw the other as a scumbag trying to get his carriage back, while the other saw the other as a scumbag woman who had deceived his feelings. They grew tired of looking at each other. Sun Mingming and Zhang Lu remained silent, appearing quite awkward. The master and servant were quite uncomfortable in the Su family's camp. After delivering the gifts, they prepared to leave. Wait a minute, it's only polite to reciprocate. My Su family will also give a return gift. At this moment, Su Changshou suddenly spoke up. After saying that, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he took out 5 caddies of dried wolf meat from the carriage and stuffed it into Wu Shishir's hand. This was leftovers from when the family hunted a wolf, so this return gift is actually more valuable than the roast goose. Wu Shishir nodded without saying anything more. She didn't want to stay here any longer. Good job on longevity, we won't take advantage of them. Su Shili praised it. We don't have much food left, and the third brother's family won't let us bring too much stuff. At this moment, Madame Su spoke up. Thinking of this, everyone felt a little worried. It's all right, there's plenty of food in the carriage, I'll bring it over later. Su Kaishi said. There wasn't much food on the carriage, of course. When he said take, he meant for Su Changshou to buy some from the Immortal Lord. After having breakfast, the group continued their journey. When they set off again, it became clear that the effects of last night's killings were beginning to take hold. Almost all the refugees instinctively distanced themselves from the Su family's group, as if they were afraid that the Su family might suddenly slaughter them as well. There were also some people who were subtly observing the Su family. Even the people from Shaoyan village looked at the Su family's group with some apprehension, not daring to approach. Meanwhile, the entourage of the gentleman was reinforced with additional guards who followed behind to protect the carriages carrying the gentleman. For 5 days in a row, nothing untoward happened. However, the team began to become increasingly anxious at this moment, because there's nowhere to replenish the supplies that everyone brought. Over the past 5 days, we have passed through 3 county towns, but all of them are deserted, and there is nowhere to buy anything. In order to escape the disaster, many people did not bring much food with them. Go and hunt around the area and see if you can find any prey. Zhaoqing also gave instructions to the guards. Their caravan had no shortage of food for the time being, but having grown accustomed to fine wine and delicacies, they were naturally unwilling to eat only dry rations at this moment. Today's lunch was a bit simpler than usual, with only 2 dishes of meat. One was smoked mutton, and the other was wolf meat given by the Su family. This made Wu Shishir secretly groan. In the Su family's group, everyone stared expectantly at Su Kaishi, because at this moment, the food that the Su family had prepared was also gone. Su Kaishi pulled Su Changshou to the carriage where the items were stored. When they returned, they carried a jar of eggs, a bag of rice, and a jar of pickled pork belly. The Su family members looked at these items with delight. Go cook. Su Kaishi handed the items to Zhang Xiaoa and the others, and said with a smile. These items were naturally taken out of the mall by Su Changshou. In preparation for his escape, he bought all the food he could from the mall every day, and now he could finally put it to use. The pork belly was secretly marinated in the car over the past few days. This was all to deceive others. It's best not to reveal too much right now. Just as the Su family was cooking, a commotion arose from not far away. Everyone looked in that direction. Hand over the package. Did you hear me? A man was aggressively pulling at a woman. Brother, you've already taken the grain from the cart. This package is the last thing we have left. If you take it, how are Da Zhuang and I supposed to live? Da Zhuang's mother was already in tears, clutching the bundle in her arms tightly, and cried out to her brother. Li Da Zhuang, standing to the side, was being held back by his 2 cousins and was extremely anxious. You're the aunt of the Zhao family. If the Zhao family's descendants starve to death, how can you face your father-in-law in heaven? A vicious woman sneered at Big Zhuang's mother. Chapter 112, The Growing Team. Da Zhuang is a good person. I wanted to join our team so that we can have more strength. Su Changshou Laoget. Su Changshou had a deep impression of Li Da Zhuang from their previous interactions and knew that he was a grateful person. He had long kept him in mind, and now that he had the opportunity to recruit him for his own use, he naturally didn't want to miss it. The Su family members had also heard of Li Dazhuang, so they did not object when they heard Su Changshou's words. The Zhao family had already snatched Li Zhaoshi's package. The group was flipping through the pages with great delight. However, all they found was a bag of brown rice, some money, and a small bag of salt. But this also made the Zhao family very happy. With these things, there's a greater chance of survival. Ignoring Li Zhaoshi, who was lying on the ground crying, the group pushed the cart and drove away. Li Dazhuang quickly helped his mother up. "Dazhuang, how are we going to live from now on?" Li Zhaoshi was already crying so hard she couldn't breathe. "Mother, I'm going to go and get the grain back," Li Dazhuang also said angrily. The Zhao family, relying on their superior numbers, robbed all the grain, leaving not even a single package behind. It's practically the same as killing them. "No, don't go. You can't beat them. There are too many of them." Li Zhao quickly grabbed him. At this point, the other party won't care about family ties, and it could easily lead to someone's death. She naturally didn't want her son to take the risk. But just as Li Dazhuang was about to say something more, he turned around and saw Su Changshou and the others appear behind him. "Third, uncle, what brings you here?" Li Dazhuang quickly greeted Su Kaishi. He remembered all the help the Su family had given him before. They were very grateful to the Su family. Li Zhaoshi quickly wiped away her tears and greeted Su Kaishi. "We saw that you were in trouble, so we came over," Su Kaishi said. Li Dazhuang then recounted what had just happened. "I will take you to get your stolen grain back." "Su Changshou Laoget, can I get back?" Li Dazhuang said with a look of surprise. "Have you forgotten about those who died last night? How many blows do you think the Zhao family can withstand?" Su Changshou spoke lightly, but Li's mother and son realized that the Su family was now known as a killing god among the refugees. Sure enough, the group found the Zhao family members. Upon seeing that they were from the Su family, those people didn't dare utter a sound and returned the grain and packages to Li Dazhuang. They only dare to bully those they can bully. As for the Su family, they fear them like the plague. Su Changshou was also very satisfied with their performance, which saved them a lot of trouble. "You don't have much food left either. Even if you bring it back, it won't last more than a few days. Why don't you come with us?" Su Changshou said. "Huh, really? Is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhao and her son could hardly believe their ears. At this point, would anyone still be willing to take them in? Yes, the Su family needs help. Brother Dazhuang is an adult, so he could be a valuable asset. Su Changshou spoke up. Upon hearing what Su Changshou said, Li Zhao and her son immediately knelt down and kowed out. Although Su Changshou claimed that Li Dazhuang was useful to them, everyone knew that they were all short of food. The fact that the Su family was willing to take them in is tantamount to giving them a life. "Dazhuang, from now on you'll listen to your third uncle's family. You should know how to be grateful." Li Zhaoshi lectured Li Dazhuang. "Yes, mother, I know." Li Dazhuang nodded as well. Su Kaishi quickly helped the two up, saying there was no need for that. "From now on, we can treat each other as family." The Zhao family felt both hatred and envy as they watched Li Dazhuang and his mother unexpectedly benefit from the misfortune and join the Su family's ranks. Although he was afraid of the Su family, he also knew that following the Su family would definitely give him a greater chance of survival. It's infuriating that the Su family is so protective of Li Dazhuang and his mother. But there was nothing that could be done. When Su Changshou brought Li's mother and son back to the Su family's group, everyone had already prepared meal. The soft, well-cooked rice porridge contained salted meat and a pot of boiled eggs. There were several jars of pickled vegetables on the side. The mother and son couldn't help but swallow hard when they smelled the aroma. Meat. How long has it been since they've had any meat? They've been surviving on porridge and dry biscuits all this way. The Su family is so well-fed even while fleeing. Moreover, they even saw Magistrate Liu in the Su family's group. Liu waved his hand, stopping their impulse to bow. At this moment, no one in the refugee group cared about the county magistrate. Strength was the only true measure of power. Only then did the Li family mother and son dare to sit down and eat with everyone. At this moment, they understood even more clearly that the Su family's decision to let them join was entirely out of consideration for them. Su Changshou looked at Li Dazhuang, who was carefully slurping up his rice porridge, and couldn't help but nod. With him included, the Su family's team now has one more male member, which will further strengthen their ability to protect themselves. 3 martial artists might be enough for now, but they certainly won't be able to take care of so many people in the Su family in the future. Human nature is unpredictable, so he only dared to slowly recruit some trustworthy people to join him. Chapter 113, the aroma of food from the Su family camp wafted towards Zhao Qingye's direction as he was caught in the rain. Their noses twitched as they faintly smelled the aroma of meat. But I didn't think much of it. When the 20-odd guards who had gone out hunting returned, they carried only a pheasant and nothing else. Everyone was extremely disappointed. I guess I'll have to endure a bit of stomach discomfort for the next few days. If hunting were that easy, all the people would go to the mountains to hunt. Why bother farming and paying taxes? Wouldn't it be better to eat meat? Ultimately, it's because hunting is too difficult to be successful. The game caught in a year is not enough to make a living. Only those landless people were forced to become hunters, relying on luck for a living. However, 3 days passed, and the group still hadn't found a place to buy things. Every day, Zhao Cheng and his companions couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they smelled the aroma of meat wafting from the direction of the Su family's camp. How long will it take before we see a town? This is the middle of nowhere, and we can't even see a soul in sight. Zhang Qihan complained. We should be approaching the territory of Yingzhou soon. Let's send someone on horseback to check it out then. Zhao Cheng also sighed. For the past few days, they have been drinking rice porridge with pickled vegetables. This was definitely good for the refugees who came after them, but for those who were used to a life of luxury, it was tasteless and bland. Zhang Qihan simply skipped meals whenever possible, preferring to go hungry rather than drink porridge anymore. Wu Shishir was also complaining bitterly, never expecting that following these people would cause her such suffering. I have to endure the nausea and serve these people every night, and I can't even get a piece of meat to eat. I'm so unlucky. She couldn't help but look at the Su family's convoy, and for a moment she regretted falling out with Changshou. I should have left myself an escape route. The Su family has already assigned tasks to everyone in the past few days. Several women were responsible for cooking, taking care of children, and doing things like sewing and mending clothes. The 4 Su brothers, along with Su Due, Zhang Lu, Li Dazhuang, and Yo Erden, were responsible for taking turns on night watch and driving the carriage during the day. The 3 martial artists need to maintain peak condition at all times to protect the team and occasionally teach others martial arts. Wang Xiaocai was too weak to carry anything, so Su Changshou didn't want him to be idle. Instead, he taught a few children to read and write. Although we are currently fleeing, we will eventually find a place to settle down. It's always good for children to learn more words and read more books. Major decisions within the team were discussed and made by Su Shuli, Zhang Jiuzhang, Lu Wan, and Su Changshou. No one objected to Su Changshou gaining a voice in the team. After what had happened recently, no one regarded him as a child anymore. They even subconsciously regarded him as their pillar of support. It looks like it's going to rain. We need to hurry and find somewhere to take shelter, or we'll be in trouble. Su Shuli looked at the sky and addressed the crowd. It's summer, and since leaving Manhwa County, it hasn't rained at all, which is incredibly fortunate that everyone arrived here smoothly. Today, we still have to find shelter from the rain. Getting caught in the rain when you're out and about is no joke. Whether it's the food, the horses, or the people, if any of them gets wet in the rain, something terrible could happen. The group of refugees moved quickly forward, everyone worried about getting soaked in the heavy rain. Especially for those people pushing carts, once the grain gets spoiled and soaked in water, it's definitely not going to last in this weather. However, they were still a step too late. By the time they finally saw a village, the rain had already started, and many people were soaked. They quickly entered the village, only to find it already deserted. The refugees hurriedly seized houses and put everything they could bring inside. The layer of grain that had been soaked by the rain was quickly peeled off and dried over a fire. At this crucial moment, we cannot afford to make any mistakes. The Su family found a fairly large courtyard, pushed open the door, and went inside, then closed the door with a bolt. Su Kaishi and his men unloaded the cattle and horses, drove them into a house, wiped the rain off them with cloths, and fed them hay. These cattle and horses are very precious. We're counting on them for the whole journey. It would be troublesome if they got wet in the rain and fell ill. The group hid inside the house, lit a fire, and took off their outer garments to dry them. Neo Erden and Li Dazhuang went to the well at the village entrance and brought back water. Several women quickly started boiling water, waiting for the rain to stop. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, everyone should be spending the night here. Even after the rain stops, the road will still be difficult to walk on after it has rained. Although many women, children, the elderly, and the infirm had fallen behind in the refugee group, there are still quite a few people left. We must be more than 200 li away from Manhwa County. I wonder how Shaoyan village is doing. Su Shuli sighed. I wonder if the barbarians have reached Manhwa County. If they have, I guess their homes will be ruined. Su Gaidiang Zet Ponde. We've lost all contact with the outside world and know nothing. We just hope they don't catch up with us, or we'll be in big trouble. Lewin said, once we reach a populated area, we'll ask around and find out what's going on. Su Changshou spoke up. However, just as everyone was preparing to cook, a commotion arose outside. Everyone quickly got up and looked outside. Chapter 114, Encountering Defeated Soldiers. A group of about 200 people had appeared in the village at some point. They were wearing leather armor, which, although somewhat tattered, clearly indicated that they were all soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty. The lining inside was dark red, similar to that of Zhang Duo and the others back then. They looked like government troops. Ling Tong told everyone what he had seen. Why are there soldiers here? Is there an army stationed nearby? Lewin asked in confusion. Could they be defeated soldiers? Just then, Su Changshou spoke up. Defeated soldiers? You mean defeated soldiers from Yongsheng? If so, that's not good. Lewin exclaimed in surprise. If the defeated soldiers of Yongsheng appear here, it means that the barbarians are most likely not far away from them. The noise outside continued. Judging from the sounds, it was the defeated soldiers driving away some of the refugees who were taking shelter from the rain in the farmhouses. Many refugees have been driven out, including one familiar family, the Zhao family, who were Li Dazhuang's maternal uncles. The whole family was evicted from their farmhouse and left to drench in the rain, completely bewildered. Ordinary people, faced with soldiers wielding knives, were no different from lambs and dared not resist. They're not coming here, are they? Su Kaihai said with some concern. No sooner had he finished speaking than the gate to the courtyard where he was staying was forcibly pushed open. Then 7 or 8 soldiers walked in, led by a man in the lead. This house has been requisitioned. You must leave immediately. The soldier leading the group looked to be a squad leader, and he spoke rudely to the Su family members standing at the door. Sir, we arrived here first. Please find another place. Su Shuli cupped his hands in greeting. He doesn't want to cause trouble. It would be best if he could be persuaded to leave. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here, or don't blame us for being impolite. The man in the lead was getting impatient. He was soaked to the bone from being drenched in the rain and wanted to find a place to dry off. Boss, there are horses in this house. And cows. Lots of them. At this moment, a soldier pushed open the door next to where the cattle and horses were kept, and upon seeing the scene inside, excitedly told the leader, Ling Tong, throw them out. Su Changshou shook his head helplessly and said, well, this can't be resolved peacefully. Su Shuli turned to look at Su Changshou, knowing that once his grandson spoke, he had made his decision. Upon receiving the order, Ling Tong strode forward, grabbed the leader by the collar, and swung him away. It was thrown right outside the door. Before the remaining people could make a move, Ling Tong followed suit and threw them out. By the time he realized what was happening, he was covered in mud and collapsed on the ground. You dare to resist. The group was shocked by the strength of the man, carrying a knife, and quickly retreated. They must have gone to call someone. Lewin said, this is truly an undeserved disaster, alas. Su Shuli and the other sighed. It's all right, we'll see this kind of thing all the time. Su Changshou laughed. Since there are only 200 people on the other side, there is no need for us to be afraid of them. Sure enough, after a short while, these defeated soldiers blocked the entrance to the Su family's courtyard. It's them. The man leading the group looked like a general, in his 30s or 40s, with a sword hanging at his waist. He looked at the Su family, a large group of people, mostly elderly, weak, women and children, and was somewhat surprised. These were the people who dared to hit his men. General, they're the ones who attacked us just now. They also had 5 horses and an ox, along with a carriage. The junior officer who had just been thrown out bowed to the general and said, you have attacked my men. Hand over your carriages and oxen, and I will forgive and forget. You may also be allowed to stay here tonight. The leading general spoke calmly to the Su family members. He led this group of men in a retreat from Yongsheng to this place. And just then, a heavy rain came, and that's when he saw this village. Unexpectedly, the village had already been occupied by someone else. He then ordered his men to evacuate the displaced people on their own, and this was the first household to dare to resist. Of course, he wasn't stupid. He had already seen that the houses Zhao Cheng and his men occupied were filled with guards carrying weapons. Their numbers were not much fewer than theirs, so they deliberately avoided them. Seeing that the soldiers and officers were not causing trouble, Zhao Cheng naturally didn't care how they treated the other refugees. Why should I? Su Shuli said angrily. We're strong because we have bigger fists, and you have fewer people. See those houses over there? They're worthy of our respect, but we won't provoke them. This is the rule of this world. The leading man laughed and pointed in the direction of the house, where Zhao Cheng and the others were. How do you know our fists aren't big enough? Su Changshou Laoget. He naturally understood what the officers and soldiers meant. But since you've chosen the law of the jungle, you have to be prepared to run into a brick wall. Clearly, the group on the other side underestimated them. They're refusing to listen to reason and are now asking for trouble. Take them down. The leading officer spoke up. Chapter 115, The Soldier's Clumsy Moves. Ling Tong, Dianwei. Su Changshou spoke up. The group of soldiers, numbering over 20, surrounded and attacked the two men. But he was instantly knocked to the ground by the two men. Seeing that the situation was not right, the leading officers and soldiers obviously realized that the two people opposite them must be martial artists. He quickly took matters into his own hands. He was a lieutenant general and already possessed the strength of a fourth-rank martial artist. He is very confident in his abilities. However, his joining did not change anything. A moment later, the courtyard was filled with soldiers lying in pain. Everyone looked at the two members of the Su family who had made their move with apprehension. They never expected that so many of them would be no match for the two people on the other side. The remaining soldiers surrounded the two men, holding knives and facing off, but dared not approach. Several soldiers had already drawn their bows and aimed their arrows at the Su family. Instantly, Dianwei's eyes turned fierce as he looked at the archers. Upon seeing this, the leading officer quickly ordered his men to put down their bows and arrows. He had a premonition that if the elderly, weak, women and children were harmed, he and the others would not be able to leave this courtyard alive. They're actually martial artists of the 5th rank or higher. He was shocked. Only now did he realize that either of the two martial artists opposite him was stronger than him. The warrior wielding the double halberds possessed unfathomable strength. Gentlemen, we were mistaken. He cupped his hands in greeting to the Su family members, a wry smile on his face. This is unexpected. They kicked away the iron plate. No wonder they dared to hit their own people. Now, do we deserve to be looked up to by you? Su Changshou said with a smile. My name is Lu Qi, and I am a lieutenant general of Yongchen. I was stranded here after a great battle with the barbarians. Please forgive me, young sir, for the sake of our defense of the borders. The leading officer had a fawning smile on his face. He had just noticed that the family seemed to regard the child as the leader, so he dared not be negligent now. You're from Yongchen? Do you know what's going on outside? Lu Wen then asked. After Yongcheng fell, General Zhao Jie led us to defend it to the death. Later, when they realized that most of the people had left, they fled for their lives, and the barbarian cavalry followed. We don't know what's going on outside right now. The last message we received was that the king of Han had besieged Nanjing. The imperial court needs troops from all directions to defend the emperor and has no spare resources to support us. Lu Qi said, considering that you did buy time for the people to escape, we will not hold this against you today. Su Changshou nodded. There are more than 200 soldiers on the other side. If we really fight to the death, we won't gain anything. It's better to choose to make peace for the time being. The officers and soldiers of this great Xia dynasty are very contradictory. They are willing to die to protect the people and the land behind them, but at times they also do not treat the people as human beings. Su Changshou did not understand this behavior. In his view, it was probably a clash between a grander perspective on the nation and the world and a class-based mentality. Thank you, young man. Lu Qi quickly expressed his gratitude. They were already mired in a quagmire, so naturally, they were unwilling to make enemies of such a powerful martial artist. The two sides essentially shook hands and made peace. Zhao Cheng and the others naturally noticed the situation on this side. They didn't go closer to look, so they couldn't see what was happening in the yard. Originally, I thought the Su family was in trouble this time, but I didn't expect that the soldiers would just walk out of the courtyard. It was clear that the Su family had the upper hand. This made Zhao Cheng and the others think much more highly of the Su family. I underestimated them before I came. Only after the soldiers left did the Su family members breathe a sigh of relief. The group set off again the next day. Surprisingly, they discovered that Lu Qi and his group were also following behind. This made the entire group of refugees feel uneasy. The officers and soldiers yesterday really didn't act like good people. However, the fact that they were just hanging far behind the group was still acceptable to the refugees. This means that a third, formidable force has now joined the ranks. Both the Su family and Zhao Qingye's teams have increased their vigilance. No one can guarantee that the other party won't draw their sword at any moment. After walking all morning, it wasn't until lunchtime that they discovered the purpose of the soldiers following them. Food. After the refugees cooked their meal, soldiers came forward and searched the area. They didn't take everything. Instead, each person went to a different household and took a portion. He then took the food and returned to his own group. The same thing happened again in the evening. However, this time it was a different group of refugees. They didn't manage to fleece a whole flock of sheep. The displaced people dared not speak out against their anger. The Su family and Zhao Cheng were naturally not included in this group, because those officers and soldiers dared not rob them. Are they using refugees as their food supply? Su Changshou was dumbfounded when he saw this. Whoever came up with this idea is truly talented. These officers and soldiers even saved themselves the trouble of transporting grain. They could simply grab a portion whenever they wanted to eat. Even the food was prepared. So the next day, the refugees all learned their lesson. When it's mealtime, they just sit there waiting, and whoever cooks first will definitely have their food snatched away first. They all thought that others should cook first, and that they would cook after the soldiers had finished looting. The officers and soldiers also realized that the refugees were not taking any action. Without waiting any longer, he held a knife to the refugees' necks and watched them start cooking. Therefore, the refugees had no choice but to comply. We won't eat your food for nothing. When the barbarians catch up, we'll let you go first. Lu Qi spoke to the refugees, but the refugees didn't believe a word of it. Finally, the people of Shaoyan village couldn't hold back any longer and begged the Su family for help. Chapter 116 Contract of Indenture. Third brother, we're all from the same village. Can you help us and stop those soldiers from stealing our grain? Yes, third brother, we don't have much food to begin with. Those soldiers are afraid of you, so your words will definitely have an effect. A group of villagers from Shaoyan village found the Su family. They spoke one after another, and their meaning was quite clear. This left Su Kaishi in a difficult position, and the rest of the Su family also didn't know what to do. Why should I help you? Just then, Su Changshou spoke up. What are you saying, child? You should call me uncle. Everyone here is your uncle, aunt, and cousin. What's wrong with helping out? Wang Wu laughed from the crowd, but there was a hint of moral blackmail in his voice. I remember when you joined the village protection team. You were the first one to turn around and run away. Su Changshou bluntly exposed him. He had a clear view of the situation when the village protection team dealt with Zhang Duo and his men. He remembered who stood with the Su family and who abandoned them and ran away. That's why he trusted Li Dazhuang so much. Back then, we were scared. Compared to those who didn't join the village protection team, we were considered lucky. Wang Wu's expression turned somewhat grim. Yes, that's true, but my father and several uncles almost died because of you. Su Changshou said calmly. If Jian Wei hadn't appeared in time, Su Kaishi and his companions would have been surrounded and attacked, and the outcome would have been predictable. We were wrong that time, and we will never do it again. Third brother, please help us, otherwise we really can't survive. Wang Wu wondered what he was talking about with a child, and turned to Su Kaishi. Our family values longevity. Su Kaishi ignored him and looked at Su Changshou. Wang Wu and the others quickly looked at Su Changshou again, eagerly waiting for him to give them a reply. I can help you, but your experience makes me unsure. How about this? You sign an indenture with the Su family. Then you'll be considered members of the Su family, and we'll have a reason to protect you. Su Changshou hesitated for a moment before speaking. A contract of servitude. We're all neighbors here, Changshou. What do you mean by this? Zhao Xiong, Li Dazhuang's maternal uncle, spoke up from the crowd. Our Su family doesn't accept just anyone. Even if we sign indenture contracts, we only sign them with the 44 people who originally joined the village protection team. Su Changshou glanced at the Zhao family members with drooping eyelids. When Shaoyan village first formed a village protection team, many people were unwilling to contribute, and in the end, including the Su family, there were only 48 people. Su Changshou also kept it in mind. If the Su family were to hire servants, those people would definitely be unacceptable. When Wang Wu and the others heard that the Su family would only protect them if they signed a contract of servitude, they were somewhat unwilling. But hearing that even this contract of servitude wasn't something just anyone was qualified to sign made him feel much better. The resistance was not so obvious anymore. Okay, I'll sign. Wang Wu gritted his teeth and nodded. If those soldiers continue to extort money from them, my family really won't be able to survive. The Su family is so powerful. Following them might not be a bad idea. How much worse can it get? Seeing that someone was taking the lead, the others who were eligible to sign the indenture also agreed. Zhao Xiong opened his mouth, but when he saw Ling Tong behind Su Changshou, he quickly shut his mouth. In the Great Xia dynasty, signing a contract of servitude required going to the government office to draw up a document, and only with the government seal was it considered legal. At this moment, Wang Wu and the others agreed because they thought that the agreement wouldn't count anyway. At worst, we could just deny it later. But after Wang Xiaocai wrote out the contract of indenture and they affixed their fingerprints, they realized they had overthought things. Lu Wen took out the seal of the Plum Blossom County government from his sleeve, breathed on it, and stamped it on. Everyone was stunned. The Su family even brought a county magistrate with them when they fled. Su Changshou carefully handed the stack of indentures to Su Kaishi, who then put them away. From then on, the Su family also had servants. Wang Wu and the others rushed back and gathered their belongings and family members near the Su family's camp. When it was mealtime, the soldiers started robbing the refugees of their food again. A dozen or so soldiers arrived at the location of the group in Xiaoyan village, ready to make their move. Wang Wu and the others quickly said that they were servants of the Su family, and the soldiers looked at the Su family. Seeing that Su Changshou nodded, they did not take his food. The group of refugees numbered over 1,000, and the government troops had plenty of refugees to rob, so they wouldn't antagonize the Su family just because they were missing a few people. Others who signed indentures followed suit. When the officers and soldiers saw that they were really giving the Su family face, they were all overjoyed. That contract of servitude wasn't signed in vain. Zhao Xiong also wanted to take advantage of the situation, so he lied and said he was a servant of the Su family. When the officers and soldiers looked at him questioningly, Su Changshou simply turned his face away. Then Zhao Xiong got beaten up and his food was taken away. This made Wang Wu and the others extremely fortunate. I'm both glad I signed the indenture and glad I joined the village protection team. Thinking of this, he looked at Li Dazhuang, who was sitting around the Su family camp, and felt a surge of envy. The Su family accepted Li Dazhuang back then because he didn't run away, and that's why he was able to sit with them and chat and laugh. Upon smelling the aroma of meat wafting from the Su family's camp, everyone regretted their actions. Chapter 117, The Su family hunts a sheep. The Su family gained 44 servants today, which is considered a happy event. This made Old Master Su feel like he was in a dream. I never expected that the Su family could even produce servants. Having signed the indenture, these people's lives and deaths could be decided by the Su family with a single word. Unless these people have no intention of staying in Daxia, or never found by the Su family. Otherwise, they would have to obey the Su family. Looking back on his journey, Su Changshou felt that the Su family should indeed have its own power base. Otherwise, if we always rely on a few martial artists, we will be in a very difficult situation when something happens. The world is getting more and more chaotic these days, so hiring some servants is a way of indirectly expanding the Su family's power. After traveling for another half day, they finally saw the town. The group of refugees hurried towards the town. It remains empty. This inevitably disappointed everyone. The team was now in a state of extreme anxiety. Since leaving Manhwa County, there's been no replenishment of supplies, and even if there is money, there's nowhere to spend it. Zhao Qingye's troops had been eating porridge for several days in a row, which made the officials feel extremely depressed. These past few days, they've all been wondering how much meat the Su family brought and why they haven't finished it yet. After arriving at a mountain forest, the group prepared dinner. Let's go hunting and see if we can catch any game. Su Changshou pulled Su Kaishi and Ling Tong aside and addressed the group. In this desolate wilderness, hunting is not so easy. Su Li Smai. It's all right. Let's go take a look and try our luck. Su Jiangshou Smai. After saying that, he led the two of them into the depths of the mountains. Lu Qi and Zhao Cheng also saw this from both sides and couldn't help but find it amusing. Hunting. It's not like they haven't tried it before. It's just an unreliable endeavor. The sun was almost setting, and the forest was already dark. How could one possibly hunt prey? Even martial artists have to rely on luck. At this time, everyone was pessimistic about the 3 members of the Su family. Su Changshou was certainly not foolish enough to actually go hunting. He lied about going hunting so that he could take the 2 of them to retrieve the things he had bought earlier. The group walked to a stream. Su Changshou pulled out 80 caddies of mutton with bones. Just clean it and take it home. We told them we caught wild goats, processed them by the stream, and brought them back. Su Changshou said, "This is just a plausible excuse he makes up, and whether others believe it or not is irrelevant. What do you do if you don't believe me? Believe it or not." Su Kaishi was extremely excited to see so much mutton. There's far more mutton than the whole family could possibly finish. The group washed the mutton and then took it back to the camp. When the Su family members saw so much mutton, their mouths watered. During this period, we have never lacked meat at home, but it has all been cured in salted meat. We eat it at every meal, and it is really getting a bit unbearable. Now that there is mutton to eat, I am naturally overjoyed. Did they really catch their prey? How is that possible? Are prey really that easy to catch now? We sent so many people to catch it, and we only brought back 1 pheasant. The Su family is too lucky. Lu Qi, Zhao Cheng, and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with envy. They quickly sent people to try their luck in the deep mountains. Many refugees even ventured into the woods. As for the reasons Su Changshou gave, they didn't think much of them. The mountains and forests are so dense that it's not surprising that they have a bit of a wild flavor. Zhang Xiua and the others quickly prepared the mutton and threw it into the pot. The family couldn't finish all of this meat. The 3 martial artists had large appetites and cut off a total of 40 caddies of meat. Su Changshou had someone deliver the dismantled sheep bones to Wang Wu and the others. Letting them cook their own soup is considered a perk for their servants. Forget about meat. We shouldn't accept undeserved rewards. They haven't done anything yet, so we should be grateful for even a little soup. The main purpose was to set an example for others. He needed to gradually cultivate a sense of awareness within this group of refugees. That means only by following the Su family can one live a good life. This made Wang Wu and the others extremely grateful. I never imagined that becoming a servant in the Su family would allow me to drink mutton bone soup. Zhao Xiong and the others could only watch with envy. The entire camp was filled with the aroma of mutton. Everyone was swallowing hard, staring in the direction of the Su family's house. When it was completely dark, the hunters that Lu Qi and Zhao Cheng had sent out returned, and unsurprisingly, they all came back empty-handed. This left both sides deeply disappointed. Wu Shishir and Sun Mengmeng had hoped to have some meat when they returned from hunting, but they didn't get anything in return. Looking at the rice porridge in a bowl in my hand, it was bland and tasteless. The 2 women looked in the direction of the Su family and couldn't help but swallow hard. They began to regret abandoning Changshou and following these people. "Brother Zhao, I see that the Su family still has some meat left. Why don't we ask them if they'd be willing to sell us some?" Zhang Qihing spoke up. "Yes, Brother Zhang has reminded me. Miss Shishir, would you be willing to make this trip? Money is not an issue as long as the other party is willing to sell." Zhao Qing also said to Wu Shishir, "Oh, this humble woman may wish to give it a try." Wu Shishir was taken aback when she heard this, but then she was overjoyed. "If the Su family is willing to sell, then I'll have meat to eat too." After saying that, he led Sun Mengmeng toward the Su family camp. Chapter 118. Want mutton? Pay up. At this moment, the Su family members were gathered around the fire, each with a large bowl overflowing with mutton. There were also various seasonings in the bowl. I don't know where the Su family got them from. Chun Xiu was holding a large piece of meat in his hand, gnawing on it with grease dripping from his mouth, and looking at her provocatively. "It smells so good." Wu Shishir's nose twitched unconsciously, and she swallowed hard again. "If I were with Changshou, I'd be sitting here eating meat too, wouldn't I?" Wu Shishir thought to herself. Then, remembering the purpose of his visit, he quickly explained his intentions. "You want to buy our meat?" Su Changshou looked at Wu Shishir in surprise. "Name your price." Wu Shishir said, "This meat is not easy to obtain. As you know, there's no one left in the town, and hunting is a matter of luck. We don't even have enough to eat." Su Changshou said, Yes, I know, but everything has a price. Nothing is off limits if the price is right. Wu Shishir said, thinking that she had given herself to so many men in order to survive. Wasn't that more valuable than that mutton essence? Each item has its own price, let alone a few kilograms of mutton. 100 taels of silver, and I'll sell you 10 caddies of meat. How about that? Changshou spoke up. Actually, after removing the bones, there was still 60 jin of meat left. My family ate 40 jin, so there was still 20 jin left. The weather is hot, and if this meat isn't marinated, it will spoil by midnight. I've been eating cured meat for so many days in a row, I'm already tired of it. There's no point in curing it again. The thought that those old men were all rich and powerful, while his own wallet was now empty, with nothing coming in and nothing going out, made him feel incredibly frustrated. When you encounter these big spenders, you might as well take advantage of them. So expensive? Wu Shishir exclaimed in surprise. Lamb is not cheap under normal circumstances. But it's only 100 coins per caddy, and 100 taels is enough to buy 1,000 caddies of mutton. How could the Su family's child be so heartless? They actually dared to ask for 10 taels of silver per caddy. The money he paid to redeem himself was only 1,500 taels. In other words, he's only worth 150 jin of mutton? Thinking of this, Wu Shishir felt a tightness in her chest. Didn't you just say I can name my price? Changshou remained silent. But this price is too high. Maybe I should go back and ask about it. Wu Shishir hurriedly went to discuss the matter with Zhao, Qingye, and the others. It wasn't that she was stingy with the money, since it wasn't her money anyway. The main problem is that it's too expensive, and she doesn't dare to make the decision herself. Zhao Cheng and the others were also surprised by the Su family's outrageous demands. But smelling the rich aroma of mutton, I gritted my teeth and decided to buy it. When Wu Shishir returned, she brought with her 100 taels of silver. Changshou had someone hand over about 10 caddies of mutton to her. Wu Shishir happily took the meat back home. No sooner had the people on this side left than Lu Qi arrived. You want to eat meat too? Changshou looked at the soldier and said, Young master, could you share some of this meat with us? Lu Qi said somewhat embarrassedly, I just sold these 10 caddies of meat for 100 taels of silver. If you want to eat it, you'll have to pay for it too. Changshou spoke up. That's expensive. Lu Qi was also somewhat surprised. He had just seen Zhao Cheng and the others exchange meat for meat and return home, but he hadn't expected the baby to be so overpriced. They fled south without a single horse, let alone any money. With so many of you, we can manage to get together. Changshou then spoke up. Yes, that's very thoughtful. I'll go back and discuss it. Lu Qi cupped his hands in greeting. When they returned, they had brought back a large pile of loose silver. It must have really been raised by more than 200 people. Changshou was overjoyed to have sold 20 caddies of mutton for 200 taels of silver. It's not bad that we can still make some money from them all while fleeing. In the following days, Changshou followed the same method, and every time he took Su Kaishi and Ling Tong out hunting, he could bring back some processed prey. It's either chicken or pork. Zhao Cheng and Lu Qi lamented inwardly, wondering if all the world's good fortune had been concentrated on the Su family. Why do they hunt for several days in a row, but mostly come up empty-handed? The Su family never returns empty-handed from any trip they take. Could this young master of the Su family be the son of the mountain god? In the past few days, Zhao Cheng and his group have spent 300 taels of silver on meat. Meanwhile, Lu Qi could only watch enviously as the Su family ate their fill, because they were completely drained. Chapter 119 Encounter with Barbarians. General, how come the Su family can catch prey as soon as they go out? It's too strange. One of the soldiers complained to Lu Qi. Who knows? We're not strong enough. The brothers we sent out to follow them all got lost. Maybe the Su family has some secret hunting techniques. Lu Qi also looked frustrated. In the past few days, they noticed that the Su family always returned with prey, while their own men had come up empty-handed. So they sent a few men to secretly follow them, wanting to see how the Su family hunted. Unsurprisingly, they all lost track of them. Left with no other option, Lu Qi decided to follow them himself. But whether it was because the Su family noticed they were following them and became more vigilant or for some other reason, the person who went hunting with the child was replaced by a burly man wielding double halberds. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of the other person, let alone follow them. The difference in strength is simply too great. These days, many people have fallen behind again. Some were too old, weak, sick, or disabled to keep up with the troops, while others chose to hide in the deep mountains and forests to avoid the soldiers. The remaining refugees also had little food left. This meant that Lu Qi and his group had fewer and fewer targets to steal from. The current force, including their 200-plus officers and soldiers, only has a little over 900 people left. In the Su family's ranks, the mountain road ahead is no longer passable by carriage. Yingzhou is a mountainous and densely forested area with complex terrain. From here on, we will have to take the official road. Looking at the terrain ahead, Lu Wen addressed the group. He had passed through this area when he came to Manhwa County to take up his post, so he was quite familiar with it. To avoid the barbarians, they had always avoided the plains and always traveled by mountain paths, but now they had no choice but to leave. Such a long column would be very conspicuous if exposed on the plains. If the barbarians come after us, we won't even have anywhere to hide. Let's all increase our vigilance. Let's talk to Zhao Cheng and the others and ask if they could send a few riders as scouts to patrol within a 10-mile radius of the convoy. Before we leave the plains, we can provide them with 10 pounds of meat every day. Su Changshou pondered for a moment and then said, in this group, only Zhao Cheng and his group had a few horses to ride. All the horses on our side are harnessed to carriages and cannot be sent out. After Su Kaishi went over and told Zhao Qingye and the others about it, they immediately agreed. Since sending out scouts is also for their own protection, and they can also get some meat, they are naturally happy to do so. The long procession finally reached the official road. This feeling of being completely exposed made the entire group of refugees feel extremely nervous. I just wanted to finish this leg of the journey as soon as possible, and then go deep into the mountains. The scorching sun baked the earth, and there wasn't a single tree to provide shade on the plain. It made everyone's mouths dry. Just as everyone was rushing on their way, the sound of horses' hooves came from afar. Run! Barbarians! They were the scouts that were sent out earlier. He was running anxiously toward the group. A cloud of dust rose up behind them. As soon as he said that, the whole team tensed up. Regardless of which direction the barbarian was in, he quickened his pace and walked rapidly forward. Damn it! How could I be so unlucky as to run into barbarians? Lu Wen complained. Let's find out the situation first. Su Changshou spoke up. So he and Su Kaishi walked toward Zhao Qingye's group. Lu Qi also came in this direction. The scout had already headed straight there. Barbarians have appeared about 150 men, all cavalry, about 8 or 9 li to our side. They are heading this way. The scout drank a bag of water and addressed the group. 150 people. Su Changshou looked at Lu Qi, who was the one who knew the barbarians best here. This should be an unusual cavalry squad of barbarians. A team of this size is usually enough to control the territory of a county without any problem. It seems the barbarians have breached Yongsheng and are advancing rapidly, already dividing their forces. Liu Qi analyzed. Can you handle it? Su Changshou asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Those barbarians select survivors from childhood using a method of training eagles and raising venomous insects. They claim that 100 survivors can conquer a city, and 10,000 can destroy a country. Ordinary infantry are fine. We can deal with them by outnumbering them. But these barbarians have a natural affinity for horses, and when they're on horseback, they're difficult to deal with because of the horse's strength. At that time in Yongsheng, the victories we achieved were all thanks to the soldiers of our great Xia fighting with their lives on the line. To be honest, my brothers couldn't stop this cavalry force of over 100 men. Liu Qi sighed Davidi. Although I don't want to admit it, that's the truth. The Xia people's physical condition was indeed inferior to that of these barbarians. Chapter 120 Cooperation reached. What are we going to do? If these barbarian cavalry come over, we're doomed. Zhao Qing also said nervously. Most of these people were traveling on foot, and the barbarians would catch up with them in no time. A group of thousands of refugees could not be hidden at all. If your two groups can fight alongside us, perhaps we can protect them. Lu Qi said. These men alone could not possibly defeat these cavalrymen. However, if we add Zhao Qingye's 200 guards and the experts from the Su family, we might be able to put up a fight. All right, the Su family agrees. Su Changshou nodded. There's no way to escape now, so we have to give it our all. Lu Qi and Su Changshou looked at Zhao Qingye and the others, waiting for his answer. We agree, let's give it our all. Zhao Cheng and the others steeled their hearts and made up their minds. At this time, no one can remain unaffected. Soon, the three strongest forces in the refugee group reached an agreement. Su family racing team. What? You want us to help fight the barbarians? How could we possibly be a match for them? Upon hearing Su Changshou's words, Wang Wu and the others exclaimed in surprise. Since you have become servants of the Su family, it is only right that you protect your master's family. Only those who survive this ordeal can truly be considered members of the Su family. Only true members of the Su family are qualified to have us provide them with food. Su Changshou spoke up. He couldn't possibly take in a group of servants and then protect them for no reason. Since we are currently shorthanded, we certainly won't let them hide in the background. He knew that many of these people would suffer casualties if they went to resist the barbarians. But if they were soft-hearted, their families would face even more danger. Of course, he wouldn't send untrained ordinary people like Wang Wu to charge in a battle. He would simply have them build a defensive line in front of the Su family. If the soldiers and Zhao Qingye's guards can't stop the barbarians and someone breaks through the defense line, then these people will be needed. But we have no weapons at all. Wang Wu and the others were at a loss. What Su Changshou said was a kind of temptation for them. Becoming a member of the Su family would guarantee them food, which was extremely appealing to them given their current food shortages. Starving to death is death. Dying in battle is also death, so I might as well take a gamble. But right now they're all unarmed. Going up there would just be suicide. It would be such a waste if they died. It's all right. I have weapons here. Su Changshou gave me a very considerate look. After saying that, the Su family members carried over a bundle of spears and threw it in front of them. Wang Wu and the others stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered as to where the Su family, whom they had known since childhood, had gotten all these things. Who would be fleeing with a bunch of long guns? And exactly 44 of them. If this hadn't been prepared in advance, no one would believe it. These spears were naturally exchanged by Su Changshou from them all. A spear with a wooden handle cost 2 taels of silver. After Wang Wu and the others each took a long spear and lined up under Ling Tong's command, they actually looked quite respectable. The barbarians are cavalry, so exchanging for these spears would be the most suitable weapons for them. Even if you gave these people a machete, they wouldn't use it. Lu Qi has already led his team this way. Upon seeing the Su family servants already lined up, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Just a moment ago, they were a group of unarmed refugees, and in the blink of an eye, they have become an armed squad with long guns. Could it be that the Su family has been hiding their strength all along? Lu Qi naturally wouldn't ask aloud, and could only keep his doubts to himself. Zhao Cheng's guards also gathered over there, each carrying a knife. Several others had bows and arrows hanging from their backs. Lu Qi had more than 200 men, plus Zhao Qingye's more than 200 guards. There are also Su family members. Although they seem numerous, Zhao Cheng's guards are far less skilled in combat than the government troops. As for the servants of the Su family, they were not needed until the very end. These officers and soldiers were all at the first or second rank, while most of the guards were not even at the level of martial artists. To deal with barbarian cavalry, it would take at least 2 officers and 2 guards to barely hold their own against 1 cavalryman. The actual gap in strength is too large. Soon, the Su family and Zhao Cheng and his group reunited. Wang Wu and others' families were also allowed to stay with the Su family, standing on the outside of the Su family. Su Kaishi, Li Dazhuang, and several other male members of the Su family stood guard in front of their family members, each holding a long knife. The long spear team, composed of Su family servants, protected these people behind them, holding long spears in their hands, sweating nervously. Further ahead was a defensive line formed by Lu Qi soldiers and Zhao Cheng's guards. The leaders were Lu Qi, Dian Wei, Ling Tong, and Chen Xiao. If these 3 lines of defense are breached, then the fate awaiting the Su family and Zhao Qingye will be death. The group moved slowly forward, trying to avoid overlapping with the barbarians' route. If you're lucky enough to avoid it completely, then the crisis is over. As for the other refugees, no one cared about them, so they could only try to get as close to the Su family as possible, hoping to seek some protection. However, Su Changshou ordered that they be strictly forbidden from getting too close to the Su family, or they would be killed without exception. This is not the time to be soft-hearted. If these refugees charge first, it will definitely cause big trouble. Chapter 121, the long spear team and others had not gone far when they heard the sound of dense hooves coming from not far away. Then, A troop of cavalry came galloping toward them. Form ranks. Prepare for battle. Lu Qi quickly issued the order. The troops quickly expanded, and the defensive line that had just been built was also quickly deployed. Those refugees outside the protective perimeter were so frightened that they dropped their belongings and began to flee. They looked like headless flies. The barbarian cavalry also spotted this group of refugees walking across the plains. Although the distance was too great to see the barbarians' faces clearly, Su Changshou could still sense their excitement. This is a kind of frenzy upon seeing prey. That's right. Right now, in the eyes of the barbarians, these people are prey. Grain, slaves, horses, and women would all be the spoils they longed for. The Su family members were on high alert, and the women held their children tightly, trying to suppress their fear and comfort them. If we can't hold them off, we'll fight to the death to hold them off so the children can escape first. I'm an old man. I can handle a knife too, Su Shuli said with a serious expression. Miss Sure, if something truly happens to you, it would be best to take your own life. Otherwise, with your beauty, you will only suffer a fate worse than death. Zhang Qiheng still had the mind to care about Wu Shir at this time. Upon hearing this, Wu Shir was even more frightened, but forced to smile. He thought to himself, it's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. If anyone's going to die, it'll be you who dies first. Lu Qi had fought against barbarians before, so he was quite experienced in dealing with them. As the barbarians approached, Lu Qi gave a command, and the guards carrying bows and arrows knocked their arrows and fired 2 volleys. Although none of the shots hit their mark, they still slowed down the barbarian charge. Kill! Lu Qi led the charge out. Then Dian Wei, Ling Tong, and Changshou, who were beside him, also charged out first. The officers, soldiers, and guards behind him rushed forward to greet them. All 4 of them were experts of the 4th rank or above, capable of levitation using their internal energy. In the blink of an eye, they were the first to charge into the front of the leading riders. With their combined efforts, the group killed several barbarians, finally disrupting the cavalry's formation. The barbarians never expected that such an inconspicuous group of refugees could hide 4 high-level martial artists. Despite this, quite a few still rushed toward the officers and guard behind them. Infantry are at a disadvantage when fighting cavalry. In addition, the barbarians themselves were stronger than these soldiers and guards. In just one exchange, many people were cut down, most of them guards who had little combat experience. The officers and soldiers were fine, having seen many life-or-death situations, but the guards now showed signs of panic. Fortunately, Dian Wei and his men were incredibly strong and fought without restraint, which eventually scared away many of the barbarians. The barbarian cavalry detached a significant number of men to besiege Dian Wei and his warriors, and the battle became a stalemate for a time. Within a quarter of an hour, Dian Wei and his men had killed more than 50 riders, most of whom were killed by Dian Wei and Ling Tong. The barbarian troops were clearly panicked, unable to understand why they had suffered such heavy losses after casually attacking a group of refugees. Lu Qi was also shocked by the fighting prowess of Dian Wei and his companions. I underestimated the strength of the Su family. However, the situation was not so good for the officers and soldiers and guards, because the guards were somewhat afraid of fighting and many loopholes appeared at this moment. Upon seeing this, Su Changshou knew in his heart that something was wrong. Sure enough, 7 or 8 cavalrymen seized the opportunity, broke through the encirclement, and charged toward the protected group. The barbarians could easily see that the soldiers and guards outside were protecting those inside. Once we take down these people, we'll seize the initiative and the situation will be reversed. Repel the enemy. Su Kaishi roared with all his might. Then Wang Wu and the others cautiously raised their spears, the tips pointing outwards. The barbarians who charged forward now wore expressions of disdain. These guys with long guns look like ordinary people. Vulnerable. One charge, and they will surely scatter and flee. Think of your families. If you win, you'll have mutton tonight. From now on, the Su family will provide meals. Su Changshou then spoke up. If the barbarians break in, the Su family will be truly finished. Upon hearing Su Changshou's words, Wang Wu and the others were shocked. That's right, behind him were not only the Su family, but also his own family. Wang Wu and the others' eyes instantly hardened. He gripped his spear tightly, waiting for the barbarian to charge so he could thrust it down hard. The barbarian cavalry charged towards Wang Wu and his men. The horses, without stopping, rammed into Wang Wu and his men with tremendous force. Prick! Su Kaishi gave the order. Then Wang Wu and the others thrust out their spears. Then blood spurted out. There were barbarians, horses, and servants of the Su family. The scene was horrific. Several of Su family servants had their necks slashed by the barbarian sabers and were clearly beyond saving. Several barbarian horses were also stabbed, and the horses fell heavily to the ground. Wang Wu and the others rushed forward and stabbed the fallen barbarian in the neck. That ended their lives completely. Of the 44 servants of the Su family, 38 remained standing. The barbarians on the other side died under their guns. The Su family's newly formed spear team actually won. Su Changshou was overjoyed. These people were useful. Chapter 122, Dividing the Horses, the Wounded Retreat. The rest of you line up again. Su Kaishi Saute. Although the cavalry's charge was weak due to the short distance, many of the barbarian attackers were still injured because of Wang Wu and the others' nervousness. Among those standing there, some were bleeding and several others had been knocked down by horses, their heads buzzing, struggling to stay upright. Even so, they were no longer afraid. Instead, they were somewhat excited. Having just experienced that moment of slaughter with their hands stained with blood, they have undergone a transformation. The injured were ordered to step behind the others. The remaining people quickly reorganized themselves, keeping their eyes fixed ahead, ready to deal with any possible attacks. Su Changshou was overjoyed. These survivors would become the core of the Su family. He quickly exchanged some healing medicine from the store and asked Su Kaihai and the others to treat the wounds of the injured people. Losing even one of these people would be a loss. Meanwhile, Dian Wei and his men were fighting with the barbarians. In just a short while, a large number of barbarians had fallen to the ground. Dian Wei wielded his double halberds with fierce power. With a single strike, an unlucky barbarian would be torn apart, man and horse alike. As the number of barbarians on the field dwindled, the barbarian cavalry finally began to consider retreating. A whooshing sound rang out, signaling the barbarians to retreat. Then, the remaining 20 or so barbarian cavalrymen turned their horses and tried to leave the battlefield. However, with defeat already evident, it was the perfect opportunity to strike while the enemy was down, so naturally they wouldn't be allowed to escape easily. The officers and guards fought desperately to surround him, and the outcome was no surprise. The four warriors each used their skills to cut down the remaining barbarians. A deafening cheer erupted from the stadium. Lu Qi hurriedly ordered his men to finish off the wounded one by one and carry them out. We won. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The battle was incredibly dangerous, and the corpses on the ground included those of barbarians, as well as soldiers and guards. Lu Qi felt a wave of fear wash over him. If it weren't for the three martial artists from the Su family, especially the burly man wielding double halberds, this battle, even if won, would have been a Pyrrhic victory. There's a good chance that only a few of our 400-plus men will survive. Now, seeing most of the officers, soldiers, and guards still standing, Lu Qi felt extremely pleased. A great victory. An absolute great victory. Previously in Yongcheng, it usually took 3 Xia soldiers to take down 1 barbarian cavalryman. At this moment, there were still 80% of the officers, soldiers, and guards standing there. This was a casualty rate he had never dared to imagine before. He looked at Dian Wei and the others with great enthusiasm. I wish this were one of my own comrades. I have medicine and gauze here. Quickly take the wounded away and bandage them. Su Changshou quickly took out medicine and gauze for treating the injury. Those who were not injured quickly began to treat the wounds of the injured. In hot weather, if the wound is not treated properly, it will become infected. I've never fought such a satisfying battle before. Lu Qi cupped his hands in greeting to the Su family and Zhao Qingye and the others. Having just fought side by side, everyone was now in high spirits. We were terrified. Those barbarians were almost at our feet, but thankfully the Su family's servants stopped them. Zhao Cheng also said with lingering fear. Of the horses brought by the barbarians, 130 were still in good condition, while the remaining 20 were either dead or seriously injured. The 3 factions, Su Jia, Lu Qi, and Zhao Cheng, then discussed distributing the horses among themselves. In the end, the Su family took 50 horses, Lu Qi and his soldiers took 50 horses, and Zhao Cheng took 30 horses. This distribution is based on the contribution made in killing the barbarians. As for the barbarians' weapons, each group also received a portion. Although the Xia people were not used to the sabers used by the barbarians, they would not discard them for nothing. All three parties were quite satisfied with the outcome. The Su family's acquisition of so many horses at once greatly excited Su Shuli and his group. If the Su family hadn't been able to afford even a single horse before, they would have suddenly acquired 50. This moved old Master Su to tears. With these horses, all the male members and servants of the Su family could ride on horseback. They could even form a cavalry unit. The remaining 20 horses that were seriously injured or dead were all ordered to be slaughtered on the spot. With so many horses, you could get several thousand kilograms of meat, so naturally you wouldn't want to throw them away. Su Jia, Lu Qi, and Zhao Cheng took the best meat from the horses, while the remaining offal and scraps were snatched up by the refugees. They didn't even throw away the horses' large bones. These things were definitely a windfall for the refugees. Some people had already run out of ammunition and food, but now they finally had hope of survival again. By the time everyone had found a place to simply bury the bodies of the soldiers, guards, and the dead servants of the Su family, and erected a monument, the sun was almost setting. The group hurriedly continued on their way. The land was littered with the corpses of barbarians and the mangled remains of horses, skinned and left in disarray. Tonight, they must leave the main road and find a place to camp. Chapter 123, The Proud Servant Waited for an Hour. A group of soldiers dressed in the uniforms of the Great Xia army arrived at the place where a great battle had just taken place. Everyone was riding a horse. There were 19 people in total. The group at the front were all rather young, including a woman with a good figure. The men behind them were dressed in leather armor, carrying longbows and quivers, and with swords at their waists. The leader was a man in his early 20s with a hideous scar on his face, wearing armor that was already somewhat worn out. If Su Changshou and his companions were here, they would definitely recognize this person as Zhao Jie, who stole their soap formula back then. Most of the people around him were old acquaintances from back then. How could there be so many barbarian corpses here? Zhao Jie stared in shock at the scene before him. They had noticed something unusual about this place from a distance, and when they rode over, they found the scene in complete disarray. Brother Jie, have we run into a ghost? Who in this desolate wilderness could kill so many barbarians? A young man dressed as a junior officer scratched his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. This is Chu Yu. At this moment, he has shed his former naivety and appears much more mature. Look at the messy hoof prints on the ground. These must be barbarian cavalry. Those people killed the barbarians and took their horses. Those that couldn't be taken were slaughtered on the spot. The horses over there were gutted, leaving only small bones. This shows that the group must have been extremely short of food. Moreover, judging from these footprints, there must have been at least 1,000 of them. Zhoye aman analyse. A force of 1,000? And they managed to wipe out a barbarian cavalry. Chuyu asked in confusion. Could they be refugees passing by? Chuyu suddenly spoke up. What nonsense are you talking about? The refugees are all unarmed, ordinary people. Even a group of 10,000 refugees is no match for these barbarian cavalry. Some of the barbarians' knife wounds looked like they were inflicted by the official swords of the great Xia soldiers. Could it be that there are still Xia army troops nearby? Zhao Jie said excitedly. Brother Jie, these barbarians' ears, hee. Chuyu was a little embarrassed to speak. Let's cut it off. We're lucky to have military merit delivered to our door. Zhao Jie laughed and said, There's no need for that old-fashioned, righteous nonsense. The appearance of the barbarians was clearly different from that of the Xia people. They all had double earlobes and a tuft of black hair on the tip of their ears, making them easy to identify. These barbarians even have a custom that the longer their black hair, the more blessings they will receive from the gods. The rule in the great Xia army was that if a barbarian's right ear was cut off, a reward of 10 taels of silver would be given. These barbarian corpses scattered all over the ground are pure silver. Why not take them? Upon hearing this, Chu Yu and the others immediately beamed with joy. He and the people behind him began to cut, not caring about the bloodstains on the ground or the hot, pungent smell of blood in the air. Zhao Muqing, standing to the side, looked disgusted. She could kill barbarians, but she couldn't bring herself to cut off someone's ear. They deftly used daggers to cut off the barbarian's right ear from his head and then threw it into a leather bag. The bag contained lime powder, and there was already a small portion of ears inside that were covered in lime. Clearly, they had already killed a lot of barbarians before. These barbarian ears could be exchanged for money with the imperial court and for military merits. For Chu Yu and his family science, it also represented evidence of their achievements to prove their family's merits. After collecting their spoils, the group quickly continued on their way. They need to return to their families as soon as possible. Here, the group of refugees has found a mountain forest to rest. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one accessible point for horseback riding, this location is considered a favorable defensive position. With the horse meat they had acquired today, the entire group of refugees was filled with the aroma of meat. The Su family, the soldiers, and Zhaoqing's men were, of course, eating meat. The refugees also took out the scraps, entrails, and horse bones to cook. With today's cooperation, these 3 forces have become less wary of each other. The Su family is arguably the biggest winner today. Wang Wu and the others were finally qualified to sit down and eat with the Su family. Su Changshou was generous, bringing out all sorts of seasonings, making everyone's mouths water with the delicious flavors. This was the best meal Wang Wu and his group had had in recent times, and their families were even allowed to eat a few pieces of meat with the brown rice. The Su family has plenty of food, and now is the perfect time to win people's hearts. It is true that when one person acts as a servant, the whole family benefits. Large chunks of horse meat were continuously added to the pot, and thanks to the seasonings that Su Changshou had brought out, there was no fishy smell at all. The aroma filled the entire camp. At this moment, some of them even shed tears of emotion. I haven't eaten meat in so long. I never thought that after becoming a refugee, I would be able to eat meat to my heart's content. Lu Er, a servant in the Su family's entourage, said while crying. Those barbarians aren't that scary when they're killing us. As long as we outnumber them, we can kill them with a barrage of gunfire. As long as we kill them, we'll have meat to eat. Wang Wu said, yes, if we fight them, we can still have a good life. Otherwise, we'll end up like those people, eating offal. I become a vagrant. What do I have to be afraid of? I have to live like a human being, Lu Er said, then couldn't help but stroke the spear beside him. The people he was referring to who ate the offal were naturally the refugees who had not become servants of the Su family. When they were mentioned, Lu Er showed a look of disdain. I don't know if it's because I'm proud of killing the barbarians, or because I'm proud of becoming a servant of the Su family. Meanwhile, the refugees who were boiling offal looked enviously in the direction of the Su family's house. They smelled the aroma of meat mixed with seasonings wafting over, swallowed hard, and then started biting into the fishy-smelling offal in their hands. Chapter 124 is confirmed. Su Changshou nodded as he watched the servants talking amongst themselves. It's good to have ambition. What's worrisome are those who are like living corpses, with no value for cultivation. From today onwards, these servants, though not yet fully committed, are already capable of fighting. Add those horses, and you can easily put together a cavalry unit. Tomorrow, Ling Tong and the others will train them, teaching them formations and combat techniques. Su Changshou thought to himself. He didn't believe he possessed any domineering aura. To truly win these people's hearts, he had to take it one step at a time. Meanwhile, at Lu Qi's camp, there was also a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and joy. Although many people died today, they had long been accustomed to life and death, and simply laughed it off. Boss, today's battle was the most exhilarating one we've ever fought in our lives. Didn't you see that burly man wielding double halberds? He swung them left and right, and those barbarians didn't dare get close. Someone said excitedly. The 3 men from the Su family killed as many barbarians as all of us brothers combined. They were ridiculously strong. Humanity is humane. The group was chatting when they heard the sound of horses' hooves coming from not far away. Everyone immediately became alert. Then they saw a line of 19 horses approaching from the entrance. The 2 groups of people's eyes met. Both sides became tense. Zhao Jie and his group also thought the terrain was good and wanted to camp here. I never expected so many people to be hiding here, and I was incredibly nervous. Fortunately, they were wearing the uniforms of the great Xia soldiers. Lu Qi and the others recognized the clothes and assumed they were just like them, defeated soldiers. So they sent someone to contact Zhao Jie and his group. 15 minutes later, Zhao Jie and his group were already standing in front of the Su family. You escaped from Yongsheng? Su Changshou looked at these once arrogant signs of powerful families and was somewhat surprised. Zhao Jie and his men now look more imposing and have a stronger military bearing. Even Zhao Muqing, a woman, has gained a bit more heroic spirit. Clearly, they suffered a lot in Yongsheng. When Su Changshou first heard that Zhao Jie had killed the Marquis of Shokong and led the Yongshang garrison to continue resisting the barbarians, he wondered if it was just a person with the same name. How could that Wanku, playboy, Zhao Jie possibly do something so outrageous? But at this moment I realized that I should have underestimated the other party. At that time, the barbarians launched their final attack. We left a group of officers and soldiers who volunteered to die to continue resisting them, and then we began to withdraw in batches. Zhao Jie said. He spoke of abandoning his comrades and running away as if there was nothing dishonorable about it. Well, what are your plans now? Su Changshou asked. Returning to the family is a long and difficult journey. On the way, we receive a message from our family that rebellions have begun to break out in various parts of the Great Xia. Following the king of Han, 13 factions have established their own independent regimes and no longer obey the orders of the imperial court. The current Great Xia dynasty only controls the area of the 7 prefectures in the southern border. Moreover, Jinling City has now fallen into the hands of the king of Han. To return to their family, they must cross the rebel territory, a long and arduous journey. The only good news was that after the barbarians entered Yongsheng, they began to divide their forces. Instead of rushing south, they seem to have chosen to first consolidate the areas they have already occupied. This gave Great Xia a chance to catch its breath. Zhou, yes, Sigit. By the way, when I came here, I saw a pile of barbarian corpses. Could have been you who did that. At this moment, Zhao Jie recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier that day and addressed the Su family and Lu Qi. General Zhao, this is what we brothers did. Lu Qi boasted to Zhao Jie. Although he was stronger than Zhao Jie, he was convinced that Zhao Jie had risked his life to behead Shou Kongho. You? I'm afraid the number of you isn't enough, is it? Zhao Jie did not believe it. Along with several martial artists from the Su family and the guards over there, we worked together to kill 150 barbarian riders. Lu Qi awkwardly touched his nose. Zhao Jie glanced at the guards on Zhao Cheng's side and could tell at a glance that they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. How many of your men died in battle? Zhao Jie asked curiously. However, the people we see in front of us are completely incapable of achieving such a great victory. The only possibility is that more people died on their side. They paid with their lives. 16 of our officers and soldiers died, 29 of the guards died, and 6 of the Su family servants died. Lu Qi Dao. How is this possible? Zhao Jie exclaimed in surprise. The casualties were more than he had ever heard of. Because the 3 martial artists sent by the Su family are too strong. One of them must have the strength of a 7th-rank martial artist. If it weren't for those martial artists, we would have suffered heavy casualties. Lu Qi said with admiration. He then vividly described the scene on the battlefield that day. 7th rank. Zhao Jie and the others were shocked. They had long suspected that the Su family was a reclusive family, and now it was confirmed. Who could take a 7th-rank martial artist with them when they go out? Zhao Jie's mind raced for a moment. Chapter 125. The plan to win him over at this moment. In a corner of Lu Qi's camp, several figures were discussing something. Brother Jie, do you mean to win over the Su family? Chu Yu looked at Zhao Jie. Yes, the Su family is clearly a large, reclusive family. The power they have revealed so far includes 1 7th rank and 1 5th rank member. This hidden power is certainly even more astonishing. And you see, the Su family members are all centered around Su Changshou. Even Lu Wen is implicitly led by him. I suspect this child is the direct descendant of a reclusive family, and may even be their heir. Lu Wen must have known Su Changshou's identity long ago, otherwise he wouldn't have done this. As far as I know, some reclusive families will send their direct descendants to experience life in a mortal world as ordinary people in order to cultivate their heirs. Su Changshou is most likely one of them. The Su family members were merely there to keep him in check, acting as his protectors during his secular training. Now, due to the calamity of war, Su Changshou had no choice but to end his training in Manhwa County. I suspect they will definitely return to their family on this trip. Now is the perfect time for us to befriend and win them over. The world is in chaos now, and the Great Xia dynasty is fragmented. If we could find the assistance of a powerful, reclusive family for our clan, it would be an immense achievement. Zhao Jie said. But how can we win them over? Chu Yu and the others asked in confusion. Now, they themselves are fleeing for their lives, living hand to mouth, so they have no leverage to win over others. Don't worry, we'll go with them. There will be plenty of opportunities. He's just a child. If we observe his preferences and cater to them, we might gain his approval effortlessly. Zhao Jie solemnly declared. Brother Jie really has a good idea. Chu Yu and the others suddenly realized. After resting for a night, the group set off again. After yesterday's feast, even the refugees seemed much more energetic than before. Wang Wu and the others were in high spirits at this moment. 38 servants of the Su family, each on horseback, each holding a long spear. Although they had just learned to ride horses and were still clumsy, they all held their heads high and looked proud. At this moment, they were no longer refugees, but warriors. The Su family said that they are now qualified to have the Su family provide them with food. So they no longer have to worry about going hungry, and they can eat meat every day. The backpacks on their backs contained dried horse meat that had been smoked overnight, and the Su family gave each of them 3 jin, 1.5 kilograms. These things are to replenish their energy. The only requirement was that they could not arbitrarily distribute their own food to their families. Otherwise, they will be severely punished if they are discovered. According to the Su family, their servants needed to keep their physical condition at its best. They eat these things so that they can become strong warriors to protect their families. Their families, on the other hand, receive coarse rice provided by the Su family. Although they didn't eat as well as the Su family, they wouldn't starve. This had already greatly excited Wang Wu and the others. Now that many people are fleeing and starving to death, what more could they ask for than this treatment? It's acceptable if the family eats something less appealing. After all, compared to those like Zhao Xiong who weren't even qualified to be servants of the Su family, their lives were already paradise. Fortunately, we signed a contract of servitude with the Su family. Looking at Zhao Xiong and the others behind us, they treated the horse offal that we didn't want as a treasure. Last night, I saw them dry those smelly things and put them in a package. It's definitely going to be our rations for the next few days to survive. Even fresh, that stuff smells incredibly fishy and pungent. I can't even imagine what it would taste like dried. Wang Wu said with some pride. Hey, we don't have to worry about going hungry anymore. I realized back in Shaoyan village that following the Su family would definitely not be a bad thing. Manhwa. He was one of the families who sold amber eggs with the Su family back then, and now he never expected to become a member of the Su family completely. If only I had persevered a little longer when I was in the village protection team. Look at Li Dazhuang, he's like family to the Su family now. I heard he doesn't have to sign a contract of servitude with them. Lu Er looked at Li Dazhuang, who was riding a horse in the Su family's procession, with some envy. Li Zhaoshi was sitting in the carriage next to her with the women of the Su family. Laughter and cheerful voices came from the carriage, clearly indicating that they did not consider her an outsider. Just a single thought back then has led to such vastly different circumstances for everyone now. Some followed the group, going hungry. Some became servants of the Su family, and some became confidants of the Su family. Su Kaishi and his companions were also on horseback, guarding the carriage. At this moment, Su Changshou was sitting in the carriage playing Go with Lu Luoling. He redeemed this from the store because he was bored. He doesn't have much to worry about on a daily basis, so he tries to find some fun for himself. Chapter 1:26 The training cavalry unit left the mountains and returned to the main road. From a distance, the group consisted of over 100 cavalrymen, and they clearly looked formidable. After traveling for 3 days, they finally left the territory of Yingzhou. The people of Yingzhou city had already abandoned the city and fled, so the group didn't linger and chose to continue south. Fortunately, we no longer need to risk traveling on the official road ahead. Although traveling through mountains and wilderness is slower, the advantage is that you are less likely to encounter barbarian cavalry as before. After traveling for another day, they came to see an abandoned village. The group decided to rest there. I don't think our newly recruited servants are very skilled at riding horses. Last time, when more than 40 of them killed 7 barbarians who hadn't charged up their strength, 6 of them died. If we were to face even more barbarians head-on next time, wouldn't we suffer heavy losses? So I want to set aside a few days to train them first. Anyway, this place is relatively safe. Now that chaos has broken out within the Great Xia territory, and the road ahead is fraught with peril, I probably won't be able to continue without improving my strength. Su Changshou said, "If we encounter barbarian cavalry again in the future, and we have plenty of horses but no proper cavalry, that would be really outrageous." He sat in the carriage and watched as Wang Wu and the others could barely control the war horses. Even Su Kaishi and the others knew that without increasing their strength, these war horses would be useless and unable to exert their full potential. The next morning, Ling Tong summoned all the male members and servants of the Su family together. We arrived at the open space at the entrance of the village. Zhao Jia, Zhao Cheng, and the others looked at these people with great curiosity, wondering what the Su family was up to. Ling Tong had some obstacles brought over and placed in the open space. They also dug several pits in certain specific locations. This place will be used as a training ground for equestrian activities. Su Kaishi and the others, along with Wang Wu and his servants, formed 4 lines. They stood neatly in front of Ling Tong. A cavalryman must achieve perfect harmony between man and horse. When riding a horse, the horse under your horse is like your legs, and you must be able to control it as if it were your own arm. Ling Tong began to explain the techniques of cavalry. Only then did Zhao Jia and the others realize that the Su family was training these people to become cavalry. Does the Su family have someone who understands cavalry training? Zhao Jia looked puzzled. I've never heard of any reclusive families knowing these things, but it does sound like a superior cavalry training technique. The Su family is no ordinary family. Zhao Muqing said. The Su family members listened carefully. These were all things that could save their lives on the battlefield. The more skills you learn, the better your chances of survival when facing enemies in the future. All morning, everyone trained under Ling Tong's guidance. From being awkward at the beginning to being able to ride a horse steadily later on, the progress was obvious. By the time the sun set, everyone's legs were aching from the friction, but their faces were full of joy. Today's training clearly showed that they had made progress. The awkwardness I felt riding the horse yesterday is completely gone. Everyone trained very hard today, so we'll all have an extra meal. Wang Wu and Ma Lu, who performed best in training today, will each have their family members enjoy a bowl of mutton soup as a reward. Su Changshou addressed the crowd. Clear rewards and punishments are essential for managing these people effectively. Instantly, Wang Wu and the others erupted in thunderous cheers. They had never felt so fulfilled before. They trained during the day and had mutton soup to drink at night. It was like a dream. Moreover, good training performance can bring benefits to one's family. This gave them a new goal to strive for. Then Li Zhaoshi, along with the families of these servants, began to cook pot after pot of mutton soup. Large chunks of lamb bones with meat still attached were thrown into the pot as if they were free. As usual, Su Changshou sprinkled in a handful of seasonings, and the aroma instantly filled the village. It makes everyone who smells it salivate. The Su family, on the other hand, had a separate kitchen prepared by Zhang Xiuyi and her sisters-in-law. Although it was also mutton soup, it was made much more meticulously. The taste is naturally better, and the aroma is very appetizing. Zhao Cheng was currently cooking smoked horse meat. Smelling this aroma now, the horse meat in the pot suddenly doesn't seem so appealing anymore. There was plenty of horse meat before, but because of the hot weather, we could only smoke and dry it before taking it with us. It naturally doesn't taste good. What's going on with the Su family? How come they seem to be able to hunt prey every day? Zhao Cheng also muttered. That young master of the Su family is strange in every way. I've never seen a child so mature. It's no wonder they managed to hunt. Zhang Qiheng said helplessly. Along the way, they finally realized that the most abnormal person in the Su family was that child. He acts like an adult. Chapter 127 request to become a servant at this moment. Wu Shishir and Sun Mengmeng were also swallowing their saliva, and they couldn't help but drool when they thought of the tender mutton. Having survived so many dangers, no one now regards this delicate courtesan as a treasure. It's good enough if we can survive. Even Zhao Cheng and the others had lost their previous enthusiasm for her. This made her regret even more for being so blinded by greed and falling out with Changshou. Yesterday, she tried to find Changshou and get back together, but that infuriating guy didn't even look at her. Brother Jia, I want to drink mutton soup. Chuyu stared longingly at Zhao Jia. Lu Qi, are we not able to hunt? Zhao Jia asked Lu Qi curiously. I've tried, but I didn't catch anything. The Su family is a bit strange. They never come back empty-handed when they go hunting. It felt like it appeared out of thin air. Lu Qi took a bite of the horse meat in his hand and said in a muffled voice, "He has resigned himself to his fate. Could it be that the Su family has a secret hunting technique passed down through generations?" Zhao Jie was lost in thought. They're willing to sell 10 taels of silver per pound of meat. Lu Qi thought for a moment and added, "I have no money, but these people in front of me are all from wealthy families. They shouldn't be short of money. Wow, it's so dark." Zhao Jie was speechless. He then thought of the time when Su Changshou robbed him of 1,000 taels of silver back in Manhwa County. Laughter and cheers echoed from the direction of the Su family's residence. The area where the other refugees lived was deserted. The Su family, the soldiers, and those gentlemen wouldn't leave, and they didn't dare to leave on their own. Otherwise, they would be in danger if they encountered barbarians or bandits. However, the food we have is dwindling as we eat it, and staying here for even one more day is just wasting our food. This has made people increasingly anxious. Hey, go find Dazhuang's mother and ask her to get us some food. That mutton smells so good. Zhao Xiong's wife said to Zhao Xiong, "She'll give it to me. You know how much trouble you caused before." Zhao Xiong said irritably, "She's your sister. Do you think she'd just watch you starve to death? Now that they're from the Su family, didn't you see Wang Wu and his group outside? If I dared to approach, I probably wouldn't even be able to get through the gate, let alone see to Zhuang's mother. Now Wang Wu and his gang are really smug, signing those indentures like they've passed the imperial examinations." Zhao Xiong said sourly, "You damn bastard. You watch your sister eat meat while we starve. How could I have married such a useless piece of trash? If you hadn't stopped me from joining the village protection team, things wouldn't be like this now." Zhao Xiong also lost his temper. If you want to go, who can stop you? Coward." The two immediately started fighting. These two are just a microcosm of the migrant population. The influence of Su Changshou's long-standing belief that only by following the Su family could one live a good life finally erupted. Wait until the next morning. The Su family members then saw a group of refugees kneeling outside the gate of their courtyard. Wang Wu and the others, holding long spears, stared at them solemnly, as if to prevent them from suddenly barging in and harming the Su family. They could be described as loyal and devoted to their duties. As Su Changshou passed by Ma Lu, he nodded and said, "Not bad." Ma Lu immediately beamed with joy. It was as if they had received a great reward. The other servants glanced at Ma Lu with envy and jealousy. Su Changshou was very satisfied with their performance. He had finally managed to get these people to truly settle down. "Young Master Changshou, we also wish to become servants of the Su family. Please accept us." The refugees kneeling on the ground looked at Su Changshou expectantly, hoping that the child in front of them would nod and agree to their request. With just a nod from him, I could live a life of eating meat. However, Su Changshou was destined to disappoint them. "What can you offer me?" "The Su family doesn't support idlers." Su Changshou said calmly, "Anything Wang Wu and his team can do, we could do too." Among the kneeling crowd were villagers from Shaoyan village, who pointed at Wang Wu and the others. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Damn it, are they trying to steal our jobs? This immediately put Wang Wu and the others on their guard. They currently each have a horse, but if more people join, that might not be the case. They can eat meat to their heart's content right now, but deep down they all know it's because they can fight. But the meat isn't unlimited. Once they join, those of us will get one less piece of meat, and it might even jeopardize our positions. "Young master, don't forget that they were the ones who didn't want to join the village protection team back then." Wang Wu hurriedly said, "Hopefully, this will make Su Changshou think twice. It would be best to order all these people to be driven away." Chapter 128, Li Dazhuang's status. Su Changshou ignored Wang Wu. He didn't want these people to think they could manipulate his will. "I can give you a chance. As long as you can prove that you are worthy of the status of servants of the Su family, I will allow you to join the Su family as second-class servants. You need to seize this opportunity yourselves." Upon hearing this, Wang Wu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Second-class servants, though they didn't know what their treatment was like, could guess that it was definitely not as good as that of those who joined in the first batch. The young man still takes care of these elderly people when he does things. This was indeed something Su Changshou had considered, to establish a promotion system among those who followed the Su family, as the hierarchy of servants would help to better control and motivate them. "Don't worry, "Young master, we will definitely do our best. We wonder how you will test us." Upon hearing Su Changshou's words, someone was overjoyed and quickly spoke up. The others also looked at Su Changshou with anticipation. "I have 50 captured barbarian sabers here. Anyone who wants to become a servant of the Su family can come and take one. In a few days, we will set off again, and we will definitely encounter dangers again. You may encounter barbarians or other kinds of people, and whoever can cut off the enemy's head will have the Su family open its doors to welcome him. Limited to 50 people," Su Changshou said loudly. Su Changshou naturally wouldn't accept those who wanted to fill in the ranks without real talent, so he didn't agree to take them on the spot. He didn't have that much food stored at his shop. Even if he bought new food every day to fill the warehouse, it was still not enough to feed so many people. He felt a sense of urgency. In such a chaotic world, he wanted to quickly expand the Su family's power to protect his family, but he wouldn't just recruit so many people. The test for them is to see who can be the first to transform from a displaced person. What he needs is a knife to kill, not a useless person who hangs around in the Su family's ranks, freeloading off them. Their destiny is in their own hands. Most of these refugees were cowards who feared death, and they couldn't help but feel afraid after hearing Su Changshou's words. Killing people, especially barbarians, seemed utterly impossible to them. Su Changshou observed the behavior of all these people. Anyone who comes to take the knife will not be provided with a single grain of food by the Su family until they pass the test. Su Changshou added, "He needs to break down the mental defenses of those with weak wills step by step. Let them exit automatically." Upon hearing Su Changshou's words, more of the refugees began to show signs of retreat, clearly indicating that they had begun to give up. Finally, someone stood up, walked up to the Su family member, and took a knife. Wang Xiaocai wrote his name on the paper, "Sun Goer." Once the first one is there, others will follow suit. Soon, the first, the second, and the third stepped forward. Zhao Xiong, standing in the crowd, looked extremely hesitant and conflicted. "I want to stand up, but I don't dare. Hurry up. Almost all the knives have been taken." Zhao Xiong's wife pinched his waist hard and said anxiously. Zhao Xiong gritted his teeth, quickly stood up, and went to get the knife. "Wait!" Su Changshou was somewhat surprised to see this and stopped Wang Xiaocai, who was about to register him. "What's wrong?" Zhao Xiong looked at Su Changshou with a nervous expression, wondering what kind of trouble had arisen. "Whether my Su family accepts you or not is not up to me. You'll have to ask Dazhuang," Su Changshou said calmly. He personally didn't have any particular opinion about Zhao Xiong. Among those present, there were many who lacked virtue, such as my uncle's family. Poor and remote areas breed unruly people. There's no way to avoid that. Even Zhao Jie and other scions of well-educated families sometimes didn't value the lives of ordinary people. Strictly speaking, none of them were good people, and even the evil deeds Zhao Xiong committed paled in comparison to those of Zhao Jie and his group. His past life experience told him that it was meaningless to simply divide people into good and evil. Sometimes it was just a matter of different perspectives. But he had to consider Li Dazhuang's opinion. After all, Zhao Xiong's family and Li Dazhuang had some grudges. If Li Dazhuang was unwilling to take him in, he naturally wouldn't bother with this person either. This statement surprised many people present. Chapter 129, Songyuan City. This Li Dazhuang is clearly not a member of the Su family, yet he has the final say on who to accept and who not to accept. He didn't run away from the village protection team back then, and chose to stand with the Su family. He never expected to be so valued by the Su family. They clearly consider him one of their own. Wang Wu and the others knew the inside story, and at this moment they felt both bitter and regretful. It really was just a momentary lapse of judgment back then. Look at Li Dazhuang and his mother now. They're being treated no differently than the Su family. Even when facing the barbarians, Li Dazhuang stood behind the servants along with the male members of the Su family. Li Zhaoshi was protected and stayed with the Su family women. If I hadn't made the wrong choice, why would I have become a servant? Li Dazhuang and his mother were both moved and felt lucky upon hearing this. They were deeply moved by the Su family's kindness and felt fortunate to have received such favors from them. From now on, the Su family is our family. If you dare to do anything to betray the Su family, I will disown you as my son. Li Zhao stood beside Li Dazhuang and whispered to him, "Mother, I understand everything." Li Dazhuang nodded emphatically, vowing to protect the Su family from now on, even at the cost of his life, to repay their kindness. Dazhuang's mother, I know I was wrong. Please let me become a servant of the Su family. We're about to run out of rice. Zhao Xiong looked at Li Dazhuang and his mother with a humble expression, never expecting that one day he would have to ask his sister for help. We can let bygones be bygones, but if you pass the test and become servants of the Su family through your own abilities, you must be loyal to the Su family. Otherwise, I'll be the first to kill you. Li Dazhuang said fiercely to Zhao Xiong. Yes. Thank you, Dazhuang. Thank you, Dazhuang's mom. Zhao Xiong quickly smiled apologetically. These days of fleeing are truly unbearable. Along the way, many people have already perished, and he simply cannot go on any longer. Seeing how well Wang Wu and the others were doing, he was really envious. Su Changshou naturally had no objection to Li Dazhuang's decision. One more Zhao Xiong wouldn't make a difference, and one less Zhao Xiong wouldn't make a difference either. He didn't care. In the end, all 50 sabers were distributed. Wang Xiaocai registered all those who volunteered to take the knife. To Su Changshou's surprise, when Wang Wu and his men were training in the open space today, Zhao Xiong and his men with knives were also watching from the sidelines. He only found out after he sent someone to inquire that they were all secretly learning some combat techniques, just to have more ways to save their lives. Su Changshou naturally wouldn't stop them. In fact, he even had Ling Tong take the time to teach them some knife-wielding techniques. So, two groups of people appeared in the open space at the entrance of the village. One group was practicing horseback combat skills, while another group was awkwardly wielding their sabers. Zhao Cheng and the others were amazed by the current state of the Su family. When they first left Manhwa County, the Su family was just a group of elderly, weak women and children. How long has it been since they left that they have managed to build their own army? After resting for 3 days in the small village, the team finally set off again. The journey continued for 2 days, and both days were peaceful. A city appeared before them. Songyuan Castle. This is where Emperor Gaozu raised his army. The city's defenses were fortified to be comparable to those of Nanjing. There must have been people here. Lu Wen addressed the crowd. This instantly cheered up the Su family. If this is true, it means that there might still be Xia people's army here, and the barbarians would no longer be able to go south. Everyone quickly sped up. When they reached about 3 miles from the city, they saw a cavalry unit of more than a dozen men emerge from the city and head towards their troops. What does this mean? Su Kaishi asked, puzzled. They must be verifying our identities. With so many horses and those soldiers, we don't seem like ordinary people. The city's garrison probably mistook us for barbarians. Lu Wen analyzed. As expected, the dozen or so riders just circled around the refugee caravan a few hundred meters away. After a long while, a rider finally approached the group. He appeared extremely cautious. He ran over and talked to Zhao Cheng and the others at the head of the group for a long time before the group stopped. The cavalryman ran back to his unit and quickly returned to the city, where he closed the city gates. The Su family members were puzzled and went to Zhao Cheng and the others to ask what had just happened. Chapter 130, Let's Become Mountain Dwellers, Sai. They won't let us in the city. They'll kill us if we get any closer. Zhao Cheng also said angrily. Songyuan City is the fiefdom of King Li. My Zhao family has had dealings with him before, so I was asked to go and inquire. At this moment, Zhao Jia interjected. That's fine too. Everyone saw hope again. Zhao Jia spurred his horse and galloped towards the city. As a scion of a prominent family in Jinling, he had met Prince Li, who was in Jinling at the time, but had not yet gone to his fiefdom. Presumably, he would have allowed them to enter the city out of respect for the Zhao family. When he arrived at the city gate, he gave his identity. The soldiers guarding the city then sent someone into the city to report. Zhao Jia had no choice but to wait at the city gate. After a full half hour, the city gates were opened, allowing Zhao Jia to enter the city. It seems that Zhao Jia does indeed know King Li. Su Changshou addressed the crowd. He didn't care whether he entered Songyuan City or not, since he lacked nothing. However, Zhao Cheng and his group had already used up most of their supplies and needed to go into the city to buy more. The group decided to dismount and rest. Finally, half an hour later, Zhao Jia returned. King Lu has rebelled. When Zhao Jia returned, his first words were a bombshell. Rebelled? What do you mean? Su Changshou asked in surprise. He said that the Empress's perverse actions had caused widespread suffering. so he decided to respond to the king of Han's call to purge the court of corrupt officials. Today, Songyuan City and the 3 nearby cities form a strategic defensive position. Furthermore, after the barbarians split up their forces, they occupied many nearby cities, so they were unable to organize a large-scale siege. Songyuan City was considered safe. He invited me to join him, but I declined because I couldn't choose sides for my family. He still allowed us to send some people into the city to make purchases, but they were not allowed to bring weapons. Zhao Jie shared the information he had gathered with everyone. That works too. We'll send someone to the city to make some purchases first, and then continue on our way. Zhao Cheng also sighed. The road south is temporarily blocked. Zhao Jie said somewhat awkwardly. Why is that? Everyone was shocked. You may not know this, but the area further south, the 3 prefectures, is the territory of a bandit group called Fenghui. This bandit group rose to power a year ago and later recruited tens of thousands of refugees, and now they have become quite powerful. When they encounter refugees, they are forcibly taken in and swept across the land like locusts. For them, there's so many of us and so many horses passing through their territory. It's no different from having meat delivered right to their mouths. Even King Li was unwilling to provoke this person. Zhao Jie said that all of this was told to him by King Li. Can't we go around them? It's fine if we're further away. Su Changshou asked curiously. Go around? What do we go around? If we go west, it's all desert. Not only can a horse-drawn carriage pass through, but the lack of water alone can kill people with thirst. If we go east, that area has already been occupied by barbarians. We'd be better off falling into Feng Hui's hands. At least then we might have a chance to survive. You tell me how to go around it. We've been traveling all this way, and I never expected such a big change to happen in the south. Plans really can't keep up with changes. What should we do? Doesn't this mean we have nowhere to go? A chorus of wails erupted from the crowd. I never expected that after traveling so far, we would be blocked here. Why don't we settle down in the nearby mountains first? If it's really necessary, we can stay there for now. The situation might change by then. Su Changshou suggested. Living in the mountains? Wouldn't that make you a mountain dweller? Zhao Qing also exclaimed in surprise. So, what's your best idea? Su Changshou rolled his eyes at him. Young master is right. We haven't fallen out with King Li yet, so even if we live in the mountains, we can still rely on the supplies from Songyuan City. We'll come out again when the situation changes. This way, he wouldn't become a rebel along with King Lu, and he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. Zhao nodded. Lu Qi and the others had no objections. Zhao Cheng thought about it and realized that this was the only solution at the moment. In the end, they made a decision to go into hiding in the mountains. Fortunately, the area around Songyuan City is mostly mountains and forests, so finding a place to stay long-term is not difficult. The group then arranged for people to go to the city to purchase supplies and prepare the necessary materials in advance. They then marched in a grand procession towards the mountains and forests. As the sun set, we finally found a decent place to stay. This is an abandoned mountain stronghold, clearly abandoned not long ago. The mountain stronghold was small, far from enough for all of them to live in. Su Changshou immediately took out a lot of axes and saws and organized people to start cutting down trees. This surprised everyone once again. Why did the Su family bring such a complete set of tools when they fled from disaster? Fortunately, with these tools, there is strength in numbers. The trees are being felled to build houses. Tonight, however, we'll have to squeeze in together. As darkness fell, the entire mountain village became quiet. Everyone fell into a deep sleep, dreaming that they were living peacefully in this village. Then, when they went outside, the fighting had ended. Chapter 131. Recruiting workers with a pound of brown rice. Early the next morning, the people from all sides began discussing how to divide the territory of this mountain stronghold. The Su family, including their servants and their families, numbered over 180. Zhao Cheng also had about 200 people on his side. Zhao Jie and Lu Qi also had 200 people on their side. The remaining refugees, including Zhao Xiong, numbered less than 400. Finally, it was decided that the Su family would occupy the east side of the stronghold, while Zhao Cheng and the others would occupy the west side. Lu Qi and his soldiers were in the south. As for the remaining refugees, they were given the place to the north, which is close to the mountains. Each of the 4 groups organized its own personnel to build their own accommodations. Because the Su family provided tools such as axes and saws, they were given priority in taking a portion of the timber. No one objected to this. Why didn't you let me buy some food in Songyuan City yesterday? We've come so far, there probably isn't much left. Su Kaihai was carrying wood and complaining to Su Kaishi next to him. Yesterday, the Su family also sent Su Kaihai and Su Kaishi with a few people to go into the city to buy things. But after wandering around, Su Kaishi returned with an empty carriage. This puzzled Su Kaihai. It's all right, we have enough food to eat. Su Kaishi was indifferent to the Tao. Yesterday, when we entered the city, the price of grain in Songyuan City was quite fair. We sold it to these passing refugees for only 30 coins per caddy. 30 coins would be an astronomical price in peaceful times. But in the current situation, the fact that they are willing to sell is a great favor. But he certainly wouldn't waste the money for nothing, because the Su family was capable of doing business with even the gods. Su Changshou had told him before he entered the city that he didn't need to buy anything. He only went into the city to check on the situation inside. Zhao Cheng and his group were wealthy, and they bought 20 cartloads of grain, wine, and meat. Lu Qi soldiers had no money, but Zhao Jia and his men had some. Although they were reluctant to use the money to buy meat from the Su family, it was enough to buy enough food for these people for a short period of time, since they didn't have a cart and only bought enough for about 10 days. By the time they left the city, they had spent almost half of their money. As for Zhao Xiong and other refugees, they took out all their savings to buy food, and each family only bought a small bag. It was fortunate that King Li's fiefdom was not short of food. Otherwise, if they had been so openly hauling food out, King Lu would probably have been furious. Therefore, to outsiders, the Su family was the only group that did not buy grain. This was a concern not only for Su Kaihai and other members of the Su family, but also for the Su family servants, who worried whether the Su family could still provide enough food. After all, to the naked eye, the Su family only had one ox cart and one horse-drawn carriage with their belongings on them. Even if this carriage is loaded with a full load of grain, it should have been eaten long ago. Along the way, Su Kaihai had many doubts about how much grain was loaded on the carriage, but the carriage was usually kept with its curtains closed, and no one except Su Kaishi and Su Changshou was allowed to get close. Well, it's always good to store up more food. Food will eventually run out, and we don't know how long we'll be staying in these mountains. Su Kaihai said helplessly, "We can't possibly eat all this grain." Su Kaishi thought to himself, but didn't say it aloud. Su Changshou led Ling Tong to the refugee area where Zhao Xiong was located. 1 pound of brown rice per person per day. If you're willing to work, hurry up. We only need 50 people. He stood on a high platform and shouted to the refugees who were working below. "Wow, I'm going too." Su Changshou selected 50 men who looked fairly strong and took them back to the area where the Su family lived. "Longevity, what's going on? Why did you bring them here?" Su Kaishi asked in confusion. The other members of the Su family and their servants also put down what they were doing and looked at him curiously. "I spent 1 pound of brown rice a day to get them to help build the house. Otherwise, it would be too slow for us to do it ourselves. There will probably still be people crammed together before tonight." Su Changshou Laoget. It's only about 50 caddies of unpolished rice, but it can bring in 50 strong laborers. It's a steal. Upon hearing this, Su Kaihai and the others couldn't help but wonder where Su Changshou got so much grain. Actually, logging and building houses isn't that complicated. The Su family has over 50 able-bodied men on their side, and the women and children can also lend a hand. Even without these people's help, the house can be built by tomorrow night. Anyway, the weather is hot, so we just need to build a simple place to shelter from the wind and rain. The rest can be improved gradually, mainly by building stables for the horses to prevent them from getting wet in the rain. Unexpectedly, Su Changshou has become so extravagant as to hire people to do the work. "Young master, we can do it ourselves. We don't need to hire anyone. Let's not waste this food." Wang Wu and his servants hurriedly spoke to Su Changshou. "Wang Wu, you fucking have food to eat, but you won't let us live, huh? The young master is giving us a bite to eat, and you're trying to stop him. You're a complete scoundrel." When Zhao Xiong and the others heard that Wang Wu was actually persuading Su Changshou to let them go, they became furious. This pound of brown rice used to be nothing, but now it can save the family every last bit of money. Chapter 132 King Li. "Young master, how dare you call me that? I haven't even taken you in yet." Wang Wu shouted. "All right, the Su family isn't short of food. Let's finish building it as soon as possible so we can move in sooner. Changshou hurriedly advised that Wang Wu and the others had tasted the sweetness of being servants of the Su family and had begun to xenophobize outsiders. Zhao Xiong, since you've taken the Su family's grain, work hard. If you dare to cheat or shirk your duties, I, Wang Wu, will be the first to teach you a lesson on behalf of the young master. Wang Wu snorted coldly at Zhao Xiong, while the other servants also gave the arriving refugees threatening looks. Changshou was speechless. These people were subtly showing their loyalty to him. He had long noticed that ever since he had promised Zhao Xiong and the others a chance to join the Su family, Wang Wu and his group had become somewhat unfriendly towards these refugees. However, this is also good, as it makes his subordinates feel a sense of crisis and makes it easier for the Su family to control them. With the addition of Zhao Xiong and others, the construction of the house progressed much faster. By evening, the house was finally built. The main members of the Su family naturally lived in the original mountain stronghold. Wang Wu and his family members will live in the newly built house. It's called a house, but it's really just a place to shelter from the wind and rain. It's very simple. Even so, Wang Wu and the others were quite satisfied. After all, during their escape, they spent most of their time living in the wild, just lying down wherever they could find a spot. Now it finally feels like a home. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng and Lu Qi, having more able-bodied men, also finished building their houses. Only Zhao Xiong and the other refugees still need to huddle together for now, and the buildings will be rebuilt tomorrow. Seeing Zhao Xiong and the others sleeping on the ground made Wang Wu and the others feel that following the Su family was the right decision. I must maintain my position in the Su family and not let Zhao Xiong and his gang take it away. The Su family's horses were placed in the stables and cared for day and night by Wang Wu and his family members. Someone had to feed the horses hay every night. The Su family would certainly not support the families of these servants for nothing. They were naturally assigned to the hard and tiring jobs, including fetching water, sweeping, washing and drying clothes, and emptying the latrines. Although it was hard work, they still found joy in it, and compared to the other refugees, they were already lucky. They at least don't have to worry about starving to death, and they also have strong military protection. Songyuan City, Li Wang Mansion. Where did Zhao Jia and the others go? A man with the appearance of a Confucian scholar, dressed in a scholar's robe, sat in the head seat with an air of authority. Holding a military treatise in his hand, he addressed a young general in front of him. Your Highness, after they bought the grain, they went to Guilong Mountain and stayed in a village. It seems they are waiting for Feng Hui and the others to leave before they go. The young general bowed and said that King Li had sent him to follow Zhao Jia after he left the city. The man before me is none other than the renowned wise king of the great Xia dynasty, King Li Jiming. He was the most favored grandson of Emperor Gaozu, the uncle of the current young emperor and the younger brother of the late emperor. Back when King Lu was still a minor, Emperor Gaozu defied public opinion and designated his fiefdom as the place where he started his rebellion, which is Songyuan City. Moreover, this was done before the crown prince had even ascended the throne, and before several princes had even been granted the title of king. It was unheard of for the emperor's grandson to be granted the title of king. The significance of this place where the uprising began is self-evident. When he was in theft in Songyuan City, the great Xia court was in an uproar. It's all right that the crown prince ascended the throne. After all, he is the biological father of King Lu. But wouldn't things fall into chaos when the next new ruler takes the throne? If King Lu harbors any disloyal intentions, it will be a great calamity for the country. Songyuan City not only holds special significance, but is also the largest city in the northern frontier with incredibly strong fortifications. When Emperor Gaozu raised his army, he regarded Songyuan City as his escape route. The city's structure and regulations were personally designed by Emperor Gaozu. The city's granaries always have enough grain to feed the city's 100,000 residents for 3 years. Even the water source is completely hidden, and to this day, no one has been able to find any connection between the city's water source and the outside world, making it a comprehensive defense. The city's armory was also filled with countless soldiers in armor. As long as there were people, a team could be equipped at any time. These items were also left to him after the investiture of Queen Lu. Not only that, when he went to his fiefdom, he even assigned 100 of his former personal guards, the ironclad Vermilion Bird Army, who had followed him in raising an army to serve as his bodyguards. My grandson is gentle and kind-hearted. I am just giving him some things to protect himself, so that he won't be bullied. It is evident that Emperor Gaozu's favor towards him was beyond compare. Judging from the reigns of the previous two emperors, King Lu did indeed stay obediently in Songguin City, just as Emperor Gaozu had said, and never did anything that was out of line. He was extremely respectful to his father, and even to the later emperor, and he was loving towards his father and brothers. He never expected that his nephew would rebel after succeeding to the throne. Chapter 133, High Grain Prices. If they come to buy again next time, how the grain store raised the price to 3 times the normal price. Even in our Songyuan city, there's a shortage of food. Last time, the shopkeeper gave him a half sale, half gift because of our past friendship. I want to wear them down a bit. Just have someone keep an eye on their movements and don't provoke them. The Zhao family is a prominent clan, and this young Zhao Jie has accomplished something significant in Yongqing. Presumably, the Zhao family will value him highly. And there were also several other children in that crowd. If we could get their families' help, the chances of success would be much higher. That's what King Li said calmly. The few youngsters he was referring to were naturally the scions of prominent families in Zhao Jie's group. Now that the king of Han has captured Jinling, most of the powerful families have moved back to their ancestral homes. At that time, they will most likely hold military power in their ancestral homes. The combined influence of these forces is extremely terrifying. He arranged for someone to sell some grain to Zhao Jie and others, and also informed them of Feng Hui's activities of coercing refugees in the south, all to reassure them and help them find a place to stay. When they want to buy food again, it won't be so easy. If they run out of food, who else can they turn to if not us? Why didn't your highness forcibly detain him when he entered the city? The young man looked puzzled. King Li always treated his subordinates gently in Songwon City, allowing them to speak freely, so the young general dared to ask the questions that puzzled him. Jiang I've been following me for 5 years now, and you still think about solving everything by brute force. What I want is the hearts of the noble families. What use is a reluctant young boy like him? Shall I bring it to warm your bed tonight? King Li raised a military treatise in his hand and struck Jiang on the head. I only like the ladies of the embroidery spring pavilion. The young man didn't dodge. He just stood there with a silly grin on his face. All right, get lost. Take this military treatise and study it, so your brain doesn't become dull and you don't get your head chopped off by the barbarians one day. King Li laughed and scolded, casually tossing the military treatise in his hand to him. Jiang quickly accepted it with a smile, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and took his leave. After 3 days, the mountain stronghold finally took shape, with various buildings springing up from the ground. The refugees were among the last to build their houses, which were also the most rudimentary dwellings in the mountain village. To save food and avoid wasting their energy, a group of people simply built a makeshift shed out of wood. Men, women, and children all lived together in the sweltering heat, which was suffocating. Meanwhile, the Su family had already organized Wang Wu and the others to continue their training. There's an open space near this mountain stronghold, which is sufficient for training cavalry. Taking advantage of the still cool morning weather, Wang Wu and the others started training early, before the sun had even risen. At this moment, they were incredibly self-disciplined without even needing Ling Tong's prompting, and no one dared to slack off. They knew that if they didn't train hard, Zhao Xiong and the others could replace them at any time. This sense of crisis is like putting a catfish into a stagnant fish tank. The effect is immediate. The Su family provides food every day, and we even get to eat meat. What more could we ask for? Zhao Xiong, on the other hand, became increasingly anxious. Food supplies were dwindling, so the family would go to the mountains and forests every day to dig for wild vegetables and try hunting. But we've searched every possible place in the area and only had some success a few days ago. We haven't found any food since. Unless they go to even more distant places, but they dare not venture further. The Su family agreed to give them a chance to join them as servants on the condition that they cut off the heads of their enemies. But now that everything is settled down, what enemies could we possibly have in this mountain stronghold? At this moment, they, who always hoped for stability, surprisingly wished that things would not remain so peaceful any longer, and that some danger would occur so that they could show their true colors. The area where the officers and soldiers are located. This is outrageous. I borrowed Zhao Qingya's cart to buy grain in the city today, and the price of grain has tripled. Zhao Jie looked at Lu Qi and the others with a furious expression. Early this morning, he took some men to borrow a cart, intending to go to Songyuan City to buy some more grain. Unexpectedly, grain prices in the city rose so much in just a few days. This is completely unreasonable. The shopkeeper was very polite, saying that last time he only sold the grain because of the prince's influence, and this time he couldn't afford to lose money again. He went to 3 grain stores in the city, and they all told him that the grain was 90 coins per gene and that they would not cheat him, young or old. Unfortunately, even after emptying all his money, he couldn't fill the cart even halfway. This amount of grain is estimated to be enough to feed Lu Qi and his soldiers for about 10 days. What should we do? We have nowhere else to get food except Songyuan City. Lu Qi also looked anxious. Let's go and discuss this with the Su family. Zhao Jie pondered for a moment and then said, Chapter 134, Why Not Eat Meat Porridge? The Su family lived in a shady pavilion next to a bamboo grove, quiet and cool. Each branch of the Su family and the Lu family each had their own independent attic, and evenly Da Zhuang and his mother, along with Niu Erden, were assigned one. These are some of the best living houses in this mountain village. The Lu family's house was next to Su Kaishi's, and Su Changshou's room was right next to Lu Luoling's room. They could talk to each other as long as they opened the window. Next door to him was the residence of Ling Tong and Dian Wei, who protected Su Changshou. Zhao Jie led Lu Qi straight to Su Kaishi's residence. In his view, finding the Su family meant finding Su Kaishi's family, or rather, finding Su Changshou. Upon hearing that Zhao Jie had arrived, Su Changshou invited him in. Upon entering the house, Zhao Jie and the others stared wide-eyed. Are you sure you're here to escape? Lu Qi looked at the furnishings of Su Changshou's room in disbelief. The bamboo bed that was already in the attic was covered with a soft cushion, and on top of that, a bamboo mat. It looks very soft and comfortable. On the table in the room was a plate of sliced cucumber, and next to it was a plate of tender roast chicken. Su Changshou, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, was sitting on a straw mat on the ground with Lu Luoling, each holding a piece of melon and munching on it. Behind them, Chuier was fanning them. That's a bit too much to enjoy. Even though everyone else had fled, the Su family was still able to eat cold melons. This morning, Zhao Jie went to Songyuan City and saw that there were people selling cold melons, which cost 1 tael of silver each. Naturally, he couldn't bear to buy them. While we're struggling to find food, others are already indulging in their appetites. The group couldn't help but swallow hard. Eat some watermelon. It was just chilled with spring water from the mountains. The temperature is just right. Su Changshou pointed to the cold melon on the table and said to the others. Zhao Jie and the others disregarded their reserve and quickly grabbed a piece each to eat first. After running all this way, I've completely forgotten what winter melon tastes like. After everyone finished eating, Zhao Jie hurriedly brought up the important matter. You mean you're going to run out of food? After listening to his story, Su Changshou spoke. It's us. The price of grain is too high. There's so many of us. No matter how much money we have, it won't be enough. 1 tael of silver can only buy 11 caddies of grain. What's the difference between that and robbery? There were 200 soldiers on their side, the lowest of whom were all first-rank martial artists, and their appetites were naturally larger than those of ordinary people. Even if we eat sparingly, each person still needs 3 caddies of grain a day. If this continues, we will run out of food soon. I never imagined that I, a direct descendant of the prestigious Zhao family, would one day have to worry about food. Why don't you go ask Zhao, Qingye, and the others to borrow some money? I saw those rich bastards buy wine and meat from Songyuan City last time. They must still have a lot of money left. Su Changshou said casually. This isn't a solution. Who knows how long we'll have to stay here? No. Why aren't you in a hurry at all? As far as I know, your Su family hasn't bought any grain, has they? Seeing Su Changshou's leisurely demeanor, Zhao Jie said anxiously. We farmers are resistant to hunger. If we don't have grain to eat, we'll just eat more meat. Here, Sister Lu, have a chicken leg. Su Changshou tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Lu Luoling beside him. Zhao Jie was speechless when he saw Su Changshou. This brat's words were infuriating. But then he felt that what this guy said didn't seem to make any mistakes. It seems the Su family has never run out of meat. These past few days, the aroma of meat has been wafting from the Su family's attic every day. Even the Su family servants who lived nearby had a thin slice of fat in their rice bowls. At first, he didn't believe Lu Qi's account of the strangeness of the Su family, but after spending so much time together, he had no choice but to believe it. Su Changshou was the illegitimate son of the mountain god, and he never stopped having prey. Young master, could you please bring our men with you on your next hunting trip? Lu Qi rubbed his hands together somewhat embarrassedly. If we warriors don't eat oily food for a long time, we'll lose our strength and even have trouble lifting a sword. No, that's a closely guarded secret of the Su family. Su Changshou refused without any politeness. What a joke. I don't know how to hunt. I just took it from the store's inventory. Lu Qi was given the cold shoulder and awkwardly scratched his head. I thought this child would be easy to coax, but I was wrong. If you're worried about going hungry, you might as well turn east. I already inquired in Songyuan City before. There are barbarians in several cities to the east. If we could kill a group of barbarians, we might be able to get some food or money. Su Changshou offered him advice. There are several smaller towns to the east of Songyuan City, which were originally garrisoned by Emperor Gaozu to help defend Songyuan City. It was gradually abandoned and became an ordinary small town, but now it has been occupied by barbarians. The area around Songyuan City is frequently harassed by barbarians from these places. Isn't this suicide? We only have 200 men. Zhao Jie exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 135, Strengthening the Uncles and Elders. Those barbarians don't know how to farm, so their grain must be transported from outside. I sent you to intercept supplies, not to attack cities. Su Changshou rolled his eyes. Then we're no match for them either. Barbarian strongholds are usually garrisoned by more than 100 cavalrymen, and there are also many auxiliary soldiers. Unless the young master is willing to join us, and with Zhao Cheng's guards also present, we have no chance of succeeding in a surprise attack under cover of darkness. Zhao Jie spoke, clearly showing his experience. No, our people aren't even properly trained yet. Going there would just be suicide. Su Changshou refused. This disappointed Zhao Jie and the others, who had no choice but to return home. Changshou, why didn't you agree to him? Didn't you say we were going to stay here for a long time? Lu Luoling said, with a chicken leg in her mouth. Let them go hungry for a few days. Use every method we can. We can't just let them run out of options, and then it's over. Su Changshou blinked and smiled. When Zhao Jie mentioned the rising grain prices and the impending grain shortage, he was already overjoyed. 200 officers and soldiers, all veterans who had been on the battlefield. These were all treasures. He had been eyeing them for a long time. But to win over these arrogant and fierce soldiers, you have to make them truly convinced. Otherwise, it's better not to take them in at all. This is a good opportunity to put them through the ringer. If King Li knew what Su Changshou was thinking, he would definitely say, we're thinking the same thing. However, King Li only wanted a few sons from prominent families, such as Zhao Jie, while Su Changshou wanted them all. Yesterday, he sent Ling Tong on horseback to the east to scout the area. The nearest barbarian stronghold was only 50 li away from the mountain stronghold. It's not impossible for them to harass the barbarian grain transport teams. He had actually wanted to go out and find food for a long time. With these servants of the Su family supporting him, the food stored in his shop was dwindling day by day. This online store has purchase limits, so the food we need now was all bought in advance. If we run out of our stock, the new food we buy every day won't be enough. With this in mind, Su Changshou simply went to the Su family's decision-making team, Su Shuli, Zhang Jiuzhang, and Lu Wen. The group discussed the matter behind closed doors for 15 minutes, after which Su Changshou emerged from the room with a ruddy complexion. He shouted at the top of his lungs toward the attic where the Su family was. Gather! Then, thinking something had happened, the Su family rushed out in a panic. What's wrong? What's wrong? When Su Dague came out, he was still holding up his pants when Su Kaishi saw him and kicked him. Chunni is pregnant, and in broad daylight. You little rascal. It's not me, it's Chunai's dad. Stop hitting him, stop hitting him. Su Dague quickly stood in the line. An open space in front of the Su family's pavilion. Starting today, the male members of the Su family will receive extra food. Each male member of the Su family will receive 3 caddies of meat per day. Those who do not finish it will be punished and are not allowed to share it with others. Su Changshou stood on the high platform and addressed the people below. What? Did I hear that right? They're giving each of us 3 pounds of meat a day, and if we don't finish it, we'll be punished. What are you up to now, Changshou? Why are you suddenly doing this? Su Kaikwan looked at his nephew with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. We just need to increase the intensity for your uncles and elders, in case your bodies can't handle it. Su Changshou said with a grin. The Su family members below were terrified, feeling that this kid was up to no good. The four Su brothers, plus Zhang Lu, Su Degay, Li Dazhuang, and Yo Erden, make a total of 8 people. They looked at each other, wondering what Su Changshou was up to. They eat meat all the time, but today it has become an order, leaving them completely baffled. Wang Wu and the others looked on with envy. 3 pounds of meat a day. They must be eating until their mouths were dripping with oil. At noon, Zhang Xiui and several other women from the Su family cooked a large pot of pork with plenty of spices and salt. The aroma was so enticing that the entire village smelled of meat. This made Zhao Jie and the others drool as they looked in the direction of the Su family's house. It smells so good. Lu Qi shoveled a mouthful of brown rice into his mouth and sighed, savoring the aroma of meat in the air. The Su family members were very tempted. Since they were offered meat, they would eat it. Su Changshou would never harm them. However, the more delicious the meal was, the more insane the training session in the afternoon became. Ling Tong subjected them to 2 full hours of inhumane torture. The training intensity of the 8 members of the Su family's main branch is many times stronger than before. Su Changshou sat under the shade of a tree, holding a slice of watermelon, and watched with a smile as his relatives worked up a heavy load. Even Su Kaishi was starting to dislike his son. He was just too hateful. You're so tired you're parched and your eyes are blurry. Can't you just go eat somewhere else? Wang Wu and the others were also watching the spectacle, their mouths agape. Su Changshou saw this, pointed at it, and then, with a bitter face, joined the training team. However, they were allowed to rest after practicing for half an hour. Chapter 136, Become a Heavy Cavalryman. Su Kaihai couldn't take it anymore after practicing for half a day and complained that he needed a rest. Grandpa, Uncle says he doesn't want to practice anymore. Su Changshou shouted towards the pavilion behind him. Then Su Shuli walked over with a stick in his hand. He raised his hand and struck Su Kaihai on the buttocks with the stick. Grandpa, don't hit me with the stick. Su Changshou quickly stopped him, which moved Su Kaihai somewhat. At this crucial moment, his nephew still knew what he was doing. Using a stick will injure your muscles and bones, but whipping you will hurt and won't affect your training. After saying that, Su Changshou took out a horsewhip from somewhere and handed it to Su Shuli. Su Shuli lashed out with his whip, tearing Su Kaihai's skin and clothes. The old man was really going all out, and Su Kaihai immediately became obedient, looking at Su Changshou with a resentful expression. The others also kept quiet, terrified. Su Kaihai had already been beaten, so they had to know what was good for them. If you keep yelling, hang him up and beat him. Su Shuli uttered a harsh remark, and the crowd dared not complain anymore. When night fell, they were carried to a room. Several bathtubs had already been prepared there, filled with the steaming aroma of medicinal herbs. If a medical expert were here, they would surely be able to smell the herbs that promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, reduce swelling and relieve pain, and strengthen muscles and bones. Ling Tong threw the group into the bathtub, where they soaked for another hour. Even dinner was fed to him by someone else. In Su Dagui's room. Great wealth. Want to come again? What? It's not over yet at noon. However, Zheng Chunni was met with a series of rhythmic snores. 20 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The Su family's training continued day after day. What is the Su family doing? Even the elite troops in the army have never trained like this. Lu Qi and the others clicked their tongues, their faces full of amazement. The Su family trained these 8 people without taking a single day off. Aside from shortening the daily training time in the first few days, once their muscles adapted to the high-intensity training, they increased the training volume back to the initial level. In the military, ordinary soldiers often train once every 5 days, while elite troops train only once every 2 days. This wasn't because the generals were considerate of the soldiers, but because training required consuming a lot of food. Relying solely on rice and flour, which have little oil content, is simply not enough to support high-intensity training. The training method used by the Su family is a method used only by aristocratic and powerful families to train martial artists. It is far too extravagant. On the upper floor of the Su family's attic. At this moment, the 8 members of the Su family's main branch stared in disbelief at the 8 sets of heavy cavalry armor in front of them. Su Kaishi was all right. He knew that these things were most likely bought by Su Changshou from the immortal. The others felt as if they had seen a ghost. Longevity? Where did you get this? Everyone asked curiously. I found it. Su Changshou gave a perfunctory reply. Su Kaishi was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself that you're too lazy to even come up with a decent excuse now. Su Changshou's heart was bleeding at this moment. The armor in front of me was purchased from Mall. A set of armor, including armor for both the person and the horse, cost a whopping 150 taels of silver. He was limited to 1 pair per day, and it took him 8 days to collect them all. Su Changshou wanted to say that there was no need to limit purchases, because he couldn't afford to buy more anyway. The 8 sets of armor cost him a total of 1,200 taels of silver, and now he only has a little over 200 taels left. I need to trick Lu Luoling out of her money someday. Su Changshou felt a strong urge to get his hands on the money box that Lu Luoling had shown off to him last time. That was on the day Manhwa County was abandoned. Lu Wen told Lu Luoling to leave first, and then put all of the Lu family's belongings on Lu Luoling's carriage. He glanced at the box and saw that there were more than 1,000 taels of silver inside, and the rest was a stack of silver notes. Those banknotes were probably worthless by now, but the silver was still considerable. However, Su Changshou felt that this armor was indeed great value for money. Anything produced by the mall was bound to be of high quality. According to the store description, each cavalryman's armor weighs 20 pounds, and with the horse's armor, it weighs only 30 pounds. It can withstand the full force of a martial artist below the 6th rank without breaking. He had Ling Tong unleash his full power to slash at the armor, only to find that it left a single blade mark. It can be said that as long as the opponent does not use blunt weapons such as giant hammers, this armor is impervious to swords and spears on the battlefield. Try them on. Su Changshou had his men help all 8 men put on armor. The group of people instantly changed. Even just their exposed eyes looked incredibly intimidating. It's a bit heavy, but I can still move around freely. Su Kaishi said, thanks to the training and medicinal baths you've had over this period, your bodies are now strong enough to adapt to this armor. Su Changshou laughed. So the training these past few days was just to make us wear this armor? Everyone understood at that moment. The 8 of you will become the heavy cavalry of my Su family, a trump card on the battlefield. Su Changshou said with great enthusiasm. Chapter 137 Departure, Seizing Grain, on a wide-open grassland at the edge of a forest. Several figures on horseback were galloping back and forth. This armor is so stuffy, it's unbearable. Su Kaihai complained as he rode his horse. Su Changshou brought these people here that very day. They found this place to train heavy cavalry. Ling Tong, mounted on his horse, demonstrated the sword to them. Because none of them had a foundation in martial arts, they were unable to master complex moves in a short period of time. So Ling Tong only taught them how to slash while on horseback. Simple moves are enough to deal with barbarians. The horse under your horse needs to run. Only by using the horse's momentum can you unleash the power of your slash. The most important thing is to master the basic techniques of chopping on horseback. Su Kaihai and his 8 companions were now completely exhausted. They've been practicing here since sunrise, and they've chopped and hacked countless times. I felt like my arm was no longer under my control, and I was just repeating the movement by muscle memory. 2 horses have been changed. They can't withstand a long, heavy charge. At this moment, Su Kaihai and his companions felt that they were not even as good as those horses. At least the horse can rest. Even lunch was delivered by Su Changshou. They were only allowed to go back at sunset. After another 5 days of training, they were now able to skillfully chop and slash on horseback. Several men charged forward on horseback, and with a wave of their hands, they cut down several wooden dummies standing in front of them. How are you feeling? Su Changshou asked Ling Tong beside him. That's enough. The ordinary cavalry will be sufficient to deal with the barbarians on the battlefield. Ling Tong nodded. He had been the one who trained these people, and he knew their progress best. That's good. We can start planning now. Su Changshou smiled. After waiting for so long, it's time to show the Su family strength. Early the next morning, Ling Tong secretly summoned Su's servants, as well as Zhao Xiong's 50 refugees who wanted to join Su's family. They used a pretext of a field training exercise to call it out. The Su family's training is truly rigorous. Lu Qi watched the Su family's procession disappear into the distance and exclaimed in admiration. After all, they're all from ordinary backgrounds. Without proper training, they really can't protect themselves. Among the Su family members, in terms of strength, he only thought highly of those 3 martial artists. As for the Su family servants, he regarded them as nothing more than a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Ling Tong, where are we going today? Su Kaishi looked at Ling Tong, who was riding a horse beside him, with a puzzled expression. Early this morning, Ling Tong gathered his men, including Dian Wei, making a total of 98. It was just described as a training exercise, without specifying where they were going. Kill barbarians and seize their food. Ling Tong replied. The words kill the barbarians instantly jolted the entire group awake. After arriving at the mountain stronghold, the young master sent Changshou to keep watch at the stronghold of the barbarians in the east. Every 10 days, barbarian supply convoys would deliver grain and supplies to the city. The number of people was not large, and most of them were foot soldiers. It just so happens that a barbarian supply corps is delivering supplies into the city tonight. We need to make our move 10 miles from the barbarian stronghold and intercept the goods. Ling Tong explained. Will this work? Despite undergoing such intense training, Su Kaihai and his companions were still somewhat afraid of battlefield combat. Young Master said that without experiencing a few battles, it will be difficult for the Su family to grow up. This is a good opportunity to train you. Ling Tong explained. Wang Wu and his men, mounted on horseback and wielding spears, were somewhat nervous. After all, they had only faced the barbarians once before. It's inevitable to feel some fear. Behind them, Zhao Xiong and the others had previously hoped to kill enemies and earn merit to gain the Su family's approval. But now he regretted it, his face full of worry, and the knife in his hand felt heavy. Ling Tong noticed the expressions on these people's faces but didn't say anything. Everything is as you expected, young master. The destination is 40 miles away from here. The Su family walked quickly and slowly, finally arriving at the spot they had scouted before sunset. Those on horseback were all right, but Zhao Xiong's fellow refugees who had walked there were now exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Everyone, eat something and rest for a while. According to the previous schedule, the barbarians will pass through here in another hour. There will be a tough battle to fight then. Ling Tong gave the order. After saying that, he instructed Wang Wu and the others to take out the dried meat from the cloth bag they had brought that morning and distribute it to everyone. Upon seeing the dried meat, Zhao Xiong and the others rushed over to it. They grabbed the jerky and stuffed it into their mouths. A day of forced marching had left them with no time to think about anything else. They haven't eaten meat in a long time. At this moment, some people were moved to tears. Being able to eat meat made them feel that even dying would be worthwhile. Chapter 138, Heavy Cavalry Attack. After everyone finished eating and fed the horses again, it was almost time. At this moment, Ling Tong also took the opportunity to talk about the next tactics. Put on your armor. Ling Tong addressed Su Kaihai and the others. Then, with the help of others, they put on the armor folded in the package, wrapping themselves up completely. At this moment, Su Kaihai no longer complained about the sweltering heat. The armor made him feel very safe. Wang Wu and the others looked at the 8 members of the Su family with envy. Even a layman can see that with this armor, one can definitely survive on the battlefield more easily than others. Everyone looked solemn, hiding in the woods under the cover of night, their palms sweating with nervousness. Not long after, a convoy of black figures appeared in the distance. The lead group consisted of about 50 cavalrymen, followed by about 200 infantrymen carrying swords. Protect the massive procession of 100 carts. The figures pushing carts look like Xia people. So many people! The Su family members exclaimed in surprise. Is this what you meant by not too many people? Su Kaihai glanced at Ling Tong with a hint of resentment. Yes, you 8 heavy cavalrymen will be at the forefront of the charge. Get ready, Ling Tong said calmly. If any of you are afraid to fight today, I will kill you here after the battle, so that you won't be taken back and wasted on the grain. Dian Wei spoke in a deep voice to Zhao Xiong and the others beside him. These words were meant for Zhao Xiong and the others, but Wang Wu and the others felt as if they were being spoken to themselves as well. We're going to die either way, so let's fight. If we survive, we'll have food to eat. Zhao Xiong gritted his teeth and said. The supply train was getting closer. At this moment, they were only 500 paces away from the ambush site. Mount your horses. Form ranks. Ling Tong gave the order. The group was divided into 8 teams according to the formation arranged by Ling Tong. The 8 members of the Su family headed the way, each flanked by 2 or 3 mounted servants carrying spears on their left and right sides. Behind them were Zhao Xiong and his infantrymen carrying sabers. This was a tactic devised by Ling Tong, namely the wedge formation commonly used for breakthroughs and assaults. Everyone's noses were covered in sweat. 400 steps. 300 steps. Kill. Ling Tong's command finally sounded. In daily training, obedience to orders is ingrained in their bones. With a whip cracked on the horse's rump by Su Kaishi and his men, the entire cavalry charged toward the group of barbarians. Fight to the death. Kill them. Zhao Xiong and the others shouted and followed. Ling Tong and Dian Wei flanked the enemy on the left and right flanks. The barbarians were terrified when they saw a group of people suddenly rush out of the woods. Enemy attack. The lead barbarian shouted, instantly putting the entire group on alert. Some of the Xia people pushing carts turned and ran, while others chose to stay put. The infantrymen quickly moved towards the front of the formation. The cavalry charged towards the Su family's troops. In mounted combat, they were never afraid of the Xia cavalry. The cavalry from both sides drew closer and closer. Something's fishy. The barbarian cavalry finally realized something was wrong. The Xia people opposite them seemed to be wearing armor. But at this moment, they have already engaged in close combat. Ling Tong and Dian Wei were the first to charge into the enemy ranks from the flank. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were killed. At this moment, the 8 riders of the Su family had already engaged the barbarians. The Su family members neither dodged nor avoided the barbarian sabers. Just go ahead and pick up the knife and start hacking. The movements have been practiced thousands of times, as if they had become ingrained in one's bones and blood, completed in one go. Then they saw blood spurting from the barbarians opposite them, and 8 barbarians were cut down from their horses. The sabers coming from the opposite side only made a dull thud against their armor, without harming them in the slightest. Su Kaishi and his 8 companions were overjoyed. Since the armor was effective, they no longer needed to defend themselves. Just go for it. After killing all 8 of them in one go, they didn't stop and, as they had agreed beforehand, continued to charge towards the barbarian infantry. This directly disrupted the newly organized barbarian infantry formation. Charging left and right as if entering an empty field, 5 barbarian infantrymen died at Su Kaishi's hands in this wave of attack. The Su family killed several enemy riders without taking any damage in the first exchange, instantly boosting their morale. Taking advantage of the momentum generated by the heavy cavalry, Wang Wu and his men seized the opportunity and thrust their spears forward. Whether the stab hits or not, it's a one-hit kill. Several Su family servants were killed or wounded, but more than a dozen barbarian riders also fell from their horses. Before the disorganized barbarians could react, Su Kaishi and his group had already rushed back and launched another wave of attacks in the same manner. Dian Wei and Ling Tong were wreaking havoc on all sides, and seeing that everything was going smoothly for Su Kaishi, they became even more unrestrained. He could leap directly into the air onto the barbarian's horse and attack from behind. Chapter 139 Spoils of War, back at the mountain stronghold. Zhao Xiong and his men were like headless flies, completely at a loss. Fortunately, the cavalry was almost gone, and the barbarian infantry had their formation disrupted by the cavalry charge. They were all focused on avoiding the Su family cavalry, and no one paid them any attention. The barbarian cavalry were quickly wiped out. The barbarian infantry were now on high alert, having been charged by the Su family's cavalry several times, and were already in a panic. If Ling Tong and Dian Wei charged in, they would surely take the life of a barbarian with a mere wave of their hand. Su Kaishi and his men were used to slashing people, and because they were wearing heavy armor, they neither blocked nor dodged, quickly reaping the lives of the infantry. Su Kaichuan's eyes shone with excitement. He liked this feeling. Fight to the death. Kill. Seeing that the barbarians were losing power, Zhao Xiong gritted his teeth and charged forward. If I don't take action soon, I'm afraid I won't recover. He didn't believe that what Dian Wei had just told him was a joke. 50 refugees, armed with sabers, charged into the battlefield. They also learned some things from the Su family's daily training. Some that could be used at this moment. 3 or 5 people ganging up on a barbarian infantryman was a close call. With the barbarians losing their cavalry, The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. A quarter of an hour later, there were no barbarians left standing. Are you Xia people? Su Kaishi, still on horseback, asked the 50-odd laborers who had remained in place pushing carts. General, we are all Xia people. When we were unable to escape, we were captured by these barbarians and enslaved. Please, General, save us. All the laborers pushing the carts knelt down on the ground. Seeing Su Kaishi in full armor, they assumed he was a soldier of the great Xia dynasty. I'm not a general. I'm just a refugee fleeing from war. Are there any others like you? Su Kaishi said. Refugee. The kneeling laborers looked at Su Kaishi and his entourage's attire and felt very strange. Whose refugee are you? They had horses to ride, armor to wear, and most importantly, they even went so far as to kill barbarians. They're gone. They were all killed. We're staying because they need our help transporting supplies. The lead laborer cried out. I can't verify your identities right now, but you can come back with me first. Su Kaishi said. He also needs these people to help push the carts back. Ling Tong had already led his men to survey the battlefield. 2 of Su's servants died and 17 were wounded. Of Zhao Xiong's 50 refugees, 13 died and almost everyone was injured, but fortunately none of the injuries were fatal. The barbarians have too much baggage and need to leave quickly. There's no time to take inventory. The group simply looted the barbarians' equipment and horses. There wasn't even time to butcher the dead horses. They had to be thrown away. Otherwise, if they stay here too long, and the barbarians who come to receive supplies in the city come out to check and find them, they'll be in trouble. Go home. Ling Tong waved his hand. The group then set off in a grand procession toward the mountain stronghold. Now that it's night, there's no need to worry about encountering barbarians. Those barbarians in the city must have already gone far away by the time they heard the news. Ling Tong instructed Wang Wu and others to keep a close watch on the Xia people who had been captured by the barbarians and enslaved. Before their identities are verified, they must not be allowed out of sight. Another night passed, but fortunately, they had acquired more horses from the barbarians. The group's physical exertion was not that great. The journey of 40 miles passed without incident throughout the night. Wait until the sun rises. The people in the mountain stronghold woke up. Then they saw a large, imposing procession heading towards the mountain stronghold in the distance. Something's up. Lu Qi and the others quickly drew their weapons. However, once they saw who it was, everyone lowered their guard. So they're from a Su family. They've been training for a whole day and night. Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, that's not right. There weren't this many people and horses when they left. And what were those carts carrying? Lu Qi rubbed his eyes, afraid that he hadn't woken up properly. He didn't see so many people when the Su family set off yesterday morning. Let's go take a look. Su Changshou addressed the Su family members. They walked quickly toward the gate of the mountain stronghold. Young master, I have not failed in my mission. Dian Wei and Ling Tong cupped their hands in greeting to Su Changshou. Good heavens! What are they doing? The villagers stared in shock at the scene before them. There were a full 100 carts parked at the entrance of the mountain stronghold. There are dozens more horses. And who were those 50-odd people? At this moment, Zhao Jie and the others were filled with questions. They all looked at Su Changshou with curiosity. It was as if they had missed something momentous when they woke up. What has the Su family been doing behind their backs again? Chapter 140 Su family meeting amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd. A long procession of carts drove into the mountain stronghold. Wang Wu and the others rode on their horses, heads held high, following behind Su Kaishi and his group. There were several horses with several corpses tied to them. The people who remained in the stronghold hurriedly followed, wanting to find out what had happened. 15 minutes later, in front of the attic in the Su family's residential area, Su Shuli, Zhang Jiuzhang, Lu Wan, and Su Changshou sat imposingly on stools on a high platform. Standing behind him were the family members of the Su family's main branch. Before them, below the stage, stood 8 men, including Su Kaishi, wielding long swords. They had now changed back into their armor and were standing side by side at the front. Beside him were the horses led by Wang Wu and the neatly arranged carts. There was also a pile of weapons captured from the barbarians. Next to it were 15 corpses. Zhao Jie, Lu Qi, Zhao Cheng, and the other refugees surrounded the Su family, layer upon layer, wanting to see what they were up to. That's armor? Where did the Su family get armor? Zhao Jie and the others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about the armor worn by the 8 members of the Su family. Even in the military, those qualified to wear armor are extremely rare. The production of a single suit of armor can take 1 or 2 years, and the heavy cavalry that the Xia army can equip are all registered. Moreover, the material is completely different from the armor used by the heavy cavalry in the Great Xia army. It looks lighter and thinner. This is too bizarre. Grandpa, we can begin, Su Changshou said to Su Shuli. Su Shuli was quite excited at this moment. He was a farmer who had never experienced such an occasion in his entire life. His hands, hidden under his sleeves, clenched into fists and trembled slightly. Su Changshou had previously told him that he would be the one to preside over the Su family's meeting today, but he had repeatedly declined. But in the end, he couldn't refuse Su Changshou, Zhang Jiuzhang, and Lu Wen, so he had to take on a job. All three said that this was a major matter concerning the Su family, and it would be better for the old man to preside over it, as he seemed mature and prudent. Grandpa, these people are all servants of our Su family. Just speak boldly. We can kill barbarians, so what else is there to be afraid of? Su Changshou whispered to Su Shuli. Su Shuli nodded softly, took a deep breath, and steadied himself. That's right, everyone down here is from the Su family. It's the Su family who feeds them. Just like the Su family when I was a child. I can't let the Su family down. Last night, my Su family led our people to the territory of the barbarians in the east. After a 40-mile raid, we intercepted and killed a barbarian supply train. Today is also the grand gathering for the Su family to reward our merits. Ling Tong, report on the results of the battle. Su Shuli spoke with a strong voice. He cannot afford to be intimidated at this moment. As soon as he said it, the onlookers from the mountain village gasped in surprise. They've gone to attack the barbarians. The Su family has quietly accomplished such a major feat. Looking at all these things, they've definitely won. The crowd chimed in, pointing and whispering among themselves at Su Kaishi and the others in the room. In this battle, my Su family dispatched 8 heavy cavalrymen, 38 servant cavalrymen, 2 warriors, and led 50 infantrymen composed of refugees, trekking 40 miles. They launched a frontal assault on the barbarian supply train, annihilating 50 cavalrymen and 200 infantrymen. Ling Tong channeled his inner strength and spoke loudly. Wow, the onlookers were in an uproar. They actually killed 250 barbarians, which was beyond their comprehension. Zhao Cheng and the other refugees were all right. They didn't really understand the situation, but they felt that the Su family was very powerful for killing so many barbarians. But they don't have a standard to measure exactly how powerful they are. But Zhao Jie and Lu Qi, soldiers who had fought countless battles against barbarians, were speechless. The Su family is defying the heavens. How could such a small number of people wipe out the entire barbarian supply train? Apart from those 2 martial artists, the rest of them were just ordinary people. Lu Qi looked on incredulously. He knew that Ling Tong and Dian Wei were very powerful, but battlefield combat was not a fight between martial artists. The enemy relied on battle formations and coordination, and individual martial prowess would be greatly suppressed on the battlefield. Haven't you heard? There are 8 more heavy cavalry. Look at Su Kaishi and his 8 men. It's clear they played a role in this battle. Zhao Jie analyzed. Understand, they were training heavy cavalry with all their might. Doesn't this mean that the Su family now has 8 heavy cavalrymen without anyone noticing? Lu Qi exclaimed in surprise. Heavy cavalry is a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Previously, there was a barbarian heavy cavalry unit of elites, but only 50 men. On the battlefield of Yongcheng, they charged towards the 1,000-strong Xia army, and upon first meeting them, the Xia army was routed. Chapter 141 Rewards for Meritorious Service. In this battle, we captured 100 cartloads of barbarian supplies, 200 long-handled swords, 50 cavalry sabers, 35 war horses, and rescued 53 refugees from our Great Xia. Ling Tong continued. The numbers were announced one by one, drawing envy from everyone present. The Su family has really struck it rich. Look, those trucks are mostly loaded with grain. Those 100 trucks of supplies alone are enough to feed us for a long time. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. The Su family even brought the refugees back. Lu Qi and the others were drooling as they watched. The refugees in the corner had their eyes gleaming as they looked at the truckloads of supplies, their eyes filled with envy. They haven't had a full meal in a long time, and in order to conserve food, they eat only 1 meal a day. To find some wild vegetables, one might have to travel more than 10 miles to the deep mountains. 2 of Su's servants were killed in battle, and 17 were wounded. Of the displaced infantrymen, 13 were killed in battle, and 37 were wounded. The remains of the fallen have been recovered. Ling Tong shouted loudly. Only then did everyone notice that in a corner beside the Su family members, dozens of figures were weeping with their faces covered. These people appeared to be family members of those who died in battle. Many members of the Su family died on this trip, and only then did they realize that the supplies in front of them were obtained at the cost of their lives. This great victory has showcased the Su family's prowess and preserved the Su family's reputation. Su Shuli was also influenced by Ling Tong's words, which were enhanced by his internal energy, and slapped the armrest of the chair with his big hand. It is hereby announced that, from this day forward, the servants of the Su family will be divided into 3 classes: first, second, and third. Those servants whose family members are willing to work for the Su family can enjoy the corresponding level of servant family member benefits. If a servant dies, his family members will continue to enjoy the corresponding treatment as long as they are willing to follow the Su family. Their descendants can be given priority in being selected into the Su family's servant ranks. Wang Wu, Lu Er, Ma Lu, and 38 others were designated as first-class servants. Among them, the families of Zhang Ye and Wang Tu, who died in battle, who were willing to follow the Su family, could enjoy the treatment of first-class servants and their families. The displaced soldiers dared to draw their swords against the barbarians, and Zhao Xiong and 37 others were recruited as second-class servants of my Su family. My Su family is exceptionally lenient. Those families of the 13 who died in battle who are willing to serve my Su family will be treated as second-class servants. My Su family will never mistreat anyone who joins the Su family. A resounding victory. The first-class servant was rewarded with 5 caddies of pork and 20 caddies of unpolished rice. The second-class servants were rewarded with 2 caddies of pork and 10 caddies of brown rice. The rewards for those who died in battle were distributed to their families. Ma Lu and Zhang Erlu, who performed exceptionally well, were each given an additional 2 caddies of mutton and 5 caddies of fine rice as a reward. Su Changshou stood up and spoke loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement. Nothing is more exciting than rewarding merit. What are they risking their lives for? Isn't it all to make their own and their families' lives better? The Su family servants who received the rewards were all smiles, as these rewards could be shared with their families. Even the families of Wang Wu and others, who had never been able to eat meat before, could finally have some meat this time. The grief of the bereaved families, who were still grieving the loss of their loved ones, was somewhat lessened at this moment. In this chaotic world, what could be more important than survival? Along the way, they had seen others fall behind, and they had seen people collapse in front of them. They were already considered lucky, having stumbled and struggled their way to this mountain stronghold where they didn't have to worry about barbarians. Although his family members died, he gave his life to give them hope of survival. Those refugees who had become second-class servants of the Su family were the most excited at this moment. From now on, they won't have to worry about going hungry anymore. Zhao Xiong was extremely excited at this moment. He gritted his teeth and fought his way up for the status of a second-class servant, and luckily he survived. These days, they have been worried every day that they will starve to death, and today they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although it is still unknown what kind of treatment the second-class servants and their families receive, the Su family would surely not let them starve to death, no matter how bad things get. I didn't see Wang Wu and his family members. Their families helped the Su family with chores every day and received some coarse rice to fill their stomachs. I've become a second-class servant, and my family members have become second-class servants' dependents. At most, we'll receive less, but it's still much better than having to fill our stomachs with wild vegetables. The Su family has a firm grasp on the thoughts of these refugees. Second-class servants want to become first-class servants, and first-class servants want rewards. After this, these refugees will have to work desperately for the Su family. The Su family has probably become the most powerful force in our stronghold. Zhao Jie then analyzed the situation for Lu Qi. I remember when I first met the Su family. They only had a few carriages. I never expected them to expand so quickly. Lu Qi also sighed. As expected of a disciple raised by a reclusive family, his abilities are truly astonishing at the age of 7. Zhao Muqing stared blankly at Su Changshou's small figure on the stage. Chapter 142, The Barbarians Mobilize. Brother Jia, it seems we're running out of food. Chu said to Zhao Jia. Let me think of a way. Zhao Jia looked at the 100 carts of supplies that the Su family had seized with an embarrassed expression. How could someone as a direct descendant of the prestigious Zhao family be inferior to a mere child? Today's Su family gathering allowed everyone in the mountain stronghold to witness another side of the Su family. The Su family not only has martial artists, but also a servant army capable of defeating barbarians. The entire landscape of the mountain stronghold is quietly changing. The Su family has become the most powerful force in the mountain stronghold. They worked until late morning before finally getting all the new servants who had joined the Su family to sign their indentures. The contract was handwritten by Wang Xiaocai, and Luan was responsible for stamping it. A smooth and efficient process. Looking at the thick stack of 37 indentures in front of him, Su Shuli's hands trembled slightly. Perhaps in this lifetime, this old man will be able to see the former glory of the Su family again. Su Shuli thought to himself, and couldn't help but look at Su Changshou beside him. Thanks to my good grandson. Evening, at the Su family's attic. Have those people's identities been verified? Su Changshou asked Ling Tong. They are all refugees from the Great Xia dynasty. Their identities are beyond doubt. Ling Tong Dao. The 53 refugees from Great Xia they had brought back were being guarded in an attic. After the conference ended, Su Changshou ordered Ling Tong to investigate their identities. After questioning them individually, their identities were finally confirmed. Well, let's feed them for now, just enough to keep them from starving. Let them do some odd jobs. First, assess their character. Have them report on each other and kill anyone with a serious history of misconduct. Tell them that if they want to have enough to eat, they must become servants of the Su family, just like Wang Wu and Zhao Xiong. Su Changshou gave him instructions. This world doesn't allow him to be too kind. If these people cannot be used by him, then there is no need to keep them. After Ling Tong conveyed Su Changshou's message to the refugees. Unexpectedly, they knelt down and kowtowed to the pavilion where Su Changshou was. They fled on their journey, living in constant fear, and then encountered barbarians who killed their entire family. The fact that the Su family was willing to take them in at this moment was an immense favor. Please tell the young master that we will definitely perform well. The refugees hurriedly spoke, as if afraid of being driven away by the Su family. Only by becoming a refugee can one realize how difficult it is to find a place to settle down and make a living. This mountain village is now paradise for them. Song Yuan Castle. Your Highness, our scouts report that the barbarians of Kyul City in the east came out in full force before dawn this morning and searched an area of about 20 miles, as if they were looking for someone. Jiang Goer bowed to King Li, who was sitting behind his desk. Oh, do you know why? King Li put down the book in his hand and looked at Jiang Goer with curiosity. The barbarian stronghold in Kyul City has more than 2,000 people, and he used to raid the villages and towns around Song Yuan City from time to time. Later, he implemented a scorched earth policy, driving most of the mountain villagers into the city, and only then did those barbarians quiet down. But now, they're making moves again. We don't know the specific reason yet, but I doubt they would dare to come to Song Yuan City with such a small number of people to cause trouble. If they dare to come, I can use the opportunity to earn some military merits, cut off some ears to exchange for some money for drinks, Jiang Goer said with a grin. You idiot. I have already rebelled. Who are you going to exchange all those barbarian ears for money? I don't recognize those filthy ears. Forget about military merits. In this Song Yuan City, you think you can get promoted? Do you even want my throne? King Li laughed and scolded. I've collected a whole sack of ears, and they're all under my bed. It's like I cut them for nothing. Jiang Goer's face immediately fell, and he looked worried and distressed. Aren't you afraid of smelling bad? King Li was speechless. The thought of a bag of barbarian ears lying under the bed sent a chill down his spine. Report. The scouts have sent word. A soldier's voice came from outside the door. Looks like there's news, it's coming in. King Li laughed. Then a letter was delivered. It turns out that the barbarian supply train was robbed, and all 250 men were killed. King Li said, looking at the letter in his hand. Who else around here would dare to kill barbarians? To completely annihilate this barbarian supply train and not let a single one escape. We need at least 1,000 regular troops. Jiang Goer stuck his head up to the letter in front of King Li and exclaimed in amazement. He had extensive experience fighting barbarians and naturally knew their strength. "You blockhead, stay away from me." King Li pushed him away in disgust. "There's something fishy about this. We haven't heard of any force with such power within 100 miles. Things are probably going to get a bit turbulent lately." King Li pondered for a moment. Chapter 143 locks onto the enemy, Kyul City. This place is a stronghold of the barbarians, and it is usually guarded by 2,000 men. Besides being responsible for controlling the surrounding area, another task was to keep watch on any movement in Songyuan City. At this moment, in an open space within the city, 9 men resembling Xia people were being hung out to bask in the sun. His lips were peeling from the sun, his face was sallow, and his body was covered in wounds, with hardly any intact skin left. In front of them were several barbarian soldiers, who were whipping them mercilessly. Last night, they waited and waited, but the agreed-upon supply train did not arrive in the city. In the middle of the night, they sent people out of the city to check. Sure enough, barbarian corpses were found scattered all over the ground 10 miles outside the city. The scene was a mess, with corpses strewn everywhere and bloodstains everywhere. At this point, they realized something serious had happened and hurriedly returned to the city to report. So, before dawn, they went out of the city to begin a large-scale search. They captured the escaped slaves in the mountains more than 10 miles away, tied them to horses, and brought them back. "Snap! Tell me quickly, who attacked our supply train?" A barbarian soldier lashed a whip wrapped with caltrops at the Xia man, instantly tearing his skin and causing it to bleed. The heart-wrenching screams soared into the sky. It was chilling to watch, and the terrified and pained expressions made the barbarians laugh out loud. It was a group of Xia people, about 40 or 50 people on horseback, with dozens of foot soldiers carrying knives behind them. They rushed out of the woods and attacked the supply train. When we saw them come out, we ran away. We didn't know anything. "Please, Grandpa, let us go," the Xia man cried out. "Bullshit. What kind of people are you Xia people? You think you can kill the warriors of my great Liao with so few people?" Crack! Another whip lashed down. Clearly, they did not believe what the Xia man said. I remember now, they had 8 knights in full armor, and their horses were also covered in armor. "Grandpa, what I said is true." The Xia man's face was covered in snot and tears, mixed with blood, making him look extremely pitiful. The heavy cavalry of the Xia people. The barbarian was startled upon hearing this. If what the Xia man said is true, then it means that the elite of the Xia army has made a move. Having fought against the great Xia for so long, they naturally knew that the Xia army, equipped with heavy cavalry, was definitely the main force among the main forces. If they had 8 heavy cavalrymen, plus nearly 100 elite Xia soldiers, it wouldn't be impossible for them to annihilate the supply train. Thinking of this, he didn't linger and hurriedly threw down his whip, rushing towards the residence of the city's centurion. He needed to report this matter to his superiors as soon as possible. Heavy cavalry? We've already defeated all the heavy cavalry of the Xia border army. So how many heavy cavalry do they have left? No, there's also Songyuan City. It must be, besides the Xia king, there's no other Xia person nearby who could have heavy cavalry. The barbarian centurion, named Kasi, looked somewhat angry. He was busy capturing Xia people slaves to mine and had no time to provoke Songyuan City. Yet these people dared to provoke him. "Go, send someone to inform Lord Laozhan of this message. Our great Liao will make that King Li pay for his blood debt." Kasi said angrily. Laozhan was his superior, and he could mobilize an army of 10,000 men. I told him about this so that he would send troops to attack Songyuan City. In a mountain village, it's lunchtime. In a corner in front of the Su family's attic, a shed was erected and several large stoves were built. At this moment, about 20 women were busy at work. These were the servants' families. Grandma Su was supervising the work nearby to prevent anyone from stealing food. The Su family is now very large and powerful, and it takes a long time to prepare meals for these servants and their families. After a morning of training, the male members of the Su family, including masters and servants, were already starving. At this moment, everyone lined up with bowls and chopsticks. Wang Wu and 36 others were designated as first-class servants and placed at the front of the procession. Zhao Xiong and 37 others, who had been designated as second-class servants, stood behind them. Next came the families of the first-class servants, then the families of the second-class servants, and finally the 53 refugees who had been snatched back from the barbarian supply train. "Line up, one at a time." Neo Erden was shouting from the front. The group quickly adjusted their positions to make the formation look straighter. The Su family divided their servants and family members into 3 classes, with different treatment for each class. Even queuing should reflect differences. Those at the back of the line looked on with envy at the back of the people in front. He secretly vowed to work hard and make contributions to advance his position. Chapter 144 Strict Hierarchy. Wang Wu, these first-class servants, carried a bowl overflowing with coarse rice, topped with a large spoonful of green vegetables floating with oil, and also received a piece of dried meat. This dried meat was seized from a barbarian supply wagon. Over 1,000 pounds were captured. It's very filling. It's made using a unique method of meat jerky production employed by the barbarians. During their long marches, they would stuff dried meat into the bladders of cows, filling them with it and carrying it on their backs, enough to feed a barbarian for a month. The bowls of Zhao Xiong's and his second-class servants contained roughly the same amount of meat, except that the amount of dried meat was reduced by half. The families of first-class servants received only a bowl of brown rice and a spoonful of green vegetables. For the families of second-class servants, even the vegetables were reduced by half. As for the rescued refugees, half a bowl of coarse rice was enough. The hierarchy was strict, and the treatment of first-class servants was even better than when they were in the village. The rescued refugees, however, could barely survive. In fact, the Su family has no shortage of food now. 100 carts full of supplies would be enough for these people to live comfortably for a long time. However, Su Changshou still established this strict hierarchy of treatment. He needs a pack of wolves that want to climb higher, not useless cowards who don't even dare to draw their knives. Only wolves deserve to eat meat. Lu Qi and the others were drooling as they smelled the delicious aroma wafting from the Su family's house. Their lunch today consisted of only a bowl of brown rice. Even the sons of wealthy and powerful families who lived in luxury were no exception. At this moment, Chu Yu frowned as he looked at the bowl of rice mixed with weeds in his bowl. Brother Jia, we're going to starve to death if this keeps up. Why don't we go talk to the Su family? Can we borrow some grain? They have so much, and even their servants are well fed. They'll probably lend it to us, right? Several other scions from prominent families chimed in. Lu Qi also looked at him with hope. Let's give it a try. Zhao Jia also didn't want to continue living such a hard life. He doesn't know how long he'll have to stay here. If this continues, he'll go crazy. In the attic of the Su family's house. At this moment, the Su family members were gathered around a large table. The dish consists of scrambled eggs, pork belly, lamb chops, and roast chicken. Because the male members of the Su family also had to train every day, and the intensity of their training was even greater than that of the servants, Zhang Xiui would bring several female relatives to prepare a lot of meat for them every day. Each person also had a large bowl of rice made from Northeast China rice in front of them. I never thought that even though we're all fleeing, I'm actually eating better than I did back in Shaoyan village. Looking at the table full of food, Su Shuli was filled with emotion. This is all thanks to longevity. I'm also benefiting from it, brother. Jiuzhang laughed. Third brother, where did these things come from? We've been fleeing for so long. I don't believe you if you say you brought them from home. Su Wangsher picked up a piece of lamb chop and put it in her bowl, then asked Su Kaishi curiously. Everyone at the table turned to look at Su Kaishi. They had long suspected the origin of these things. The meat could at least be said to have been hunted. What's with this polished rice? And these eggs? And these vegetables? And those armors and weapons just don't make sense. They had all asked Su Kaishi's family privately, but they were all given evasive answers. At this moment, their curiosity was beyond measure. What are you asking? We have enough to eat to shut you up. We've relied on longevity to escape this whole ordeal. Surviving is more important than anything else. I've lived most of my life, and there's a saying, it's good to be a little confused sometimes. From now on, no one is allowed to mention these things again. Su Shuli shouted sternly at the crowd. Seeing the old man get angry, everyone quickly lowered their heads and dared not mention the matter again. Grandpa is wise. Su Changshou gave Su Shuli a thumbs up. Ignorance is bliss? The old man is anything but confused. Su Changshou thought to himself. What he did couldn't be kept secret from the Su family. Nobody was a fool, and everyone must have had their doubts. But he couldn't explain it. Fortunately, the old man was a sensible person. Oh, everyone's eating? Zhao Jia led Zhao Muqing and Lu Qi in. When they saw the food laid out on the Su family's table, their eyes widened in surprise. They looked at each other, and only when they saw the same shock in each other's eyes did they believe what they were seeing. Are you even human, Su family? Everyone is fleeing the disaster, and we can barely even afford brown rice. You guys are here eating and drinking like crazy? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? At this moment, Zhao Jie was even imagining whether there were people from the reclusive Su family nearby. In order not to wrong Su Changshou, the heir of the family, he secretly took care of him. Otherwise, where did all this food come from? The Su family's carriage was only so big, and with all that armor and weapons, the small carriage couldn't possibly hold all that stuff. Chapter 145, Become My Family Guard. It seems the Su family is even more unfathomable than I thought. To train their heir, they're willing to hide in the shadows and prepare so many supplies. What a grand gesture that is. You have to understand, the area outside these mountains is a chaotic place. The fact that they were able to transport these things here speaks volumes. Zhao Jie looked at Zhao Muqing and saw that his cousin, who knew more about the hidden family, also had a mysterious expression on her face, which confirmed his guess. Zhao Muqing, why are you staring at me like that? I just want to eat something delicious. Looks blank. Her true thoughts at this moment were no longer important. He felt that what she was really thinking was what she was trying to hide. I came here this time to borrow grain from the Su family. We are about to run out of food, and we hope that the Su family can lend a helping hand. Zhao Jie cupped his hands in greeting to the Su family. We can't lend it to them. The Su family has several hundred people to support, and they're not wealthy. Su Changshou swallowed a piece of pork belly and looked at Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie stared speechlessly at the sumptuous dishes on the table. You call this not being rich? He hadn't expected Su Changshou to refuse so bluntly, and he felt somewhat embarrassed. You can name your conditions, and we will definitely do what we can. Zhao Jie said. If he can't borrow grain this time, he'll have no choice but to go to Song Yuan City to find King Li. This is something he doesn't want to do. He didn't want to take sides for his family. Otherwise, he would become a sinner against his family. My Su family's grain will only be given to members of the Su family. Why don't you join the Su family? Su Changshou spoke up. Everything he's been doing these days is just to get these people to join in. They were clearly at their wits' end, and it would be a bit much not to bring it up now. Join the Su family? What does that mean? Zhao Jie was puzzled. As long as you 200 soldiers are loyal to my Su family, we will naturally be one family. Su Changshou laughed. Loyalty to the Su family? We are scions of a distinguished family. How can we possibly be loyal to your family? That's impossible. Zhao Jie refused. He is a direct descendant of a Zhao family. If he were to pledge allegiance to the Su family, wouldn't that tarnish the Zhao family's reputation? Even if the Su family is a reclusive family, it won't work. What I mean by loyalty is becoming a retainer of the Su family. As long as you're willing to obey the Su family's orders, it doesn't mean I want you to be a slave. Su Changshou et lai. Household guards. Zhao Jie looked at Su Changshou with some confusion. Before the Great Xia dynasty unified China, there were many feudal lords, each with their own retainers. The Great Xia dynasty had long since abolished the retainer system, so he never expected to hear the term again today. The retainers were neither called subjects nor servants. They were more like guest ministers. They will only act on orders when needed by their master. If it were as a family retainer, he wouldn't rule it out. It's just a temporary compromise. I'm sure my family won't blame me, right? Zhao Jie thought of it. Okay, I agree, but we can't be treated worse than those first-class servants. Zhou, ye bargain. Yes, don't worry, I know your capabilities, so you can rest assured about the treatment you receive. You don't need to do anything for us on a regular basis. Just obey orders when the Su family needs you. The Su family has prepared a welcome banquet for you today. Su Changshou laughed. These men were all officers and soldiers, veterans of countless battles, and were far superior to Wang Wu and his ilk. Even Su Kaishi and his 8 men, if they weren't heavily armored, wouldn't be a match for these government soldiers. Combat experience cannot be acquired overnight. With these people in their ranks, it will be much easier for the Su family to do whatever they want. Song Yuan City, Li Wang Mansion. Hasn't that little Zhao Jie come looking for us yet? We're probably running out of food by now, aren't we? King Li looked at Jianggoer in front of him with a puzzled expression and asked. They must still be struggling to hold on, unwilling to give in to the prince. Although these young masters from noble families are a bit spoiled, they are indeed tough nuts to crack. Jianggoer said, The fact that aristocratic families can stand for hundreds or even thousands of years must mean they have something to offer. When they raise their direct descendants, they may indulge them in sensual pleasures and allow them to bully men and women, but they always have the highest standards for character and temperament. Otherwise, Zhao Jia wouldn't have dared to draw his sword and kill Shokangho and Yongsheng to lead his troops in resisting the barbarians. Send someone to check again. There's been no movement for so long. I'm starting to feel uneasy. King Li gave his instructions. I will personally go to the vicinity of the mountain stronghold. Jiang Goer accepted the order and left. However, in the afternoon, Jiang Goer walked into Li Wang's study with a strange expression on his face. How is it? Is that kid already starving and emaciated? I'd like to see with my own eyes the pathetic state of a noble family scion. I'm sure that old dog, Zhao, wouldn't bear to see his grandson suffer like this. King Li was overjoyed at the thought that these young lads from the noble families would soon come begging for mercy and seeking refuge with him. Your Highness, they're eating meat, and the whole mountain stronghold is filled with the aroma of meat. I didn't dare get close, but I could smell it from quite a distance. They must have cooked a lot. Jiang Goer said with a strange expression. Eat meat? How could that be? These little guys wouldn't have killed a horse, would they? King Li exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 146. King Li takes the blame. It's not horse meat. It's not like I've never eaten horse meat before. It tastes like boiled pork. Jiang Goer was a devout believer. That's strange. Could it be that they hunted a wild boar? But I used to hunt in this forest every month, and I've never run into a wild boar more than a few times. Could these little guys be that lucky? King Li felt somewhat uneasy, never expecting that his plan would fail. This made him feel a bit embarrassed in front of Jiang Goer. After all, he had confidently declared that everything was under control. Your Highness, what should we do? You wanted to take them in, but now they're even eating meat. These wild boars are a slap in the face to you. How about I take some men into the mountains and wipe out those wild animals so they can't catch any more prey? Jiang Goer leaned closer, looking as if he were loyal to his master, and said, Get out, get out, get out. If you can't speak properly, shut up. King Li pointed outside the door and kicked Jiang Goer in the butt. This guy's words are infuriating. I, a prince, was slapped in the face by a wild boar. If he weren't my trusted general, I would have skinned him alive today. Hey, why is your Highness getting so worked up? Roll. Okay, all done. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These past few days, Zhao Jia, Lu Qi, and other officers and soldiers have finally come to appreciate the benefits of becoming Su's household guards. Not only were there plenty of food every day, but everyone also received a large piece of meat. Every day at meal times, the village is filled with the spectacular sight of people lining up to eat in front of the Su family's pavilion. Nowadays, apart from Zhao Cheng and his group who cook for themselves, the rest of the villagers all rely on the Su family for their livelihood. The Su family didn't really care about them, but those who could become Su family retainers relied on their skills. If we lose our ability to kill the enemy, then we are worthless. Therefore, these officers and soldiers resumed their daily training under Lu Qi's leadership. The arrival of these officers and soldiers made Wang Wu's servants from the Su family feel even more threatened. Originally, as first-class servants, they enjoyed the best treatment from the Su family, and a sense of complacency began to creep in. But at this moment, I became nervous again. They knew that the government troops were definitely stronger than them. And now that the government troops had become the Su family's retainers, their own status as first-class servants was in jeopardy. The fact that the Su family has someone to replace them at any time is not a good sign. So these past few days, during training, I've been secretly competing with Lu Qi and his soldiers. The officers and soldiers ran 10 laps, and they ran 11 laps. The officers and soldiers trained in horsemanship for half an hour, while they trained for an hour. Su Changshou naturally couldn't hide these people's behavior from him, and he was quite pleased with it. It's good to have a competitive spirit. The worst thing is if everyone just wants to be a couch potato. 10 miles outside Songyuan City, banners fluttered and countless tents stood. An army of tens of thousands of barbarians stood ready for battle. On the city wall of Songyuan, King Li was looking at the barbarian army in the distance with a telescope, completely bewildered. What the hell are these barbarians trying to do? We've been keeping to ourselves lately. What's going on now? King Li said angrily. Early this morning, he received news that the barbarian army had approached the city and set up camp 10 miles away from Songyuan City. Clearly, Their target is Song Yuan City. Your Highness, just fight them if they come. Why are we afraid of these barbarians? Jiangoer said with an indifferent expression. What do you know? I want to use these barbarians to eliminate those rebellious people, and I also hope they can hold back the Queen's army. This inexplicable attack on Song Yuan City has ruined my plans. King Li had a pained expression on his face. This isn't the first time your plans have fallen through. So what? Jiangoer muttered to himself. You bastard, go and ask these barbarians why they've come. Their troops are arrayed 10 miles apart. They must have something to ask for. King Li said to Jiangoer. 1 hour later. What? You're saying we stole his supply train? That's a damn accusation. I'm so poor I'm going to rob these barbarians' supply train. They want us to hand over people. Who are they talking about? This is ridiculous. King Li was furious when he heard the news brought back by Jiangoer. Was I made a scapegoat this time? Didn't you tell those barbarians that we didn't do it? King Li said angrily. I told them, but they didn't believe me. They said that the captured Xia slaves transporting grain identified us as the perpetrators. Hand over the men who stole the grain, or we will retaliate. Jiangoer. This is a frame-up. I know it. These barbarians are just looking for an excuse to cause trouble. King Li realized what was happening and was filled with rage. They're treating themselves like an easy target. Chapter 147, The Barbarian's Revenge. Hand them over? Send over that bag of barbarian ears you've collected and tell them to get lost, or don't blame me for being impolite. If they dare to attack the city, then attack. Since Emperor Gaozu raised his army, no one has ever captured Song Yuan City. I want to see just how capable these barbarians are. King Li shooted angrily at Jiangoer. Those are all for exchanging for money. Giving them to them would be a waste. Jiangoer muttered under his breath, and seeing that King Li was on the verge of losing his temper, he quickly ran out. If we don't leave now, we'll get kicked. The barbarian camp. At this moment, the main camp of the general in the center is an open burlap sack, and at first glance, it is full of ears. Encased in lime, it emitted an indescribable, unpleasant odor. This was thrown out of the tent by a Xia cavalryman who ran nearby. The Xia people abandoned their loot and ran away without stopping. The one who gave the ears was naturally Jiangoer. Knowing that offering his ears would surely enrage the barbarians, he channeled all his inner strength and threw the sack towards the barbarian camp. Then he hurriedly turned his horse around and rode back to Song Yuan City. He bet that if he had been even half a step slower, those barbarians would have been so angry that they would have chased after him and cut off his ears. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. This Xia King, Li, simply doesn't take my great Liao seriously. They stole our supply train, killed our men, and yet they dared to humiliate us like this. Lao Shan was so angry that his face turned red, and he smashed the wine glass in his hand with a bang. My lord, should we attack the city and teach them a lesson? Cass bowed and said, Attack the city. Song Yuan City is a notoriously tough nut to crack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed it to exist for so long. I only brought 10,000 men this time, which is not enough to fight them. I'll take things slowly once I have complete control of the area. But we can't make them too comfortable either. Didn't you capture a group of Xia people, bring them all to the city walls, and behead them in front of them? Let them see that anyone who dares to provoke my great Liao will pay the price. It must be quite amusing to see one's own people dying helplessly before one's eyes. The Xia people believed in reciprocity, so they sent men to patrol within 100 li of Song Yuan City, waiting for an opportunity to hunt down their scouts and supply convoys. Lao Shan calmed down and said, he still has important tasks assigned by the Liao commander-in-chief to complete, so he can't do anything about Song Yuan City for the time being. On the city wall of Song Yuan, King Li was furious. Just now, 50 civilians were brought to the city walls by barbarians. They chopped off his head right in front of them. He could even hear the desperate cries of the Xia people below from the city wall. But I am powerless to do anything about it. His Song Yuan City and the barbarians entrenched in the vicinity are now locked in a state of mutual restraint, with neither able to do anything about the other. One careless move could lead to big trouble. Watching the Xia people die right in front of him felt no different than a barbarian defecating on his neck. Your Highness, let me go down and kill them. Jiangoer's eyes were also blazing with anger. Then tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers are waiting for you to leave the city. They just can't do anything about Song Yuan City. We shouldn't underestimate them. King Li sighed. The cavalry of Lao Zhan numbered 2,000, and once his men left the city, they would be no match for them. They can only rely on the city walls of Song Yuan to defend and maintain a point of advantage. Song Yuan City was built by Emperor Gaozu to be tall and sturdy, but it also had the drawbacks that all cities have. That is, the city cannot afford to raise too many horses. The city, including the king of Li's personal guards, had no more than 1,000 cavalrymen. The rest were infantry. Once they leave the city and engage the barbarian cavalry, they will be at a great disadvantage. The soldiers of Song Yuan City on the city wall were furious as they watched the barbarians kill people and then leave triumphantly. Just wait. One day, I will lead you to drive out the barbarians and restore the land of my great Xia. King Li encouraged his generals. In the following days, King Li learned that the barbarians' revenge had not stopped. The scouts I sent out to contact other cities and the transport teams they were sending out were all attacked by several groups of barbarians. The casualties were heavy and everything was looted. Your Highness, I can't take it anymore. Jiang Goer stormed into Li Wang's study and said angrily, Kiel City. You dare to intercept our supply train. Now you know how powerful you are. The revenge of the great Liao has only just begun. Cass was overjoyed as he listened to the reports of the battle results from his subordinates over the past few days. The next batch of supplies will arrive tomorrow, and I doubt King Li will dare to try to seize them again. But just in case, Lord Lao Zhan said that he had increased the manpower, and even the cart pushers have been replaced with foot soldiers. We also need to send people to keep watch outside Song Yuan City. Once they send someone out of the city, report back immediately. This time, we absolutely cannot afford to make another mistake. Cass said to his subordinates. Chapter 148. Seizing grain from the mountain stronghold again, Su family pavilion. At this moment, the Su family's reception room was full of people. The main male members of the Su family, along with several key figures including Su Shuli, Zhao, Jia, Lu Qi, and several others were also present. What? Go rob the supplies again? We just had a robbery recently. Wouldn't it be too risky to do it again? Luwen said with some concern. Well, it's all right. With these 200 retainers and the rescued refugees, our strength has increased considerably compared to before. If we don't act now before the barbarians take us seriously enough, it'll be much harder to plunder them later. Su Changshou said reassuringly. Okay, whatever you say. Seeing Su Changshou's confidence, the Su family members said nothing more. When the news reached Wang Wu and the others, everyone was excited. Because going into battle means having the opportunity to earn merit. Having been tempered on the battlefield, they're no longer so afraid of killing. And once you make a contribution in the battle, the rewards from the Su family will be very tempting. At the very least, it would allow his family to enjoy a big meal of meat. Although Zhao Xiong's second-class servants looked somewhat conflicted, they were also full of hope. If I perform well, I may be promoted to a first-class servant. This would significantly improve their treatment and status within the Su family. Lu Qi's officers and soldiers were even more eager to try. Since becoming Su's retainers, they haven't made a move yet. Now is a great opportunity to showcase your value. Only the 53 rescued refugees were trembling and bewildered. Zhao Xiong and the others looked at them with disdain. But they forgot that they were just like these people, and it was only through the battlefield that they truly grew up. The Su family cannot support people like you for no reason. As you have seen, the Su family has never been stingy with its servants. As long as they dare to kill the enemy, even second-class servants will have meat in their bowls. Do you want to live a muddled and aimless life? Born in a chaotic world, if you dare not pick up a knife to kill the enemy, then you deserve to be treated like dirt by others. Think of your families who were killed and humiliated by barbarians. Even if not for yourselves, don't you want to avenge them? Su Changshou addressed the refugees who were afraid of fighting. His words made everyone blush, and soon someone stood up and picked up the pile of knives. These weapons were captured from the barbarian supply train. After the mobilization meeting concluded, the group set off in a grand procession. Unlike last time, this time there were many more people. Su Changshou left Changshou with 10 first-class servants and 10 second-class servants to guard the house. Several scions of prominent families, including Zhao Jia, did not go. Instead, they stayed behind to guard the house. Although they were nominally Su family retainers, Su Changshou naturally knew that he could not treat them in the same way as Lu Qi's soldiers. After all, he was from a prominent family, and this natural class difference couldn't be changed. As long as they don't cause trouble, that's fine. If they really die at my hands, I might end up getting into big trouble with the powerful families. The rest of the people all came out. Those who were left behind felt a little regretful, but Su Changshou said that in the future everyone could take turns, and they had no further objections. Ling Tong and Dian Wei still led the team, and this time the ambush location was changed to a place 20 miles away from Kiel City. The purpose is to catch the opponent off guard. The details of the war are omitted here, and tens of thousands of words will be omitted as they are not discussed here. The next morning, the mountain stronghold welcomed the victorious team back. The long procession was filled with joy on everyone's face. Su Changshou knew without asking that it must be another great victory. In front of the Su family's pavilion, the same grand meeting as last time was held to reward those who had contributed to the cause. In this expedition, we attacked the barbarian supply train and killed a total of 100 barbarian cavalrymen and 400 infantrymen. 100 cartloads of supplies and 500 long weapons were seized. 70 war horses, Ling Tong said loudly. In this battle, 2 first-class servants and 3 second-class servants died, and 23 refugees were killed. 1 officer was killed or wounded, and our side lost 7 war horses and countless wounded. Ling Tong continued. These losses are insignificant compared to the victories achieved. Su Changshou noted that he was somewhat surprised by the heavy number of deaths among the displaced people. But considering that this was their first time facing such a scene, it wasn't surprising. In chaotic times, human life is worthless. Although he felt a little regretful, he didn't think much of it. Those who survive must fight desperately. The weak will naturally be eliminated. For every person who laughs, there is someone who cries. The families of the deceased first-class and second-class servants were also in tears at this moment. Next comes the much-anticipated stage of recognizing and rewarding merit. Everyone eagerly awaited the Su family's reward. Chapter 149, the ambitious old man's son, Su Changshou, stood on the high platform in front, looking at the excited expressions of the crowd below. As soon as he raised his hand, the crowd that had been whispering and discussing the Su family's reward immediately fell silent. He looked at Su Changshou with hopeful eyes. This great victory is inseparable from everyone's concerted efforts. Our Su family rewards merit and punishes wrongdoing. I hereby announce, those who kill 2 barbarians will be rewarded with 10 caddies of dried meat and 20 caddies of unpolished rice. The person who kills a barbarian will be rewarded with 5 caddies of dried meat and 10 caddies of brown rice. The remaining participants will be rewarded with 2 caddies of dried meat and 5 caddies of brown rice. Those who remain will be given 1 pound of dried meat and 2 pounds of brown rice. The rewards for those who died in battle were distributed to their families. Among them, the first-class servants Wang Wu and Zhang Jing, and the second-class servants Sun Laokai and Zhou Qian performed bravely and were each given an extra 2 caddies of mutton and 5 caddies of fine rice. Everyone's having an extra meal to celebrate today. Upon hearing this, the crowd below was naturally overjoyed. Those who received extra rewards were especially overjoyed, their smiles stretching to the back of their heads. Quiet down. Su Changshou spoke again. Sun Laokai, the second-class servant, has performed exceptionally well this time. He killed 3 barbarians and rescued a companion from them. In view of this, he is specially promoted to first-class servant. From this day forward, he himself enjoys the treatment of a first-class servant. Their family members are also entitled to the corresponding first-class servant family treatment. Su Changshou spoke up. This was something he had planned all along, to promote a group of people from among those who performed well each time, giving them a glimmer of hope. Maintaining the vitality and energy of your team is essential to maintaining your fighting strength. Distributing rewards based on their performance on the battlefield is fairer and can motivate them to fight bravely. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Old Man's son with envy. Especially Zhao Xiong and other second-class servants who were originally like him, were now filled with a myriad of thoughts. After everyone else had finished their training, this old man's son would train on his own. Because the training volume was too high, the food provided by the Su family to the second-class servants could not support his training. So he moved his family's meals to eat for himself. Moreover, people often saw him go to Ling Tong to ask for advice on martial arts. Previously, people had ridiculed him for working too hard, saying he would rather let his family go hungry than not train. Unexpectedly, he is now transformed into a first-class servant, making their previous mockery seem like a joke. It should be understood that there is a significant difference between first-class and second-class servants, both in terms of their own treatment and status, as well as the treatment enjoyed by their families. After being promoted to first-class servant, all the suffering he and his family had endured was instantly made up for. Old Sun straightened his chest, looking somewhat proud, with a hint of moisture in his eyes. He wronged his family and exploited himself, and now he is finally reaping the rewards. Sun Lao-Tsai's family members, standing in the crowd of onlookers, were also moved to tears. They save every penny they can to make something of themselves so that old man Sun can rise above others and lead his family to a better life. Now my wish has finally come true. Old Kai's wife, you should visit each other more often in the future. Wang Wu's wife affectionately pulled Sun Lao-Tsai's wife along. Yes, old man's wife. Let's keep in touch more often in the future. My Ma Lu used to complain all the time about how Lao Kai hadn't become a first-class servant with him, but now that's a relief. Ma Lu's wife also quickly came over, and she and Wang Wu's wife each took one of her hands, appearing extremely enthusiastic. Sun Lao-Tsai's wife nodded hurriedly, her chest heaving. Now I can finally hold my head high. Even among servants, there are cliques. The families of first-class servants naturally form a distinct social circle. Previously, because their own husband was a second-class servant, the families of Wang Wu, Ma Lu, and others didn't have much contact with their family. Now that my husband has done well, I've finally made it into their circle. Sun Lao-Tsai's wife couldn't help but sigh, thinking back to when they were all villagers in Shaoyan village, how times have changed. Because Sun Lao-Kai didn't join the village protection team back then, he had to work so hard to make up for the gap between himself and Wang Wu and others. Looking at Li Dazhuang and his mother, they were just an orphan and a widow in Shaoyan village, with no one to rely on. Now, they have become the heads of the Su family. All of these causes and effects stem from the different choices each family made initially. I need to tell Lao Kai tonight that we've finally made progress, and we must stand firmly on the Su family side. We can't afford to do anything foolish again. Look at us. The closer we are to the Su family, the more benefits we receive. Sun Lao-Tsai's wife thought to herself. Afterwards, Su Changshou announced that all 30 surviving refugees he had rescued will be taken in as third-class servants. They will be promoted based on their performance after they have made contributions. This greatly excited the displaced people. They had no objection whatsoever to becoming servants of the Su family. Now that they are all alone, and with examples like Wang Wu and Zhao Xiong, they naturally know that becoming servants of the Su family has many benefits. Lu Wen first registered their household in Manhwa County, and then had Wang Xiuzai draft a contract of indenture. Although the world is in chaos now, it is still uncertain whether the Great Xia dynasty can even exist. However, Su Changshou still wanted to make the procedures as legal as possible. Since Lu Wen is right here, there's no need to save time on this. Chapter 150. Zhao Cheng also ran out of food, and the aroma of meat wafted through the mountain stronghold. As agreed, the Su family held a celebration banquet for everyone. All the members of the Su family sang and danced, and the celebratory atmosphere made it hard to associate them with refugees fleeing from war. The servants and their families who received the rewards also started their own special meals. They don't usually have the chance to eat meat, so now they're sharing the dried meat that the men in the family give them as a reward. The meat that the Su family cooked today is not something that their family members are entitled to eat, but there was plenty of broth. With the broth, jerky, and a bowl of brown rice, this was a life they had never dared to dream of before. Lu Qi and his soldiers were also enjoying their meal. I must say, following the Su family makes me feel even more comfortable than when I was in Yongcheng. When fighting the barbarians, just follow behind the 8 heavy cavalrymen and 2 high-level martial artists from the Su family and pick up their heads. This is the first time killing barbarians has been so easy. Lu Qi picked up a large piece of fatty meat from his bowl and said to Zhao Jia as he chewed. The Su family is growing stronger and stronger, and everyone is full of energy and spirit. It's really hard to imagine that not long ago these people were a group of defenseless refugees. The Su family's skill in managing people truly lives up to their reputation as a reclusive family. Even a 7-year-old child is no less capable than the head of a powerful clan. Looking at the Su family servants singing and dancing in front of the Su family's pavilion, Zhao Jie couldn't help but sigh. Songyuan City, Li Wang Mansion. Your Highness, those people have come to buy food again. I didn't expect them to still have money. Jianggoer said to Li Wang. Today, a group of people came to the city gate and asked to enter the city to make purchases. After the soldiers guarding the city reported to him, he went up to the city tower and saw that they were the same people who had been with Zhao Jie and other noble families. It must have been Zhao Jie who sent them to purchase grain. He then hurriedly ran to report to King Li. Oh, you still have money? I thought those little guys had already spent it all last time. Looks like the price was too low. Let them into the city and have the price of grain increased fivefold. This time, I'll see how many days they can hold out. King Li said with some excitement that his plan had failed last time, which made Jianggoer laugh for a long time, and he had to regain his face this time. 5 times? What's the difference between that and robbery? Jianggoer smacked his lips and went out to deliver the message. The people outside the city gate were Zhao Qinye's troops. Since the last trip to the city to purchase supplies, the supplies have been almost completely used up. So I thought I'd come back today to buy some more food to take home. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the city gates finally open. It's good that they're allowed into the city. The worst thing is if they're not allowed in, then we can't spend our money. Once they entered the city, Zhao Cheng realized he had been too happy for too long. 450 coins per caddy? Shopkeeper, is there a mistake in the price? Zhao Cheng couldn't believe his ears, thinking he must have misheard. Is this grain made of gold? That's right, it's 450 won per jean. If you want to buy fine rice, it will cost 700 won per jean. My prince has led us in a rebellion, didn't you know? We in Songyuan City are already being kind enough to accept the money minted by the imperial court. The grain shop manager sneered. Zhao Cheng and the others naturally knew that the shopkeeper was just giving them the runaround. Even if there's a rebellion, the money is still solid silver and copper. That's complete nonsense. We're buying in bulk. Can you give us a discount? Last time we bought it for only 90 coins a pound. Zhang Qiheng cupped his hands in greeting to the grain store owner. The thought that he, a scholar who had passed the imperial examinations, would one day have to haggle with a merchant over a mere bite to eat filled him with shame. Take it or leave it, no bargaining. The grain store owner waved his hand, about to shoo people away. He had just received a message from Jianggoer that the price of grain would be increased fivefold when sold to these people, which startled him. But since it was the prince who said so, he naturally complied. These people must have offended His Highness Prince Li. In his opinion, His Highness Prince Li was such a good prince, so anyone who could be disliked by the prince must be no good person, so he didn't give him a friendly look either. Zhao Cheng and the others looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The money they brought into the city was only enough to buy enough food for 5 days. That's ridiculous. He had originally planned to use the money to buy some vegetables and meat, but unexpectedly, it wasn't even enough to buy grain. Brother Zhao, what should we do? Zhang Qiheng was a little annoyed and pulled Zhao Cheng aside to whisper to him. We don't know how much longer we'll have to stay in this mountain stronghold. If you buy grain at this price, you won't be able to eat well, let alone have enough to eat. With these people and their guards, there were nearly 200 people to feed and care for, and the price was simply outrageous. The Su family has looted so much grain. How about we go and buy some from them? They should be able to sell us some, right? Zhao Cheng also suggested it. Let's give it a try. We can't buy any more grain in the city. They're treating us like suckers. I never imagined King Lu would be this kind of person. The rumors circulating about him as a wise king are indeed unreliable. Zhang Qiheng said angrily. Prince Li's palace. At that moment, King Li, who was sitting behind his desk, suddenly sneezed. They left? We sold it to them. Upon seeing Jianggoer walk in, he looked up and asked. They thought 450 coins per caddy was too expensive, so they didn't buy it and turned around and left. Jianggoer spread his hands and said, What? 450 coins per caddy. Didn't I tell you it was 5 times? How did it become 450 coins per caddy? Upon hearing Jianggoer's words, King Li suddenly stood up. That's right, it wasn't 90 coins a caddy before, so 5 times that is 450 coins a caddy. Jianggoer counted on his fingers to show Li Wang. What I meant was 5 times the base price of 30 coins. Oh well, it's all the same anyway. King Li waved his hand helplessly and sighed. My beloved general is not always clear-headed, so I can't be too critical of him. Chapter 151, Seeking Grain from the Su Family in the Mountain Stronghold at the Su Family Pavilion. At this moment, Su Changshou was looking at his remaining silver in the mall with worry. Having fled all the way, He had only spent money and not earned any, and now he only had 200 taels of silver left. Having intercepted 2 barbarian supply trains, he had hoped to get some money from them. In the end, I didn't see a single penny on either occasion. He only learned after asking Lu Qi that these barbarians would put all their money together and keep it at the base camp before going to war. The purpose was that, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, this money could be brought back to the family along with their pension. This will prevent people like Su Changshou, who want to profit from the dead, from getting rich. This left Su Changshou completely helpless. We need to think a way to make some money. Su Changshou rested his head on his hand, looking distressed. The food I started accumulating in the store when I first became aware of the crisis is now being consumed faster than I can buy more of. So yesterday, the servants were given dried meat instead of fresh pork. The online store is currently only at level 2, and the purchase restrictions are too severe. The daily food purchases were only enough for the Su family members themselves, and there wasn't much left over. Therefore, Su Changshou is now eager to upgrade them all. Based on the experience of the last mall upgrade, the purchase limit will increase whenever the mall is upgraded. Upgrading to a level 3 store would likely greatly alleviate the current shortage of supplies. However, the only uncertainty is how much it will cost to upgrade to a level 3 store. It might be 10,000 taels, or 50,000 taels, or even 100,000 taels. But no matter how much money it is, Su Changshou only has 200 taels now. Such a big family, and I, a little kid, have to worry about money. It's so hard. Su Changshou sigh. Young master, Zhao Cheng will be seen here as well. Just then Ling Tong walked in. Let him in, Su Changshou said casually. I don't know what this old man wants from me. 15 minutes later. You want to buy grain from the Su family? Su Changshou stared at Zhao Qingye, trying to glean something from his face. These rich dogs, can't they afford rice that costs 90 coins in Songyuan City? It can't be that bad. That's right, the price of grain in Songyuan City has gone up again, making it a bit difficult to buy. We hope that the young master can share some of our grain. Zhao Qing also played a trick. He bet that Su Changshou didn't know that grain prices in Songyuan City had skyrocketed. You know, our food is earned with our lives. Su Changshou rubbed his small hands, a little embarrassed to speak. He wore a troubled expression on his face, but inside he was overjoyed. These rich bastards are really like a pillow delivered to someone who's been sleeping. I was short of money at the moment, and I never expected them to come to me on their own initiative. Young master, please name your price. Zhao Cheng quickly added, hoping that the child in front of him wouldn't ask for an exorbitant amount. We're all fleeing for our lives, so money isn't really of any use to us. But since we're destined to flee together and have been through life and death together, I'll sell you some. Su Changshou said, making it seem as if he was doing you a favor. Yes, we understand. We will remember this kindness. Zhao Cheng quickly cupped his hands in greeting. He also knew that Su Changshou was right. In this world, money was really not as useful as food. If the Su family were to sell grain to people like us, it would be a great favor. How about this price? Su Changshou held up 5 fingers. 50 coins a pound. Zhao Cheng also probed. The price isn't low, but it's acceptable even if you grit your teeth and accept it. This young man is quite kind-hearted. Zhao Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief. I meant 500 coins a pound. Su Changshou said somewhat embarrassedly, but inwardly he sneered. He had long since realized that Zhao Cheng wasn't telling the truth. Previously, they would buy grain for 90 coins a pound without batting an eye, but this morning they went to Songyuan City and returned empty-handed. This means that the price of grain in Songyuan City has definitely not just increased slightly. It must have skyrocketed. Young master, this is too expensive. It only costs 450 coins per caddy in Songyuan City. This is really too much. In his excitement, Zhao Cheng let slip what he had just said. When Su Changshou mentioned 500 coins, he suspected that the Su family already knew about the grain price in Songyuan City. So when I got nervous, I blurted out things I shouldn't have said. Oh, I see. Mr. Zhao is dishonest. He's bullying a child. Su Changshou looked at Zhao Qingye with disdain, making Zhao Qingye blush. He knew that what he had done was not ethical. Young master, it's all my fault. I apologize to you. Please help us out. I would be extremely grateful. Zhao Cheng quickly bowed in response. All right, I can sell it to you for 50 coins, but I have one condition. Su Changshou spoke up. Please speak, young man. Zhao Cheng was delighted upon hearing this. You shall give me all the 30 war horses that you took back then, and then you can buy grain from us for 50 coins each. Su Changshou spoke up. Okay, I promise you. Zhao Cheng gritted his teeth and said, in fact, they can no longer afford to keep these horses. There's not even enough food for people, let alone enough to raise horses. It would be better to give it all to the Su family. The two sides hit it off immediately. Chapter 152 Upgrading to Level 3 Mall in the end. Zhao Cheng also spent 1,000 taels of silver to buy 20,000 caddies of coarse grains from Su Changshou. The barbarians' baggage included both rice and wheat, but now was not the time to be picky, so they simply gave him all the unpolished rice. Subsequently, Zhao Cheng also spent another 500 taels of silver to make an agreement with Su Changshou to supply them with some fine rice, vegetables, and fresh meat every month. This was a decision that Zhao Cheng and the others made after discussing it and gritting their teeth. They had never suffered any hardship. If they had to eat coarse rice with those guards, they would probably rather be dead. And this food is barely enough for 10 people. After seeing Zhao Cheng off, Su Changshou hurriedly deposited the 1,500 taels of silver into his online store. The balance in the upper left corner immediately became 1,700 taels. With this money, Su Changshou instantly felt a long-lost sense of security again. Selling 20,000 caddies of grain was nothing to the Su family, and they also gained 30 war horses for free. This deal was a sure thing. The online store doesn't display the total amount spent, so Su Changshou doesn't know how much he spent in total. But after a rough calculation, he estimated that it had cost around 9,000 taels. How about we try spending 10,000 taels? Will them all upgrade? Su Changshou propped his head up, hesitant. On the one hand, he wanted to keep some money on hand for emergencies, and on the other hand, he was eager to upgrade them all and see what new changes would occur. It would be wonderful if the purchase limit could be increased, or even if the purchase limit could be lifted. Thinking of this, Su Changshou walked to the window and opened it. He threw a small pebble towards Lu Luoling's room across the street. Then, after a moment, the window on the other side was also opened. This was a quick way for him and Lu Luoling to get things done when they were too lazy to walk over. Throwing stones to open windows. Longevity, what's wrong? Lu Luoling poked her pretty face out of the window and looked at Su Changshou with a questioning expression. Sister Lu, if I ask you for money, will you lend it to me? Su Changshou blurted out a sentence. He wanted to take a gamble and spend the money he had to try upgrading the online store. If they lose the bet, they'll have to rely on the money Lu Luoling has to tide them over. Oh, Changshou, are you short of money? I'll send it to you. Lu Luoling looked confused. Not for now, I was just asking. Su Changshou breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lu Luoling's words. Oh, then if you need money, remember to come to me for it. I still have a whole box of it. Lu Luoling asked with concern. Okay, I have something else to do. Talk to you later. Su Changshou nodded and slammed the window shut. Lu Luoling was left staring blankly at the tightly closed window across the street. Let's gamble. Su Changshou began browsing the products in the online store. They started to struggle with how to maximize the benefits of spending this money. After hesitating for a long time, I finally decided to use the heavy cavalry set that I had previously bought for Su Kai-hai and the others. These things would be absolute weapons of mass destruction on the battlefield today. If you buy one set a day, you can probably save up 10,000 taels in 6 or 7 days. Su Changshou calculated in his mind. Ding! You have purchased a heavy cavalry set for 150 taels of silver. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 8th day, Su Changshou looked at the 7 heavy cavalry sets displayed in the mall and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Let's buy another set and try it out. Having bought 7 sets without any action, Su Changshou clicked the purchase button again with some anticipation. Ding! You have purchased a heavy cavalry set for 150 taels of silver. The host's cumulative spending has exceeded 10,000 taels. The in-game store has been upgraded to a level 3 store. Su Changshou was overjoyed. He had won the bet. He quickly focused his consciousness into the mall and began to examine the changes after the upgrade. As expected, the purchase limits for various types of goods have been increased to some extent. For example, I used to be able to buy only 10 kilograms of brown rice a day, but now I can buy 100 kilograms. I used to be able to buy only 5 jin of pork belly a day, but now I can buy 20 jin. At the same time, The number of warriors in the lower right corner of the panel changed to warriors, 23. In other words, I can buy another martial artist. He continued, looking at the lower left corner of the panel. Storage space, 100. Holy crap. Storage space. Changshou couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He had been fantasizing about whether the upgraded mall would come with built-in storage space. And unexpectedly, his dream came true. With a thought, his consciousness sank into a void. About 100 cubic meters of space, that's not small. Changshou estimated the size of the space. If this space were used to store grain, it could hold about 160,000 jin, 70,000 kilograms. Chapter 153 King Li's Great Treasure. Now that the upper limit of the items that can be purchased in the mall has been increased, if I buy all the food every day, it will be no problem to feed 500 or 600 people. Changshou breathed a sigh of relief. The variety of food available in the mall isn't huge, but buying everything would be enough. He had always had a worry. That means the food purchased from the daily store can't keep up with the rate at which the food stored in the store is consumed. We've finally reached a balance between income and expenditure. However, all of this is predicated on having enough money to buy these things. Looking at the remaining amount of silver in the upper left corner of the panel, which was only 500 taels, he couldn't help but droop his little face. If you want to buy all these foods every day, it will cost about 10 taels of silver, which means that these 500 taels will last for less than 2 months. We still need to make money. Changshou let out a wail. Huh? What's that sound? Changshou was worrying about money when he suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from the west. He hurriedly left the room. By this time, many people in the mountain stronghold had come out and were listening carefully to the sounds coming from afar. That sounds like cannon fire. Dianwei was the strongest and heard the most clearly. He said to Changshou, "Cannon fire?" Changshou looked puzzled. "Yes, it should be in the direction of Yuan City." Dianwei nodded, his face solemn. Could it be that a battle has broken out in Yuan City? Ling Tong, you must go and check it out right away. Changshou quickly gave instructions to Ling Tong. Yuan City is only about 17 or 18 miles away from here. If a war breaks out in Yuan City, it could easily spread to here. Ling Tong led a horse and galloped out of the mountain stronghold. 15 minutes ago, outside Yuan City, a large group of people were waiting for an opportunity to attack the city. A huge rock fell on the city wall, nearly hitting the guards on the wall. In a secluded spot on the city wall, King Lu was cursing loudly. "Damn it, what are these barbarians doing? What are they doing now? What did I do to offend them? They've been attacking my supply convoys and killing my scouts lately, and I haven't done anything about it. Yet they're getting increasingly arrogant." King Li's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Early in the morning, he was sleeping soundly in the villa with the princess's cousin in his arms when he was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. He thought it was the princess who had come looking for him, so he opened the door and pretended to kneel down. Then he saw Jiang Goer with his mouth wide open, who told him that the barbarians were leading a large army to attack. He hurriedly and hastily climbed the city wall. They saw a large army of at least 30,000 to 40,000 barbarians outside the city, with their banners waving. Unlike last time, this time they were clearly well prepared. "We brought all the equipment needed to scale the city walls. Surprisingly, we could even see a few catapults. Damn, they're serious this time." King Li hurriedly ordered Jiang Goer to organize troops to resist. Right now, the barbarians below the city walls are attacking the city desperately, and one group of barbarians is already carrying battering rams and is about to reach the city gate. Fortunately, Jiang Goer had all these people shot dead, otherwise the city gate might have been breached. Even if it gets smashed open, there's nothing to fear, as the holy Emperor Gaozu had already made the most thorough preparations for his beloved grandson. It was quite shameful that the city gates of the place, where Emperor Gaozu started his rebellion, were breached in his hands. These barbarians are fighting like madmen. Knowing that Yuan City was impregnable, they simply used human lives to fill the gaps. He still doesn't understand what's wrong with these barbarians or what grudge they have against him. The barbarians on the other side were constantly hurling huge stones at the city walls of Yuan. At this moment, broken bricks could be seen everywhere on the city wall, and a few landed very close to the stone building where King Li was hiding. King Li was so startled that his chest pounded. "Dogs, kill them. I've really given them too much face. Do you really think I can't do anything to them?" I beg the Holy Ancestor Emperor's cannons to annihilate them. Get the cannons and shoot down their catapults. King Li gave the order to Jiang who was directing the defense. Your Highness, didn't you say that those cannons were a keepsake left to you by the Emperor Gaozu, and that we were not allowed to touch them normally? Jiang turned his head and shouted at King Li. You son of a bitch, that was left by our Holy Ancestor Emperor to protect me. Go and bring it here. If you keep nagging, you won't get your salary this year. Seeing that Jiang still had the leisure to chat nonsense with him, King Li cursed. Jiang hurriedly ordered his men to pull out 5 bronze cannons with barrels as thick as a human head from a hidden corner of the city wall. They were arranged one after another on the battlements of the city gate tower. These cannons were originally purchased at a high price by Emperor Gaozu from a group of Western barbarians who had unexpectedly arrived in the Great Xia. It is said that these cannons were the most powerful cannons invented by the most skilled craftsmen in the Western barbarian kingdom, and there are only 5 of them. They secretly took it overseas, without the king's knowledge, in order to find a buyer willing to pay a high price. So it was bought by the wealthy Emperor Gaozu, and eventually ended up in the hands of King Li. Chapter 154. The rear is empty. Your Highness, I've ordered. Jiang still not convinced, asked again to confirm. King Li usually regarded these 5 cannons as relics left to him by the Gaozu Emperor. If the machine exploded in my hands, wouldn't King Li have to send me down to join him in death? Hurry up. Stop arguing. King Li cursed, and at that moment 2 more stones landed not far from him. Hey, this is my first time firing a cannon. Jiang scratched his head, looking shy. Bang, bang, bang. 5 cannonballs were fired in a row, but not a single catapult was destroyed. Instead, it killed many barbarians who were gathered together. This threw the enemy's battle formation into chaos. It's normal to be a little nervous the first time, but I've already mastered the technique. Jiang said embarrassedly. After another barrage of shelling, a catapult was finally hit by a shell and shattered on ground. From a distance, the barbarians could be seen beginning to disperse. They clearly dared not approach those catapults again. This greatly reduced the pressure on King Li's troops defending the city walls. I hit it, Jiang said excitedly. He was extremely fond of the 5 cannons in front of him. As expected of the prince's precious treasure, it's truly amazing that it can shoot so far. Jiang stroked the cannon barrel, his eyes wide with a dazed, almost delirious look. Hurry up, you son of a bitch. What are you standing there for? King Li cursed. Yes, right away. After several more rounds of bombardment, all of the barbarian catapults were finally hit. The people on the city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa, please bless me. When I get back, I will burn a few of your favorite paintings by Zhao Liuji for you. King Li patted his chest and spoke to the void. Without these catapults, the people of Songyuan City were no longer afraid of the barbarians below the city. With the defenses of Songyuan City, it's a pipe dream for these barbarians to be able to break through with such a small force. The barbarians below were not giving up and tried to charge several more times, but many of them fell, and they could no longer get within 10 meters of the city wall. At this moment, the area beneath Songyuan City was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Everywhere there were severed limbs and barbarians lying on the ground, howling in pain. The situation on the city wall wasn't much better either. The barbarians' catapult barrage just now caused some damage to the city walls, and repairs will certainly be necessary after the battle. Many people were killed or injured, and many others collapsed. There were also fireballs being thrown at us, and people were trying to put out the fires. It was a chaotic scene. With a burst of rapid drumbeats, the barbarians below began to slowly retreat. A cheer erupted from the city wall as the barbarians retreated. They won. Your Highness, we withstood the first wave of attacks, but we don't know if they'll continue. Jiang said to Li Wang, who had just come out of the stone building. Have someone keep an eye on them and arrange for someone to stand guard at night to prevent them from launching a nighttime attack. King Li's way. The barbarian army. My lord, I never expected these Xia people to have cannons. How despicable. They have repeatedly ambushed and annihilated our supply trains, and now they have killed so many of our warriors with artillery fire. This grudge must be avenged. Cass-faced Laozhan rode, who was riding a horse. If it weren't for your instigation, would I have led my troops to risk attacking Songyuan City? Now we're in a bind. We should set up camp and besiege them for a while. Depending on the situation, I'll have someone send us another batch of siege equipment. I imagine Songyuan City only has a few cannons. As long as we seize the opportunity and press on with our momentum, we may very well be able to break through. Lao Shan said calmly. A few days ago, Rikas personally came to him and cried out that the Xia people had once again robbed his supply train, which enraged him. They directly requested the commander-in-chief to transfer 40,000 troops from nearby occupied areas to attack Songyuan City. Unexpectedly, the defenses of Songyuan City were underestimated. The Liao dynasty still knows too little about the Xia people's heartland. We must advise the commander-in-chief to seize the time to gather intelligence on the Xia dynasty. Lao Zhan thought to himself. The battle beneath Songyuan Castle was incredibly fierce. Neither side noticed that a man on horseback, several miles away on a steep slope, had witnessed everything. Seeing the barbarians retreat, he spurred his horse and turned back towards the mountain stronghold. The mountain stronghold, the Su family's pavilion. This place has become the site where the Su family discusses important matters. You mean the barbarians are attacking Songyuan City? There are 40,000 of them. Su Changshou was astonished when he heard the news brought back by Ling Tong. I never imagined that the barbarians could organize such a large force in such a remote part of the Great Xia. This is not a good sign. They won't come to our mountain stronghold, will they? Su Kaihai said with some fear. Pa, you jinx. Our mountain stronghold is so remote. What are they doing here? Su Shuli kicked his eldest son, whom he disliked. Unless there are defeated soldiers, the barbarians will not send troops to these mountains for no reason. Liu Qi smiled. He knew the barbarians very well. Divide the troops? Divide the troops. That's the right idea. I remember you said before that the barbarians chose to divide their forces in order to digest the territory of the Great Xia they had occupied. The fact that they've managed to gather 40,000 troops and come to Songyuan City means they don't have many men left in their rear. Su Changshou suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly. Chapter 155, The Temptation of Becoming a Heavy Cavalryman. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Su Changshou. Could we take this opportunity to raid their strongholds and plunder them? Su Changshou asked with a hopeful look on his face. His biggest problem right now is a lack of money. Those barbarian strongholds probably have a lot of silver. Isn't this a bit too risky? If we're discovered, we could very well expose our location. Zhao Jie stared at Su Changshou in astonishment, and the others also showed expressions of shock. This idea is a bit too audacious. None of the adults present dared to think in this direction, and they never expected that it was Su Changshou, a child, who brought it up. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. If you miss this opportunity, you may never have another chance to succeed. After our 2 previous raids on the barbarian supply trains, they will definitely be more vigilant, and it will be much more difficult for us to obtain supplies from them in the future. We might as well seize this opportunity and go for something big. Su Changshou said. Changshou is right. When we raided their supply train last time, we discovered that their manpower had doubled. If they strengthen their defenses again, we might not be able to handle it. Lu Qi pondered for a moment before speaking. Shall we do it then? Dry. The group finally reached an agreement and decided to take advantage of the barbarians' weakened rear and raid their home base. Immediately, 30 riders were dispatched to search an area of 150 li in the vicinity. They need to locate the nearby barbarian strongholds within 2 days to determine their next steps. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Songyuan City, Li Wang Mansion. Are those barbarians planning to surround and kill us? King Li looked at Jianggoer in front of him with disdain and asked. Probably. It's been 2 days now. They've surrounded Songyuan City, and our logistical supplies can't get in. Every night, they sent men to harass the defenders on my city walls, launching several feint attacks. They probably want to wear us down using a strategy of exhaustion. I asked Old Man Yang this morning, and he said we have enough grain in our warehouse to last us 3 years, so there's nothing to worry about. Jianggoer said, these fools, do they think my Songyuan City is like those small towns in the northern frontier? Let's surround them. Let's see who can't take it first. It's best to keep them surrounded and let them freeze to death in winter. The soldiers guarding the city should be rotated every 2 hours to conserve their energy. A mocking smile appeared on Li Wang's lips, and he immediately winced in pain. Yesterday, the princess finally found out about his affair with her cousin, and she almost scratched him up. The mountain stronghold, in front of the Su family's pavilion, was now crowded with people. The spies sent out have already located 17 barbarian strongholds in the vicinity in the past 2 days. The Su family marked these strongholds on the map, eventually identifying 13 strongholds that could be attacked. Today is the time to take action. Blitzkrieg. That was the plan devised by the Su family. To achieve a swift victory in taking down these 13 strongholds within 2 days, a decisive action is essential. Speed is the most important thing. Most of the people from these 13 barbarian strongholds had already been drawn away to attack Songyuan City. Therefore, the Su family doesn't need to mobilize all its members. Quality over quantity is key. It can be equipped with 1 person and 2 horses to maintain its high mobility. Allow staff to take turns resting and recuperating. The final decision was to send out a total of 114 people in the first batch. It is said that today is the day to launch a surprise attack on the barbarian stronghold, and those chosen are discussing it extensively. Many people looked fearful, while a very few looked excited. Previously, they had only raided barbarian supply trains, but today they were going to the enemy's lair, which made everyone feel uneasy. At this moment, Changshou had the Su family bring 8 heavy cavalry sets onto the high platform. You have all witnessed the power of the 8 heavy cavalrymen of the Su family. Today, I have an announcement to make. Among you, the 8 who have made the greatest contributions in the past 2 days will have the opportunity to wear this heavy cavalry armor. My Su family will be forming a second heavy cavalry force, and each of you here has a chance. Those who become heavy cavalry will enjoy exceptionally high benefits, and their family's benefits will also increase accordingly. Don't say that the Su family isn't giving you a chance. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you can seize it depends on yourselves. Changshou stood on the stage and spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had been whispering amongst themselves, now had gleaming expressions on their faces. Become a heavy cavalryman. The treatment of heavy cavalrymen is incredibly good. They eat 3 caddies of meat every day. If they became heavy cavalry, their status in the Su family would definitely be higher than that of a first-class servant. The crowd below looked on with envy at the 8 heavy cavalry suits. They were all imagining themselves wearing this armor, looking majestic and awe-inspiring in front of their companions. Young master, do we retainers also have a chance? Lu Qi asked this question. As soon as he said this, the officers and soldiers all looked at Changshou with hope in their eyes. The heavy cavalry. These officers and soldiers understood the significance of heavy cavalry better than those servants from commoner backgrounds. In the army, a heavy cavalryman can move about with impunity. Of course, the Su family treats everyone equally. Changshou said. Chapter 156. The raid on the camp was met with cheers from the officers and soldiers. I never imagined that after the defeat at Yongcheng, I would one day have the opportunity to become a heavy cavalryman again. Life is full of surprises. The officers and soldiers were excited, but some of Wang Wu's servants began to worry. They were well aware that their strength was still inferior to that of these officers and soldiers. The chances of these officers and soldiers winning those 8 spots are much smaller than those of the others. Let's give our all. We're all human, and nobody's worse than anyone else. The group secretly encouraged themselves, determined to fight back against the soldiers. This is more effective than any pre-war mobilization. Longevity is the key. Looking at the excited crowd in front of him, Lu Wen smiled at Su Shuli. My grandson always manages to surprise me. Su Shuli stood with his hands behind his back, watching Changshou's back, who looked like a little adult, his gaze deep, and it was impossible to know what he was thinking. Set off. Once everyone was ready, they began heading out of the mountain stronghold. Changshou also had Ling Tong carry him in front of him. Everyone's hearts tightened when they saw this. They quickly stepped in front of the horse to block it. Changshou, what are you doing? Get down here. Su Shuli blocked the way and tried to pull Changshou off his horse. He wasn't mentioned in the previous meeting that he would be going. That's right, Changshou, come down here. What are you doing getting involved in this fun, kid? Lu Wen quickly tried to dissuade him. I don't understand why Changshou also climbed onto the horse. I have my own reasons. If I don't go this time, it won't make much of a difference. Changshou said meaningfully. The reason he sent someone to raid the barbarian stronghold was for the money and supplies there. He had just acquired a new personal storage space, which was practically a cheat code for stealing bases. Having such a wonderful tool would be a waste not to use it, so taking a little risk is worthwhile. I will protect you, young master. Ling Tong addressed the crowd. Seeing this, Su Shuli and the others, though unsure of Su Changshou's intentions, nodded and stepped aside. You must protect Changshou well. If anything happens to Changshou, this old man will not forgive you. Su Shuli then turned to Su Kaihai and the others and said solemnly. The Su family members quickly patted their chests and assured him that they would definitely protect Su Changshou. This put Su Shuli and the others at ease. After a long march, the first barbarian stronghold they visited was in a canyon 130 miles from the mountain stronghold. Judging from its size, there should be around 800 people guarding this place on a normal day. However, there are only 200 people in the camp at this time. On the platform, a barbarian was dozing off with his eyes half closed. This area has long been occupied by our own people, and there have been no problems before. There would be no attack from the Xia people's army. Meanwhile, the camp's centurion, in order to secure the horses of Laozhan, personally led most of his men to join the attack on Song Yuan City. Therefore, the Liao soldier was somewhat lax at this moment. Unbeknownst to him, a group of people were hiding not far from the camp, observing its movements. After traveling for 2 hours without daring to stop too much, the Su family finally arrived at the first location they were to attack. Dian Wei drew his bow and knocked an arrow, which flew towards the barbarian on the platform, imbued with his inner strength. Without making a sound, he slowly collapsed onto the stage, without disturbing anyone. At that moment, 2 Liao soldiers were also dozing off outside the camp gate. Dian Wei fired 2 arrows at the same time, and the 2 men fell to the ground, dying with their eyes wide open. Lu Qi looked at Dian Wei with astonishment, who was able to hit the target so accurately from such a distance. Excellent archery. He couldn't help but praise it. This archery skill was one of the few he had ever seen that was so formidable. Let's go. Let's not let a single person escape, lest the news leak out. Ling Tong said. The group had already tethered their horses in the distant woods, as the terrain here was still suitable for infantry combat. Led by Ling Tong, the group quietly made their way towards the camp. The camp was quiet at this time, unaware that an enemy was about to attack. You few guard the gate. If anyone tries to escape, kill them without hesitation. Ling Tong addressed the group. If news of their attack on the barbarian stronghold gets leaked, their entire operation will be ruined. At this time, most of the barbarians in the camp were gambling in their barracks because their commander was not present. At this moment, only a dozen or so people were chatting idly in the entire camp. Then they looked up and saw a group of Xia people carrying weapons at the gate. I was immediately startled. It started yelling loudly. Enemy attack. Before he could finish speaking, Dian Wei lunged forward and slit his throat. The barbarians in the camp hurriedly came out of their tents, weapons in hand. They were utterly shocked to see the Su family members. Tempted by the prospect of becoming heavy infantrymen of the Su family, the Su family members rushed forward excitedly, without further ado. They swarmed forward, and Dian Wei slaughtered his way through the crowd as if it were empty. Su Kaishi and his 8 companions, clad in heavy armor, paid no heed to the blades that slashed at them, charging recklessly through the crowd. Ling Tong stayed by Su Changshou's side, and the outcome of the battle was already decided without his intervention. Chapter 157 Essential Artifacts for Robbing and Robbery. In just a quarter of an hour, there were no more barbarians standing in the camp. The crowd was extremely excited as they looked at the barbarians lying on the ground. Because they caught the barbarians off guard, they discovered that none of their own soldiers had been killed. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Only those achievements have meaning if they can survive. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with uncontrollable smiles. Finish them off quickly. Don't leave anyone behind. Then search the camp for supplies. Ling Tong gave the order. This practice of finishing off enemies after each battle was a rule set by Su Changshou. The fear is that someone might not be completely dead, thus revealing the existence of us. Now, finishing off the enemy has long become a habit for everyone in the Su family. Everyone slit their throats at the barbarians around them, and even the man who had been shot dead by Dian Wei on the platform was not spared. Someone climbed up the platform and stabbed him. Search. Lay out all usable supplies in the open area. Ling Tong gave the order. Then everyone quickly scattered. The campsite was quite large, with dozens of tents alone. Changshou, Wei, and Ling Tong walked together toward what looked like the central command tent. Once inside the tent, they found a sand table marking the areas occupied by the barbarians and the surrounding forces. They even clearly marked the barbarian strongholds, some of which the Su family had not been able to find. This place should be a stronghold used by the barbarians to guard a key supply route. Look, this place is right on the barbarian supply line. Ling Tong pointed to a line on the sand table and said to Changshou, "This is the main base of the barbarians in this area. It is about 50 miles away from this camp. It should be a city. I guess the barbarians who besieged Songyuan City mainly came from there." Ling Tong then pointed to another place and said, "Well, since the map marks 2 other outposts nearby that we haven't discovered yet, let's visit them together today." Changshou looked at the 2 strongholds not far from here and said to Ling Tong. After glancing at the map, the 3 of them quickly began searching the tent. The purpose of this trip was still for money. "Found it. This box is full of jewelry and gold." Wei carried a large box out from the corner. Changshou was overjoyed and hurriedly went to look. Somewhat disappointingly, the box was mostly filled with precious stones like pearls and jade, with gold and silver taking up only a small portion. The mall only accepts gold, silver, and copper coins. With a thought, he added the gold and silver to the mall. The total is 3,270 taels, which is not bad. Changshou looked at the changes in his silver balance in the upper left corner of the shop and nodded. As for the remaining jewelry, he didn't waste it. He put it all into the storage space provided by the upgraded mall. "Let's go out and take a look." Changshou was the first to walk out. "Young master, we found a granary. And 2 horses too," Wang Wu excitedly said to Changshou. Changshou was led over, and upon inspection, there was approximately 30,000 jin of grain. "Young master, shall we each take a portion of these provisions and put them on our horses to take with us?" Lu Qi suggested. "It would be such a waste to leave so much food behind." "No need. I'll arrange for someone to take them away. Let's move on to the next stronghold." Changshou refused. "It would be too much trouble to carry grain and fodder by people or horses. It's much easier to have our own space. Collect all the weapons of these barbarians and put them in an open space. I will have them taken away later." Changshou thought for a moment and said, "Although the Xia people found those weapons inconvenient to use, they couldn't just be thrown away. Arrange someone?" Everyone was puzzled, wondering who else could be arranged to take away the grain. Only Lu Qi felt that he had guessed something. Zhao Jie had mentioned to him before that someone was hiding in the shadows near the mountain stronghold, preparing supplies for Changshou, the heir of a reclusive family, and providing him with protection. It seems that the people Changshou was referring to as the ones who made the arrangements are these people. As expected of the heir of a reclusive family, he really goes all out for training. Lu Qi sighed inwardly. "Third brother, who should Changshou ask to take these things away?" On the way out, Su Kaihai leaned close to Su Kaishi and asked in a low voice. He felt he understood his nephew less and less, who was always acting so mysteriously. "I'll go back and have Dad tell you." Su Kaishi rolled his eyes at his older brother and ignored him. "Don't just say it casually. If you don't want to tell me, then don't." Su Kaihai hurriedly chased after him to explain that the old man had told him to play dumb for once, and he dared not offend the old man. After everyone had gone far away, Changshou and Ling Tong stayed behind in the camp. With just a thought, all the provisions and weapons were stored in the storage space. Yeah, it's an essential tool for robbing and pillaging. Changshou nodded in satisfaction, and then he and Ling Tong quickly followed. Chapter 158. Victorious returned. The group dared not waste any time, mounted their horses, and galloped towards the next barbarian stronghold. Fortunately, the weather cooled down a bit, and Su Kaishi and his 8 companions didn't have time to remove their armor, nor did they feel so stuffy. The target was only 20 miles away from the previous stronghold, and the group arrived there in just half an hour. Compared to the previous stronghold, this place is rather shabby. There were only about 30 barbarians left in the camp. It was probably not a large stronghold to begin with, and with some people being transferred out, the defenses here are extremely weak. So the group simply charged in openly and honestly. With Wei leading the way, it was like wolves entering a flock of sheep. In just a short time, they wiped out all the barbarians in the camp. The crowd began searching again. Looking around, the camp was clearly visible. Apart from the 5,000 caddies of grain and 2 warhorses found, there were only 2. Changshou only found 700 taels of silver in the barracks of the local official. He cursed the poor wretch and put the money into the shop. In this way, the group rode on horseback and, by sunset, had already attacked 7 of the barbarian strongholds in just one day. Fall back to the stronghold. Ling Tong, mounted on his horse, waved his hand. The group then headed towards the mountain stronghold. That's it for today. Su Family Pavilion. The lights are on full display. All the heads of the Su family are here. Today we attacked a total of 7 barbarian strongholds and killed 548 barbarians. We captured approximately 130,000 jin of grain and supplies and 18 warhorses. Aside from 2 wounded, our side suffered no casualties. Su Changshou addressed the crowd. As for the seized silver, which totaled more than 7,400 taels, he deliberately concealed it. Anyway, this money is useless to them. They can only maximize their profits by keeping it in their own hands. Today, apart from the first camp that was attacked, which was relatively large, the other 5 camps were all small outposts, so there wasn't much to be gained. Great! We've really hit the jackpot this time. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this, as the battle was going incredibly smoothly. It was only thanks to the barbarians diverting troops to besiege Songyuan City that the Su family was able to achieve such a victory. Otherwise, it would have been a pipe dream. Let's rest up tonight so we can set off again before dawn tomorrow. Make sure everyone is well fed, especially our horses. Feed them extra feed several times tonight, as we'll be traveling all day tomorrow. Su Changshou gave instructions. The feeding of these 200-plus warhorses was naturally done by the families of the Su family servants, so the Su family didn't need to worry too much about it. The next day, at the crack of dawn. At this moment, the Su family members were already prepared to set off. Dried meat, water bags, and sharpened knives. These men were already familiar with the preparations for the expedition and were proceeding in an orderly manner. Those who went out today were mostly a different group of people. By now, they had already heard that the raids on the camp yesterday had gone very smoothly. It went even more smoothly than the raid on the barbarian supply train, so everyone was eager to try. He seemed rather impatient. Set off. With Ling Tong's command, the Su family embarked on their journey once again. Last night, Su Changshou had already unloaded all the grain from his spatial storage into the Su family's warehouse, and his spatial storage was now completely empty. That's so that it can be filled up again today. The details of the war are omitted here, and a great deal of information will be omitted as it is not discussed here. As the sun set, the Su family members were on their way to the mountain stronghold. Awesome. I never expected raiding the barbarians' homeland to be so satisfying. Those things were stolen from our Xia people, so it's only right that we take them back this time. If you ask me, we should just burn their entire camp down, so they'll be dumbfounded when they get back. If we light a fire, the flames and smoke will easily attract attention and expose us. Wang Wu, you're something else. You killed 3 barbarians this time. You'll probably get a spot on the heavy cavalry quota. Hee, lucky, I was just picking up heads by following behind Lord Yanwei. The group was overjoyed after their successful raid on the last barbarian stronghold. They chatted and laughed on the way back. Today's harvest was quite plentiful, and I imagine that tomorrow will be the time for the Su family to reward those who have contributed. At that time, we will certainly receive our share of the benefits. We're going back today, and the Su family is holding a victory celebration banquet tonight. We'll be eating mutton. Family members can also have some soup. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, Su Changshou spoke up. Immediately, cheers erupted from the crowd again. I couldn't help but look forward to the mutton soup that evening. Many of them had no idea what mutton tasted like before becoming refugees. Unexpectedly, after becoming a refugee and joining the Su family, his life has actually become better than before. Even disregarding his own daily meals, as long as he makes a contribution, his elderly parents, wife, and children can also benefit from it. Yesterday, when Wang Wu looked at his youngest son, he was surprised to find that he had gained a few pounds compared to before. Make more contributions and get more rewards so that the boys in the family can eat more meat and grow up, so that they can become first-class servants of the Su family in the future. That way, there are 2 grown men in the family who can earn the credit. Wang Wu thought to himself. The group rode their horses at full speed, eager to return to the mountain stronghold. Tonight, The mountain village is filled with singing and dancing, and mutton soup is bubbling and simmering in the stove. Large chunks of lamb bones bobbed up and down inside, mingling with spices and emitting an enticing aroma. The cooking area was under the shed, and the stove was burning smokeless coal that Changshou had brought out. Since it was deep in the mountains, there was no worry about being discovered. At this moment, everyone in the Su family had their bowls filled to the brim with mutton soup. The bowls of those who went into battle these past 2 days were filled with mutton. Pancakes made from white flour are available in unlimited quantities. Break the flatbread into pieces and put in a bowl, and you have a simplified version of mutton stew. Everyone ate with their mouths full of oil. The servants' families were also all smiles at this moment. Today, the young master of the Su family declared that every single one of them will be given unlimited mutton soup. Wang Wu's children were so anxious they didn't even have time to speak. They grabbed pancakes and dipped them into the mutton soup. Although she was also tempted by the mutton in her father's bowl, she knew that her father needed to be strong to protect them. So he just swallowed hard, glanced at it enviously, and then buried his head in his bowl of flatbread. He thought to himself, as long as I grow up quickly, I can become a servant of the Su family like my father and eat these big chunks of mutton. Don't worry, child. After the Su family rewards your father for his contributions tomorrow, your father will definitely get a lot of meat. I'll make sure you eat your fill then. Wang Wu stroked his son's head and said to him with a smile. He killed 3 barbarians today, so the Su family's reward will certainly be substantial. As for the mutton in his bowl, he dared not secretly transfer it to his son's bowl. The Su family strictly forbids this behavior. If discovered or reported, one would definitely suffer a greater loss than gain. Moreover, he was still thinking about the opportunity to become a heavy cavalryman. If something went wrong at this time, he would regret it to death. He figured his formidable competitors were probably hiding in the crowd, watching him and waiting for him to make a mistake. Chapter 159, Happy Birthday. The Su family side was bustling with noise and filled with the aroma of food. Meanwhile, in the pavilion on the west side of the mountain stronghold, Zhao Cheng and the others were looking in the direction of the Su family with great envy. The gentlemen were all right. They had given the Su family 500 taels of silver a while ago, so the Su family was giving them some vegetables and meat every day as agreed. My stomach wasn't really upset. However, Wu Shishir and Sun Mingming were both swallowing hard at that moment. Ever since Zhao Cheng and his group returned from Songyuan City and made a grain deal with the Su family, their meals have taken a sharp turn for the worse. Because the vegetables and meat that Zhao Cheng bought from the Su family were only enough for 10 people to eat. In other words, only Zhao Cheng and his family can guarantee their quality of life, while the 2 women are excluded. Having witnessed the soaring grain prices in Songyuan City, even the wealthiest individuals like Zhao Cheng and his companions dared not squander their money. Therefore, it's even less likely that he would use the money to satisfy Wu Shishir's appetite. In the end, she was just a prostitute. It was good enough that they could have a meal. What more could they ask for? In chaotic times, women are as worthless as weeds. If they are still given a bite to eat and are not turned into food, it is already considered to be more than kind. This meant that only after Wu Shishir diligently served these gentlemen would she be allowed to sit at the table and eat the delicacies they usually looked down upon. And this opportunity doesn't come every time. It's only possible if you can please those big shots and put on a good show of affection. As for Sun Mingming, she didn't even have the right to sit at the table. She could only eat coarse rice and pickled vegetables like the guards and servants. If only I had chosen Changshou back then. Wu Shishir looked in the direction of the Su family's pavilion, filled with regret. Changshou cherished her and held her dear, granting her every wish. In the end, she was bewitched and chose to follow these greasy old men. At this moment, a banquet is also being held in the Su family's attic. Besides the main members of the Su family, Zhao Jie, Lu Qi, and a few others were also present. In the past 2 days, we have captured a total of 250,000 caddies of grain and 40 warhorses. Adding to the barbarian supply trains we raided the previous 2 times, this amount of food should be enough to last us for 6 months. Su Changshou spoke up. The amount of grain and fodder he had seized in the past 2 days exceeded his expectations. It was much more than he had anticipated. With these provisions, we can stay in this mountain stronghold without worrying about starving to death. Moreover, the balance of his silver in the mall had now reached more than 15,700 taels. There's no need to worry about food supplies anymore. This time, we were fortunate to have Changshou come up with the idea of taking advantage of the opportunity to raid the barbarian strongholds. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had such a great harvest. Jiuzhang laughed. It's truly a blessing from our past life that we have a long-lived member in our family. My longevity noodles are here. Just then, Zhang Xiao brought out a bowl of noodles with a smile and placed it in front of Su Changshou. Su Changshou was somewhat taken aback, not knowing what was going on. Today is Changshou's birthday. Su Changshou suddenly realized that he had no memory of this when he transmigrated, so he naturally did not know when his birthday was. No wonder the meal tonight was much more lavish than usual. Everyone at the table was also pleasantly surprised, as they hadn't expected to have two happy events today. Long live the birthday of Changshou. Everyone at the table congratulated Su Changshou, and they all looked at him with smiles. Thanks to Su Changshou, we have been able to get to where we are today. The others who fled faced starvation and cannibalism. And these people, not only live a worry-free life now, but are also growing stronger. At this moment, everyone, regardless of who they are, sends their most heartfelt blessings to Su Changshou. Since it's my birthday, I'll make an exception for today. I have a jar of fine wine here. Wait for me. Su Changshou jumped off the stool and ran toward his attic. A short while later, he came over carrying a large jar. Everyone looked over curiously. I didn't expect there to be alcohol. When Su Changshou removed the mud seal, a rich aroma of wine wafted out. This wine is so fragrant and delicious. Lu Wan, who was a connoisseur of wine, exclaimed in surprise. This aroma is even stronger than the imperial wine. What kind of wine is this? As a scion of a prominent family, Zhao Jie had attended imperial banquets and drunk imperial wine, and he was greatly shocked at this moment. Wulianya. Su Changshou laughed and said that he had just bought it from the mall for 10 taels of silver. I bought a 5-gene, 2.5 kilograms, bottle of Wulianya liquor today, as it's my birthday, and I'm making an exception for this occasion. Several adults couldn't wait to fill their glasses one by one, put them under their noses to smell, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Even a few members of the Su family who hadn't drunk much knew that this wine was definitely good. Let's raise a glass together and wish Changshou a happy birthday. Su Shuli raised his glass and addressed the crowd. Upon tasting the wine, everyone truly realized that it was absolutely the finest of wines. Zhao Jie and the other young men from prominent families exclaimed in delight, saying they had never tasted such fine wine, even in Jinling. Compared to this, the royal wine the imperial family drinks is practically water. As expected of a reclusive family, their understated luxury makes the extravagance of our aristocratic families seem rather paltry in comparison. Looking again at the unremarkable, even slightly ugly, wine jars and the simple clothes worn by the Su family members, Zhao Jie sighed once more. Once they fled from their noble families, their true colors were revealed. If it weren't for the Su family, they wouldn't even have been able to afford coarse rice, let alone maintain their outward appearance. The Su family, however, is different. Even when fleeing, there were countless people hiding in the shadows providing him with fine wine and food, and he himself had not yet discovered their whereabouts. Compared to the Su family's extravagant spending, these scions of aristocratic families were no different from country bumpkins. Presumably, the reason they claimed to be going hunting was to exchange supplies with those who were secretly taking care of them. That's true. Even if they possessed secret hunting techniques, they couldn't possibly have enough prey for the Su family to hunt. Zhao Jie thought to himself that he had seen through everything. The attic was bustling with activity. The servants and their families outside the attic cheered. News just came from the Su family's attic that it's the young master's birthday today, and the Su family has allowed the servants and their families to eat meat with him. Wishing you a happy and healthy birthday, young master. The people outside quickly bowed and thanked them in the direction of the pavilion. The atmosphere in the mountain village instantly became lively. Chapter 160, New Heavy Cavalry Selection. Because it was Su Changshou's birthday, the mountain stronghold was bustling until midnight. The next day, Zhang Xiao and the others didn't want to wake him, and only got up when the sun was high in the sky. Everyone is waiting for you. Those servants are all eagerly waiting for you to announce their rewards. Su Shuli smiled at his beloved grandson. Without Su Changshou present, they wouldn't make the decision to reward their subordinates on their own. Yes, gather them together. Su Changshou hurriedly sent Ling Tong to gather everyone in the Su family. Rewarding those who make contributions is the only way to motivate subordinates to work diligently and wholeheartedly. With just a call, Wang Wu and the others quickly gathered in the open space in front of the Su family's pavilion. Everyone was filled with anticipation, wondering who would win the 8 sets of heavy armor. In the past 2 days, we have raided a total of 15 barbarian strongholds. You have all seen the results, so I won't go into details. I'm sure everyone is eager to know what kind of reward the Su family will bestow. So let's not waste any more time. Let's just announce what everyone wants to hear. Su Changshou stood on the high platform, his hands crossed in front of him, looking every bit like a little adult. As soon as he said this, everyone below looked embarrassed. Now I announce that those who went into battle in the past 2 days will be rewarded according to the number of barbarians they killed. Killing 1 person yields 10 caddies of brown rice, 3 caddies of wheat flour, a handful of green vegetables, 1 caddy of pork belly, 3 caddies of chicken, 5 caddies of dried meat, and 5 eggs. You all know how many people you've killed, and Ling Tong has the ledgers too. To save time, I won't read out everyone's names one by one. Su Jiangshou spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. These men had killed at least 1 barbarian and at most 3. The rewards were enough to allow their families to live comfortably for several days. Moreover, the Su family gave us some rare items today, which we can share with our family. Next is the issue of ownership of the 8 sets of heavy armor that everyone is most concerned about. The 8 who performed the best in this raid on the barbarian stronghold will become the second batch of heavy cavalry of the Su family. Those whose names are called, please come up to the stage. Su Changshou raised his voice and addressed the crowd. The people below held their breath, and those who felt they were qualified to be one of the 8 were pounding with excitement. Becoming a heavy cavalryman would be an absolute life-changing event, and they focused their attention on Su Changshou's face. Trying to know, even just a fraction of a second, who is chosen by fate. Wang Wu. Su Changshou called out a name aloud. Everyone looked at Wang Wu, some with envy, others with secret jealousy. They knew that from that moment on, Wang Wu had truly become successful. I've been chosen. I've been chosen. Wang Wu was extremely excited at the moment, constantly muttering this sentence, clearly still caught up in his joy. But she still subconsciously lifted her leg and walked towards the stage under everyone's gaze. Among the crowd, the first-class servants and relatives of Wang Wu's family members hurriedly congratulated Wang Wu's family. Sister-in-law, your family is going to be very successful in the future, so don't forget my Ma Lu. Ma Lu's wife held Wang Wu's wife's hand with a fawning expression. There's no such thing as being developed or not. My Wang Wu has only been working hard for the Su family. It's all a blessing from our master. Wang Wu's wife replied with a smile, though she was secretly overjoyed. You really made me proud. I'll reward this bastard tonight. From now on, my family will be the dependents of heavily armored cavalry, enjoying treatment beyond that of first-class servants. We must be mindful of our image. Wang Wu's wife thought to herself. Just as everyone was congratulating him, Su Changshou continued. Mazda 6. I was chosen too. Ma Lu was also extremely excited. He had only killed 2 barbarians and thought he had no chance, but he didn't expect to be on the list. This was a wonderful surprise. He hurriedly walked towards the stage and stood next to Wang Wu. Among the onlookers, Ma Lu's wife, who had just been fawning over Wang Wu's wife, quickly coughed. He stood tall and proud, pretending nothing had happened. Now that the Ma family has a certain status, they can't afford to lose face. Oh, Chunyin, we should visit each other more often in the future. The men in our 2 families are sworn brothers. We're having dumplings at your house tonight. Wang Wu's wife quickly grabbed Ma Lu's wife's hand, becoming many times more enthusiastic than before. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll bring some flour too, and we can all make dumplings together. Ma Lu's wife responded enthusiastically. No one is a fool. Even uneducated village women know that they need to build alliances and cultivate relationships. Old Sun the Rich, Jiang Gufa, Zhou Yang, Jiang Donghua, Qianbao, Wang Kaiduo. Su Changshou then read out the names of 6 more people. Chapter 161, Zhao, Jie won't starve to death, will he? Everyone whose name was called was all smiles. He walked onto the stage with his head held high, becoming the object of everyone's attention and envy. Especially Sun Lao Kai, who had only recently been promoted from a second-class servant to a first-class servant. has now become a heavy cavalryman. This is practically like having a cheat code, making it impossible for anyone to be jealous. These servants are still far too inexperienced in combat. Su Changshou looked at the 8 people. Among them, Wang Wu, Ma Lu, and Sun Laokai were his servants, while the remaining 5 were family retainers selected from the soldiers. I hereby announce that the Su family's heavy cavalry will begin to expand from this day forward. The 8 of you will likely become the second batch of heavy cavalry members and will undergo extremely rigorous training. If you fail the final assessment, it means you are not qualified to be one of them. So don't think that just because you're standing on this stage today, everything will be fine. Standing here only means you've earned your ticket to become heavy cavalry. This is just the beginning. Su Changshou poured cold water on the 8 people. This quickly brought the 8 people, who were excitedly fantasizing about their wonderful lives, to a standstill. Yes, Wang Wu and the other 8 quickly stood at attention and responded in unison. It would be embarrassing to be eliminated. At this moment, the group kept encouraging themselves internally. And you too, my Su family's heavy cavalry will not be limited to just these people, and each of you has a chance. As long as you perform meritorious service, the Su family will ensure you receive what you deserve. Su Changshou then addressed the crowd below the stage. Those below, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of hope. Many people began to wonder if they should follow in the footsteps of Old Man Sun and take on more responsibilities. Su Changshou nodded, satisfied with their performance. He needs the team to maintain sustained fighting power, which means they cannot lose their fighting spirit. Changshou is increasingly showing the qualities of a leader. Su Shuli chuckled softly to Zhang Jiuzhang beside him. Yeah, it's all because we old folks are useless, letting him, a mere child, shoulder the burden of this whole family. Zhang Jiuzhang nodded and sighed. It is a blessing from heaven that you 2 uncles have such a fine grandson. I'm not trying to praise Changshou, but I come from a distinguished family and have seen a lot of the world. However, in all my years, I have never met anyone as gifted and precocious as Changshou. Even those heirs specially groomed by aristocratic families, even after reaching adulthood, would likely not live as long. Lu Wen smiled at the 2 of them. Inside Song Yuan City, at the Li King's palace. Aren't those bastards leaving yet? It's been 10 days. King Li sat behind his desk, looking utterly dejected. Since the barbarians attacked the city 10 days ago, they have shown no signs of retreating. Although he was telling Zhang Goer that he would let those barbarians surround them until they froze to death in the winter. But at this moment, I am also extremely anxious. No one would feel comfortable if there were people blocking their door all day long. The barbarians continued to attack the city, as usual, 2 or 3 times during the day and 2 or 3 times at night. A few days ago, they could leave behind a dozen or so corpses each time. Later, the barbarians somehow obtained huge wooden planks, and dozens of them gathered together to balance them on their heads. Then it became much harder for the guards on the city wall to kill them. But those people were only making feints every day, so there was no need to worry about the city gates being breached. However, after so many days, even though the soldiers guarding the city were taking turns every 2 hours, they were getting tired. These barbarians are like persistent ghosts. They not only launched a feigned attack during the day, but at night they also sent people to bang gongs and make noise, preventing those who were resting from getting a good night's sleep. This has led to the soldiers guarding the city suffering from nervous breakdowns. Upon hearing the sound of metal clashing, everyone instinctively felt that barbarians were attacking again. Your Highness, why don't I just take some men out and wipe them out in one go? This is too noisy. I haven't slept well for days. Jiang Goa yawned, his face showing 2 large dark circles under his eyes. Are you fucking going out to your death? This is all the wealth I have, and you're trying to squander it all in one fell swoop. King Li was so angry that his face turned red when he heard Jiang Goer's outrageous words. If Jiang Goer leads the troops out of the city, he will sacrifice lives to fill the enemy's cavalry. Let alone the fact that they couldn't defeat so many barbarians. Even if they did win, it would only be a narrow victory, and probably only a few of them would be left. Wouldn't that mean Song Yuan City would fall into the hands of that old bastard, the King of Han? Oh, right, with Song Yuan City under siege, those little rascals like Zhao, Jia won't be able to get in even if they want to come and seek refuge with me. King Li suddenly had an idea at that moment. Huh, does that mean those people should be starving to death by now? Jiang Goer said excitedly. King Li was speechless, wondering what this guy was so excited about. Chapter 162, What are the barbarians waiting for? The thought of Zhao Jie and his fellow spoiled brats starving to death on his own territory gave King Li another headache. If the Zhao, Zhou, and Chu families or other powerful clans find out about this, how can I expect to get away with it? What a bad year. King Li cursed his bad luck and picked up the tea on the table. Seeing that Jiang Goer was still standing there dumbfounded, he put down the teacup and then picked it up again. After this was repeated 3 times, Jiang Goer on the other side finally couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness, is it too hot? Let me blow on it for you. After saying that, it stuck out its head, pouted its lips, and pretended to blow. Get back to defend the city, you blockhead. King Li drank the tea in one gulp, pointed to the door, and shouted angrily. What? Seeing that King Li was angry, Jiang Goer quickly ran away. Ouch, it's burning hot. Once Jiang Goer had run far away, King Li quickly opened his mouth wide and inhaled sharply. I drank too fast just now. 3 miles from Song Yuan City was the camp of the barbarian general. This place is just outside the firing range of the cannons in Song Yuan City. At this moment, in the central command tent, Lao Shan was sitting inside, discussing the war with several centurions. Sir, how long are we going to surround them without attacking? Kasi looked at Lao Shan with a puzzled expression. They had been here for a long time and had long since lost their patience. They marched south, advancing unimpeded. When they encountered a city, the invading forces either abandoned it and fled, or even if there was resistance, they could not withstand their attacks. They could usually breach a city within an hour. And this Song Yuan city has taken them so much time. More than 200 soldiers have lost their lives in just the past few days. This is a disgrace to the Liao dynasty. I have already sent people to gather some information. Song Yuan city was different from other Xia cities. Its defenses were arguably no less robust than those of Jinling, the Xia capital. To launch an attack, relying solely on siege ladders and battering rams is certainly not enough. It can only cause unnecessary casualties. Moreover, they have artillery. We'll have to wait for the catapults to arrive before we have a chance of winning. I have already had a batch of catapults urgently manufactured from the rear, and they should be on their way. For now, we should harass them, keep them on edge, and keep them busy dealing with things. Then we'll take Song Yuan City in one fell swoop. At that time, everyone will have a share in such a tremendous achievement. Lao Shan reassured the crowd. Before coming here, he hadn't even considered taking over Song Yuan City. But now his mind has changed. He had received the latest news that Jikuan, with whom he had always been at odds, was facing fierce resistance from the king of Han of Great Xia in the east and was unable to make any progress. If I can take Song Yuan City in the west, I will definitely be able to suppress him. Therefore, he is now determined to take Song Yuan City. Your Excellency is wise. Kasi and the others hurriedly said. The mountain stronghold, the Su family's pavilion. Oh, those barbarians are still surrounding Song Yuan City, and it's just a feint. Su Changshou was surprised by the news that Ling Tong brought back. These days, he sends people to check the situation near Song Yuan City every day, keeping a close eye on the movements there. The purpose of monitoring the barbarians' movements was to prevent them from suddenly starting a war with Song Yuan City. If the barbarians are defeated, then there's a chance that their defeated troops will come to their mountain stronghold. With the fall of Song Yuan City and the occupation of the barbarians, we must find a way to leave as soon as possible. In either case, you need to be prepared. However, the intelligence Ling Tong has obtained so far has led both sides to resort to a siege tactic, which is rather baffling. Logically speaking, shouldn't the barbarians know that Song Yuan City is siege-proof? Su Changshou asked Zhao Jie and the others. He already knew from Zhao Jie's words what status Song Yuan City held in the Great Xia dynasty, and naturally knew that it would take years to besiege such a city. The barbarians may not be as well informed and may not know much about our Great Xia, but now that they have taken control of the northern frontier, they must have already recruited a group of surrenderers. Getting news of Song Yuan City isn't difficult. Zhao Jie analyzed. That's strange. If you know you can't kill them by surrounding them, why bother? Su Changshou stroked his chin and pondered. Could it be that they are waiting for reinforcements? Lu Qi said, Impossible. The barbarians are different from us Xia people. Our army wins by sheer numbers, while they, with their smaller populations, often win by sheer quality. At that time, when they were in Yongsheng, The main force of the barbarians attacking Yongqing numbered only 100,000. Right now, there are already 30 to 40,000 people surrounding Songyuan City. Once they entered the northern frontier, they had already divided their troops among various prefectures and cities, so it was impossible for them to reorganize their forces for the sake of Songyuan City. These people are probably the limit of what they can gather. Zhao Jie analyzed. Do you think it's possible they're waiting for something that could help them break through the city? Just then, Su Changshou spoke up. Very likely. Otherwise, I really can't understand why they would do that. Zhao Jie clapped his hands. Chapter 163, deciding to take action. If that's really the case, then Songyuan City might be in big trouble. Lu Wen said with a heavy look in his eyes. If Songyuan City were to be suppressed by the barbarians, it would not be a good thing for them. After all, King Li had no ill intentions towards them. Even if they were unable to survive in the mountain stronghold in the end, they would have nowhere else to go but to seek King Li's protection in the city. But if the barbarians break through Songyuan City, then we will definitely not be able to stay in this mountain stronghold. Do you think there's a high chance the barbarians will breach Songyuan City? Su Changshou asked the crowd. Logically speaking, Songyuan City is not so easy to conquer. Even if the barbarians bring in something powerful, it will probably be all for naught. But who can predict the outcome of a battle? Throughout history, there have been many results that no one would believe if spoken of. So, yes, we can't let the barbarians break through Songyuan City, otherwise we'll be in danger. We need to think of a way to help them. Su Changshou pondered for a moment. How can we help? We only have so many people. How can we lead them to fight against tens of thousands of barbarian troops? Lu Qi asked curiously. Now that we've guessed that the barbarians might be waiting for something to help them conquer the city, we can start by targeting that. Disrupt their plans. Su Changshou said. That is indeed a solution, but it's all down to luck. Even if we manage to find them, and even if we do, there's a chance we might not be able to defeat them if they outnumber us. The people in the mountain stronghold are still too weak. They seem to be doing a great job lately, whether it's robbing supplies or raiding strongholds, but their own people know their own limitations. They're fine when things are going well, but if the enemy outnumbers them, their weaknesses will be exposed. If those servants of the Su family hadn't been following behind Dian Wei and those 8 heavy cavalry, they would have suffered heavy casualties. They're only capable of killing because they follow behind and pick up heads when the opportunity arises. After all, they came from humble backgrounds, and their training and combat experience were far too lacking, which could not be made up for overnight. Although the Su family regularly provided them with meat, their physical condition was still inferior to that of the barbarians. At present, the main force that the Su family can mobilize is mostly government troops and heavy cavalry. How are those 8 people doing in their training these days? Su Changshou asked Ling Tong. After the conference that day, he selected Wang Wu and 8 others as new heavy cavalrymen and arranged for Ling Tong to train them as soon as possible. 10 days have now passed. They can't be counted on. It will take at least another month for them to barely maintain that heavy armor and form the most basic combat capability. Ling Tong said. The training method for these 8 people was based on the training method used by the 8 people from the main branch of the Su family. However, because their physical fitness was far inferior to that of the 8 members of the Su family, their training time was much longer. The 8 members of the Su family had always enjoyed excellent food, and Ling Tong and Dian Wei often gave them guidance, so their physical condition far surpassed that of others before they became heavy cavalry. Wang Wu and his companions were merely servants. Before becoming servants of the Su family, they even relied on horse offal and wild vegetables to stave off hunger. Even after joining the Su family, the food they ate was not as good as that of the Su family's main family, so naturally there was something lacking. This was thanks to Ling Tong for preparing a simplified version of the medicinal bath for them. Otherwise, it would take several months before these people could ride horses, wear that armor, and wield swords with ease. Yes, we'll send people out these next few days to investigate the routes those barbarian transport caravans might take. Let's try our luck. If we can find their location, we'll see what happens and proceed with the next step. Su Changshou nodded. Songyuan City cannot be breached, so for the sake of his people, he must find a way to help King Li. After the meeting, he returned to his attic and hurriedly began checking the online store. Since our strength is too weak, we should try to find a solution from the store. Ninth rank master, Lu Bu, 10,000 taels of silver, limited to one purchase, 100% loyalty. Su Changshou looked at the mall panel in front of him, feeling both hesitant and heartbroken. 10,000 taels. It will take him a long time to save that up. But gritting my teeth, I still kept him as a backup option. Because he had no choice. After the mall was upgraded to level 3, there was only one more slot to buy martial artists. In order not to waste the position of a martial artist, he had no choice but to buy a 9th rank position. In fact, if he had a choice, he would rather use those 10,000 taels to buy 2 7th rank masters. On the battlefield, it's impossible to be in 2 places at once. Even if a 9th rank master can wipe out an army, it still takes time. Dealing with these barbarians now, 2 7th rank soldiers are actually more worthwhile than 1 9th rank soldier. Unfortunately, he can only choose the highest configuration right now. Let's not buy it now. We can buy it when we need it, so we can save some food. Ling Tong's appetite is equivalent to that of several ordinary people, let alone a 9th rank martial artist. Every little bit helps. Su Changshou thought for a moment, then looked at the other products. Chapter 164 Lu Bu and Red Hair, Zhuge repeating crossbow. Each box can hold 10 iron arrows, cost 100 taels of silver, limited to 5 purchases per day. Iron arrows for the Zhuge repeating crossbow, 100 coins each, limited to 100 per day. Holy crap, that's so expensive. Su Changshou glanced at the few weapons in the store that could quickly enhance his own strength, and couldn't help but click his tongue. This price is ridiculously high. A single Zhuge repeating crossbow costs 100 taels of silver, and each of these special iron arrows costs 100 coins. Indeed, war has always been the most profitable business throughout history. Su Changshou sighed. But considering the current situation, although I felt bad, I still clicked the buy button. This Zhuge repeating crossbow doesn't require much arm strength. Simply pulling the trigger allows it to fire arrows continuously, with an effective killing range of 50 meters, capable of piercing the leather armor of barbarians. This is the most cost-effective piece of equipment he can afford right now that can quickly boost his strength. Right now, most of the Su family servants are still using weapons captured from the barbarians. We need to replace them with long swords as soon as possible. Su Changshou then looked at the 50 long swords stored in the mall space, the same kind used by Su Kaishi and the others. The store used to charge 5 taels of silver for each weapon, but now it's limited to 5 weapons per day. The barbarian weapons were not suitable for the Xia people's physique and usage habits. We didn't have money before, but now that we do, it's natural to upgrade their equipment. With these preparations in place, Su Changshou felt much more at ease. It wasn't until noon on the 3rd day that a scout returned to report that a barbarian force of nearly 1,000 people had been discovered 80 miles from Songyuan City. They were slowly transporting a lot of heavy goods towards Songyuan City. There were about 200 cavalrymen and about 600 infantrymen. Tell everyone that we will launch our attack on them at midnight tomorrow, so that you can all rest and recharge. Su Changshou addressed the crowd. We're going to attack them? How could we possibly win? We only have less than 300 men. Zhao Jie and the others exclaimed in surprise. When Su Changshou said he wanted to help Songyuan City, he only thought he would help if he could, and he only did what he could. And now Su Changshou's idea is to fight against a larger force with such a small number of people. This is completely irrational. The others also looked at Su Changshou with puzzled expressions. It's all right, you can go ahead and prepare. I'm confident in my abilities, Su Changshou said calmly. After saying that, he turned and went back to his attic. Since you say you're confident about longevity, then you can go ahead and do it yourselves. Longevity is something you only achieve by fighting battles you're not confident of winning. The other members of the Su family also relaxed and began making their own preparations. Could it be? Looking at Su Changshou's retreating figure, Zhao Jie muttered to himself as if he had suddenly realized something. Brother Jie, could it be something? Chuyu looked at Zhao Jie, wondering what he had discovered. The Su family members hiding in the shadows are about to make their move. Zhao Jie spoke mysteriously to Chu Yu and the others. No wonder. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly realized what was happening. Everything makes sense now. Those Su family members who have been hiding around them all along must be experts. Otherwise, given their vigilance, they wouldn't have been able to remain undetected for so long. If it really is them who take action, then this battle will be quite a spectacle. After dinner, Su Changshou was sitting on the bed in the attic. Consciousness sank into the shopping mall. I clicked to buy. Brush. A massive figure suddenly appeared beside him. Oh my god. Su Changshou was startled, his body suddenly leaning backward, his heart pounding. He was prepared for someone to appear by his side, having already experienced this twice before. But this time, unexpectedly, there's also a horse. Red hair. Su Changshou was overjoyed to see the blood-red steed covered in armor. Even though he didn't know much about judging horses, he knew that this horse was a rare gem in the world. Just looking at the horse in front of me made me feel suffocated by the oppressive feeling it created. I never expected the store to be so generous. Summoning a level 9 Lu Bu actually gives you a full set of equipment. This Lu Bu is 8 feet tall, with a broad back and a slender waist, and bright, clear eyes. Wearing a purple gold crown with 3 forks to tie her hair, and a red cotton robe with 100 flowers from Sichuan. He wore a beast-faced chainmail armor and a lion head belt around his waist. He carried a bow and arrows with him and held a halberd. He was exceptionally handsome and clearly a valiant general. Bu greets his lordship. Lu Bu knelt on one knee and bowed to Su Changshou. Just call me young master. Su Changshou was overjoyed. He had initially felt a pang of heartache, but now he felt that the 10,000 taels of silver were well spent. It seems them all is based on character attributes. Lu Bu was skilled in mounted combat, so red hair was also summoned as part of his standard equipment. However, you can't buy live carnivores in the store. But if I eat this horse, does that mean I found a loophole in the store and activated some hidden function? Would you like to give it a try? His gaze lingered on red hair. At this moment, under Su Changshou's gaze, the red hair actually sensed a trace of danger and became somewhat fearful. If you like Bu's red hair, young master, please feel free to ride it. At this moment, Lu Bu took the initiative to speak. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the red hair, and it subconsciously took half a step back. If I ride away, what will you ride? Su Changshou laughed and said that he would naturally not ride away Lu Bu's mount, as the horse could only play its greatest role in Lu Bu's hands. Bu can ride Dianwei. His lower body is solid, no less than red hair. Lu Bu said earnestly. Dianwei, who lived next door, sneezed at that moment. Su Changshou. Chapter 165, 3 arrows and 1 goal late at night. A crowd gathered in front of the Su family's attic. What are they doing in the middle of the night? Zhao Cheng and the others also received the news and got up in the middle of the night to see this scene. It seems like we're going to go out to fight again. Zhang Qiheng yawned and said, the Su family came from Manhwa County with us, but now they're acting like an army, conquering and fighting everywhere. Zhao Cheng was also somewhat taken aback. That's why they eat meat. Well, we can only buy grain from them. Zhang Qiheng remarked with emotion. Sigh, I wonder when this hellish period will end. Who is this? The crowd in front of the Su family pavilion looked curiously at the burly man holding a halberd beside Su Changshou. Even just standing in front of the other person, you can feel a tremendous sense of pressure. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Bu is a member of the Su family. Su Changshou only gave a brief introduction. At this moment, Zhao Jie and Chu Yu exchanged glances, as if to say that they had indeed guessed correctly. Was he alone? Zhao Jie asked curiously. Is this the only member of the Su family hiding in the shadows? That's far too presumptuous. Yes, one of him is enough. Su Changshou nodded. Zhao Jie and the others were completely baffled. Set off. Su Changshou addressed the crowd, and then Ling Tong helped him onto the horse. Young master, why not ride with me? I can guarantee your safety. Lu Bu then spoke. No need, you just focus on killing the enemy. Su Changshou was somewhat speechless. He hadn't been with Lu Bu for long when he realized that Lu Bu was being a little too attentive. Even though he knew the mall claimed his loyalty was 100%, Su Changshou still felt a chill run down his spine. Please stay by my side, young master. If you need anything, please call me anytime. Lu Bu was still not giving up. He mounted red hair and rode beside Ling Tong. Su Changshou could only let him go. He couldn't very well kick him out. The group all mounted their horses. You're going too? Su Changshou looked at Zhao Jie and the other young men from prominent families with some surprise. Let's stretch our muscles. Zhao Jie and the others laughed. Good. Su Changshou note that. They naturally knew that the others were probably worried about not having enough manpower on their side and wanted to share the burden. I was actually quite moved for a moment. Apart from leaving a few people to guard the house, excluding Su Changshou, a total of 269 people were mobilized tonight. After a hurried journey, the group arrived at a dense forest that had already been scouted out. Just 2 miles away is where that barbarian transport team is setting up camp for tonight. With a wide field of vision and no view of the surroundings, there's no way to launch a sneak attack. Let's all rest for a bit. We'll attack in half an hour. Ling Tong addressed the crowd. Half an hour later, Su Kaishi and the others put on their armor. Everyone has now recovered their strength to its peak. Kill the enemy. Ling Tong gave the order. Everyone mounted their horses. Can it be done? There are a full 800 people on the other side. Zhao Jie was still somewhat worried at this point. I doubt the Su family would take any risks for no reason. Zhao Muqing spoke up. Drive. The group rushed toward the barbarian camp. Enemy attack. The night watchman at the barbarian camp quickly discovered the Su family's group. The shouts woke the sleeping soldiers, who grabbed their weapons. Then they saw some of them mount their war horses, quickly organize their battle formation, and charge towards the Su family's direction. Kill. Lu Bu took the lead, and in just a few breaths, he had already flashed dozens of meters ahead of everyone else, leaving the Su family far behind. How can his mount be so fast? Just now at the mountain stronghold, even I, a fourth-rank official, felt a chill run down my spine in front of his warhorse. How long has it been? They've already run so far. Lu Qi was shocked. They were following behind Su Kaishi and his heavy cavalry when they saw that Lu Bu had already moved about 100 meters away from them. It's so far away from us. It's too dangerous. Zhao, yeskotet. However, what happened next shocked them even more. Lu Bu drew his bow and knocked an arrow when he was still 200 meters away from the barbarians charging towards him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 barbarians on horseback opposite were simultaneously struck in the face and fell off their horses. Before anyone could react, Lu Bu had already drawn another arrow, and 3 more men instantly fell from their horses. In the blink of an eye, before the 2 sides even met, the 6 barbarians on the other side were already dead. 3 arrows were fired at once, and from such a great distance. My God, just how strong is this guy? Zhao Jie exclaimed in surprise. The barbarian troops were clearly starting to panic. Seeing that among the group of people who had inexplicably attacked them, someone dared to break away from the group, and even dared to charge at them alone, they were furious. A dozen or so riders drew their bows and knocked arrows, all firing at Lu Bu. However, just when everyone thought he was about to be riddled with bullets, a flash of silver light appeared. Lu Bu wielded his halberd with impenetrable force, knocking down all the incoming arrows. Not a scratch. The red hair beneath him also maintained its speed, accelerating towards the barbarian cavalry. At this point, he was at least 200 meters ahead of everyone else. Chapter 166 One Man Against an Army. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he's going to? Everyone gasped in surprise as they saw Lu Bu charging alone on horseback towards the barbarian army formation. He's going to charge into battle alone. Lu Qi looked terrified. Quick, let's catch up with him. He's being too reckless going alone. Zhao Jie quickly said. However, Red Hair was no ordinary warhorse. Even though the Su family members whipped their war horses with all their might and chased after them with all their might, the distance between them and Lu Bu only grew wider and wider. At this moment, the man and his horse had already left everyone far behind, and in 2 breaths they would be facing off against the barbarians. Too late. Just when everyone thought that Lu Bu was about to be trapped in the enemy's formation and surrounded by hundreds of barbarians. What they saw next left them speechless with shock. Lu Bu spurred his horse and charged straight towards the barbarian ranks. A dozen or so barbarian cavalrymen, brandishing their sabers, charged toward Lu Bu. Countless swordsmen slashed and thrust at Lu Bu. However, it was just a brief encounter, and before the Su family members could even exclaim in surprise, everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and before they could see when Lu Bu made his move, the riders who were closest to Lu Bu all inexplicably fell off their horses. Several war horses had already had their bellies ripped open and lay on the ground neighing. The barbarian cavalry in front of Lu Bu were charging with all their might, and they couldn't rein in their horses in the face of the sudden turn of events. Therefore, in the eyes of the Su family, it seemed as if those barbarians were being sent one after another to die in front of Lu Bu. Red Hair's power remained undiminished as it pierced through the enemy ranks. At this moment, All that could be seen in the eyes of the crowd was a series of afterimages of the halberd, slashing horizontally and vertically, pulling left and hooking right. In the blink of an eye, the barbarian cavalryman in front of him had fallen to the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, the barbarian cavalry behind him hurriedly hid on Lu Bu's left and right flanks, clearly no longer caring about the usual coordination between them in the charging battle. Lu Bu bent down, extended his halberd, and hooked it towards the spine of a dead warhorse on the ground, lifting the heavy, 1,000-pound carcass up. Despite bearing such weight, the red hair beneath him only bent its forelegs slightly before returning to normal in an instant, firmly supporting Lu Bu. With a powerful swing, Lu Bu flung the horse carcass away, sending it hurtling towards the dozen or so barbarian cavalrymen on his right. Boom! The massive horse carcass, weighing 1,000 pounds, crashed into the dodging barbarian cavalry, much like a giant cannonball. Instantly, people and horses were thrown into chaos. The fallen barbarian cavalryman lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, clearly beyond saving. The horses that were hit were also howling in pain. As the horses in front fell to the ground, chaos instantly descended upon the dozen or so riders. The horses behind were tripped by the fallen warhorses in front, creating utter confusion. That being said, these things all happened in the blink of an eye. As he smashed the first horse carcass, Lu Bu had already charged toward the barbarian cavalry on the left. He grabbed the handle of the halberd and swung it forcefully, each swing felling swathes of enemies. Looking again now, there were no more barbarian soldiers who could still ride on horseback within 5 zhang of his mount. Enemies surrounded him from all sides, but Lu Bu showed no fear. His red hair leaped forward and charged towards the infantry. Enemies struck by Lu Bu's halberd died instantly. Holy crap! Is this even human? Zhao Jie and the others could hardly believe their eyes. The scene before my eyes was almost unbelievable. The man and his horse, like gods descending to earth, routed the barbarian cavalry, a feat beyond their comprehension. This person is definitely a 9th-rank official. Zhao Muqing, who knew more about martial artists, suddenly brightened up and said, "It's actually a 9th rank. The Su family has actually sent out a 9th-rank expert." Chu Yu and the others were shocked upon hearing this. The Su family's actions are far too extravagant. Only the head of the Chu family can mobilize our 9th-rank official. Chu Yu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Bu is much stronger than that one. I'm afraid that one wouldn't last more than 50 rounds against Lu Bu. Zhao Muqing smiled wryly. There are also differences between the 9 ranks. Martial artists in the world are divided into 9 ranks, but some people are only at the 9th rank because their strength only reaches the 9th rank, while others are only at the 9th rank because this realm is the highest it can be divided into. Clearly, Lu Bu was the latter. The Su family's foundation is so strong that they are probably among the best in the hidden families. I never expected that the reclusive Su family would send a 9th-rank official to secretly protect Su Changshou. It seems that Su Changshou's identity is even more important than I thought. The group had different thoughts, but they all subconsciously elevated the status of the Su family and Su Changshou to an even higher level. As they were talking, the Su family members met up with the barbarian group, 80 paces away, just as Zhao Jie and his men were tense, facing the barbarian cavalry opposite them, preparing for a life-or-death battle. 20 servants from a Su family's entourage simultaneously pulled a strange object from the pockets hanging on their horses' backs. They raised their left arms and held them in their right hands, aiming at the barbarian cavalry opposite them, and countless arrows shot forward. Swoosh! 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 It was like a rain of arrows, the result of hundreds of archers firing simultaneously, enveloping the enemy on the other side. What is this? Zhao Jie and his companions glanced around and saw that quite a few of the barbarians opposite them had been hit by the arrows. In this single wave, 50 or 60 people fell from their horses. At this point, the number of barbarian cavalry was less than half, which greatly reduced the pressure on our side. What are these things? How can they be so powerful? Before Zhao Jie and his companions could think further, they had already engaged in combat with their opponents. The barbarian army formation in front of them had already been thrown into chaos by Lu Bu's attack. Their combat strength is less than 40%. One man against an entire army. They've seen it all today, with Jian Wei and the Su family's heavy cavalry leading the way, and the momentum from the previous volley of arrows, plus Lu Bu wreaking havoc in the opposing army, the Su family members were no longer afraid. In this situation, if they still can't win, they might as well ask the Su family for a block of tofu and kill themselves. The Feast of Slaughter has officially begun. A quarter of an hour later, there were hardly any barbarians left standing on the field. However, the servants and retainers of the Su family, who had just been delighted to have such powerful figures as Lu Bu and Dian Wei, now all had long faces. Needless to say, the barbarians that Lu Bu killed here were routed. For some unknown reason, Dian Wei had gone mad today. As soon as the battle began, he jumped off his horse and leaped into the barbarian infantry formation. Wielding twin halberds, he unleashed a killing spree without reservation. Judging from their fighting style, it seemed as if they were fighting for their lives, sparing no effort. With a single swing of the halberd, a barbarian's life would surely be taken. In the blink of an eye, the space within a radius of 3 zhang was cleared. This caused great hardship for the Su family's servants and retainers. In previous battles, Dian Wei was mainly responsible for clearing the way and suppressing the enemy. After Dian Wei and Yeki gave them a favorable situation, they just followed behind and picked up kills. Now, they've discovered that finding a barbarian they can kill is too difficult. Some barbarian soldiers made a mistake, and before they could react, others rushed forward and chopped off their necks. In short, there are too many monks and not enough porridge. This favorable situation has gone a little too far. Chapter 167, Great Victory. Today's military merits are really hard to come by. Wang Wu, holding his knife, waited for an opportunity to strike a barbarian soldier, complaining. They would simply pick out some barbarians who were trying to escape and ambush them. The barbarians were terrified by Lu Bu and Dian Wei, and now they only thought about escaping, showing no fighting spirit whatsoever. It seems that Lord Dian Wei is going to have a showdown with Lord Lu Bu. Ma Lu responded by slashing a startled barbarian to death with his knife. This war can be fought like this. Looking at the crazed Dian Wei and Lu Bu, who had just finished chasing a barbarian cavalryman who was trying to escape and then turned back to kill him, Zhao Jie was completely astonished. When he was in Yongsheng, every time he fought against the barbarians, he suffered heavy casualties. But today's playing style really opened his eyes. As expected of a 9th rank official, he possesses the courage of 10,000 men. This one man could be worth an entire army. Zhao Muqing exclaimed in admiration. Finish him off. The great battle ended, and the ground was littered with the corpses of barbarians. Blood flowed like a river. Only when everyone looked at the battlefield again did they realize how gruesome the deaths of these barbarians were. Those who died at the hands of Su's servants and retainers at least had a complete corpse. The barbarians who died at the hands of Lu Bu and Dian Wei were basically disemboweled and had their legs and limbs severed. No fewer than 40 warhorses were seriously injured or killed after being grazed by Lu Bu's halberd. It's a terrible sight. That's too brutal. Absolutely too brutal. I feel like even if we all joined forces, we still wouldn't be a match for those two. The Su family members were utterly shocked by the scene before them. Even Lu Qi's officers and soldiers had never seen such a brutal battlefield. After confirming that it was safe, Su Changshou arrived at the battlefield under Ling Tong's protection. "Bu, I have not failed you." Seeing Su Changshou approaching, Lu Bu went straight to him, dismounted cleanly, and knelt on one knee to respectfully bow to Su Changshou. Su Changshou nodded. He had already seen everything that had just happened on the battlefield. Lu Bu's strength is beyond doubt. He's practically a human-shaped self-propelled war machine. Wherever it goes, it crushes all enemies. The only pity was the war horses that died from the impact of his halberd. Dian Wei also stood silently in front of Su Changshou. Su Changshou was also speechless when he saw the scene of him sparring with Lu Bu. It's unbelievable that Dian Wei, such an honest and kind person, would actually go toe-to-toe with Lu Bu. When Zhao Jie and the others saw that Lu Bu, a dignified 9th rank official, was so respectful to Su Changshou, they exchanged glances, their eyes darting around, and they were utterly shocked. Even among the royal family's retainers, a 9th rank master holds a transcendent status, allowing them to enter the palace without bowing to the emperor and wielding weapons. And this 9th rank expert, who is even stronger than the one from the Chu family, actually knelt down to Su Changshou. What does this tell us? I can't even imagine it. Young master, these are catapults. They're the catapults they're transporting to some yuan city. Lu Qi walked up to Su Changshou and said to him. Su Changshou looked in the direction he was pointing, where carts were pulling loads of logs of various shapes. The longest one is a whopping 10 meters long, so once assembled, its range must be quite impressive. Burn it all. Su Changshou spoke up. These bulky things are no use to me. Even if we wanted to use it, we didn't have enough manpower to do so. It would be better to burn it on the spot to prevent it from falling into the hands of barbarians. Everyone understood this principle and had no objections. Clean up the battlefield. Kill all the badly wounded warhorses and pile them up together. The barbarian weapons were also piled up together. Su Changshou gave the instructions. The group had followed Su Changshou out more than once, so they naturally knew the rules. These things will likely be taken back to the mountain stronghold by those mysterious people arranged by Su Changshou so that they don't have to carry them themselves. They didn't know how Su Changshou managed to bring so many things back to the stronghold so quietly every time, since it would take at least several hundred people to do that. But precisely because of this, the Su family's image in their minds becomes even more unfathomable. Some even said behind the scenes that the Su family was secretly protected by a deity. Su Changshou was too lazy to correct these people. Adding a layer of mystery to himself and the Su family was not necessarily a bad thing. A greater sense of also makes it easier for them to remain loyal to the Su family. 15 minutes later, the battlefield was cleaned up. Dian Wei led the group toward the mountain stronghold. After they had gone some distance, Su Changshou put all the spoils of war into a spatial storage in front of Lu Bu and Ling Tong. Back to the mountain stronghold. The group chased after the main force. The mountain stronghold, the Su family's pavilion. It was midday when Su Changshou stepped out of the pavilion and stretched. After a long and arduous journey last night, everyone was exhausted. In this battle, more than 800 barbarians were killed, nearly half of whom were killed by Lu Bu and Dian Wei. This record is nothing short of astonishing. A total of 137 warhorses were captured, 100 longbows, and countless other weapons. They only lost 7 men, which can be considered a great victory. There were also 63 dead warhorses in the warehouse that hadn't been slaughtered yet, which was also a great harvest. Have someone dispose of all that horse meat. We'll all eat horse meat today, as much as we want. Su Changshou made the arrangements with a smile. There are 45,000 caddies of horse meat, enough for us to eat until we're stuffed. By the way, ask Zhao, Qingye, and the others if they'd like to buy some. We can sell them some at a low price. Su Changshou then thought that his neighbors were all wealthy and powerful, so it would be good to exchange the horse meat for some money. When the news reached the mountain stronghold, the entire stronghold erupted in cheers. Zhao Cheng was also delighted to learn that the Su family was willing to sell them some horse meat at a low price. The masters themselves usually eat meat, but the guards and servants below them have long since given up meat. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he spent 500 taels of silver to buy 10 dead horses from the Su family. These dead horses can yield about 7,000 caddies of meat, enough for them to eat for a long time. Su Changshou didn't bother to haggle over the price and readily sold it to Zhao, Qingye, and the others at half price. For a time, the entire village was busy skinning horses, removing bones, and processing the meat. Women and children joined in, filling the room with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, the military tents at Laozhan outside Songyuan City were extremely anxious. According to the plan, the batch of catapults should have arrived this morning, but there has been no movement since. Investigate. Lao Shan addressed the people below. Chapter 168 Retreat as the Sun Sets. As Lao Shan listened to his subordinate's report, his hands and feet turned ice cold. The catapult was burned. The entire transport team was intercepted and killed. Take me to see this. Enraged, Lao Shan was the first to mount his warhorse, followed by a troop of over 1,000 barbarian cavalry. They rode at full speed and arrived at the attack site in just half an hour. Looking at the barbarian corpses scattered all over the ground and the severed limbs strewn everywhere, Lao Shan felt a chill run down his spine. He boasted that he was a veteran of countless battles. But I have never seen such a horrific scene. Back when he was still a junior officer and had not yet become a commander of 10,000, he was known as the Butcher because he was extremely ferocious on the battlefield. They showed no mercy to the enemy. making them tremble with fear. However, at this moment he felt that the people who attacked his transport team were the real butchers. The Liao soldiers who had fallen to the ground had their shoulders cut off at shoulder level, and some had their internal organs pulled out, the cause of which was unknown. Some people even lost their heads, and it's unknown where they rolled off to. Of the more than 800 warriors of the Liao dynasty, not a single one was able to escape. Who is it? At this moment, Lao Shan was filled with confusion and anger. He roared at the crowd. My lord, could it be that King Li did it? King Li and his men are holed up in the city, too afraid to come out, but they may have already secretly sent out a message for help. Could it be that we were killed by reinforcements they brought in? If we wanted to kill all 800 people without letting any escape, we would need at least a Xia army of 2,000 elite soldiers. When my subordinates captured Kyul City, the Xia soldiers they took prisoner mentioned that there were 2 other Xia cities to the southeast and southwest of Songyuan City. Could it be that they were the ones who made the move? Kasi leaned closer and said, Reinforcements. Lao Shan's gaze turned serious as he fell into deep thought. Let's go. Let's go back. A moment later, Lao Han turned his horse around and galloped towards Songyuan City. Half an hour later, ugh, a long, drawn-out horn sounded over the barbarian camp besieging the city. The barbarians actually began to organize their forces and dismantle their camps. Then they marched in a grand procession towards a direction far from Songyuan City. On the city wall of Songyuan, everyone looked at the scene before them with puzzled expressions. You just left like that? Looks like they've left. What are they after? They've been surrounding us for over 10 days. Perhaps something big happened back home. King Li and Jianggo each said a sentence, staring blankly at the retreating barbarian army. These barbarians had been besieging the area for so long, they were prepared to hold out for months, but then they inexplicably withdrew. He had initially wondered if the barbarians were plotting something, since they had been surrounding the area without attacking. Originally, I planned that if I was unable to cope with the situation, I would swallow my pride and ask Jianyuan City and Daobei City for help. The prefects of those 2 cities, seeing the power of the Prince of Han, have now submitted to him. They figure that if they open their mouths, those 2 bastards will definitely make exorbitant demands. He had prepared his carrier pigeons and was prepared for a huge financial loss, but he never expected the surprise to come so suddenly. Your Highness, we're all right now. John Goer said happily. Yes, have someone slaughter pigs and sheep to reward the soldiers guarding the city. They've worked hard these past few days. Give each of them a pound of meat. King Lu shouted loudly to the guards on the city wall. Long live the prince. Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered. TSK, TSK, TSK. The prince is really generous today. John Goer smacked his lips. Sir, are we just going to leave like this? Cass said somewhat reluctantly. He wanted revenge and besieged Songyuan City for more than 10 days, thinking that the city was safe. Once he enters the city, he will definitely slaughter a bunch of Xia people to vent his anger. But unexpectedly, Lao Han ordered a retreat. Fool, you saw the strength of the Xia soldiers who attacked our transport team today. Do you think that's their entire force? If this was reinforcements sent by King Le, do you think there would only be so few of them? Clearly, these people were just there to attack our army's transport convoys. We don't know how many troops are still in the rear. We've already lost our catapults. If we're attacked from both sides by King Lu and his reinforcements, we could very well perish here. If we don't leave now, we probably won't be able to leave at all. Lao San solemni zipli. Your Excellency is wise. It was I who was reckless. Kasi hurriedly apologized. Yes, you still have a lot to learn. My teacher told me that we could never be too cautious when dealing with the Xia people. Sometimes you feel that those Xia people are like stray dogs, but they might actually be lying in wait, ready to turn the tables on you at any moment. Just when you think you have victory in your grasp and let your guard down, they quickly rise from the ashes and defeat you. This was not uncommon in the history of the Xia people. Laos compointed tokas. A person's teacher must be a wise man. Cass complimented. He is a Xia person, and he was once a failed scholar. Now he prefers to be called sir by outsiders. Lao San Laoget. Xia people. Cass looked puzzled, never expecting that Lao Han would become a disciple of a Xia person. Don't overthink it. My teacher has been living in our Liao dynasty for over 30 years and has long since become one with us. This plan to take control of the great Xia was first proposed by him. Lao Shan said, What? Cass's face showed utter shock. It turned out that their arrival in this great Xia territory was actually a scheme by the Xia people. Don't make that face. The teacher's magnanimity is beyond comprehension, and he has long since transcended any prejudice between Liao and Xia. If you become a commander of 10,000 in the future, you will have the opportunity to be sent to a school to receive instruction from teachers. When Laozhan talked about that school, he seemed to miss it. A school? It's that mysterious school. The teacher there is. Cass realized what was happening and exclaimed in surprise. Since the king ascended the throne, a story has been circulating in the Liao dynasty. That is, the high-ranking officials of the Liao dynasty would be sent to a mysterious school to study for half a year. This school is very mysterious, and little information about what happens inside has been leaked out. Unexpectedly, the teachers in this school are from the Xia dynasty. Cass was utterly shocked by the information that Laozhan revealed, and his mind remained unsettled for a long time. Now that King Li's reinforcements have arrived, there's nothing we can do about them for the time being. I imagine they won't dare to provoke us easily when they see us retreating. Let's move forward a little further and disband these scattered troops we've gathered. Now, let's secure control of the territory first to prevent the Xia people from launching a counterattack. Laozhan sighed, not to mention that Cass felt unwilling. How could he be willing to accept it? They originally intended to capture Songyuan City and gain a tremendous victory, but they ended up returning empty-handed. It was all bark and no bite. Chapter 169, Starving and Unable to Stand, the mountain stronghold, the Su family. They've retreated? It seems those barbarians have already discovered that the catapults have been burned. Su Changshou Laoget. This morning, as usual, the Su family sent people to gather information near Songyuan City and discovered that the barbarian army had already withdrawn. All that was left was a mess. I imagine they'll be even more surprised when they return to their base and see the surprise we prepared for them. Lu Qi said. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Su family burst into laughter. The surprise they left behind is probably rotten by now. Recently, we have ordered people to keep a close eye on the movements of the barbarians within a 30-mile radius of the mountain stronghold. I have a feeling that those barbarians have discovered our power, and they might take action. Su Changshou said. Changshou is right. It's better to be safe than sorry. Our mountain stronghold is full of the elderly, women, and children. If the barbarians find us and bring their army, we'll be in big trouble. Lu Wen echoed. The Su family members nodded in agreement, and they also strongly agreed with Su Changshou's words. A stronghold of the barbarians. The centurion, who was leading his men back to camp, felt a tightness in his chest and almost fainted when he saw the scene before him. The entire camp was littered with rotting corpses, clearly indicating that they had been dead for more than 10 days. The camp storerooms were also looted, and all the horses and weapons were gone. This scenario is occurring at various outposts, large and small, throughout the region. After Laozhan disbanded his troops, the barbarian soldiers who had come to answer the call returned to their respective strongholds. However, the scene that greeted them made them feel as if they were in a nightmare. Events occurring at each outpost naturally had to be reported to Laozhan. At this moment, Laozhan was furious in a city that served as his base. 15 men were kneeling before him, including a centurion. These are the leaders of various strongholds. Nearly 1,000 Liao warriors died inexplicably, and 150,000 caddies of grain were lost. Great. Excellent. Find out who did it. Turn this area within a 200-mile radius upside down. I refuse to believe I can't find them. Lao Shan slammed his palm on the table in front of him, and the table shattered instantly. The kneeling crowd dared not even breathe, for they knew that Lao Shan's eyes had turned red with rage. They were all relieved that they had underreported the amount of lost grain, otherwise they would have been in serious trouble. Lao Shan was well aware that his hometown had been raided while the siege of Songyuan City was in progress. This was clearly not the work of King Lu, unless he had another army outside the city that could foresee the future. Having just experienced the disappointment of failing to capture Songyuan City, and now, with this incident, he was burning with rage. They vowed to find these people hiding in the shadows. While it's infuriating, the impact of this incident still needs to be handled properly. He moved a considerable amount of grain and fodder from the main camp and distributed it to various outposts. They were given additional troops. Otherwise, these strongholds would have greatly reduced their control over the surrounding area. Such a shameful thing could not be known to the commander-in-chief, so the replacement of the lost grain and fodder had to be found by ourselves. Thinking of this, Lao Shan felt a wave of weariness wash over him again. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the Su family servants and retainers are intensifying their training at the mountain stronghold. After attacking the barbarians' catapults and obtaining so much horse meat, the Su family issued an order. Their daily meals must include at least 2 pounds of meat. After selling the horse meat to Zhao Qingye and his group, there was still more than 30,000 jin left, which were made into dried meat and smoked meat that are easy to preserve. There are fewer than 300 of them, and this amount of meat is enough to fill them up. Everyone was overjoyed. Before becoming a refugee, I never dared to imagine that this day would come. This isn't the kind of good life only landlords can enjoy. They didn't realize that Zhao Cheng, whom they used to look up to, was now living a life that wasn't much different from theirs. All of this came about after the Su family. Everyone became even more determined to follow the Su family. However, the meat given to them by the Su family was not given away for free. The reason Su Changshou ordered that horse meat be supplied to them almost without limit was because a few days ago, the people they sent out discovered barbarian scouts near the mountains. This mountain forest stretches for 20 miles to the north and east, and the mountain stronghold is built in a secluded place near Songyuan City, so barbarians generally don't come near this area. I'm not worried about them discovering the counterfeit site anytime soon. However, Su Changshou still planned to intensify the training. In preparation for possible accidents, eating meat necessitates intensified training. The Su family's training volume has increased several times over, seemingly pushing their bodies to their limits. The Su family servants were panting heavily, too exhausted to even lift their eyelids. Those retainers were originally soldiers, and although their physical condition was much better than that of the servants, they looked no different from the servants at this moment. I don't want to eat meat anymore. I'm too tired, and I feel like I'm going to die. A soldier lay on the ground, his eyes closed, and weakly spoke to his comrade beside him. He was met with a barely audible, dismissive reply. Clearly, this person no longer had the strength to speak. Changshou, is this kind of training method okay? I've never seen such intense training in the military. People vidi, Zhao Jie said with a worried expression. Train as hard as you can, as long as you don't die. The more you sweat now, the less blood you'll bleed when you fight the barbarians later. Su Changshou said calmly. He wouldn't talk about humanity at this time. He was feeding them and protecting them in this chaotic world so that they could protect their families. Now that the barbarians have started looking for them, they must hurry up and train a strong army. He can now buy 2 sets of heavy armor from the mall every day. If we could equip a heavily armored cavalry phalanx in the future, wouldn't we be able to roam freely then? Right now, the priority is to improve their physical fitness so that they can at least hold their own against those barbarians who eat meat all day long. This way, if the barbarians accidentally invade the mountain stronghold, they will be able to protect the elderly, women, and children. Otherwise, it would be a waste of manpower to rely on following behind the martial artists and Su family heavy cavalry to fight with the wind at their backs all day. In his view, there was not much difference between people, and the Xia people were not inherently inferior to the barbarians. If given sufficient supplies and training, these refugees can also grow into battle-hardened warriors. Songyuan City, Li Wang Mansion. Haven't they arrived in Songyuan City yet? Could they have really starved to death? King Li asked Jianggoer. When the barbarians besieged the city, he worried that Zhao Jie and his men might starve to death because they couldn't get into the city. Now that the barbarians have retreated, he figured Zhao Jie and his men should hurry up and come looking for him. But several days have passed, and there's still no news. How strange. No, Jianggoer replied. Go and take another look at their mountain village. King Li made the arrangements. Jianggoer turned and left. 2 hours later. Your Highness, I saw them on a grassy field, but I didn't dare to get close. The people in that mountain village were so hungry that they lay on the ground in large groups. Many people fainted from hunger just looking at it. Jianggoer returned and excitedly told King Li. Chapter 170 Come with me to deliver meat. I didn't expect them to be so resilient. They probably don't know that the barbarians have already retreated. King Li laughed. Should we think of a way to tell them? Otherwise, they'll really starve to death. Jianggoer asked. No need. Those spoiled brats know what's going on and will definitely send people to investigate. They'll find out on their own in a day or two. Then we'll just wait for them to come and give in inside the city. King Lu vowed solemnly. However, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and King Li waited and waited, but Zhao Jie and the others did not appear. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could it be that they would rather starve to death than come and serve the prince? Unexpectedly, these scions of noble families possess such resolute character, preferring death to serving as traitors. How valiant! Jiang Goder said with admiration. Who the hell are you on? King Li kicked him in the buttocks. Come, follow me to take a look. If something really happens, those dog families will be jumping up and down in a panic. King Li pondered for a moment before speaking. He dared not wait any longer. If Zhao Jie and his group really starved to death, that was definitely not what he wanted to see. Bring a few cartloads of grain and, slaughter 2 pigs and bring them along too. King Li thought for a moment and then added, when I show up in front of them with food, those little guys will be moved to tears. King Li imagined himself appearing in the mountain stronghold like a savior, his image undoubtedly glorious and imposing, his head practically glowing. Even if Zhao Jie and his gang of spoiled brats don't immediately bow down, they'll probably still gain a lot of goodwill. Copycat. Quickly, get moving. Haven't you all eaten meat? If you're any slower, the training will be doubled. Ling Tong gave a stern reprimand to the servants and retainers who were training. Upon hearing that the training would be doubled, those people gritted their teeth and started running again. 1 lap, 2 laps, 10 laps, 20 laps. As soon as the sun rose, they were woken up and ran around the village all morning. Although they had gotten used to these things over the years, they still complained endlessly. After morning training, they can rest for half a day while having lunch. Then the afternoon continued with the inhumane torture. Equestrianism, combat, swordsmanship, battle formations, and weight training. These things were given in rotation, and by the time they got back to bed at night, they didn't even have the strength to take off their clothes. He fell asleep as soon as he lay down. The people they envy most now are their companions who are sent out to scout the outskirts of the mountains every day. When they go out to conduct reconnaissance, they don't need to train anymore. Take a break. We'll continue this afternoon. The morning training session is finally over. Everyone was too exhausted to move and laid down on the ground. He was breathing heavily. Some of them even fell into a deep sleep. Inside the Su family's attic, Su Changshou was listening to a report from Scout. The scouts we just sent out discovered a group of people from Songyuan City heading towards the mountains. They didn't seem to have any ill intentions, but I still rushed back to report the matter immediately. Oh, people from Songyuan City? What are they doing here? Su Changshou pondered for a moment, wondering why these people had come to this deep mountain. As for why the people of Songyuan City knew he was hiding in the mountain stronghold, he had actually been mentally prepared for it for a long time. It would be abnormal for King Lu to be unfamiliar with the surrounding area after cultivating this place for decades. They might have known about our choice of this mountain stronghold back then. Could it be because of us? Has King Li not given up yet? Zhao Jie said with a strange expression. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. We helped them escape the siege by the barbarians, and they haven't thanked us yet. Doing good deeds deserves recognition. You'll be in charge of receiving them for a bit. Let's see what they're up to. Su Changshou said. This road is really difficult to walk on. These little guys have found a good spot. If you hadn't led the way, we really wouldn't have found it so quickly. King Li, mounted on his horse, spoke to Jiang Goer. Once you cross this mountain, that's it. I've been to that village before. Jiang Goer pointed to a mountain stronghold in the distance and said to King Li. Half an hour later, King Li glanced at the mountain stronghold not far away and quickened his pace. He couldn't wait to see how miserable these people looked, especially that little guy Zhao Jie. Let's see if he's still tough this time. Have a guard stationed here. You can come with me and have someone push the things over there, so as not to frighten the little ones. King Li said to Jiang Goer. Then he took Jiang Goer and 5 carts of grain and meat and headed towards the mountain stronghold. When they arrived at the entrance of the mountain stronghold, they saw Zhao Jie and the others standing outside. Could they be waiting for us? Jiang Goer asked with a puzzled look. It must be a coincidence. Let's go take a look. King Li led the way toward Zhao Jie and his group. Greetings, Your Highness. When they arrived, Zhao Jie and the others quickly bowed and greeted each other. Young Master Zhao, how about it? Surprised? I, the king, have personally brought you food. King Li greeted Zhao Jie with a warm smile. The Su family members around Zhao Jie were regarded only as Zhao Jie's companions or servants. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhao Jie bowed and thanked him, but he was surprised by the unexpected joy. This inexplicable arrival in the mountain village is more likely to cause a fright than anything else. Your Highness, please. Zhao Jie led King Li into the mountain stronghold. At this time, the mountain stronghold was filled with listless Su family servants and retainers. Some sat on the ground sighing. Some lay under the shade of trees with grass in their mouths. Some people were walking slowly, supporting their backs. King Li even saw a person walk along and then suddenly collapse to the ground, panting heavily. The people in the mountain stronghold were already used to this scene. It was just that their bodies were being pushed to the limit. You'll feel better after a good night's sleep. However, the situation appeared quite different to King Li and his companions. Your Highness, see, I wasn't wrong. We're so hungry we can't even walk. Jiangoer put his mouth close to Li Wang's ear and whispered something. Hey, this Zhao kid is really stubborn. Even after all this, he still won't back down. I enjoy taming this kind of donkey-like temperament. King Li had an expression on his face that said his conspiracy was about to succeed. Young man of the Zhao family, I know you have run out of food, so I've sent you 5 carts of grain. There were also 2 freshly slaughtered, fat pigs, each with a layer of fat about 2 fingers thick. King Li spoke loudly to Zhao Jie. It's like you shouldn't be too touched, but you're still hoping the other person will do something. Vomit. As soon as he finished speaking, several of the Su family servants and retainers who were resting nearby began to vomit. As if it were contagious, it caused more than a dozen people to feel nauseous as well, as if some scene had been recalled. King Li was in a daze, not knowing what was going on. I only said 1 sentence. What's with these people's reaction? This is not what I expected. Shouldn't you be overjoyed? Chapter 171, you actually ate horses. What's wrong with them? Did I say something wrong? King Li looked at Zhao Jie with a puzzled expression. Maybe it's because he heard about eating meat that he felt a little uncomfortable. Zhao Jie replied. These days, the Su family members have been forced to eat meat every day. At first, they were overjoyed and thought it was a great thing. Even the lives of gods and immortals couldn't be better than this. However, this comes at the cost of eating meat while also enduring training that pushes the body to its limits. If you eat so much meat, your body will suffer if you don't burn it off through exercise. This intensity of training is almost breaking down their psychological defenses. It feels like torture to them. So much so that now, whenever I hear about eating meat, I think of the pain I felt after training. Now they just want to live like before, eating coarse food and wild vegetables, rather than suffer this torment again. Oh, I understand. You've suffered. King Li looked at Zhao Jie with a I understand you expression, and his eyes showed sympathy. That's terrible. How long has it been since they've eaten meat? King Li thought to himself. Dinner's ready. Just then, Wang Wu's wife called out loudly to everyone from the kitchen shed in front of the Su family's attic. Lunchtime. Oh, what a perfect time for me to arrive. It's still mealtime. King Li laughed. Then they saw the people from the mountain village slowly walking towards the stove shed. His face was full of reluctance. It seems the food is very simple. No one wants to eat it. King Li thought to himself, young man Zhao, take these 2 pigs and give them a treat. They haven't had any oil or fat in a long time. King Li said to Zhao Jie, no need, they're just spoiled. They don't know how lucky they are. Zhao Jie said casually, these scions of wealthy families are just too concerned with saving face. What's wrong with them admitting their weakness? Seeing that Zhao Jie was still being stubborn, King Li looked at Jiangoer and shook his head. Come, let me see your food. Before Zhao Jie could agree, he took the lead and walked towards the kitchen shed. He wanted to see how Zhao Jie and his ilk had been surviving all this time. By this time, a long queue had already formed in front of the stove shed. Wang Wu's wife lifted the lids of several large pots. Instantly, a strong aroma of meat wafted out, hitting the nostrils of Li Wang and his companions. This is meat. King Li looked at Jiangoer with a puzzled expression. Horse meat, it smells so good. Jiangoer sniffed and followed the smell. King Li followed. Then I saw several large pots filled with egg-sized chunks of meat steaming inside. The woman standing in front of the large pot dipped a spoon into it, scooped up a large spoonful of horse meat, and put it into the bowls of the people in line. Each person's bowl was overflowing. There was no joy on their faces. When the meat was served into the bowl, King Lu saw a hint of sadness in their eyes. How could you feed your men horses? What a waste. King Li looked at Zhao Jie with a face full of anger. These horses are extremely valuable, especially now with the war. Even money can't buy a horse. These people actually killed and ate the horse. That's incredibly wasteful. This could have been avoided by them simply apologizing to him, but they prefer to eat horses rather than go to Songyuan City to find him. That's absolutely infuriating. Can't you see that even his own men can't bear to eat this horse meat? It's only because these scions of noble families don't take horses seriously that they can do such outrageous things. At this moment, King Li had already categorized Zhao Jie as a playboy. There's too much. It would be a waste not to eat it. Zhao Jie said, I don't understand why King Li has that expression. Indeed, it's all because I didn't consider your situation. Upon hearing Zhao Jie's words, King Li instantly understood. Now, they don't even have enough food for themselves, so where would they get the food to feed those horses? Since those horses are going to starve anyway, we might as well kill them and eat them. Having figured this out, King Li's expression improved considerably. Your Highness, it's time for us to eat. Please join us at the table. Just then, Zhao Jie spoke. Very well, I'll also try this horse meat. It's been a long time since I've had this. King Li laughed. He figured that Zhao Jie and his group should be eating the same things, and he didn't want to offend Zhao Jie. Please, Your Highness. Zhao Jie stretched out his hand, leading King Li toward the Su family's pavilion. At this moment, the main members of the Su family were already waiting for dinner in the attic. Upon seeing King Li enter, he quickly rose and bowed. King Li assumed these were people who had fled with Zhao Jie and simply nodded. With Prince Li joining them, the Su family members naturally could not sit in the same way as before. They each found a suitable place to sit, leaving the main table for King Li and his entourage. Your Highness, please take a seat. Zhao Jie invited King Li to take a seat. Chapter 172, Let me see what you all are eating. Then I saw someone carrying plates of dishes and placing them on the table. Stewed horse meat. It looks delicious and looks very appealing. It's rare that you can still make such a dish in your current situation. Not bad. King Li looked at the first dish that was served and praised it. This must be the best dish on the table. However, his mouth remained open from then on. He rubbed his eyes hard before he was sure he hadn't seen wrong. Braised chicken, scrambled eggs, braised pork, 4 happiness meatballs, steamed fish, and rabbit meat. All kinds of stir-fried vegetables, pies, and steamed buns. A whole roasted lamb was even served in the very center of the table. He also noticed that the same was true at the 2 tables next to him, which were mostly occupied by women and children. King Li stared at the dishes in disbelief, swallowing hard. Now, due to the invasion of barbarians and the resulting transportation difficulties, even if he wanted to eat something good in the palace, it wouldn't be easy. But Zhao Jie and the others, whom he thought were starving to death, were actually eating better than him. Is there any justice in this world? Turns out I've been worrying for nothing all these days. It seems your previous information was incorrect. King Li glanced at Jiang Goer, who was drooling beside him, and they exchanged glances. Can I pick up some food now? Jiang Goer replied with a look of delight. He had been itching to start eating for a long time. He had never eaten so well in Songyuan City. What kind of expression is that? What do you want to do? Don't embarrass me. King Li glanced at Jiang Goer's expression. His heart skipped a beat, and he shook his head, quickly stopping Jiang Goer with a look. Based on past experience, once this guy shows this expression, he's definitely going to do something that you don't want to see. Oh, so you've got your eye on that chicken butt too? Fine. Jiang Goer suppressed his joy and stared listlessly at the chicken's rear end on the table, looking regretful. Are you sure you're here to escape? King Li asked Zhao Jie. Actually, we don't usually eat like this. Zhao, ye ekplinet. I knew it. King Li breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If he had to eat like this every day, how could he stand it? The main reason is that my son said he wanted to eat a whole roasted lamb last night, so I made one today. We usually eat lamb chops and the like. Zhao Jie added, King Li, is this what people say? However, Zhao Jie's words revealed a crucial point. King Li had still managed to seize upon it. Young master? What young master? King Lu then noticed that a 6 or 7-year-old child had been following him the whole time. He was sitting at a table with himself at that moment. A child wanted to eat roast lamb, so we specially made it for him. This shows that this child's status is absolutely extraordinary. Keep in mind that this was a chaotic time when resources were extremely scarce. Whose child has such a big say? He had previously thought that Zhao Jie was the leader of these people, the one with the highest status among them. But at that moment, he realized that he might have misunderstood something. Dian Wei, sitting next to Su Changshou, sensed that King Li was secretly watching Su Changshou, and looked at King Li as well. There was a hint of wariness in his expression. He was sitting next to Su Changshou today because there were outsiders present who needed his protection. Martial artists are very sensitive to each other's auras. When Dian Wei looked at King Li, Jiang Goer also felt threatened by the burly man in front of him. With legs slightly apart and arms poised to strike, he was ready to make his move at any moment. King Li noticed that Jiang Goer was protecting him, and seeing his tense expression, he knew that the person in front of him was not simple. He quickly smiled, putting both sides at ease. "Young man of the Zhao family, why don't you introduce the people at this table to me?" King Li spoke to Zhao Jie. The presence of someone beside the child that made Jiang Goer nervous further confirmed that he was no ordinary person. Right now, he wants to know the doll's identity. Zhao Jie looked at Su Changshou, and seeing him nod, he quickly stood up. These subtle actions, of course, could not escape the eyes of King Li. Interesting. It seems this Zhao family lad has to listen to this child. I underestimated this little brat before. King Li was secretly alarmed. "Your Highness, I've been traveling with the Su family from Manhwa County all the way here. This is Master Su Shuli of the Su family." Zhao Jie gestured towards Su Shuli. This was also the first time that Su Shuli had dined with the prince. He was flattered and overwhelmed, but having never met such a distinguished person before, he didn't know how to respond and could only quickly bow to the prince. "This is old Master Zhang Jiuzhang, who is related to the Su family by marriage." Zhao Jie didn't know how to explain it, but thought that saying it this way would be easier to understand. Although the Su family has demonstrated immense strength along the way, on the surface they're just ordinary farmers in Manhwa County, and I really don't know how to introduce them. Zhang Jiuzhang was also a genuine farmer, and even less worldly wise than Su Shuli. At this moment, they followed suit and bowed to King Li. Chapter 173, I Deserve to Die. Both old gentlemen are in good health. Listening to Zhao Jie's introduction, King Li was also completely confused, not knowing what the two men were really. But Zhao Jie started by introducing the two of them, presumably because they were the highest-ranking members. Moreover, the fact that the two of them were neither humble nor arrogant towards themselves suggests they were not ordinary people. Let him continue to introduce the other people. Perhaps we can guess their identities. King Li suppressed his curiosity. This is the magistrate of Manhwa County, Lord Lu Wan, who comes from the Lu family of Jinling. Zhao Jie breathed a sigh of relief when Lu Wan was introduced. This kind of introduction is much better. It includes connections, family background, and official rank. "Lu Wan greets your highness." Lu Wan quickly stood up and bowed to King Li. "I never expected to meet someone from the Lu family here. I visited the Lu family when I was in Jinling. So many years have passed since then." King Li laughed. They were surprised to encounter the Lu family here. But then I thought that this person was only the magistrate of Manhwa County, so he must be a member of a collateral branch of the family. He naturally wouldn't say it out loud, but he felt in his heart that the Su family members at this table might not be simple people, who would take a county magistrate with them when fleeing from disaster. There must be something going on, which makes me even more eager to hear what follows. This is Su Changshou, the grandson of Old Master Su and the grandson of Old Master Zhang. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Jie proceeded with the introduction. For a moment, I was speechless with myself. Things were just too hard for me. I've never encountered such an awkward situation when the matchmaker introduced me. Currently, these four people are in charge here. Zhao Jie said. This is Dian Wei, the young master's bodyguard. Zhao Jie then introduced Dian Wei, finally finishing the introductions. Oh, is the young master also in charge? King Li was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He just thought this kid was of high status, but he didn't expect him to be the person in charge. Moreover, judging from this, Zhao Jie and the others also listened to these four people. What a strange combination. King Li was puzzled. This whole table of people is really strange. I usually give advice to everyone. Su Changshou said casually to King Li. Oh, what are your responsibilities, young master? King Li became interested, thinking that the two old men both seemed rather shrewd, and it would be easier to get some information out of the child in front of him. Kill barbarians, plunder barbarians. Su Changshou smiled. revealing 8 small teeth, as if he were talking about something as trivial as eating or drinking. Young master is quite interesting. It takes an adult to kill someone. Young master still needs to grow up. King Li thought he was joking and laughed it off. Your Highness, the young master is not joking. Does your Highness know why the barbarians who besieged Songyuan City for more than 10 days suddenly withdrew their troops? Zhao Jie said. Su Changshou once said that doing good deeds should leave a name, so he naturally seized on this topic and brought it up. Oh, you know why? Upon hearing this, King Li became interested and looked at Zhao Jie with curiosity. It was the young master who realized that the barbarians had been besieging the city for so long without attacking, perhaps waiting for some powerful weapon to launch an attack. Then we sent people out to investigate and discovered that the barbarians had transported more than 30 catapults towards Songyuan City. It was the young master who ordered us to mobilize our men and burn those catapults halfway through the journey. The barbarians only retreated after they lost their catapults. So, ye etblinet. Such a thing has happened. King Lu was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. He had been puzzled as to why the barbarians had suddenly retreated, but he never imagined there was such an inside story. If all 30-odd catapults were transported to the city walls, relying solely on our 5 barbarian annihilating cannons would be a real problem. Although it's unlikely that the enemy will be able to break into the city, if they take the opportunity to attack, I might have to pay a considerable price to stop them. And all of this was actually orchestrated by this 6 or 7-year-old child in front of us. This is incredible. You're the barbarian supply caravan that uses these people outside to ambush them? King Li asked in confusion. That's right. It was the young master who led the men there. The horse meat in those pots outside is from the war horses that were slaughtered when we killed the barbarians. Zhao Jie said. No wonder. Upon hearing this, King Lu understood. It wasn't Zhao Jie and his men who slaughtered their own horses, but rather they ate the barbarians' horses. You weren't the same group that robbed the barbarian supply trains twice before, were you? King Li then said with a strange expression. I grabbed some supplies while I was at it. Su Changshou, note that there's nothing to hide. King Li could not possibly be colluding with the barbarians, so it's all right to tell him. King Li now understood perfectly well that everything was connected. Zhao Jie and his men were short of food, so he raised the price of grain in order to win them over. Lacking food, they had no choice but to rob the barbarian supplies. Then the barbarians mistakenly believed that they had done it and sent troops to attack Songyuan City in retaliation. Everything connects. I've been made a scapegoat for these people. However, after thinking it through, King Lu felt that the root of the problem might still lie with himself. If I hadn't raised the price of grain, they wouldn't have risked their lives to rob the barbarian supplies, and none of this would have happened, right? Oh dear, I deserve to die. I've driven them to this point. King Li couldn't help but feel guilty. Chapter 174, I won't eat, you can eat. You've all worked so hard. King Li said with some shame. As fellow Xia people, we will not stand by and watch the barbarians conquer Songyuan City. Su Li Mai. Everyone nodded in agreement, assuming that the hardship King Li mentioned referred to their efforts in burning the barbarians' catapults and lifting the siege of Songyuan City. This incident brought the two sides closer together. The atmosphere at the dinner table was harmonious. Ignoring the lively conversation, Jiang Goer just kept stuffing his mouth full and his hands never stopped moving. At that moment, he was holding a leg of lamb in one hand and a piece of chicken in the other, eating with his mouth full of oil. King Li quickly kicked him secretly, signaling him to watch his image. What? You want to eat it? Here you go. Jiang Goer reluctantly handed the lamb leg he had just taken to King Li. King Li took it instinctively. Seeing everyone at the table put down their chopsticks and stare at him in surprise, he felt utterly embarrassed and speechless. I won't eat it. You can eat it. King Li hurriedly stuffed the lamb leg into Jiang Goer's hand again. If people misunderstood that he was a reincarnated starving ghost, he would lose face. Oh, you don't often get to eat this in the prince's mansion. Jiang Goer took it and took a big bite. The prince's subordinates are also remarkable. Zhao Jie quickly came to the rescue. Ha! He's usually rather lax in etiquette, but he's a master at killing barbarians. Please don't be offended, everyone. King Li laughed, trying to hide his embarrassment. The Su family members quickly echoed with smiles. He thought to himself that even a prince's life didn't seem easy. The meal was enjoyed by both host and guests, but King Li still wanted to get more information out of them. They especially wanted to know the background of the Su family. But every time the conversation reached a crucial point, the child would seemingly unintentionally change the subject, steering the conversation back to unimportant matters. It made him feel neither here nor there, as if the child sitting opposite him had the soul of a cunning adult inside him. Your Highness, we wish to continue south. I wonder if Feng Hui has left yet. Su Changshou finally obtained information that he had been unable to obtain. That Feng Hui is becoming increasingly powerful, and now he has occupied 4 prefectures. Fortunately, the king of Han occupied Jinling City, gained the surrender of many places, and reorganized many forces. This would free up resources to curb his expansion. I advise you to wait a little longer. Feng Hui calls himself the Rebel King, and every time he occupies a place, he will take refugees and local poor people to plunder the wealthy. Wherever he went, the local gentry, landlords, and even some small families and officials would be wiped out by him. The money and grain obtained were used to support the displaced people. The common people and refugees now support him greatly. He now commands more than 100,000 people, and his strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, it is said that they have informants among the people, even in remote mountain villages. With so many of you, if they catch you, they definitely won't let you go easily. King Le told everyone what he knew. Well, that's the only way. Everyone sighed. There are no natural defenses in these mountains, and winter is approaching. Why don't you come into the city with me? I have connections with the Zhao, Zhou, Chu, Li, and Lu families, and I'm sure your family heads won't object. At this moment, King Li extended an invitation to Zhao, Jie, and the others. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit to this mountain stronghold today. We can stay in these mountains and won't cause any trouble for your highness. Zhao Jie quickly said. He knew perfectly well what King Li meant. As long as they agree to go to Songyuan City, King Li will dare to publicly declare that these noble sons are on his side. That very night, the news was expected to be sent by carrier pigeon to all parts of Great Xia. How will my family cope with that situation? The situation in Great Xia is currently in a state of great chaos. Leaving aside the various separatist forces, both the king of Han and the Great Xia dynasty, which had retreated to the southern border, were not to be trifled with. If you inexplicably take sides for your family and cause any bad consequences, then you will truly become a sinner against your family. He would rather die than do that. With so many women and children in the Su family, it's probably safer for them to stay in the city. I can set aside a separate area for you all in the city, and I will not disturb you on ordinary days. King Li was still unwilling to give up and looked at the Su family members again. He had already figured it out. These spoiled brats were led by the Su family, so starting with the Su family was a viable option. No, thank you for your kindness, your highness. This mountain stronghold is quite secluded, and I don't think the barbarians will come here. Su Changshou Laoget, he is full of secrets, and if he goes into the city, his secrets will definitely attract attention. But the food was something else that couldn't be explained. Moreover, it would be inconvenient for him to train these servants and retainers within the city, so he absolutely could not go into the city. Is that so? Very well, you're always welcome to come whenever you wish. King Li was somewhat disappointed, but he couldn't say anything more. Chapter 175. After sending Zhu Ke out for a meal, King Li could not stay any longer. After saying goodbye to everyone, he left with Jianggo. When he came out, he took a deep look at everyone in the mountain stronghold. So, did you find anything unusual? King Li, riding on his horse, asked Jianggo, who was burping beside him. Your Highness, the man next to that child is very strong, and I feel threatened by him. Jianggo spoke up. Just now, when Jianwei stared directly at King Li, the subtle aura emanating from him made King Li feel extremely nervous. Oh, then it seems his strength is at least similar to yours. King Li nodded. Since that child is protected by such a highly skilled martial artist, his identity must be extraordinary. It's just a pity that I didn't find out anything. In a corner of the mountain stronghold next to the back mountain, I sensed that there were many horses, no less than 400. Jianggo thought for a moment and then spoke. Once he entered the mountain stronghold, he used his 6 senses to their fullest extent and noticed that there were many horses in one corner of the stronghold. Oh, so many. Could they have been stolen from the barbarians? King Li was somewhat surprised. Considering Zhao Jie and others claim that they had attacked the barbarians multiple times, it's likely that these horses were stolen from the barbarians' war horses. After we get back, have someone investigate the matter of them burning the catapults. King Li gave his instructions. It's a hiccup. Jiang Guo nodded. That evening, Jiang Guo reported the information he had found to King Li. 40 miles north of Songyuan City, an area covered in bloodstains was discovered. There are remnants of fire there. It seems Zhao Jie wasn't lying. You mean a major battle took place there? King Li looked at Jiang Guo. Well, although we didn't see any bodies, judging from the hoof prints and bloodstains, there were at least 1,000 people involved. Jiang Guo said, Today we only saw a few hundred men left in a mountain stronghold. They must have suffered heavy losses as well. We owe them a huge favor this time. King Li fell into deep thought. Our scouts have discovered that the barbarians seem to be making moves again recently, with their various strongholds frequently sending personnel to scout the surrounding areas. Should we send someone to assassinate them? Jiang Guo said excitedly. I suppose it's because Zhao Jie and his men burned the catapults that they're looking for them. Send out all the vermilion birds. If they encounter any, leave the scouts behind. We owe them a favor, so we might as well help them out. Also, send people to keep a close watch on a mountain stronghold without attracting their attention. I have a feeling they're not as simple as they seem. That's what King Li said. When he returned from the mountain village today, he felt that those people did not look like they were fleeing a disaster at all. After he finished eating, he noticed that the people in a mountain village all had rosy complexions and did not look hungry at all. As for my previous guess that they were so hungry that their steps were unsteady, it was completely disproven. The points of contention here are quite interesting. Could they be training troops? After much thought, King Li could only think in this direction. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The people in the mountain stronghold have now adapted to the daily training volume. In particular, Wang Wu and the other 8 who were given special treatment as the second batch of heavy cavalry candidates have now made daily training a regular occurrence. Although they no longer practice martial arts, their physical strength is already comparable to that of a second-rank martial artist. Combined with the power of heavy cavalry, their combined charge could already form an army. Ling Tong looked at the 8 people training in the distance and said to Changshou. Changshou was overjoyed upon hearing this. A physique of second rank is sufficient. Battlefield combat is different from one-on-one fighting. For them, they don't need to know too many moves. As long as they can wear heavy armor, ride steadily on horseback, and slash, they can unleash tremendous power. Once these 8 men became heavy cavalry, the Su family would have 16 heavy cavalrymen. This force, when placed on the battlefield, would be an extremely formidable power. Make sure everyone else trains harder and doesn't slack off. Changshou gave instructions. That day, after King Li informed him of the situation outside, he became even more eager to continuously strengthen the power in his hands. In these chaotic times, relying on yourself is worse than relying on anyone else. Only when you have power in your own hands can you feel at ease. Recently, our men have discovered that the barbarians have sent out fewer spies. Ling Tong said, I suppose they couldn't find it and gave up. Changshou Guets. Nightfall City is a large city occupied by barbarians. At this time, it served as the main camp of the barbarian army. Lao Shan sat in the main seat with a very ugly expression, looking furious. They've all been attacked? Is this how you lead your troops? Have the scouts of my great Liao become unable to even defend themselves? Lao Shan swept the things off the table and onto the ground. The dozen or so stronghold commanders kneeling on the ground trembled with fear and dared not meet his gaze. My lord, the scouts we sent out were all elites, and their absolute strength was not a problem. I think it's probably because the enemy's strength is too great. We have consistently underestimated their strength. Cass, kneeling on the ground, explained with a bitter expression. Yes, sir, Cass is right. That must be the reason. Others echoed this sentiment, tried to absolve themselves of responsibility. Chapter 176 Sense of Honor. Lao Shan fell into thought upon hearing this. He knew his own army scouts well. They were all top-notch, handpicked from the best. If 1 or 2 people are killed in an attack, it can be attributed to bad luck. But if most of the people sent out have run into trouble, then something is amiss. You should know that the scouts you sent out covered an area of 200 miles. The enemy would need to expend several times the manpower to intercept and kill these people. Moreover, Those people must be stronger than one's own scouts to have a chance of killing them. This is something that no ordinary force could accomplish. Could it be that the opponent is actually stronger than expected? Lao Shan remained silent for a while. If a group of such powerful opponents appeared in my controlled area, and they were lurking in the shadows, that would be too great a threat to oneself. His plan to firmly control this area and then seize Song Yuan City was likely to be thwarted by these people. As long as these people exist, he will not dare to divert troops to besiege Song Yuan City as he did last time. Even during routine transport of grain and supplies, we must always be on guard against attacks by these people. It's impossible to guard against. Thinking of this, Lao Shan was in a state of turmoil. My lord, the commander-in-chief has sent you a letter. Just then, a soldier came in and handed him a letter. Lao Shan quickly took it and opened it. When he saw the contents of the letter, his expression changed drastically. The letter contained nothing other than a rebuke for his incompetence. What terrified him most was that the letter mentioned the massacre of more than a dozen of his strongholds and the assassination of the scouts he had sent out. Both of these matters were strictly forbidden from being mentioned to outsiders, and his subordinates were not allowed to leak the information. The attack on the scouts occurred in the last few days, yet the commander-in-chief already knew about it, and the information revealed was chilling upon closer examination. Someone secretly leaked the news. They reported it to the head coach. It was Qigong. Lao Shan broke out in a cold sweat at this thought. Who exactly is Qigong's man? His sharp gaze swept over the kneeling crowd, scanning their faces, trying to find any clues. However, they gained nothing. The thought that one of his men was Qigong's spy made him feel like he had a thorn in his side. But there was no solution for the time being, and he was even more restless. Send more manpower, 100 men per team. Find them no matter the cost. In a letter, the commander-in-chief urged him to quickly eliminate those spies in order to advance south. There was no time to delay. Seeing that Lao Shan's face turned extremely ugly after reading the letter, the crowd dared not say anything more and hurriedly accepted the order and left. In a mountain village, in front of the Su family's pavilion, a large crowd had gathered. The people sitting on the stage are the heads of the Su family. At this moment, Wang Wu, Sun Lao Kai, and the other 8 stood on the stage, heads held high, their faces beaming with pride. Before them stood 8 men, including Su Kaishi and Li Dazhuang, carrying heavy armor, and they stared at each other in pairs. Taking this heavy armor means that you have officially become the heavy cavalry of my Su family. This heavy armor not only signifies a significant improvement in your treatment, but also a better life for your family. It also represents a responsibility. It represents honor. From now on, you will join the 8 heavy cavalrymen of the Su family's main branch to protect the Su family and your families. Tell me now, are you ready to fight to protect the Su family? Su Changshou crossed his arms in front of his chest and said loudly, "We swear to protect the Su family to the death." Wang Wu and the others shouted out the slogans they had rehearsed in advance. "Hand over your armor." Su Changshou shouted loudly. Then Su Kaishi and his group handed their heavy armor to Wang Wu and his 8 men on the opposite side in perfect unison. Upon receiving the heavy armor, Wang Wu and the others were filled with excitement, their legs trembling with elation. This heavy armor is very heavy, cool to the touch, and has a substantial weight to it. For some reason, a sense of pride welled up in them at that moment, and they suddenly felt a great sense of responsibility. Perhaps it was the envious looks from his former companions below, or perhaps it was the proud expressions on the faces of the family members watching the ceremony. Or perhaps it was the slogan they had just shouted in unison. "We swear to protect the Su family to the death." Anyway, they felt that if they put on this heavy armor, they would really have to die for the Su family, just like the slogans they had just shouted. Otherwise, if he had failed the Su family's expectations and betrayed his vow, he would not be a human being, and his conscience would be uneasy. Su Changshou was very satisfied with the performance of these 8 people. Today, a special handover ceremony was held for them to instill in them the idea of loyalty to the Su family. Throughout history, honors have been a costless and surprisingly effective thing. Chapter 177, A Rebellious Spirit from Head to enhance their sense of collective honor. Su Changshou renamed the Su family heavy cavalry the Vermilion Bird and gave each of them a plaque. Since Wang Wu and his 8 men became Su Jiaxin's new heavy cavalry, Their treatment has improved dramatically. Not only do they have meat with every meal, but their family members also benefit from it. Their families are also allowed a small piece of dried meat at each meal. This made the servants and retainers who had not yet become heavy cavalry extremely envious. When he saw Wang Wu and his group, he felt instantly inferior. Seeing the wooden plaques with the words Vermilion Bird deliberately displayed on their waists made my heart ache. I'm telling you, why don't you learn from Mr. Sun? He was a second-class servant, just like you back then. Look at them now. His wife and kids have gained quite a bit of weight in just a few days. Zhao Xiong's wife pointed at her husband's forehead and complained. You still haven't heard to talk about old man Sun? Why don't you take a look at his wife? Back then, Sun Lao-Tsai's wife would rather go hungry herself than let him go hungry, so that he would have the courage to train freely. Then look at yourself. You're always afraid of missing a single bite. Most of the rewards I earned from killing barbarians were eaten by you. If we're talking about fat, you've always been fatter than old man Sun's family. You're as fat as a pig. Zhao Xiong didn't indulge her either. Thinking about how he trained like a dog every day, and how he had to take a knife to kill barbarians, and then had to put up with this woman's rudeness when he came back, he was furious. The two immediately started arguing fiercely. Su Family Pavilion. At this moment, Su Changshou was taking a nap on the bed with nothing to do. But then Dian Wei suddenly walked in. Young master, I'll take you somewhere, Dian Wei said in a deep voice. Huh, where to? Su Changshou looked puzzled, not knowing what Dian Wei meant. You'll know when you get there, young master. Dian Wei didn't explain, but just looked at Su Changshou with an expectant expression. All right. Su Changshou thought that Dian Wei was usually an extremely steady and honest person, so he guessed that it must be something important. Although Dian Wei and the others were characters he summoned from a shop, he knew that they were flesh-and-blood people with feelings. Therefore, we don't treat them simply as tools, but rather as family members. Thank you, young master. Please keep quiet for a moment. I'll keep you in the dark. Dian Wei was delighted upon hearing this. Good. Su Changshou was puzzled again, wondering why Dian Wei was so mysterious. He then climbed onto Dian Wei's back, and Dian Wei walked towards the door. Each step felt like walking on cotton, completely silent. It was clear that he used his internal energy to prevent making any noise. Su Changshou was even more excited about the place he was going to. However, they hadn't walked far when they arrived at the grassland where the Su family's heavy cavalry were training. From a distance, the 16 riders of the Su family could be seen resting in the woods next to the grassland, clearly having just finished training. Dian Wei made a shushing gesture and then led Su Changshou to hide behind a tree. Then they heard two familiar voices talking not far away. Is it Father and Lu Bu? How come they're chatting together? Su Changshou recognized the voice and looked at Dian Wei with a surprised expression. Dian Wei shook his head, signaling Su Changshou to continue listening. Not all. I owe it all to Ling Tong's excellent teaching. He personally instructed me in this sword technique. I'm so glad I started training in Shaoyan village. Otherwise, I wouldn't be much better than others. Su Kaishi waved his hand. Sir, there's no need to be modest. I've seen many people wield knives, and your knife skills are absolutely top-notch. If he hadn't started practicing martial arts so late, the master's strength would probably have surpassed that of Bu. Ha ha ha. I can't compare to you. I couldn't do what you did when you charged into the enemy lines all by yourself. Alas, you were mistaken. In that battle, when you saw the master wield his sword and kill 3 people, such strength is absolutely rare in this world at your current level. If I had started learning martial arts a few years earlier, I wouldn't have been the first one to charge into the enemy lines. Really? I thought I wasn't suited for martial arts. Ha ha ha. Master's current strength is more than enough to kill barbarians. As the saying goes, a hero deserves a fine horse. I would like to present you with red hair to help you display your might. No. This horse is more useful in your hands. I won't waste this precious horse. I never imagined Feng Xian was such an honest and kind person. Su Kaishi remarked with emotion. Having spent half my life wandering, I am fortunate to have met a young master who values me and has given me a place to stay. If you, sir, do not despise me, I am willing to become your godfather and serve the Su family with utmost loyalty. After saying this, Lu Bu knelt heavily on the ground, his face full of filial piety, and looked at Su Kaishi with sincere eyes. You silly child. Why are you kneeling down? You just want to acknowledge me. Su Kaishi quickly reached out to help. Su Changshou, who had been hiding behind the tree, could no longer hold back and came out, kicking Lu Bu in the buttocks. Well, Yulubu, you want to be my big brother. Ah, young master, please listen to my explanation. No, please let me explain. Lubu quickly offered an explanation. Explain what? From now on, you are not allowed to acknowledge anyone as your godfather. Su Changshou said angrily, his face now completely speechless. Even if this guy was summoned, he can't shake his habit of randomly recognizing fathers, and he even tried to betray me. He truly lives up to his reputation as a man with 207 rebellious bones all over his body. If he didn't know that the mole wouldn't lie to him and that it was 100% loyal to him, he would have even wanted to destroy this guy. Being a sugar daddy's nemesis is no joke. Oh dear, what bad luck today, I've been caught red-handed. What brings you here, young master? Lubu stood to the side with his head drooping, lost in his own thoughts. It must have been that idiot Dianwei who told on us. Lubu glanced at Dianwei standing next to Su Changshou, instantly realized what was happening, and glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. What are you looking at? Don't you dare bully Dianwei. Su Changshou saw the look in Lubu's eyes and knew exactly what he was thinking. Heh. No. Lubu grinned, showing his big teeth. Dad, stop listening to sweet talk. Su Changshou said to Su Kaishi, then turned and stormed off. Su Kaishi was left completely bewildered. None of them are easy to deal with. Su Changshou felt somewhat exhausted. After being warned, Lubu finally quieted down. Aside from leading his red hair horse around to show off his muscles to the young ladies and wives of his servants every day, he didn't do anything out of line. Chapter 178 Chicken, but this general has come to save you. On this day, the scouts sent out to investigate reported something that shocked the Su family. The barbarian scouts have grown stronger, and their scout range is getting closer and closer to the location of their mountain stronghold. How many of them are there? Su Changshou asked. 100 men form a team. We have discovered 2 teams so far. The closest one is only 15 miles away from the mountain stronghold. The scouts said. Does this mean we'll be exposed soon? Su Shuli was greatly surprised. The other members of the Su family also looked terrified. When facing each other head-on the battlefield, they naturally no longer had any fear. However, if the barbarians discover the mountain stronghold, which is full of the elderly, weak, women, and children, any oversight could lead to regret. Don't worry too much. The mountain roads are rugged, and even if those barbarians wanted to send a large number of cavalry to encircle and annihilate us, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. If we just wage guerrilla warfare against them in the mountains and forests, they probably won't be able to do anything to us. If they send a large army to search the mountains, we'll have no choice but to enter Songyuan City. After Su Changshou finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Jie. Well, if there's really no other way, then saving your life is the most important thing. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to keep them out. Zhao nodded. Senjuke. It's not safe to mobilize a large number of troops at this time. We need to leave enough people in the stronghold because no one knows if they will find a stronghold while we are out. Going out with too many people can easily attract attention. I'll go tell Zhao Cheng and the others later to have their guards ready to fight the barbarians at any time. Let's send Lu Bu with the vermilion bird and 30 servants. That should be enough. We'll use a blitzkrieg tactic to finish this quickly. It can also confuse them and make it difficult for them to figure out our location. Su Changshou said. Everyone agreed that this arrangement was the most reasonable solution at the moment. Soon, the 16 members of the Su family's vermilion bird clan gathered together, followed by 30 servants. Lu Bu led the way. Ling Tong carried Su Changshou and followed beside him. The Su family members were naturally used to this combination and did not say anything to stop it. Set off. The group then headed out of the mountain stronghold. They also need to locate the barbarian scouts as soon as possible. Songyuan City, Li Wang Mansion. Your Highness, the people of Zhuke say that the barbarian scouts are now in teams of 100, and they can't kill them anymore. Jianggoer said to King Li. They've changed it to a team of 100? Looks like they're terrified of Suzaku. A pleased smile appeared on King Li's face. Thinking about how those barbarians who surrounded me have ended up like this, I feel one word. Awesome. Some of them just came back and said that the barbarian scouts are now only 20 miles away from Zhao Jie's mountain stronghold. Jianggu suddenly remembered something. What? This is bad. If the stronghold is exposed, Zhao Jie and his little buddies will be in trouble. Quickly, take 100 vermilion birds and go there immediately. Help us kill those barbarians. That way, we'll repay their favor. King Li thought for a moment and said, "Okay, sure." Jiang Goer accepted the order and went out. He quickly led a troop of cavalrymen in crimson armor toward the mountains east of Songyuan City. 1 hour later, the Su family then spotted a troop of barbarian cavalry walking through the mountain valley. This must be the person they're looking for. The group of barbarians were searching the vicinity together for any signs of human activity. Just then, they saw a cavalry unit of about 50 men appear ahead. "Ha, I came so easily. We found those despicable Xia people," someone shouted from the barbarian ranks. The barbarians wore expressions of delight. "Lord Laozhan has decreed that the first team to discover these Xia people will be richly rewarded." There were only 50 riders in front of them, but they numbered a full 100 and were completely unafraid of the weak Xia people opposite them. At this moment, they saw the people opposite them as their military achievements, and their eyes gleamed with excitement. "Capture them, find out where they are, and we'll have accomplished a great feat," the leader of the barbarian group shouted. However, they still don't know what they will face next. "Kill." However, before they could even charge out, they saw a Xia man wielding a halberd charging forward. The cavalry behind him also charged towards them. "These Xia people have gone mad." A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of those barbarians, who couldn't understand why these Xia people dared to do such a thing. What's the difference between this and courting death? They quickly regained their composure, their eyes flashing with ruthlessness, and charged towards the Xia people who, in their eyes, were courting death. At this moment, they didn't even bother to shoot a wave of enemies with arrows first. They were never afraid to clash with the Xia cavalry. In the blink of an eye, Lu Bu was already engaged in battle with the barbarians. Red Hair's unparalleled speed carried Lu Bu deep into the barbarian ranks. The halberd slashed horizontally and vertically, leaving only afterimages. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen riders were knocked off their horses. The barbarians were terrified. The person wielding the halberd seemed like a god or demon, beyond human capability. They quickly moved aside. However, Su's heavy cavalry had already charged in, as if they were entering an empty field. Armored with heavy armor, they didn't need to worry about defense at all. They could just keep wielding their swords and slashing at the barbarians' weak points. In just a short while, the entire 100-strong barbarian force had been cut down. Finish off the enemy, clean up the battlefield. Su Changshou gave the order. 15 warhorses were seriously injured or died, leaving 85. Su Changshou ordered his servants to select 15 men to drive the horses back to the mountain stronghold. That's why he brought these people with him. Only after everyone had gone far away did he put the 15 dead horses into his spatial storage. Continue on to the next location. After another search, the group finally found the barbarians. At the same time, another team was approaching from short distance away. "Lord Jiang, it should be just ahead." A soldier in crimson armor spoke to a roguish-looking man beside him. "Let's go. Let's kill the barbarians." Jiang Goer lashed the man's horse with his whip, and the warhorse, in pain, galloped forward with the soldiers. Damn it! The soldiers in crimson armor were startled and quickly gripped the reins tightly, their faces turning pale with fright. The others quickly followed. Upon approaching, they saw that the barbarians and a cavalry force of only 30-odd men were locked in a tense standoff. Who are those people? Jiang Goer looked puzzled. He had never seen such a force in the vicinity before. No, they're people from the mountain stronghold. Jiang Goer noticed Su Changshou, who was being carried by Ling Tong and lagging behind the group, and realized what was happening. How'd they get here? Did they just step in dog poop and run into barbarian scouts? Jiang Goer guessed at this moment. There were 100 barbarians on the other side, while the mountain stronghold only had about 30 people. They were bound to be beaten badly. Luckily, I arrived at the right time. Little Changshou, you weren't meant to die. This life-saving grace is worth 100 chicken butts. Jiang Goer thought to himself with relief. Chicken butt, this general has come to your rescue. Jiang Goer shouted and charged toward the barbarians in the distance. The red-armored cavalry behind them hurriedly followed. Chapter 179, Don't Disgrace Suzaku. Upon hearing the distant sound, the two sides who were facing each other turned to look in that direction. Then they saw 100 cavalrymen in crimson armor charging toward them. The leader was dressed in black armor and held a long spear. The shout must have come from him. Why are King Li's men here? Su Changshou was surprised. These Xia people have reinforcements. The barbarians noticed that this army was not like the ordinary Xia army. Their crimson armor alone suggested they were elite troops. He was starting to have second thoughts, and was showing signs of turning back. Oh no, the barbarians are trying to escape. Don't let them get away. Changshou saw that the barbarians opposite him were about to turn their horses around, and knew something was wrong. The men of the Dark Qi King rushed over recklessly, startling their prey. Kill! Lu Bu took the lead, wielding his halberd and charging into the enemy's formation. Su Kaishi and the others behind them quickly followed. Kill! Seeing that the enemy was charging forward fearlessly, the barbarians realized that running away would be unwise, so they quickly organized their forces and went to meet them. My God, don't rush. Wait until I'm here to kill you before you attack. This is just suicide. That idiot with the halberd. Do you think you're one of the generals, daring to charge into the enemy lines alone? Jiang Goer is riding a horse, galloping at full speed. Seeing that the bandits had charged straight at him without waiting for him, he looked anxious. He struck the horse's rump with his spear shaft, propelling it forward at full speed toward the barbarians. However, the warhorse beneath him was no divine steed, and at this moment he could only watch helplessly as the burly man wielding the halberd slowly approached the barbarian army formation. That's it. You idiot. Remember to have a brain in your next life. Jiang Goer had already imagined the miserable sight of this guy being cut off from his horse and dismembered by the barbarians. However, just as he sighed, Lu Bu had already engaged in battle with the barbarians. It was just 2 after-images that flashed by. Then suddenly 7 or 8 barbarians fell off their horses. Holy crap, this is unbelievable. Jiang Goer blinked hard to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. The scene before my eyes was truly unfolding before me. The burly man wielding the halberd took down 7 or 8 elite barbarian scouts with just a single close-quarters combat maneuver. That wasn't all. Without pausing, he charged straight into the barbarian ranks, and in the chaos, barbarians were constantly being knocked off their horses. At this moment, Su Kaishi's 16 heavily armored cavalrymen also charged in from behind. With howling cries, they began to reap the lives of the barbarians. What kind of rubbish is this? Jiang Goer exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, he also brought Suzaku to the battlefield at this time. However, at this moment they felt lost and disoriented. Because of the current situation, it seems that their presence or absence is irrelevant. Kill! Don't let the prince lose face in front of outsiders. Jiang Goer shouted and, ignoring the situation, charged straight into the enemy ranks. Suzaku, who was behind him, quickly followed and joined the battle. With a flick of his silver spear, Jiang Goer knocked a barbarian off his horse. In just a few breaths, 4 barbarians died by his gun. King Li's vermilion birds were no ordinary soldiers. They also demonstrated formidable strength. At this point, the battlefield was completely in a state of collapse. It was a complete and utter crushing defeat for the barbarians. Wang Wu and his men had originally planned to take advantage of today's opportunity to cut off more barbarian heads and earn some battle merits. However, the sudden intrusion of King Li's men completely disrupted their plans. Damn it, they're here to steal kills. Wang Wu cursed angrily. Kill! Don't disgrace Suzaku. At this moment, Sun Laokai shouted and then slashed at a barbarian next to him with his sword. Now that King Li's men are here, they are newly established members of the Vermilion Bird Clan, and they must not tarnish the name of the Vermilion Bird Clan. However, these words were interpreted differently by Jiang Goer and the others. Huh? How did they know that the person I brought was the prince's vermilion bird? Jiang Goer was puzzled. The vermilion bird of King Lu was derived from the vermilion bird army of iron armor that Emperor Gaozu had given to King Lu. But the earliest batch of vermilion birds had long since either died or were too old. The current vermilion birds were all trained later, and even their armor has been changed to the current crimson color. King Li had always kept it as a trump card and rarely used it, so these mountain bandits shouldn't have known about it. Brothers, kill them. Don't let them look down on us. Jiang Goer didn't have time to think much at the moment and shouted to the crowd behind him. Since these bandits are trying to provoke us, let's show them the might of the vermilion bird. As soon as he finished speaking, the vermilion bird army became even more ferocious. Damn it, what's going on? These people are fighting tooth and nail to get kills from us. Wang Wu complained bitterly. The others also secretly cursed their bad luck, wondering what had gotten into King Li's troops. The battle ended in no time. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of barbarians. Severed limbs and remains littered the ground. Jiang Goer looked at the burly man riding a horse not far away, whose halberd was still dripping with blood, and couldn't help but spur his horse and rode over. He had taken a few quick glances at the direction of the fight, and it was as if the people were possessed by gods and demons, displaying an invincible aura. Brother, your martial arts skills are quite impressive. How about coming to my yuan city? Jiang Goer grinned at Lu Bu. I swear to be loyal to my young master to the death. Lu Bu raised his head, channeled his inner strength, and shouted loudly, causing Jiang Goer's blood and qi to surge. If you're not going, then you're not going. Why are you shouting so loudly? Jiang Goer picked at his ear and muttered softly. When Lu Bu saw Su Changshou looking at him from a distance, he quickly put on what he thought was a kind and honest smile. Yes, young master heard my declaration of loyalty. Lu Bu thought to himself with delight. What are you doing here? Su Changshou was carried by Ling Tong to Jiang Goer's side and asked with a puzzled look. Little Changshou, you owe my prince a great favor. My lord discovered that the barbarians were sending scouts to find you, so he dispatched men to kill all those scouts. I heard today that the barbarian scouts have arrived here and are about to reach your stronghold, so they sent me to help them take care of these people. You're welcome. Just treat me to 100 or so chicken butts. Jiang Goer looked at Su Changshou with an expectant expression, eagerly saying, Thank you. So the reason these barbarians changed to searching in groups of 100 is because you scared them off? Su Changshou said with a strange expression. Yeah, Jiang Goer said with a proud look on his face. After the matter was explained, Su Changshou realized that King Li was indeed trying to help them, and quickly thanked him. Although it's unnecessary, the person in question genuinely meant well. Chapter 180. Laozhan seeks reinforcements. Battlefield cleanup completed. The barbarians lost 32 warhorses, leaving 68. Take these warhorses back with you as a token of your gratitude to the prince. Su Changshou said to Jiang Goer. Currently, their mountain stronghold has no shortage of warhorses, and they also consume a lot of food every day. As long as the barbarians don't give up, they will have a continuous supply of warhorses. Therefore, it is of little importance to repay this favor with these warhorses at this moment. Really, young master, you are so generous, even more so than the prince. Jiang Goer was overjoyed upon hearing this. Yuan City doesn't have many warhorses these days, not because it can't afford to keep them. Rather, it was because after retreating into the city, there are not many places for the warhorses to train, and raising too many warhorses would gradually lead to their degeneration. If we could replenish our supply with some battle-hardened warhorses that could be used directly in battle, it would definitely be a good thing. Nature. Su Changshou Laoget. Oh, young man, you are such a good person. Jiang Goer said somewhat embarrassedly. After seeing Jiang Goer off, Su Changshou put the dead horses into his spatial storage after everyone left. He led everyone back to the mountain stronghold. Yuan City, Li Wang Mansion. You mean the Su family has another top-tier expert? And most likely a 9th-rank expert at that. King Li looked somewhat shocked. He knew from a previous meal at the mountain stronghold that the burly man sitting next to Su Changshou was a master no less skilled than Jiang Goer. Unexpectedly, there was an even more impressive one. At that time, Lu Bu did not use his full strength, but when Jiang Goer walked up to Lu Bu and beckoned him, that shout, fueled by internal energy, told him that this person was very likely a 9th-grade cultivator. Moreover, even the 16 heavily armored riders of the Su family are extraordinary. I saw that they were very skilled on the battlefield, and their armor was impervious to swords and spears, even lighter and stronger than the Vermilion Bird's red armor. When fighting the barbarians, just keep hacking and slashing without any need for defense. Their armor makes them even stronger than our Vermilion Bird. Furthermore, they seem to know about the Vermilion Bird. Their knowledge is quite impressive. Jiang Goer's face was unusually serious at this moment. Although he usually acts carefree and playful, his judgment in crucial moments is absolutely spot on. What exactly is the background of this Su family? I have never heard of any aristocratic family in the Great Xia dynasty with the surname Su. King Li fell into deep thought at that moment. Could it be someone from a reclusive family? Only they have such a background. If it weren't for those few publicly known forces, and aside from reclusive families, who else could possibly possess a 9th-rank expert? Jiang Goer said, It's not impossible. If the Su family is truly a reclusive family, then everything makes sense. No wonder those kids like Zhao Jia are so subservient to the Su family. They must have known about the Su family's identity all along. Having figured this out, King Li suddenly understood. But the thought that Zhao Jia and the other members of prominent families had gone to curry favor with a reclusive family without telling him made him feel a pang of jealousy. The person he cared about had actually followed someone else, and King Li was quite devastated at this moment. The mountain stronghold, the Su family. At this moment, the Su family was all in high spirits. They won a great victory and brought back so many spoils of war. The entire village was filled with the aroma of horse meat. With this meat, the Su family could train all their men into elite soldiers without any burden. Wang Wu was swallowing a piece of horse meat with difficulty. He was already tired of eating it. But in order to maintain physical strength, he forced himself to keep stuffing food into his mouth. Hey, where's my vermilion bird token? Just then, he habitually reached for the vermilion bird wooden plaque at his waist. He reached out and grabbed nothing. Looking down quickly, I was surprised to find that the rope holding the wooden sign had broken in two. The wooden sign that was tied to it has long since disappeared. Oh no, I've lost my sign. Wang Wu's expression changed, and he hurriedly went to report the matter to Ling Tong. At this moment, Lao Shan was looking at a wooden plaque in his hand in Muyi City, his face full of anger. 2 teams of scouts that had been sent out went missing, and this was reported to him. He sensed that something terrible was about to happen. So they quickly sent people out to search again. Sure enough, when he found the remains of the scouts he had sent out, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. At the scene, his people did find the plaque engraved with the words Vermilion Bird. This is the only clue. Finding out who the owner of this sign belongs to, and who the Suzuku clan is, will reveal who has been attacking you from the shadows. Holding the sign, his expression shifted between light and shadow. They were all killed in the attack again. Suzaku, I've got it. Lao Shan was now blinded by rage. However, after several days of searching, he inquired everywhere, but no one knew who this vermilion bird was. My lord, the hoof prints at the scene indicate that the vermilion birds numbered around 100. It is likely that the attack on our men was carried out by this very group. To be able to annihilate 100 of my Liao scouts, their strength must be extraordinary. There might even be Xiao warriors among them. Kasi said in a low voice. Martial artists? You mean there are quite a few martial artists among these 100 people? Lao Shan's expression was somewhat grave. He was naturally not afraid of dealing with ordinary Xia soldiers. However, if the number of Xiao warriors is still so large, then it will be troublesome. Very likely, I estimate that these people are at least at the 3rd rank, and there must be quite a few of them who are at least at the 4th rank. Only in this way can they completely overwhelm our scouts. Cass analyzed. Yes, that's certainly possible. No wonder the individual scouts we sent out before were all secretly killed. If the opposing side had hundreds of martial artists of that rank, accomplishing this would be an absolute breeze. Lao Shan nodded as well. If that's the case, I'm really in a difficult position. Martial artists, especially large numbers of 4th-rank martial artists, are no longer something that ordinary barbarian soldiers can handle. Let me write a letter and ask the commander to send someone to provide support. After careful consideration, Lao Shan gritted his teeth and made this decision. Presumably, the commander-in-chief will not blame me for my poor performance once he knows the truth. After all, this matter has gone beyond the level of ordinary people. Lao Shan comforted himself. Messages were delivered by carrier pigeon. 3 days later, Lao Shan finally received a reply from the head coach. During this period, he no longer dared to send anyone out to act alone. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the contents of the letter. The commander did not blame him for this, but instead agreed to send a group of barbarian warriors from the rear to provide support. These warriors were also martial arts practitioners. Although Li Xian did not mention it, Lao Shan was full of anticipation. The arrival of these people can not only help him find the person who has been secretly attacking him, it can even help me take Song Yuan City. Once Song Yuan City is captured, all the mistakes I've made these past few days will be in the past. I will win in my secret competition with Qigong. With this team, I will definitely make up for all the humiliation I've suffered these past few days. Lao Shan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 181 The Thoughts of the Family Guards. Wang Wu once again hung a vermilion bird wooden plaque around his waist. Fortunately, this wooden plaque is only a symbol of honor and cannot be used to indicate identity, so it doesn't matter if it is lost. This time he tied the rope into 4 strands, afraid of losing it again. When will we ever finish eating all this horse meat? Changshou, a family retainer, complained somewhat. I don't know. Every time the young master goes out, he brings back so many horses. It feels like he could eat them all in this lifetime. His older brother, Chun Xiaolong, sighed heavily. The two were brothers who joined the army together and became each other's companions. I never dreamed I could eat meat every day before, but now I feel nauseous just smelling horse meat. I wish barbarians rode pigs. I want to eat pork. Chun Xiaohu's imagination runs wild, and he keeps coming up with unrealistic ideas. Several of Su family retainers chatted idly while training. During this period, each of them had eaten over 100 kilograms of horse meat, and they felt that they smelled of horse meat all over themselves. Fresh horse meat is fine. It won't taste too bad no matter how you cook it. But the jerky made from that meat is really greasy if you eat it as a meal. On the upper floor of the Su family pavilion, Su Changshou looked at the Su family servants running laps in front of him, his face somewhat solemn. I have a feeling that their current training intensity could be increased a bit more. For the past 10 days, the barbarians have huddled up like quails, and no more barbarian scouts have come out. Even the transport of supplies between various outposts required a team of more than 2,000 people to transport them within a single time period. On the surface, it seems that the barbarians were terrified of being killed. However, Su Changshou always felt that those barbarians would not admit defeat so easily. They might be plotting something right now. Their physical condition has improved so much compared to before. I increased their training intensity by 30% 5 days ago. Ling Tong said, well, then add another 20%. We've eaten so much meat, we can't let it go to waste. At this moment, Su Changshou revealed his true colors as a wicked capitalist. That day, the Su family announced some news to the public. The heavy cavalry force continues to expand, with 16 slots available this time. As for the selection of these people, they will be chosen from those who performed the best in the training. The servants and retainers initially complained about the sudden increase in training intensity. But at this moment, they all seemed to be training with incredible energy, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The allure of becoming a heavy cavalryman was simply too great. Wang Wu and his ilk are examples. Moreover, this opportunity doesn't require risking your life by killing barbarians. You only need to excel in training. The mountain stronghold already had the inspirational myth of Sun Laokai defying fate, and now everyone was even more unwilling to give up this opportunity. Without Ling Tong's supervision, he began training like crazy. Little tiger, didn't you say yesterday that you were tired of horse meat? Why is there so much in your bowl this time? Chen Xiaolong asked. I want to be a heavy cavalryman, so I need to eat more meat to have the strength to train. Zhou Yang and Qian Bao can both become heavy cavalry, so I'm no worse than them. Chen Xiaohu said this while stuffing horse meat into his mouth. Do you think we'll be able to return to the army with General Zhao and General Liu in the future? These days in the Su family were the best time of my life. I never imagined I'd ever feel nauseous from eating meat so much. Chen Xiaolong looked at his younger brother with a somewhat unfocused gaze, seemingly lost in thought. I don't want to leave the Su family. It's still hard to say who will rule the world. I want to stay with the Su family. If I were to return to the Imperial Army, I would never have a chance to rise in the world. But I believe that as long as I dare to fight, the Su family will give me the treatment I deserve. I don't want to be a common soldier my whole life. Chun Xiaohu's expression hardened. Yes. Was there any chance of advancement in the army? The Su family, the imperial court, the Su family. Chen Xiaolong was also pulled back to his senses by Chun Xiaohu's words, and his expression gradually became firm. They were defeated soldiers, that is, soldiers who fled. Yongchang had long since fallen, and most of their comrades were buried under the piles of corpses in Yongcheng. The dead are nameless, and have probably long since turned into dust, with no one mentioning their names except their relatives. The imperial court would not record who died in battle to protect the Great Xia on a certain day of a certain month of a certain year. They would not write books or biographies about them, nor would any writers use their pens to record their bravery and tragedy. Their deaths were silent, slain by the barbarians' blades, cut in two. The corpses were covered in blood. Even in death, they would be trampled by the pursuing barbarians or the war horses of their comrades. They have absolutely no dignity. The reason they followed Lu Qi in their escape was because Lu Qi was originally their superior. Their long-standing instinct to obey orders led them to subconsciously unite around Lu Qi. This is more about banding together to seek a chance to survive. Of course, some of them still harbored a sliver of hope that they could return to the military in the future and have a place to make a living. But now they seem to have discovered that they have better options. They could have a better life. Perhaps this idea didn't just come to me today. Perhaps it had already taken root deep within my heart long ago. It might have started from the moment they tasted their first bite of meat, or it might have started from the moment Qian Bao and his men became Su's heavy cavalry. But now they do yearn for a different way of life. Chen Xiaolong stood up and walked toward the kitchen shed. Sister-in-law, give me 2 more pieces of horse meat. He smiled at Wang Wu's wife, who was serving rice to everyone. Nightfall City. At this moment, Lao Zhan was facing a group of 100 people. Each of them was broad-shouldered and burly, with prominent temples, clearly indicating their formidable strength. These people were all sent to him by the head coach. They were all martial arts practitioners. Unlike the martial arts practitioners of the Great Xia dynasty, the martial arts practitioners of the Liao dynasty focused on the strength of their physical bodies. Therefore, they looked more robust than the warriors of the Xia people, but at the cost of their physical agility. Ikuei, I didn't expect it to be you leading the team. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. Lao Shan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was about the same age as him, with a somewhat surprised expression. He didn't expect that the expert the commander assigned to him would be an old acquaintance. However, this old acquaintance was someone he didn't get along with very well. Lao Zhan, I never expected you to regress as you get older. They can't even handle a mere Xia person, and now they have to trouble the people from my martial academy. Ikuei snorted coldly, showing no respect for Lao Shan. Ikuei, no matter what grudges we have, the commander-in-chief sent you here this time, so please don't ruin the important affairs of my Liao kingdom. These Xia people are more troublesome than you think. They're all martial artists of at least the 3rd or 4th rank. Lao Shan, unwilling to argue with him, suppressed his anger and spoke to him. Right now, he needs to prioritize the overall situation. Chapter 182, The Barbarian's Trap. Of course, you don't need to teach me that. We'll talk about the Xia people later. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. I want to see what kind of power Lao Shan, who was once known as the Butcher, has now gained. Ikuei clenched his fist, speaking with a hint of provocation. As you wish. Lao Shan's gaze sharpened. He knew, of course, that Ikuei wasn't just saying it casually to test his strength. To challenge him in public is an attempt to turn the tables and give him a hard time. If he doesn't accept the challenge, he won't be able to command respect in the army in the future. Back then, he and Ikuei served in the same army and competed with each other. Later, they fought together for his current position as a commander of 10,000. As a result, Ikuei was slightly outmatched and became the current commander of 10,000 men, while Ikuei chose to go to the martial arts academy. In recent years, he has clearly not let go of the grudge for back then and still wants to regain his pride. The martial academy was an institution established by the new king of Liao after he ascended the throne to train and recruit martial arts practitioners. Most of the people inside are martial artists. Some were trained by the martial arts academy itself, while others were recruited from the general public. They are somewhat similar to the martial arts retainers kept by the great Xia royal family. Therefore, the martial academy is undoubtedly the most crucial institution in the Liao kingdom today. Lao Shan had also heard that Ikuei held a fairly high position in the martial academy, so he figured his strength must have improved considerably since then. Take this. Ikuei made the first move, kicking backward and leaving a 2-finger-deep footprint in the ground, clearly demonstrating his profound internal strength. A punch flew like lightning toward Lao Shan's face. Lao Shan hurriedly stretched out his hands to block the punch, but was knocked back 5 steps before he could regain his footing. It seems that you, as a commander of 10,000, have been indulging in a life of pleasure and debauchery in the army all these years. No wonder you can't even deal with the little Xia people. Ikuei let out a laugh. You caught me off guard and launched a sneak attack. Take this. I'll show you that the strength you gain from fighting on the battlefield isn't the fancy moves you learn in a martial arts academy. Lao Shan's expression turned solemn. He shouted loudly and charged towards Ikuei. As he got close, he delivered a side kick, striking Ikuei's vulnerable waist and abdomen. If that kick lands, Ikuei will probably never be able to have a woman again. Lao Shan, you're despicable. Ikoue looked somewhat flustered and quickly dodged to the side. Then the two began to fight. 15 minutes later, both of them were panting heavily, staring at each other in shock. You broke through? You broke through too? This time, the two did not win or lose, but they both already knew each other's strength. All right, let's discuss how to find those people. The commander-in-chief sent you to assist me, so don't let this cause any major problems. Lao Shan withdrew his stance, unwilling to fight this person any longer. It's a draw now, and I've saved face. But after that battle, he knew in his heart that if the fight continued, he would really be unable to hold on. Ikoue snorted coldly and followed him into the room. What is the strength of the people you brought? Lao Shan asked. Of the 100 people, 20 are of the 4th rank, and the remaining 80 are all of the 3rd rank. They're all my disciples. Ikoue said with a hint of arrogance. I hope they can disguise themselves as a scout team and lure the group out. Then you can take them down in one fell swoop. Of course, it would be even better if you could just happen to find their hideout directly. If possible, we'll wipe them out then. Lao Shan then shared the solution he had in mind. He had been worried about the strength of these people before, but now he was completely relieved. 3rd and 4th rank experts already possess very high combat strength. If these people were to gather together, their strength should be enough to deal with the Xia people's team, called Juke. Don't worry, my men will take care of them. All you need to do is tell me where to lure them, Ikoue said with some disdain. In his view, even if the opposing force consisted of cavalry composed of 3rd or 4th rank martial artists, they would not be a match for his men. The martial arts practitioners of the Liao people focused on physical strength, while those of the Xia people focused on movement techniques. In a one-on-one fight, the Liao people, who were both of the 4th rank, might not be able to defeat the Xia people. However, in large-scale cavalry warfare, there are simply not many opportunities or scenarios to demonstrate agility. The advantages of the Liao people became apparent. When the two armies clashed, the Liao cavalry were strong and powerful. Relying on their strength advantage, when their weapons clashed, the Xia people were easily knocked off their horses or even had their weapons cut in half. The next day, Ikoue had all his men change into the attire of barbarian scouts. He swaggered off on horseback to the place where the barbarians had been attacked. Then they began patrolling the area, pretending to be a regular scout team searching. However, for 3 consecutive days, nothing was found. Ikoue became somewhat impatient. They continued their journey into the deep mountains with their men. Since no one is attacking them in that area, let's expand the search area. Songyuan City, Li Wang Mansion. Your Highness, the barbarians have sent men to search for the Su family again. Jianggoer said to King Li. Send Juke there again. We shouldn't refuse this favor from a reclusive family that's come to us like this. Normally, we wouldn't have had that opportunity. A glint of wisdom shone in King Li's eyes. Ever since I learned that the Su family might be a reclusive family, I've been analyzing their true strength. It's not a big deal if you don't analyze it, but once you do, you'll be shocked. The strength that the Su family has revealed is just the tip of the iceberg. If we dig deeper, it will definitely be a huge treasure. Last time, my vermilion bird didn't contribute much, but the Su family generously gave me dozens of warhorses. They are truly wealthy families who treat money like dirt. So he started to have his own agenda. This friendship between reclusive families cannot be monopolized by Zhao Jie and his scions of powerful families. He, the dignified King Li, wanted to befriend the reclusive Su family. And just like that, a favor came knocking on our door. Hey, I'll take some men with me right away, but they're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Jianggoer turned to leave. Hey, remember to tell the Su family after you kill them. Otherwise you'll have work for nothing. Oh well, never mind. I'll go myself then. King Li thought for a moment, then quickly replied. A troop of red-armored cavalry, led by a young general wielding a long spear, galloped off into the distance. 1 hour later, the group finally spotted the barbarian scouts. Jianggoer spurred his horse, and it charged toward the barbarians. Vermilion Bird charged the enemy. Ikoue saw the group of people in the distance and was not surprised but delighted. They finally arrived. Let me see just how amazing you really are. He had already heard the voice of the young leader. Suzaku is the person he is looking for. Charge. Prepare to engage the enemy. Yikui's hotet. The 100 riders behind him quickly organized in a battle formation and charged head-on towards the oncoming red-armored cavalry. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on everyone's face. Chapter 1. 83 who would do this if they were a decent person? Hee hee. Last time I was overshadowed by that expert with the halberd. Today I'm going to kill 100 of them. But that halberd swing was so cool. I want one too. Jiangoer looked at the barbarian scout cavalrymen charging towards him, oblivious to their own mortality, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. At this moment, he had infused the spear in his hand with internal energy, and his mind was constantly reviewing the moves used by the big man wielding the halberd. We're just waiting for the day when we clash with these barbarians, so we can have a classic reenactment. Meanwhile, Ikuei on the other side was also extremely excited. According to the information provided by Lao Shan, the Xia people opposite him were only 3rd or 4th rank martial artists, and to him, they were practically infants. I'll show you what a gap really means in a moment. Ikuei channeled his inner strength into a saber and charged towards the opposite side. 50 steps, 30 steps, 10 steps. We're getting closer. At this moment, Jiangoer and Ikuei could even see the pores on each other's faces. Xiaku, prepare to die. Give me your life, you bastard. Jiangoer suddenly swept his spear horizontally, mimicking Lu Bu's movements. Ikuei raised his saber high and slashed down forcefully at the long spear that was sweeping towards him. Bang! 2 immense forces traveled along the weapons of the 2 men to their arms, causing their warhorses to momentarily stagnate. If the 2 men hadn't exerted their strength to control their horses, they would have already fallen to the ground. Holy crap! We've fallen for their trap. Lao Zhan has ruined me. The 2 men felt the immense force and instantly realized that their opponent was just as strong as they were. Before the 2 could even think, the 2 cavalrymen had already clashed. Suzuku's strength was not weak, but it was slightly inferior to the cavalry of these barbarians. With one charge, several vermilion birds were knocked off their horses. Jiangoer was currently engaged in battle with Ikuei and was completely tied down, leaving him no time to help the vermilion birds. The immense force of each impact against the spear made him feel a tightness in his chest. Jiangoer secretly realized that he was no match for the person opposite him on this battlefield. It wasn't that he was less skilled than others, but rather that mounted combat didn't require much movement or martial arts technique. The person opposite him possessed immense strength, which was putting him to the test. Looking at the current battlefield situation, Suzaku has already shown some signs of decline. Damn it, Suzaku, retreat. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Jiangoer took out a package from his pocket, the contents of which were unknown. He gathered his inner strength and unleashed it upon Ikuei and the others opposite him. Ikuei dared not be negligent, and out of caution, he quickly leaped backward from his horse. Then a white powder appeared before my eyes, covering a large area. His warhorse, which had once belonged to him, was now howling and running wildly in all directions like a headless fly. The barbarians, enveloped in white powder, were also wailing in pain, covering their eyes. Seizing this brief opportunity, Jiangoer swept his spear across several barbarian cavalrymen who were approaching Zhuge. They swept the 7 or 8 of them to the ground. Damn, this move is really effective. It just takes up a lot of internal energy. Jiangoer praised another sweeping attack, knocking down several more people. Seeing this, Zhuge, who was beside him, quickly took the opportunity to turn his horse around, whipped it hard on the rump, and galloped back the way they came. They were all martial artists of similar strength, so if one was determined to leave, it would be difficult for the barbarians from the martial arts academy to stop him. Despicable. You, a dignified 7th rank official, actually used lime powder. Ikuei was standing on the ground, not far away, cursing loudly. He never would have imagined that a 7th rank opponent with similar strength to himself would carry lime powder with him. Judging from the way he threw the mixture, it was clear that this wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. Your grandpa will throw you manure next time. Jiangoer gave Ikuei a bright smile, baring his teeth. Seeing that Zhuge had almost completely retreated, he turned his horse around and followed behind Zhuge as it retreated. Don't you dare leave. Ikuei was furious at this moment. He leaped onto the warhorse of a barbarian who had been cut down and charged towards Jiangoer. Those vermilion birds can be let go, but this despicable Siam man intends to stay. Jiangoer turned around and saw that Ikuei's face was now contorted with anger, and he was looking at him with a sinister expression. At this moment, he was only 30 steps away. In no time at all, that person will be able to catch up with him. Jiang Goer reached into his robes, as if to pull something out again. Seeing this, Ikue, who was chasing behind, thought to himself that something was wrong. That despicable scoundrel is going to throw lime again. Thinking of this, he quickly reined in his warhorse and tried to escape. However, after a few breaths of stunned silence, the person in front did not throw anything out. I'm just scratching an itch. Jiang Goer turned around and laughed loudly behind him. What kind of person do you take me for? What decent person carries 2 bags of lime powder when they go out? Jiang Goer muttered to himself, his clever little eyes darting around. Ikue was a dignified 7th-rank martial artist, so even such a low voice could not escape his ears. Hearing this, he was furious. These Xia people are utterly shameless. Respectable people don't carry lime powder at all. He stabbed his saber into the rump of his warhorse, and blood flowed from the wound. After feeling the pain, it ran forward frantically. Clearly, Ikue was furious and determined to catch up with this despicable man who had repeatedly mocked him. As for the warhorse beneath him, it would be utterly dead after completing this journey. My God, they're still chasing them. Jiang Goer was startled when he saw this. He quickly whipped the horse's rump with his spear and galloped forward. However, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer as they chased each other. Run, you despicable brat. Let's see if you can escape. Ikue behind him kept cursing, but as he was about to catch up, a smile crept onto his face, his expression one of immense joy. However, Jiang Goer in front reached into his robes again and pretended to grope around. Still using that trick. Ikue smiled coldly at this, no longer believing that he could produce anything else. He was about to catch up with Jiang Goer ahead, and his saber was ready, infused with internal energy. I'm just waiting to stab him from behind and finish off this despicable scoundrel. However, the young Xia general in front suddenly turned around. Then a large cloud of white powder rushed towards us. Before he could rein in his horse, he was carried by it straight into the cloud of white powder. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to close his eyes and hold his breath, thus avoiding being hit. However, his warhorse, just like the one before, had its eyes burned and charged forward with a mournful howl. When he looked up again, the Xia general was now just a black dot. Damn it, how can there be such a shameless martial artist in this world? Ikue slashed the neck of his warhorse with his saber. I don't know if it was to vent my anger or to give a quick end. The warhorse neighed and fell to the ground, kicking a few times before falling silent again. Chapter 184, it turns out that it was King Li who did it in Songyuan City, King Li's mansion. King Li was sitting behind his desk, engrossed in reading a military treatise. The cover reads Military Treatise, but inside are pictures of graceful young women, their figures barely concealed by a few veils of gauze. This is a newly published picture album from the city's brothels, painted by the highly skilled Five Branches painting studio. The subtleties here are not something that can be explained to outsiders. The previous books were all taken away and burned by the princess. So he simply replaced the cover of the military book on the bookshelf with the one that was on the shelf. Jiang Guia rushed in. King Lu reluctantly put down the picture book in his hand and looked at him. How's it going? Has it been resolved? King Li spoke with an air of righteousness, a stark contrast to the man who had been holding the picture album with gleaming eyes just moments before. Your Highness, we've fallen into a trap. Those barbarians are all martial artists. Their strength is no less than that of Zhu Ke, and their horsemanship is even slightly better. The leader was a 7th-rank official. If it weren't for my exceptional skills and quick thinking, our entire team would have perished there. Even so, 13 of Suzaku's brothers died. They deliberately lured us into a trap. Jiang Goer said with a look of lingering fear. What? So many have died. My vermilion bird. Upon hearing that 13 people had died, King Li jumped to his feet. He devoted countless resources and energy to training this vermilion bird army. Each member was his precious treasure. He recognized every single one of them. Unexpectedly, this plan, which was supposed to easily make the Su family owe a favor, resulted in the loss of 13 people. King Li was now completely disheartened, having lost all his previous leisurely mood. These vermilion birds are all at least of the 3rd rank, and he has always used them as a trump card. This level of loss was something he couldn't accept for a while. Go and tell the Su family to be more careful. King Li waved his hand and began to shoo people away. Seeing that King Li's expression was indeed not good, Jiang Goer dared not cause any more trouble and quickly took his leave. After Jiang Goer had gone far away, King Li sat down in pain, clutching his chest. "Oh dear, my vermilion burr, my heart aches so much." King Li casually tossed the picture book on the table into a corner. At that moment, he was annoyed by everything. Nightfall City. Lao Shan, you bastard. You gave me false information. There's a 7th rank expert in the Vermilion Bird clan who caused the deaths of 10 of my disciples. Before, you acted like you were considering the bigger picture, and I even thought you were a person of great principle. I never imagined you were such a treacherous and despicable person. As soon as Ikuei entered the city, he started cursing at Lao Shan. Before Lao Shan could react, he punched Lao Shan in the face. In this battle, not only did Zhu suffer heavy losses, but 10 of his disciples were also killed. These people are all his people in the martial arts academy. They're considered his loyal followers. Moreover, unlike the recruited martial artists from the common people, these people were all personally trained by him. Even martial artists of the 3rd or 4th rank are not easy to cultivate. This loss of 10 men almost made him vomit blood. When he returns to the martial arts academy, he wonders how his arch-enemies will use this opportunity to attack him. Ikuei, I was unaware of this matter either. This is absolutely not what I wanted to see. Let me explain. Lao Shan quickly blocked the fist that Lao Shan was throwing with his hand and said as he retreated, "I won't listen. I'll kill you." Ikuei threw punch after punch, filled with hatred, his moves even more ferocious than when he fought Lao Shan last time. "Stop right now. I will explain this to the commander-in-chief. If you continue to cause trouble, I will deal with you according to military law." Lao Shan was also somewhat exhausted at this moment and scolded him. Upon hearing this, Ikuei instantly calmed down. If he weren't in the military, his status at the martial academy would be no lower than that of the commander of 10,000 men in Laozan. However, according to the laws of the Liao kingdom, as long as he was in the army, he had to obey the orders of Lao Shan, the army's commander. Those who violate this rule can indeed be dealt with by military law in Laozan. Even in the case of execution, one can find a reason to justify it. I'll remember this. Ikuei stopped his punches and kicks and said angrily, "Tell me about your discovery. We need to discuss it further." Lao Shan shook his arm, which was still aching from the shock, and walked into the house. Ikuei snorted and followed him inside. The two began to discuss the matter. "You brought their bodies back? That's great." Laozan was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Ikuei actually brought the corpses of those Xia cavalrymen who died back to my city. He couldn't wait and had the body brought over. There were 13 corpses in total. All the weapons and armor were brought back. Ignoring the bloodstains, Lao Shan personally inspected the area. After searching through the corpses, Lao Shan looked at the token in his hand, which had the character Li engraved on the front and Zhike on the back, with murderous intent in his eyes. I never imagined that this vermilion bird was actually one of King Li's men. He's been hiding it very well. Lao Shan never expected that the target he had been searching for all along would be the very first person he had ruled out, King Li. Although he had the token as proof, he still couldn't understand why. When Songyuan City was besieged, King Li had sent people to attack his strongholds. Could it be that he still has influence outside the city? Lao Shan stared at the token, lost in thought. The mountain stronghold, the Su family. Jiang Goer personally went to the stronghold and told everyone about how the barbarians had used a trap to lure them into attacking. The Su family expressed their gratitude to King Li. After seeing Jiang Goer off, everyone in the Su family's attic had a somber expression. "If the barbarians have a large number of warriors, can we deal with them?" Lu Wen said with some concern. "Don't worry too much, we still have Lu Bu. Moreover, if we're given a few more days, our Su family heavy cavalry can be expanded again." According to Jiang Goer, those barbarians are skilled at brute force, which our heavy cavalry armor can effectively counter. Su Changshou comforted him. Although he couldn't guarantee, he was absolutely certain he absolutely couldn't panic at this moment. Moreover, judging from the current situation, things haven't gotten too serious yet. After all, the barbarians have not yet discovered the location of their stronghold. Yes, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Right now, let's do our best to handle everything we can. Su Shuli said, "Starting today, we will increase the training volume by another 30%. We must strive to train a heavy cavalry team that can stand at the forefront as soon as possible." Su Changshou spoke to Ling Tong. When news of the barbarians having a large number of warriors spread, the servants and retainers naturally dared not slacken their efforts. They all began training like crazy. Chapter 185, just think of those wooden stakes as a grassy area not far from my stronghold, where hundreds of arm-thick wooden stakes stand upright in the ground. The Su family servants and retainers were watching their companions on the field. Changshou held a long sword in his hand, and his war horse galloped forward. When they were still 30 steps away from the wooden stake, Changshou's expression suddenly turned serious. He exerted force with his palm, gripped the long sword tightly, and used the momentum of the charging war horse to slash down. The wooden stake was then cut off in half. But that wasn't all. In the blink of an eye, he adjusted his posture and chopped down on another wooden stake. With a snap, the same wooden stake broke in the same way. A cheer immediately erupted from the surrounding crowd. Chen Xiaolong was overjoyed to see his own brother chop down 2 wooden stakes. Today is the day the Su family selects 16 new heavy cavalrymen. The wooden stakes on the field were all buried deep in the ground by Dian Wei and Lu Bu. The selection criteria were simple. The more logs a horse could cut down in a single charge, the higher its ranking. This standard was determined by Su Changshou after consulting with Dian Wei and several others. Since barbarians win by brute force on horseback, the men they choose must also be strong. This way, when competing with barbarians, one can avoid being at a disadvantage. Each of these wooden stakes is as thick as an adult's arm. The person who can cut down these wooden stakes must be just as strong as those 3rd or 4th ranked barbarians. How about it? Looking at Chun Xiaohu's performance just now, Su Changshou asked Ling Tong, who was standing next to him, "When it comes to professional matters, you should trust the opinions of professionals. It is already exceptional that this person can cut down a wooden stake by charging with the help of horsepower. And to be able to cut down a second stake almost entirely by his own strength after his initial attack, even when his charge was thwarted, absolutely qualifies him as a heavy cavalryman." Ling Tong nodded, full of admiration for Chun Xiaohu in front of him. "Little tiger, you're awesome. This time it's a sure thing." Chun Xiaolong patted his brother on the shoulder as he left the field, happy for him. These days, Chun Xiaohu has been training like crazy, even gritting his teeth and stuffing horse meat into his mouth. Every day, he would wake me up before sunrise so we could train together. He would continue training alone for another hour after sunset. Now, the rewards have finally come. Brother, when you're chopping, point the knife downwards at an angle. It'll save you some effort. Chun Xiaohu whispered to his brother the little tricks he had just learned. Chun Xiaolong quickly nodded, looked around, and only felt relieved when he saw that no one was paying attention to their conversation. Right now, whoever it may be, they will be competitors, so naturally this valuable experience cannot be shared with outsiders. Zhao Xiong is next on stage. At this moment, Zhao Xiong's wife stood outside the crowd, her palms sweating nervously. Since joining the Su family, she has finally realized that if she wants to live a good life, she has to work hard. Wang Wu and Sun Lao-Tsai's wife no longer associate with her at all. Even when she greeted him with a smile, he only gave a faint nod. However, she dared not vent her anger. Other people's men are all heavy cavalry, while my man is a second-class servant, a world of difference in status. This forced her to swallow her grievances. Back in Shaoyan village, these people were all afraid of him. But now the tables have turned completely. The Su family gives everyone the same opportunities, but Zhao Xiong failed to seize the opportunities in the previous few attempts. This time, she placed her greatest hopes on it. So much so that, surprisingly, she didn't argue with Zhao Xiong during these days, which was unprecedented for her. And she was doing her best to serve him. She hoped that he could become a heavy cavalryman for the Su family today and lead her to a good life. Zhao Xiong, mounted on his war horse, was also extremely nervous at this moment. That woman has been behaving herself these past few days. If I hadn't become a heavy cavalryman this time, she would have definitely scratched me to death. Upon realizing this, Zhao Xiong shuddered in fright. "Boss, treat those wooden stakes like I am. Chop them down as hard as you can." Just then, that fierce voice came from the crowd, followed by a burst of laughter. It's rare to see someone cheering up their man like this. Hee. Zhao Xiong and his wife have a small argument every 3 days and a big argument every 5 days. Maybe saying this will actually work. Whispers and jokes rippled through the crowd. Zhao Xiong's eyes lit up when he heard this. The arm gripping the long sword seemed to possess boundless strength. Drive! With a squeeze of his legs and a flick of the reins, his war horse charged toward the wooden stakes. At that moment, the wooden stakes in Zhao Xiong's eyes transformed into the image of his wife. Each one has a different expression. The only thing they have in common is that each face has a look he dislikes. Zhao Xiong, I was so blind to marry you. I've never enjoyed any happiness in my life. You good for nothing. You can't even control your sister. She and her son are living a high life in the Su family, treating us like servants. You're a completely useless older brother. Useless trash. All show and no substance. Don't touch me. The sharp words from the past echoed in his ears, and now his eyes were blazing with fury. Looking at those hateful faces, I felt a surge of resentment rising in my chest. Kill! With a single slash, a section of the wooden stake fell to the ground. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. With another slash, another section of the wooden stake was cut off. At this moment, those in the crowd who knew Zhao Xiong all showed expressions of disbelief. Good heavens! Has Zhao Xiong taken some kind of superpower pill? Is it really that useful to treat a wooden stake as his wife? How hateful she must be. If it were me, I wouldn't dare sleep next to this woman. She's too damn scary. The crowd was filled with gasps of amazement. On the other side of the field, Zhao Xiong chopped down 2 wooden stakes in a row, his arms trembling from the impact. The tingling and numb sensation running through his entire arm brought him back to his senses. What did I just do? I actually chopped down 2 tree stumps. Zhao Xiong was also filled with disbelief. This is an absolutely extraordinary performance. I chopped down 2 wooden stakes. Zhao Xiong's face was beaming with joy, almost like he was going crazy. Zhao Xiong, you really wanted to kill me, you coward. Go home and wait to die. Just then, that voice he loathed rang out again from the crowd. Oh no, I got carried away. Zhao Xiong inwardly cried out in alarm, realizing that his fierceness earlier had been witnessed by this woman. If I go home, will things be any better for me? Thinking of this, Zhao Xiong broke out in a cold sweat. Honey, let me explain. I only did what you said. Zhao Xiong hurriedly tried to argue his case. However, it would have been better if he hadn't said it, because once he did, it only confirmed what he was thinking. Everyone couldn't help but silently mourn for him. I imagine we'll hear them arguing again tonight. Chapter 186, the selection of nephew Su Pingyan continues. After everyone went up, most people ended up cutting down a stake. However, with so many people, in the end, 15 people were able to cut down 2 wooden stakes. These people will be the new candidates for heavy cavalry. Let's give one more spot to Lu Qi. He's a 4th-rank warrior. He doesn't need armor to deal with ordinary barbarians, but it's more suitable for a warrior like him to wear it when fighting these barbarians. Ling Tong said to Su Changshou. Previously, Lu Qi never wore armor when he went into battle, which made him more agile and nimble. However, now that the barbarians have formed a team of warriors with this armor, they can gain an absolute advantage. Su Changshou naturally had no objection to this. Ultimately, Lu Qi, Zhao Xiong, Chen Xiaohu, Chen Xiaolong, and 16 others were selected as the new heavy cavalry leaders. With these 16 men, the Su family's vermilion bird heavy cavalry expanded to 32 men. Su Changshou finally felt much more at ease. The sense of urgency he felt from the news of the barbarian warriors' attack, brought by Jiang Goer, had subsided somewhat. This selection process brought joy to some and sorrow to others. Su Jiating's promotion level kept everyone constantly aware of the potential danger. This time, those who become heavy cavalry will inevitably surpass others in status. Just as Su Changshou was about to return to the pavilion, someone quickly caught up with him from behind. Young master, hey, wait for me. Su Changshou turned his head and saw Zhao Xiong, who had just been selected as a heavy cavalryman. He looked at Li Dazhuang's uncle with curiosity, wondering what he was up to. Young master, could you please send me the armor first? Zhao Xiong hesitated, afraid that Su Changshou would get angry because of his request. Having followed the Su family for so long, these people no longer dared to treat Su Changshou like a child. Even among those who held the Su family patriarch in high esteem, their reverence for Su Changshou was the deepest. The child in front of them could decide their fate with a single word, and even control their lives. Oh, what? Su Changshou was somewhat curious. Exactly, I've been thinking of sleeping in my armor these past few days. Otherwise, I'm afraid my wife will kill me. Zhao Xiong said somewhat embarrassedly. Su Changshou. In the end, Zhao Xiong did not get what he wanted and watched Su Changshou leave with some regret. Su Changshou naturally wouldn't interfere in his family affairs, and tomorrow was the ceremony for them to join the heavy cavalry, which would be the day when the heavy cavalry equipment was distributed. Giving it to him today in advance is obviously against the rules. He didn't care how miserable Zhao Xiong's life was when he got home. The following day, the Su family held a grand ceremony for everyone to join the heavy cavalry, as scheduled. Standing on the platform, Lu Qi and the other 16 new heavy cavalrymen received their armor from the 16 veteran heavy cavalrymen. Just as they had done before, their faces filled with excitement. Just like last time, the atmosphere reached its peak when everyone shouted the slogan, "We swear to defend the Su family to the death." The only slightly spoiled thing was that Zhao Xiong, who was standing on the stage, had scratches all over his face. Clearly, a fierce battle took place last night. As for the outcome of the battle, Zhao Xiong on the stage was clearly the loser. Perhaps the barbarians were startled by King Li's vermilion bird, which caused them to refrain from any major actions for a long time. The barbarian strongholds in various places also went into hiding, slowly taking over the surrounding areas under their control. This relieved both Song Yuan City and the Su family, allowing them to coexist peacefully and have a chance to catch their breath. The Su family, however, did not relax their efforts. The training of the Su family generals and servants never stopped for a single day. Winter has arrived in the blink of an eye, and the weather is gradually getting colder. At this moment, a group of people were anxiously waiting for something outside the Su family's pavilion. Still no movement? It should be soon. It's been 2 hours already. May the gods protect us. May the gods protect us. Su Dague bowed anxiously in all directions. Su Kaishi's eyes lit up when he saw Su Changshou in the crowd. He walked over to him and pulled him aside. Longevity, could you perhaps ask the gods to bless your sister-in-law? Su Kaishi looked at Su Changshou with some anticipation. Father, our family's celestial master doesn't care about this. Su Changshou was speechless. What was all this about? People were grasping at straws in their desperation. Su Kaishi was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Just then, a baby's cry came from the attic. Wow! Everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly looked towards the door of the pavilion. Then, after a while, the door was opened. Zhang Xiua came out. Mother and child are both safe, and it's a boy. Zhang Xiua wiped the sweat from her forehead and addressed the crowd. Su Shuli, Zhang Jiuzhang, and the others were overjoyed upon hearing this. Congratulations! The Su family now has 4 generations living together. Zhang Jizang Gongvatalo Su Shuli. In-law, this is also your grandson. Let's share the joy. Su Shuli also looked delighted. Zheng Chunyi was pregnant before she fled, and now, after a long and arduous journey, she has finally settled down in this mountain village. Today, I finally gave birth to my baby safely. My dear in-laws, please suggest a name for the child. Zhang Jiuzhang said to Su Shuli. The world is so chaotic these days, and we live in constant fear of death. How about we name our child Ping in peace and safety? Su Shuli addressed the crowd. Good. A good name is not only an auspicious sign, but also carries a good meaning for the child. It is simple and unpretentious. Lu Wen clapped his hands and cheered. Everyone praised the name. Farmers choose names based on good fortune, and this name was considered perfectly appropriate by everyone. Peace and longevity. Just like my name, it's rustic. A family should be together in an orderly fashion. Su Changshou breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If the old man were to ask Lu Wen to help him choose a name, it would probably have to be quite literary. Fortunately, the old man had no intention of relinquishing his power as the head of the family. Only after the baby had been changed and washed did everyone see the infant in the swaddling clothes. It's a bit ugly. Su Changshou looked at his nephew, who was 7 years younger than him, with curiosity on his face, and thought to himself. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had ever seen a newborn child. Mom, my little nephew is so ugly. Just then, Su Yutian suddenly spoke, pointing at the baby. Su Dague, who had been beaming with joy, suddenly froze. Snap! A large hand slapped Su Yutian on the head. You blockhead! You were even uglier when you were born. It was Su Kaishi who slapped me. He really wanted to say, you're ugly now too. But considering that he was his own son, he had to take his pride into consideration, so he held back. Newborn babies are all wrinkled, but they'll grow out of it. Zhang Xiua explained from the side. Su Yutian clutched his head, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. Luckily, I didn't say it out loud. My dad practices martial arts, and that slap can be quite heavy. Su Changshou felt relieved upon seeing this scene. Chapter 187 Useless. The Su family has sent down a great-grandson, Su Pingyan, bringing 4 generations together for a banquet today. The news spread, and the Su family servants and retainers cheered. Joy was on everyone's face. It's not just because we can have a feast today, but also because this is the first child born since we fled. A newborn child represents hope. This rekindled the anticipation in the hearts of everyone who had been quiet all the way. The future will be better and better. Su Changshou bought several barrels of rice wine directly from the mall. It was perfect for drinking in this cold weather. The main reason is that it's cheap. There were only about 100 kilograms of alcohol, so each person could only drink a small cup. There was no concern that everyone would get drunk and cause trouble. The women busied themselves, and Su Changshou brought out chickens, ducks, fish, and whole pigs and sheep from the market. In an instant, the entire kitchen was bustling with activity and filled with steam. The air was filled with a mixture of various fragrances. The tables, chairs, and benches in the village were simply made of wood and were carried out and arranged in order. Zhao Cheng and his group were also invited. They were originally refugees who came here, and they are still living in a village. Such a joyous occasion should naturally include them. Their presence added a touch of peacetime, like inviting neighbors for a meal. The food on the table consisted mostly of horse meat and green vegetables, with only a few plates of fresh meat that Su Changshou had taken from the mall. But this also made Zhao Cheng's guards swallow hard. They hadn't had such a good meal in a long time. The Su family servants and their families were also very tempted, but seeing the guards' behavior, they quickly restrained themselves. We must not embarrass our host family in front of outsiders. That's right, in their eyes, Zhao Cheng and his group are outsiders now. They were the ones who were with the Su family, and their presence here represented the Su family's reputation. Wu Shishir and Sun Mengmeng sat there, their former poise long gone. These days, they were only slightly better off than the guards. For them, the food they eat now is no less than the finest delicacies. Seeing Changshou and Zhang Lu sitting at the head table of the Su family in the distance, and then looking at the whole roasted lamb placed in the middle of the table in front of them, they wished they could slap themselves. I misjudged it. Knowing that regret was useless, the two simply focused on eating. This kind of opportunity doesn't come often. If you don't eat your fill this time, who knows when you'll get another chance. At this moment, a servant who had been sent out on guard ran in and whispered something to Ling Tong. King Li has arrived. Ling Tong said to Su Changshou. Oh, here we go again. Su Changshou was somewhat surprised, wondering what King Li had come for this time. Because he knew the news in advance, King Li's journey was unimpeded. When he led Jiang Goer into Mountain Village, he saw a wedding banquet for the Su family with dozens of tables set up. What are you all doing? It's so noisy. I asked curiously, King Li said. The Su family is celebrating a joyous occasion, with 4 generations living together under one roof. Su Changshou gave him a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, King Li hurriedly searched his body, but couldn't find it. So he simply pulled off a golden gourd pendant from his waist. Here, I did not come empty-handed. This is a gift for the little boy. Su Kaishi quickly accepted the gift, expressed his gratitude, and invited King Li to take a seat. Upon noticing the large table of food, King Li couldn't help but think to himself, this Su family doesn't look like they're fleeing a disaster at all. As expected of a reclusive family, they are very particular. Even when fleeing, they don't forget to hold a celebratory banquet. King Li praised in his heart. I have come here this time to invite you into the city once again. Now, barbarian warriors could find you at any time, and you'll be in danger then. Moreover, with winter approaching, I imagine you won't be able to survive the winter in this village. Why don't you come to the city with me? Think about the children, not just for your own sake. King Li spoke. He hadn't given up yet, so he decided to try again today. Most importantly, he had heard some news from the south, and now desperately hoped that Zhao Jia and the others could stand with him. We don't have any plans yet. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Su Changshou spoke up. Zhao Jia, who was standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as he was afraid that Su Changshou would be persuaded. "Your Highness, we are willing to follow you into the city." Just then, Zhao Chang suddenly spoke up. Zhang Qiheng and the others beside him were also looking at Prince Li with fervent eyes. Even Wu Shi and Sun Mingming, who were eating voraciously, looked up. They had long been fed up with life in this mountain stronghold, and would naturally be more than happy to have a place to settle down now. "Who are you?" King Li looked at Zhao Qingye and the others, and was secretly pleased. They assumed he was someone connected to Zhao Jie and the Su family. If we can scare some of them away first, the rest won't be able to escape. King Li thought to himself, "Your Highness, my name is Zhao Qingye. My ancestors served as prefects, and I am from Manhwa County." Zhao Cheng also quickly stood up and respectfully cupped his hands to King Li. The student is Zhang Qiheng, a scholar who passed the imperial examination in Manhwa County. The group introduced themselves one by one, then looked at King Li with hopeful expressions. "What is your relationship with the Su family?" After listening to everyone, King Li felt that something was amiss. "Well, we're from the same hometown, and we've been through thick and thin together all the way here." After holding back for a long time, Zhao Cheng finally found out the so-called relationship with the Su family. The others quickly nodded in agreement. "Oh, if that's the case, then we should continue to stand together with the Su family through thick and thin," King Li said calmly, though he was somewhat disappointed. "Bringing them into the city would only waste my food. They'd be utterly useless." King Li gave Zhao Qingye and his group a disapproving look, then turned back to continue chatting with the Su family. Zhao Cheng and the others were left looking at each other, somewhat embarrassed and at a loss for what to do. These scholars and wealthy landowners, who once held sway and were revered by everyone in Manhwa County, were now being looked down upon. Wu Shi and Sun Mingming also looked disappointed and stuffed a piece of horse meat into their mouths. After the wedding banquet ended, King Li was seen off. The Su family members began to discuss the matter in the attic. The houses in a mountain village all need to be renovated, otherwise they won't be able to survive this winter. Especially the stables. Our warhorses are our treasures, and we cannot afford any mishaps. We also need to find a way to keep the servants and retainers warm. King Li is right today. This mountain stronghold is indeed not suitable for wintering now. Apart from the attic where the Su family's main residence was located, the rest of the place was basically drafty. If winter comes, it definitely won't survive. Renovating the houses is easy. Just have everyone cut down the wood and reinforce them. As for keeping warm, we can burn coal for heating. I'll figure that out. Su Changshou said. Chapter 188, Distributing Cotton-Padded Clothes for Winter. He naturally didn't need to worry about not having enough coal. Coal in the mall cost 1 coin per pound, making it a good deal for heating. Zhao Jie and the others were once again amazed by the Su family's incredible strength, as they even had coal on hand during their escape. That's absolutely incredible. It's important to understand that the amount of coal needed to supply several hundred people is no small sum. It's easy to imagine how powerful the Su family's hidden influence is. The next day, the Su family organized people to begin renovating those dilapidated houses. Everyone knew that the renovation was to make themselves warmer in the winter. It was all for their own benefit. Therefore, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly and dared not be perfunctory in the slightest. After a busy day, the leaky areas were finally sealed off completely, and everyone was overjoyed. Put all these things in, and remember to seal the joints tightly with mud, or people will die. Su Changshou took out a large pile of tin chimneys and addressed the crowd. He wanted to install charcoal stoves with iron chimneys in the stables and in the quarters of his servants and household guards. These things will be our main reliance for getting through this winter. Everyone obeyed orders without question, doing whatever their master told them to do. Each person receives 3 jin of cotton, and the cotton cloth is cut according to their body shape. The women in the family will sew cotton-padded clothes for each person. Su Changshou started shouting again. The Su family servants and retainers hurriedly went to collect cotton and cotton cloth. The host is so thoughtful. They not only provided us with charcoal stoves, but also gave us cotton. Yes, I never had a new cotton padded coat when I was in the village. The best decision I ever made was joining the Su family. The servants of the Su family sighed with emotion. Young master, we don't have wives, and we don't know how to sew ourselves, a family retainer said to Su Changshou. Then ask the female servants for help and give them the rewards you have received as payment. Su Changshou offered them some advice. The mall does sell ready-made cotton padded coats, but the price is twice as high as the cost of sewing them yourself. Based on the principle that there are so many women in the family, Su Changshou decided to buy cotton and cotton cloth and sew them himself. The cotton padded clothes were only temporarily provided to these household guards and servants. As for the servants' families, they will not be provided for the time being. Su Changshou planned to wait and see, and if there was any fighting in the near future, he would distribute it as a reward to them. Cotton padded clothes were one of the few valuable items in poor families. They had brought some cotton padded clothes with them when they fled, and although they were old, they were still usable. Changshou is being too generous. These are all good cotton. We've never seen them wear such nice clothes when they were in Shaoyan village. Su Kaihai looked at his former neighbors, all wearing the Su family's new cotton padded clothes, and said to Su Kaishi, "They're all working for the Su family. If they get sick from the cold, it will be a huge loss of combat power." Changshou can see this clearly. "Su Kaishi, my young master, could you sell us some of your tin chimneys and coal?" Zhaoqing also came knocking on the door. The weather is getting colder and colder, and they're delicate people, so they can hardly bear the suffering of this cold winter. "All right, I'll sell you this tin chimney section for 5 taels of silver, and the coal for 5 copper coins per pound." As you know, it wasn't easy to get these things. Su Changshou resumed his business. Zhaoqing's biggest role for him now is as a continuous source of funding. "Thank you, young man." Zhaoqing was overjoyed upon hearing this. He was afraid that Su Changshou wouldn't sell to him. He considered the price to be fair. How much money do these guys actually have? Did I underestimate their wealth? Su Changshou watched as Zhaoqing readily agreed and muttered to himself, "How much coal does the Su family actually have?" Quoting such a low price makes it sound like they have an endless supply. Zhaoqing was also shocked. "Well, Mr. Zhao, now that winter is here, the price of vegetables may have to go up. Vegetables are hard to find in winter." Su Changshou thought for a moment and added, "It seems this group still has a lot of money. Let's squeeze them a little more." "Of course." Zhaoqing hurriedly replied, as if afraid the Su family wouldn't sell it to him. The two sides reached an agreement, and Su Changshou received another sum of money, a win-win situation. As winter stretched on, just when the Su family thought the barbarians were also planning to spend the winter, bad news arrived. The barbarians have besieged Songyuan city again. Damn it, aren't they cold in the middle of winter? King Li stood on the city tower, his cheeks red from the cold wind, looking at the barbarian army camped 5 miles below the city, and was somewhat furious. What's gotten into them this time? They've sent 60,000 people. King Li could tell at a glance that there were even more people this time than last time. "Your Highness, I suspect they've drawn all their men here. Is it because they received news of the Prince of Han's ascension to the throne, and are therefore eager to find a breakthrough through our side?" Jiang Goer leaned over and said, "That's right, that bastard Han Wang declared himself emperor. These barbarians are probably afraid that the Great Xia will regroup its forces and launch a counterattack against them. So they came to attack us. No, damn it, why aren't they attacking the Prince of Han? They're specifically targeting me. Do they think I'm no match for that old bastard?" King Li realized what was happening and became somewhat annoyed. "We were actually taken for a fool. The King of Han now has an army of over 100,000 and has even occupied Jinling. Your Highness, you only have Songyuan City and you dare not go out? You're just a pushover," Jiang Goer said honestly. "Who the hell are you on?" King Li kicked Jiang Goer in the butt. "What's over there?" King Li looked into his binoculars and saw that in the distance, there were frames being assembled. There are many catapults. The barbarians came prepared this time. "I need to go right away," Jiang Goer said with a solemn expression, then turned to leave the city tower. "Get back here. Quickly send someone to prepare the defense." King Li slapped Jiang Goer on the head. Jiang Goer quickly regained his composure and began to organize his men to move logs, stones, and arrows onto the city wall. After thinking for a moment, he had several large pots of golden sauce prepared. An unpleasant odor instantly filled the entire city gate tower. "Put the lid back on, you blockhead." King Li covered his nose and angrily said to Jiang Goer, "I felt utterly exhausted. Barbarians' main tent." At this moment, Lao Shan was discussing the plan to attack the city with his generals. Na Ikue was also among them, listening with a resentful expression as Lao Shan arranged military affairs. He received a military order from his commander-in-chief a few days ago, requiring him to capture Songyuan City and then march south. Otherwise, the Liao dynasty's plan to annex the Xia kingdom would likely have been thwarted by the Han king's ascension to the throne. So this time he went all out, summoning all his men and completely abandoning the occupied areas in the rear. They were prepared to take a desperate gamble to capture Songyuan City, in line with the commander's plan. Attack the city in 2 hours. Lao Shan addressed the crowd. Chapter 189. The war begins, and the drums of war sound. The barbarians launched their attack. In the distance, thousands of Xia people, dressed in rags and with disheveled hair, were driven at the forefront, running towards the city. Behind them were hordes of barbarian soldiers carrying ladders and pushing ramming carts. Despicable. They actually used my great Xia people to attack the city. King Li was furious when he saw this. Your Highness, what should we do? Jiang Goer looked at King Li, unsure of what to do. They're already in a dead end, because they're being coerced by the barbarians. We cannot allow the people and soldiers of Songyuan City to risk their lives. Anyone who approaches the city will be shot. King Li hardened his heart and gritted his teeth. Look, those people operating the catapults also seem to be Xia people. Jiang Goer, being highly skilled, recognized the people setting up the catapults as ordinary citizens of the great Xia dynasty and angrily exclaimed, "May the mighty cannons of Emperor Gaozu blast those wooden frames to smithereens." King Li looked at the barbarian army that was beginning to approach the city and knew that there was no time to hesitate. He waved his hand and said, "The countless catapults that once lined up below the city walls were now being deployed to the battlefield." Each catapult required 60 or 70 people to operate, and almost all of these people were Xia people. King Lu ordered the catapults to be bombarded, which meant he didn't care about the lives of these people. The range of catapults could not compare to that of cannons, so the barbarians placed their catapults within the range of fire. Having learned from his previous experience, Lao Zhan had already considered this point. His solution was to win by sheer numbers, and then use the Xia people to operate the catapults. This time he brought a total of 40 catapults. There are only a few cannons on the city wall, and each cannonball had to be cooled and reloaded after being fired. Even if a few catapults were destroyed, it wouldn't have much of an impact. This time gap was enough for his catapult to be effective. As for those who were blown to pieces by the cannon fire, they were all Xia people, so he naturally didn't care. Light it fire! Shells were fired one after another towards the catapult. Meanwhile, the catapults on the opposite side were also hurling countless stones and fireballs toward the city. The Great War has officially begun. People on the ground approached from afar, and from the city tower, the cries for help and the shouts of the Xia people could be clearly heard. "Release the arrows!" A hail of arrows rained down on the crowd. Despite their best efforts to avoid them, some arrows inevitably struck the Xia people who were charging at the front. The crowd panicked and screamed. What a terrible thing. Jiang Goer spat out a mouthful of saliva, drew his powerful bow, and fired an arrow at a barbarian carrying a siege ladder below. The arrow flew, and the barbarian fell to the ground. In a short time, hundreds of corpses had fallen to the ground. But the barbarians showed no sign of retreating and, under the cover of the catapults, charged toward the city. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Songyuan City on the city wall were extremely annoyed by the dense barrage of flying stones and fireballs. You have to dodge everywhere, or you'll be smashed into a pulp. Each time those 5 cannons were fired, it was at great personal risk. Faced with 40 catapults, these 5 cannons seemed somewhat inadequate. "Dog, hurry up and fire, you son of a bitch! Smash those catapults!" King Li hid in the stone building and roared at Jiang Goer. "Your Highness, it's too hot. It'll explode." Jiang Goer also ran away with his head in his hands, responding to King Li. The cannons didn't have time to cool down. They only managed to destroy 7 or 8 catapults before becoming unusable. This put the defenders on the Songyuan City wall under attack from catapults. "These catapults are too much trouble," King Li said somewhat anxiously. Only then did he truly realize how much the Su family had helped them by burning down the barbarians' catapults on the way. "How about I take the vermilion birds of the 4th rank or higher out of the city and destroy them?" Jiang Guye suggested. "Are you looking for death? Once you go out, you might not come back. Our Songyuan City hasn't reached that point yet." King Li cursed. Given Jiang Goer's skills, it wouldn't be impossible for him to fly down from the city wall and then rush into the positions of those catapults. But once you go out there, it's basically a certain death sentence. There's a group of warriors among those barbarians, and no one knows where they are hiding. If Jianggoer leads the martial artists out of the city, they might just be lambs to the slaughter. Your Highness, I never expected you to be so kind to me. Jianggoer was deeply moved, and tears were about to well up in his eyes. When there's really no other way, then you can lead the vermilion bird out to fight your way out. I'll see you off then. After thinking for a moment, King Li spoke again to Jianggoer. Jianggoer, The soldiers on the city wall splashed spoonfuls of scalding hot molten gold onto the barbarian soldiers who were climbing the wall. Rolling stones and hot oil were also brought out. The barbarian soldiers fell down in pain, but new people immediately climbed up again as if they didn't care about their lives. At this moment, many Xia soldiers' corpses, hit by catapults, had already appeared on the city wall. The area beneath the city walls was littered with corpses. Many of the stones thrown by the catapults even accidentally hit the barbarian soldiers. They can't distinguish between friend and foe. Chapter 190, the city gate, is breached. A group of barbarian soldiers hid under a battering ram and charged towards the city gate. 1 time, 2, 10 times. The massive bolts behind the city gate finally gave way under the continuous impact, loosening and creaking. The entire city gate began to shake and sway. The soldiers of Songyuan City behind the city gate were doing everything they could to find things to reinforce the gate. But breaking down the door seems inevitable sooner or later. As long as we break through Songyuan City, the Liao dynasty's march into the Xia kingdom will not stop. Even the Han King's ascension to the throne of the Xia state could not prevent our great Liao from establishing a firm foothold in this region. Looking at the battlefield where his side had gained the upper hand, Lao Shan said to Yi Kuei beside him, If I were in command, I would have taken Songyuan City 3 months ago. Yi Kuei showed no respect for Lao Shan and spoke in an unfriendly tone. As long as he didn't disobey Lao Shan's orders in the army, Lao Shan couldn't do anything to him. Lao Shan originally wanted to ease the tension with Yi Kuei, since he would need him for the upcoming siege. But to my surprise, my enthusiasm was met with indifference, and I cursed my bad luck. Oh no, the city gates are about to break down. Get ready. When King Lu heard the report from his subordinates, a hint of tension appeared on his face, but it vanished quickly. Boom! With a loud crash, the city gate, which had stood for decades, was finally smashed open. The price the barbarians paid was a ground littered with corpses, along with the city walls and piles of bodies that resembled small hills. Upon seeing the city gates breached, the barbarian soldiers charging towards the city erupted in deafening cheers. They then surged toward the city gate amidst excited shouts. At this moment, barbarian cavalrymen were already galloping towards the city gate. The first to enter the city will be richly rewarded. The surging crowds rushed toward the collapsed city gate like locusts, as if endless wealth, women, and warm merits awaited them behind the gate. With the city gates collapsing, the barbarian soldiers who were scaling the city walls were greatly encouraged. Following the cloud ladder, several barbarians were already close to the edge of the city wall. However, when those barbarian soldiers crowded into the city gates, what awaited them was not a bright and promising road ahead. Instead, it was a barbican that stretched over 100 meters deep. No one expected that the square Songyuan City would have a barbican built inside it. It's a trap. Retreat. The barbarians in front were the first to notice the problem. Their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly issued a warning. However, the crowd behind them didn't have time to react before pushing those behind them in. In particular, the cavalrymen who had dodged the arrows raining down from the city walls and rushed into the city were carried along by inertia and crashed into the crowd that had suddenly stopped in front of them. For a moment, the crowd remained in a state of panic. At that moment, Xia soldiers holding bows and arrows emerged from the crenellations of the surrounding city walls. They all aimed their attention at the barbarian soldiers who were in complete disarray inside the barbarian fortress. Shoot! Thousands upon thousands of arrows rained down on the barbarian soldiers. In just a short while, the barbican was filled with corpses. Many war horses, though shot, did not die and fell to the ground, howling in agony. Hey, do you think you could just come and go as you please in my Songyuan City? The great ancestor was so far-sighted. King Li looked at the corpses scattered all over the walled city and let out a cold laugh. The sudden turn of events caused the barbarian soldiers, who were about to rush into the city gate, to hastily retreat. In the chaos, another large number of people were shot dead. The Xia people are treacherous. Lao Shan was furious when he saw that this charge, which he thought was on the verge of victory, had resulted in the loss of so many soldiers. In just this short period of time, thousands of men and horses have died. Strike! Strike hard! The first to scale the walls will be rewarded with 3,000 taels of silver and appointed a commander of 1,000 men. Lao Shan gathered his inner strength and shouted at his barbarian soldiers. The city gate was narrow. If one still wanted to enter through it, it would be like offering oneself up as a piece of fatty meat. The only way to break the deadlock right now is to start from the city wall, and this loss will inevitably be severe. Seeing the city gates wide open, but unable to use them, Lao Shan was somewhat annoyed. After a moment, the city gate was seen to be closed again. It is clear that people inside the city are reinforcing the city. They've been working for nothing. One incompetent general can cause the death of the entire army. Ikue let out a cold laugh, mocking him. If he hadn't been slightly outmatched back then, the position of commander of 10,000 men would have been his. Seeing Lao Shan's command fail, he instinctively started to mock him. If you have the ability to take Song Yuan City, then I'll accept your sarcastic remarks. Lao Shan was already in a bad mood, and when he heard Ikue still making sarcastic remarks, he retorted. That vermilion bird unit should usually be stationed outside the city, and the soldiers on the city tower should be ordinary Xia soldiers. As long as I lead the martial arts academy students to form a vanguard, taking that city wall will be a piece of cake. Ikue spoke up. Chapter 191 Battle on the City Wall. You all need to stay here to guard against the vermilion bird's attack on my camp. How can you go to attack the city? Absolutely not. Lao Shan offered a hypocritical piece of advice. So timid and hesitant. If that's the case, even if we take Song Yuan City, we'll suffer heavy losses. Ikue looked at him with disdain. All right, since you volunteered to lead the martial arts academy members as the vanguard, I'll agree. If you have the ability to take this city wall, I will credit you with the greatest merit. I will then hold a banquet to acknowledge my defeat. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of joy appeared in Lao Shan's eyes. He was waiting for Ikue to say those words. Every student at the martial academy is a treasure of the Liao dynasty. The Liao dynasty spent enormous resources training these warriors. Going to climb the city walls was extremely risky, with a chance of death out of 9 out of 10 attempts. If he dared to order these martial arts academy students to attack the city, he would certainly face enormous political risks. The impeachment from the court will be enough to give him a hard time. Now that he's provoking Ikue to go voluntarily, the responsibility he'll bear is much smaller. He went voluntarily. I couldn't stop him. Lao Shan has already thought about the explanation he will give to the head coach. Once Song Yuan City falls, the credit goes to him, and the graves belong to the martial academy. A win-win situation. Soon, Ikue organized the martial arts academy members, and they quickly headed towards Song Yuan City. As Lao Shan watched their retreating figures, a sly smile crept across his lips. At this moment, the soldiers on the city wall of Song Yuan City have been replaced twice. The barbarians attacked for almost 2 hours, and the defenders on the city walls were either killed or wounded. The losses were undeniably severe. Ikue led his men, just like ordinary barbarian soldiers, and approached Song Yuan City. Holy crap, it's that 7th-ranked player. Zhang Gober spotted Ikue, his former opponent, in the crowd at a glance. His expression changed drastically. Your Highness, the barbarians may very well have sent those warriors to scale the city walls. Zhang Gober quickly warned him. Quickly, summon Suzaku to the city. King Li was greatly alarmed upon hearing this, and hurriedly issued an order. These barbarians have no martial ethics. They even used 7th-ranked martial artists to attack the city, and ordinary soldiers simply couldn't deal with them. Soon, a unit of the Vermilion Bird Army was deployed to the city wall. These people were originally intended by King Lu to preserve his strength as a bargaining chip for the final battle when he went out of the city to meet the enemy. But now it has to be put into use. As expected of a martial artist, Ikue led the martial arts academy members to the city walls in a swift manner. Some people took out ropes to climb the city walls, while others put iron gauntlets with grappling hooks on their hands. Others chose to climb those ladders. A martial artist of the 3rd or 4th rank could use a foothold to climb the city wall. It was also easier to dodge the stones falling from the city walls and the arrows being shot down. Ikue was even more agile. With a leap, he used the bricks in his hand as leverage to fly directly onto the city wall. For a moment, everyone on the city wall was on high alert. This is the first barbarian to set foot on the walls of Songyuan City. King Li quickly hid behind the crowd. Jiang Goer brandished his spear and charged straight at Ikuei. "It's you, you despicable scoundrel." Ikuei looked at the young general charging towards him and recognized him. His expression changed drastically. This is the same Xia 7th rank martial artist who sprinkled lime powder on himself back then. He originally thought that the vermilion bird should be outside the city, but he didn't expect to run into it on the city wall. It will be difficult for the martial academy to take over this city gate. Without a second thought, the two began to fight. In a fight of this caliber, Xia Bing and Zhu Kei, who were standing nearby, couldn't find an opportunity to intervene and help. If done poorly, it could actually do more harm than good. At this moment, we can only defend against the barbarian soldiers who are climbing the city walls. Ikuei was also wary of being ambushed, so he and Jiang Goer fought fiercely and evenly. A moment later, several people from the martial arts academy climbed up the city wall. Several vermilion birds swarmed forward and, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in footing, cleaved him in two. They were powerless to deal with Ikuei, a 7th rank official. However, they could still put up a fight against those martial arts academy students whose strength was comparable to their own. Ikuei noticed the tragic death of his disciple, and his expression tightened. They knew that this time, climbing the city walls would likely be disadvantageous. However, it was impossible to order the martial academy to retreat, otherwise they would become easy targets for the Xia soldiers on the city wall. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and decide to go all in to fight a desperate battle. His moves became more ferocious. As long as we deal with this 7th rank Xia man, there's still hope of taking the city gate. Ikuei quickly analyzed in his mind. Now we're caught in a dilemma. Killing this lowly 7th rank Xia general is the key to victory. Jiang Goer felt his opponent's attacks becoming increasingly fierce, so he fought back while retreating, a fine sweat breaking out on his forehead. The vermilion bird beside him was already engaged in battle with the barbarians who had climbed the city wall, and the fight on the city wall was fierce and evenly matched. The situation is critical. If either side makes even the slightest mistake, it could determine the fate of Songyuan City. Lao Shan also looked anxiously at the situation on the battlefield, his palms sweating nervously, just as the battle raged fiercely on the city wall. Suddenly, a cavalry unit of about 40 men charged in from a distance, rushing towards the barbarian army from the flank. Both sides on the battlefield were completely bewildered, unaware of what had happened. The battlefield seemed to be paused suddenly because of their arrival. These people charging into that barbarian army of 10,000 was practically courting death. If Jiang Goer and Li Wang looked closely at this moment, they would find that the figures of the leaders were very familiar. Lu Bu, Dian Wei, Ling Tong, and the 32 Su family heavy cavalrymen following behind them. Chapter 192, Charging into the Camp, Part 1. There were still tens of thousands of barbarian troops in the camp within a radius of several miles. At this moment, they were either resting and preparing for battle or treating the wounded. Who would have thought that someone would dare to charge into their camp at this time? He was stunned to see 35 unidentified riders rushing towards him. Fortunately, those people were still far from the main camp at this moment. Regardless, they quickly organized a 100-man cavalry unit and charged towards those people, trying to stop them outside the army's encampment. Moreover, the barbarians thought that those who dared to come to their side at this time might not be enemies, so they didn't take it too seriously. There are only about 35 people. How could they possibly cause any trouble? Stop these people. Find out who they are. The centurion at the head gave the order. However, he was about to regret his decision. The people rushing towards them had no intention of talking to them at all. Lu Bu rode red hair at the very front. Dian Wei and the others behind them had already fallen far behind. This was only because Lu Bu was taking care of them and deliberately slowed down their speed. Dian Wei looked at the red hair, its hooves flying high, and felt a pang of envy. Looking at Lu Bu's back again, he barely suppressed the urge to throw the iron halberd in his hand and kill that bastard. Young master, let me show you Bu's true strength. He's not someone those nobodies can compare to. These are the words Lu Bu said to Su Changshou before charging into battle. The meaningful look in his eyes as he spoke was clearly directed at Dian Wei, which infuriated Dian Wei to the point that he almost exploded on the spot. "Who goes there? State your name." The centurion who came to intercept them was on horseback, holding a saber and shouting at Lu Bu, who was charging at the front. The two sides are now 200 paces apart. Even if the opponent is an enemy, this distance provides enough space for him to lead his troops in a charge to meet the enemy. However, only a few breaths later, not long after the centurion finished speaking, Lu Bu had already run within 50 paces of him. Prepare for the enemy. Only then did the centurion realize that the other party was up to no good. How could it be so fast? This was his thought at that moment, and also his consciousness in the last moment of his life. Just as he ordered the 100 cavalrymen behind him to hastily engage the enemy, Lu Bu had already arrived in front of him. A flash of silver light passed before his eyes, and he saw himself getting farther and farther away from the ground. A human head flew into the air. The halberd, its power undiminished, plunged straight into the barbarian army's formation. With his right hand gripping the base of the halberd's handle, Lu Bu swung it horizontally, and more than a dozen barbarian soldiers fell from their horses. From a moment the centurion was killed to the moment the conflict entered the barbarian army's formation, dozens of lives had already been lost in the blink of an eye. By the time Dian Wei arrived with Su family's heavy cavalry, most of the 100-man cavalry force had already perished. "Little Dian Dian, did you see that? This is your brother's true strength. I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I'm saying everyone here is trash." At this moment, Lu Bu swept his halberd, taking the lives of more than a dozen people, and still had time to taunt Dian Wei, who was wielding a short halberd and killing enemies. Ling Tong and the Su family were speechless. If they weren't outmatched, they would have given this foul-mouthed guy a good beating. That's infuriating. However, on the battlefield, absolute strength certainly gives one the right to be arrogant. Dian Wei and the others had no choice but to vent their anger on the barbarian soldiers. The cavalry force of 100 men was completely wiped out in just 20 breaths. Lao Shan, who was in the central command tent, had a drastic change in expression and hurriedly ordered his barbarian soldiers to reorganize their forces to intercept them. However, at this moment, Lu Bu had already led his men and was rapidly charging towards them. "How dare they?" Lao Shan looked at the 35 riders galloping towards him from a mile away with disbelief on his face. These people actually dared to charge towards his central command tent. That's practically suicide. At this moment, he was at least a mile away from those people, and there were at least 3,000 soldiers blocking his way. Although most of them were infantry, it was virtually impossible for them to break through and reach him. Even if they were to slaughter 3,000 pigs, it would take them half a day. Moreover, he had tens of thousands of troops around him that he could mobilize continuously, so to a certain extent, his forces were inexhaustible. "We can wear these 35 people down." Lao Shan's mind went blank at this moment. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what these 35 people could do. Even if they just killed 100 people, so what? In the face of a large army, individual strength cannot change anything. But everything happening before his eyes told him that it was all real. These men are attempting to charge their own army of 10,000 men with only 35 horsemen. The Xia people are sometimes really ridiculous. Lao Shan couldn't help but sigh. The densely packed barbarian soldiers began to surge towards the direction in which the Su family was charging. The commotion finally caught the attention of Jiang Goer, who was fighting on the city wall. "Barbarians, someone has attacked your central command tent." Jiang Goer shouted at Ikuei. Chapter 193 Charge into the Camp. Part 2. Ikuei subconsciously turned his head to look, and Jiang Goer took the opportunity to stab him in the face with a spear. Fortunately, the martial artist's senses were sharp, and he narrowly escaped. "Mean." Ikuei quickly composed himself and continued fighting with Jiang Goer. Although it was only a glance, both Jiang Goer and Ikuei were shocked by what they had just witnessed. 35 riders charging into a 10,000-strong army formation. This was simply unheard of. Lu Bu led his 34 men forward. At this moment, the number of barbarian soldiers gathered in front has reached several thousand. A dense rain of arrows shot towards the Su family members. Needless to say, the arrows couldn't even get close to Lu Bu, Dian Wei, and Ling Tong. Then look at the Su family's heavy cavalry. They completely ignored the incoming arrows. The arrows struck the heavy armor and fell directly to the ground, causing no damage whatsoever. The The specially made armor protected even the warhorse beneath him, rendering the arrows completely ineffective. Seeing that the arrows were useless, several hundred cavalrymen raised their sabers and charged towards them. Lu Bu led the way, and they were invincible. Jian Wei and Ling Tong also wreaked havoc on all sides. I will kill any god who stands in my way, and I will kill any Buddha who is in my way. The barbarian soldiers saw that Lu Bu and his companions couldn't get close at all, clearly indicating that they were no match for them. They charged toward the 32 heavy cavalrymen. Picked the softest persimmons to squeeze. However, when they actually fought, they realized they had miscalculated. The Su family's 32 heavy cavalry finally had a chance to demonstrate their strength. During regular training, he could cut through a wooden stake as thick as an arm with a single stroke. Now, the long sword in his hand was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables when it came to cutting down the barbarians. Corpses lay strewn all around, severed limbs and heads flying everywhere. The barbarians' sabers struck them, producing only a sharp clanging sound, without making any progress whatsoever. Their absolute defenses allowed them to charge forward without any hesitation. That's right, they're surrounded by barbarians at this moment. But these barbarians were like pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered, posing no threat to them. Their heavy armor could withstand the full force of a 6th-rank expert strike, and these barbarians couldn't break through their defenses at all. These barbarian soldiers are also human beings, and as human beings, they have feelings of fear. Facing such an unbreakable and invincible team, getting close means certain death. At this moment, many of the barbarians were already filled with fear, and their weapons trembled as they held them. They all gathered around the Su family members, not daring to get close, but pretending to be waiting for an opportunity to make a move from a distance. Charge! Those who fear battle shall be slain. The military governors knew perfectly well what these people were thinking. They were all waiting for others to go first while they stayed behind. They drew their swords and shouted at the retreating barbarian soldiers around them. Several cries of agony rang out as the warlord's officer beheaded more than a dozen retreating barbarian soldiers. Only then did those barbarian soldiers, trembling with fear, continue their attack on the Su family. The punishment of those who were afraid of fighting did have some effect after all. The barbarian soldiers who were attacking the Su family were now desperately surrounding them. However, the gap in strength cannot be bridged by courage alone. The strength of the Su family and the barbarian soldiers remained the same as before, with an insurmountable gap between them. Those who deserve to die will still be slain. One by one, heads were chopped off, and standing barbarian soldiers fell one by one. It was a complete massacre. Kill. Just then, Lu Bu's godlike fighting prowess finally carved out an uninhabited area in front of him. No one dared to block his path anymore, and they all moved aside to the sides, even though the blood on the long sword in the hand of the governor behind him had not yet dried. They would rather die under the governor's long sword than have their intestines pulled out by this man with a halberd. Then they dragged their corpses and hurled them at their own companions. This way of dying is too gruesome. They simply cannot accept it. Rush! Lu Bu took the lead, and the Su family members hurriedly followed behind. The barbarian soldiers who had been surrounding them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw these people running away into the distance. At least their lives were saved. As for who these demons are going to kill, what does that have to do with them? When the barbarian soldiers developed a fear of battle, even if they did not flee, their fighting strength was already reduced to less than 1/10. Looking at everything before him, Lao Shan finally showed a look of panic on his face. He subconsciously looked up at the city gate tower of Songyuan City in the distance. The Liao Kingdom's most elite warriors were located there, but at this moment they were powerless to reach them. At this moment, he regretted letting Yi Kuei lead the martial arts academy to attack the city. They were originally meant to guard against the Vermilion Bird, but in order to take Songyuan City, he directly provoked them away. This has resulted in him having absolutely no martial artists available to use. Yi Kuei on the city wall had already noticed the situation. A sudden panic gripped my heart. Withdraw. He turned around and was about to jump off the city wall. Na Laozhan could not die. Although he was at odds with him, he knew that with Laozhan dead, the army would inevitably collapse, and the Liao Kingdom's grand plan would be thrown into chaos. At this moment, he also knew that if he retreated rashly, his martial arts academy members would suffer heavy losses. No one can stop me now that I'm at the 7th rank, but most of the martial arts academy students will definitely stay here. The Xia people on the city wall would not give them a chance to retreat calmly. But at this moment, there's no time to worry about that. Chapter 194, Charging into the Camp. Part 2, Want to leave? Stay here, young master. Jiang Goer also saw the situation that occurred in the barbarian army. Seeing the leader wielding a long halberd and charging forward, one could already guess that these people were all from the Su family. They were surprised that the Su family would help them, and they were also surprised by the strength of the Su family, which had actually broken through the barbarian army of 10,000. Seeing that Ikuei wanted to go back to provide support, they would not allow him to leave. Sukai had done him such a great favor. If he couldn't stop this group of barbarian warriors, it would be too embarrassing. Having said that, he thrust out with his spear, intending to entangle Ikuei and continue the battle. Suddenly, Ikuei reached into his pocket and pulled out a paper package. Why does this feel so familiar? Jiang Goer muttered to himself as he watched Ikuei's actions. Oh no, lime powder! He then realized what was happening and his face turned pale with shock. They quickly retreated, covering their eyes and nose, and holding their breath. Sure enough, a cloud of white powder rushed towards him. When he looked up again, Ikuei had already disappeared. Despicable. You bastard, you actually stole my skills. Jiang Goer was furious that his life-saving techniques had been learned by this barbarian dog. At this time, there were still dozens of martial arts students on the city wall who had not yet had time to retreat. They are currently engaged in battle with Shizuku. Seeing Ikuei escape, Jiang Goer quickly attacked the group. A 7th rank master can deal with them as easily as an adult dealing with a baby. In just a few moments, they had been wiped out. At this moment, there were no more barbarian soldiers on the city wall. The catapults had ceased their attack long ago, presumably because the Su family had rushed towards the barbarian camp, leaving the barbarian soldiers, who were responsible for supervising the operation of the catapults, unable to attend to anything else. Thus, the danger to the city gate tower was averted. Doggy, how is it? Only then did King Li dare show his face and ask Jiang Goer. Your Highness, the Su family. 35 riders from the Su family have broken through the barbarian army. Jiang Goer said with excitement in his eyes. Upon hearing this, King Li hurriedly came out, took a telescope, and looked towards the barbarian camp. At this moment, the 35 members of the Su family were like a small boat in the midst of the army. The surrounding barbarian soldiers encircled him like a tidal wave. But incredibly, these 35 riders were chasing after and killing those barbarian soldiers. My goodness, that's strong. King Li stared in disbelief at the scene in the telescope. It completely overturned his understanding. Dog, how many of those men wielding halberds could they take on? King Li asked Jiang Goer. 5. Jiang Goer thought for a moment, then asked uncertainly. You're shameless. King Li looked at Jiang Goer, paused for a moment, and said. In his opinion, that burly man wielding double halberds could take on 5 Jiang Goers, let alone that other man. Leave the city and launch a counterattack. King Li looked at the current situation of the barbarian camp and finally made a decision. The Su family has been beaten to this extent. If he's going to back down, he might as well just jump off this building. Yes. Jiang Goer was overjoyed and quickly ran down to the city walls. Soon, the city gates opened wide, and Jiang Goer led the way, followed by 1,000 Xia cavalrymen. Then came a dense throng of Xia infantrymen filing out of the city. Brothers, kill the enemy. Jiang Goer brandished his spear, squeezed his legs together, and charged towards the barbarians in front of him. The fighting behind them was deafening, and they followed closely behind. Barbarian camp. Bring me my lance, Lao Shan said to his subordinates. He himself was a 7th rank martial artist, so if he really couldn't stop them, he would have to take matters into his own hands. He looked up at the 35 unidentified riders, who were now only 300 paces away. Meanwhile, the Xia soldiers outside Songyuan City also came out of the city to meet the enemy, and the situation began to reverse. He held the lance, his palms sweating. After years of fighting, this was the first time he had felt danger. He couldn't understand why. Despite mobilizing so many troops, the battle had turned out this way. This is completely illogical. Countless barbarian soldiers were moved in front of him in an attempt to stop the others. However, the man wielding the halberd seemed to possess inexhaustible strength, and wherever he went, it became a living hell. Royal guards, prepare to engage the enemy. Lao Zhan finally couldn't hold back any longer. He was nicknamed the Butcher, yet his own troops were being slaughtered. This is an insult to him. If we don't deal with these people quickly, our army will inevitably fall into chaos when the Xia soldiers arrive. He needs to resolve the chaotic situation quickly. He mounted his warhorse, followed by 300 personal guards, his most elite force. Although they can't compare to those from martial arts academies, they're all skilled fighters capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. Lao Zhan, I'm here to help you. Just then, a familiar voice came from not far away. Looking over, Lao Shan was surprised to see Yikuei. With him on the team, our chances of winning increase a bit, right? He was overjoyed. Charge! Lao Shan and Yikuei rode on their horses and charged toward the intruders. His mind was filled with mixed feelings. He simply couldn't understand how his army of 10,000 men could be so easily routed by just 35 people. At this moment, he actually has to personally fight the enemy. The barbarian soldiers blocking the way dispersed, giving both sides enough space. Chapter 195, Who Says Great Figures Have to Die Heroically? 300 elite soldiers from Lao Zhan, led by Lao Zhan and Yikuei, charged towards the Su family. The two sides are vastly different in number. However, at this moment, now Lao Zhan was actually unsure of himself. That man is just too strong. He's practically inhuman. Lao Shan gripped his lance tightly, squeezed his legs firmly against his warhorse, took a deep breath, and tried to maintain his best condition. In a duel between masters, ordinary soldiers have no chance to intervene. Getting too close would only make things worse. At this moment, the barbarian soldiers in the field had already retreated to a distance, watching the two sides charging at each other with tense expressions. 100 steps. 50 steps. Yikuei, the first one to injure the opponent, wins. Lao Shan laughed heartily at Yikuei, who was galloping wildly beside him. Fine, today I'll show you that you were able to beat me back then only because I let you win. Yikuei also shouted loudly. The two men stared intently at the burly man with a long halberd charging towards them, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. 30 steps. 10 steps. Clang. Bang. Two metallic clanging sounds rang out, and the crowd saw three riders collide. Then two figures were knocked off their horses and rolled to the ground. Before anyone could even see the faces of the two figures clearly, they saw the burly man with the long halberd already wielding streaks of silver light as he charged into the 300 barbarian guards. They paid no attention to the situation of the two men who had been knocked off their horses. Then Dianwei and Ling Tong arrived, and only then did everyone see that Yikuei and Lao Shan were bleeding from all 7 orifices and were on the verge of death. Wow! The barbarian soldiers watching were thrown into complete disarray. The two key figures were not even a match for the enemy's combined strength. The barbarian soldiers were thrown into chaos and were at a loss. Dianwei and Ling Tong looked at the two men lying on the ground, their faces filled with shock. Looking up again at Lu Bu's figure, who was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Two 7th-rank cultivators. In a very instant their weapons clashed. They used their internal force to cause each other to bleed from all 7 orifices. Is the difference in strength really that great? Dianwei was filled with mixed feelings at this moment, and his eyes held an indescribable expression. Lu Bu's strength seems to have no upper limit. He becomes stronger when facing stronger opponents. Yikuei and Lao Shan, lying on the ground, stared blankly at the sky, their shock beyond words. Before they even started fighting, they thought they could put up a good fight with that man. However, the reality was so ironic that they couldn't even withstand a single move. The immense force traveled along the weapon into his arm, then into his internal organs, instantly causing his blood and qi to surge and his meridians to stagnate. Even a 9th-rank expert shouldn't have such strength. Yikuei thought bitterly. 2 streams of blood spurted out as Dianwei and Ling Tong slashed their necks. Without looking back, he charged forward. The Su family's heavy cavalry followed closely behind, and no one paid any more attention to the two of them. 7th rank. On this battlefield, they die like pigs and dogs. Who says that great people have to die a heroic death? Faced with absolute power, they're nothing more than lambs that can be slaughtered at will. The barbarian commander is dead. Kill. The barbarian commander is dead. Kill. With 2 barbarian generals killed, the Su family's morale soared, and they charged towards the barbarian soldiers. The crowd shouted in unison, spreading the news of the deaths of Lao Shan and the other man throughout the barbarian camp. Without their commander, some of the barbarian soldiers began to scatter like headless flies, completely losing their will to fight. At this point, the barbarian soldiers had truly become lambs to the slaughter. The entire camp was in complete chaos. When the sound reached Jiang Goer's ears, his face was filled with disbelief. He then broke into an uncontrollable, maniacal laugh. The barbarian commander is dead. Brothers, kill them. Jiang Goer channeled his inner strength and spread the news once again. Upon hearing this news, Xia Jun, who was following behind him, also perked up. They were all seasoned veterans of war. They knew all too well that once the enemy commander died, his men would lose their leader and their fighting strength would be drastically reduced. Jiang Goer, wielding a long spear, led tens of thousands of men to charge at the chaotic barbarian soldiers. They fought alongside the barbarian soldiers. Meanwhile, the Su family had already fought their way through several rounds of battle. Su Kaishi and the others' arms were trembling uncontrollably, and they were almost exhausted. At this moment, they were only holding on by sheer willpower. With Jiang Goer leading his troops into the battlefield, the morale of the barbarian soldiers in the main camp collapsed even more rapidly. The barbarian soldiers fled for their lives as soon as they saw the Su family's iron cavalry from afar, fearing that they would be heading their way at any moment. Several centurions under Lao Shan's command still wanted to organize their men to fight to the death. However, Lu Bu and Dian Wei would never give them that opportunity. Any barbarian officers or soldiers who dared to step forward would be cut down on their horses immediately. The bloody lesson completely shattered those barbarian soldiers who still held a sliver of hope. Many even began to steal their companions' war horses, intending to ride them away from the battlefield. Hundreds and thousands of people pushed and shoved each other as they fled into the distance, and many died from being trampled by their companions. The entire barbarian army camp had become like a living hell. Blood continued to drip from the long swords held by the Su family members. With each swing of their arms, a barbarian would fall. However, there were simply too many barbarians. With just these few people, they simply couldn't possibly take care of so many barbarian soldiers. Furthermore, they were somewhat exhausted, so when the barbarian soldiers scattered and fled, the Su family could only watch helplessly as their figures grew further and further away. Meanwhile, Jiang Goer's Xia soldiers had already driven the barbarians into a rout. The tens of thousands of barbarian troops had no fighting spirit and were being chased by 10,000 Xia soldiers. This had never happened before in the history of the great Xia dynasty. Chase! Jiang Goer gave the order and led the Xia soldiers to pursue the fleeing troops. He was naturally unwilling to waste such a good opportunity to kick a man when he was down, not to mention his 1,000 cavalrymen. Even the infantry behind him roared and chased after him. After chasing them for 10 miles, leaving behind a trail of barbarian corpses, they finally withdrew and abandoned the pursuit. Jiang Goer ordered his men to clean up the battlefield and bring back all the corpses along the way. When the army regrouped, the corpses of the barbarian soldiers were piled up like mountains, a truly magnificent sight. The stench of blood lingered for miles. At this moment, the Su family finally reunited with Jiang Goer. Tens of thousands of officers of the great Xia dynasty stood in neat rows beneath Song Yuan City. They are clearly elite troops with strict military discipline. These are King Li's soldiers. However, at this moment, they all looked at the 35 men on horseback in front of them with admiration. They're the ones who just stormed through the barbarian camp. It was their commander who killed the barbarians amidst their vast army. It was they who killed the barbarians, causing them to scatter and flee, thus changing the course of the battlefield. The military reveres the strong the most, and they previously thought that Jiang Goer was an unattainable master in their hearts. But only now did they realize what true invincibility meant. At this moment, the 32 heavy cavalrymen of the Su family had been fighting for a long time and were already exhausted. But that didn't stop them from holding their heads high, their faces beaming with pride. Su Kaishi and the others were extremely excited. They had never felt so much fervent attention and adoration. And they deserve all of this. Today's achievements are enough for them to brag about for a lifetime. Chapter 196. King Li, atop the city tower, witnessed the entire battlefield event. The city gates opened, and he led his men out of the city at a jog. Oh dear, I don't know what to say. Please accept my bow. King Li was excited at this moment and bowed to the Su family. If it weren't for these people's intervention, I definitely wouldn't have been able to resolve the crisis in Songyuan City so easily today. This kindness is immense. These are all orders from my young master, Ling Tong said to King Li. Just then, a troop of 100 cavalrymen approached Songyuan City from afar. Everyone looked in that direction and saw that the leader of the riders was carrying a child. It's the young master of the Su family. A moment later, Su Changshou arrived before the group with his cavalry. In fact, he had been watching the battle from afar the whole time. Moreover, sending Lu Bu and his men to attack the barbarian camp was only one part of his plan. He wasn't sure if he could kill Lao Zhan with just Lu Bu and his men. Even if they successfully kill Lao Shan, they might not be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, another plan was prepared, which would rely on the cavalry behind them to carry out. However, this plan was quite expensive. Fortunately, Lu Bu's bravery exceeded his expectations, so this alternative plan was not needed, saving him a lot of money. Thank you, young man. King Li hurriedly bowed to Su Changshou. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the child in front of him. The Su family's power is unfathomable, and it seems that this child is in complete control. We must be on good terms with him. King Li, with 1,000 thoughts running through his mind, had already set his sights on Su Changshou. Your Majesty, you're too kind. How about we divide the spoils of war 50-50? Su Changshou had no intention of engaging in any pretense of politeness or courtesy with King Li. If you work yourself to the bone and don't make some money, all your hard work will have been for nothing. In this battle, although our side caught the barbarians off guard and turned the tide of the battle, but in reality, without Jiang Goer leading his troops out of the city, the situation wouldn't have been resolved so smoothly. No matter how strong Lu Bu was, he was still just a mortal, and there would come a time when his strength would be exhausted. He sent Lu Bu with the Su family to attack the main camp, also betting that King Li would send troops out of the city. Otherwise, he would have to send his 100 cavalrymen to retrieve those items. We'll probably lose a lot of people on our side too. Ultimately, the victory was achieved through the cooperation of both sides. Oh, no problem, no problem. King Li was taken aback by Su Changshou's words. It was the first time he had ever met someone who spoke so bluntly. But when I thought about how the other person was still just a 7 or 8-year-old child, I understood. Let's just give you the money. We'll leave the war horses and all that to the prince. Su Changshou said bluntly. There were nearly 600 war horses captured in this battle. Even if he were given half of them, he still couldn't afford to keep them. What I lack most right now is money. Haha, young master, you're so generous. How about I give you 100,000 taels of silver for all these things? King Li made a rough estimate in his mind and came up with a price. Keeping these war horses for myself is certainly not a loss for me. Now that we want to be on good terms with the Su family, we might as well offer a high price. Good. Su Changshou didn't make a fuss. 100,000 taels had already exceeded his expectations. Everything around him was useless. The 100,000 taels of silver were practically free. Your Highness, the results are in. Just then, a soldier walked over and said to King Li, Doggy read it. King Li waved his hand, instructing the man to read it aloud. This battle was fought so decisively. It's the perfect time to boost morale. Jiang Goer took the paper and then used all his inner strength to read it aloud. In this battle, we captured the barbarian general and killed 13,720 enemy soldiers. 543 war horses were captured. 500,000 caddies of baggage and grain. Countless weapons were wielded. Jiang Goer read out the battle results aloud, and the 10,000-strong army erupted in a thunderous cheer. The battle was fought with great gusto. From the very beginning, they were overwhelmed by the enemy's catapults, suffering heavy casualties. Later, the Su family joined the battle, completely turning the tide of the war. All of this is because of these 35 people in front of us. Of these, 1,527 barbarian soldiers died in the barbarian army camp. Jiang Goer paused for a moment, then raised his voice and read out an astonishing statistic. Wow! Everyone was now staring intently at Lu Bu and his group. The meaning of died in the barbarian army camp is clear to everyone. Only these 35 men fought in the barbarian camp, and all the dead barbarians were killed by these 35 men. 1,527 people. This achievement made everyone realize the Su family's fighting strength more clearly. Invincible to human strength, King Lee was also extremely shocked. On the city wall, he witnessed firsthand how the Su family's iron cavalry fell in droves of barbarians wherever they went. But now that the results of the battle are out, it becomes clear what astonishing things these people have done. We must be on good terms with the Su family. King Lee made up his mind once again. Not to mention the people of Songyuan City. Even Su Kaishi and his group were somewhat surprised by their own achievements. On the battlefield, they have no time to think. He mechanically swung his steel sword, slashing at the barbarians around him. They only knew that they had killed the barbarians who stood in their way, but they never expected that they had killed so many people. Although most of them were killed by Lu Bu, Dian Wei, and Ling Tong. Even so, each of them achieved remarkable results. Their hearts were pounding with excitement. When everyone looked at them again, they realized that these people were all exuding a strong, killing intent. The cavalrymen behind Su Changshou looked at Wang Wu, Chun Xiaohu, and the others with mixed feelings. These people were all former neighbors and comrades in arms, and they knew each other very well. They knew perfectly well what their strength was in the past. But now the gap is so huge. And this was all because they became the Su family's heavy cavalry. When everyone looked at their heavy armor, they were filled with envy. "Young sir, please enter the city so that I may express my gratitude," King Lee invited. "Why not take this opportunity to improve our relationship?" "No, we're worried the defeated soldiers might accidentally wander in the mountain stronghold, so we have to go back. Please, your highness, send the money to our mountain stronghold." Su Changshou still hadn't forgotten about his money. "Don't worry, I will send the silver to the young master tomorrow." King Lee laughed. But in his heart, he was thinking about whether he should slip something in with the money to get closer to the Su family. Chapter 197, The Mountain Stronghold, where people's hearts turn. When Su Changshou said he was going to lead his troops to support Songyuan City, the people in the stronghold were all a little apprehensive. In their view, it was a pipe dream to think that the Su family could lead the tens of thousands of barbarian troops. Zhao Cheng and the others had already mentally sentenced the Su family to death. This trip is a death sentence. It's far too reckless. Zhao Cheng and Zhang Qiheng watched the Su family's departing group and sighed inwardly. However, all disbelief vanished after Su Changshou returned to the mountain stronghold with the Su family's iron cavalry. "We won." Su Changshou bowed and addressed the elders of the Su family. When more concrete news came from the child's mouth, and when Su Changshou recounted the battle results that Jiang Goer had read out, the entire mountain stronghold erupted in thunderous cheers. Not only the Su family members, but even Zhao Cheng and his guards were excitedly shouting along. What the Su family did this time was truly beyond their comprehension. When this thing that they thought was impossible actually became a reality in the hands of the Su family, they were shocked, as if their worldview had been reshaped. It turns out that the barbarians were nothing but clay chickens and earthen dogs in front of the Su family. It turns out that as long as you train in the way the Su family does, you could be as good as 100 and slaughter barbarians like pigs and dogs. So the Xia people really could chase after the barbarians. Everyone watched with eager eyes as the Su family members set off for the expedition. The families of the heavy cavalry, in particular, felt a sense of pride as they watched their husbands straddling their war horses with heads held high. "Look, that's my deadbeat. I've never thought that big, rough guy was so good looking. I feel like I'm seeing the first time I met my husband." The female servants stared intently at the men, wishing they could devour them on the spot. It's just that some people are looking at their own men, while others are secretly looking at other people's men. "Excellent. Excellent. My grandson has displayed the prowess of the Su family's iron cavalry in this battle. The Su family is mighty." Su Shuli looked at his beloved grandson, his eyes glistening with tears. He lived as a farmer for the rest of his life after fleeing to Shaoyan village with his parents. "I don't even dare to dream of being able to eat meat during the Chinese New Year in my lifetime. Who would have thought the Su family would end up like this?" With the might of the Su family's iron cavalry, the barbarians were routed and fled in disarray, turning the tide of a major battle. The Su family is really different from before. The Su family is mighty. The Su family is mighty. The crowd joined Su Shuli in shouting loudly. Zhao Cheng and the others were still in awe of the Su family's achievements. Hearing his own guards shouting in the crowd, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then, a sudden realization struck them. After today, it seemed they would never be able to retain the loyalty of these guards again. They were all educated people, knowledgeable in principles and righteousness, and also understood the general trend of human nature. They had previously sensed that these guards were already showing signs of favoring the Su family. At that moment, he was completely infected by this emotion, and it erupted completely. The guards had witnessed all the changes the Su family had undergone along the way. How could the Su family, which had grown from a few dozen elderly, weak women and children to the current Su family iron cavalry, and whose strength was constantly being demonstrated, not be attractive to these guards? Originally, the contract with these guards was an employment one. If these guards hadn't been renowned bodyguards/escorts, and outlaws/bandits, who were quite trustworthy, it would have been a mistake. They probably left with them a long time ago. But at this moment, it seems that their hearts have been completely captivated by the Su family. Forget it. Rather than having them side with the Su family and making our relationship with them awkward, we might as well do them a favor. Zhao Cheng also whispered to Zhang Qiheng. Yes, Brother Zhao is right. Zhang Qiheng nodded. Being a smart person, he has seen the situation clearly and will naturally make the choice that is most beneficial to himself. After everyone dispersed, Zhao Cheng, together with Zhang Qiheng and the others, led the guards to the Su family's pavilion. We have a favor to ask, as our journey has been fraught with peril. Thanks to these guards who risked their lives to protect us without ever complaining. Today, seeing the Su family's great victory over the barbarian army, we are filled with longing. He also knew that in this chaotic world, it would be difficult to survive. We need to ask the Su family for a favor. We urge the Su family to give these guards a chance to follow us, which would be a way of fulfilling their duty of protecting us along the way. From then on, these guards were all under the command of the Su family, and we only ask that the Su family continue to protect us. We are willing to provide 20,000 taels of silver to the Su family. We urge the Su family to consider our journey together and grant us this opportunity. Zhao Cheng and the others bowed deeply to Su Shuli, Zhang Jiuzhang, and others in charge of the Su family, displaying an extremely respectful and humble attitude. He completely lacked the aloofness that a high-ranking official should have. At that moment, they realized that when you're under someone's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. Without their protectors, these people would have no way to protect themselves in this chaotic world. They could only rely on the protection of the Su family. The head of the guards beside them was also looking at Su Changshou with anticipation. Zhao Cheng guessed correctly. These guards had long been thinking of joining the Su family. He had only taken money from others, and since it wasn't a matter of life and death, he had been suppressing his expectations all along. Having witnessed the might of the Su family's iron cavalry today, I could no longer restrain my impulse. So when Zhao Cheng and his group approached him and offered to take them to the Su family for refuge, he agreed without hesitation. Actually, if Zhao Cheng hadn't spoken up, he would have gone to the Su family tonight and brought it up himself. Now that Zhao Cheng is willing to take the initiative to bring them to join him, that's even better. Whether it's on the surface or otherwise, none of the parties will feel awkward, and they can still get along normally. At this moment, many guards had gathered outside the Su family's pavilion, all anxiously watching the movements inside. Whether they would eat meat with the Su family or eat coarse rice with Zhao Qingye and the others in the future depended on this sentence. Seeing that there was no reply from inside, they knelt down and bowed towards the Su family's pavilion to express their resolve. The servants and retainers of the Su family also gathered around at this moment. Pointing and gesturing at the guards, he felt that becoming a servant and retainer of the Su family as soon as possible was the wisest decision he had ever made. Starting from Manhwa County, they once envied these guards who followed those big shots and had no worries about food and drink, and also had strong military force to protect themselves. Looking back now, everything has changed, and the people on both sides have been completely reversed. Those guards actually went to such lengths just to obtain the identity of someone from the Su family. It evokes a myriad of emotions. Chapter 198, Who Dares to Marry You? Okay, I promise you. Su Changshou observed the expressions of Zhao Qingye and the others, and seeing that they were indeed sincere, he nodded in agreement. The king of Li's 100,000 taels of silver will be delivered soon. I can support these people now. If the Su family wants to protect itself in this chaotic world, relying on the servants and retainers they have now, is far from enough. Having spent so much time with the Su family, he knew that these guards weren't particularly wicked or evil, and there was even a sense of camaraderie among them. Naturally, I'd be happy to accept these people who know me well. Thank you, young man. Upon hearing this, the guard leader was overjoyed and kowtowed to Su Changshou. This child's casual remark could determine their fate. How could they dare to be disrespectful? Zhao Cheng and the others quickly thanked him, feeling relieved but also somewhat disappointed. Although they were able to get here safely thanks to the Su family. They have survived to this day thanks to the grain and fodder sold to them by the Su family. However, the relationship between the two companies is at least equal. Now, however, they have truly begun to live under someone else's roof. Su Changshou was naturally unaware of what the others were thinking. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. It's just a matter of supporting a few more people, which is nothing to the Su family, who are now very wealthy and powerful. Moreover, Zhao Cheng and the others are all scholars, and I will be able to put them to use sooner or later. The Su family doesn't keep idle people. It's excellent to have them teach the children of their servants. Although Su Changshou doesn't have a clear goal for the future right now, it doesn't stop him from starting to do things he believes are right. For example, cultivating some scholars. Su Changshou led everyone out of the pavilion. He faced the guards who were kneeling on the ground. Young master said he would allow us to join the Su family. The head guard shouted to the guard below. Upon hearing this, the guards who were kneeling on the ground burst into cheers. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with hope. Joining the Su family means endless possibilities. In their view, if those villagers could become Su's heavy cavalry, how could they be worse than those villagers? With diligent training, one's future is limitless. I agree to your joining the Su family. But you probably know the rules of the Su family. If you want to join the Su family, you have to sign a contract of servitude and be temporarily designated as a third-class servant. Those of you who perform well will naturally be promoted. Su Changshou addressed the crowd in a loud voice. Rest assured, young master, we all know the rules and will do our utmost to serve the Su family to the death. Yes, young master, we will certainly do our utmost and die for the Su family. Everyone expressed their opinions. Having lived with the Su family for so long, they naturally knew about the Su family's servant hierarchy and didn't expect to have a high status as soon as they joined the Su family. Now that we've become part of the Su family, we'll have everything we need. Soon, Wang Xiaocai drafted the document, and Luan stamped it, all in one go. The Su family gained another 150 third-class servants. Everyone's faces beamed with joy. When the news that Zhao Cheng had also led everyone to join the Su family reached Wu Shishir and Sun Mingming's ears, they were struck dumb. They stared blankly at each other, at a loss for what to do. This is definitely not good news for them. As expected, Zhao Cheng and his group ignored the two women completely. At this moment, their status in the Su family was equivalent to that of the family members of third-class servants. A bowl of brown rice with green vegetables is enough to fill you up. They ate the same food as the third-class servants and their families. The Su family did not deliberately make things difficult for them. However, it should be noted that third-class servants could earn rewards for their families through military achievements. The previous military achievements ensured that the families of those third-class servants could always eat meat. But neither Wu Shishir nor Sun Mingming have a man. They had no family members who were servants of the Su family to earn rewards for them. This resulted in the two of them becoming the people with the worst living conditions among the Su family members. It's just a man. I don't believe I can't find a man willing to marry me with my looks. Wu Shishir frowned as she swallowed half a bowl of brown rice, when a sudden idea flashed through her mind. Living in the Su family, if no one in the family has distinguished themselves in battle, one shouldn't expect to have an easy life. Then why doesn't she just go find a man? When she mentioned this idea to Sun Mingming, Sun Mingming's eyes lit up. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Wu Shishir, she was definitely better looking than those village women. There were several hundred lone men among the servants and retainers. Picking a man would be a piece of cake. Let's get right to it. The two applied what they considered to be stunning makeup in front of a bronze mirror and changed their clothes. Then he slowly made his way to the residence of the Su family's first-class servants. As far as they knew, there were several unmarried people there. Once I can get them on my side, my life will be much easier from now on. However, after they explained their purpose, They waited with haughty expressions for the man opposite them to submit to their feet. But they were ruthlessly kicked out. I asked several people in a row, and they all said the same thing. The two stared at each other in the cold wind, not knowing what was going on. Let's go to the second-class servant area. I've already inquired, and there are a few single men there. Second-class servants are not bad either. Several of them have recently achieved battle merits comparable to first-class servants, and they'll probably be promoted soon. Sun Mingming had already gathered most of the information about the Su family servants, and was now heading towards the second-class servant area. However, a quarter of an hour later, the two were kicked out again. What's going on? These peasants actually look down on me? This is outrageous. Wu Shirshi's eyes were slightly red, tears welling up in them, and she had already started to cry in grievance. There are also third-class servants, and none of the guards have families. Along the way, I saw quite a few people looking on with envy. This time, we're sure to succeed. Even those in the third tier have potential. They'll be promoted sooner or later. Sun Mingming truly lives up to her reputation as a master of emotional strategizing. She has already taken a long-term view and decided to make a value investment. The thought of having to willingly submit to the guards who had protected her all the way filled Wu Shirshir with sorrow. I can't let that little hussy get there first. If anyone's going to choose, it has to be me who picks the best one. Wu Shirshir watched Sun Mingming's retreating figure and quickly followed after her. The status of Su's servants and family members depended entirely on the status of the man and household. It can be said that when one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs benefit from it. If the man I choose is not as good as Sun Mingming's, then I will be overshadowed by that little brat Sun Mingming in the future. Along the way, she increasingly felt that Sun Mingming had a rebellious streak and was always thinking about climbing the social ladder. The two walked toward where the guards lived. After explaining their purpose again, the two waited for the other to show a look of joy before giving a reserved reply. However, this time it was even worse. They not only failed to see the results they wanted, but I also saw a look of terror on their faces, as if they were avoiding snakes or scorpions. With a push, I drove them out and knocked them to the cold ground. Why? Why is this happening? Wu Shirshir and Sun Mingming were hysterical, realizing that something was unusual. They are confident in their attractiveness to men, and there must be a reason why this happens. Stop shouting. We're afraid Master Changshou and Master Zhang Lu will misunderstand. Several guards quickly whispered a warning. Everyone knows about the past of these two women and Changshou and Zhang Lu. It was one thing for them not to have submitted to the Su family before, but now that they are part of the Su family, if they still dare to get entangled with these two women, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? When they saw that Zhao Cheng and the others had stopped paying attention to the two, everyone knew perfectly well that they were no longer paying attention to them. I see, he. Wu Shirshir and Sun Mingming now fully understand that this is ultimately the consequence of their own past actions. The two had already anticipated that their future days would not be easy. I can't help but regret my actions. Chapter 199, The Little Girl Who Loves Candy. Your Highness, what if Miss Shi finds out? Jiang Goer, riding on his horse, asked Li Wang curiously. This morning, King Li brought him to the mountain stronghold to deliver the promised 100,000 taels of silver to the Su family. Unexpectedly, their prince brought a little girl with him. Hey, I was afraid she wouldn't agree, so I acted first and asked her later. I'll go back and coax her, and everything will be fine. Later, she will know that I did this for the good of her and her daughter. If Chon'er can get along well with that young man, she'll have a good future. King Li laughed. What if the princess finds out? Jiang Goer said with a hint of schadenfreude. If you let this slip, I'll have you castrated. King Li gave a sinister smile and warned Jiang Goer. Well, with so many of Suzuka's brothers following behind, it's not necessarily me who might leak the information. Jiang Goer said in a low voice, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Only you know Chon'er's identity. As long as you keep your mouth shut, the news will naturally not leak out. King Li glanced at Jiang Goer and spoke indifferently. Outside the mountain stronghold, the Su family truly lives up to its reputation as a reclusive family capable of taking the head of a general amidst a vast army. Look at them, training even in the dead of winter. When King Li arrived outside the mountain stronghold, he saw a group of people wielding long knives and making slashing motions in the open space. If you look closely, you can see that each of them is steaming from their backs and has beads of sweat on their foreheads. These are the guards who have recently joined the Su family. They are currently training under the guidance of their guard leader. This was entirely their own initiative, aimed at shedding their status as third-class servants as soon as possible and narrowing the gap in strength between them and others. The Su family was naturally pleased with this, and even specially allocated some dried horse meat to them to replenish their strength. The more subordinates you have who don't require much attention, the better. Father, this mountain stronghold is so ugly. What are we doing here? A little girl who looked about 8 or 9 years old walked beside King Li and asked him a question. Her rosy cheeks were flushed from the cold wind that had blown them along the way. Although she hasn't fully matured yet, it's easy to see that she's destined to be a beauty who will captivate countless men in the future. She was wearing a bright red cotton-padded jacket with gold embroidery, which was wrapped up tightly. He wore a hat made of polar bear skin, adorned with turquoise gemstones and pure gold decorations, which looked quite valuable. This shows how noble her status was, and she must have been extremely pampered at home. Channer, this is the home of one of your father's friends. I'll introduce you to a young man who is about your age in a little while. You need to get along well with him, okay? When King Li heard his daughter's sweet voice, his heart melted. Seeing that her neck wasn't properly covered, I quickly reached out and straightened her collar to prevent the cold wind from getting in. Oh! The little girl took Li Wang's hand and continued to look around the mountain village with some curiosity. She had never left Song Yuan City since she was a child, and this was the first time she had come out. She found the sights of this mountain village quite strange. Soon, the Su family arrived upon hearing the news. The two sides exchanged greetings and were then led into the mountain stronghold. Young master, the promised 100,000 taels of silver has been delivered to you by this king. King Li spoke to Su Changshou. Your Highness is magnanimous. Su Changshou gave him a thumbs up. Box after box of silver was unloaded, making Su Changshou overjoyed. With this money, there's so many things I can do. For at least a long time, we shouldn't have to worry about money. Upon seeing the silver, Su Changshou became even more enthusiastic towards Prince Li and quickly invited him to the Su family's pavilion. Father, this room is so warm, even warmer than Mother's room. As soon as King Li and his companions entered the pavilion, they were immediately hit by a wave of heat. The little girl named Channer spoke up. Father, the daughter of the king of Li. Su Changshou glanced at the delicate, beautiful girl with surprise, but only out of curiosity, without giving it much thought. Yes, it's so warm here, and there's no stove in sight. Young master, what's going on? King Li was also quite surprised. He looked around and saw that there was no stove in the pavilion. It was clean and tidy, without any smell of smoke or fire. Oh, those are the iron chimneys that surround the house, and the charcoal stove is in a separate room outside the attic. The heat flowed down the iron chimney into the attic, which is why it's so warm. Su Changshou et lai. TSK. No wonder. It's such a clever idea. King Li approached a section of the chimney that was burning slightly red and felt it getting quite hot as he got closer. He was once again secretly amazed by the Su family's strength, and even while fleeing, he did not forget to enjoy himself. After the guests and hosts were seated, Su Changshou noticed that the guests had brought their little girl with them. I also got some melon seeds and candies from the mall. They were all loose fruit candies and didn't cost much. I just used them to keep the child from crying. The little girl saw the candies, curiously took one, and put it in her mouth. They were instantly stunned by the taste they had never experienced before, their eyes widening in disbelief. Daddy, this candy is so delicious. Let's take plenty with us when we leave. The little girl pointed to the plate of colorful candies and said to King Li. King Li was speechless. How could his daughter act like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world? It's just a few pieces of candy. Why make such a face? Sigh, Sheer is too strict with this child. It's amazing how excited he gets even when he eats a piece of candy. King Li quickly pulled his daughter over and gave Su Changshou an embarrassed smile. It's all right, he's just a kid. Su Changshou waved his hand like a little adult. This young man always looks so old-fashioned. This made King Li feel awkward again. Those barbarians only had their commander killed before, which is why we were able to take advantage of the chaos. However, it was not fundamentally damaged. Once they reorganize their forces, it will inevitably become a major problem. Moreover, having learned from this experience, they will surely have a strategy to deal with it. We still cannot let our guard down. King Lu steered the conversation back to the main topic. Yes, Your Highness is absolutely right. However, I think they should be able to hold their city and not dare to invade for the time being. Su Changshou nodded. King Lu is right. The barbarians will not be completely crippled by this defeat. Instead, it will sweep back after a countermeasure is found. This is also why he did not slack off in training his subordinates. We must be prepared for danger, even in times of peace, and always ensure our own combat effectiveness. I have another matter I would like to ask the Su family for help with, but I don't know if I should say it. After thinking for a moment, King Li spoke somewhat embarrassedly. Chapter 200, an unsolicited request. Looking at the expression on Prince Li's face, Su Changshou really wanted to tell him, if you shouldn't say it, then don't say it. But when the words were about to come out, he remembered that the person had brought him money today, so he had to give them face. Well, Your Highness, please feel free to speak up within your power. Su Changshou spoke up. Honor greets the young master. King Li said to his daughter, who was happily eating candy. Hello, young man. I am Ji Chan. The little girl stood upright, placed her hands in front of her chest, bowed slightly, moved her hands slightly, and bent her knees slightly, giving Su Changshou a deep bow. It's clear that she has learned good manners. Hello. Looking at the little girl, and then at the smiling face of the Prince of Li, Su Changshou had a feeling that something bad was about to come out of his mouth. Young master, this is my daughter. She is 8 years old this year, and I have always cherished her as the apple of my eye. However, there are some unspeakable difficulties regarding his background. His birth mother is my queen's cousin. I have been raising him in a separate residence, and my queen has never known that such a child exists. But recently, someone leaked the news, and the princess seems to have noticed something. Yesterday, she even tested me. I had no choice but to turn my back on Honor and couldn't bear to see her suffer, so I thought of the young master. King Li spoke to Su Changshou with utmost sincerity. Su Changshou looked at Prince Li with suspicion, wondering how much of his words were true and how much were false. This old guy's got some tricks up his sleeve. Cousin, wow, he's a role model for us all. Su Changshou looked at King Li with a hint of envy in his heart. Thinking of me? What does your highness mean by this? Su Changshou had a vague sense of unease. I intend to foster Honor in the mountain stronghold for a period of time, and then take her back once I find a way to get the princess to accept the child. I wonder if young sir would be willing to do me this favor. King Li looked at Su Changshou with a hint of pleading in his eyes and a face full of expectation. He looks like a father who has endured many hardships to protect his child. Are you kidding me? Help you babysit? I don't have time for that. Su Changshou was 100 times unwilling. The daughter of the king of Li is of noble birth. If she were to suffer any mishap, or even the slightest injustice while she is with me, she would surely cause a huge uproar. The risk is too great. He was about to refuse when King Li spoke up. I know this matter has put the Su family in a difficult position, but I ask that you understand the feelings of a father. All expenses for my daughter in the mountain stronghold will be paid by me. So, this time I have brought 100,000 caddies of grain and 10,000 taels of silver. How about using them to cover the expenses of my daughter's lodging? My daughter's food, clothing, and personal items, as well as her maids and servants, were all brought along. King Li immediately launched a sugar-coated bullet, starting to throw money at the problem. Your Highness is too kind. Don't talk about money. The women in the family love children the most, and the sisters also want a companion. Your Highness, please rest assured, your daughter is being taken very good care of at the mountain stronghold. Su Changshou quickly agreed. This sounds like a business that requires absolutely no effort from the buyer and can yield 10,000 taels of silver and 100,000 caddies of grain for free. It's practically a risk-free deal. Father, I don't want to stay here. This place is so dilapidated. I want to go home. The little girl's face changed instantly when she heard that her father wanted to leave her in this mountain stronghold. Her little face was drooping, and tears were about to fall. She held tightly to King Li's arm with both hands, refusing to let go. If you behave, you'll get candy here. King Li cajoled. Your father is doing this for your own good. In the future, the Su family will become your support, and you'll have a good place to settle down. King Li thought to himself, if the country is peaceful and prosperous, he naturally hopes that his daughter will marry into a powerful and wealthy family and enjoy a life of luxury and honor. But this is a chaotic world, and official titles and wealth are not as valuable as strong military force. The martial prowess displayed by the Su family greatly appealed to him. If Ji Chan can win Su Changshou's favor, then the two children will become childhood sweethearts and inseparable. At that time, the Su family can become a powerful ally for him. He was calculating in his mind, but on his face he put on the act of a loving father who was worried sick about his daughter. Jiangoer watched from the side, his mouth twitching. I'm the prince's man. I cannot betray him. I really wanted to expose him, but I held back in the end. Ji-chan was eventually persuaded by King Li to stay. She was somewhat reluctant and cried in King Li's arms for a while. After King Li pulled her aside and spoke to her quietly for a while, she stopped crying and accepted reality. After seeing off King Li, Su Changshou had a room arranged for Ji-chan. The prince's daughter naturally deserves to live in the best place. So they simply set up a room in the Su family's attic. It happened to be right next to Lu Luoling's house. It wasn't far from Su Changshou's room. Quickly, bring all my things in. This place is really shabby. There are even cracks in the floorboards. Ji-chan looked at the dilapidated house and complained. He directed his 2 maids to carry all the things he had brought into the house. This bed needs 3 layers of mattresses, otherwise it's impossible to sleep. And my mirror, just leave it on this table. Please lay a carpet on the floor so my feet don't get hurt. Even from his own room, Su Changshou could hear Ji-chan directing the servants. It took 2 full hours for things to calm down. The women of the Su family all knew that a young girl had come to their house, and that she was the prince's daughter, so they all came to see what was going on. Here, these are pearls from the East Sea for you. Su Xiaomei stood at Ji-chan's door, only saying that she was Su Changshou's sister, and before she could react, a string of pearls was stuffed into her hand. Zhang Shua simply wanted to lend her a hand and tidy up the bed. When Ji-chan learned that she was Su Changshou's mother, a ruby necklace was placed around her neck when she went out. Sun Sini passed by her door to watch the commotion and was given a jade pendant. In just half a day, Ji-chan had given gifts to almost everyone who was related to Su Changshou. This young lady is so generous. Turns out she's quite wealthy. Su Changshou learned of this news from his family and was filled with emotion. But then he realized that this little girl wasn't as simple as she seemed, because he discovered that the little girl didn't treat everyone the same when giving gifts. The value of the gift seems to be determined by how close or distant the person is to the gift. To outsiders, close relatives are always the closest, like Su Xiaomei and Zhang Shua. For those like his aunts and uncles, the gifts were slightly less impressive. For example, Lu Luoling, who seems to be an outsider to the Su family, lives next door to her and has clearly seen the commotion at her door, yet she didn't give her anything. This young girl is a bit too calculating. Su Changshou's expression hardened for a moment, but then he smiled broadly. He's just a kid who loves candy. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Su Changshou dismissed the unrealistic thoughts in his mind.